The Complete Aristotle. Aristotle. Part 4, Animal Physics. The History of Animals, 9 books, translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. On the Parts of Animals, 4 books, translated by William Ogle. On the Motion of Animals, translated by A. S. L. Farquharson. On the Gait of Animals, translated by A. S. L. Farquharson. On the Generation of Animals, 5 books, translated by Arthur Blatt. Part 4, Animal Physics. The History of Animals, Book I. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. Of the parts of animals some are simple, to wit, all such as divide into parts uniform with themselves, as flesh into flesh. Others are composite, such as divide into parts not uniform with themselves, as, for instance, the hand does not divide into hands nor the face into faces. And of such as these, some are called not parts merely, but limbs or members. Such are those parts that, while entire in themselves, have within themselves other diverse parts, as for instance, the head, foot, hand, the arm as a whole, the chest, for these are all in themselves entire parts, and there are other diverse parts belonging to them. All those parts that do not subdivide into parts uniform with themselves are composed of parts that do so subdivide. For instance, hand is composed of flesh, sinews, and bones. Of animals, some resemble one another in all their parts, while others have parts wherein they differ. Sometimes the parts are identical in form or species, as, for instance, one man's nose or eye resembles another man's nose or eye, flesh flesh, and bone, and in like manner with a horse, and with all other animals which we reckon to be of one and the same species, for as the whole is to the whole, so each to each other parts severally. In other cases the parts are identical, save only for a difference in the way of excess or defect, as is the case in such animals as are of one and the same genus. By genus I mean, for instance, bird or fish, for each of these is subject to difference in respect of its genus, and there are many species of fishes and of birds. Within the limits of genera, most of the parts as a rule exhibit differences through contrast of the property or accident, such as color and shape, to which they are subject, in that some are more and some in a less degree the subject of the same property or accident, and also in the way of multitude or fewness, magnitude or parvitude, in short in the way of excess or defect. Thus in some the texture of the flesh is soft, in others firm, some have a long bill, others a short one, some have abundance of feathers, others have only a small quantity. It happens further that some have parts that others have not, for instance, some have spurs and others not, some have crests and others not, but as a general rule, most parts and those that go to make up the bulk of the body are either identical with one another, or differ from one another in the way of contrast and of excess and defect. For the more and the less may be represented as excess or defect. Once again, we may have to do with animals whose parts are neither identical in form nor yet identical save for differences in the way of excess or defect, but they are the same only in the way of analogy, as, for instance, bone is only analogous to fish bone, nail to hoof, hand to claw, and scale to feather, for what the feather is in a bird, the scale is in a fish. The parts, then, which animals severally possess are diverse from, or identical with, one another in the fashion above described. And they are so furthermore in the way of local disposition, for many animals have identical organs that differ in position, for instance, some have teats in the breast, others close to the thighs. Of the substances that are composed of parts uniform, or homogeneous, with themselves, some are soft and moist, others are dry and solid. The soft and moist are such either absolutely or so long as they are in their natural conditions, as, for instance, blood, serum, lard, suet, marrow, sperm, gall, milk in such as have it flesh and the like, and also, in a different way, the superfluities, as phlegm and the excretions of the belly and the bladder. The dry and solid are such as sinew, skin, vein, hair, bone, gristle, nail, horn, a term which as applied to the part involves an ambiguity, since the whole also by virtue of its form is designated horn, and such parts as present an analogy to these. Animals differ from one another in their modes of subsistence, in their actions, in their habits, and in their parts. Concerning these differences we shall first speak in broad and general terms, and subsequently we shall treat of the same with close reference to each particular genus. Differences are manifested in modes of subsistence, in habits, in actions performed. For instance, some animals live in water and others on land. And of those that live in water some do so in one way, and some in another, that is to say, some live and feed in the water, take in and emit water, and cannot live if deprived of water, as is the case with the great majority of fishes. Others get their food and spend their days in the water, but do not take in water but air, nor do they bring forth in the water. Many of these creatures are furnished with feet, as the otter, the beaver, and the crocodile. Some are furnished with wings, as the diver and the grebe. Some are destitute of feet, as the water snake. Some creatures get their living in the water and cannot exist outside it, but for all that do not take in either air or water, as, for instance, the sea nettle and the oyster. And of creatures that live in the water, some live in the sea, some in rivers, some in lakes, and some in marshes, as the frog and the newt. Of animals that live on dry land, some take in air and emit it, which phenomena are termed inhalation and exhalation, as, for instance, man and all such land animals as are furnished with lungs. Others, again, do not inhale air, yet live and find their sustenance on dry land, as, for instance, the wasp, the bee, and all other insects. And by insects I mean such creatures as have nicks or notches on their bodies, either on their bellies or on both backs and bellies. And of land animals many, as has been said, derive their subsistence from the water, but of creatures that live in and inhale water not a single one derives its subsistence from dry land. Some animals at first live in water, and by change their shape and live out of water, as is the case with river worms, for out of these the gadfly develops. Furthermore, some animals are stationary, and some are erratic. Stationary animals are found in water, but no such creature is found on dry land. In the water are many creatures that live in close adhesion to an external object, as is the case with several kinds of oyster. And, by the way, the sponge appears to be endowed with a certain sensibility, as a proof of which it is alleged that the difficulty in detaching it from its moorings is increased if the movement to detach it be not covertly applied. Other creatures adhere at one time to an object and detach themselves from it at other times, as is the case with a species of the so-called sea nettle, for some of these creatures seek their food in the night-time loose and unattached. Many creatures are unattached but motionless, as is the case with oysters and the so-called holotria. Some can swim, as, for instance, fishes, mollusks, and crustaceans, such as the crawfish. But some of these last move by walking, as the crab, for it is the nature of the creature, though it lives in water, to move by walking. Of land animals some are furnished with wings, such as birds and bees, and these are so furnished in different ways one from another. Others are furnished with feet. Of the animals that are furnished with feet some walk, some creep, and some wriggle. But no creature is able only to move by flying, as the fish is able only to swim, for the animals with leathern wings can walk, the bat has feet and the seal has imperfect feet. Some birds have feet of little power, and are therefore called apodes. This little bird is powerful on the wing, and, as a rule, birds that resemble it are weak-footed and strong-winged, such as the swallow and the drippanese or alpine swift, for all these birds resemble one another in their habits and in their plumage, and may easily be mistaken one for another. The apus is to be seen at all seasons, but the drippanese only after rainy weather in summer, for this is the time when it is seen and captured, though, as a general rule, it is a rare bird. Again, some animals move by walking on the ground as well as by swimming in water. Furthermore, the following differences are manifest in their modes of living and in their actions. Some are gregarious, some are solitary, whether they be furnished with feet or wings or be fitted for a life in the water, and some partake of both characters, the solitary and the gregarious. And of the gregarious, some are disposed to combine for social purposes, others to live each for its own self. Gregarious creatures are, among birds, such as the pigeon, the crane, and the swan, and, by the way, no bird furnished with crooked talons is gregarious. Of creatures that live in water many kinds of fishes are gregarious, such as the so-called migrants, the tunny, the palomies, and the bonito. Man, by the way, presents a mixture of the two characters, the gregarious and the solitary. Social creatures are such as have some one common object in view, and this property is not common to all creatures that are gregarious. Such social creatures are man, the bee, the wasp, the ant, and the crane. Again, of these social creatures some submit to a ruler, others are subject to no governance, as, for instance, the crane and the several sorts of bee submit to a ruler, whereas ants and numerous other creatures are every one his own master. And again, both of gregarious and of solitary animals, some are attached to a fixed home and others are erratic or nomad. Also, some are carnivorous, some graminivorous, some omnivorous, whilst some feed on a peculiar diet, as for instance the bees and the spiders, for the bee lives on honey and certain other sweets, and the spider lives by catching flies, and some creatures live on fish. Again, Some creatures catch their food, others treasure it up, whereas others do not so. Some creatures provide themselves with a dwelling, others go without one. Of the former kind are the mole, the mouse, the ant, the bee. Of the latter kind are many insects and quadrupeds. Further, in respect to locality of dwelling place, some creatures dwell underground, as the lizard and the snake, others live on the surface of the ground, as the horse and the dog. Make to themselves holes, others do not. Some are nocturnal, as the owl and the bat, others live in the daylight. Moreover, some creatures are tame and some are wild, some are at all times tame, as man and the mule, others are at all times savage, as the leopard and the wolf, and some creatures can be rapidly tamed, as the elephant. Again, we may regard animals in another light. For, whenever a race of animals is found domesticated, the same is always to be found in a wild condition, as we find to be the case with horses, kine, swine, men, sheep, goats, and dogs. Further, some animals emit sound while others are mute, and some are endowed with voice. Of these latter some have articulate speech, while others are inarticulate. Some are given to continual chirping and twittering, some are prone to silence, some are musical, and some unmusical, but all animals without exception exercise their power of singing or chattering chiefly in connection with the intercourse of the sexes. Again, some creatures live in the fields, as the cushat, some on the mountains, as the hoopoe, some frequent the abodes of men, as the pigeon. Some, again, are peculiarly salacious, as the partridge, the barred cock and their congeners. Others are inclined to chastity, as the whole tribe of crows, for birds of this kind indulge but rarely in sexual intercourse. Of marine animals, again, some live in the open seas, some near the shore, some on rocks. Furthermore, some are combative under offense, others are provident for defense. Of the former kind are such as act as aggressors upon others or retaliate when subjected to ill usage, and of the latter kind are such as merely have some means of guarding themselves against attack. Animals also differ from one another in regard to character in the following respects. Some are good-tempered, sluggish, and little prone to ferocity, as the ox. Others are quick-tempered, ferocious and unteachable, as the wild boar. Some are intelligent and timid, as the stag and the hare. Others are mean and treacherous, as the snake. Others are noble and courageous and high-bred, as the lion. Others are thoroughbred and wild and treacherous, as the wolf. For, by the way, an animal is high-bred if it come from a noble stock, and an animal is thoroughbred if it does not deflect from its racial characteristics. Further, some are crafty and mischievous, as the fox. Some are spirited and affectionate and fawning, as the dog. Others are easy-tempered and easily domesticated, as the elephant. Others are cautious and watchful, as the goose. Others are jealous and self-conceited, as the peacock. But of all animals man alone is capable of deliberation. Many animals have memory, and are capable of instruction, but no other creature except man can recall the past at will. With regard to the several genera of animals, particulars as to their habits of life and modes of existence will be discussed more fully by and by. Common to all animals are the organs whereby they take food and the organs whereinto they take it, and these are either identical with one another, or are diverse in the ways above specified, to wit, either identical in form, or varying in respect of excess or defect, or resembling one another analogically, or differing in position. Furthermore, the great majority of animals have other organs besides these in common, whereby they discharge the residuum of their food. I say, the great majority, for this statement does not apply to all. And, by the way, the organ whereby food is taken in is called the mouth, and the organ whereinto it is taken, the belly. The remainder of the alimentary system has a great variety of names. Now the residuum of food is twofold in kind, wet and dry, and such creatures as have organs receptive of wet residuum are invariably found with organs receptive of dry residuum, but such as have organs receptive of dry residuum need not possess organs receptive of wet residuum. In other words, an animal has a bowel or intestine if it have a bladder, but an animal may have a bowel and be without a bladder. And, by the way, I may here remark that the organ receptive of wet residuum is termed bladder, and the organ receptive of dry residuum intestine or bowel. Of animals otherwise, a great many have, besides the organs above mentioned, an organ for excretion of the sperm, and of animals capable of generation one secretes into another, and the other into itself. The latter is termed female, and the former male, but some animals have neither male nor female. Consequently, the organs connected with this function differ in form, for some animals have a womb and others an organ analogous thereto. The above-mentioned organs, then, are the most indispensable parts of animals, and with some of them all animals without exception, and with others animals for the most part, must needs be provided. One sense, and one alone, is common to all animals, the sense of touch. Consequently, there is no special name for the organ in which it has its seat, for in some groups of animals the organ is identical, in others it is only analogous. Every animal is supplied with moisture, and, if the animal be deprived of the same by natural causes or artificial means, death ensues. Further, every animal has another part in which the moisture is contained. These parts are blood and vein, and in other animals there is something to correspond, but in these latter the parts are imperfect, being merely fiber and serum or lymph. Touch has its seat in a part uniform and homogeneous, as in the flesh or something of the kind, and it generally, with animals supplied with blood, in the parts charged with blood. In other animals it has its seat in parts analogous to the parts charged with blood, but in all cases it is seated in parts that in their texture are homogeneous. The active faculties, on the contrary, are seated in the parts that are heterogeneous, as, for instance, the business of preparing the food is seated in the mouth, and the office of locomotion in the feet, the wings, or in organs to correspond. Again, some animals are supplied with blood, as man, the horse, and all such animals as are, when full grown, either destitute of feet, or two-footed, or four-footed. Other animals are bloodless, such as the bee and the wasp, and, of marine animals, the cuttlefish, the crawfish, and all such animals as have more than 4 feet. Again, some animals are viviparous, others oviparous, others vermiparous or grub-bearing. Some are viviparous, such as man, the horse, the seal, and all other animals that are hair-coated, and, of marine animals, the cetaceans, as the dolphin, and the so-called coelacanth. Of these latter animals, some have a tubular air passage and no gills, as the dolphin and the whale, the dolphin with the air passage going through its back, the whale with the air passage in its forehead. Others have uncovered gills, as the coelacanth, the sharks and rays. What we term an egg is a certain completed result of conception out of which the animal that is to be develops, and in such a way that in respect to its primitive germ it comes from part only of the egg, while the rest serves for food as the germ develops. A grub on the other hand is a thing out of which in its entirety the animal in its entirety develops, by differentiation and growth of the embryo. Of viviparous animals, some hatch eggs in their own interior, as creatures of the shark kind, others engender in their interior a live fetus, as man and the horse. When the result of conception is perfected, with some animals a living creature is brought forth, with others an egg is brought to light, with others a grub. Of the eggs, some have eggshells and are of 2 different colors within, such as birds' eggs, others are soft-skinned and of uniform color, as the eggs of animals of the shark kind. Of the grubs, some are from the first capable of movement, others are motionless. However, with regard to these phenomena we shall speak precisely hereafter when we come to treat of generation. Furthermore, some animals have feet and some are destitute thereof. Of such as have feet some animals have 2, as is the case with men and birds, and with men and birds only. Some have 4, as the lizard and the dog, some have more, as the centipede and the bee, but also ever that have feet have an even number of them. Of swimming creatures that are destitute of feet, some have winglets or fins, as fishes, and of these some have 4 fins, 2 above on the back, 2 below on the belly, as the gilt-head and the bass. Some have 2 only, to wit, such as are exceedingly long and smooth, as the eel and the conger. Some have none at all, as the moraina, but use the sea just as snakes use dry ground, and by the way, snakes swim in water in just the same way. Of the shark kind some have no fins, such as those that are flat and long-tailed, as the ray and the stingray, but these fishes swim actually by the undulatory motion of their flat bodies. The fishing frog, however, has fins, and so likewise have all such fishes as have not their flat surfaces thinned off to a sharp edge. Of those swimming creatures that appear to have feet, as is the case with the mollusks, these creatures swim by the aid of their feet and their fins as well, and they swim most rapidly backwards in the direction of the trunk, as is the case with the cuttlefish or sepia and the calamari, and, by the way, neither of these latter can walk as the pool poor octopus can. The hardskin or crustaceous animals, like the crawfish, swim by the instrumentality of their tail parts, and they swim most rapidly tail foremost, by the aid of the fins developed upon that member. The newt swims by means of its feet and tail, and its tail resembles that of the sheatfish, to compare little with great. Of animals that can fly some are furnished with feathered wings, as the eagle and the hawk, some are furnished with membranous wings, as the bee and the cockchafer, others are furnished with leathern wings, as the flying fox and the bat. All flying creatures possessed of blood have feathered wings or leathern wings, the bloodless creatures have membranous wings, as insects. The creatures that have feathered wings or leathern wings have either 2 feet or no feet at all, for there are said to be certain flying serpents in Ethiopia that are destitute of feet. Creatures that have feathered wings are classed as a genus under the name of bird. The other 2 genera, the leathern-winged and membrane-winged, are as yet without a generic title. Of creatures that can fly and are bloodless, some are coleopterous or sheath-winged, for they have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer and the dung beetle. Others are sheathless, and of these latter some are dipterous and some tetrapterous. Tetrapterous, such as are comparatively large or have their stings in the tail. Dipterous, such as are comparatively small or have their stings in front. The coleoptera are, without exception, devoid of stings. The diptera have the sting in front, as the fly, the horsefly, the gadfly, and the gnat. Bloodless animals as a general rule are inferior in point of size to blooded animals, though, by the way, there are found in the sea some few bloodless creatures of abnormal size, as in the case of certain mollusks. And of these bloodless genera, those are the largest that dwell in milder climates, and those that inhabit the sea are larger than those living on dry land or in fresh water. All creatures that are capable of motion move with 4 or more points of motion, the blooded animals with 4 only, as, for instance, man with 2 hands and 2 feet, birds with 2 wings and 2 feet, quadrupeds and fishes severally with 4 feet and 4 fins. Creatures that have 2 winglets or fins, or that have none at all like serpents, move all the same with not less than 4 points of motion, for there are 4 bends in their bodies as they move, or 2 bends together with their fins. Bloodless and many-footed animals, whether furnished with wings or feet, move with more than 4 points of motion, as, for instance, the dayfly moves with 4 feet and 4 wings, and, I may observe in passing, this creature is exceptional not only in regard to the duration of its existence, whence it receives its name, but also because though a quadruped it has wings also. All animals move alike, 4-footed and many-footed, in other words, they all move cross-corner-wise. And animals in general have 2 feet in advance. The crab alone has 4. Very extensive genera of animals, into which other subdivisions fall, are the following: 1, of birds, 1, of fishes, and another, of cetaceans. Now all these creatures are blooded. There is another genus of the hard-shell kind, which is called oyster, another of the soft-shell kind, not as yet designated by a single term, such as the spiny crawfish and the various kinds of crabs and lobsters, and another of mollusks, as the 2 kinds of calamari and the cuttlefish. That of insects is different. All these latter creatures are bloodless, and such of them as have feet have a goodly number of them, and of the insects some have wings as well as feet. Of the other animals the genera are not extensive, for in them one species does not comprehend many species, but in one case, as man, the species is simple, admitting of no differentiation, while other cases admit of differentiation, but the forms lack particular designations. So, for instance, creatures that are quadrupedal and unprovided with wings are blooded without exception, but some of them are viviparous, and some are viparous. Such as are viviparous are hair-coated, and such as are oviparous are covered with a kind of tessellated hard substance, and the tessellated bits of this substance are, as it were, similar in regard to position to a scale. An animal that is blooded and capable of movement on dry land, but is naturally unprovided with feet, belongs to the serpent genus, and animals of this genus are coated with a tessellated horny substance. Serpents in general are oviparous. The adder, an exceptional case, is viviparous, for not all viviparous animals are hair-coated, and some fishes also are viviparous. All animals, however, that are hair-coated are viviparous. For, by the way, one must regard as a kind of hair such prickly hairs as hedgehogs and porcupines carry, for these spines perform the office of hair, and not of feet as is the case with similar parts of sea urchins. In the genus that combines all viviparous quadrupeds are many species, but under no common appellation. They are only named as it were one by one, as we say man, lion, stag, horse, dog, and so on, though, by the way, there is a sort of genus that embraces all creatures that have bushy manes and bushy tails, such as the horse, the ass, the mule, the jennet, and the animals that are called hemiani in Syria, from their externally resembling mules, though they are not strictly of the same species. And that they are not so is proved by the fact that they mate with and breed from one another. For all these reasons, we must take animals species by species, and discuss their peculiarities severally. These preceding statements, then, have been put forward thus in a general way, as a kind of foretaste of the number of subjects and of the properties that we have to consider in order that we may first get a clear notion of distinctive character and common properties. By and by we shall discuss these matters with greater minuteness. After this we shall pass on to the discussion of causes. For to do this when the investigation of the details is complete is the proper and natural method, and that whereby the subjects and the premises of our argument will afterwards be rendered plain. In the first place we must look to the constituent parts of animals. For it is in a way relative to these parts, first and foremost, that animals in their entirety differ from one another, either in the fact that some have this or that, while they have not that or this, or by peculiarities of position or of arrangement, or by the differences that have been previously mentioned, depending upon diversity of form, or excess or defect in this or that particular, on analogy, or on contrasts of the accidental qualities. To begin with, we must take into consideration the parts of man. For, just as each nation is wont to reckon by that monetary standard with which it is most familiar, so must we do in other matters. And, of course, man is the animal with which we are all of us the most familiar. Now the parts are obvious enough to physical perception. However, with the view of observing due order and sequence and of combining rational notions with physical perception, we shall proceed to enumerate the parts, firstly, the organic, and afterwards the simple or non-composite. The chief parts into which the body as a whole is subdivided, are the head, the neck, the trunk, extending from the neck to the privy parts, which is called the thorax, 2 arms and 2 legs. Of the parts of which the head is composed the hair-covered portion is called the skull. The front portion of it is termed bregma or sinciput, developed after birth, for it is the last of all the bones in the body to acquire solidity, the hinder part is termed the occiput, and the part intervening between the sinciput and the occiput is the crown. The brain lies underneath the sinciput, the occiput is hollow. The skull consists entirely of thin bone, rounded in shape, and contained within a wrapper of fleshless skin. The skull has sutures, 1, of circular form, in the case of women, in the case of men, as a general rule, 3 meeting at a point. Instances have been known of a man's skull devoid of suture altogether. In the skull the middle line, where the hair parts, is called the crown or vertex. In some cases the parting is double, that is to say, some men are double-crowned, not in regard to the bony skull, but in consequence of the double fall or set of the hair. The part that lies under the skull is called the face, but in the case of man only, for the term is not applied to a fish or to an ox. In the face the part below the sinciput and between the eyes is termed the forehead. When men have large foreheads, they are slow to move; when they have small ones, they are fickle; when they have broad ones, they are apartment to be distraught; when they have foreheads rounded or bulging out, they are quick-tempered. Underneath the forehead are 2 eyebrows. Straight eyebrows are a sign of softness of disposition, such as curve in towards the nose, of harshness, such as curve out towards the temples, of humor and dissimulation, such as are drawn in towards one another, of jealousy. Under the eyebrows come the eyes. These are naturally 2 in number. Each of them has an upper and a lower eyelid, and the hairs on the edges of these are termed eyelashes. The central part of the eye includes the moist part whereby vision is effected, termed the pupil, and the part surrounding it called the black. The part outside this is the white. A part common to the upper and lower eyelid is a pair of nicks or corners, one in the direction of the nose, and the other in the direction of the temples. When these are long they are a sign of bad disposition; if the side toward the nostril be fleshy and comb-like, they are a sign of dishonesty. All animals, as a general rule, are provided with eyes, excepting the ostracoderms and other imperfect creatures. At all events, all viviparous animals have eyes, with the exception of the mole. And yet one might assert that, though the mole has not eyes in the full sense, yet it has eyes in a kind of a way. For in point of absolute fact it cannot see, and has no eyes visible externally, but when the outer skin is removed, it is found to have the place where eyes are usually situated, and the black parts of the eyes rightly situated, and all the place that is usually devoted on the outside to eyes, showing that the parts are stunted in development, and the skin allowed to grow over. Of the eye the white is pretty much the same in all creatures, but what is called the black differs in various animals. Some have the rim black, some distinctly blue, some grayish-blue, some greenish, and this last color is the sign of an excellent disposition, and is particularly well adapted for sharpness of vision. Man is the only, or nearly the only, creature that has eyes of diverse colors. Animals, as a rule, have eyes of one color only. Some horses have blue eyes. Of eyes, some are large, some small, some medium-sized. Of these, the medium-sized are the best. Moreover, eyes sometimes protrude, sometimes recede, sometimes are neither protruding nor receding. Of these, the receding eye is in all animals the most acute, but the last kind are the sign of the best disposition. Again, eyes are sometimes inclined to wink under observation, sometimes to remain open and staring, and sometimes are disposed neither to wink nor stare. The last kind are the sign of the best nature, and of the others. The latter kind indicates impudence, and the former indecision. Furthermore, there is a portion of the head, whereby an animal hears, a part incapable of breathing, the ear. I say incapable of breathing, for Alcmaeon is mistaken when he says that goats inspire through their ears. Of the ear one part is unnamed, the other part is called the lobe, and it is entirely composed of gristle and flesh. The ear is constructed internally like the trumpet shell, and the innermost bone is like the ear itself, and into it at the end the sound makes its way, as into the bottom of a jar. This receptacle does not communicate by any passage with the brain, but does so with the palate, and a vein extends from the brain towards it. The eyes also are connected with the brain, and each of them lies at the end of a little vein. Of animals possessed of ears, man is the only one that cannot move this organ. Of creatures possessed of hearing, some have ears, whilst others have none, but merely have the passages for ears visible, as, for example, feathered animals or animals coated with horny tessellates. The viparous animals, with the exception of the seal, the dolphin, and those others which after a similar fashion to these cetaceans, are all provided with ears, for, by the way, the shark kind are also viviparous. Now, the seal has the passages visible whereby it hears, but the dolphin can hear, but has no ears, nor yet any passages visible. But man alone is unable to move his ears, and all other animals can move them. And the ears lie, with man, in the same horizontal plane with the eyes, and not in a plane above them as is the case with some quadrupeds. Of ears, some are fine, some are coarse, and some are of medium texture. The last kind are best for hearing, but they serve in no way to indicate character. Some ears are large, some small, some medium-sized, again, some stand out far, some lie in close and tight, and some take up a medium position. Of these such as are of medium size and of medium position are indications of the best disposition, while the large and outstanding ones indicate a tendency to irrelevant talk or chattering. The part intercepted between the eye, the ear, and the crown is termed the temple. Again, there is a part of the countenance that serves as a passage for the breath, the nose. For a man inhales and exhales by this organ, and sneezing is effected by its means, which last is an outward rush of collected breath, and is the only mode of breath used as an omen and regarded as supernatural. Both inhalation and exhalation go right on from the nose towards the chest, and with the nostrils alone and separately it is impossible to inhale or exhale, owing to the fact that the inspiration and respiration take place from the chest along the windpipe, and not by any portion connected with the head, and indeed it is possible for a creature to live without using this process of nasal respiration. Again, smelling takes place by means of the nose, smelling, or the sensible discrimination of odor. And the nostril admits of easy motion, and is not, like the ear, intrinsically immovable. A part of it, composed of gristle, constitutes a septum or partition, and part is an open passage, for the nostril consists of two separate channels. The nostril, or nose, of the elephant is long and strong, and the animal uses it like a hand, for by means of this organ it draws objects towards it, and takes hold of them, and introduces its food into its mouth, whether liquid or dry food, and it is the only living creature that does so. Furthermore, there are two jaws, the front part of them constitutes the chin, and the hinder part the cheek. All animals move the lower jaw, with the exception of the river crocodile. This creature moves the upper jaw only. Next after the nose come two lips, composed of flesh, and facile of motion. The mouth lies inside the jaws and lips. Parts of the mouth are the roof or palate and the pharynx. The part that is sensible of taste is the tongue. The sensation has its seat at the tip of the tongue. If the object to be tasted be placed on the flat surface of the organ, the taste is less sensibly experienced. The tongue is sensitive in all other ways wherein flesh in general is so, that is, it can appreciate hardness, or warmth and cold, in any part of it, just as it can appreciate taste. The tongue is sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, and sometimes of medium width. The last kind is the best and the clearest in its discrimination of taste. Moreover, the tongue is sometimes loosely hung, and sometimes fastened, as in the case of those who mumble and who lisp. The tongue consists of flesh, soft and spongy, and a so-called epiglottis is a part of this organ. That part of the mouth that splits into two bits is called the tonsils, that part that splits into many bits, the gums. Both the tonsils and the gums are composed of flesh. In the gums are teeth, composed of bone. Inside the mouth is another part, shaped like a bunch of grapes, a pillar streaked with veins. If this pillar gets relaxed and inflamed, it is called uvula or bunch of grapes, and it then has a tendency to bring about suffocation. The neck is the part between the face and the trunk. Of this, the front part is the larynx and the back part the other front part, composed of gristle, through which respiration and speech is effected, is termed the windpipe. The part that is fleshy is the esophagus, inside just in front of the chine. The part to the back of the neck is the epimeses, or shoulder point. These then are the parts to be met with before you come to the thorax. To the trunk there is a front part and a back part. Next after the neck in the front part is the chest, with a pair of breasts. To each of the breasts is attached a teat or nipple, through which in the case of females the milk percolates, and the breast is of a spongy texture. Milk, by the way, is found at times in the male, but with the male the flesh of the breast is tough, with the female it is soft and porous. Next after the thorax and in front comes the belly, and its root the navel. Underneath this root the bilateral part is the flank, the undivided part below the navel, the abdomen, the extremity of which is the region of the pubes, above the navel the hypochondrium, the cavity common to the hypochondrium and the flank is the gut cavity. Serving as a brace girdle to the hinder parts is the pelvis, and hence it gets its name, osphaus, for it is symmetrical, isophous, in appearance. Of the fundament the part for resting on is termed the rump, and the part whereon the thigh pivots is termed the socket, or acetabulum. The womb is a part peculiar to the female, and the penis is peculiar to the male. This latter organ is external and situated at the extremity of the trunk. It is composed of two separate parts, of which the extreme part is fleshy, does not alter in size, and is called the glans, and round about it is a skin devoid of any specific title, which integument if it be cut asunder never grows together again, any more than does the jaw or the eyelid. And the connection between the latter and the glans is called the frenum. The remaining part of the penis is composed of gristle. It is easily susceptible of enlargement, and it protrudes and recedes in the reverse directions to what is observable in the identical organ in cats. Underneath the penis are two testicles, and the integument of these is a skin that is termed the scrotum. Testicles are not identical with flesh, and are not altogether diverse from it. But by and by we shall treat in an exhaustive way regarding all such parts. The privy part of the female is in character opposite to that of the male. In other words, the part under the pubes is hollow or receding, and not, like the male organ, protruding. Further, there is an urethra outside the womb, which organ serves as a passage for the sperm of the male, and as an outlet for liquid excretion to both sexes. The part common to the neck and chest is the throat, the armpit is common to side, arm, and shoulder, and the groin is common to thigh and abdomen. The part inside the thigh and buttocks is the perineum, and the part outside the thigh and buttocks is the hypogluteus. The front parts of the trunk have now been enumerated. The part behind the chest is termed the back. Parts of the back are a pair of shoulder blades, the backbone, and, underneath on a level with the belly in the trunk, the loins. Common to the upper and lower part of the trunk are the ribs, 8 on either side, for as to the so-called 7 Woodlegians we have not received any trustworthy evidence. Man, then, has an upper and a lower part, a front and a back part, a right and a left side. Now the right and the left side are pretty well alike in their parts and identical throughout, except that the left side is the weaker of the two, but the back parts do not resemble the front ones, neither do the lower ones the upper, only that these upper and lower parts may be said to resemble one another thus far, that, if the face be plump or meager, the abdomen is plump or meager to correspond, and that the legs correspond to the arms, and where the upper arm is short the thigh is usually short also, and where the feet are small the hands are small correspondingly. Of the limbs, one set, forming a pair, is arms. To the arm belong the shoulder, upper arm, elbow, forearm, and hand. To the hand belong the palm, and the 5 fingers. The part of the finger that bends is termed knuckle, the part that is inflexible is termed the phalanx. The big finger or thumb is single-jointed, the other fingers are double-jointed. The bending both of the arm and of the finger takes place from without inwards in all cases, and the arm bends at the elbow. The inner part of the hand is termed the palm, and is fleshy and divided by joints or lines, in the case of long-lived people by 1 or 2 extending right across, in the case of the short-lived by 2, not so extending. The joint between hand and arm is termed the wrist. The outside or back of the hand is sinewy, and has no specific designation. There is another duplicate limb, the leg. Of this limb the double-knobbed part is termed the thigh bone, the sliding part of the kneecap, the double-boned part the leg, The front part of this latter is termed the shin, and the part behind it the calf, wherein the flesh is sinewy and venous, in some cases drawn upwards towards the hollow behind the knee, as in the case of people with large hips, and in other cases drawn downwards. The lower extremity of the shin is the ankle, duplicate in either leg. The part of the limb that contains a multiplicity of bones is the foot. The hinder part of the foot is the heel. At the front of it the divided part consists of toes, 5 in number. The fleshy part underneath is the ball. The upper part or back of the foot is sinewy and has no particular appellation. Of the toe, one portion is the nail and another the joint, and the nail is in all cases at the extremity, and toes are without exception single-jointed. Men that have the inside or sole of the foot clumsy and not arched, that is, that walk resting on the entire undersurface of their feet, are prone to roguery. The joint common to thigh and shin is the knee. These, then, are the parts common to the male and the female sex. The relative position of the parts as to up and down, or to front and back, or to right and left, all this as regards externals might safely be left to mere ordinary perception. But for all that, we must treat of them for the same reason as the one previously brought forward, that is to say, we must refer to them in order that a due and regular sequence may be observed in our exposition, and in order that by the enumeration of these obvious facts due attention may be subsequently given to those parts in men and other animals that are diverse in any way from one another. In man, above all other animals, the terms upper and lower are used in harmony with their natural positions, for in him, upper and lower have the same meaning as when they are applied to the universe as a whole. In like manner the terms, in front, behind, right and left, are used in accordance with their natural sense. But in regard to other animals, in some cases these distinctions do not exist, and in others they do so, but in a vague way. For instance, the head with all animals is up and above in respect to their bodies, but man alone, as has been said, has, in maturity, this part uppermost in respect to the material universe. Next after the head comes the neck, and then the chest and the back, the one in front and the other behind. Next after these come the belly, the loins, the sexual parts, and the haunches, then the thigh and shin, and, lastly, the feet. The legs bend frontwards, in the direction of actual progression, and frontwards also lies that part of the foot which is the most effective of motion, and the flexure of that part, but the heel lies at the back, and the ankle bones lie laterally, earwise. The arms are situated to right and left, and bend inwards, so that the convexities formed by bent arms and legs are practically face to face with one another in the case of man. As for the senses and for the organs of sensation, the eyes, the nostrils, and the tongue, all alike are situated frontwards. The sense of hearing, and the organ of hearing, the ear, is situated sideways, on the same horizontal plane with the eyes. The eyes in man are, in proportion to his size, nearer to one another than in any other animal. Of the senses man has the sense of touch more refined than any animal, and so also, but in less degree, the sense of taste. In the development of the other senses he is surpassed by a great number of animals. The parts, then, that are externally visible are arranged in the way above stated, and as a rule have their special designations, and from use and word are known familiarly to all, but this is not the case with the inner parts. For the fact is that the inner parts of man are to a very great extent unknown, and the consequence is that we must have recourse to an examination of the inner parts of other animals whose nature in any way resembles that of man. In the first place then, the brain lies in the front part of the head. And this holds alike with all animals possessed of a brain, and all blooded animals are possessed thereof, and, by the way, mollusks as well. But, taking size for size of animal, the largest brain, and the moistest, is that of man. 2 membranes enclose it, the stronger one near the bone of the skull, the inner one, round the brain itself, is finer. The brain in all cases is bilateral. Behind this, right at the back, comes what is termed the cerebellum, differing in form from the brain as we may both feel and see. The back of the head is with all animals empty and hollow, whatever be its size in the different animals. For some creatures have big heads while the face below is small in proportion, as is the case with round-faced animals. Some have little heads and long jaws, as is the case, without exception, among animals of the mane and tail species. The brain in all animals is bloodless, devoid of veins, and naturally cold to the touch. In the great majority of animals it has a small hollow in its center. The brain caul around it is reticulated with veins, and this brain caul is that skin-like membrane which closely surrounds the brain. Above the brain is the thinnest and weakest bone of the head, which is termed or sinciput. From the eye there go 3 ducts to the brain, the largest and the medium-sized to the cerebellum, the least to the brain itself, and the least is the one situated nearest to the nostril. The two largest ones, then, run side by side and do not meet. The medium-sized ones meet, and this is particularly visible in fishes, for they lie nearer than the large ones to the brain. The smallest pair are the most widely separate from one another, and do not meet. Inside the neck is what is termed the esophagus, whose other name is derived esophagus from its length and narrowness, and the windpipe. The windpipe is situated in front of the esophagus in all animals that have a windpipe, and all animals have one that are furnished with lungs. The windpipe is made up of gristle, is sparingly supplied with blood, and is streaked all round with numerous minute veins. It is situated, in its upper part, near the mouth, below the aperture formed by the nostrils into the mouth, an aperture through which, when men, in drinking, inhale any of the liquid, this liquid finds its way out through the nostrils. In betwixt the two openings comes the so-called epiglottis, an organ capable of being drawn over and covering the orifice of the windpipe communicating with the mouth. The end of the tongue is attached to the epiglottis. In the other direction the windpipe extends to the interval between the lungs, and hereupon bifurcates into each of the two divisions of the lung, for the lung in all animals possessed of the organ has a tendency to be double. In the viparous animals, however, the duplication is not so plainly discernible as in other species, and the duplication is least discernible in man. And in man the organ is not split into many parts, as is the case with some vivipara, neither is it smooth, but its surface is uneven. In the case of the vivipara, such as birds and oviparous quadrupeds, the two parts of the organ are separated to a distance from one another, so that the creatures appear to be furnished with a pair of lungs, and from the windpipe, itself single, there branch off two separate parts extending to each of the two divisions of the lung. It is attached also to the great vein and to what is designated the aorta. When the windpipe is charged with air, the air passes onto the hollow parts of the lung. These parts have divisions, composed of gristle, which meet at an acute angle. From the divisions run passages through the entire lung, giving off smaller and smaller ramifications. The heart also is attached to the windpipe, by connections of fat, gristle, and sinew, and at the point of juncture there is a hollow. When the windpipe is charged with air, the entrance of the air into the heart, though imperceptible in some animals, is perceptible enough in the larger ones. Such are the properties of the windpipe, and it takes in and throws out air only, and takes in nothing else, either dry or liquid, or else it causes you pain until you shall have coughed up whatever may have gone down. The esophagus communicates at the top with the mouth, close to the windpipe, and is attached to the backbone and the windpipe by membranous ligaments, and at last finds its way through the midriff into the belly. It is composed of flesh-like substance, and is elastic both lengthways and breadthways. The stomach of man resembles that of a dog, for it is not much bigger than the bowel, but is somewhat like a bowel of more than usual width. Then comes the bowel, single, convoluted, moderately wide. The lower part of the gut is like that of a pig, for it is broad, and the part from it to the buttocks is thick and short. The caul, or great omentum, is attached to the middle of the stomach, and consists of a fatty membrane, as is the case with all other animals whose stomachs are single and which have teeth in both jaws. The mesentery is over the bowels. This also is membranous and broad, and turns to fat. It is attached to the great vein and the aorta, and there run through it a number of veins closely packed together, extending towards the region of the bowels, beginning above and ending below. So much for the properties of the esophagus, the windpipe, and the stomach. The heart has 3 cavities, and is situated above the lung at the division of the windpipe, and is provided with a fatty and thick membrane where it fastens onto the great vein and the aorta. It lies with its tapering portion upon the aorta, and this portion is similarly situated in relation to the chest in all animals that have a chest. In all animals alike, in those that have a chest and in those that have none, the apex of the heart points forwards, although this fact might possibly escape notice by a change of position under dissection. The rounded end of the heart is at the top. The apex is to a great extent fleshy and close in texture, and in the cavities of the heart are sinews. As a rule the heart is situated in the middle of the chest in animals that have a chest, and in man it is situated a little to the left-hand side, leaning a little away from the division of the breasts towards the left breast in the upper part of the chest. The heart is not large, and in its general shape it is not elongated. In fact, it is somewhat round in form, only, be it remembered, it is sharp-pointed at the bottom. It has 3 cavities, as has been said, the right-hand one the largest of the 3, the left-hand one the least, and the middle one intermediate in size. All these cavities, even the 2 small ones, are connected by passages with the lung, and this fact is rendered quite plain in one of the cavities. And below, at the point of attachment, In the largest cavity there is a connection with the great vein, near which the mesentery lies, and in the middle one there is a connection with the aorta. Canals lead from the heart into the lung, and branch off just as the windpipe does, running all over the lung parallel with the passages from the windpipe. The canals from the heart are uppermost, and there is no common passage, but the passages through there having a common wall receive the breath and pass it on to the heart, and one of the passages conveys it to the right cavity, and the other to the left. With regard to the great vein and the aorta we shall, by and by, treat of them together in a discussion devoted to them and to them alone. In all animals that are furnished with a lung, and that are both internally and externally viviparous, the lung is of all organs the most richly supplied with blood, for the lung is throughout spongy in texture, and along by every single pore in it go branches from the great vein. Those who imagine it to be empty are altogether mistaken, and they are led into their error by their observation of lungs removed from animals under dissection, out of which organs the blood had all escaped immediately after death. Of the other internal organs the heart alone contains blood. And the lung has blood not in itself but in its veins, but the heart has blood in itself, for in each of its 3 cavities it has blood, but the thinnest blood is what it has in its central cavity. Under the lung comes the thoracic diaphragm or midriff, attached to the ribs, the hypochondria and the backbone, with a thin membrane in the middle of it. It has veins running through it, and the diaphragm in the case of man is thicker in proportion to the size of his frame than in other animals. Under the diaphragm on the right-hand side lies the liver, and on the left-hand side the spleen, alike in all animals that are provided with these organs in an ordinary and not preternatural way, for, be it observed, in some quadrupeds these organs have been found in a transposed position. These organs are connected with the stomach by the caul. To outward view the spleen of man is narrow and long, resembling the self-same organ in the pig. The liver in the great majority of animals is not provided with a gall bladder, but the latter is present in some. The liver of a man is round-shaped, and resembles the same organ in the ox. And, by the way, the absence above referred to of a gall bladder is at times met with in the practice of augury. For instance, in a certain district of the Chalcidic settlement in Nubia the sheep are devoid of gall bladders, and in Naxos nearly all the quadrupeds have one so large that foreigners when they offer sacrifice with such victims are bewildered with fright, under the impression that the phenomenon is not due to natural causes, but bodes some mischief to the individual offerers of the sacrifice. Again, the liver is attached to the great vein, but it has no communication with the aorta, for the vein that goes off from the great vein goes right through the liver, at a point where are the so-called portals of the liver. The spleen also is connected only with the great vein, for a vein extends to the spleen off from it. After these organs come the kidneys, and these are placed close to the backbone, and resemble in character the same organ in kind. In all animals that are provided with this organ, the right kidney is situated higher up than the other. It is also less fatty substance than the left-hand one and is less moist. And this phenomenon also is observable in all the other animals alike. Furthermore, passages or ducts lead into the kidneys both from the great vein and from the aorta, only not into the cavity. For, by the way, there is a cavity in the middle of the kidney, bigger in some creatures and less in others, but there is none in the case of the seal. This latter animal has kidneys resembling in shape the identical organ in kind, but in its case the organs are more solid than in any other known creature. The ducts that lead into the kidneys lose themselves in the substance of the kidneys themselves, and the proof that they extend no farther rests on the fact that they contain no blood, nor is any clot found therein. The kidneys, however, have, as has been said, a small cavity. From this cavity in the kidney there lead 2 considerable ducts or ureters into the bladder, and others spring from the aorta, strong and continuous. And to the middle of each of the 2 kidneys is attached a hollow sinewy vein, stretching right along the spine through the narrows. By and by these veins are lost in either loin, and again become visible extending to the flank. And these off-branchings of the veins terminate in the bladder. For the bladder lies at the extremity, and is held in position by the ducts stretching from the kidneys, along the stalk that extends to the urethra, and pretty well all round it is fastened by fine sinewy membranes, that resemble to some extent the thoracic diaphragm. The bladder in man is, proportionately to his size, tolerably large. To the stalk of the bladder the private part is attached, the external orifices coalescing, but a little lower down, one of the openings communicates with the testicles and the other with the bladder. The penis is gristly and sinewy in its texture. With it are connected the testicles in male animals, and the properties of these organs we shall discuss in our general account of the said organ. All these organs are similar in the female, for there is no difference in regard to the internal organs, except in respect to the womb, and with reference to the appearance of this organ I must refer the reader to diagrams in my anatomy. The womb, however, is situated over the bowel, and the bladder lies over the womb. But we must treat by and by in our pages of the womb of all female animals viewed generally. For the wombs of all female animals are not identical, neither do their local dispositions coincide. These are the organs, internal and external, of man, and such is their nature and such their local disposition. The History of Animals, Book 2. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. With regard to animals in general, some parts or organs are common to all, as has been said, and some are common only to particular genera. The parts, moreover, are identical with or different from one another on the lines already repeatedly laid down. For as a general rule all animals that are generically distinct have the majority of their parts or organs different in form or species, and some of them they have only analogically similar and diverse in kind or genus, while they have others that are alike in kind but specifically diverse, and many parts or organs exist in some animals, but not in others. For instance, viviparous quadrupeds have all a head and a neck, and all the parts or organs of the head, but they differ each from other in the shapes of the parts. The lion has its neck composed of one single bone instead of vertebrae, but, when dissected, the animal is found in all internal characters to resemble the dog. The quadrupedal vivipara instead of arms have forelegs. This is true of all quadrupeds, but such of them as have toes have, practically speaking, organs analogous to hands, at all events. They use these forelimbs for many purposes as hands. And they have the limbs on the left-hand side less distinct from those on the right than man. The forelimbs then serve more or less the purpose of hands in quadrupeds, with the exception of the elephant. This latter animal has its toes somewhat indistinctly defined, and its front legs are much bigger than its hinder ones. It is five-toed, and has short ankles to its hind feet. But it has a nose such in properties and such in size as to allow of its using the same for a hand. For it eats and drinks by lifting up its food with the aid of this organ into its mouth, and with the same organ it lifts up particles to the driver on its back. With this organ it can pluck up trees by the roots, and when walking through water it spouts the water up by means of it, and this organ is capable of being crooked or coiled at the tip, but not of flexing like a joint, for it is composed of gristle. Of all animals man alone can learn to make equal use of both hands. All animals have a part analogous to the chest in man, but not similar to his, for the chest in man is broad, but that of all other animals is narrow. Moreover, no other animal but man has breasts in front. The elephant, certainly, has two breasts, not however in the chest, but near it. Moreover, also, animals have the flexions of their fore and hind limbs in directions opposite to one another, and in directions the reverse of those observed in the arms and legs of man, with the exception of the elephant. In other words, with the viviparous quadrupeds the front legs bend forwards and the hind ones backwards, and the concavities of the two pairs of limbs thus face one another. The elephant does not sleep standing, as some were wont to assert, but it bends its legs and settles down, only that in consequence of its weight it cannot bend its leg on both sides simultaneously, but falls into a recumbent position on one side or the other, and in this position it goes to sleep. And it bends its hind legs just as a man bends his legs. In the case of the vivipara, as the crocodile and the lizard and the like, both pairs of legs, fore and hind, bend forwards, with a slight swerve on one side. The flexion is similar in the case of the multipeds, only that the legs in between the extreme ends always move in a manner intermediate between that of those in front and those behind, and accordingly bend sideways rather than backwards or forwards. But man bends his arms and his legs towards the same point, and therefore in opposite ways, that is to say, he bends his arms backwards, with just a slight inclination inwards, and his legs frontwards. No animal bends both its forelimbs and hind limbs backwards, but in the case of all animals the flexion of the shoulders is in the opposite direction to that of the elbows or the joints of the forelegs, and the flexure in the hips to that of the knees of the hind legs, so that since man differs from other animals in flexion, those animals that possess such parts as these move them contrariwise to man. Birds have the flexions of their limbs like those of the quadrupeds, for, although bipeds, they bend their legs backwards, and instead of arms or front legs have wings which bend frontwards. The seal is a kind of imperfect or crippled quadruped, for just behind the shoulder blade its front feet are placed, resembling hands, like the front paws of the bear, for they are furnished with 5 toes, and each of the toes has 3 flexions and a nail of inconsiderable size. The hind feet are also furnished with 5 toes, in their flexions and nails they resemble the front feet, and in shape they resemble a fish's tail. The movements of animals, quadruped and multiped, are crosswise, or in diagonals, and their equilibrium in standing posture is maintained crosswise, and it is always the limb on the right-hand side that is the first to move. The lion, however, and the two species of camels, both the Bactrian and the Arabian, progress by an amble, and the action so called is when the animal never overpasses the right with the left, but always follows close upon it. Whatever parts men have in front, these parts quadrupeds have below, in or on the belly, and whatever parts men have behind, these parts quadrupeds have above on their backs. Most quadrupeds have a tail, for even the seal has a tiny one resembling that of a stag. Regarding the tails of the pithecoids, we must give their distinctive properties by animal. All the viparous quadrupeds are hair-coated, whereas man has only a few short hairs excepting on the head, but, so far as the head is concerned, he is hairier than any other animal. Further, of hair-coated animals, the back is hairier than the belly, which latter is either comparatively void of hair or smooth and void of hair altogether. With man the reverse is the case. Man also has upper and lower eyelashes, and hair under the armpits and on the pubes. No other animal has hair in either of these localities, or has an under eyelash, though in the case of some animals a few straggling hairs grow under the eyelid. Of hair-coated quadrupeds some are hairy all over the body, as the pig, the bear, and the dog. Others are especially hairy on the neck and all round about it, as is the case with animals that have a shaggy mane, such as the lion. Others again are especially hairy on the upper surface of the neck from the head as far as the withers, namely, such as have a crested mane, as in the case with the horse, the mule, and, among the undomesticated horned animals, the bison. The so-called Hippelaphus also has a mane on its withers, and the animal called Pardian, in either case a thin mane extending from the head to the withers. The Hippelaphus has, exceptionally, a beard by the larynx. Both these animals have horns and are cloven-footed. The female, however, of the Hippelaphus has no horns. This latter animal resembles the stag in size. It is found in the territory of the Aracati, where the wild cattle also are found. Wild cattle differ from their domesticated congeners just as the wild boar differs from the domesticated one. That is to say they are black, strong-looking, with a hook-nosed muzzle, and with horns lying more over the back. The horns of the Hippelaphus resemble those of the gazelle. The elephant, by the way, is the least hairy of all quadrupeds. With animals, as a general rule, the tail corresponds with the body as regards thickness or thinness of hair coating, that is, with animals that have long tails, for some creatures have tails of altogether insignificant size. Camels have an exceptional organ wherein they differ from all other animals, and that is the so-called hump on their back. The Bactrian camel differs from the Arabian, for the former has two humps and the latter only one, though it has, by the way, a kind of a hump below like the one above, on which, when it kneels, the weight of the whole body rests. The camel has 4 teats like the cow, a tail like that of an ass, and the privy parts of the male are directed backwards. It has 1 knee in each leg, and the flexures of the limb are not manifold, as some say, although they appear to be so from the constricted shape of the region of the belly. It has a huckle bone like that of kine, but meager and small in proportion to its bulk. It is cloven-footed, and has not got teeth in both jaws, and it is cloven-footed in the following way. At the back there is a slight cleft extending as far up as the second joint of the toes, and in front there are small hooves on the tip of the first joint of the toes, and a sort of web passes across the cleft, as in geese. The foot is fleshy underneath, like that of the bear, so that, when the animal goes to war, they protect its feet, when they get sore, with sandals. The legs of all quadrupeds are bony, sinewy, and fleshless, and in point of fact such is the case with all animals that are furnished with feet, with the exception of man. They are also unfurnished with buttocks, and this last point is plain in an especial degree in birds. It is the reverse with man, for there is scarcely any part of the body in which man is so fleshy as in the buttock, the thigh, and the calf, for the part of the leg called gastrocnemius or is fleshy. Of blooded and viviparous quadrupeds some have the foot cloven into many parts, as is the case with the hands and feet of man, for some animals, by the way, are many-toed, as the lion, the dog, and the pard. Others have feet cloven in twain, and instead of nails have hooves, as the sheep, the goat, the deer, and the hippopotamus. Others are uncloven of foot, such for instance as the solid-hooved animals, the horse and the mule. Swine are either cloven-footed or uncloven-footed, for there are in Illyria and in Paeonia and elsewhere solid-hooved swine. The cloven-footed animals have 2 clefts behind. In the solid-hooved this part is continuous and undivided. Furthermore, of animals some are horned, and some are not so. The great majority of the horned animals are cloven-footed, as the ox, the stag, the goat, and a solid-hooved animal with a pair of horns has never yet been met with. But a few animals are known to be single-horned and single-hooved, as the Indian ass, and one, to wit the oryx, is single-horned and cloven-hooved. Of all solid-hooved animals the Indian ass alone has an astragalus or huckle bone, for the pig, as was said above, is either solid-hooved or cloven-footed, and consequently has no well-formed huckle bone. Of the cloven-footed many are provided with a huckle bone. Of the many-fingered or many-toed, no single one has been observed to have a huckle bone, none of the others any more than man. The lynx, however, has something like a hemiastragal, and the lion something resembling the sculptor's labyrinth. All the animals that have a huckle bone have it in the hinder legs. They have also the bone placed straight up in the joint, the upper part, outside, the lower part, inside, the sides called co-turn towards one another, the sides called key outside, and the carry or horns on the top. This, then, is the position of the huckle bone in the case of all animals provided with the part. Some animals are, at one and the same time, furnished with a mane and furnished also with a pair of horns bent in towards one another, as is the bison, or aurochs, which is found in Paeonia and Maeedica. But all animals that are horned are quadrupedal, except in cases where a creature is said metaphorically, or by a figure of speech, to have horns, just as the Egyptians describe the serpents found in the neighborhood of Thebes, while in point of fact the creatures have merely protuberances on the head sufficiently large to suggest such an epithet. Of horned animals the deer alone has a horn, or antler, hard and solid throughout. The horns of other animals are hollow for a certain distance, and solid towards the extremity. The hollow part is derived from the skin, but the core round which this is wrapped the hard part is derived from the bones, as is the case with the horns of oxen. The deer is the only animal that sheds its horns, and it does so annually, after reaching the age of 2 years, and again renews them. All other animals retain their horns permanently, unless the horns be damaged by accident. Again, with regard to the breasts and the generative organs, animals differ widely from one another and from man. For instance, the breasts of some animals are situated in front, either in the chest or near to it, and there are in such cases 2 breasts and 2 teats, as is the case with man and the elephant, as previously stated. For the elephant has 2 breasts in the region of the axilla, and the female elephant has 2 breasts insignificant in size and in no way proportionate to the bulk of the entire frame, in fact, so insignificant as to be invisible in a sideways view. The males also have breasts, like the females, exceedingly small. The she-bear has 4 breasts. Some animals have 2 breasts, but situated near the thighs, and teats, likewise 2 in number, as the sheep. Others have 4 teats, as the cow. Some have breasts neither in the chest nor at the thighs, but in the belly, as the dog and pig, and they have a considerable number of breasts or dugs, but not all of equal size. Thus the shepherd has 4 dugs in the belly, the lioness 2, and others more. The she-camel, also, has 2 dugs and 4 teats, like the cow. Of solid-hooved animals the males have no dugs, excepting in the case of males that take after the mother, which phenomenon is observable in horses. Of male animals the genitals of some are external, as is the case with man, the horse, and most other creatures. Some are internal, as with the dolphin. With those that have the organ externally placed, the organ in some cases is situated in front, as in the cases already mentioned, and of these some have the organ detached, both penis and testicles, as man. Others have penis and testicles closely attached to the belly, some more closely, some less, for this organ is not detached in the wild boar or in the horse. The penis of the elephant resembles that of the horse. Compared with the size of the animal it is disproportionately small. The testicles are not visible, but are concealed inside in the vicinity of the kidneys, and for this reason the male speedily gives over in the act of intercourse. The genitals of the female are situated where the udder is in sheep. When she is in heat, she draws the organ back and exposes it externally, to facilitate the act of intercourse for the male, and the organ opens out to a considerable extent. With most animals the genitals have the position above assigned, but some animals discharge their urine backwards, as the lynx, the lion, the camel, and the hare. Male animals differ from one another, as has been said, in this particular, but all female animals are retromingent, even the female elephant like other animals, though she has the privy part below the thighs. In the male organ itself there is a great diversity. For in some cases the organ is composed of flesh and gristle, as in man. In such cases, the fleshy part does not become inflated, but the gristly part is subject to enlargement. In other cases, the organ is composed of fibrous tissue, as with the camel and the deer. In other cases it is bony, as with the fox, the wolf, the marten, and the weasel, for this organ in the weasel has a bone. When man has arrived at maturity, his upper part is smaller than the lower one, but with all other blooded animals the reverse holds good. By the upper part we mean all extending from the head down to the parts used for excretion of residuum, and by the lower part else. With animals that have feet the hind legs are to be rated as the lower part in our comparison of magnitudes, and with animals devoid of feet, the tail, and the like. When animals arrive at maturity, their properties are as above stated, but they differ greatly from one another in their growth towards maturity. For instance, man, when young, has his upper part larger than the lower, but in course of growth he comes to reverse this condition, and it is owing to this circumstance that in exceptional instance, by the way he does not progress in early life as he does at maturity, but in infancy creeps on all fours, but some animals, in growth, retain the relative proportion of the parts, as the dog. Some animals at first have the upper part smaller and the lower part larger, and in course of growth the upper part gets to be the larger, as is the case with the bushy-tailed animals such as the horse, for in their case there is never, subsequently to birth, any increase in the part extending from the hoof to the haunch. Again, in respect to the teeth, animals differ greatly both from one another and from man. All animals that are quadrupedal, blooded and viviparous, are furnished with teeth, but, to begin with, some are double-toothed, or fully furnished with teeth in both jaws, and some are not. For instance, horned quadrupeds are not double-toothed, for they have not got the front teeth in the upper jaw, and some hornless animals, also, are not double-toothed, as the camel. Some animals have tusks, like the boar, and some have not. Further, some animals are saw-toothed, such as the lion, the pard, and the dog, and some have teeth that do not interlock but have flat opposing crowns, as the horse and the ox, and by saw-toothed we mean such animals as interlock the sharp-pointed teeth in one jaw between the sharp-pointed ones in the other. No animal is there that possesses both tusks and horns, nor yet do either of these structures exist in any animal possessed of saw teeth. The front teeth are usually sharp, and the back ones blunt. The seal is saw-toothed throughout, inasmuch as he is a sort of link with a class of fishes, for fishes are almost all saw-toothed. No animal of these genera is provided with double rows of teeth. There is, however, an animal of the sort, if we are to believe Cretaceous. He assures us that the Indian wild beast called the marticaras has a triple row of teeth in both upper and lower jaw, that it is as big as a lion and equally hairy, and that its feet resemble those of the lion, that it resembles man in its face and ears, that its eyes are blue, and its color vermilion, that its tail is like that of the land scorpion, that it has a sting in the tail, and has the faculty of shooting off arrow-wise the spines that are attached to the tail, that the sound of its voice is a something between the sound of a panpipe and that of a trumpet, that it can run as swiftly as deer, and that it is savage and a man-eater. Man sheds his teeth, and so do other animals, as the horse, the mule, and the ass. And man sheds his front teeth, but there is no instance of an animal that sheds its molars. The pig sheds none of its teeth at all. With regard to dogs some doubts are entertained, as some contend that they shed no teeth whatever, and others that they shed the canines, but those alone, the fact being, that they do shed their teeth like man, but that the circumstance escapes observation, owing to the fact that they never shed them until equivalent teeth have grown within the gums to take the place of the shed ones. We shall be justified in supposing that the case is similar with wild beasts in general, for they are said to shed their canines only. Dogs can be distinguished from one another, the young from the old, by their teeth, for the teeth in young dogs are wide and sharp-pointed, in old dogs, black and blunt. In this particular, the horse differs entirely from animals in general, for, generally speaking, as animals grow older their teeth get blacker, but the horse's teeth grow whiter with age. The so-called canines come in between the sharp teeth and the broad or blunt ones, partaking of the form of both kinds, for they are broad at the base and sharp at the tip. Males have more teeth than females in the case of men, sheep, goats, and swine. In the case of other animals observations have not yet been made, but the more teeth they have the more long-lived are they, as a rule, while those are short-lived in proportion that have teeth fewer in number and thinly set. The last teeth to come in man are molars called wisdom teeth, which come at the age of 20 years, in the case of both sexes. Cases have been known in women upwards of 80 years old where at the very close of life the wisdom teeth have come up, causing great pain in their coming, and cases have been known of the like phenomenon in men too. This happens, when it does happen, in the case of people where the wisdom teeth have not come up in early years. The elephant has 4 teeth on either side, by which it munches its food, grinding it like so much barley meal, and, quite apart from these, it has its great teeth, or tusks, 2 in number. In the male these tusks are comparatively large and curved upwards. In the female, they are comparatively small and point in the opposite direction, that is, they look downwards towards the ground. The elephant is furnished with teeth at birth, but the tusks are not then visible. The tongue of the elephant is exceedingly small, and situated far back in the mouth, so that it is difficult to get a sight of it. Furthermore, animals differ from one another in the relative size of their mouths. In some animals the mouth opens wide, as is the case with the dog, the lion, and with all the saw-toothed animals. Other animals have small mouths, as man, and others have mouths of medium capacity, as the pig and his congeners. The Egyptian hippopotamus has a mane like a horse, is cloven-footed like an ox, and is snub-nosed. It has a huckle-bone like cloven-footed animals, and tusks just visible. It has the tail of a pig, the neigh of a horse, and the dimensions of an ass. The hide is so thick that spears are made out of it. In its internal organs it resembles the horse and the ass. Some animals share the properties of man and the quadrupeds, as the ape, the monkey, and the baboon. The monkey is a tailed ape. The baboon resembles the ape in form, only that it is bigger and stronger, more like a dog in face, and is more savage in its habits, and its teeth are more dog-like and more powerful. Apes are hairy on the back in keeping with their quadrupedal nature, and hairy on the belly in keeping with their human form for, as was said above, this characteristic is reversed in man and the quadruped only that the hair is coarse, so that the ape is thickly coated both on the belly and on the back. Its face resembles that of man in many respects, in other words, it has similar nostrils and ears, and teeth like those of man, both front teeth and the molars. Further, whereas quadrupeds in general are not furnished with lashes on one of the 2 eyelids, this creature has them on both, only very thinly set, especially the under ones. In fact they are very insignificant indeed. And we must bear in mind that all other quadrupeds have no under eyelash at all. The ape has also in its chest 2 teats upon poorly developed breasts. It has also arms like man, only covered with hair, and it bends these legs like man, with the convexities of both limbs facing one another. In addition, it has hands and fingers and nails like man, only that all these parts are somewhat more beast-like in appearance. Its feet are exceptional in kind. That is, they are like large hands, and the toes are like fingers, with the middle one the longest of all, and the under part of the foot is like a hand except for its length, and stretches out towards the extremities like the palm of the hand, and this palm at the after end is unusually hard, and in a clumsy obscure kind of way resembles a heel. The creature uses its feet either as hands or feet, and doubles them up as one doubles a fist. Its upper arm and thigh are short in proportion to the forearm and the shin. It has no projecting navel, but only a hardness in the ordinary locality of the navel. Its upper part is much larger than its lower part, as is the case with quadrupeds. In fact, the proportion of the former to the latter is about as 5:3. Owing to this circumstance and to the fact that its feet resemble hands and are composed in a manner of hand and of foot in the heel extremity, of the hand in all else, for even the toes have what is called a palm colon. For these reasons the animal is oftener to be found on all fours than upright. It has neither hips, inasmuch as it is a quadruped, nor yet a tail, inasmuch as it is a biped, except nor yet a tail, by the way that it has a tail as small can be, just a sort of indication of a tail. The genitals of the female resemble those of the female in the human species, those of the male are more like those of a dog than are those of a man. The monkey, as has been observed, is furnished with a tail. In all such creatures the internal organs are found under dissection to correspond to those of man. So much then for the properties of the organs of such animals as bring forth their young into the world alive. Oviparous and blooded quadrupeds, and, by the way, no terrestrial blooded animal is oviparous unless it is quadrupedal or is devoid of feet altogether, are furnished with a head, a neck, a back, upper and underparts, the front legs and hind legs, and the part analogous to the chest, all as in the case of the viparous quadrupeds, and with a tail, usually large, in exceptional cases small. And all these creatures are many-toed, and the several toes are cloven apart. Furthermore, they all have the ordinary organs of sensation, including a tongue, with the exception of the Egyptian crocodile. This latter animal, by the way, resembles certain fishes. For, as a general rule, fishes have a prickly tongue, not free in its movements, though there are some fishes that present a smooth undifferentiated surface where the tongue should be, until you open their mouths wide and make a close inspection. Again, oviparous blooded quadrupeds are unprovided with ears, but possess only the passage for hearing. Neither have they breasts, nor a copulatory organ, nor external testicles, but internal ones only. Neither are they hair-coated, but are in all cases covered with scaly plates. Moreover, they are without exception saw-toothed. River crocodiles have pig's eyes, large teeth and tusks, and strong nails, and an impenetrable skin composed of scaly plates. They see but poorly underwater, but above the surface of it with remarkable acuteness. As a rule, they pass the daytime on land and the nighttime in the water, for the temperature of the water is at nighttime more genial than that of the open air. The chameleon resembles the lizard in the general configuration of its body, but the ribs stretch downwards and are meet together under the belly as is the case with fishes, and a spine sticks up as with the fish. Its face resembles that of the baboon. Its tail is exceedingly long, terminates in a sharp point, and is for the most part coiled up, like a strap of leather. It stands higher off the ground than the lizard, but the flexure of the legs is the same in both creatures. Each of its feet is divided into two parts, which bear the same relation to one another that the thumb and the rest of the hand bear to one another in man. Each of these parts is for a short distance divided after a fashion into toes. On the front feet the inside part is divided into 3 and the outside into 2, on the hind feet the inside part into 2 and the outside into 3. It has claws also on these parts resembling those of birds of prey. Its body is rough all over, like that of the crocodile. Its eyes are situated in a hollow recess, and are very large and round, and are enveloped in a skin resembling that which covers the entire body, and in the middle a slight aperture is left for vision, through which the animal sees, for it never covers up this aperture with a cutaneous envelope. It keeps twisting its eyes round and shifting its line of vision in every direction, and thus contrives to get a sight of any object that it wants to see. The change in its color takes place when it is inflated with air. It is then black, not unlike the crocodile, or green like the lizard but black spotted like the pard. This change of color takes place over the whole body alike, for the eyes and the tail come alike under its influence. In its movements it is very sluggish, like the tortoise. It assumes a greenish hue in dying, and retains this hue after death. It resembles the lizard in the position of the esophagus and the windpipe. It has no flesh anywhere except a few scraps of flesh on the head and on the jaws and near to the root of the tail. It has blood only round about the heart, the eyes, the region above the heart, and in all the veins extending from these parts, and in all these there is but little blood after all. The brain is situated a little above the eyes, but connected with them. When the outer skin is drawn aside from off the eye, a something is found surrounding the eye, that gleams through like a thin ring of copper. Membranes extend well nigh over its entire frame, numerous and strong, and surpassing in respect of number and relative strength those found in any other animal. After being cut open along its entire length it continues to breathe for a considerable time. A very slight motion goes on in the region of the heart, and, while contraction is especially manifested in the neighborhood of the ribs, a similar motion is more or less discernible over the whole body. It has no spleen visible. It hibernates, like the lizard. Birds also in some parts resemble the above-mentioned animals, that is to say, they have in all cases a head, a neck, a back, a belly, and what is analogous to the chest. The bird is remarkable among animals as having 2 feet, like man, only, by the way, it bends them backwards as quadrupeds bend their hind legs, as was noticed previously. It has neither hands nor front feet, but wings and exceptional structure as compared with other animals. Its haunch bone is long, like a thigh, and is attached to the body as far as the middle of the belly. So like to a thigh is it that when viewed separately it looks like a real one, while the real thigh is a separate structure betwixt it and the shin. Of all birds those that have crooked talons have the biggest thighs and the strongest breasts. All birds are furnished with many claws, and all have the toes separated more or less asunder, that is to say, in the greater part the toes are clearly distinct from one another, for even the swimming birds, although they are web-footed, have still their claws fully articulated and distinctly differentiated from one another. Birds that fly high in air are in all cases 4-toed, that is, the greater part have 3 toes in front and 1 behind in place of a heel. Some few have 2 in front and 2 behind, as the wryneck. This latter bird is somewhat bigger than the chaffinch, and is mottled in appearance. It is peculiar in the arrangement of its toes, and resembles the snake in the structure of its tongue, for the creature can protrude its tongue to the extent of 4 finger breadths, and then draw it back again. Moreover, it can twist its head backwards while keeping all the rest of its body still, like the serpent. It has big claws, somewhat resembling those of the woodpecker. Its note is a shrill chirp. Birds are furnished with a mouth, but with an exceptional one, for they have neither lips nor teeth, but a beak. Neither have they ears nor a nose, but only passages for the sensations connected with these organs, that for the nostrils in the beak, and that for hearing in the head. Like all other animals, they all have two eyes, and these are devoid of lashes. The heavy-bodied, or gallinaceous, birds close the eye by means of the lower lid, and all birds blink by means of a skin extending over the eye from the inner corner. The owl and its congeners also close the eye by means of the upper lid. The same phenomenon is observable in the animals that are protected by horny scutes, as in the lizard and its congeners, for they all without exception close the eye with the lower lid, but they do not blink like birds. Further, birds have neither scutes nor hair, but feathers, and the feathers are invariably furnished with quills. They have no tail, but a rump with tail feathers, short in such as are long-legged and web-footed, large in others. These latter kinds of birds fly with their feet tucked up close to the belly, but the small-rumped or short-tailed birds fly with their legs stretched out at full length. All are furnished with a tongue, but the organ is variable, being long in some birds and broad in others. Certain species of birds above all other animals, and next after man, possess the faculty of uttering articulate sounds, and this faculty is chiefly developed in broad-tongued birds. No oviparous creature has an epiglottis over the windpipe, but these animals so manage the opening and shutting of the windpipe as not to allow any solid substance to get down into the lung. Some species of birds are furnished additionally with spurs, but no bird with crooked talons is found so provided. The birds with talons are among those that fly well, but those that have spurs are among the heavy-bodied. Again, some birds have a crest. As a general rule, the crest sticks up, and is composed of feathers only, but the crest of the barn or cock is exceptional in kind, for, whereas it is not just exactly flesh, at the same time it is not easy to say what else it is. Of water animals, the genus of fishes constitutes a single group apart from the rest, and including many diverse forms. In the first place, the fish has a head, a back, a belly, in the neighborhood of which last are placed the stomach and viscera, and behind it has a tail of continuous, undivided shape, but not, by the way, in all cases alike. No fish has a neck, or any limb, or testicles at all, within or without, or breasts. But, by the way, this absence of breasts may predicate it of all non-viviparous animals, and in point of fact viviparous animals are not in all cases provided with the organ, excepting such as are directly viviparous without being first oviparous. Thus the dolphin is directly viviparous, and accordingly we find it furnished with two breasts, not situated high up, but in the neighborhood of the genitals. And this creature is not provided, like quadrupeds, with visible teats, but has two vents, one on each flank, from which the milk flows, and its young have to follow after it to get suckled, and this phenomenon has been actually witnessed. Fishes, then, as has been observed, have no breasts and no passage for the genitals visible externally. But they have an exceptional organ in the gills, whereby, after taking the water in the mouth, they discharge it again, and in the fins, of which the greater part are four, and the lanky ones too, as, for instance, the eel, and these two situated near to the gills. In like manner the grey mullet as, for instance, the mullet found in the lake at Saiphee have only two fins, and the same is the case with a fish called ribbon fish. Some of the lanky fishes have no fins at all, such as the moraina, nor gills articulated like those of other fish. And of those fish that are provided with gills, some have coverings for this organ, whereas all the coelacanths have the organ unprotected by a cover. And those fishes that have coverings or opercula for the gills have in all cases their gills placed sideways, whereas, among coelacanths, the broad ones have the gills down below on the belly, as the torpedo and the ray, while the lanky ones have the organ placed sideways, as is the case in all the dogfish. The fishing frog has gills placed sideways, and covered not with a spiny operculum, as in all but the coelacanth fishes, but with one of skin. Moreover, with fishes furnished with gills, the gills in some cases are simple, in others duplicate, and the last gill in the direction of the body is always simple. And, again, some fishes have few gills, and others have a great number, but all alike have the same number on both sides. Those that have the least number have one gill on either side, and this one duplicate, like the boarfish. Others have two on neither side, one simple and the other duplicate, like the conger and the scarus. Others have four on either side, simple, as the elops, the synagris, the moraina, and the eel. Others have four, all, with the exception of the hindmost one, in double rows, as the wrasse, the perch, the sheatfish, and the carp. The dogfish have all their gills double, 5 on a side, and the swordfish has 8 double gills. So much for the number of gills as found in fishes. Again, fishes differ from other animals in more ways than as regards the gills. For they are not covered with hairs as are the viviparous land animals, nor, as is the case with certain oviparous quadrupeds, with tessellated scutes, nor, like birds, with feathers, but for the most part they are covered with scales. Some few are rough-skinned, while the smooth-skinned are very few indeed. Of the Silica some are rough-skinned and some smooth-skinned, and among the smooth-skinned fishes are included the conger, the eel, and the tunny. All fishes are saw-toothed excepting the scarus, and the teeth in all cases are sharp and set in many rows, and in some cases are placed on the tongue. The tongue is hard and spiny, and so firmly attached that fishes in many instances seem to be devoid of the organ altogether. The mouth in some cases is wide-stretched, as it is with some viviparous quadrupeds. With regard to organs of sense, all save eyes, fishes possess none of them, neither the organs nor their passages, neither ears nor nostrils. But all fishes are furnished with eyes, and the eyes devoid of lids, though the eyes are not hard. With regard to the organs connected with the other senses, hearing and smell, they are devoid alike of the organs themselves and of passages indicative of them. Fishes without exception are supplied with blood. Some of them are oviparous, and some viviparous. Scaly fish are invariably oviparous, but cartilaginous fishes are all viviparous, with the single exception of the fishing frog. Of blooded animals there now remains the serpent genus. This genus is common to both elements, for, while most species comprehended therein are land animals, a small minority, to wit the aquatic species, pass their lives in fresh water. There are also sea serpents, in shape to a great extent resembling their congeners of the land, with this exception that the head in their case is somewhat like the head of the conger, and there are several kinds of sea serpent, and the different kinds differ in color. These animals are not found in very deep water. Serpents, like fish, are devoid of feet. There are also sea scolopendras, resembling in shape their land congeners, but somewhat less in regard to magnitude. These creatures are found in the neighborhood of rocks. As compared with their land congeners they are redder in color, are furnished with feet in greater numbers and with legs of more delicate structure. And the same remark applies to them as to the sea serpents, that they are not found in very deep water. Of fishes whose habitat is in the vicinity of rocks there is a tiny one, which some call the echinus, or shipholder, and which is by some people used as a charm to bring luck in affairs of law and love. The creature is unfit for eating. Some people assert that it has feet, but this is not the case. It appears, however, to be furnished with feet from the fact that its fins resemble those organs. So much, then, for the external parts of blooded animals, as regards their numbers, their properties, and their relative diversities. As for the properties of the internal organs, these we must first discuss in the case of the animals that are supplied with blood. For the principal genera differ from the rest of animals, in that the former are supplied with blood and the latter are not, and the former include man, viviparous and oviparous quadrupeds, birds, fishes, cetaceans, and all the others that come under no general designation by reason of their not forming genera, but groups of which simply the specific name is predicable, as when we say the serpent, the crocodile. All viviparous quadrupeds, then, are furnished with an esophagus and a windpipe, situated as in man. The same statement is applicable to oviparous quadrupeds and to birds, only that the latter present diversities in the shapes of these organs. As a general rule, all animals that take up air and breathe it in and out are furnished with a lung, a windpipe, and an esophagus, with the windpipe and esophagus not admitting of diversity in situation but admitting of diversity in properties, and with the lung admitting of diversity in both these respects. Further, all blooded animals have a heart and a diaphragm or midriff, but in small animals the existence of the latter organ is not so obvious owing to its delicacy and minute size. In regard to the heart there is an exceptional phenomenon observable in oxen. In other words, there is one species of ox where, though not in all cases, a bone is found inside the heart. And, by the way, the horse's heart also has a bone inside it. The genera referred to above are not in all cases furnished with a lung. For instance, the fish is devoid of the organ, as is also every animal furnished with gills. All blooded animals are furnished with a liver. As a general rule, blooded animals are furnished with a spleen, but with a great majority of non-viviparous but oviparous animals the spleen is so small as all but to escape observation, and this is the case with almost all birds, as with the pigeon, the kite, the falcon, the owl. In point of fact, the egocephalus is devoid of the organ altogether. With oviparous quadrupeds the case is much the same as with the viviparous, that is to say, they also have the spleen exceedingly minute, as the tortoise, the freshwater tortoise, the toad, the lizard, the crocodile, and the frog. Some animals have a gallbladder close to the liver, and others have not. Of viviparous quadrupeds the deer is without the organ, as also the roe, the horse, the mule, the ass, the seal, and some kinds of pigs. Of deer, those that are called acani appear to have gall in their tail, but what is so called does resemble gall in color, though it is not so completely fluid, and the organ internally resembles a spleen. However, without any exception, stags are found to have maggots living inside the head, and the habitat of these creatures is in the hollow underneath the root of the tongue and in the neighborhood of the vertebra to which the head is attached. These creatures are as large as the largest grubs. They grow all together in a cluster, and they are usually about 20 in number. Deer then, as has been observed, are without a gallbladder. Their gut, however, is so bitter that even hounds refuse to eat it unless the animal is exceptionally fat. With the elephant also the liver is unfurnished with a gallbladder, but when the animal is cut in the region where the organ is found in animals furnished with it, there oozes out a fluid resembling gall, in greater or less quantities. Of animals that take in seawater and are furnished with a lung, the dolphin is unprovided with a gallbladder. Birds and fishes all have the organ, as also oviparous quadrupeds, all to a greater or a lesser extent. But of fishes some have the organ close to the liver, as the dogfishes, the sheatfish, the rhine or angelfish, the smooth skate, the torpedo, and, of the lanky fishes, the eel, the pipefish, and the hammer-headed shark. The callionymus, also, has the gallbladder close to the liver, and in no other fish does the organ attain so great a relative size. Other fishes have the organ close to the gut, attached to the liver by certain extremely fine ducts. The bonito has the gallbladder stretched alongside the gut and equaling it in length, and often a double fold of it. Others have the organ in the region of the gut, in some cases far off, in others near, as the fishing frog, the alops, the synagris, the moraina, and the swordfish. Often animals of the same species show this diversity or position, as, for instance, some kingers are found with the organ attached close to the liver, and others with it detached from and below it. The case is much the same with birds, that is, some have the gallbladder close to the stomach, and others close to the gut, as the pigeon, the raven, the quail, the swallow, and the sparrow. Some have it near at once to the liver and to the stomach as the ergocephalus, others have it near at once to the liver and the gut, as the falcon and the kite. Again, all viviparous quadrupeds are furnished with kidneys and a bladder. Of the ovipara that are not quadrupedal there is no instance known of an animal, whether fish or bird, provided with these organs. Of the ovipara that are quadrupedal, the turtle alone is provided with these organs of a magnitude to correspond with the other organs of the animal. In the turtle the kidney resembles the same organ in the ox, that is to say, it looks one single organ composed of a number of small ones. The bison also resembles the ox in all its internal parts. With all animals that are furnished with these parts, the parts are similarly situated, and with the exception of man, the heart is in the middle. In man, however, as has been observed, the heart is placed a little to the left-hand side. In all animals the pointed end of the heart turns frontwards, only in fish it would at first sight seem otherwise, for the pointed end is turned not towards the breast, but towards the head and the mouth. And, in fish, the apex is attached to a tube just where the right and left gills meet together. There are other ducts extending from the heart to each of the gills, greater in the greater fish, lesser in the lesser, but in the large fishes the duct at the pointed end of the heart is a tube, white-colored and exceedingly thick. Fishes in some few cases have an esophagus, as the conger and the eel, and in these the organ is small. In fishes that are furnished with an undivided liver, the organ lies entirely on the right side, where the liver is cloven from the root. The larger half of the organ is on the right side, for in some fishes the two parts are detached from one another, without any coalescence at the root, as is the case with a dogfish. And there is also a species of hare in what is named the Fig District, near Lake Bolby, and elsewhere, which animal might be taken to have two livers owing to the length of the connecting ducts, similar to the structure in the lung of birds. The spleen in all cases, when normally placed, is on the left-hand side, and the kidneys also lie in the same position in all creatures that possess them. There have been known instances of quadrupeds under dissection, where the spleen was on the right hand and the liver on the left, but all such cases are regarded as supernatural. In all animals the windpipe extends to the lung, and the manner how, we shall discuss hereafter, and the esophagus, in all that have the organ, extends through the midriff into the stomach. For, by the way, as has been observed, most fishes have no esophagus, but the stomach is united directly with the mouth, so that in some cases when big fish are pursuing little ones, the stomach tumbles forward into the mouth. All the aforementioned animals have a stomach, and one similarly situated, that is to say, situated directly under the midriff, and they have a gut connected therewith enclosing at the outlet of the residuum and at what is termed the rectum. However, Animals present diversities in the structure of their stomachs. In the first place, of the viviparous quadrupeds, such of the horned animals as are not equally furnished with teeth in both jaws are furnished with 4 such chambers. These animals, by the way, are those that are said to chew the cud. In these animals the esophagus extends from the mouth downwards along the lung, from the midriff to the big stomach, or paunch, and this stomach is rough inside and semi-partitioned. And connected with it near to the entry of the esophagus is what from its appearance is termed the reticulum, or honeycomb bag, for outside it is like the stomach, but inside it resembles a netted cap, and the reticulum is a great deal smaller than the stomach. Connected with this is the echinus, or many plies, rough inside and laminated, and of about the same size as the reticulum. Next after this comes what is called the anistrum, or abomasum, larger and longer than the echinus, furnished inside with numerous folds or ridges, large and smooth. After all this comes the gut. Such is the stomach of those quadrupeds that are horned and have an unsymmetrical dentition, and these animals differ one from another in the shape and size of the parts, and in the fact of the esophagus reaching the stomach central-wise in some cases and sideways in others. Animals that are furnished equally with teeth in both jaws have one stomach, as man, the pig, the dog, the bear, the lion, the wolf. The thos, by the by, has all its internal organs similar to the wolf's. All these, then have a single stomach, and after that the gut, but the stomach in some is comparatively large, as in the pig and bear, and the stomach of the pig has a few smooth folds or ridges. Others have a much smaller stomach, not much bigger than the gut, as the lion, the dog, and man. In the other animals the shape of the stomach varies in the direction of one or other of those already mentioned, that is, the stomach in some animals resembles that of the pig, in others that of the dog, alike with the larger animals and the smaller ones. In all these animals diversities occur in regard to the size, the shape, the thickness or the thinness of the stomach, and also in regard to the place where the esophagus opens into it. There is also a difference in structure in the gut of the 2 groups of animals above mentioned, those with unsymmetrical and those with symmetrical dentition, in size, in thickness, and in foldings. The intestines in those animals whose jaws are unequally furnished with teeth are in all cases the larger, for the animals themselves are larger than those in the other category, for very few of them are small, and no single one of the horned animals is very small. And some possess appendages, or cica, to the gut, but no animal that has not incisors in both jaws has a straight gut. The elephant has a gut constricted into chambers, so constructed that the animal appears to have 4 stomachs. In it the food is found, but there is no distinct and separate receptacle. Its viscera resemble those of the pig, only that the liver is 4 times the size of that of the ox, and the other viscera in like proportion, while the spleen is comparatively small. Much the same may be predicated of the properties of the stomach and the gut in oviparous quadrupeds, as in the land tortoise, the turtle, the lizard, both crocodiles, and, in fact, in all animals of the like kind, that is to say, their stomach is one and simple, resembling in some cases that of the pig, and in other cases that of the dog. The serpent genus is similar and in almost all respects furnished similarly to the saurians among land animals, if one could only imagine these saurians to be increased in length and to be devoid of legs. That is to say, the serpent is coated with tessellated scutes, and resembles the saurian in its back and belly, only, by the way, it has no testicles, but, like fishes, has 2 ducts converging into one, and an ovary long and bifurcate. The rest of its internal organs are identical with those of the saurians, except that, owing to the narrowness and length of the animal, the viscera are correspondingly narrow and elongated, so that they are apartment to escape recognition from the similarities in shape. Thus, the windpipe of the creature is exceptionally long, and the esophagus is longer still, and the windpipe commences so close to the mouth that the tongue appears to be underneath it, and the windpipe seems to project over the tongue, owing to the fact that the tongue draws back into a sheath and does not remain in its place as in other animals. The tongue, moreover, is thin and long and black, and can be protruded to a great distance. And both serpents and saurians have this altogether exceptional property in the tongue, that it is forked at the outer extremity, and this property is the more marked in the serpent, for the tips of his tongue are as thin as hairs. The seal, also, by the way, has a split tongue. The stomach of the serpent is like a more spacious gut, resembling the stomach of the dog. Then comes the gut, long, narrow, and single to the end. The heart is situated close to the pharynx, small and kidney-shaped, and for this reason the organ might in some cases appear not to have the pointed end turned towards the breast. Then comes the lung, single, and articulated with a membranous passage, very long, and quite detached from the heart. The liver is long and simple, The spleen is short and round, as is the case in both respects with the saurians. Its gall resembles that of the fish. The water snakes have it beside the liver, and the other snakes have it usually beside the gut. These creatures are all saw-toothed. Their ribs are as numerous as the days of the month, in other words, they are 30 in number. Some affirm that the same phenomenon is observable with serpents as with swallow chicks, in other words, they say that if you prick out a serpent's eyes they will grow again. And further, the tails of saurians and of serpents, if they be cut off, will grow again. With fishes the properties of the gut and stomach are similar, that is, they have a stomach single and simple, but variable in shape according to species. For in some cases the stomach is gut-shaped, as with the scarus, or parrotfish, which fish, by the way, appears to be the only fish that chews the cud. And the whole length of the gut is simple, and if it have a reduplication or kink it loosens out again into a simple form. An exceptional property in fishes and in birds for the most part is the being furnished with gut appendages or kika. Birds have them low down and few in number. Fishes have them high up about the stomach, and sometimes numerous, as in the goby, the gallows, the perch, the scorpina, the stharus, the red mullet, and the sparus. The cestrus or grey mullet has several of them on one side of the belly, and on the other side only one. Some fish possess these appendages but only in small numbers, as the hepatus and the glaucus, and, by the way, they are few also in the dorado. These fishes differ also from one another within the same species, for in the dorado one individual has many and another few. Some fishes are entirely without the part, as the majority of the coelacanths. As for all the rest, some of them have a few and some a great many. And in all cases where the gut appendages are found in fish, they are found close up to the stomach. In regard to their internal parts birds differ from other animals and from one another. Some birds, for instance, have a crop in front of the stomach, as the bandor cock, the cushat, the pigeon, and the partridge, and the crop consists of a large hollow skin, into which the food first enters and where it lies ingested. Just where the crop leaves the esophagus it is somewhat narrow, by and by it broadens out, but where it communicates with the stomach it narrows down again. The stomach, or gizzard, in most birds is fleshy and hard, and inside is a strong skin which comes away from the fleshy part. Other birds have no crop, but instead of it an esophagus wide and roomy, either all the way or in the part leading to the stomach, as with the daw, the raven, and the carrion crow. The quail also has the esophagus widened out at the lower extremity, and in the aegocephalus and the owl the organ is slightly broader at the bottom than at the top. The duck, the goose, the gull, the cataracts, and the great bustard have the esophagus wide and roomy from one end to the other, and the same applies to a great many other birds. In some birds there is a portion of the stomach that resembles a crop, as in the kestrel. In the case of small birds like the swallow and the sparrow neither the esophagus nor the crop is wide, but the stomach is long. Some few have neither a crop nor a dilated esophagus, but the latter is exceedingly long, as in long-necked birds, such as the porphyrio, and, by the way, in the case of all these birds the excrement is unusually moist. The quail is exceptional in regard to these organs, as compared with other birds. In other words, it has a crop, and at the same time its esophagus is wide and spacious in front of the stomach, and the crop is at some distance, relatively to its size, from the esophagus at that part. Further, in most birds, the gut is thin, and simple when loosened out. The gut appendages or kika in birds, as has been observed, are few in number, and are not situated high up, as in fishes, but low down towards the extremity of the gut. Birds, then, have kika not all, but the greater part of them, such as the bandor cock, the partridge, the duck, the night raven, the localus, the escalaphus, the goose, the swan, the great bustard, and the owl. Some of the little birds also have these appendages, but the kika in their case are exceedingly minute, as in the sparrow. The History of Animals, Book 3. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. Now that we have stated the magnitudes, the properties, and the relative differences of the other internal organs, it remains for us to treat of the organs that contribute to generation. These organs in the female are in all cases internal, in the male they present numerous diversities. In the blooded animals some males are altogether devoid of testicles, and some have the organ but situated internally, and of those males that have the organ internally situated, some have it close to the loin in the neighborhood of the kidney and others close to the belly. Other males have the organ situated externally. In the case of these last, the penis is in some cases attached to the belly, whilst in others it is loosely suspended, as is the case also with the testicles, and, in the cases where the penis is attached to the belly, The attachment varies accordingly as the animal is emprosturitic or episthuritic. No fish is furnished with testicles, nor any other creature that has gills, nor any serpent or whatever, nor, in short, any animal devoid of feet, save such only as are viviparous within themselves. Birds are furnished with testicles, but these are internally situated, close to the loin. The case is similar with viviparous quadrupeds, such as the lizard, the tortoise and the crocodile, and among the viviparous animals this peculiarity is found in the hedgehog. Others among those creatures that have the organ internally situated have it close to the belly, as is the case with the dolphin amongst animals devoid of feet, and with the elephant among viviparous quadrupeds. In other cases these organs are externally conspicuous. We have already alluded to the diversities observed in the attachment of these organs to the belly and the adjacent region. In other words, we have stated that in some cases the testicles are tightly fastened back, as in the pig and its allies, and that in others they are freely suspended, as in man. Fishes, then, are devoid of testicles, as has been stated, and serpents also. They are furnished, however, with two ducts connected with the midriff and running on to either side of the backbone, coalescing into a single duct above the outlet of the residuum, and by above the outlet I mean the region near to the spine. These ducts in the rutting season get filled with the genital fluid, and, if the ducts be squeezed, the sperm oozes out white in color. As to the differences observed in male fishes of diverse species, the reader should consult my treatise on anatomy, and the subject will be hereafter more fully discussed when we describe the specific character in each case. The males of viviparous animals, whether biped or quadruped, are in all cases furnished with testicles close to the loin underneath the midriff. With some animals the organ is whitish, in others somewhat of a sallow hue. In all cases it is entirely enveloped with minute and delicate veins. From each of the two testicles extends a duct, and, as in the case of fishes, the two ducts coalesce into one above the outlet of the residuum. This constitutes the penis, which organ in the case of small ovipara is inconspicuous, but in the case of the larger ovipara, as in the goose and the like, the organ becomes quite visible just after copulation. The ducts in the case of fishes and in biped and quadruped ovipara are attached to the loin under the stomach and the gut, in betwixt them and the great vein, from which ducts or blood vessels extend, one to each of the two testicles. And just as with fishes the male sperm is found in the seminal ducts, and the ducts become plainly visible at the rutting season and in some instances become invisible after the season is past, so also is it with the testicles of birds. Before the breeding season the organ is small in some birds and quite invisible in others, but during the season the organ in all cases is greatly enlarged. This phenomenon is remarkably illustrated in the ringdove and the partridge, so much so that some people are actually of opinion that these birds are devoid of the organ in the winter time. Of male animals that have their testicles placed frontwards, some have them inside, close to the belly, as the dolphin, some have them outside, exposed to view, close to the lower extremity of the belly. These animals resemble one another thus far in respect to this organ, but they differ from one another in this fact, that some of them have their testicles situated separately by themselves, while others, which have the organ situated externally, have them enveloped in what is termed the scrotum. Again, in all viviparous animals furnished with feet the following properties are observed in the testicles themselves. From the aorta there extend vein-like ducts to the head of each of the testicles, and another two from the kidneys. These two from the kidneys are supplied with blood, while the two from the aorta are devoid of it. From the head of the testicle alongside of the testicle itself is a duct, thicker and more sinewy than the other just alluded to, a duct that bends back again at the end of the testicle to its head, and from the head of each of the two testicles the two ducts extend until they coalesce in front of the penis. The duct that bends back again and that which is in contact with the testicle are enveloped in one and the same membrane, so that, until you draw aside the membrane, they present all the appearance of being a single undifferentiated duct. Further, the duct in contact with the testicle has its moist content qualified by blood, but to a comparatively less extent than in the case of the ducts higher up which are connected with the aorta. In the ducts that bend back towards the tube of the penis, the liquid is white-colored. There also runs a duct from the bladder, opening into the upper part of the canal, around which lies, sheath-wise, what is called the penis. All these descriptive particulars may be regarded by the light of the accompanying diagram, wherein the letter A marks the starting point of the ducts that extend from the aorta, the letters KK mark the heads of the testicles and the ducts descending thereunto. The ducts extending from these along the testicles are marked. The ducts turning back, in which is the white fluid, are marked BB, the penis D, the bladder E, and the testicles 20. By the way, when the testicles are cut off or removed, The ducts draw upwards by contraction. Moreover, when male animals are young, their owner sometimes destroys the organ in them by attrition, sometimes they castrate them at a later period. And I may here add, that a bull has been known to serve a cow immediately after castration, and actually to impregnate her. So much then for the properties of testicles in male animals. In female animals furnished with a womb, the womb is not in all cases the same in form or endowed with the same properties, but both in the vivipara and the ovipara great diversities present themselves. In all creatures that have the womb close to the genitals, the womb is two-horned, and one horn lies to the right-hand side and the other to the left. Its commencement, however, is single, and so is the orifice, resembling in the case of the most numerous and largest animals a tube composed of much flesh and gristle. Of these parts one is termed the hystera or delphis, whence is derived the word adelphos, and the other part, the tube or orifice, is termed metra. In all biped or quadruped vivipara the womb is in all cases below the midriff, as in man, the dog, the pig, the horse, and the ox. The same is the case also in all horned animals. At the extremity of the so-called serratia, or horns, the wombs of most animals have a twist or convolution. In the case of those ovipara that lay eggs externally, the wombs are not in all cases similarly situated. Thus the wombs of birds are close to the midriff, and the wombs of fishes down below, just like the wombs of biped and quadruped vivipara, only that, in the case of the fish, the wombs are delicately formed, membranous, and elongated, so much so that in extremely small fish, each of the two bifurcated parts looks like a single egg, and those fishes whose egg is described as grumbling would appear to have inside them a pair of eggs, whereas in reality each of the two sides consists not of one but of many eggs, and this accounts for their breaking up into so many particles. The womb of birds has the lower and tubular portion fleshy and firm, and the part close to the midriff membranous and exceedingly thin and fine, so thin and fine that the eggs might seem to be outside the womb altogether. In the larger birds the membrane is more distinctly visible, and, if inflated through the tube, lifts and swells out. In the smaller birds all these parts are more indistinct. The properties of the womb are similar in oviparous quadrupeds, as the tortoise, the lizard, the frog and the like, for the tube below is single and fleshy, and the cleft portion with the eggs is at the top close to the midriff. With animals devoid of feet that are internally oviparous and viviparous externally, as is the case with the dogfish and the other so-called coelacanths, and by this title we designate such creatures destitute of feet and furnished with gills as are viviparous. With these animals the womb is bifurcate, and beginning down below it extends as far as the midriff, as in the case of birds. There is also a narrow part between the two horns running up as far as the midriff, and the eggs are engendered here and above at the origin of the midriff. Afterwards they pass into the wider space and turn from eggs into young animals. However, the differences in respect to the wombs of these fishes as compared with others of their own species or with fishes in general, would be more satisfactorily studied in their various forms in specimens under dissection. The members of the serpent genus also present divergencies either when compared with the above-mentioned creatures or with one another. Serpents as a rule are oviparous, the viper being the only viviparous member of the genus. The viper is, previously to external parturition, oviparous internally, and owing to this peculiarity the properties of the womb in the viper are similar to those of the womb in the coelacanths. The womb of the serpent is long, in keeping with the body, and starting below from a single duct extends continuously on both sides of the spine, so as to give the impression of thus being a separate duct on each side of the spine, until it reaches the midriff, where the eggs are engendered in a row, and these eggs are laid not one by one, but all strung together. And all animals that are viviparous both internally and externally have the womb situated above the stomach, and all the ovipara underneath, near to the loin. Animals that are viviparous externally and internally oviparous present an intermediate arrangement, for the underneath portion of the womb, in which the eggs are, is placed near to the loin, where the part about the orifice is above the gut. Further, there is the following diversity observable in wombs as compared with one another, namely that the females of horned non-ambidental animals are furnished with cotyledons in the womb when they are pregnant, and such is the case, among ambidentals, with the hare, the mouse, and the bat, whereas all other animals that are ambidental, viviparous, and furnished with feet, have the womb quite smooth, and in their case the attachment of the embryo is to the womb itself and not to any cotyledon inside it. The parts, then, in animals that are not homogeneous with themselves and uniform in their texture, both parts external and parts internal, have the properties above assigned to them. In sanguineous animals the homogeneous or uniform part most universally found is the blood, and its habitat the vein, next in degree of universality, their analogues, lymph and fiber, and, that which chiefly constitutes the frame of animals, flesh, and whatsoever in the several parts is analogous to flesh, then bone, and parts that are analogous to bone, as fishbone and gristle, and then, again, skin, membrane, sinew, hair, nails, and whatever corresponds to these, and, furthermore, fat, suet, and the excretions are dung, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Now, as the nature of blood and the nature of the veins have all the appearance of being primitive, we must discuss their properties first of all, and all the more as some previous writers have treated them very unsatisfactorily. And the cause of the ignorance thus manifested is the extreme difficulty experienced in the way of observation. For in the dead bodies of animals the nature of the chief veins is undiscoverable, owing to the fact that they collapse at once when the blood leaves them, for the blood pours out of them in a stream, like liquid out of a vessel, since there is no blood separately situated by itself, except a little in the heart, but it is all lodged in the veins. In living animals it is impossible to inspect these parts, for of their very nature they are situated inside the body and out of sight. For this reason anatomists who have carried on their investigations on dead bodies in the dissecting room have failed to discover the chief roots of the veins, while those who have narrowly inspected bodies of living men reduced to extreme attenuation have arrived at conclusions regarding the origin of the veins from the manifestations visible externally. Of these investigators, Cyanzis, the physician of Cyprus, writes as follows: The big veins run thus: from the navel across the loins, along the back, past the lung, in under the breasts, one from right to left, and the other from left to right, that from the left, through the liver to the kidney and the testicle, that from the right, to the spleen and kidney and testicle, and from thence to the penis. Diogenes of Apollonia writes thus: The veins in man are as follows: There are two veins preeminent in magnitude. These extend through the belly along the backbone, one to right, one to left, either one to the leg on its own side, and upwards to the head, past the collarbones, through the throat. From these, veins extend all over the body, from that on the right hand to the right side and from that on the left hand to the left side, the most important ones, 2 in number, to the heart in the region of the backbone, other 2 a little higher up through the chest in underneath the armpit, each to the hand on its side. Of these 2, one being termed the vein splenitis, and the other the vein hepatitis. Each of the pair splits at its extremity, the one branches in the direction of the thumb and the other in the direction of the palm, and from these run off a number of minute veins branching off to the fingers and to all parts of the hand. Other veins, more minute, extend from the main veins, from that on the right towards the liver, from that on the left towards the spleen and the kidneys. The veins that run to the legs split at the juncture of the legs with the trunk and extend right down the thigh. The largest of these goes down the thigh at the back of it, and can be discerned and traced as a big one. The second one runs inside the thigh, not quite as big as the one just mentioned. After this they pass on along the knee to the shin and the foot, as the upper veins were described as passing towards the hands, and arrive at the sole of the foot, and from thence continue to the toes. Moreover, many delicate veins separate off from the great veins towards the stomach and towards the ribs. The veins that run through the throat to the head can be discerned and traced in the neck as large ones, and from each one of the 2, where it terminates, there branch off a number of veins to the head, some from the right side towards the left, and some from the left side towards the right, and the 2 veins terminate near to each of the 2 ears. There is another pair of veins in the neck running along the big vein on either side, slightly less in size than the pair just spoken of, and with these the greater part of the veins in the head are connected. This other pair runs through the throat and side, and from either one of the 2 there extend veins in underneath the shoulder blade and towards the hands, and these appear alongside the veins splenitis and hepatitis as another pair of veins smaller in size. When there is a pain near the surface of the body, the physician lances these 2 latter veins, but when the pain is within and in the region of the stomach he lances the veins splenitis and hepatitis. And from these, other veins depart to run below the breasts. There is also another pair running on each side through the spinal marrow to the testicles, thin and delicate. There is, further, a pair running a little underneath the cuticle through the flesh to the kidneys, and these with men terminate at the testicle, and with women at the womb. These veins are termed the spermatic veins. The veins that leave the stomach are comparatively broad just as they leave, but they become gradually thinner, until they change over from right to left and from left to right. Blood is thickest when it is imbibed by the fleshy parts. When it is transmitted to the organs above mentioned, it becomes thin, warm, and frothy. Such are the accounts given by Cyanzis and Diogenes. Polybus writes to the following effect: There are 4 pairs of veins. The first extends from the back of the head, through the neck on the outside, past the backbone on either side, until it reaches the loins and passes onto the legs, after which it goes on through the shins to the outer side of the ankles and onto the feet. And it is on this account that surgeons, for pains in the back and loin, bleed in the ham and in the outer side of the ankle. Another pair of veins runs from the head, past ears, through the neck, which veins are termed the jugular veins. This pair goes on inside along the backbone, past the muscles of the loins, onto the testicles, and onwards to the thighs, and through the inside of the hams and through the shins down to the inside of the ankles and to the feet, and for this reason, surgeons, for pains in the muscles of the loins and in the testicles, bleed on the hams and the inner side of the ankles. The third pair extends from the temples, through the neck, in underneath the shoulder blades, into the lung, those from right to left going in underneath the breast and onto the spleen and the kidney, those from left to right running from the lung in underneath the breast and into the liver and the kidney, and both terminate in the fundament. The fourth pair extend from the front part of the head and the A's in underneath the neck and the collarbones, from thence they stretch on through the upper part of the upper arms to the elbows and then through the forearms onto the wrists and the jointings of the fingers, and also through the lower part of the upper arms to the armpits, and so on, keeping above the ribs, until one of the pair reaches the spleen and the other reaches the liver, and after this they both pass over the stomach and terminate at the penis. The above quotations sum up pretty well the statements of all previous writers. Furthermore, there are some writers on natural history who have not ventured to lay down the law in such precise terms as regards the veins, but who all alike agree in assigning the head and the brain as the starting point of the veins. And in this opinion they are mistaken. The investigation of such a subject, as has been remarked, is one fraught with difficulties, but, if anyone be keenly interested in the matter, his best plan will be to allow his animals to starve to emaciation, then to strangle them on a sudden, and thereupon to prosecute his investigations. We now proceed to give particulars regarding the properties and functions of the veins. There are 2 blood vessels in the thorax by the backbone, and lying to its inner side, and of these 2 the larger one is situated to the front, and the lesser one is to the rear of it, and the larger is situated rather to the right-hand side of the body, and the lesser one to the left, and by some this vein is termed the aorta, from the fact that even in dead bodies part of it is observed to be full of air. These blood vessels have their origins in the heart, for they traverse the other viscera, in whatever direction they happen to run, without in any way losing their distinctive characteristic as blood vessels, whereas the heart is as it were a part of them, and that too more in respect to the frontward and larger one of the 2, owing to the fact that these 2 veins are above and below, with the heart lying midway. The heart in all animals has cavities inside it. In the case of the smaller animals even the largest of the chambers is scarcely discernible, the second larger is scarcely discernible in animals of medium size, but in the largest animals all 3 chambers are distinctly seen. In the heart then, with its pointed and directed frontwards, as has been observed, the largest of the 3 chambers is on the right-hand side and highest up, the least one is on the left-hand side, and the medium-sized one lies in betwixt the other 2, and the largest one of the 3 chambers is a great deal larger than either of the 2 others. All 3, however, are connected with passages leading in the direction of the lung, but all these communications are indistinctly discernible by reason of their minuteness, except one. The great blood vessel, then, is attached to the biggest of the 3 chambers, the one that lies uppermost and on the right-hand side. It then extends right through the chamber, coming out as blood vessel again, just as though the cavity of the heart were a part of the vessel, in which the blood broadens its channel as a river that widens out in a lake. The aorta is attached to the middle chamber, only, by the way, it is connected with it by much narrower pipe. The great blood vessel then passes through the heart, and runs from the heart into the aorta. The great vessel looks as though made of membrane or skin, while the aorta is narrower than it, and is very sinewy, and as it stretches away to the head and to the lower parts it becomes exceedingly narrow and sinewy. First of all, then, upwards from the heart there stretches a part of the great blood vessel towards the lung and the attachment of the aorta, a part consisting of a large undivided vessel. But the split are from it 2 parts, one towards the lung and the other towards the backbone and the last vertebra of the neck. The vessel, then, that extends to the lung, as the lung itself is duplicate, divides at first into 2, and then extends along by every pipe and every perforation, greater along the greater ones, lesser along the less, so continuously that it is impossible to discern a single part wherein there is not perforation and vein, for the extremities are indistinguishable from their minuteness, and in point of fact the whole lung appears to be filled with blood. The branches of the blood vessels lie above the tubes that extend from the windpipe. And that vessel which extends to the vertebra of the neck and the backbone, stretches back again along the backbone, as Homer represents in the lion's colon. Antilochus, as Toon turned him round, transpierced his back with a dishonest wound. The hollow vein that to the neck extends along the chine, the eager javelin rends. From this vessel there extend small blood vessels at each rib and each vertebra, and at the vertebra above the kidneys the vessel bifurcates. And in the above way the parts branch off from the great blood vessel. But up above all these, from that part which is connected with the heart, the entire vein branches off in two directions. For its branches extend to the sides and to the collarbones, and then pass on, in men through the armpits to the arms, in quadrupeds to the forelegs, in birds to the wings, and in fishes to the upper or pectoral fins. See diagram. The trunks of these veins, where they first branch off, are called the jugular veins, and, where they branch off to the neck the great vein run alongside the windpipe, and, occasionally, if these veins are pressed externally, men, though not actually choked, become insensible, shut their eyes, and fall flat on the ground. Extending in the way described and keeping the windpipe in betwixt them, they pass on until they reach the ears at the junction of the lower jaw with the skull. Hence again they branch off into four veins, of which one bends back and descends through the neck and the shoulder, and meets the previous branching off of the vein at the bend of the arm, while the rest of it terminates at the hand and fingers. See diagram. Each vein of the other pair stretches from the region of the ear to the brain, and branches off in a number of fine and delicate veins into the so-called meninx, or membrane, which surrounds the brain. The brain itself in all animals is destitute of blood, and no vein, great or small, holds its course therein. But of the remaining veins that branch off from the last-mentioned vein some envelop the head, others close their courses in the organs of sense and at the roots of the teeth in veins exceedingly fine and minute. And in like manner the parts of the lesser one of the two chief blood vessels, designated the aorta, branch off, accompanying the branches from the big vein, only that, in regard to the aorta, the passages are less in size, and the branches very considerably less than are those of the great vein. So much for the veins as observed in the regions above the heart. The part of the great vein that lies underneath the heart extends, freely suspended, right through the midriff, and is united both to the aorta and the backbone by slack membranous communications. From it one vein, short and wide, extends through the liver, and from it a number of minute veins branch off into the liver and disappear. From the vein that passes through the liver two branches separate off, of which one terminates in the diaphragm or so-called midriff, and the other runs up again through the armpit into the right arm and unites with the other veins at the inside of the bend of the arm, and it is in consequence of this local connection that, when the surgeon opens this vein in the forearm, the patient is relieved of certain pains in the liver, and from the left-hand side of it there extends a short but thick vein to the spleen, and the little veins branching off it disappear in that organ. Another part branches off from the left-hand side of the great vein, and ascends, by a course similar to the course recently described, into the left arm, only that the ascending vein in the one case is the vein that traverses the liver, while in this case it is distinct from the vein that runs into the spleen. Again, other veins branch off from the big vein, one to the omentum, and another to the pancreas, from which vein run a number of veins through the mesentery. All these veins coalesce in a single large vein, along the entire gut and stomach to the esophagus. About these parts there is a great ramification of branch veins. As far as the kidneys, each of the two remaining undivided, the aorta and the big vein extend, and here they get more closely attached to the backbone, and branch off, each of the two, into a shape, and the big vein gets to the rear of the aorta. But the chief attachment of the aorta to the backbone takes place in the region of the heart, and the attachment is effected by means of minute and sinewy vessels. The aorta, just as it draws off from the heart, is a tube of considerable volume, but, as it advances in its course, it gets narrower and more sinewy. And from the aorta there extend veins to the mesentery just like the veins that extend thither from the big vein, only that the branches in the case of the aorta are considerably less in magnitude. They are, indeed, narrow and fibrillar, and they end in delicate hollow fibre-like veinlets. There is no vessel that runs from the aorta into the liver or the spleen. From each of the two great blood vessels there extend branches to each of the two flanks, and both branches fasten onto the bone. Vessels also extend to the kidneys from the big vein and the aorta, only that they do not open into the cavity of the organ, but their ramifications penetrate into its substance. From the aorta run two other ducts to the bladder, firm and continuous, and there are other ducts from the hollow of the kidneys, in no way communicating with the big vein. From the center of each of the two kidneys springs a hollow sinewy vein, running along the backbone right through the loins. By and by each of the two veins first disappears in its own flank, and soon afterwards reappears stretching in the direction of the flank. The extremities of these attach to the bladder, and also in the male to the penis and in the female to the womb. From the big vein no vein extends to the womb, but the organ is connected with the aorta by veins numerous and closely packed. Furthermore, from the aorta and the great vein at the points of divarication there branch off other veins. Some of these run to the groin's large hollow veins and then pass on down through the legs and terminate in the feet and toes. And, again, another set run through the groins and the thighs cross-garter fashion, from right to left and from left to right, and unite in the hams with the other veins. In the above description we have thrown light upon the course of the veins and their points of departure. In all sanguineous animals the case stands as here set forth in regard to the points of departure and the courses of the chief veins. But the description does not hold equally good for the entire vein system in all these animals. For, in point of fact, the organs are not identically situated in them all, and, what is more, some animals are furnished with organs of which other animals are destitute. At the same time, while the description so far holds good, the proof of its accuracy is not equally easy in all cases, but is easiest in the case of animals of considerable magnitude and supplied abundantly with blood. For in little animals and those scantily supplied with blood, either from natural and inherent causes or from a prevalence of fat in the body, thorough accuracy in investigation is not equally attainable, for in the latter of these creatures the passages get clogged, like water channels choked with slush, and the others have a few minute fibers to serve instead of veins. But in all cases the big vein is plainly discernible, even in creatures of insignificant size. The sinews of animals have the following properties. For these also the point of origin is the heart, for the heart has sinews within itself in the largest of its three chambers, and the aorta is a sinew-like vein. In fact, at its extremity it is actually a sinew, for it is there no longer hollow, and is stretched like the sinews where they terminate at the jointings of the bones. Be it remembered, however, that the sinews do not proceed in unbroken sequence from one point of origin, as do the blood vessels. For the veins have the shape of the entire body, like a sketch of a mannequin, in such a way that the whole frame seems to be filled up with little veins in attenuated subjects, for the space occupied by flesh in fat individuals is filled with little veins in thin ones, whereas the sinews are distributed about the joints and the flexures of the bones. Now, if the sinews were derived in unbroken sequence from a common point of departure, this continuity would be discernible in attenuated specimens. In the ham, or the part of the frame brought into full play in the effort of leaping, is an important system of sinews, and another sinew, a double one, is that called the tendon, and others are those brought into play when a great effort of physical strength is required, that is to say, the epitronos or backstay and the shoulder sinews. Other sinews, devoid of specific designation, are situated in the region of the flexures of the bones, for all the bones that are attached to one another are bound together by sinews, and a great quantity of sinews are placed in the neighborhood of all the bones. Only, by the way, in the head there is no sinew, but the head is held together by the sutures of the bones. Sinew is fissile lengthwise, but crosswise it is not easily broken, but admits of a considerable amount of hard tension. In connection with sinews a liquid mucus is developed, white and glutinous, and the organ, in fact, is sustained by it and appears to be substantially composed of it. Now, vein may be submitted to the actual cautery, but sinew, when submitted to such action, shrivels up altogether, and, if sinews be cut asunder, the severed parts will not again cohere. A feeling of numbness is incidental only to parts of the frame where sinew is situated. There is a very extensive system of sinews connected severally with the feet, the hands, the ribs, the shoulder blades, the neck, and the arms. All animals supplied with blood are furnished with sinews, but in the case of animals that have no flexures to their limbs, but are, in fact, destitute of either feet or hands, the sinews are fine and inconspicuous, and so, as might have been anticipated, the sinews in the fish are chiefly discernible in connection with the fin. The ins, or fibrous connective tissue, are something intermediate between sinew and vein. Some of them are supplied with fluid, the lymph, and they pass from sinew to vein and from vein to sinew. There is another kind of ins or fiber that is found in blood, but not in the blood of all animals alike. If this fiber be left in the blood will coagulate. If it be removed or extracted, the blood is found to be incapable of coagulation. While, however, this fibrous matter is found in the blood of the great majority of animals, it is not found in all. For instance, we fail to find it in the blood of a deer, the roe, the antelope, and some other animals, and, owing to this deficiency of the fibrous tissue, the blood of these animals does not coagulate to the extent observed in the blood of other animals. The blood of a deer coagulates to about the same extent as that of the hare, that is, to the blood in either case coagulates, but not into a stiff or jelly-like substance, like the blood of ordinary animals, but only into a flaccid consistency like that of milk which is not subjected to the action of rennet. The blood of the antelope admits of a firmer consistency and coagulation, for in this respect it resembles, or only comes a little short of, the blood of sheep. Such are the properties of vein, sinew, and fibrous tissue. The bones in animals are all connected with one single bone, and are interconnected, like the veins, in one unbroken sequence, and there is no instance of a bone standing apart by itself. In all animals furnished with bones, the spine or backbone is the point of origin for the entire osseous system. The spine is composed of vertebrae, and it extends from the head down to the loins. The vertebrae are all perforated, and, above, the bony portion of the head is connected with the topmost vertebrae, and is designated the skull. And the serrated lines on the skull are termed sutures. The skull is not formed alike in all animals. In some animals the skull consists of one single undivided bone, as in the case of the dog. In others it is composite in structure, as in man, and in the human species the suture is circular in the female, while in the male it is made up of 3 separate sutures, uniting above in 3-corner fashion, and instances have been known of a man's skull being devoid of suture altogether. The skull is composed not of 4 bones, but of 6. 2 of these are in the region of the ears, small in comparison with the other 4. From the skull extend the jaws, constituted of bone. Animals in general move the lower jaw. The river crocodile is the only animal that moves the upper one. In the jaws is the tooth system, and the teeth are constituted of bone, and are halfway perforated, and the bone in question is the only kind of bone which it is found impossible to grave with a graving tool. On the upper part of the course of the backbone are the collarbones and the ribs. The chest rests on ribs, and these ribs meet together, whereas the others do not, for no animal has bone in the region of the stomach. Then come the shoulder bones, or blade bones, and the arm bones connected with these, and the bones in the hands connected with the bones of the arms. With animals that have forelegs, the osseous system of the foreleg resembles that of the arm in man. Below the level of the backbone, after the haunch bone, comes the hip socket, then the leg bones, those in the thighs and those in the shins, which are termed colons or limb bones, a part of which is the ankle, while a part of the same is the so-called plectrum in those creatures that have an ankle, and connected with these bones are the bones in the feet. Now, with all animals that are supplied with blood and furnished with feet, and are at the same time viviparous, the bones do not differ greatly one from another, but only in the way of relative hardness, softness, or magnitude. A further difference, by the way, is that in one and the same animal certain bones are supplied with marrow, while others are destitute of it. Some animals might on casual observation appear to have no marrow whatsoever in their bones, as is the case with the lion, owing to his having marrow only in small amount, poor and thin, and in very few bones, for marrow is found in his thigh and arm bones. The bones of the lion are exceptionally hard, so hard, in fact, that if they are rubbed hard against one another they emit sparks like flint stones. The dolphin has bones, and not fish spine. Of the other animals supplied with blood, some differ but little, as is the case with birds. Others have systems analogous, as fishes, for viviparous fishes, such as the cartilaginous species, are gristle-spinned, while the ovipara have a spine which corresponds to the backbone in quadrupeds. This exceptional property has been observed in fishes, that in some of them there are found delicate spines scattered here and there throughout the fleshy parts. The serpent is similarly constructed to the fish, in other words, his backbone is spinous. With oviparous quadrupeds, the skeleton of the larger ones is more or less osseous, of the smaller ones, more or less spinous. But all sanguineous animals have a backbone of either one kind or other, that is, composed either of bone or of spine. The other portions of the skeleton are found in some animals and not found in others, but the presence or the absence of this and that part carries with it, as a matter of course, the presence or the absence of the bones or the spines corresponding to this or that part. For animals that are destitute of arms and legs cannot be furnished with limb bones, and in like manner with animals that have the same parts, but yet have them unlike in form, for in these animals the corresponding bones differ from one another in the way of relative excess or relative defect, or in the way of analogy taking the place of identity. So much for the osseous or spinous systems in animals. Gristle is of the same nature as bone, but differs from it in the way of relative excess or relative defect. And just like bone, cartilage also, if cut, does not grow again. In terrestrial viviparous sanguinea the gristle formations are unperforated, and there is no marrow in them as there is in bones. In the silicia, however, be it observed, their gristle spin there is found in the case of the flat space in the region of the backbone, a gristle-like substance analogous to bone, and in this gristle-like substance there is a liquid resembling marrow. In viviparous animals furnished with feet, gristle formations are found in the region of the ears, in the nostrils, and around certain extremities of the bones. Furthermore, there are parts of other kinds, neither identical with, nor altogether diverse from, the parts above enumerated, such as nails, hooves, claws, and horns, and also, by the way, beaks, such as birds are furnished with all in the several animals that are furnished with. All these parts are flexible and fissile, but bone is neither flexible nor fissile, but friable. And the colors of horns and nails and claw and hoof follow the color of the skin and the hair. For according as the skin of an animal is black, or white, or of medium hue, so are the horns, the claws, or the hooves, as the case may be, of hue to match. And it is the same with nails. The teeth, however, follow after the bones. Thus in black men, such as the Ethiopians and the like, the teeth and bones are white, but the nails are black, like the whole of the skin. Horns in general are hollow at their point of attachment to the bone which juts out from the head inside the horn, but they have a solid portion at the tip, and they are simple and undivided in structure. In the case of the stag alone of all animals the horns are solid throughout, and ramify into branches, or antlers. And, whereas no other animal is known to shed its horns, the deer sheds its horns annually, unless it has been castrated, and with regard to the effects of castration in animals we shall have much to say hereafter. Horns attach rather to the skin than to the bone, which will account for the fact that there are found in Phrygia and elsewhere cattle that can move their horns as freely as their ears. Of animals furnished with nails, and, by the way, all animals have nails that have toes, and toes that have feet, except the elephant, and the elephant has toes undivided and slightly articulated, but has no nails whatsoever. Of animals furnished with nails, some are straight-nailed, like man, others are crooked-nailed, as the lion among animals that walk, and the eagle among animals that fly. The following are the properties of hair and of parts analogous to hair, and of skin or hide. All viviparous animals furnished with feet have hair, all oviparous animals furnished with feet have horn-like tessellates. Fishes, and fishes only, have scales, that is, such oviparous fishes as have the crumbling egg or roe. For the lanky fishes, the conger has no such egg, nor the moraina, and the eel has no egg at all. The hair differs in the way of thickness and fineness, and of length, according to the locality of the part in which it is found, and according to the quality of skin or hide on which it grows. For, as a general rule, the thicker the hide, the harder and the thicker is the hair, and the hair is inclined to grow in abundance and to a great length in localities of the bodies hollow and moist, if the localities be fitted for the growth of hair at all. The facts are similar in the case of animals whether coated with scales or with tessellates. With soft-haired animals the hair gets harder with good feeding, and with hard-haired or bristly animals it gets softer and scantier from the same cause. Hair differs in quality also according to the relative heat or warmth of the locality, just as the hair in man is hard in warm places and soft in cold ones. Again, straight hair is inclined to be soft, and curly hair to be bristly. Hair is naturally fissile, and in this respect it differs in degree in diverse animals. In some animals the hair goes on gradually hardening into bristle until it no longer resembles hair but spine, as in the case of the hedgehog. And in like manner with the nails, for in some animals the nail differs as regards solidity in no way from bone. Of all animals man has the most delicate skin, that is, if we take into consideration his relative size. In the skin or hide of all animals there is a mucous liquid, scanty in some animals and plentiful in others, as, for instance, in the hide of the ox, for men manufacture glue out of it. And, by the way, in some cases glue is manufactured from fishes also. The skin, when cut, is in itself devoid of sensation, and this is especially the case with the skin on the head, owing to there being no flesh between it and the skull. And wherever the skin is quite by itself, if it be cut asunder, it does not grow together again, as is seen in the thin part of the jaw, in the prepuce, and the eyelid. In all animals the skin is one of the parts that extends continuous and unbroken, and it comes to a stop only where the natural ducts pour out their contents, and at the mouth and nails. All sanguineous animals, then, have skin, but not all such animals have hair, save only under the circumstances described above. The hair changes its color as animals grow old, and in man it turns white or gray. With animals, in general, the change takes place, but not very obviously, or not so obviously as in the case of the horse. Hair turns grey from the point backwards to the roots. But, in the majority of cases, grey hairs are white from the beginning, and this is a proof that greyness of hair does not, as some believe to be the case, imply withering or decrepitude, for no part is brought into existence in a withered or decrepit condition. In the eruptive malady called the white sickness all the hairs get grey, and instances have been known where the hair became grey while the patients were ill of the malady, whereas the grey hairs shed off and black ones replaced them on their recovery. Hair is more apartment to turn grey when it is kept covered than when exposed to the action of the outer air. In men, the hair over the temples is the first to turn grey, and the hair in the front grows grey sooner than the hair at the back, and the hair on the pubes is the last to change color. Some hairs are congenital, others grow after the maturity of the animal, but this occurs in man only. The congenital hairs are on the head, the eyelids, and the eyebrows. Of the later growths the hairs on the pubes are the first to come, then those under the armpits, and, thirdly, those on the chin, for, singularly enough, the regions where congenital growths and the subsequent growths are found are equal in number. The hair on the head grows scanty and sheds out to a greater extent and sooner than all the rest. But this remark applies only to hair in front, for no man ever gets bald at the back of his head. Smoothness on the top of the head is termed baldness, but smoothness on the eyebrows is denoted by a special term which means forehead baldness, and neither of these conditions of baldness supervenes in a man until he shall have come under the influence of sexual passion. For no boy ever gets bald, no woman, and no castrated man. In fact, if a man be castrated before reaching puberty, the later growths of hair never come at all, and, if the operation take place subsequently, the aftergrowths, and these only, shed off, or, rather, two of the growths shed off, but not that on the pubes. Women do not grow hairs on the chin, except that a scanty beard grows on some women after the monthly courses have stopped, and similar phenomenon is observed at times in priestesses in Caria, but these cases are looked upon as portentous with regard to coming events. The other aftergrowths are found in women, but more scanty and sparse. Men and women are at times born constitutionally and congenitally incapable of the aftergrowths, and individuals that are destitute even of the growth upon the pubes are constitutionally impotent. Hair as a rule grows more or less in length as the wearer grows in age, chiefly the hair on the head, then that in the beard, and fine hair grows longest of all. With some people as they grow old the eyebrows grow thicker, to such an extent that they have to be cut off, and this growth is owing to the fact that the eyebrows are situated at a conjuncture of bones, and these bones, as age comes on, draw apart and exude a gradual increase of moisture or room. The eyelashes do not grow in size, but they shed when the wearer comes first under the influence of sexual feelings, and shed all the quicker as this influence is the more powerful, and these are the last hairs to grow grey. Hairs if plucked out before maturity grow again, but they do not grow again if plucked out afterwards. Every hair is supplied with a mucous moisture at its root, and immediately after being plucked out it can lift light articles if it touch them with this mucus. Animals that admit of diversity of color in the hair admit of a similar diversity to start within the skin and in the cuticle of the tongue. In some cases among men the upper lip and the chin is thickly covered with hair, and in other cases these parts are smooth and the cheeks are hairy, and, by the way, smooth-chinned men are less inclined than bearded men to baldness. The hair is inclined to grow in certain diseases, especially in consumption, and in old age, and after death, and under these circumstances the hair hardens concomitantly with its growth, and the same duplicate phenomenon is observable in respect of the nails. In the case of men of strong sexual passions the congenital hairs shed the sooner, while the hairs of the aftergrowths are the quicker to come. When men are afflicted with varicose veins they are less inclined to take on baldness, and if they be bald when they become thus afflicted, they have a tendency to get their hair again. If a hair be cut, it does not grow at the point of section, but it gets longer by growing upward from below. In fishes the scales grow harder and thicker with age, and when the animal gets emaciated or is growing old the scales grow harder. In quadrupeds as they grow old the hair in some and the wool in others gets deeper but scantier in amount, and the hooves or claws get larger in size, and the same is the case with the beaks of birds. The claws also increase in size, as do also the nails. With regard to winged animals, such as birds, no creature is liable to change of color by reason of age, excepting the crane. The wings of this bird are ash-colored at first, but as it grows old the wings get black. Again, owing to special climatic influences, as when unusual frost prevails, a change is sometimes observed to take place in birds whose plumage is of one uniform color. Thus, birds that have dusky or downright black plumage turn white or gray, as the raven, the sparrow, and the swallow, but no case has ever yet been known of a change of color from white to black. Further, most birds change the color of their plumage at different seasons of the year, so much so that a man ignorant of their habits might be mistaken as to their identity. Some animals change the color of their hair with a change in their drinking water, for in some countries the same species of animal is found white in one district and black in another. And in regard to the commerce of the sexes, water in many places is of such peculiar quality that rams, if they have intercourse with a female after drinking it, beget black lambs, as is the case with the water of the Cyprus, so called from its coldness, a river in the district of Asyritis in the Chalcidic Peninsula, on the coast of Thrace, and in Antandria there are two rivers of which one makes the lambs white and the other black. The river Scamander also has the reputation of making lambs yellow, and that is the reason, they say, why Homer designates it the Yellow River. Animals as a general rule have no hair on their internal surfaces, and, in regard to their extremities, they have hair on the upper, but not on the lower side. The hare, or dasypod, is the only animal known to have hair inside its mouth and underneath its feet. Further, the so-called mouse whale instead of teeth has hairs in its mouth resembling pig's bristles. Hairs after being cut grow at the bottom but not at the top. If feathers be cut off, they grow neither at top nor bottom, but shed and fall out. Further, the bee's wing will not grow again after being plucked off, nor will the wing of any creature that has undivided wings. Neither will the sting grow again if the bee lose it, but the creature will die of the loss. In all sanguineous animals membranes are found. And membrane resembles a thin close-textured skin, but its qualities are different, as it admits neither of cleavage nor of extension. Membrane envelops each one of the bones and each one of the viscera, both in the larger and the smaller animals, though in the smaller animals the membranes are indiscernible from their extreme tenuity and minuteness. The largest of all the membranes are the two that surround the brain, and of these two the one that lines the bony skull is stronger and thicker than the one that envelops the brain. Next in order of magnitude comes the membrane that encloses the heart. If membrane be bared and cut asunder it will not grow together again, and the bone thus stripped of its membrane mortifies. The omentum or caul, by the way, is membrane. All sanguineous animals are furnished with this organ, but in some animals the organ is supplied with fat, and in others it is devoid of it. The omentum has both its starting point and its attachment, with ambidental vivipara, in the center of the stomach, where the stomach is a kind of suture. In non-ambidental vivipara it has its starting point and attachment in the chief of the ruminating stomachs. The bladder also is of the nature of membrane, but of membrane peculiar in kind, for it is extensile. The organ is not common to all animals, but, while it is found in all the vivipara, the tortoise is the only oviparous animal that is furnished with it. The bladder, like ordinary membrane, if cut asunder will not grow together again, unless the section be just at the commencement of the urethra, except indeed in very rare cases, for instances of healing have been known to occur. After death, the organ passes no liquid excretion, but in life, in addition to the normal liquid excretion, it passes at times dry excretion also, which turns into stones in the case of sufferers from that malady. Indeed, instances have been known of concretions in the bladder so shaped as closely to resemble cockle shells. Such are the properties, then, of vein, sinew and skin, of fiber and membrane, of hair, nail, claw and hoof, of horns, of teeth, of beak, of gristle, of bones, and of parts that are analogous to any of the parts here enumerated. Flesh, and that which is by nature akin to it in sanguineous animals, is in all cases situated in between the skin and the bone, or the substance analogous to bone, for just as spine is a counterpart of bone, so is the flesh-like substance of animals that are constructed as spinous system the counterpart of the flesh of animals constructed on an osseous one. Flesh can be divided asunder in any direction, not lengthwise only as is the case with sinew and vein. When animals are subjected to emaciation the flesh disappears, and the creatures become a mass of veins and fibers. When they are overfed, fat takes the place of flesh. Where the flesh is abundant in an animal, its veins are somewhat small and the blood abnormally red, the viscera also and the stomach are diminutive, whereas with animals whose veins are large the blood is somewhat black, the viscera and the stomach are large, and the flesh is somewhat scanty. And animals with small stomachs are disposed to take on flesh. Again, fat and suet differ from one another. Suet is flammable in all directions and congeals if subjected to extreme cold, whereas fat can melt but cannot freeze or congeal, and soups made of the flesh of animals supplied with fat do not congeal or coagulate, as is found with horse flesh and pork. But soups made from the flesh of animals supplied with suet do coagulate, as is seen with mutton and goat's flesh. Further, fat and suet differ as to their localities, for fat is found between the skin and flesh, but suet is found only at the limit of the fleshy parts. Also, in animals supplied with fat the omentum or caul is supplied with fat, and it is supplied with suet in animals supplied with suet. Moreover, ambidental animals are supplied with fat, and non-ambidentals with suet. Of the viscera the liver in some animals becomes fatty, as, among fishes, is the case with the silicia, by the melting of whose livers an oil is manufactured. These cartilaginous fish themselves have no free fat at all in connection with the flesh or with the stomach. The suet in fish is fatty, and does not solidify or congeal. All animals are furnished with fat, either intermingled with their flesh, or apart. Such as have no free or separate fat are less fat than others in stomach and omentum, as the eel, for it has only a scanty supply of suet about the omentum. Most animals take on fat in the belly, especially such animals as are little in motion. The brains of animals supplied with fat are royally, as in the pig, of animals supplied with suet, parched and dry. But it is about the kidneys more than any other viscera that animals are inclined to take on fat, and the right kidney is always less supplied with fat than the left kidney, and, be the two kidneys ever so fat, there is always a space devoid of fat in between the two. Animals supplied with suet are specially apartment to have it about the kidneys, and especially the sheep, for this animal is apartment to die from its kidneys being entirely enveloped. Fat or suet about the kidney is superinduced by overfeeding, as is found at Leontini in Sicily, and consequently in this district they defer driving out sheep to pasture until the day is well on, with a view of limiting their food by curtailment of the hours of pasture. The part around the pupil of the eye is fatty in all animals, and this part resembles suet in all animals that possess such a part and that are not furnished with hard eyes. Fat animals, whether male or female, are more or less unfitted for breeding purposes. Animals are disposed to take on fat more when old than when young, and especially when they have attained their full breadth and their full length and are beginning to grow depthways. And now to proceed to the consideration of the blood. In sanguineous animals blood is the most universal and the most indispensable part, and it is not an acquired or adventitious part, but it is a consubstantial part of all animals that are not corrupt or moribund. All blood is contained in a vascular system, to wit, the veins, and is found nowhere else, excepting in the heart. Blood is not sensitive to touch in any animal, any more than the excretions of the stomach, and the case is similar with the brain and the marrow. When flesh is lacerated, blood exudes, if the animal be alive and unless the flesh be gangrened. Blood in a healthy condition is naturally sweet to the taste, and red in color. Blood that deteriorates from natural decay or from disease more or less black. Blood at its best, before it undergoes deterioration from either natural decay or from disease, is neither very thick nor very thin. In the living animal it is always liquid and warm, but, on issuing from the body, it coagulates in all cases except in the case of the deer, the roe, and the like animals, for, as a general rule, blood coagulates unless the fibers be extracted. Bull's blood is the quickest to coagulate. Animals that are internally and externally viviparous are more abundantly supplied with blood than the sanguineous ovipara. Animals that are in good condition, either from natural causes or from their health having been attended to, have the blood neither too abundant as creatures just after drinking have the liquid inside them in abundance nor again very scanty, as is the case with animals when exceedingly fat. For animals in this condition have pure blood, but very little of it, and the fatter an animal gets the less becomes its supply of blood, for whatsoever is fat is destitute of blood. A fat substance is incorruptible, but blood and all things containing it corrupt rapidly, and this property characterizes especially all parts connected with the bones. Blood is finest and purest in man, and thickest and blackest in the bull and the ass, of all vivipara. In the lower and the higher parts of the body blood is thicker and blacker than in the central parts. Blood beats or palpitates in the veins of all animals alike all over their bodies, and blood is the only liquid that permeates the entire frames of living animals, without exception and at all times, as long as life lasts. Blood is developed first of all in the heart of animals before the body is differentiated as a whole. If blood be removed or if it escape in any considerable quantity, animals fall into a faint or swoon. If it be removed or if it escape in an exceedingly large quantity they die. If the blood get exceedingly liquid, animals fall sick, for the blood then turns into something like ichor, or a liquid so thin that it at times has been known to exude through the pores like sweat, In some cases blood, when issuing from the veins, does not coagulate at all, or only here and there. Whilst animals are sleeping, the blood is less abundantly supplied near the exterior surfaces, so that, if the sleeping creature be pricked with a pin, the blood does not issue as copiously as it would if the creature were awake. Blood is developed out of ichor by coction, and fat in like manner out of blood. If the blood get diseased, hemorrhoids may ensue in the nostril or at the anus, or the veins may become varicose. Blood, if it corrupt in the body, has a tendency to turn into pus, and pus may turn into a solid concretion. Blood in the female differs from that in the male, for, supposing the male and female to be on a par as regards age and general health, the blood in the female is thicker and blacker than in the male, and with the female there is a comparative superabundance of it in the interior. Of all female animals the female in man is the most richly supplied with blood, and of all female animals the menstruous discharges are the most copious in woman. The blood of these discharges under disease turns into flux. Apart from the menstrual discharges, the female in the human species is less subject to diseases of the blood than the male. Women are seldom afflicted with varicose veins, with hemorrhoids, or with bleeding at the nose, and, if any of these maladies supervene, the menses are imperfectly discharged. Blood differs in quantity and appearance according to age. In very young animals it resembles ichor and is abundant, in the old it is thick and black and scarce, and in middle-aged animals its qualities are intermediate. In old animals the blood coagulates rapidly, even blood at the surface of the body, but this is not the case with young animals. Ichor is, in fact, nothing else but unconcocted blood, either blood that has not yet been concocted, or that has become fluid again. We now proceed to discuss the properties of marrow, for this is one of the liquids found in certain sanguineous animals. All the natural liquids of the body are contained in vessels, as blood in veins, marrow in bones are the moistures in membranous structures of the skin. In young animals the marrow is exceedingly sanguineous, but, as animals grow old, it becomes fatty in animals supplied with fat, and suet-like in animals with suet. All bones, however, are not supplied with marrow, but only the hollow ones, and not all of these. For of the bones in the lion some contain no marrow at all, and some are only scantily supplied therewith, and that accounts, as was previously observed, for the statement made by certain writers that the lion is marrowless. In the bones of pigs it is found in small quantities, and in the bones of certain animals of this species it is not found at all. These liquids, then, are nearly always congenital in animals, but milk and sperm come at a later time. Of these latter, that which, whensoever it is present, is secreted in all cases ready-made, is the milk. Sperm, on the other hand, is not secreted out in all cases, but in some only, as in the case of what are designated thori in fishes. Whatever animals have milk, have it in their breasts. All animals have breasts that are internally and externally viviparous, as for instance all animals that have hair, as man and the horse, and the cetaceans, as the dolphin, the porpoise, and the whale. For these animals have breasts and are supplied with milk. Animals that are oviparous or only externally viviparous have neither breasts nor milk, as the fish and the bird. All milk is composed of a watery serum called whey, and a consistent substance called curd, or cheese, and the thicker the milk, the more abundant the curd. The milk, then, of non-ambidentals coagulates, and that is why cheese is made of the milk of such animals under domestication, but the milk of ambidentals does not coagulate, nor their fat either, and the milk is thin and sweet. Now the camel's milk is the thinnest, and that of the human species next after it, and that of the ass next again, but cow's milk is the thickest. Milk does not coagulate under the influence of cold, but rather runs to whey, but under the influence of heat it coagulates and thickens. As a general rule milk only comes to animals in pregnancy. When the animal is pregnant milk is found, but for a while it is unfit for use, and then after an interval of usefulness it becomes unfit for use again. In the case of female animals not pregnant a small quantity of milk has been procured by the employment of special food, and cases have been actually known where women advanced in years on being submitted to the process of milking have produced milk, and in some cases have produced it in sufficient quantities to enable them to suckle an infant. The people that live on and about Mount Eta take such she-goats as decline the male and rub their udders hard with nettles to cause an irritation amounting to pain. Hereupon they milk the animals, procuring at first a liquid resembling blood, then a liquid mixed with purulent matter, and eventually milk, as freely as from females submitting to the male. As a general rule, milk is not found in the male of man or of any other animal, though from time to time it has been found in a male. For instance, once in Lemnos a he-goat was milked by its dugs, for it has, by the way, 2 dugs close to the penis, and was milked to such effect that cheese was made of the produce, and the same phenomenon was repeated in a male of its own begetting. Such occurrences, however, are regarded as supernatural and fraught with omen as to futurity, and in point of fact when the Lemnian owner of the animal inquired of the oracle, the god informed him that the portent foreshadowed the acquisition of a fortune. With some men, after puberty, milk can be produced by squeezing the breasts. Cases have been known where on their being subjected to a prolonged milking process a considerable quantity of milk has been educed. In milk there is a fatty element, which in clotted milk gets to resemble oil. Goat's milk is mixed with sheep's milk in Sicily, and wherever sheep's milk is abundant. The best milk for clotting is not only that where the cheese is most abundant, but that also where the cheese is driest. Now some animals produce not only enough milk to rear their young, but a superfluous amount for general use, for cheese making and for storage. This is especially the case with the sheep and the goat, and next in degree with the cow. Mare's milk, by the way, and milk of the she-ass are mixed in with Phrygian cheese. And there is more cheese in cow's milk than in goat's milk, for graziers tell us that from 9 gallons of goat's milk they can get 19 cheeses at a noble apiece, and from the same amount of cow's milk, 30. Other animals give only enough of milk to rear their young withal, and no superfluous amount and none fitted for cheese making, as is the case with all animals that have more than 2 breasts or dugs, for with none of such animals is milk produced in superabundance or used for the manufacture of cheese. The juice of the fig and rennet are employed to curdle milk. The fig juice is first squeezed out into wool, the wool is then washed and rinsed, and the rinsing put into a little milk, and if this be mixed with other milk it curdles. Rennet is a kind of milk, for it is found in the stomach of the animal while it is yet suckling. Rennet then consists of milk with an admixture of fire, which comes from the natural heat of the animal, as the milk is concocted. All ruminating animals produce rennet, and, of ambidentals, the hare. Rennet improves in quality the longer it is kept, and cow's rennet, after being kept a good while, and also hare's rennet, is good for diarrhea, and the best of all rennet is that of the young deer. In milk-producing animals the comparative amount of the yield varies with the size of the animal and the diversities of pasturage. For instance, there are in Phasis small cattle that in all cases give a copious supply of milk, and the large cows in Epirus yield each one daily some 9 gallons of milk, and half of this from each pair of teats, and the milker has to stand erect, stooping forward a little, as otherwise, if he were seated, he would be unable to reach up to the teats. But, with the exception of the ass, all the quadrupeds in Epirus are of large size, and relatively, the cattle and the dogs are the largest. Now large animals require abundant pasture, and this country supplies just such pasturage, and also supplies diverse pasture grounds to suit the diverse seasons of the year. The cattle are particularly large, and likewise the sheep of the so-called Pyrrhic breed, the name being given in honor of King Pius. Some pasture quenches milk, as median grass or lucerne, and that especially in ruminants. Other feeding renders it copious, as cytisus and vetch, only, by the way, cytisus in flour is not recommended, as it has burning properties, and vetch is not good for pregnant kine, as it causes increased difficulty in parturition. However, beasts that have access to good feeding, as they are benefited thereby in regard to pregnancy, so also being well nourished produce milk in plenty. Some of the leguminous plants bring milk in abundance, as for instance, a large feed of beans with a ewe, the common she-goat, the cow, and the small she-goat, for this feeding makes them drop their udders. And, by the way, the pointing of the udder to the ground before parturition is a sign of there being plenty of milk coming. Milk remains for a long time in the female, if she be kept from the male and be properly fed, and, of quadrupeds, this is especially true of the ewe, for the ewe can be milked for 8 months. As a general rule, ruminating animals give milk in abundance, and milk fitted for cheese manufacture. In the neighborhood of Tyrone cows run dry for a few days before calving, and have milk all the rest of the time. In women, milk of a livid color is better than white for nursing purposes, and swarthy women give healthier milk than fair ones. Milk that is richest in cheese is the most nutritious, but milk with a scanty supply of cheese is the more wholesome for children. All sanguineous animals eject sperm. As to what, and how, it contributes to generation, these questions will be discussed in another treatise. Taking the size of his body into account, man emits more sperm than any other animal. In hairy-coated animals the sperm is sticky, but in other animals it is not so. It is white in all cases, and Herodotus is under a misapprehension when he states that the Ethiopians eject black sperm. Sperm issues from the body white and consistent, if it be healthy, and after quitting the body becomes thin and black. In frosty weather it does not coagulate, but gets exceedingly thin and watery both in color and consistency, but it coagulates and thickens under the influence of heat. If it be long in the womb before issuing out, it comes more than usually thick, and sometimes it comes out dry and compact. Sperm capable of impregnating or of fructification sinks in water, sperm incapable of producing that result dissolves away. But there is no truth in what Ctesias has written about the sperm of the elephant. The History of Animals, Book 4. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. We have now treated, in regard to blooded animals, of the parts they have in common and of the parts peculiar to this genus or that, and of the parts both composite and simple, whether without or within. We now proceed to treat of animals devoid of blood. These animals are divided into several genera. One genus consists of so-called mollusks, and by the term mollusk we mean an animal that, being devoid of blood, has its flesh-like substance outside, and any hard structure it may happen to have, inside in this respect resembling the red-blooded animals, such as the genus of the cuttlefish. Another genus is that of the Malacostraca. These are animals that have their hard structure outside, and their soft or flesh-like substance inside, and the hard substance belonging to them has to be crushed rather than shattered, and to this genus belongs the crawfish and the crab. A third genus is that of the ostracoderms or testaceans. These are animals that have their hard substance outside and their flesh-like substance within, and their hard substance can be shattered but not crushed, and to this genus belong the snail and the oyster. The fourth genus is that of insects, and this genus comprehends numerous and dissimilar species. Insects are creatures that, as the name implies, have nicks either on the belly or on the back, or on both belly and back, and have no one part distinctly osseous and no one part distinctly fleshy, but are throughout a something intermediate between bone and flesh, that is to say, their body is hard all through, inside and outside. Some insects are wingless, such as the ulus and the centipede, some are winged, as the bee, the cockchafer, and the wasp, and the same kind is in some cases both winged and wingless, as the ant and the glowworm. In mollusks the external parts are as follows: in the first place, the so-called feet, secondly, and attached to these, the head, thirdly, the mantle sac, containing the internal parts, and incorrectly designated by some writers the head, and, fourthly, fins round about the sac. See diagram. In all mollusks the head is found to be between the feet and the belly. All mollusks are furnished with 8 feet, and in all cases these feet are severally furnished with a double row of suckers, with the exception of one single species of pool paw octopus. The sepia. The small calamary and the large calamary have an exceptional organ in a pair of long arms or tentacles, having at their extremities a portion rendered rough by the presence of 2 rows of suckers, and with these arms or tentacles they apprehend their food and draw it into their mouths, and in stormy weather they cling by them to a rock and sway about in the rough water like ships lying at anchor. They swim by the aid of the fins that they have about the sac. In all cases their feet are furnished with suckers. The octopus, by the way, uses his feelers either as feet or hands. With the 2 which stand over his mouth he draws in food, and the last of his feelers he employs in the act of copulation, and this last one, by the way, is extremely sharp, is exceptional as being of a whitish color, and at its extremity is bifurcate, that is to say, it has an additional something on the retches, and by retches is meant the smooth surface or edge of the arm on the far side from the suckers. See diagram. In front of the sac and over the feelers they have a hollow tube, by means of which they discharge any seawater that they may have taken into the sac of the body in the act of receiving food by the mouth. They can shift the tube from side to side, and by means of it they discharge the black liquid peculiar to the animal. Stretching out its feet, it swims obliquely in the direction of the so-called head, and by this mode of swimming it can see in front, for its eyes are at the top, and in this attitude it has its mouth at the rear. The head, while the creature is alive, is hard, and looks as though it were inflated. It apprehends and retains objects by means of the undersurface of its arms, and the membrane in between its feet is kept at full tension. If the animal get onto the sand it can no longer retain its hold. There is a difference between the octopus and the other mollusks above mentioned. The body of the octopus is small, and his feet are long, whereas in the others the body is large and the feet short, so short, in fact, that they cannot walk on them. Compared with one another, the teuthis, or calamary, is long-shaped, and the sepia flat-shaped, and of the calamaries the so-called teuthis is much bigger than the teuthis, for teuthi have been found as much as 5 ells long. Some sepia attain a length of 2 ells, and the feelers of the octopus are sometimes as long, or even longer. The species teuthis is not a numerous one. The teuthis differs from the teuthis in shape, that is, the sharp extremity of the toothus is broader than that of the other, and, further, the encircling fin goes all round the trunk, whereas it is in part lacking in the toothes. Both animals are pelagic. In all cases the head comes after the feet, in the middle of the feet that are called arms or feelers. There is here situated a mouth, and 2 teeth in the mouth, and above these 2 large eyes, and betwixt the eyes a small cartilage enclosing a small brain, and within the mouth it has a minute organ of a fleshy nature, and this it uses as a tongue, for no other tongue does it possess. Next after this, on the outside, is what looks like a sac, the flesh of which it is made is divisible, not in long straight strips, but in annular flakes, and all mollusks have a cuticle around this flesh. Next after or at the back of the mouth comes a long and narrow esophagus, and close after that a crop or craw, large and spherical, like that of a bird. Then comes the stomach, like the 4th stomach in ruminants, and the shape of it resembles the spiral convolution in the trumpet shell, from the stomach that goes back again, in the direction of the mouth, thin gut, and the gut is thicker than the esophagus. See diagram. Mollusks have no viscera, but they have what is called a mytis, and on it a vessel containing a thick black juice. In the sepia or cuttlefish this vessel is the largest, and this juice is most abundant. All mollusks, when frightened, discharge such a juice, but the discharge is most copious in the cuttlefish. The mytis, then, is situated under the mouth, and the esophagus runs through it, and down below, at the point to which the gut extends is the vesicle of the black juice, and the animal has the vesicle and the gut enveloped in one and the same membrane, and by the same membrane, same orifice discharges both the black juice and the residuum. The animals have also certain hair-like or furry growths in their bodies. In the sepia, the toothes, and the toothus the hard parts are within, towards the back of the body. Those parts are called in one the sepium, and in the other the sword. They differ from one another, for the sepium in the cuttlefish and toothus is hard and flat, being a substance intermediate between bone and fishbone, with, in part, a crumbling, spongy texture, but in the toothes the part is thin and somewhat gristly. These parts differ from one another in shape, as do also the bodies of the animals. The octopus has nothing hard of this kind in its interior, but it has a gristly substance round the head, which, if the animal grows old, becomes hard. The females differ from the males. The males have a duct in under the esophagus, extending from the mantle cavity to the lower portion of the sac, and there is an organ to which it attaches, resembling a breast. See diagram. In the female there are 2 of these organs, situated higher up. See diagram. With both sexes there are underneath these organs certain red formations. The egg of the octopus is single, uneven on its surface, and of large size. The fluid substance within is all uniform in color, smooth, and in color white. The size of the egg is so great as to fill a vessel larger than the creature's head. The sepia has 2 sacs, and inside them a number of eggs, like in appearance to white hailstones. For the disposition of these parts I must refer to my anatomical diagrams. The males of all these animals differ from the females, and the difference between the sexes is most marked in the sepia, for the back of the trunk, which is blacker than the belly, is rougher in the male than in the female, and in the male the back is striped, and the rump is more sharply pointed. There are several species of the octopus. One keeps close to the surface, and is the largest of them all, and near the shore the size is larger than in deep water, and there are others, small, variegated in color, which are not articles of food. There are 2 others, one called the Heliodon, which differs from its congeners in the length of its legs and in having 1 row of suckers, all the rest of the mollusks having 2, the other nicknamed variously the Bolitna or the onion, and the Ocelis or the stinkard. There are 2 others found in shells resembling those of the testaceans. One of them is nicknamed by some persons the Nautilus or the Pontylus, or by others the Polypus egg, and the shell of this creature is something like a separate valve of a deep scallop shell. This polypus lies very often near to the shore, and is apartment to be thrown up high and dry on the beach. Under these circumstances it is found with its shell detached, and dies by and by on dry land. These polypods are small, and are shaped, as regards the form of their bodies, like the Bolbidia. There is another polypus that is placed within a shell like a snail. It never comes out of the shell, but lives inside the shell like the snail, and from time to time protrudes its feelers. So much for mollusks. With regard to the Malacostraca or crustaceans, one species is that of the crawfish, and a second, resembling the first, is that of the lobster differing from the crawfish in having claws, and in a few other respects as well. Another species is that of the carid, and another is that of the crab, and there are many kinds both of carid and of crab. Of carids there are the so-called Siphae, or hunchbacks, the crangans, or squilli, and the little kind, or shrimps, and the little kind do not develop into a larger kind. Of the crab, the varieties are indefinite and incalculable. The largest of all crabs is one nicknamed Maya, a second variety is the Pagaris and the crab of Heracleotis, and a third variety is the freshwater crab. The other varieties are smaller in size and destitute of special designations. In the neighborhood of Phoenix there are found on the beach certain crabs that are nicknamed the horsemen, from their running with such speed that it is difficult to overtake them. These crabs, when opened, are usually found empty, and this emptiness may be put down to insufficiency of nutriment. There is another variety, small like the crab, but resembling in shape the lobster. All these animals, as has been stated, have their hard and shelly part outside, where the skin is in other animals, and the fleshy part inside, and the belly is more or less provided with lamellae, or little flaps, and the female here deposits her spawn. The crawfishes have 5 feet on either side, including the claws at the end, and in like manner the crabs have 10 feet in all, including the claws. Of the carids, the hunchbacked, or prawns, have 5 feet on either side, which are sharp-pointed those towards the head, and 5 others on either side in the region of the belly, with their extremities flat. They are devoid of flaps on the underside such as the crawfish has, but on the back they resemble the crawfish. See diagram. It is very different with the crangan, or squilla. It was 4 front legs on either side, then 3 thin ones close behind on either side, and the rest of the body is for the most part devoid of feet. See diagram. Of all these animals the feet bend out obliquely, as is the case with insects, and the claws, where claws are found, turn inwards. The crawfish has a tail, and 5 fins on it, and the round-backed carid has a tail and 4 fins. The squilla also has fins at the tail on either side. In the case of both the hump-backed carid and the squilla the middle part of the tail is spinous, only that in the squilla the part is flattened and in the carid it is sharp-pointed. Of all animals of this genus the crab is the only one devoid of a rump, and, while the body of the carid and the crawfish is elongated, that of the crab is rotund. In the crawfish the male differs from the female. In the female the first foot is bifurcate, in the male it is undivided. The belly fins in the female are large and overlapping on the neck, while in the male they are smaller and do not overlap, and, further, on the last feet of the male there are spur-like projections, large and sharp, which projections in the female are small and smooth. Both male and female have 2 antennae in front of the eyes, large and rough, and other antennae underneath, small and smooth. The eyes of all these creatures are hard and beady, and can move either to the inner or to the outer side. The eyes of most crabs have a similar facility of movement, or rather, in the crab this facility is developed in a higher degree. See diagram. The lobster is all over grey-colored, with a mottling of black. Its under or hinder feet, up to the big feet or claws, are 8 in number, then come the big feet, far larger and flatter at the tips than the same organs in the crawfish, and these big feet or claws are exceptional in their structure, for the right claw has the extreme flat surface long and thin, while the left claw has the corresponding surface thick and round. Each of the 2 claws, divided at the end like a pair of jaws, has both below and above a set of teeth, only that in the right claw they are all small and saw-shaped, while in the left claw those at the apex are saw-shaped and those within are molar-shaped, these latter being, in the under part of the cleft claw, 4 teeth close together, and in the upper part 3 teeth, not close together. Both right and left claws have the upper part mobile, and bring it to bear against the lower one, and both are curved like bandy legs, being thereby adapted for apprehension and constriction. Above the 2 large claws come 2 others, covered with hair, a little underneath the mouth, and underneath these the gill-like formations in the region of the mouth, hairy and numerous. These organs the animal keeps in perpetual motion, and the 2 hairy feet it bends and draws in towards its mouth. The feet near the mouth are furnished also with delicate outgrowing appendages. Like the crawfish, the lobster has 2 teeth, or mandibles, and above these teeth are its antennae, long, but shorter and finer by far than those of the crawfish, and then 4 other antennae similar in shape, but shorter and finer than the others. Over these antennae come the eyes, small and short, not large like the eyes of the crawfish. Over the eyes is a peaky rough projection like a forehead, larger than the same part in the crawfish. In fact, the frontal part is more pointed and the thorax is much broader in the lobster than in the crawfish, and the body in general is smoother and more full of flesh. Of the 8 feet, 4 are bifurcate at the extremities, and 4 are undivided. The region of the so-called neck is outwardly divided into 5 divisions, and sixthly comes the flattened portion at the end, and this portion has 5 flaps, or tail fins, and the inner or underparts, into which the female drops her spawn, are 4 in number and hairy. and on each of the aforesaid parts is a spine turned outwards, short and straight. The body in general and the region of the thorax in particular are smooth, not rough as in the crawfish, but on the large claws the outer portion has larger spines. There is no apparent difference between the male and female, for they both have one claw, whichever it may be, larger than the other, and neither male nor female is ever found with both claws of the same size. All crustaceans take in water close by the mouth. The crab discharges it, closing up, as it does so, a small portion of the same, and the crawfish discharges it by way of the gills, and, by the way, the gill-shaped organs in the crawfish are very numerous. The following properties are common to all crustaceans. They have in all cases 2 teeth, or mandibles, for the front teeth in the crawfish are 2 in number, and in all cases there is in the mouth a small fleshy structure serving for a tongue, and the stomach is close to the mouth, only that the crawfish has a little esophagus in front of the stomach, and there is a straight gut attached to it. This gut, in the crawfish and its congeners, and in the carids, extends in a straight line to the tail, and terminates where the animal discharges the residuum, and where the female deposits her spawn. In the crab it terminates where the flap is situated, and in the center of the flap. And by the way, in all these animals the spawn is deposited outside. Further, the female has the place for the spawn running along the gut. And, again, all these animals have, more or less, an organ termed the mytis, or poppy juice. We must now proceed to review their several differentiae. The crawfish then, as has been said, has 2 teeth, large and hollow, in which is contained a juice resembling the mytis, and in between the teeth is a fleshy substance, shaped like a tongue. After the mouth comes a short esophagus, and then a membranous stomach attached to the esophagus, and at the orifice of the stomach are 3 teeth, 2 facing one another and a third standing by itself underneath. Coming off at a bend from the stomach is a gut, simple and of equal thickness throughout the entire length of the body until it reaches the anal vent. These are all common properties of the crawfish. The carid, and the crab, for the crab, be it remembered, has 2 teeth. Again, the crawfish has a duct attached all the way from the chest to the anal vent, and this duct is connected with the ovary in the female, and with the seminal ducts in the male. This passage is attached to the concave surface of the flesh in such a way that the flesh is in betwixt the duct and the gut, for the gut is related to the convexity and this duct to the concavity, pretty much as is observed in quadrupeds. And the duct is identical in both the sexes, that is to say, the duct in both is thin and white, and charged with a sallow-colored moisture, and is attached to the chest. The following are the properties of the egg and of the convolutes in the carid. The male, by the way, differs from the female in regard to its flesh, in having in connection with the chest 2 separate and distinct white substances, resembling in color and conformation the tentacles of the cuttlefish, and they are convoluted like the poppy or quasi-liver of the trumpet shell. These organs have their starting point in cotyledons or papillae, which are situated under the hindmost feet, and hereabouts the flesh is red and blood-colored, but is slippery to the touch and in so far unlike flesh. Often the convolute organ at the chest branches off another coil about as thick as ordinary twine, and underneath there are 2 granular seminal bodies in juxtaposition with the gut. These are the organs of the male. The female has red-colored eggs, which are adjacent to the stomach and to each side of the gut all along to the fleshy parts, being enveloped in a thin membrane. Such are the parts, internal and external, of the carid. The inner organs of sanguineous animals happen to have specific designations, for these animals have in all cases the inner viscera, but this is not the case with the bloodless animals, but what they have in common with red-blooded animals is the stomach, the esophagus, and the gut. With regard to the crab, it has already been stated that it has claws and feet, and their position has been set forth. Furthermore, for the most part they have the right claw bigger and stronger than the left. It has also been stated that in general the eyes of the crab look sideways. Further, the trunk of the crab's body is single and undivided, including its head and any other part it may possess. Some crabs have eyes placed sideways on the upper part, immediately under the back, and standing a long way apart, and some have their eyes in the center and close together, like the crabs of Heracleotis and the so-called grannies. The mouth lies underneath the eyes, and inside it there are 2 teeth, as is the case with the crawfish, only that in the crab the teeth are not rounded but long, and over the teeth are 2 lids, and in betwixt them are structures such as the crawfish has besides its teeth. The crab takes in water near by the mouth, using the lids as a check to the inflow, and discharges the water by 2 passages above the mouth, closing by means of the lids the way by which it entered, and the 2 passageways are underneath the eyes. When it has taken in water it closes its mouth by means of both lids, and ejects the water in the way above described. Next after the teeth comes the esophagus, very short, so short in fact that the stomach seems to come straightway after the mouth. Next after the esophagus comes the stomach, two-horned, to the center of which is attached a simple and delicate gut, and the gut terminates outwards, at the operculum, as has been previously stated. The crab has the parts in between the lids in the neighborhood of the teeth similar to the same parts in a crawfish. Inside the trunk is a sallow juice and some few little bodies, long and white, and others spotted red. The male differs from the female in size and breadth, and in respect of the ventral flap, for this is larger in the female than in the male, and stands out further from the trunk, and is more hairy, as is the case also with the female in the crawfish. So much, then, for the organs of the Malacostraca or crustacea. With the ostracoderma, or testaceans, such as the land snails and the sea snails, and all the oysters so called, and also with the sea urchin genus, the fleshy part, in such as have flesh, is similarly situated to the fleshy part in the crustaceans. In other words, it is inside the animal, and the shell is outside, and there is no hard substance in the interior. As compared with one another, the testaceans present many diversities both in regard to their shells and to the flesh within. Some of them have no flesh at all, as the sea urchin, others have flesh, but it is inside and wholly hidden, except the head, as in the land snails, and the so-called cochlea, and, among pelagic animals, in the purple murex, the syrinx or trumpet shell, the sea snail, and the spiral-shaped testaceans in general. Of the rest, some are bivalved and some univalved, and by bivalves I mean such as are enclosed within two shells, and by univalved such as are enclosed within a single shell, and in these last the fleshy part is exposed, as in the case of the limpet. Of the bivalves, some can open out, like the scallop and the mussel, for all such shells are grown together on one side and are separate on the other, so as to open and shut. Other bivalves are closed on both sides alike, like the solenores of fish. Some testaceans there are, that are entirely enveloped in shell and expose no portion of their flesh outside, as the tethyi or ascidians. Again, in regard to the shells themselves, the testaceans present differences when compared with one another. Some are smooth-shelled, like the solen, the mussel, and some clams, viz. those that are nicknamed milk shells, while others are rough-shelled, such as the pool oyster or edible oyster, the pinna, and certain species of cockles, and the trumpet shells, and of these some are ribbed, such as the scallop and a certain kind of clam or cockle, and some are devoid of ribs, as the pinna and another species of clam. Testaceans also differ from one another in regard to the thickness or thinness of their shell, both as regards the shell in its entirety and as regards specific parts of the shell, for instance, the lips, for some have thin-lipped shells, like the mussel, and others have thick-lipped shells, like the oyster. A property common to the above-mentioned, and, in fact, to all testaceans, is the smoothness of their shells inside. Some also are capable of motion, like the scallop, and indeed some aver that scallops can actually fly, owing to the circumstance that they often jump right out of the apparatus by means of which they are caught. Others are incapable of motion and are attached fast to some external object, as is the case with the pinna. All the spiral-shaped testaceans can move and creep, and even the limpet relaxes its hold to go in quest of food. In the case of the univalves and the bivalves, the fleshy substance adheres to the shell so tenaciously that it can only be removed by an effort. In the case of the stromboids, it is more loosely attached. And a peculiarity of all the stromboids is the spiral twist of the shell in the part farthest away from the head. They are also furnished from birth with an operculum. And, further, all stromboid testaceans have their shells on the right-hand side, and move not in the direction of the spire, but the opposite way. Such are the diversities observed in the external parts of these animals. The internal structure is almost the same in all these creatures, and in the stromboids especially, for it is in size that these latter differ from one another, and in accidents of the nature of excess or defect. And there is not much difference between most of the univalves and bivalves, but, while those that open and shut differ from one another but slightly, they differ considerably from such as are incapable of motion. And this will be illustrated more satisfactorily hereafter. The spiral-shaped testaceans are all similarly constructed, but differ from one another, as has been said, in the way of excess or defect, for the larger species have larger and more conspicuous organs, and the smaller have smaller and less conspicuous, and, furthermore, in relative hardness or softness, and in other such accidents or properties. All the stromboids, for instance, have the flesh that extrudes from the mouth of the shell, hard and stiff, some more, and some less. From the middle of this protrudes the head and two horns, and these horns are large in the large species, but exceedingly minute in the smaller ones. The head protrudes from them all in the same way, and, if the animal be alarmed, the head draws in again. Some of these creatures have a mouth and teeth, as the snail, teeth sharp, and small, and delicate. They have also a proboscis just like that of the fly, and the proboscis is tongue-shaped. The syrinx and the purple murex have this organ firm and solid, and just as the myops, or horsefly, and the estrus, or gadfly, can pierce the skin of a quadruped, so is the proboscis proportionately stronger in these testaceans, for they bore right through the shells of other shellfish on which they prey. The stomach follows close upon the mouth, and, by the way, this organ in the snail resembles a bird's crop. Underneath come two white firm formations, mastoid or papillary in form, and similar formations are found in the cuttlefish also, only that they are of a firmer consistency in the cuttlefish. After the stomach comes an esophagus, simple and long, extending to the poppy or quasi-liver, which is in the innermost recess of the shell. All these statements may be verified in the case of the purple murex and the syrinx by observation within the whorl of the shell. What comes next to the esophagus is the gut. In fact, the gut is continuous with the esophagus, and runs its whole length uncomplicated to the outlet of the residuum. The gut has its point of origin in the region of the coil of the mecon, also called poppy, and is wider hereabouts, for remember, the mecon is for the most part a sort of excretion in all testaceans. It then takes a bend and runs up again towards the fleshy part, and terminates by the side of the head, where the animal discharges its residuum, and this holds good in the case of all stromboid testaceans, whether terrestrial or marine. From the stomach there is drawn in a parallel direction with the esophagus, in the larger snails, a long white duct enveloped in a membrane, resembling in color the mastoid formations higher up, and in it are nicks or interruptions, as in the egg mass of the crawfish, only, by the way, the duct of which we are treating is white and the egg mass of the crawfish is red. This formation has no outlet nor duct, but is enveloped in a thin membrane with a narrow cavity in its interior. And from the gut downward extend black and rough formations, in close connection, something like the formations in the tortoise, only not so black. Marine snails, also, have these formations, and the white ones, only that the formations are smaller in the smaller species. The non-spiral univalves and bivalves are in some respects similar in construction, and in some respects dissimilar, to the spiral testaceans. They all have a head and horns, and a mouth, and the organ resembling a tongue, but these organs, in the smaller species, are indiscernible owing to the minuteness of these animals, and some are indiscernible even in the larger species when dead, or when at rest and motionless. They all have the mecon, or poppy, but not all in the same place, nor of equal size, nor similarly open to observation. Thus, the limpets have this organ deep down in the bottom of the shell, and the bivalves at the hinge connecting the two valves. They also have in all cases the hairy growths or beards, in a circular form, as in the scallops. And, with regard to the so-called egg, in those that have it, when they have it, it is situated in one of the semicircles of the periphery, as is the case with the white formation in the snail, for this white formation in the snail corresponds to the so-called egg of which we are speaking. But all these organs, as has been stated, are distinctly traceable in the larger species, while in the small ones they are in some cases almost, and in others altogether, indiscernible. Hence they are most plainly visible in the large scallops, and these are the bivalves that have one valve flat-shaped, like the lid of a pot. The outlet of the excretion is in all these animals, save for the exception to be afterwards related, on one side, for there is a passage whereby the excretion passes out. And, remember, the mecon or poppy, as has been stated, is an excretion in all these animals, an excretion enveloped in a membrane. The so-called egg has no outlet in any of these creatures, but is merely an excrescence in the fleshy mass, and it is not situated in the same region with the gut, but the egg is situated on the right-hand side and the gut on the left. Such are the relations of the anal vent in most of these animals, but in the case of the wild limpet, called by some the sea ear, the residuum issues beneath the shell, for the shell is perforated to give an outlet. In this particular limpet the stomach is seen coming after the mouth, and the egg-shaped formations are discernible. But for the relative positions of these parts you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. The so-called carcinium or hermit crab is in a way intermediate between the crustaceans and the testaceans. In its nature it resembles the crawfish kind, and it is born simple of itself. But by its habit of introducing itself into a shell and living there it resembles the testaceans, and so appears to partake of the characters of both kinds. In shape, to give a simple illustration, it resembles a spider, only that the part below the head and thorax is larger in this creature than in a spider. It has two thin red horns, and underneath these horns two long eyes, not retreating inwards, nor turning sideways like the eyes of the crab, but protruding straight out, and underneath these eyes the mouth, and round about the mouth several hair-like growths, and next after these two bifurcate legs or claws, whereby it draws in objects towards itself, and two other legs on either side, and a third small one. All below the thorax is soft, and when opened in dissection is found to be sallow-colored within. From the mouth there runs a single passage right onto the stomach, but the passage for the excretions is not discernible. The legs and the thorax are hard, but not so hard as the legs and the thorax of the crab. It does not adhere to its shell like the purple murex and the syrinx, but can easily slip out of it. It is longer when found in the shell of the stromboids than when found in the shell of the neriti. And, by the way, the animal found in the shell of the neriti is a separate species, like to the other in most respects, but of its bifurcate feet or claws, the right-hand one is small and the left-hand one is large, and it progresses chiefly by the aid of this latter and larger one. In the shells of these animals, and in certain others, there is found a parasite whose mode of attachment is similar. The particular one which we have just described is named the Silurus. The Nereids has a smooth large round shell, and resembles the syrinx in shape, only the poppy juice is, in its case, not black but red. It clings with great force near the middle. In calm weather, then, they go free afield, but when the wind blows the Carcinia takes shelter against the rocks, the neriti themselves cling fast like limpets, and the same is the case with the hemorrhoid or aporoid and all others of the like kind. And, by the way, they cling to the rock, when they turn back their operculum, for this operculum seems like a lid. In fact this structure represents the one part, in the stromboids, of that which in the bivalves is a duplicate shell. The interior of the animal is fleshy, and the mouth is inside. And it is the same with the hemorrhoid, the purple murex, and all such like animals. Such of the little crabs as have the left foot or claw the bigger of the two are found in the neriti, but not in the stromboids. Are some snail shells which have inside them creatures resembling those little crayfish that are also found in fresh water. These creatures, however, differ in having the part inside the shells, but as to the characters, you are referred to my treatise on anatomy. The urchins are devoid of flesh, and this is a character peculiar to them, and while they are in all cases empty and devoid of any flesh within, they are in all cases furnished with the black formations. There are several species of the urchin, and one of these is that which is made use of for food. This is the kind in which are found the so-called eggs, large and edible, in the larger and smaller specimens alike, for even when as yet very small they are provided with them. There are two other species, the Spratangus, and the so-called Brissus. These animals are pelagic and scarce. Further, there are the Echinopterae, or mother urchins, the largest in size of all the species. In addition to these there is another species, small in size, but furnished with large hard spines. It lives in the sea at a depth of several fathoms, and is used by some people as a specific for cases of strangury. In the neighborhood of Tyrone there are sea urchins of a white color, shells, spines, eggs and all, and that are longer than the ordinary sea urchin. The spine in this species is not large nor strong, but rather limp, and the black formations in connection with the mouth are more than usually numerous, and communicate with the external duct, but not with one another. In point of fact, the animal is in a manner divided up by them. The edible urchin moves with greatest freedom and most often, and this is indicated by the fact that these urchins have always something or other on their spines. All urchins are supplied with eggs, but in some of the species the eggs are exceedingly small and unfit for food. Singularly enough, the urchin has what we may call its head and mouth down below, and a place for the issue of the residuum up above, and this same property is common to all stromboids and to limpets. For the food on which the creature lives lies down below, consequently the mouth has a position well adapted for getting at the food, and the excretion is above, near to the back of the shell. The urchin has, also, 5 hollow teeth inside, and in the middle of these teeth a fleshy substance serving the office of a tongue. Next to this comes the esophagus, and then the stomach, divided into 5 parts, and filled with excretion, all the 5 parts uniting at the anal vent, where the shell is perforated for an outlet. Underneath the stomach, in another membrane, are the so-called eggs, identical in number in all cases, and that number is always an odd number, to wit 5. Up above, the black formations are attached to the starting point of the teeth, and they are bitter to the taste, and unfit for food. A similar or at least an analogous formation is found in many animals, as, for instance, in the tortoise, the toad, the frog, the stromboids, and, generally, in the mollusks, but the formation varies here and there in color, and in all cases is altogether uneatable, or more or less unpalatable. In reality the mouth apparatus of the urchin is continuous from one end to the other, but to outward appearance it is not so, but looks like a horn lantern with the panes of horn left out. The urchin uses its spines as feet, for it rests its weight on these, and then moving shifts from place to place. The so-called Tethium or Ascidian has of all these animals the most remarkable characteristics. It is the only mollusk that has its entire body concealed within its shell, and the shell is a substance intermediate between hide and shell, so that it cuts like a piece of hard leather. It is attached to rocks by its shell, and is provided with two passages placed at a distance from one another, very minute and hard to see, whereby it admits and discharges the seawater, for it has no visible excretion, whereas of shellfish in general some resemble the urchin in this matter of excretion, and others are provided with the so-called mecon, or poppy juice. If the animal be opened, it is found to have, in the first place, a tendinous membrane running round inside the shell-like substance, and within this membrane is the flesh-like substance of the Ascidian, not resembling that in other mollusks, but this flesh, to which I now allude, is the same in all Ascidia. And this substance is attached in two places to the membrane and the skin, obliquely, and at the point of attachment the space is narrowed from side to side, where the fleshy substance stretches towards the passages that lead outwards through the shell, and here it discharges and admits food and liquid matter, just as it would if one of the passages were a mouth and the other an anal vent, and one of the passages is somewhat wider than the other. Inside it has a pair of cavities, one on either side, a small partition separating them, and one of these two cavities contains the liquid. The creature has no other organ whether motor or sensory, nor, as was said in the case of the others, is it furnished with any organ connected with excretion, as other shellfish are. The color of the Ascidian is in some cases sallow, and in other cases red. There is, furthermore, the genus of the sea nettles, peculiar in its way. The sea nettle, or sea anemone, clings to rocks like certain of the testaceans, but at times relaxes its hold. It has no shell, but its entire body is fleshy. It is sensitive to touch, and, if you put your hand to it, it will seize and cling to it, as the cuttlefish would do with its feelers, and in such a way as to make the flesh of your hand swell up. Its mouth is in the center of its body, and it lives adhering to the rock as an oyster to its shell. If any little fish come up against it clings to it. In fact, just as I described it above as doing to your hand, so it does to anything edible that comes in its way, and it feeds upon sea urchins and scallops. Another species of the sea nettle roams freely abroad. The sea nettle appears to be devoid altogether of excretion, and in this respect it resembles a plant. Of sea nettles there are two species, the lesser and more edible, and the large hard ones, such as are found in the neighborhood of Chalcis. In winter time their flesh is firm, and accordingly they are sought after as articles of food, but in summer weather they are worthless, for they become thin and watery, and if you catch at them they break at once into bits, and cannot be taken off the rocks entire, and being oppressed by the heat they tend to slip back into the crevices of the rocks. So much for the external and the internal organs of mollusks, crustaceans, and testaceans. We now proceed to treat of insects in like manner. This genus comprises many species, and, though several kinds are clearly related to one another, these are not classified under one common designation, as in the case of the bee, the drone, the wasp, and all such insects, and again as in the case of those that have their wings in a sheath or shard, like the cockchafer, the carabus or stag beetle, the cantharies or blister beetle, and the like. Insects have three parts common to them all, the head, the trunk containing the stomach, and a third part in betwixt these two, corresponding to what in other creatures embraces chest and back. In the majority of insects this intermediate part is single, but in the long and multipedal insects it has practically the same number of segments as of nix. All insects when cut in two continue to live, excepting such as are naturally cold by nature, or such as from their minute size chill rapidly, though, by the way, wasps notwithstanding their small size continue living after severance. In conjunction with the middle portion, either the head or the stomach can live, but the head cannot live by itself. Insects that are long in shape and many-footed can live for a long while after being cut in twain, and the severed portions can move in either direction, backwards or forwards. Thus, the hinder portion, if cut off, can crawl either in the direction of the section or in the direction of the tail, as is observed in the Scolopendra. All insects have eyes, but no other organ of sense discernible, except that some insects have a kind of a tongue corresponding to a similar organ common to all testaceans, and by this organ such insects taste and imbibe their food. In some insects this organ is soft, in other insects it is firm, as it is, by the way, in the purple fish, among testaceans. In the horsefly and the gadfly this organ is hard, and indeed it is hard in most insects. In point of fact, such insects as have no sting in the rear use this organ as a weapon, and, by the way, such insects as are provided with this organ are unprovided with teeth, with the exception of a few insects. The fly by a touch can draw blood with this organ, and the gnat can prick or sting with it. Certain insects are furnished with prickers or stings. Some insects have the sting inside, as the bee and the wasp, others outside, as the scorpion, and, by the way, this is the only insect furnished with a long tail. And, further, the scorpion is furnished with claws, as is also the creature resembling a scorpion found within the pages of books. In addition to their other organs, flying insects are furnished with wings. Some insects are dipterous or double-winged, as the fly, others are tetrapterous or furnished with 4 wings, as the bee, and, by the way, no insect with only 2 wings has a sting in the rear. Again, some winged insects have a sheath or shard for their wings, as the cockchafer, whereas in others the wings are unsheathed, as in the bee. But in the case of all alike, flight is in no way modified by tail steerage, and the wing is devoid of quill structure or division of any kind. Again, some insects have antennae in front of their eyes, as the butterfly and the horned beetle. Such of them as have the power of jumping have the hinder legs the longer, and these long hind legs whereby they jump bend backwards like the hind legs of quadrupeds. All insects have the belly different from the back, as, in fact, is the case with all animals. The flesh of an insect's body is neither shell-like nor is it like the internal substance of shell-covered animals, nor is it like flesh in the ordinary sense of the term, but it is a something intermediate in quality. Wherefore they have nor spine, nor bone, nor sepia bone, nor enveloping shell, but their body by its hardness is its own protection and requires no extraneous support. However, insects have a skin, but the skin is exceedingly thin. These and such like are the external organs of insects. Internally, next after the mouth, comes a gut, in the majority of cases straight and simple down to the outlet of the residuum, but in a few cases the gut is coiled. No insect is provided with any viscera, or is supplied with fat, and these statements apply to all animals devoid of blood. Some have a stomach also, and attached to this the rest of the gut, either simple or convoluted as in the case of the acris or grasshopper. The terdex or cicada, alone of such creatures, and, in fact, alone of all creatures, is unprovided with a mouth, but it is provided with a tongue-like formation found in insects furnished with frontward stings, and this formation in the cicada is long, continuous, and devoid of any split, and by the aid of this the creature feeds on dew, and on dew only, and in its stomach no excretion is ever found. Of the cicada there are several kinds, and they differ from one another in relative magnitude, and in this respect that the achetes or chirper is provided with a cleft or aperture under the hyposoma and has in it a membrane quite discernible, whilst the membrane is indiscernible in the tetragonia. Furthermore, there are some strange creatures to be found in the sea, which from their rarity we are unable to classify. Experienced fishermen affirm, some that they have at times seen in the sea animals like sticks, black, rounded, and of the same thickness throughout, others that they have seen creatures resembling shields, red in color, and furnished with fins packed close together, and others that they have seen creatures resembling the male organ in shape and size, with a pair of fins in the place of the testicles, and they aver that on one occasion a creature of this description was brought up on the end of a night line. So much then for the parts, external and internal, exceptional and common, of all animals. We now proceed to treat of the senses, for there are diversities in animals with regard to the senses, seeing that some animals have the use of all the senses, and others the use of a limited number of them. The total number of the senses, for we have no experience of any special sense not here included, is 5, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Man, then, and all vivipara that have feet, and, further, all red-blooded ovipara, appear to have the use of all the 5 senses, except where some isolated species has been subjected to mutilation, as in the case of the mole. For this animal is deprived of sight, it has no eyes visible, but if the skin a thick one, by the way be stripped off the head, about the place in the exterior where eyes usually are, the eyes are found inside in a stunted condition, furnished with all the parts found in ordinary eyes, that is to say, we find there the black rim, and the fatty part surrounding it. But all these parts are smaller than the same parts in ordinary visible eyes. There is no external sign of the existence of these organs in the mole, owing to the thickness of the skin drawn over them, so that it would seem that the natural course of development were congenitally arrested, for extending from the brain at its junction with the marrow are two strong sinewy ducts running past the sockets of the eyes, and terminating at the upper right teeth. All the other animals of the kinds above mentioned have a perception of color and of sound, and the senses of smell and taste. The fifth sense, that, namely, of touch, is common to all animals whatsoever. In some animals the organs of sense are plainly discernible, and this is especially the case with the eyes. For animals have a special locality for the eyes, and also a special locality for hearing, that is to say, some animals have ears, while others have the passage for sound discernible. It is the same with the sense of smell, that is to say, some animals have nostrils, and others have only the passages for smell, such as birds. It is the same also with the organ of taste, the tongue. Of aquatic red-blooded animals, fishes possess the organ of taste, namely the tongue, but it is in an imperfect and amorphous form, in other words it is osseous and undetached. In some fish the palate is fleshy, as in the freshwater carp, so that by an inattentive observer it might be mistaken for a tongue. There is no doubt but that fishes have the sense of taste, for a great number of them delight in special flavors, and fishes freely take the hook if it be baited with a piece of flesh from a tunny or from any fat fish, obviously enjoying the taste and the eating of food of this kind. Fishes have no visible organs for hearing or for smell, for what might appear to indicate an organ for smell in the region of the nostril has no communication with the brain. These indications, in fact, in some cases lead nowhere, like blind alleys, and in other cases lead only to the gills, but for all this fishes undoubtedly hear and smell. For they are observed to run away from any loud noise, such as would be made by the rowing of a galley, so as to become easy of capture in their holes, for, by the way, though a sound be very slight in the open air, it has a loud and alarming resonance to creatures that hear under water. And this is shown in the capture of the dolphin, for when the hunters have enclosed a shoal of these fishes with a ring of their canoes, they set up from inside the canoes a loud splashing in the water, and by so doing induce the creatures to run in a shoal high and dry up on the beach, and so capture them while stupefied with the noise. And yet, for all this, the dolphin has no organ of hearing discernible. Furthermore, when engaged in their craft, fishermen are particularly careful to make no noise with oar or net, and after they have spied a shoal, they let down their nets at a spot so far off that they count upon no noise being likely to reach the shoal, occasioned either by oar or by the surging of their boats through the water, and the crews are strictly enjoined to preserve silence until the shoal has been surrounded. And, at times, when they want the fish to crowd together, they adopt the stratagem of the dolphin hunter, in other words they clatter stones together, that the fish may, in their fright, gather close into one spot, and so they envelop them within their nets. Before surrounding them, then, they preserve silence, as was said, but, after hemming the shoal in, they call on every man to shout out aloud and make any kind of noise, for on hearing the noise and hubbub the fish are sure to tumble into the nets from sheer fright. Further, when fishermen see a shoal of fish feeding at a distance, disporting themselves in calm bright weather on the surface of the water, if they are anxious to descry the size of the fish and to learn what kind of a fish it is, they may succeed in coming upon the shoal whilst yet basking at the surface if they sail up without the slightest noise, but if any man make a noise previously, the shoal will be seen to scurry away in alarm. Again, there is a small river fish called the cottis or bullhead. This creature burrows under a rock, and fishers catch it by clattering stones against the rock, and the fish, bewildered at the noise, darts out of its hiding place. From these facts it is quite obvious that fishes can hear, and indeed some people, from living near the sea and frequently witnessing such phenomena, affirm that of all living creatures the fish is the quickest of hearing. And, by the way, of all fishes the quickest of hearing are the cestrus or mullet, the cremps, the labrax or bass, the sailpaw sorp, the chromies or saina, and such like. Other fishes are less quick of hearing, and, as might be expected, are more apartment to be found living at the bottom of the sea. The case is similar in regard to the sense of smell. Thus, as a rule, fishes will not touch a bait that is not fresh, neither are they all caught by one and the same bait, but they are severally caught by baits suited to their several likings, and these baits they distinguish by their sense of smell, and, by the way, some fishes are attracted by malodorous baits, as the sorp, for instance, is attracted by excrement. Again, a number of fishes live in caves, and accordingly fishermen, when they want to entice them out, smear the mouth of a cave with strong-smelling pickles, and the fish are soon attracted to the smell. And the eel is caught in a similar way, for the fisherman lays down an earthen pot that has held pickles, after inserting a wheel in the neck thereof. As a general rule, Fishes are especially attracted by savory smells. For this reason, fishermen roast the fleshy parts of the cuttlefish and use it as bait on account of its smell, for fish are peculiarly attracted by it. They also bake the octopus and bait their fish baskets or wheels with it, entirely, as they say, on account of its smell. Furthermore, gregarious fishes, if fish washings or bilge water be thrown overboard, are observed to scud off to a distance, from apparent dislike of the smell. And it is asserted that they can at once detect by smell the presence of their own blood, and this faculty is manifested by their hurrying off to a great distance whenever fish blood is spilt in the sea. And, as a general rule, if you bait your wheel with a stinking bait, the fish refuse to enter the wheel or even to draw near, but if you bait the wheel with a fresh and savory bait, they come at once from long distances and swim into it. And all this is particularly manifest in the dolphin, for, as was stated, it has no visible organ of hearing, and yet it is captured when stupefied with noise, and so, while it has no visible organ for smell, it has the sense of smell remarkably keen. It is manifest, then, that the animals above mentioned are in possession of all the 5 senses. All other animals may, with very few exceptions, be comprehended within 4 genera, to wit, mollusks, crustaceans, testaceans, and insects. Of these 4 genera, the mollusk, the crustacean, and the insect have all the senses. At all events, they have sight, smell, and taste. As for insects, both winged and wingless, they can detect the presence of scented objects afar off, as for instance bees and snipes detect the presence of honey at a distance, and do so recognizing it by smell. Many insects are killed by the smell of brimstone. Ants, if the apertures to their dwellings be smeared with powdered origanum and brimstone, quit their nests, and most insects may be banished with burnt hartshorn, or better still by the burning of the gum styrax. The cuttlefish, the octopus, and the crawfish may be caught by bait. The octopus, in fact, clings so tightly to the rocks that it cannot be pulled off, but remains attached even when the knife is employed to sever it, and yet, if you apply fleabane to the creature, it drops off at the very smell of it. The facts are similar in regard to taste. For the food that insects go in quest of is of diverse kinds, and they do not all delight in the same flavors. For instance, the bee never settles on a withered or wilted flower, but on fresh and sweet ones, and the canops or gnat settles only on acrid substances and not on sweet. The sense of touch, by the way, as has been remarked, is common to all animals. Testaceans have the senses of smell and taste. With regard to their possession of the sense of smell, that is proved by the use of baits, for example in the case of the purple fish, for this creature is enticed by baits of rancid meat, which it perceives and is attracted to from a great distance. The proof that it possesses a sense of taste hangs by the proof of its sense of smell, for whenever an animal is attracted to a thing by perceiving its smell, it is sure to like the taste of it. Further, all animals furnished with a mouth derive pleasure or pain from the touch of a sapid juices. With regard to sight and hearing, we cannot make statements with thorough confidence or on irrefutable evidence. However, the solanor razorfish, if you make a noise, appears to burrow in the sand, and to hide himself deeper when he hears the approach of the iron rod, for the animal, be it observed, juts a little out of its hole, while the greater part of the body remains within, and scallops, if you present your finger near their open valves, close them tight again as through they could see what you were doing. Furthermore, when fishermen are laying bait for nerity, they always get to leeward of them, and never speak a word while so engaged, under the firm impression that the animal can smell and hear, and they assure us that, if anyone speaks aloud, the creature makes efforts to escape. With regard to testaceans, of the walking or creeping species the urchin appears to have the least developed sense of smell, and, of the stationary species, the ascidian and the barnacle. So much for the organs of sense in the general run of animals. We now proceed to treat of voice. Voice and sound are different from one another, and language differs from voice and sound. The fact is that no animal can give utterance to voice except by the action of the pharynx, and consequently such animals as are devoid of lung have no voice, and language is the articulation of vocal sounds by the instrumentality of the tongue. Thus, the voice and larynx can emit vocal or vowel sounds, non-vocal or consonantal sounds are made by the tongue and the lips, and out of these vocal and non-vocal sounds language is composed. Consequently, animals that have no tongue at all or that have a tongue not freely detached, have neither voice nor language, although, by the way, they may be enabled to make noises or sounds by other organs than the tongue. Insects, for instance, have no voice and no language, but they can emit sound by internal air or wind, though not by the emission of air or wind, for no insects are capable of respiration. but some of them make a humming noise, like the bee and the other winged insects, and others are said to sing, as the cicada. And all these latter insects make their special noises by means of the membrane that is underneath the hyposome of those insects, that is to say, whose body is thus divided, as for instance, one species of cicada, which makes the sound by means of the friction of the air. Flies and bees, and the like, produce their special noise by opening and shutting their wings in the act of flying, for the noise made is by the friction of air between the wings when in motion. The noise made by grasshoppers is produced by rubbing or reverberating with their long hind legs. No mollusk or crustacean can produce any natural voice or sound. Fishes can produce no voice, for they have no lungs, nor windpipe and pharynx, but they emit certain inarticulate sounds and squeaks, which is what is called their voice, as the lyre or gurnard, and the saina, for these fishes make a grunting kind of noise, and the capris or boarfish in the Riveraculus, and the chalcis and the cuckoofish, for the chalcis makes a sort piping sound, and the cuckoofish makes a sound greatly like the cry of the cuckoo, and is nicknamed from the circumstance. The apparent voice in all these fishes is a sound caused in some cases by a rubbing motion of their gills, which by the way are prickly, or in other cases by internal parts about their bellies, for they all have air or wind inside them, by rubbing and moving which they produce the sounds. Some cartilaginous fish seem to squeak. But in these cases the term voice is inappropriate, the more correct expression would be sound. For the scallop, when it goes along supporting itself on the water, which is technically called flying, makes a whizzing sound, and so does the sea swallow or flying fish, for this fish flies in the air, clean out of the water, being furnished with fins broad and long. Just then as in the flight of birds the sound made by their wings is obviously not voice, so is it in the case of all these other creatures. The dolphin, when taken out of the water, gives a squeak and the moans in the air, but these noises do not resemble those above mentioned. For this creature has a voice, and can therefore utter vocal or vowel sounds, for it is furnished with a lung and a windpipe, but its tongue is not loose, nor has it lips, so as to give utterance to an articulate sound, or a sound of vowel and consonant in combination. Of animals which are furnished with tongue and lung, the oviparous quadrupeds produce a voice, but a feeble one, in some cases, a shrill piping sound, like the serpent, in others, a thin faint cry, in others, a low hiss, like the tortoise. The formation of the tongue in the frog is exceptional. The front part of the tongue, which in other animals is detached, is tightly fixed in the frog as it is in all fishes, but the part towards the pharynx is freely detached, and may, so to speak, be spat outwards, and it is with this that it makes its peculiar croak. The croaking that goes on in the marsh is the call of the males to the females at rutting time, and, by the way, all animals have a special cry for the like end at the like season, as is observed in the case of goats, swine, and sheep. The bullfrog makes its croaking noise by putting its underjaw on a level with the surface of the water and extending its upper jaw to its utmost capacity. The tension is so great that the upper jaw becomes transparent, and the animal's eyes shine through the jaw like lamps, for, by the way, the commerce of the sexes takes place usually in the night time. Birds can utter vocal sounds, and such of them can articulate best as have the tongue moderately flat, and also such as have thin delicate tongues. In some cases, the male and the female utter the same note, in other cases, different notes. The smaller birds are more vocal and given to chirping than the larger ones, but in the pairing season every species of bird becomes particularly vocal. Some of them call when fighting, as the quail, others cry or crow when challenging to combat, as the partridge, or when victorious, as the barn door cock. In some cases cock-birds and hens sing alike, as is observed in the nightingale, only that the hen stops singing when brooding or rearing her young. In other birds, the cocks sing more than the hens. In fact, with barn door fowls and quails, the cock sings and the hen does not. The viviparous quadrupeds utter vocal sounds of different kinds, but they have no power of converse. In fact, this power, or language, is peculiar to man. For while the capability of talking implies the capability of uttering vocal sounds, the converse does not hold good. Men that are born deaf are in all cases also dumb, that is, they can make vocal sounds, but they cannot speak. Children, just as they have no control over other parts, so have no control, at first, over the tongue, but it is so far imperfect, and only frees and detaches itself by degrees, so that in the interval children for the most part lisp and stutter. Vocal sounds and modes of language differ according to locality. Vocal sounds are characterized chiefly by their pitch, whether high or low, and the kinds of sound capable of being produced are identical within the limits of one and the same species, but articulate sound, that one might reasonably designate language, differs both in various animals, and also in the same species according to diversity of locality, as for instance, some partridges cackle, and some make a shrill twittering noise. Of little birds, some sing a different note from the parent birds, if they have been removed from the nest and have heard other birds singing, and a mother nightingale has been observed to give lessons in singing to a young bird, from which spectacle we might obviously infer that the song of the bird was not equally congenital with mere voice, but was something capable of modification and of improvement. Men have the same voice or vocal sounds, but they differ from one another in speech or language. The elephant makes a vocal sound of a wind-like sort by the mouth alone, unaided by the trunk, just like the sound of a man panting or sighing, but, if it employ the trunk as well, the sound produced is like that of a hoarse trumpet. With regard to the sleeping and waking of animals, all creatures that are red-blooded and provided with legs give sensible proof that they go to sleep and that they waken up from sleep, for, as a matter of fact, all animals that are furnished with eyelids shut them up when they go to sleep. Furthermore, it would appear that not only do men dream, but horses also, and dogs, and oxen, aye, and sheep, and goats, and all the viparous quadrupeds, and dogs show their dreaming by barking in their sleep. With regard to viparous animals we cannot be sure that they dream, but most undoubtedly they sleep. And the same may be said of water animals, such as fishes, mollusks, crustaceans, to wit crawfish and the like. These animals sleep without doubt, although their sleep is of very short duration. The proof of their sleeping cannot be got from the condition of their eyes, for none of these creatures are furnished with eyelids but can be obtained only from their motionless repose. Apart from the irritation caused by lice and what are nicknamed fleas, fish are met with in a state so motionless that one might easily catch them by hand, and, as a matter of fact, these little creatures, if the fish remain long in one position, will attack them in myriads and devour them. For these parasites are found in the depths of the sea, and are so numerous that they devour any bait made of fish's flesh if it be left long on the ground at the bottom, and fishermen often draw up a cluster of them, all clinging onto the bait. But it is from the following facts that we may more reasonably infer that fishes sleep. Very often it is possible to take a fish off its guard so far as to catch hold of it or to give it a blow unawares, and all the while that you are preparing to catch or strike it, the fish is quite still but for a slight motion of the tail. And it is quite obvious that the animal is sleeping, from its movements if any disturbance be made during its repose, for it moves just as you would expect in a creature suddenly awakened. Further, owing to their being asleep, fish may be captured by torchlight. The watchmen in the tunny fishery often take advantage of the fish being asleep to envelop them in a circle of nets, and it is quite obvious that they were thus sleeping by their lying still and allowing the glistening under parts of their bodies to become visible, while the capture is taking place. They sleep in the night time more than during the day, and so soundly at night that you may cast the net without making them stir. Fish, as a general rule, sleep close to the ground, or to the sand or to a stone at the bottom, or after concealing themselves under a rock or the ground. Flat fish go to sleep in the sand, and they can be distinguished by the outlines of their shapes in the sand, and are caught in this position by being speared with pronged instruments. The bass, the chrysophorus or gilt-head, the mullet, and fish of the like sort are often caught in the daytime by the prong owing to their having been surprised when sleeping, for it is scarcely probable that fish could be pronged while awake. Cartilaginous fish sleep at times so soundly that they may be caught by hand. The dolphin and the whale, and all such as are furnished with a blowhole, sleep with the blowhole over the surface of the water, and breathe through the blowhole while they keep up a quiet flapping of their fins. Indeed, some mariners assure us that they have actually heard the dolphin snoring. Mollusks sleep like fishes, and crustaceans also. It is plain also that insects sleep, for there can be no mistaking their condition of motionless repose. In the bee the fact of its being asleep is very obvious, for at night time bees are at rest and cease to hum. But the fact that insects sleep may be very well seen in the case of common everyday creatures, for not only do they rest at night time from dimness of vision, and, by the way, all hard-eyed creatures see but indistinctly, but even if a lighted candle be presented they continue sleeping quite as soundly. Of all animals man is most given to dreaming. Children and infants do not dream, but in most cases dreaming comes on at the age of 4 or 5 years. Instances have been known of full-grown men and women that have never dreamed at all. In exceptional cases of this kind, it has been observed that when a dream occurs in advanced life it prognosticates either actual dissolution or a general breakup of the system. So much then for sensation and for the phenomena of sleeping and of awakening. With regard to sex, some animals are divided into male and female. but others are not so divided but can only be said in a comparative way to bring forth young and to be pregnant. In animals that live confined to one spot there is no duality of sex, nor is there such, in fact, in any testations. In mollusks and in crustaceans we find male and female, and, indeed, in all animals furnished with feet, biped or quadruped, in short, in all such as by copulation engender either live young or egg or grub. In the several genera, with however certain exceptions, there either absolutely is or absolutely is not a duality of sex. Thus, in quadrupeds the duality is universal, while the absence of such duality is universal in testations, and of these creatures, as with plants, some individuals are fruitful and some are not, there lying still. But among insects and fishes, some cases are found wholly devoid of this duality of sex. For instance, the eel is neither male nor female, and can engender nothing. In fact, those who assert that eels are at times found with hair-like or worm-like progeny attached, make only random assertions from not having carefully noticed the locality of such attachments. For no eel nor animal of this kind is ever viviparous unless previously oviparous, and no eel was ever yet seen with an egg. And animals that are viviparous have their young in the womb and closely attached, and not in the belly, for, if the embryo were kept in the belly, it would be subjected to the process of digestion like ordinary food. When people rest duality of sex in the eel on the assertion that the head of the male is bigger and longer, and the head of the female smaller and more snubbed, they are taking diversity of species for diversity of sex. There are certain fish that are nicknamed the epitragia, or capon fish, and, by the way, fish of this description are found in fresh water, as the carp and the balagrus. This sort of fish never has either roe or milt, but they are hard and fat all over, and are furnished with a small gut, and these fish are regarded as of super excellent quality. Again, just as in testations and in plants there is what bears and engenders, but not what impregnates, so is it, among fishes, with the setter, the erythrinus, and the chan, for these fish are in all cases found furnished with eggs. As a general rule, in red-blooded animals furnished with feet and not oviparous, the male is larger and longer-lived than the female, except with the mule, where the female is longer-lived and bigger than the male, whereas in oviparous and vermiparous creatures, as in fishes and in insects, the female is larger than the male, as, for instance, with the serpent, the phalangium or venom spider, the gecko, and the frog. The same difference in size of the sexes is found in fishes, as, for instance, in the smaller cartilaginous fishes, in the greater part of the gregarious species, and in all that live in and about rocks. The fact that the female is longer-lived than the male is inferred from the fact that female fishes are caught older than males. Furthermore, in all animals the upper and front parts are better, stronger, and more thoroughly equipped in the male than in the female, whereas in the female those parts are the better that may be termed hinder parts or underparts. And this statement is applicable to man and to all vivipara that have feet. Again, the female is less muscular and less compactly jointed, and more thin and delicate in the hair, that is, where hair is found, and, where there is no hair, less strongly furnished in some analogous substance. And the female is more flaccid in texture of flesh, and more knock-kneed, and the shin bones are thinner, and the feet are more arched and hollow in such animals as are furnished with feet. And with regard to voice, the female in all animals that are vocal has a thinner and sharper voice than the male, except, by the way, with kine, for the lowing and bellowing of the cow has a deeper note than that of the bull. With regard to organs of defense and offense, such as teeth, tusks, horns, spurs, and the like, these in some species the male possesses and the female does not, as, for instance, the hind has no horns, and where the cockbird has a spur the hen is entirely destitute of the organ, and in like manner the sow is devoid of tusks. In other species such organs are found in both sexes, but are more perfectly developed in the male, as, for instance, the horn of the bull is more powerful than the horn of the cow. The History of Animals, Book V. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. As to the parts internal and external that all animals are furnished with all, and further as to the senses, to voice, and sleep, and the duality sex, all these topics have now been touched upon. It now remains for us to discuss, duly and in order, their several modes of propagation. These modes are many and diverse, and in some respects alike, and in other respects are unlike to one another. As we carried on our previous discussion genus by genus, so we must attempt to follow the same divisions in our present argument, only that whereas in the former case we started with a consideration of the parts of man, in the present case it behoves us to treat of man last of all because he involves most discussion. We shall commence, then, with testations, and then proceed to crustaceans, and then to the other genera in due order, and these other genera are, severally, mollusks, and insects, then fishes viviparous and fishes oviparous, and next birds, and afterwards we shall treat of animals provided with feet, both such as are oviparous and such as are viviparous, and we may observe that some quadrupeds are viviparous, but that the only viviparous biped is man. Now there is one property that animals are found to have in common with plants. For some plants are generated from the seed of plants, whilst other plants are self-generated through the formation of some elemental principle similar to a seed, and of these latter plants some derive their nutriment from the ground, whilst others grow inside other plants, as is mentioned, by the way, in my treatise on botany. So with animals, some spring from parent animals according to their kind, whilst others grow spontaneously and not from kindred stock, and of these instances of spontaneous generation some come from putrefying earth or vegetable matter, as is the case with a number of insects, while others are spontaneously generated in the inside of animals out of the secretions of their several organs. In animals where generation goes by heredity, wherever there is duality of sex, generation is due to copulation. In the group of fishes, however, there are some that are neither male nor female, and these, while they are identical generically with other fish, differ from them specifically, but there are others that stand altogether isolated and apart by themselves. Other fishes there are that are always female and never male, and from them are conceived what correspond to the winged eggs in birds. Such eggs, by the way, in birds are all unfruitful, but it is their nature to be independently capable of generation up to the egg stage, unless indeed there be some other mode than the one familiar to us of intercourse with a male, but concerning these topics we shall treat more precisely later on. In the case of certain fishes, however, after they have spontaneously generated eggs, these eggs develop into living animals, only that in certain of these cases development is spontaneous, and in others is not independent of the male, and the method of proceeding in regard to these matters will set forth by and by, for the method is somewhat like to the method followed in the case of birds. But whensoever creatures are spontaneously generated, either in other animals, in the soil, or on plants, or in the parts of these, and when such are generated male and female, then from the copulation of such spontaneously generated males and females there is generated a something never identical in shape with the parents, but a something imperfect. For instance, the issue of copulation in lice is nits, in flies, grubs, in fleas, grubs egg-like in shape, and from these issues the parent species is never reproduced, nor is any animal produced at all, but the like nondescripts only. First, then, we must proceed to treat of covering in regard to such animals as cover and are covered, and then after this to treat in due order of other matters, both the exceptional and those of general occurrence. Those animals, then, cover and are covered in which there is a duality of sex, and the modes of covering in such animals are not in all cases similar nor analogous. For the red-blooded animals that are viviparous and furnished with feet have in all cases organs adapted for procreation, but the sexes do not in all cases come together in like manner. Thus, apostheuritic animals copulate with a rearward presentment, as is the case with the lion, the hare, and the lynx, though, by the way, in the case of the hare, the female is often observed to cover the male. The case is similar in most other such animals, that is to say, the majority of quadrupeds copulate as best they can, the male mounting the female, and this is the only method of copulating adopted by birds, though there are certain diversities of method observed even in birds. For in some cases the female squats on the ground and the male mounts on top of her, as is the case with the cock and hen bustard, and the barn-door cock and hen. In other cases, the male mounts without the female squatting, as with the male and female crane, for, with these birds, the male mounts onto the back of the female and covers her, and like the cock sparrow consumes but very little time in the operation. Of quadrupeds, bears perform the operation lying prone on one another, in the same way as other quadrupeds do while standing up, that is to say, with the belly of the male pressed to the back of the female. Hedgehogs copulate erect, belly to belly. With regard to large-sized vivipara, the hind only very rarely sustains the mounting of the stag to the full conclusion of the operation, and the same is the case with the cow as regards the bull, owing to the rigidity of the penis of the bull. In point of fact, the females of these animals elicit the sperm of the male in the act of withdrawing from underneath him, and, by the way, this phenomenon has been observed in the case of the stag and hind, domesticated, of course. Covering with the wolf is the same as with the dog. Cats do not copulate with a rearward presentment on the part of the female, but the male stands erect and the female puts herself underneath him, and, by the way, the female cat is peculiarly lecherous, and wheedles the male onto sexual commerce, and caterwauls during the operation. Camels copulate with the female in a sitting posture, and the male straddles over and covers her, not with the hinder presentment on the female's part but like the other quadrupeds mentioned above, and they pass the whole day long in the operation. When thus engaged they retire to lonely spots, and none but their keeper dare approach them. And, be it observed, the penis of the camel is so sinewy that bowstrings are manufactured out of it. Elephants, also, copulate in lonely places, and especially by riversides in their usual haunts. The female squats down, and straddles with her legs, and the male mounts and covers her. The seal covers like all pastheuritic animals, and in this species the copulation extends over a length in time, as is the case with the dog and bitch, and the penis in the male seal is exceptionally large. Oviparous quadrupeds cover one another in the same way. That is to say, in some cases the male mounts the female precisely as in the viviparous animals, as is observed in both the land and the sea tortoise. And these creatures have an organ in which the ducts converge, and with which they perform the act of copulation, as is also observed in the toad, the frog, and all other animals of the same group. Long animals devoid of feet, like serpents and morani, intertwine in coition, belly to belly. And, in fact, serpents coil round one another so tightly as to present the appearance of a single serpent with a pair of heads. The same mode is followed by the saurians, that is to say, they coil round one another in the act of coition. All fishes, with the exception of the flat coelacanths, lie down side by side, and copulate belly to belly. Fishes, however, that are flat and furnished with tails as the ray, the trigon, and the like copulate not only in this way, but also, where the tail from its thinness is no impediment, by mounting of the male upon the female, belly to back. But the marine or angelfish, and other like fishes where the tail is large, copulate only by rubbing against one another sideways, belly to belly. Some men assure us that they have seen some of the coelacanths copulating hindways, dog and bitch. In the cartilaginous species the female is larger than the male, and the same is the case with other fishes for the most part. And among cartilaginous fishes are included, besides those already named, the bows, the lamia, the etos, the nassau torpedo, the fishing frog, and all the galiodes or sharks and dogfish. Cartilaginous fishes, then, of all kinds, have in many instances been observed copulating in the way above mentioned, for, by the way, in viviparous animals the process of copulation is of longer duration than in the ovipara. It is the same with the dolphin and with all cetaceans, that is to say, they come side by side, male and female, and copulate, and the act extends over a time which is neither short nor very long. Again, in cartilaginous fishes the male, in some species, differs from the female in the fact that he is furnished with two appendages hanging down from about the exit of the residuum, and that the female is not so furnished, and this distinction between the sexes is observed in all the species of the sharks and dogfish. Now neither fishes nor any animals devoid of feet are furnished with testicles, but male serpents and male fishes have a pair of ducts which fill with milk or sperm at the rutting season, and discharge, in all cases, a milk-like juice. These ducts unite, as in birds, for birds, by the way, have their testicles in their interior, and so have all ovipara that are furnished with feet. And this union of the ducts is so far continued and of such extension as to enter the receptive organ in the female. In viviparous animals furnished with feet there is outwardly one and the same duct for the sperm and the liquid residuum, but there are separate ducts internally, as has been observed in the differentiation of the organs. And with such animals as are not viviparous the same passage serves for the discharge also of the solid residuum, although, internally, there are two passages, separate but near to one another. And these remarks apply to both male and female, for these animals are unprovided with a bladder except in the case of the tortoise, and the she-tortoise, though furnished with a bladder, has only one passage, and tortoises, by the way, belong to the ovipara. In the case of oviparous fishes the process of coition is less open to observation. In point of fact, some are led by the want of actual observation to surmise that the female becomes impregnated by swallowing the seminal fluid of the male. And there can be no doubt that this proceeding on the part of the female is often witnessed, for at the rutting season the females follow the males and perform this operation, and strike the males with their mouths under the belly, and the males are thereby induced to part with the sperm sooner and more plentifully. And, further, at the spawning season the males go in pursuit of the females, and, as the female spawns, the males swallow the eggs, and the species is continued in existence by the spawn that survives this process. On the coast of Phoenicia they take advantage of these instinctive propensities of the two sexes to catch both one and the other, that is to say, by using the male of the grey mullet as a decoy they collect and net the female, and by using the female, the male. The repeated observation of this phenomenon has led to the notion that the process was equivalent to coition, but the fact is that a similar phenomenon is observable in quadrupeds. For at the rutting seasons both the males and the females take to running at their genitals, and the two sexes take to smelling each other at those parts. With partridges, by the way, if the female gets to leeward of the male, she becomes thereby impregnated. And often when they happen to be in heat she is affected in this wise by the voice of the male, or by his breathing down on her as he flies overhead, and, by the way, both the male and the female partridge keep the mouth wide open and protrude the tongue in the process of coition. The actual process of copulation on the part of oviparous fishes is seldom accurately observed, owing to the fact that they very soon fall aside and slip asunder. But, for all that, the process has been observed to take place in the manner above described. Mollusks, such as the octopus, the sepia, and the calamari, have sexual intercourse all in the same way, that is to say, they unite at the mouth, by an interlacing of their tentacles. When, then, the octopus rests its so-called head against the ground and spreads abroad its tentacles, the other sex fits into the outspreading of these tentacles, and the two sexes then bring their suckers into mutual connection. Some assert that the male has a kind of penis in one of his tentacles, the one in which are the largest suckers, and they further assert that the organ is tendinous in character, growing attached right up to the middle of the tentacle, and that the latter enables it to enter the nostril or funnel of the female. Now cuttlefish and calamaries swim about closely intertwined, with mouths and tentacles facing one another and fitting closely together, and swim thus in opposite directions, and they fit their so-called nostrils into one another, and the one sex swims backwards and the other frontwards during the operation. And the female lays its spawn by the so-called blowhole, and, by the way, some declare that it is at this organ that the coition really takes place. Crustaceans copulate, as the crawfish, the lobster, the carrot and the like, just like the apostheuritic quadrupeds, when the one animal turns up its tail and the other puts his tail on the other's tail. Copulation takes place in the early spring, near to the shore, and, in fact, the process has often been observed in the case of all these animals. Sometimes it takes place about the time when the figs begin to ripen. Lobsters and carrots copulate in like manner. Crabs copulate at the front parts of one another, belly to belly, throwing their overlapping opercula to meet one another. First the smaller crab mounts the larger at the rear. After he is mounted, the larger one turns on one side. Now, the female differs in no respect from the male except in the circumstance that its operculum is larger, more elevated, and more hairy, and into this operculum it spawns its eggs and in the same neighborhood is the outlet of the residuum. In the copulative process of these animals there is no protrusion of a member from one animal into the other. Insects copulate at the hind end, and the smaller individuals mount the larger, and the smaller individual is the male. The female pushes from underneath her sexual organ into the body of the male above, this being the reverse of the operation observed in other creatures, and this organ in the case of some insects appears to be disproportionately large when compared to the size of the body, and that too in very minute creatures. In some insects the disproportion is not so striking. This phenomenon may be witnessed if anyone will pull asunder flies that are copulating, and, by the way, these creatures are, under the circumstances, averse to separation, for the intercourse of the sexes in their case is of long duration, as may be observed with common everyday insects, such as the fly and the cantharies. They all copulate in the manner above described, the fly, the cantharies, the sphondale, the phalangium spider, any others of the kind that copulate at all. The phalangia, that is to say, such of the species as spin webs, perform the operation in the following way: the female takes hold of the suspended web at the middle and gives a pull, and the male gives a counter pull. This operation they repeat until they are drawn in together and interlaced at the hind ends, for, by the way, this mode of copulation suits them in consequence of the rotundity of their stomachs. So much for the modes of sexual intercourse in all animals, but, with regard to the same phenomenon, there are definite laws followed as regards the season of the year and the age of the animal. Animals in general seem naturally disposed to this intercourse at about the same period of the year, and that is when winter is changing into summer. And this is the season of spring, in which almost all things that fly or walk or swim take to pairing. Some animals pair and breed in autumn also and in winter, as is the case with certain aquatic animals and certain birds. Man pairs and breeds at all seasons, as is the case also with domesticated animals, owing to the shelter and good feeding they enjoy, that is to say, with those whose period of gestation is also comparatively brief, as the sow and the bitch, and with those birds that breed frequently. Many animals time the season of intercourse with a view to the right nurture subsequently of their young. In the human species, The male is more under sexual excitement in winter, and the female in summer. With birds the far greater part, as has been said, pair and breed during the spring and early summer, with the exception of the halcyon. The halcyon breeds at the season of the winter solstice. Accordingly, when this season is marked with calm weather, the name of halcyon days is given to the 7 days preceding, and to as many following, the solstice, as Simonides the poet says. God lulls for 14 days the winds to sleep. In winter, and this temperate interlude, men call the holy season, when the deep cradles the mother halcyon and her brood. And these days are calm, when southerly winds prevail at the solstice, northerly ones having been the accompaniment of the Pleiades. The halcyon is said to take 7 days for building her nest, and the other 7 for laying and hatching her eggs. In our country there are not always halcyon days about the time of the winter solstice, but in the Sicilian seas this season of calm is almost periodical. The bird lays about 5 eggs. The thea, or diver, and the larus, or gull, lay their eggs on rocks bordering on the sea, 2 or 3 at a time, but the gull lays in the summer, and the diver at the beginning of spring, just after the winter solstice, and it broods over its eggs as birds do in general. And neither of these birds resorts to a hiding place. The halcyon is the most rarely seen of all birds. It is seen only about the time of the setting of the Pleiades and the winter solstice. When ships are lying at anchor in the roads, it will hover about a vessel and then disappear in a moment, and Stesichorus in one of his poems alludes to this peculiarity. The nightingale also breeds at the beginning of summer, and lays 5 or 6 eggs. From autumn until spring it retires to a hiding place. Insects copulate and breed in winter also, that is when the weather is fine and south winds prevail, such, I mean, as do not hibernate, as the fly and the ant. The greater part of wild animals bring forth once and once only in the year, except in the case of animals like the hare, where the female can become superfertilely impregnated. In like manner the great majority of fishes breed only once a year, like the shoal fishes, or, in other words, such as are caught in nets, the tunny, the palomies, the grey mullet, the chalcis, the mackerel, the saina, the setter and the like, with the exception of the labrax or bass, for this fish, alone amongst those mentioned, breeds twice a year, and the second brood is the weaker of the two. The trichires and the rockfishes breed twice a year, the red mullet breeds thrice a year, and is exceptional in this respect. This conclusion in regard to the red mullet is inferred from the spawn, for the spawn of the fish may be seen in certain places at 3 different times of the year. The scorpina breeds twice a year. The sargu breeds twice, in the spring and in the autumn. The sorp breeds once a year only, in the autumn. The female tunny breeds only once a year, but owing to the fact that the fish in some cases spawn early and in others late, it looks as though the fish bred twice over. The first spawning takes place in December before the solstice, and the latter spawning in the spring. The male tunny differs from the female in being unprovided with a fin beneath the belly which is called a fruus. Of cartilaginous fishes, the wren or angelfish is the only one that breeds twice, for it breeds at the beginning of autumn, and at the setting of the Pleiades, and, of the 2 seasons, it is in better condition in the autumn. It engenders at a birth 7 or 8 young. Certain of the dog fishes, for example the spotted dog, seem to breed twice a month, and this results from the circumstance that the eggs do not all reach maturity at the same time. Some fishes breed at all seasons, as the moraina. This animal lays a great number of eggs at a time, and the young when hatched are very small but grow with great rapidity, like the young of the hipparus, for these fishes from being diminutive at the outset grow with exceptional rapidity to an exceptional size. Be it observed that the moraina breeds at all seasons, but the hipparus only in the spring. The smyrus differs from the smyraina, for the moraina is mottled and weakly, whereas the smyrus is strong and of one uniform color, and the color resembles that of the pine tree, and the animal has teeth inside and out. They say that in this case, as in other similar ones, the one is the male, and the other the female, of a single species. They come out onto the land, and are frequently caught. Fishes, then, as a general rule, attain their full growth with great rapidity. But this is especially the case, among small fishes, with the coracine or crowfish. It spawns, by the way, near the shore, in weedy and tangled spots. The orpheus also, or sea perch, is small at first, and rapidly attains a great size. The pilamies and the tunny breed in the Euxine, and nowhere else. The cestrus or mullet, the chrysophorus or gilt-head, and the labrax or bass, breed best where rivers run into the sea. The orsis or large-sized tunny, the scorpus, and many other species spawn in the open sea. Fish for the most part breed sometime or other during the 3 months between the middle of March and the middle of June. Some few breed in autumn, as, for instance, the sorp and the sargus, and such others of this sort as breed shortly before the autumn equinox, likewise the electric ray and the angelfish. Other fishes breed both in winter and in summer, as was previously observed, as, for instance, in winter-time the bass, the grey mullet, and the blown or pipe fish, and in summertime, from the middle of June to the middle of July, the female tunny, about the time of the summer solstice, and the tunny lays a sac-like enclosure in which are contained a number of small eggs. The ryades or shoal fishes breed in summer. Of the grey mullets, the chelong begins to be in roe between the middle of November and the middle of December, as also the sargu, and the smyxn or myxn, and the cephalus, and their period of gestation is 30 days. And, by the way, some of the grey mullet species are not produced from copulation, but grow spontaneously from mud and sand. As a general rule, then, fishes are in roe in the springtime, while some, as has been said, are so in summer, in autumn, or in winter. But whereas the impregnation in the springtime follows a general law, impregnation in the other seasons does not follow the same rule either throughout or within the limits of one genus, and, further, conception in these variant seasons is not so prolific. And, indeed, we must bear this in mind, that just as with plants and quadrupeds diversity of locality has much to do not only with general physical health but also with the comparative frequency of sexual intercourse and generation, so also with regard to fishes locality of itself has much to do not only in regard to the size and vigor of the creature, but also in regard to its parturition and its copulations, causing the same species to breed oftener in one place and seldomer in another. The mollusks also breed in spring. Of the marine mollusks one of the first to breed is the sepia. It spawns at all times of the day and its period of gestation is 15 days. After the female has laid her eggs, the male comes and discharges the moult over the eggs, and the eggs thereupon harden. And the two sexes of this animal go about in pairs, side by side, and the male is more mottled and more black on the back than the female. The octopus pairs in winter and breeds in spring, lying hidden for about 2 months. Its spawn is shaped like a vine tendril, and resembles the fruit of the white poplar. The creature is extraordinarily prolific, for the number of individuals that come from the spawn is something incalculable. The male differs from the female in the fact that its head is longer, and that the organ called by the fishermen its penis, in the tentacle, is white. The female, after laying her eggs, broods over them, and in consequence gets out of condition, by reason of not going in quest of food during the hatching period. The purple murex breeds about springtime, and the syrinx at the close of the winter. And, as a general rule, the testations are found to be furnished with their so-called eggs in springtime and in autumn, with the exception of the edible urchin, for this animal has the so-called eggs in most abundance in these seasons. But at no season is unfurnished with them, and it is furnished with them in especial abundance in warm weather or when a full moon is in the sky. Only, by the way, these remarks do not apply to the sea urchin found in the Piant Straits, for this urchin is at its best for table purposes in the winter, and these urchins are small but full of eggs. Snails are found by observations to become in all cases impregnated about the same season. Of birds the wild species, as has been stated, as a general rule pair and breed only once a year. The swallow, however, and the blackbird breed twice. With regard to the blackbird, however, its first brood is killed by inclemency of weather, for it is the earliest of all birds to breed, but the second brood it usually succeeds in rearing. Birds that are domesticated or that are capable of domestication breed frequently, just as the common pigeon breeds all through the summer, and as is seen in the barn-door hen, for the barn-door cock and hen have intercourse, and the hen breeds, at all seasons alike, excepting by the way, during the days about the winter solstice. Of the pigeon family there are many diversities, for the peristera or common pigeon is not identical with the Peleas or rock pigeon. In other words, the rock pigeon is smaller than the common pigeon, and is less easily domesticated. It is also black, and small, red-footed and rough-footed, and in consequence of these peculiarities it is neglected by the pigeon fancier. The largest of all the pigeon species is the fat or ring dove, and the next in size is the Ennis or stock dove, and the stock dove is a little larger than the common pigeon. The smallest of all the species is the turtle dove. Pigeons breed and hatch at all seasons, if they are furnished with a sunny place and all requisites. Unless they are so furnished, they breed only in the summer. The spring brood is the best, or the autumn brood. At all events, without doubt, the produce of the hot season, the summer brood, is the poorest of the three. Further, animals differ from one another in regard to the time of life that is best adapted for sexual intercourse. To begin with, in most animals the secretion of the seminal fluid and its generative capacity are not phenomena simultaneously manifested, but manifested successively. Thus, in all animals, the earliest secretion of sperm is unfruitful, or if it be fruitful the issue is comparatively poor and small. And this phenomenon is especially observable in man, in viviparous quadrupeds, and in birds, for in the case of man and the quadruped the offspring is smaller, and in the case of the bird, the egg. For animals that copulate, of one and the same species, the age for maturity is in most species tolerably uniform, unless it occurs prematurely by reason of abnormality, or is postponed by physical injury. In man, then, maturity is indicated by a change of the tone of voice, by an increase in size and an alteration in appearance of the sexual organs, as also in an increase of size and alteration in appearance of the breasts, and above all, in the hair growth at the pubes. Man begins to possess seminal fluid about the age of 14, and becomes generatively capable at about the age of 21 years. In other animals there is no hair growth at the pubes, for some animals have no hair at all, and others have none on the belly, or less on the belly than on the back, but still, in some animals the change of voice is quite obvious, and in some animals other organs give indication of the commencing secretion of the sperm and the onset of generative capacity. As a general rule the female is sharper toned in voice than the male, and the young animal than the elder, for, by the way, the stag has a much deeper toned bay than the hind. Moreover, the male cries chiefly at rutting time, and the female under terror and alarm, and the cry of the female is short, and that of the male prolonged. With dogs also, as they grow old, the tone of the bark gets deeper. There is a difference observable also in the neighings of horses. That is to say, the female foal has a thin small neigh, and the male foal a small neigh, yet bigger and deeper toned than that of the female, and a louder one as time goes on. And when the young male and female are 2 years old and take to breeding, the neighing of the stallion becomes loud and deep, and that of the mare louder and shriller than heretofore, and this change goes on until they reach the age of about 20 years, and after this time the neighing in both sexes becomes weaker and weaker. As a rule, then, as was stated, the voice of the male differs from the voice of the female, in animals where the voice admits of a continuous and prolonged sound, in the fact that the note in the male voice is more deep and bass, not, however, in all animals, for the contrary holds good in the case of some, as for instance in kine, for here the cow has a deeper note than the bull, and the calves a deeper note than the cattle. And we can thus understand the change of voice in animals that undergo gelding, for male animals that undergo this process assume the characters of the female. The following are the ages at which various animals become capacitated for sexual commerce. The ewe and the she-goat are sexually mature when 1 year old, and this statement is made more confidently in respect to the she-goat than to the ewe. The ram and the he-goat are sexually mature at the same age. The progeny of very young individuals among these animals differs from that of other males, for the males improve in the course of the 2nd year, when they become fully mature. The boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 8 months old, and the female brings forth when 1 year old, the difference corresponding to her period of gestation. The boar is capable of generation when 8 months old, but, with a sire under a year in age, the litter is apparent to be a poor one. The ages, however, are not invariable. Now and then the boar and the sow are capable of intercourse when 4 months old, and are capable of producing a litter which can be reared when 6 months old, but at times the boar begins to be capable of intercourse when 10 months. He continues sexually mature until he is 3 years old. The dog and the bitch are, as a rule, sexually capable and sexually receptive when a year old, and sometimes when 8 months old, but the priority in date is more common with the dog than with the bitch. The period of gestation with a bitch is 60 days, or 61, or 62, or 63 at the utmost. The period is never under 60 days, or, if it is, the litter comes to no good. The bitch, after delivering a litter, submits to the male in 6 months, but not before. The horse and the mare are, at the earliest, sexually capable and sexually mature when 2 years old. The issue, however, of parents of this age is small and poor. As a general rule these animals are sexually capable when 3 years old, and they grow better for breeding purposes until they reach 20 years. The stallion is sexually capable up to the age of 33 years, and the mare up to 40, so that, in point of fact, the animals are sexually capable all their lives long, for the stallion, as a rule, lives for about 35 years, and the mare for a little over 40, although, by the way, a horse has known to live to the age of 75. The ass and the she-ass are sexually capable when 30 months old, but, as a rule, they are not generatively mature until they are 3 years old, or 3 years and a half. An instance has been known of a she-ass bearing and bringing forth a foal when only a year old. A cow has been known to calve when only a year old, and the calf grew as big as might be expected, but no more. So much for the dates in time at which these animals attain to generative capacity. In the human species, the male is generative, at the longest, up to 70 years, and the female up to 50, but such extended periods are rare. As a rule, the male is generative up to the age of 65, and to the age of 45 the female is capable of conception. The ewe bears up to 8 years, and, if she be carefully tended, up to 11 years. In fact, the ram and the ewe are sexually capable pretty well all their lives long. He-goats, if they be fat, are more or less unserviceable for breeding, and this, by the way, is the reason why country folk say of a vine when it stops bearing that it is running the goat. However, if an over-fat he-goat be thinned down, he becomes sexually capable and generative. Rams single out the oldest ewes for copulation, and show no regard for the young ones. And, as has been stated, the issue of the younger ewes is poorer than that of the older ones. The boar is good for breeding purposes until he is 3 years of age, but after that age his issue deteriorates, for after that age his vigor is on the decline. The boar is most capable after a good feed, and with the first so it mounts, if poorly fed or put to many females. The copulation is abbreviated, and the litter is comparatively poor. The first litter of the sow is the fewest in number, at the second litter she is at her prime. The animal, as it grows old, continues to breed, but the sexual desire abates. When they reach 15 years, they become unproductive, and are getting old. If a sow be highly fed, it is all the more eager for sexual commerce, whether old or young, but, if it be overfattened in pregnancy, it gives the less milk after parturition. With regard to the age of the parents, the litter is the best when they are in their prime, but with regard to the seasons of the year, the litter is the best that comes at the beginning of winter, and the summer litter the poorest, consisting as it usually does of animals small and thin and flaccid. The boar, if it be well fed, is sexually capable at all hours, night and day, but otherwise is peculiarly salacious early in the morning. As it grows old the sexual passion dies away, as we have already remarked. Very often the boar, when more or less impotent from age or debility, finding itself unable to accomplish the sexual commerce with due speed, and growing fatigued with the standing posture, will roll the sow over on the ground, and the pair will conclude the operation side by side of one another. The sow is sure of conception if it drops its lugs in rutting time. If the ears do not thus drop, it may have to rut a second time before impregnation takes place. Bitches do not submit to the male throughout their lives, but only until they reach a certain maturity of years. As a general rule, they are sexually receptive and conceptive until they are 12 years old, although, by the way, cases have been known where dogs and bitches have been respectively procreative and conceptive to the ages of 18 and even of 20 years. But, as a rule, age diminishes the capability of generation and of conception with these animals as with all others. The female of the camel is episthuretic, and submits to the male in the way above described, and the season for copulation in Arabia is about the month of October. Its period of gestation is 12 months, and it is never delivered of more than one foal at a time. The female becomes sexually receptive and the male sexually capable at the age of 3 years. After parturition, an interval of a year elapses before the female is again receptive to the male. The female elephant becomes sexually receptive when 10 years old at the youngest, and when 15 at the oldest, and the male is sexually capable when 5 years old, or 6. The season for intercourse is spring. The male allows an interval of 3 years to elapse after commerce with a female, and, after it has once impregnated a female, it has no intercourse with her again. The period of gestation with the female is 2 years, and only one young animal is produced at a time, in other words it is ubiparous. And the embryo is the size of a calf 2 or 3 months old. So much for the copulations of such animals as copulate. We now proceed to treat of generation both with respect to copulating and non-copulating animals, and we shall commence with discussing the subject of generation in the case of the testaceans. The testacea is almost the only genus that throughout all its species is non-copulative. The porphyr, or purple murices, gather together to some one place in the springtime, and deposit the so-called honeycomb. This substance resembles the comb, only that it is not so neat and delicate, and looks as though a number of husks of white chickpeas were all stuck together. But none of these structures has any open passage, and the porphyr does not grow out of them, but these and all other testaceans grow out of mud and decaying matter. The substance is, in fact, an excretion of the porphyra and the cerex, for it is deposited by the cerex as well. Such, then, of the testaceans as deposit the honeycomb are generated spontaneously like all other testaceans, but they certainly come in greater abundance in places where their congeners have been living previously. At the commencement of the process of depositing the honeycomb, they throw off a slippery mucus, and of this the husk-like formations are composed. These formations, then, all melt and deposit their contents on the ground, and at this spot there are found on the ground a number of minute porphyra, and porphyra are caught at times with these animalculae upon them, some of which are too small to be differentiated in form. If the porphyra are caught before producing this honeycomb, they sometimes go through the process in fishing creels, not here and there in the baskets, but gathering to some one spot altogether, just as they do in the sea, and owing to the narrowness of their new quarters they cluster together like a bunch of grapes. There are many species of the purple murex, and some are large, as those found off Sigeum and Lectum, others are small, as those found in the Euripus, and on the coast of Caria. And those that are found in bays are large and rough. In most of them the peculiar bloom from which their name is derived is dark to blackness, in others it is reddish and small in size, some of the large ones weigh upwards of a mina apiece. But the specimens that are found along the coast and on the rocks are small-sized, and the bloom in their case is of a reddish hue. Further, as a general rule, in northern waters the bloom is blackish, and in southern waters of a reddish hue. The murex is caught in the springtime when engaged in the construction of the honeycomb, but it is not caught at any time about the rising of the dog star, for at that period it does not feed, but conceals itself and burrows. The bloom of the animal is situated between the mecon, or quasi-liver, and the neck, and the co-attachment of these is an intimate one. In color it looks like a white membrane, and this is what people extract, and if it be removed and squeezed it stains your hand with the color of the bloom. There is a kind of vein that runs through it, and this quasi-vein would appear to be in itself the bloom. And the qualities, by the way, of this organ are astringent. It is after the murex has constructed the honeycomb that the bloom is at its worst. Small specimens they break in pieces, shells and all, for it is no easy matter to extract the organ, but in dealing with the larger ones they first strip off the shell and then abstract the bloom. For this purpose the neck and mecon are separated, for the bloom lies in between them, above the so-called stomach, hence the necessity of separating them in abstracting the bloom. Fishermen are anxious always to break the animal in pieces while it is yet alive, for, if it die before the process is completed, it vomits out the bloom, and for this reason the fishermen keep the animals in creels, until they have collected a sufficient number and can attend to them at their leisure. Fishermen in past times used not to lower creels or attach them to the bait, so that very often the animal got dropped off in the pulling up. At present, however, they always attach a basket, so that if the animal fall off it is not lost. The animal is more inclined to slip off the bait if it be full inside, if it be empty it is difficult to shake it off. Such are the phenomena connected with the porphyra or murex. The same phenomena are manifested by the cerex or trumpet shell, and the seasons are the same in which the phenomena are observable. Both animals, also, the murex and the cerex, have their opercula similarly situated and, in fact, all the stromboids, and this is congenital with the male, and they feed by protruding the so-called tongue underneath the operculum. The tongue of the murex is bigger than one's finger, and by means of it, it feeds, and perforates conchilia and the shells of its own kind. Both the murex and the cerex are long-lived. The murex lives for about 6 years, and the yearly increase is indicated by a distinct interval in the spiral convolution of the shell. The mussel also constructs a honeycomb. With regard to the limostrii, or lagoon oysters, wherever you have slimy mud there you are sure to find them beginning to grow. Cockles and clams and razorfishes and scallops grow spontaneously in sandy places. The pinna grows straight up from its tuft of anchoring fibers in sandy and slimy places. These creatures have inside them a parasite nicknamed the pinna guard, in some cases a small carrot and in other cases a little crab. If the pinna be deprived of this pinna guard it soon dies. As a general rule, then, all testaceans grow by spontaneous generation in mud, differing from one another according to the differences of the material, oysters growing in slime, and cockles and the other testaceans above mentioned on sandy bottoms, and in the hollows of the rocks the ascidian and the barnacle, and common sorts, such as the limpet and the nerites. All these animals grow with great rapidity, especially the murex and the scallop, for the murex and the scallop attain their full growth in a year. In some of the testaceans white crabs are found, very diminutive in size, They are most numerous in the trough-shaped mussel. In the pinna also is found the so-called pinna guard. They are found also in the scallop and in the oyster. These parasites never appear to grow in size. Fishermen declare that the parasite is congenital with the larger animal. Scallops burrow for a time in the sand, like the murex. Shellfish, then, grow in the way above mentioned, and some of them grow in shallow water, some on the seashore, some in rocky places, some on hard and stony ground, and some in sandy places. Some shift about from place to place, others remain permanent on one spot. Of those that keep to one spot, the pinnae are rooted to the ground. The razorfish and the clam keep to the same locality, but are not so rooted, but still, if forcibly removed they die. The starfish is naturally so warm that whatever it lays hold of is found, when suddenly taken away from the animal, to have undergone a process like boiling. Fishermen say that the starfish is a great pest in the Strait of Paya. In shape it resembles a star as seen in an ordinary drawing. The so-called lungs are generated spontaneously. The shells that painters use are a good deal thicker, and the bloom is outside the shell on the surface. These creatures are mostly found on the coast of Carrier. The hermit crab grows spontaneously out of soil and slime, and finds its way into untenanted shells. As it grows it shifts to a larger shell, as for instance into the shell of the nerites, or of the strimbus or the like, and very often into the shell of the small cerex. After entering new shell, it carries it about, and begins again to feed, and by, as it grows, it shifts again into another larger one. Moreover, the animals that are unfurnished with shells grow spontaneously, like the testaceans, as, for instance, the sea nettles and the sponges in rocky caves. Of the sea nettle, or sea anemone, there are two species, and of these one species lives in hollows and never loosens its hold upon the rocks, and the other lives on smooth flat reefs, free and detached, and shifts its position from time to time. Limpets also detach themselves, and shift from place to place. In the chambered cavities of sponges pinna guards or parasites are found. And over the chambers there is a kind of spider's web, by the opening and closing of which they catch mute fishes, that is to say, they open the web to let the fish get in, and close it again to entrap them. Of sponges there are three species. The first is of loose porous texture, the second is close textured, the third, which is nicknamed the sponge of Achilles, is exceptionally fine and close textured and strong. This sponge is used as a lining to helmets and greaves, for the purpose of deadening the sound of the blow, and this is a very scarce species. Of the close textured sponges such as are particularly hard and rough are nicknamed goats. Sponges grow spontaneously either attached to a rock or on sea beaches, and they get their nutriment in slime. A proof of this statement is the fact that when they are first secured they are found to be full of slime. This is characteristic of all living creatures that get their nutriment by close local attachment. And, by the way, the close-textured sponges are weaker than the more openly porous ones because their attachment extends over a smaller area. It is said that the sponge is sensitive, and as a proof of this statement they say that if the sponge is made aware of an attempt being made to pluck it from its place of attachment it draws itself together, and it becomes a difficult task to detach it. It makes a similar contractile movement in windy and boisterous weather, obviously with the object of tightening its hold. Some persons express doubts as to the truth of this assertion, as, for instance, the people of Tyrone. The sponge breeds parasites, worms, and other creatures, on which, if they be detached, the rockfishes prey, as they prey also on the remaining stumps of the sponge, but, if the sponge be broken off, it grows again from the remaining stump and the place is soon as well covered as before. The largest of all sponges are the loose-textured ones, and these are peculiarly abundant on the coast of Lycia. The softest are the close-textured sponges, for, by the way, the so-called sponges of Achilles are harder than these. As a general rule, sponges that are found in deep calm waters are the softest, for usually windy and stormy weather has a tendency to harden them, as it has to harden all similar growing things, and to arrest their growth. And this accounts for the fact that the sponges found in the Hellespont are rough and close-textured, and, as a general rule, sponges found beyond or inside Cape Malea are, respectively, comparatively soft or comparatively hard. But, by the way, the habitat of the sponge should not be too sheltered and warm, for it has a tendency to decay, like all similar vegetable-like growths. And this accounts for the fact that the sponge is at its best when found in deep water close to shore, for owing to the depth of the water they enjoy shelter alike from stormy winds and from excessive heat. Whilst they are still alive and before they are washed and cleaned, they are blackish in color. Their attachment is not made at one particular spot, nor is it made all over their bodies, for vacant pore spaces intervene. There is a kind of membrane stretched over the underparts, and in the underparts the points of attachment are the more numerous. On the top most of the pores are closed, but 4 or 5 are open and visible, and we are told by some that it is through these pores that the animal takes its food. There is a particular species that is named the aplysia or the unwashable, from the circumstance that it cannot be cleaned. This species has the large open and visible pores, but all the rest of the body is close textured, and, if it be dissected, it is found to be closer and more glutinous than the ordinary sponge, and, in a word, something lung-like in consistency. And, on all hands, it is allowed that this species is sensitive and long-lived. They are distinguished in the sea from ordinary sponges from the circumstance that the ordinary sponges are white while the slime is in them, but that these sponges are under any circumstances black. And so much with regard to sponges and to generation in the testations. Of crustaceans, the female crawfish after copulation conceives and retains its eggs for about 3 months, from about the middle of May to about the middle of August. They then lay the eggs into the folds underneath the belly, and their eggs grow like grubs. This same phenomenon is observable in mollusks also, and in such fishes as are oviparous, for in all these cases the egg continues to grow. The spawn of the crawfish is of a loose or granular consistency, and is divided into 8 parts, for corresponding to each of the flaps on the side there is a gristly formation to which the spawn is attached, and the entire structure resembles a cluster of grapes, for each gristly formation is split into several parts. This is obvious enough if you draw the parts asunder, but at first sight the whole appears to be one and indivisible. And the largest are not those nearest to the outlet but those in the middle, and the farthest off are the smallest. The size of the small eggs is that of a small seed in a fig, and they are not quite close to the outlet, but placed middleways, for at both ends, tailwards and trunkwards, there are 2 intervals devoid of eggs, for it is thus that the flaps also grow. The side flaps, then, cannot close, but by placing the end flap on them the animal can close up all, and this end flap serves them for a lid. And in the act of laying its eggs it seems to bring them towards the gristly formations by curving the flap of its tail, and then, squeezing the eggs towards the said gristly formations and the maintaining a bent posture, it performs the act of laying. The gristly formations at these seasons increase in size and become receptive of the eggs, for the animal lays its eggs into these formations, just as the sepia lays its eggs among twigs and driftwood. It lays its eggs, then, in this manner, and after hatching them for about 20 days it rids itself of them all in one solid lump, as is quite plain from outside. And out of these eggs crawfish form in about 15 days, and these crawfish are caught at times less than a finger's breadth, or 7/10 of an inch, in length. The animal, then, lays its eggs before the middle of September, and after the middle of that month throws off its eggs in a lump. With the humped carrots or prawns the time for gestation is 4 months or thereabouts. Crawfish are found in rough and rocky places, lobsters in smooth places, and neither crawfish nor lobsters are found in muddy ones, and this accounts for the fact that lobsters are found in the Hellespont and on the coast of Thasos, and crawfish in the neighborhood of Sigeum and Mount Athos. Fishermen, accordingly, when they want to catch these various creatures out at sea, take bearings on the beach and elsewhere that tell them where the ground at the bottom is stony and where soft with slime. In winter and spring these animals keep in near to land, in summer they keep in deep water, thus at various times seeking respectively for warmth or coolness. The so-called arctos or bear crab lays its eggs at about the same time as the crawfish, and consequently in winter and in the springtime, before laying their eggs, they are at their best, and after laying at their worst. They cast their shell in the springtime, just as serpents shed their so-called old age or slough, both directly after birth and in later life. This is true both of crabs and crawfish. And, by the way, all crawfish are long-lived. Mollusks, after pairing and copulation, lay a white spawn, and this spawn, as in the case of the testation, gets granular in time. The octopus discharges into its hole, or into a potsherd or into any similar cavity, a structure resembling the tendrils of a young vine or the fruit of the white poplar, as has been previously observed. The eggs, when the female has laid them, are clustered round the sides of the hole. They are so numerous that, if they be removed they suffice to fill a vessel much larger than the animal's body in which they were contained. Some 50 days later, the eggs burst and the little polypuses creep out, like little spiders, in great numbers. The characteristic form of their limbs is not yet to be discerned in detail, but their general outline is clear enough. And, by the way, They are so small and helpless that a great number perish. It is a fact that they have been seen so extremely minute as to be absolutely without organization, but nevertheless when touched they moved. The eggs of the sepia look like big black myrtle berries, and they are linked all together like a bunch of grapes, clustered round a center, and are not easily sundered from one another, for the male exudes over them some moist glairy stuff, which constitutes the sticky gum. These eggs increase in size, and they are white at the outset, but black and larger after the sprinkling of the male seminal fluid. When it has come into being, the young sepia is first distinctly formed inside out of the white substance, and when the egg bursts it comes out. The inner part is formed as soon as the female lays the egg, something like a hailstone, and out of this substance the young sepia grows by a head attachment, just as young birds grow by a belly attachment. What is the exact nature of the navel attachment has not yet been observed, except that as the young sepia grows the white substance grows less and less in size, and at length, as happens with the yolk in the case of birds, the white substance in the case of the young sepia disappears. In the case of the young sepia, as in the case of the young of most animals, the eyes at first seem very large. To illustrate this by way of a figure, let A represent the ovum, B and C the eyes, and D the sepidium, or body of the little sepia. See diagram. The female sepia goes pregnant in the springtime, and lays its eggs after 15 days of gestation. After the eggs are laid there comes in another 15 days something like a bunch of grapes, and at the bursting of these the young sepia issue forth. But if, when the young ones are fully formed, you sever the outer covering a moment too soon, the young creatures eject excrement, and their color changes from white to red in their alarm. Crustaceans, then, hatch their eggs by brooding over them as they carry them about beneath their bodies, but the octopus, the sepia, and the like hatch their eggs without stirring from the spot where they may have laid them, and this statement is particularly applicable to the sepia. In fact, the nest of the female sepia is often seen exposed to view close in to shore. The female octopus at times sits brooding over her eggs, and at other times squats in front of her hole, stretching out her tentacles on guard. The sepia lays her spawn near to land in the neighborhood of seaweed or reeds or any off-sweepings such as brushwood, twigs, or stones, and fishermen place heaps of faggots here and there on purpose, and onto such heaps the female deposits a long continuous row in shape like a vine tendril. It lays or spurts out the spawn with an effort, as though there were difficulty in the process. The female calamari spawns at sea, and it emits the spawn, as does the sepia, in the mass. The calamari and the cuttlefish are short-lived, as, with few exceptions, they never see the year out, and the same statement is applicable to the octopus. From one single egg comes one single sepia, and this is likewise true of the young calamari. The male calamari differs from the female, for if its gill region be dilated and examined there are found two red formations resembling breasts, with which the male is unprovided. In the sepia, apart from this distinction in the sexes, the male, as has been stated, is more mottled than the female. With regard to insects, that the male is less than the female and that he mounts upon her back, and how he performs the act of copulation and the circumstance that he gives over reluctantly, all this has already been set forth. Most cases of insect copulation this process is speedily followed up by parturition. All insects engender grubs, with the exception of a species of butterfly, and the female of this species lays a hard egg, resembling the seed of the cnicus, with a juice inside it. But from the grub, the young animal does not grow out of a mere portion of it, as a young animal grows from a portion only of an egg, but the grub entire grows and the animal becomes differentiated out of it. And of insects some are derived from insect congeners, as the venom spider and the common spider from the venom spider and the common spider, and so with the Attilibus or locust, the acris or grasshopper, and the tetix or cicada. Other insects are not derived from living parentage, but are generated spontaneously, some out of dew falling on leaves, ordinarily in springtime, but not seldom in winter when there has been a stretch of fair weather and southerly winds. Others grow in decaying mud or dung, others in timber, green or dry, some in the hair of animals, some in the flesh of animals, some in excrements, and some from excrement after it has been voided, and some from excrement yet within the living animal, like the helminths or intestinal worms. And of these intestinal worms there are three species, one named the flatworm, another the roundworm, and the third the ascarid. These intestinal worms do not in any case propagate their kind. The flatworm, however, in an exceptional way, clings fast to the gut, and lays a thing like a melon seed, by observing which indication the physician concludes that his patient is troubled with a worm. The so-called psyche or butterfly is generated from caterpillars which grow on green leaves, chiefly leaves of the raffinus, which some call cramball cabbage. At first it is less than a grain of millet, it then grows into a small grub, and in 3 days it is a tiny caterpillar. After this it grows on, and becomes quiescent and changes its shape, and is now called a chrysalis. The outer shell is hard, and the chrysalis moves if you touch it. It attaches itself by cobweb-like filaments, and is unfurnished with mouth or any other apparent organ. After a little while the outer covering bursts asunder, and out flies the winged creature that we call the psyche or butterfly. At first, when it is a caterpillar, it feeds and ejects excrement, but when it turns into the chrysalis it neither feeds nor ejects excrement. The same remarks are applicable to all such insects as are developed out of the grub, both such grubs as are derived from the copulation of living animals and such as are generated without copulation on the part of parents. For the grub of the bee, the anthrena, and the wasp, whilst it is young, takes food and voids excrement. But when it has passed from the grub shape to its defined form and become what is termed a nympha, it ceases to take food and to void excrement, and remains tightly wrapped up and motionless until it has reached its full size, when it breaks the formation with which the cell is closed, and issues forth. The insects named the Hypera and Apenia are derived from similar caterpillars, which move in an undulatory way, progressing with one part and then pulling up the hinder parts by a bend of the body. The developed insect in each case takes its peculiar color from the parent caterpillar. From one particular large grub, which has as it were horns, and in other respects differs from grubs in general, there comes, by a metamorphosis of the grub, first a caterpillar, then the cocoon, then the nesidulas, and the creature passes through all these transformations within 6 months. A class of women unwind and reel off the cocoons of these creatures, and afterwards weave a fabric with the threads thus unwound, a Cone woman of the name of Pamphila, daughter of Platous, being credited with the first invention of the fabric. After the same fashion the carabus or stag beetle comes from grubs that live in dry wood. At first the grub is motionless, but after a while the shell bursts and the stag beetle issues forth. From the cabbage is engendered the cabbage worm, and from the leek the Prasocuris or leek bean. This creature is also winged. From the flat animalcule that skims over the surface of rivers comes the estrus or gadfly, and this accounts for the fact that gadflies most abound in the neighborhood of waters on whose surface these animalcules are observed. From a certain small, black and hairy caterpillar comes first a wingless glowworm, and this creature again suffers a metamorphosis, and transforms into a winged insect named the bostrichus, or hair curl. Gnats grow from ascarids, and ascarids are engendered in the slime of wells, or in places where there is a deposit left by the draining off of water. This slime decays, and first turns white, then black, and finally blood red, and at this stage there originate in it, as it were, little tiny bits of red weed, which at first wriggle about all clinging together, and finally break loose and swim in the water, and are hereupon known as ascarids. After a few days they stand straight up on the water motionless and hard, and by the husk breaks off and the gnats are seen sitting upon it, until the sun's heat or a puff of wind sets them in motion, when they fly away. With all grubs and all animals that break out from the grub state, generation is due primarily to the heat of the sun or to wind. Ascarids are more likely to be found, and grow with unusual rapidity, in places where there is a deposit of a mixed and heterogeneous kind, as in kitchens and in plowed fields, for the contents of such places are disposed to rapid putrefaction. In autumn, also, owing to the drying up of moisture, they grow in unusual numbers. The tick is generated from couch grass. The cockchafer comes from a grub that is generated in the dung of the cow or the ass. The cantharus or scarabist rolls a piece of dung into a ball, lies hidden within it during the winter, and gives birth therein to small grubs, from which grubs come new canthari. Certain winged insects also come from the grubs that are found in pulse, in the same fashion as in the cases described. Flies grow from grubs in the dung that farmers have gathered up into heaps, for those who are engaged in this work assiduously gather up the compost, and this they technically term working up the manure. The grub is exceedingly minute to begin with. First, even at this stage it assumes a reddish color, and then from a quiescent state it takes on the power of motion, as though born to it. It then becomes a small motionless grub, it then moves again, and again relapses into immobility. It then comes out a perfect fly, and moves away under the influence of the sun's heat or of a puff of air. The myops or horsefly is engendered in timber. The orsodacna or budbane is a transformed grub, and this grub is engendered in cabbage stalks. The cantharis comes from the caterpillars that are found on fig trees or pear trees or fir trees, for on all these grubs are engendered, and also from caterpillars found on the dogrose, and the cantharies takes eagerly to ill-scented substances, from the fact of its having been engendered in ill-scented woods. The canops comes from a grub that is engendered in the slime of vinegar. And, by the way, living animals are found in substances that are usually supposed to be incapable of putrefaction. For instance, worms are found in long-lying snow, and snow of this description gets reddish in color, and the grub that is engendered in it is red, as might have been expected, and it is also hairy. The grubs found in the snows of Media are large and white, and all such grubs are little disposed to motion. In Cyprus, in places where copper ore is smelted, with heaps of the ore piled on day after day, an animal is engendered in the fire, somewhat larger than a bluebottle fly, furnished with wings, which can hop or crawl through the fire. And the grubs and these latter animals perish when you keep the one away from the fire and the other from the snow. Now the salamander is a clear case in point, to show us that animals do actually exist that fire cannot destroy, for this creature, so the story goes, not only walks through the fire but puts it out in doing so. On the river Hypanes in the Cimmerian Bosphorus, about the time of the summer solstice, there are brought down towards the sea by the stream what look like little sacks rather bigger than grapes, out of which at their bursting issues a winged quadruped. The insect lives and flies about until the evening, but as the sun goes down it pines away, and dies at sunset, having lived just one day, from which circumstance it is called the ephemeron. As a rule, insects that come from caterpillars and grubs are held at first by filaments resembling the threads of a spider's web. Such is the mode of generation of the insects above enumerated. But if the latter impregnation takes place during the change of the yellow, the wasps that are nicknamed the ichneumons, or hunters, less in size, by the way, than the ordinary wasp, kill spiders and carry off the dead bodies to a wall or some such place with a hole in it. This hole they smear over with mud and lay their grubs inside it, and from the grubs come the hunter wasps. Some of the Coleoptera and of the small and nameless insects make small holes or cells of mud on a wall or on a gravestone, and they deposit their grubs. With insects, as a general rule, the time of generation from its commencement to its completion comprises 3 or 4 weeks. With grubs and grub-like creatures the time is usually 3 weeks, and in the oviparous insects as a rule 4. But, in the case of oviparous insects, the egg formation comes at the close of 7 days from copulation, and during the remaining 3 weeks the parent broods over and hatches its young. That is where this is the result of copulation, as in the case of the spider and its congeners. As a rule, the transformations take place in intervals of 3 or 4 days, corresponding to the lengths of interval at which the crises recur in intermittent fevers. So much for the generation of insects. Their death is due to the shriveling of their organs, just as the larger animals die of old age. Winged insects die in autumn from the shrinking of their wings. The myops dies from dropsy in the eyes. With regard to the generation of bees, different hypotheses are in vogue. Some affirm that bees neither copulate nor give birth to young, but that they fetch their young. And some say that they fetch their young from the flower of the corylindrum, others assert that they bring them from the flower of the reed, others, from the flower of the olive. And in respect to the olive theory, it is stated as a proof that, when the olive harvest is most abundant, the swarms are most numerous. Others declare that they fetch the brood of the drones from such things as above mentioned, but that the working bees are engendered by the rulers of the hive. Now of these rulers there are 2 kinds, the better kind is red in color. The inferior kind is black and variegated. The ruler is double the size of the working bee. These rulers have the abdomen or part below the waist half as large again, and they are called by some the mothers, from an idea that they bear or generate the bees, and, as a proof of this theory of their motherhood, they declare that the brood of the drones appears even when there is no ruler bee in the hive, but that the bees do not appear in his absence. Others, again, assert that these insects copulate, and that the drones are male and the bees female. The ordinary bee is generated in the cells of the comb, but the ruler bees in cells down below attached to the comb, suspended from it, apart from the rest, 6 or 7 in number, and growing in a way quite different from the mode of growth of the ordinary brood. Bees are provided with a sting, but the drones are not so provided. The rulers are provided with stings, but they never use them, and this latter circumstance will account for the belief of some people that they have no stings at all. Of bees there are various species. The best kind is a little round mottled insect, another is long, and resembles the anthrena, a third is a black and flat-bellied, and is nicknamed the robber, a fourth kind is the drone, the largest of all, but stingless and inactive. And this proportionate size of the drone explains why some bee masters place a network in front of the hives, for the network is put to keep the big drones out while it lets the little bees go in. Of the king bees there are, as has been stated, two kinds. In every hive there are more kings than one, and a hive goes to ruin if there be too few kings, not because of anarchy thereby ensuing, but, as we are told, because these creatures contribute in some way to the generation of the common bees. A hive will go also to ruin if there be too large a number of kings in it, for the members of the hives are thereby subdivided into too many separate factions. Whenever the springtime is late coming, and when there is drought and mildew, then the progeny of the hive is small in number. But when the weather is dry they attend to the honey, and in rainy weather their attention is concentrated on the brood, and this will account for the coincidence of rich olive harvests and abundant swarms. The bees first work at the honeycomb, and then put the pupae in it, by the mouth, say those who hold the theory of their bringing them from elsewhere. After putting in the pupae they put in the honey for subsistence, and this they do in the summer and autumn, and, by the way, the autumn honey is the better of the two. The honeycomb is made from flowers, and the materials for the wax they gather from the resinous scum of trees, while honey is distilled from dew, and is deposited chiefly at the risings of the constellations or when a rainbow is in the sky, and as a general rule there is no honey before the rising of the Pleiades. The bee, then, makes the wax from flowers. The honey, however, it does not make, but merely gathers what is deposited out of the atmosphere, and as a proof of this statement we have the known fact that occasionally beekeepers find the hives filled with honey within the space of 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, in autumn flowers are found, but honey, if it be withdrawn, is not replaced. Now, after the withdrawal of the original honey, when no food or very little is in the hives, there would be a fresh stock of honey, if the bees made it from flowers. Honey, if allowed to ripen and mature, gathers consistency, for at first it is like water and remains liquid for several days. If it be drawn off during these days it has no consistency, but it attains consistency in about 20 days. The taste of thyme honey is discernible at once, from its peculiar sweetness and consistency. The bee gathers from every flower that is furnished with a calyx or cup, and from all other flowers that are sweet-tasted, without doing injury to any fruit, and the juices of the flowers it takes up with the organ that resembles a tongue and carries off to the hive. Swarms are robbed of their honey on the appearance of the wild figure they produce the best larvae at the time the honey is making. The bee carries wax and bee's bread round its legs, but vomits the honey into the cell. After depositing its young, it broods over it like a bird. The grub when it is small lies slantwise in the comb, but by and by rises up straight by an effort of its own and takes food, and holds on so tightly to the honeycomb as actually to cling to it. The young of bees and of drones is white, and from the young come the grubs, and the grubs grow into bees and drones. The egg of the king bee is reddish in color, and its substance is about as consistent as thick honey, and from the first it is about as big as the bee that is produced from it. From the young of the king bee there is no intermediate stage, it is said, of the grub, but the bee comes at once. Whenever the bee lays an egg in the comb there is always a drop of honey set against it. The larva of the bee gets feet and wings as soon as the cell has been stopped up with wax, and when it arrives at its completed form it breaks its membrane and flies away. It ejects excrement in the grub state, but not afterwards, that is, not until it has got out of the encasing membrane, as we have already described. If you remove the heads from off the larvae before the coming of the wings, the bees will eat them up, and if you nip off the wings from a drone and let it go, the bees will spontaneously bite off the wings from off all the remaining drones. The bee lives for 6 years as a rule, as an exception for 7 years. If a swarm lasts for 9 years, or 10, great credit is considered due to its management. In ponds are found bees exceedingly white in color, and these bees produce their honey twice a month. The bees in Themyscira, on the banks of the river Thermodon, build honeycombs in the ground and in hives, and these honeycombs are furnished with very little wax but with honey of great consistency, and the honeycomb, by the way, is smooth and level, but this is not always the case with these bees, but only in the winter season, for in ponds the ivy is abundant, and it flowers at this time of the year, and it is from the ivy flower that they derive their honey. A white and very consistent honey is brought down from the upper country to Armiges, which is deposited by bees on trees without the employment of honeycombs, and this kind of honey is produced in other districts in ponds. There are bees also that construct triple honeycombs in the ground, and these honeycombs supply honey but never contain grubs. But the honeycombs in these places are not all of this sort, nor do all the bees construct them. Anthrony and wasps construct combs for their young. When they have no king, but are wandering about in search of one, the anthene constructs its comb on some high place, and the wasp inside a hole. When the anthene and the wasp have a king, they construct their combs underground. Their combs are in all cases hexagonal like the comb of the bee. They are composed, however, not of wax, but of a bark-like filamented fiber, and the comb of the anthian is much neater than the comb of the wasp. Like the bee, they put their young just like a drop of liquid onto the side of the cell, and the egg clings to the wall of the cell. But the eggs are not deposited in the cells simultaneously. On the contrary, in some cells are creatures big enough to fly, in others are nymphæ, and in others are mere grubs. As in the case of bees, excrement is observed only in the cells where the grubs are found. As long as the creatures are in the nymph condition they are motionless, and the cell is cemented over. In the comb of the anthian there is found in the cell of the young a drop of honey in front of it. The larvae of the anthian and the wasp make their appearance not in the spring but in the autumn, and their growth is especially discernible in times of full moon. And, by the way, the eggs and the grubs never rest at the bottom of the cells, but always cling on to the side wall. There is a kind of humble bee that builds a cone-shaped nest of clay against a stone or in some similar situation, besmearing the clay with something like spittle. And this nest or hive is exceedingly thick and hard. In point of fact, one can hardly break it open with a spike. Here the insects lay their eggs, and white grubs are produced trapped in a black membrane. Apart from the membrane there is found some wax in the honeycomb, and this wax is much sallower in hue than the wax in the honeycomb of the bee. Ants copulate and engender grubs, and these grubs attach themselves to nothing in particular, but grow on and on from small and rounded shapes until they become elongated and defined in shape, and they are engendered in springtime. The land scorpion also lays a number of egg-shaped grubs, and broods over them. When the hatching is completed, the parent animal, as happens with the parent spider, is ejected and put to death by the young ones, for very often the young ones are about 11 in number. Spiders in all cases copulate in the way above mentioned, and generate at first small grubs. And these grubs metamorphose in their entirety, and not partially, into spiders, for, by the way, the grubs are round-shaped at the outset. And the spider, when it lays its eggs, broods over them, and in 3 days the eggs or grubs take definite shape. All spiders lay their eggs in a web, but some spiders lay in a small and fine web, and others in a thick one, and some, as a rule, lay in a round-shaped case or capsule, and some are only partially enveloped in the web. The young grubs are not all developed at one and the same time into young spiders, but the moment the development takes place, the young spider makes a leap and begins to spin his web. The juice of the grub, if you squeeze it, is the same as the juice found in the spider when young, that is to say, it is thick and white. The meadow spider lays its eggs into a web, one half of which is attached to itself and the other half is free, and on this the parent broods until the eggs are hatched. The phalanger lay their eggs in a sort of strong basket which they have woven, and brood over it until the eggs are hatched. The smooth spider is much less prolific than the phalangium or hairy spider. These phalanger, when they grow to full size, very often envelop the mother phalangium and eject and kill her, and not seldom they kill the father phalangium as well, if they catch him, for, by the way, he has the habit of cooperating with the mother in the hatching. The brood of a single phalangium is sometimes 300 in number. The spider attains its full growth in about 4 weeks. Grasshoppers, or locusts, copulate in the same way as other insects, that is to say, with the lesser covering the larger, for the male is smaller than the female. The females first insert the hollow tube, which they have at their tails, in the ground, and then lay their eggs, and the male, by the way, is not furnished with this tube. The females lay their eggs all in a lump together, and in one spot, so that the entire lump of eggs resembles a honeycomb. After they have laid their eggs, the eggs assume the shape of oval grubs that are enveloped by a sort of thin clay, like a membrane. In this membrane-like formation they grow on to maturity. The larva is so soft that it collapses at a touch. The larva is not placed on the surface of the ground, but a little beneath the surface, and, when it reaches maturity, it comes out of its clayey investiture in the shape of a little black grasshopper. By and by, the skin integument strips off, and it grows larger and larger. The grasshopper lays its eggs at the close of summer, and dies after laying them. The fact is that, at the time of laying the eggs, grubs are engendered in the region of the mother grasshopper's neck, and the male grasshoppers die about the same time. In springtime they come out of the ground, and, by the way, no grasshoppers are found in mountainous land or in poor land, but only in flat and loamy land, for the fact is they lay their eggs in cracks of the soil. During the winter their eggs remain in the ground, and with the coming of summer the last year's larva develops into the perfect grasshopper. The Atalabi all locusts lay their eggs and die in like manner after laying them. Their eggs are subject to destruction by the autumn rains. When the rains are unusually heavy, but in seasons of drought the locusts are exceedingly numerous, from the absence of any destructive cause, since their destruction seems then to be a matter of accident and to depend on luck. Of the cicada there are two kinds, one, small in size, the first to come and the last to disappear, the other, large, the singing one that comes last and first disappears. Both in the small and the large species some are divided at the waist, to wit, the singing ones, and some are undivided, and these latter have no song. The large and singing cicada is by some designated the chirper, and the small cicada the tetragonium or cicadelle. And, by the way, such of the tetragonia as are divided at the waist can sing just a little. The cicada is not found where there are no trees, and this accounts for the fact that in the district surrounding the city of Syrian it is not found at all in the plain country, but is found in great numbers in the neighborhood of the city, and especially where olive trees are growing, for an olive grove is not thickly shaded. And the cicada is not found in cold places, and consequently is not found in any grove that keeps out the sunlight. The large and the small cicada copulate alike, belly to belly. The male discharges sperm into the female, as is the case with insects in general, and the female cicada has a cleft generative organ, and it is the female into which the male discharges the sperm. They lay their eggs in fallow lands, boring a hole with the pointed organ they carry in the rear, as do the locusts likewise, for the locust lays its eggs in untilled lands, and this fact may account for their numbers in the territory adjacent to the city of Cyrene. The cicadae also lay their eggs in the canes on which husbandmen prop vines, perforating the canes, and also in the stalks of the squill. This brood runs into the ground, and they are most numerous in rainy weather. The grub, on attaining full size in the ground, becomes a tetragontra, or nymph, and the creature is sweetest to the taste at this stage before the husk is broken. When the summer solstice comes, the creature issues from the husk at night time, and in a moment, as the husk breaks, the larva becomes the perfect cicada. Creature, also, at once turns black in color and harder and larger, and takes to singing. In both species, the larger and the smaller, it is the male that sings, and the female that is unvocal. At first, the males are the sweeter eating, but, after copulation, the females, as they are full then of white eggs. If you make a sudden noise as they are flying overhead they let drop something like water. Country people, in regard to this, say that they are voiding urine, that they have an excrement, and that they feed upon dew. If you present your finger to a cicada and bend back the tip of it and then extend it again, it will endure presentation more quietly than if you were to keep your finger outstretched altogether, and it will set to climbing your finger, for the creature is so weak-sighted that it will take to climbing your finger as though that were a moving leaf. Of insects that are not carnivorous but that live on the juices of living flesh, such as lice and fleas and bugs, all, without exception, generate what are called nits, and these nits generate nothing. Of these insects the flea is generated out of the slightest amount of putrefying matter, for wherever there is any dry excrement, a flea is sure to be found. Bugs are generated from the moisture of living animals, as it dries up outside their bodies. Lice are generated out of the flesh of animals. When lice are coming there is a kind of small eruption visible, unaccompanied by any discharge of purulent matter, and, if you prick an animal one in this condition at the spot of eruption, the lice jump out. In some men the appearance of lice is a disease, in cases where the body is surcharged with moisture, and, indeed, men have been known to succumb to this louse disease, as Alcman the poet and the Syrian Phasids are said to have done. Moreover, in certain diseases lice appear in great abundance. There is also a species of louse called the wild louse, and this is harder than the ordinary louse, and there is exceptional difficulty in getting the skin rid of it. Boys' heads are apparent to be lousy, but men's in less degree, and women are more subject to lice than men. But, whenever people are troubled with lousy heads, they are less than ordinarily troubled with headache. And lice are generated in other animals than man. For birds are infested with them, and pheasants, unless they clean themselves in the dust, are actually destroyed by them. All other winged animals that are furnished with feathers are similarly infested, and all hair-coated creatures also, with the single exception of the ass, which is infested neither with lice nor with ticks. Cattle suffer both from lice and from ticks. Sheep and goats breed ticks, but do not breed lice. Pigs breed lice large and hard. In dogs are found the flea peculiar to the animal, the cynorrhoasts. In all animals that are subject to lice, the latter originate from the animals themselves. Moreover, in animals that bathe at all, lice are more than usually abundant when they change the water in which they bathe. In the sea, lice are found on fishes, but they are generated not out of the fish but out of slime, and they resemble multipetal wood lice, only that their tail is flat. Sea lice are uniform in shape and universal in locality, and are particularly numerous on the body of the red mullet. And all these insects are multipetal and devoid of blood. The parasite that feeds on the tunny is found in the region of the fins. It resembles a scorpion, and is about the size of a spider. In the seas between Syria and Egypt there is a fish that attends on the dolphin, which is called the dolphin's louse. This fish gets exceedingly fat from enjoying an abundance of food while the dolphin is out in pursuit of its prey. Other animalcules besides these are generated, as we have already remarked, some in wool or in articles made of wool, as the cis or clothes moth. And these animalcules come in greater numbers if the woolen substances are dusty, and they come in especially large numbers if a spider be shut up in the cloth or wool, for the creature drinks up any moisture that may be there, and dries up the woolen substance. This grub is found also in men's clothes. A creature is also found in wax long laid by, just as in wood, and it is the smallest of animalcules and is white in color, and is designated the agari or mite. In books also other animalcules are found, some resembling the grubs found in garments, and some resembling tailless scorpions, but very small. As a general rule we may state that such animalcules are found in practically anything, both in dry things that are becoming moist and in moist things that are drying, provided they contain the conditions of life. There is a grub entitled the faggot bearer, as strange a creature as is known. Its head projects outside its shell, mottled in color, and its feet are near the end or apex, as is the case with grubs in general, but the rest of its body is cased in a tunic as it were of spider's web, and there are little dry twigs about it, that look as though they had stuck by accident to the creature as it went walking about. But these twig-like formations are naturally connected with the tunic, for just as the shell is with the body of the snail so is the whole superstructure with our grub, and they do not drop off, but can only be torn off, as though they were all of a piece with him, and the removal of the tunic is as fatal to this grub as the removal of the shell would be to the snail. In course of time this grub becomes a chrysalis, as is the case with the silkworm, and lives in a motionless condition. But as yet it is not known into what winged condition it is transformed. The fruit of the wild fig contains the sun, or fig wasp. This creature is a grub at first, but in due time the husk peels off and the sun leaves the husk behind it and flies away, and enters into the fruit of the fig tree through its orifice, and causes the fruit not to drop off, and with a view to this phenomenon, country folk are in the habit of tying wild figs onto fig trees, and of planting wild fig trees near domesticated ones. In the case of animals that are quadrupeds and red-blooded and oviparous, generation takes place in the spring, but copulation does not take place in an uniform season. In some cases it takes place in the spring, in others in summertime, and in others in the autumn, according as the subsequent season may be favorable for the young. The tortoise lays eggs with a hard shell and of two colors within, like birds' eggs, and after laying them buries them in the ground and treads the ground hard over them. It then broods over the eggs on the surface of the ground, and hatches the eggs the next year. The hemis, or freshwater tortoise, leaves the water and lays its eggs. It digs a hole of a cask-like shape, and deposits therein the eggs. After rather less than 30 days it digs the eggs up again and hatches them with great rapidity, and leads its young at once off to the water. The sea turtle lays on the ground eggs just like the eggs of domesticated birds, buries the eggs in the ground, and broods over them in the nighttime. It lays a very great number of eggs, amounting at times to 100. Lizards and crocodiles, terrestrial and fluvial, lay eggs on land. The eggs of lizards hatch spontaneously on land, for the lizard does not live on into the next year. In fact, the life of the animal is said not to exceed 6 months. The river crocodile lays a number of eggs, 60 at the most, white in color, and broods over them for 60 days, for, by the way, the creature is very long-lived. And the disproportion is more marked in this animal than in any other between the smallness of the original egg and the huge size of the full-grown animal. For the egg is not larger than that of the goose, and the young crocodile is small, answering to the egg in size, but the full-grown animal attains the length of 26 feet. In fact, it is actually stated that the animal goes on growing to the end of its days. With regard to serpents or snakes, the viper is externally viviparous, having been previously oviparous internally. The egg, as with the egg of fishes, is uniform in color and soft-skinned. The young serpent grows on the surface of the egg, and, like the young of fishes, has no shell-like envelopment. The young of the viper is born inside a membrane that bursts from off the young creature in 3 days, and at times the young viper eats its way out from the inside of the egg. The mother viper brings forth all its young in 1 day, 20 in number, and one at a time. The other serpents are externally oviparous, and their eggs are strung onto one another like a lady's necklace. After the dam has laid her eggs in the ground, she broods over them, and hatches the eggs in the following year. The History of Animals, Book Vi. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. So much for the generative processes in snakes and insects, and also in oviparous quadrupeds. Birds without exception lay eggs, but the pairing season and the times of parturition are not alike for all. Some birds couple and lay at almost any time in the year, as for instance the barn-door hen and the pigeon, the former of these coupling and laying during the entire year, with the exception of the month before and the month after the winter solstice. Some hens, even in the high breeds, lay a large quantity of eggs before brooding, amounting to as many as 60, and, by the way, the higher breeds are less prolific than the inferior ones. The Adrian hens are small-sized, but they lay every day. They are cross-tempered, and often kill their chickens. They are of all colors. Some domesticated hens lay twice a day. Indeed, instances have been known where hens, after exhibiting extreme fecundity, have died suddenly. Hens, then, lay eggs, as has been stated, at all times indiscriminately. The pigeon, the ring dove, the turtle dove, and the stock dove lay twice a year, and the pigeon actually lays 10 times a year. The great majority of birds lay during the springtime. Some birds are prolific, and prolific in either of two ways, either by laying often, as the pigeon, or by laying many eggs at a sitting, as the barn-door hen. All birds of prey, or birds with crooked talons, are unprolific, except the kestrel. This bird is the most prolific of birds of prey, as many as 4 eggs have been observed in the nest, and occasionally it lays even more. Birds in general lay their eggs in nests, but such as are disqualified for flight, as the partridge and the quail, do not lay them in nests but on the ground, and cover them over with loose material. The same is the case with the lark and the tetrix. These birds hatch in sheltered places, but the bird called Merops in Boeotia, alone of all birds, burrows into holes in the ground and hatches there. Thrushes, like swallows, build nests of clay, on high trees, and build them in rows all close together, so that from their continuity the structure resembles a necklace of nests. Of all birds that hatch for themselves, the hoopoe is the only one that builds no nest whatever. It gets into the hollow of the trunk of a tree, and lays its eggs there without making any sort of nest. The circus builds either under a dwelling roof or on cliffs. The tetrix, called arax in Athens, builds neither on the ground nor on trees, but on low-lying shrubs. The egg in the case of all birds alike is hard-shelled, if it be the produce of copulation and be laid by a healthy hen, for some hens lay soft eggs. The interior of the egg is of 2 colors, and the white part is outside and the yellow part within. The eggs of birds that frequent rivers and marshes differ from those of birds that live on dry land, that is to say, the eggs of water birds have comparatively more of the yellow or yolk and less of the white. Eggs vary in color according to their kind. Some eggs are white, as those of the pigeon and of the partridge, others are yellowish, as the eggs of marsh birds. In some cases the eggs are mottled, as the eggs of the guinea fowl and the pheasant, while the eggs of the kestrel are red, like vermilion. Eggs are not symmetrically shaped at both ends. In other words, one end is comparatively sharp, and the other end is comparatively blunt, and it is the latter end that protrudes first at the time of laying. Long and pointed eggs are female. Those that are round, or more rounded at the narrow end, are male. Eggs are hatched by the incubation of the mother bird. In some cases, as in Egypt, they are hatched spontaneously in the ground, by being buried in dung heaps. A story is told of a toper in Syracuse, how he used to put eggs into the ground under his rush mat and to keep on drinking until he hatched them. Instances have occurred of eggs being deposited in warm vessels and getting hatched spontaneously. The sperm of birds, as of animals in general, is white. After the female has submitted to the male, she draws up the sperm to underneath her midriff. At first it is little in size and white in color, by and by it is red, the color of blood. As it grows, it becomes pale and yellow all over. When at length it is getting ripe for hatching, it is subject to differentiation of substance, and the yolk gathers together within and the white settles round it on the outside. When the full time is come, the egg detaches itself and protrudes, changing from soft to hard with such temporal exactitude that, whereas it is not hard during the process of protrusion, it hardens immediately after the process is completed, that is if there be no concomitant pathological circumstances. Cases have occurred where substances resembling the egg at a critical point of its growth, that is, when it is yellow all over, as the yolk is subsequently have been found in the cock when cut open, underneath his midriff, just where the hen has her eggs, and these are entirely yellow in appearance and of the same size as ordinary eggs. Such phenomena are regarded as unnatural and portentous. Such as affirm that wind eggs are the residue of eggs previously begotten from copulation are mistaken in this assertion, for we have cases well authenticated where chickens of the common hen and goose have laid wind eggs without ever having been subjected to copulation. Wind eggs are smaller, less palatable, and more liquid than true eggs, and are produced in greater numbers. When they are put under the mother bird, the liquid contents never coagulate, but both the yellow and the white remain as they were. Wind eggs are laid by a number of birds, as for instance by the common hen, the hen partridge, the hen pigeon, the peahen, the goose, and the vulpanther. Eggs are hatched under brooding hens more rapidly in summer than in winter, that is to say, hens hatch in 18 days in summer, but occasionally in winter take as many as 25. And by the way, for brooding purposes some birds make better mothers than others. If it thunders while a hen bird is brooding, the eggs get addled. Wind eggs that are called by some cynosura and uria are produced chiefly in summer. Wind eggs are called by some zephyr eggs, because at springtime hen birds are observed to inhale the breezes. They do the same if they be stroked in a peculiar way by hand. Wind eggs can turn into fertile eggs, and eggs due to previous copulation can change breed, if before the change of the yellow to the white the hen that contains wind eggs, or eggs begotten of copulation be trodden by another cock bird. Under these circumstances the wind eggs turn into fertile eggs, and the previously impregnated eggs follow the breed of the impregnator, but if the latter impregnation takes place during the change of the yellow to the white, then no change in the egg takes place. The wind egg does not become a true egg, and the true egg does not take on the breed of the latter impregnator. If when the egg substance is small copulation be intermitted, the previously existing egg substance exhibits no increase, but if the hen be again submitted to the male the increase in size proceeds with rapidity. The yolk and the white are diverse not only in color but also in properties. Thus, the yolk congeals under the influence of cold, whereas the white instead of congealing is inclined rather to liquefy. Again, the white stiffens under the influence of fire, whereas the yolk does not stiffen, but, unless it be burned through and through, it remains soft, and in point of fact is inclined to set or to harden more from the boiling than from the roasting of the egg. The yolk and the white are separated by a membrane from one another. The so-called hailstones, or treadles, that are found at the extremity of the yellow in no way contribute towards generation, as some erroneously suppose. They are two in number, one below and the other above. If you take out of the shells a number of yolks and a number of whites and pour them into a saucepan and boil them slowly over a low fire, the yolks will gather into the center and the whites will set all around them. Young hens are the first to lay, and they do so at the beginning of spring and lay more eggs than the older hens, but the eggs of the younger hens are comparatively small. As a general rule, if hens get no brooding they pine and sicken. After copulation hens shiver and shake themselves, and often kick rubbish about all round them, and this, by the way, they do sometimes after laying, whereas pigeons trail their rumps on the ground, and geese dive under the water. Conception of the true egg and conformation of the wind egg take place rapidly with most birds, as for instance with the hen partridge when in heat. The fact is that, when she stands to windward and within scent of the male, she conceives, and becomes useless for decoy purposes, for, by the way, the partridge appears to have a very acute sense of smell. The generation of the egg after copulation and the generation of the chick from the subsequent hatching of the egg are not brought about within equal periods for all birds, but differ as to time according to the size of the parent birds. The egg of the common hen after copulation sets and matures in 10 days a general rule, the egg of the pigeon in a somewhat lesser period. Pigeons have the faculty of holding back the egg at the very moment of parturition. If a hen pigeon be put about by anyone, for instance if it be disturbed on its nest, or have a feather plucked out, or sustain any other annoyance or disturbance, then even though she had made up her mind to lay she can keep the egg back in abeyance. A singular phenomenon is observed in pigeons with regard to pairing, that is, they kiss one another just when the male is on the point of mounting the female, and without this preliminary the male would decline to perform his function. With the older males the preliminary kiss is only given to begin with, and subsequently he mounts without previously kissing. With younger males the preliminary is never omitted. Another singularity in these birds is that the hens dread one another when a cock is not forthcoming, after kissing one another just as takes place in the normal pairing. Though they do not impregnate one another they lay more eggs under these than under ordinary circumstances. No chicks, however, result therefrom, but all such eggs are wind eggs. Generation from the egg proceeds in an identical manner with all birds, but the full periods from conception to birth differ, as has been said. With the common hen after 3 days and 3 nights there is the first indication of the embryo, with larger birds the interval being longer, with smaller birds shorter. Meanwhile the yolk comes into being, rising towards the sharp end, where the primal element of the egg is situated, and where the egg gets hatched, and the heart appears, like a speck of blood, in the white of the egg. This point beats and moves as though endowed with life, and from it 2 vein ducts with blood in them trend in a convoluted course, as the egg substance goes on growing, towards each of the 2 circumjacent integuments, and a membrane carrying bloody fibers now envelops the yolk, leading off from the vein ducts. A little afterwards the body is differentiated, at first very small and white. The head is clearly distinguished, and in it the eyes, swollen out to a great extent. This condition of the eyes lasts on for a good while, as it is only by degrees that they diminish in size and collapse. At the outset the under portion of the body appears insignificant in comparison with the upper portion. Of the 2 ducts that lead from the heart, the one proceeds towards the circumjacent integument, and the other, like a navel string, towards the yolk. The life element of the chick is in the white of the egg, and the nutriment comes through the navel string out of the yolk. When the egg is now 10 days old the chick and all its parts are distinctly visible. The head is still larger than the rest of its body, and the eyes larger than the head, but still devoid of vision. The eyes, if removed about this time, are found to be larger than beans, and black. If the cuticle be peeled off then there is a white and cold liquid inside, quite glittering in the sunlight, but there is no hard substance whatsoever. Such is the condition of the head and eyes. At this time also the larger internal organs are visible, as also the stomach and the arrangement of the viscera, and veins that seem to proceed from the heart are now close to the navel. From the navel there stretch a pair of veins, one towards the membrane that envelops the yolk, and, by the way, the yolk is now liquid, or more so than is normal, and the other towards that membrane which envelops collectively the membrane wherein the chick lies, the membrane of the yolk, and the intervening liquid. For, as the chick grows, little by little one part of the yolk goes upward, and another part downward, and the white liquid is between them, and the white of the egg is underneath the lower part of the yolk, as it was at the outset. On the 10th day the white is at the extreme outer surface, reduced in amount, glutinous, firm in substance, and sallow in color. The disposition of the several constituent parts is as follows. First and outermost comes the membrane of the egg, not that of the shell, but underneath it. Inside this membrane is a white liquid, then comes the chick, and a membrane round about it, separating it off so as to keep the chick free from the liquid. Next after the chick comes the yolk, into which one of the 2 veins was described as leading, the other one leading into the enveloping white substance. A membrane with a liquid resembling serum envelops the entire structure. Then comes another membrane right round the embryo, as has been described, separating it off against the liquid. Underneath this comes the yolk, enveloped in another membrane, into which yolk proceeds the navel string that leads from the heart and the big vein, so as to keep the embryo free of both liquids. About the 20th day, if you open the egg and touch the chick, it moves inside and chirps, and it is already coming to be covered with down. When, after the 20th day is passed, the chick begins to break the shell. The head is situated over the right leg close to the flank, and the wing is placed over the head, and about this time is plain to be seen the membrane resembling an afterbirth that comes next after the outermost membrane of the shell, into which membrane the one of the navel strings was described as leading, and, by the way, the chick in its entirety is now within it, and so also is the other membrane resembling an afterbirth, namely that surrounding the yolk, into which the second navel string was described as leading, and both of them were described as being connected with the heart and the big vein. At this conjuncture the navel string that leads to the outer afterbirth collapses and becomes detached from the chick, and the membrane that leads into the yolk is fastened onto the thin gut of the creature, and by this time a considerable amount of the yolk is inside the chick and a yellow sediment is in its stomach. About this time it discharges residuum in the direction of the outer afterbirth, and has residuum inside its stomach, and the outer residuum is white, and there comes a white substance inside. By and by the yolk, diminishing gradually in size, at length becomes entirely used up and comprehended within the chick, so that, 10 days after hatching, if you cut open the chick, a small remnant of the yolk is still left in connection with the gut, but it is detached from the navel, and there is nothing in the interval between, but it has been used up entirely. During the period above referred to the chick sleeps, wakes up, makes a move and looks up and chirps, and the heart and the navel together palpitate as though the creature were aspiring. So much as to generation from the egg in the case of birds. Birds lay some eggs that are unfruitful, even eggs that are the result of copulation, and no life comes from such eggs by incubation, and this phenomenon is observed especially with pigeons. Twin eggs have two yolks. In some twin eggs a thin partition of white intervenes to prevent the yolks mixing with each other, but some twin eggs are unprovided with such partition, and the yolks run into one another. There are some hens that lay nothing but twin eggs, and in their case the phenomenon regarding the yolks has been observed. For instance, a hen has been known to lay 18 eggs, and to hatch twins out of them all, except those that were wind eggs. The rest were fertile, though, by the way, one of the twins is always bigger than the other, but the 18th was abnormal or monstrous. Birds of the pigeon kind, such as the ring dove and the turtle dove, lay 2 eggs at a time, that is to say, they do so as a general rule, and they never lay more than 3. The pigeon, as has been said, lays at all seasons. The ring dove and the turtle dove lay in the springtime, and they never lay more than twice in the same season. The hen bird lays the second pair of eggs when the first pair happens to have been destroyed, for many of the hen pigeons destroy the first brood. The hen pigeon, as has been said, occasionally lays 3 eggs, but it never rears more than 2 chicks, and sometimes rears only 1, and the odd one is always a wind egg. Very few birds propagate within their first year. All birds, after once they have begun laying, keep on having eggs, though in the case of some birds it is difficult to detect the fact from the minute size of the creature. The pigeon, as a rule, lays a male and a female egg, and generally lays the male egg first. After laying it allows a day's interval to ensue and then lays the second egg. The male takes its turn of sitting during the daytime, the female sits during the night. The first laid egg is hatched and brought to birth within 20 days, and the mother bird pecks a hole in the egg the day before she hatches it out. The 2 parent birds brood for some time over the chicks in the way in which they brooded previously over the eggs. In all connected with the rearing of the young, the female parent is more cross-tempered than the male, as is the case with most animals after parturition. The hens lay as many as 10 times in a year. Occasional instances have been known of their laying 11 times, and in Egypt they actually lay 12 times. The pigeon, male and female, couples within the year. In fact, it couples when only 6 months old. Some assert that ring doves and turtle doves pair and procreate when only 3 months old, and instance their superabundant numbers by way of proof of the assertion. The hen pigeon carries her eggs 14 days. For as many more days the parent birds hatch the eggs. By the end of another 14 days the chicks are so far capable of flight as to be overtaken with difficulty. The ring dove, according to all accounts, lives up to 40 years. The partridge lives over 16. After one brood the pigeon is ready for another within 30 days. The vulture builds its nest on inaccessible cliffs, for which reason its nest and young are rarely seen. And therefore Herodotus, father of Bryson the sophist, declares that vultures belong to some foreign country unknown to us, stating as a proof of the assertion that no one has ever seen a vulture's nest, and also that vultures in great numbers make a sudden appearance in the rear of armies. However, difficult as it is to get a sight of it, a vulture's nest has been seen. The vulture lays 2 eggs. Carnivorous birds in general are observed to lay but once a year. The swallow is the only carnivorous bird that builds a nest twice. If you prick out the eyes of swallow chicks while they are yet young, the birds will get well again and will see by and by. The eagle lays 3 eggs and hatches 2 of them, as it is said in the verses ascribed to Musaeus. That lays 3, hatches 2, and cares for 1. This is the case in most instances, though occasionally a brood of 3 has been observed. As the young ones grow, the mother becomes wearied with feeding them and extrudes one of the pair from the nest. At the same time the bird is said to abstain from food, to avoid harrying the young of wild animals. That is to say, its wings blanch, and for some days its talons get turned awry. It is in consequence about this time cross-tempered to its own young. The fin is said to rear the young one that has been expelled the nest. The eagle broods for about 30 days. The hatching period is about the same for the larger birds, such as the goose and the great bustard. For the middle-sized birds it extends over about 20 days, as in the case of the kite and the hawk. The kite in general lays 2 eggs, but occasionally rears 3 young ones. The so-called agilius at times rears 4. It is not true that, as some aver, the raven lays only 2 eggs. It lays a larger number. It broods for about 20 days and then extrudes its young. Other birds perform the same operation. At all events mother birds that lay several eggs often extrude one of their young. Birds of the eagle species are not alike in the treatment of their young. The white-tailed eagle is cross, the black eagle is affectionate in the feeding of the young, though, by the way, all birds of prey, when their brood is rather forward in being able to fly, beat and extrude them from the nest. The majority of birds other than birds of prey, as has been said, also act in this manner, and after feeding their young take no further care of them, but the crow is an exception. This bird for a considerable time takes charge of her young, for, even when her young can fly, she flies alongside of them and supplies them with food. The cuckoo is said by some to be a hawk transformed, because at the time of the cuckoo's coming, the hawk, which it resembles, is never seen, and indeed it is only for a few days that you will see hawks about when the cuckoo's note sounds early in the season. The cuckoo appears only for a short time in summer, and in winter disappears. The hawk has crooked talons, which the cuckoo has not, neither with regard to the head does the cuckoo resemble the hawk. In point of fact, both as regards the head and the claws it more resembles the pigeon. However, in color and in color alone it does resemble the hawk, only that the markings of the hawk are striped, and of the cuckoo mottled. And, by the way, in size and flight it resembles the smallest of the hawk tribe, which bird disappears as a rule about the time of the appearance of the cuckoo, though the two have been seen simultaneously. The cuckoo has been seen to be preyed on by the hawk, and this never happens between birds of the same species. They say no one has ever seen the young of the cuckoo. The bird eggs, but does not build a nest. Sometimes it lays its eggs in the nest of a smaller bird after first devouring the eggs of this bird. It lays by preference in the nest of the ring dove, after first devouring the eggs of the pigeon. It occasionally lays two, but usually one. It lays also in the nest of the hippolyte, and the hippolyte hatches and rears a brood. It is about this time that the bird becomes fat and palatable. The young of hawks also get palatable and fat. One species builds a nest in the wilderness and on sheer and inaccessible cliffs. With most birds, as has been said of the pigeon, the hatching is carried on by the male and the female in turns. With some birds, however, the male only sits long enough to allow the female to provide herself with food. In the goose tribe the female alone incubates, and after once sitting on the eggs she continues brooding until they are hatched. The nests of all marsh birds are built in districts fenny and well supplied with grass. Consequently, the mother bird while sitting quiet on her eggs can provide herself with food without having to submit to absolute fasting. With the crow also the female alone broods, and broods throughout the whole period. The male bird supports the female, bringing her food and feeding her. The female of the ring dove begins to brood in the afternoon and broods through the entire night until breakfast time of the following day. The male broods during the rest of the time. Partridges build a nest in two compartments. The male broods on the one and the female on the other. After hatching, each of the parent birds rears its brood. But the male, when he first takes his young out of the nest, treads them. Peafowl live for about 25 years, breed about the third year, and at the same time take on their spangled plumage. They hatch their eggs within 30 days or rather more. The peahen lays but once a year, and lays 12 eggs, or maybe a slightly lesser number. She does not lay all the eggs there and then one after the other, but at intervals of 2 or 3 days. Such as lay for the first time lay about 8 eggs. The peahen lays wint eggs. They pair in the spring, and laying begins immediately after pairing. The bird molts when the earliest trees are shedding their leaves, and recovers its plumage when the same trees are recovering their foliage. People that rear peafowl put the eggs under the barn door hen, owing to the fact that when the peahen is brooding over them the peacock attacks her and tries to trample on them. Owing to this circumstance some birds of wild varieties run away from the males and lay their eggs and brood in solitude. Only 2 eggs are put under a barn door hen, for she could not brood over and hatch a large number. They take every precaution, by supplying her with food, to prevent her going off the eggs and discontinuing the brooding. With male birds about bearing time the testicles are obviously larger than at other times, and this is conspicuously the case with the more salacious birds, such as the barn door cock and the cock partridge. The peculiarity is less conspicuous in such birds as are intermittent in regard to pairing. So much for the conception and generation of birds. It has been previously stated that fishes are not all oviparous. Fishes of the cartilaginous genus are viviparous, the rest are oviparous. And cartilaginous fishes are first oviparous internally and subsequently viviparous. They rear the embryos internally, the batrachus or fishing frog being an exception. Fishes also, as was above stated, are provided with wombs, and wombs of diverse kinds. The oviparous genera have wombs bifurcate in shape and low down in position. The cartilaginous genus have wombs shaped like those of birds. The womb, however, in the cartilaginous fishes differs in this respect from the womb of birds. that with some cartilaginous fishes the eggs do not settle close to the diaphragm but middle ways along the backbone, and as they grow they shift their position. The egg with all fishes is not of two colors within but is of even hue, and the color is nearer to white than to yellow, and that both when the young is inside it and previously as well. Development from the egg in fishes differs from that in birds in this respect, that it does not exhibit that one of the two navel strings that leads off to the membrane that lies close under the shell, while it does exhibit that one of the two that in the case of birds leads off to the yolk. In a general way the rest of the development from the egg onwards is identical in birds and fishes. That is to say, development takes place at the upper part of the egg, and the veins extend in like manner, at first from the heart, and at first the head, the eyes, and the upper parts are largest, and as the creature grows the egg substance decreases and eventually disappears, and becomes absorbed within the embryo, just as takes place with the yolk in birds. The navel string is attached a little way below the aperture of the belly. When the creatures are young the navel string is long, but as they grow it diminishes in size, at length it gets small and becomes incorporated, as was described in the case of birds. The embryo and the egg are enveloped by a common membrane, and just under this is another membrane that envelops the embryo by itself, and in between the two membranes is a liquid. The food inside the stomach of the little fishes resembles that inside the stomach of young chicks, and is partly white and partly yellow. As regards the shape of the womb, the reader is referred to my treatise on anatomy. The womb, however, is diverse in diverse fishes, as for instance in the sharks as compared one with another or as compared with a skate. That is to say, in some sharks the eggs adhere in the middle of the womb round about the backbone, as has been stated, and this is the case with the dogfish. As the eggs grow they shift their place, and since the womb is bifurcate and adheres to the midriff, as in the rest of similar creatures, the eggs pass into one or other of the two compartments. This womb and the womb of the other sharks exhibit, as you go a little way off from the midriff, something resembling white breasts, which never make their appearance unless there be conception. Dogfish and skate have a kind of eggshell, in the which is found an egg-like liquid. The shape of the eggshell resembles the tongue of a bagpipe, and hair-like ducts are attached to the shell. With the dogfish, which is called by some the dappled shark, the young are born when the shell formation breaks in pieces and falls out. With the ray, after it has laid the egg the shell formation breaks up and the young move out. The spiny dogfish has its close to the midriff above the breast-like formations. When the egg descends, as soon as it gets detached the young is born. The mode of generation is the same in the case of the fox shark. The so-called smooth shark has its eggs in betwixt the wombs like the dogfish. These eggs shift into each of the two horns of the womb and descend, and the young develop with the navel string attached to the womb, so that, as the egg substance gets used up, the embryo is sustained to all appearance just as in the case of quadrupeds. The navel string is long and adheres to the under part of the womb, each navel string being attached as it were by a sucker, and also to the center of the embryo in the place where the liver is situated. If the embryo be cut open, even though it has the egg substance no longer, the food inside is egg-like in appearance. Each embryo, as in the case of quadrupeds, is provided with a chorion and separate membranes. When young the embryo has its head upwards, but downwards when it gets strong and is completed in form. Males are generated on the left-hand side of the womb, and females on the right-hand side, and males and females on the same side together. If the embryo be cut open, then, as with quadrupeds, such internal organs as it is furnished with, as for instance the liver, are found to be large and supplied with blood. All cartilaginous fishes have at one and the same time eggs above close to the midriff, some larger, some smaller, in considerable numbers, and also embryos lower down. And this circumstance leads many to suppose that fishes of this species pair and bear young every month, inasmuch as they do not produce all their young at once, but now and again and over a lengthened period. But such eggs as have come down below within the womb are simultaneously ripened and completed in growth. Dogfish in general can extrude and take in again their young, as can also the angelfish and the electric ray, and, by the way, a large electric ray has been seen with about 80 embryos inside it, but the spiny dogfish is an exception to the rule, being prevented by the spine of the young fish from so doing. Of the flat cartilaginous fish, the trigon and the ray cannot extrude and take in again in consequence of the roughness of the tails of the young. The batrachus or fishing frog also is unable to take in its young owing to the size of the head and the prickles, and, by the way, as was previously remarked, it is the only one of these fishes that is not viviparous. So much for the varieties of the cartilaginous species and for their modes of generation from the egg. At the breeding season the sperm ducts of the male are filled with sperm, So much so that if they be squeezed the sperm flows out spontaneously as a white fluid. The ducts are bifurcate, and start from the midriff and the great vein. About this period the sperm ducts of the male are quite distinct from the womb of the female, but at any other than the actual breeding time their distinctness is not obvious to a non-expert. The fact is that in certain fishes at certain times these organs are imperceptible, as was stated regarding the testicles of birds. Among other distinctions observed between the thoracic ducts and the womb ducts is the circumstance that the thoracic ducts are attached to the loins, while the womb ducts move about freely and are attached by a thin membrane. The particulars regarding the thoracic ducts may be studied by a reference to the diagrams in my treatise on anatomy. Cartilaginous fishes are capable of superfoetation, and their period of gestation is 6 months at the longest. The so-called starry dogfish bears young the most frequently, in other words it bears twice a month. The breeding season is in the month of Mamacterian. The dogfish as a general rule bear twice in the year, with the exception of the little dogfish, which bears only once a year. Some of them bring forth in the springtime. The rhine, or angelfish, bears its first brood in the springtime, and its second in the autumn, about the winter setting of the Pleiades. The second brood is the stronger of the two. The electric ray brings forth in the late autumn. Cartilaginous fishes come out from the main seas and deep waters towards the shore and they bring forth their young, and they do so for the sake of warmth and by way of protection for their young. Observations would lead to the general rule that no one variety of fish pairs with another variety. The angelfish, however, and the batter-sauce skate appear to pair with one another, for there is a fish called the rhinobatus, with the head and front parts of the skate and the after parts of the rhine or angelfish, just as though it were made up of both fishes together. Sharks then and their congeners, as the fox shark and the dogfish, and the flat fishes, such as the electric ray, the smooth skate, and the trigon, are first oviparous and then viviparous in the way above mentioned, as are also the sawfish and the oxray. The dolphin, the whale, and all the rest of the cetacea, all, that is to say, that are provided with a blowhole instead of gills, are viviparous. That is to say, no one of all these fishes is ever seen to be supplied with eggs, but directly with an embryo from whose differentiation comes the fish, just as in the case of mankind and the viviparous quadrupeds. The dolphin bears one at a time generally, but occasionally two. The whale bears one more at the most two, generally two. The porpoise in this respect resembles the dolphin, and, by the way, it is in form like a little dolphin, and is found in the Euxine. It differs, however, from the dolphin as being less in size and broader in the back. Its color is leaden black. Many people are of opinion that the porpoise is a variety of the dolphin. All creatures that have a blowhole respire and inspire, for they are provided with lungs. The dolphin has been seen asleep with his nose above water, and when asleep he snores. The dolphin and the porpoise are provided with milk, and suckle their young. They also take their young, when small, inside them. The young of the dolphin grow rapidly, being full grown at 10 years of age. Its period of gestation is 10 months. It brings forth its young summer, and never at any other season, and, singularly enough, under the dog star it disappears for about 30 days. Its young accompany it for a considerable period, and, in fact, the creature is remarkable for the strength of its parental affection. It lives for many years, some are known to have lived for more than 25, and some for 30 years. The fact is fishermen nick their tails sometimes and set them adrift again, and by this expedient their ages are ascertained. The seal is an amphibious animal, that is to say, it cannot take in water, but breathes and sleeps and brings forth on dry land only close to the shore. As being an animal furnished with feet, it spends, however, the greater part of its time in the sea and derives its food from it, so that it must be classed in the category of marine animals. It is viviparous by immediate conception and brings forth its young alive, and exhibits an afterbirth and all else just like a ewe. It bears 1 or 2 at a time, and 3 at the most. It has 2 teats, and suckles its young like a quadruped. Like the human species it brings forth at all seasons of the year, but especially at the time when the earliest kids are forthcoming. It conducts its young ones, when they are about 12 days old, over and over again during the day down to the sea, accustoming them by slow degrees to the water. It slips down steep places instead of walking, from the fact that it cannot steady itself by its feet. It can contract and draw itself in, for it is fleshy and soft and its bones are gristly. Owing to the flabbiness of its body it is difficult to kill a seal by a blow, unless you strike it on the temple. It looks like a cow. The female in regard to its genital organs resembles the female of the ray, in all other respects it resembles the female of the human species. So much for the phenomena of generation and of parturition in animals that live in water and are viviparous either internally or externally. Oviparous fishes have their womb bifurcate and placed low down, as was said previously, and, by the way, all scaly fish are oviparous, as the bass, the mullet, the grey mullet, and the atlas, and all the so-called whitefish, and all the smooth or slippery fish except the eland. Their O is of a crumbling or granular substance. This appearance is due to the fact that the whole womb of such fishes is full of eggs, so that in little fishes there seem to be only a couple of eggs there, for in small fishes the womb is indistinguishable, from its diminutive size and thin contexture. The pairing of fishes has been discussed previously. Fishes for the most part are divided into males and females, but one is puzzled to account for the erythrinus and the chana, for specimens of these species are never caught except in a condition of pregnancy. With such fish as pair, eggs are the result of copulation, but such fish have them also without copulation, and this is shown in the case of some river fish, for the minnow has eggs when quite small, almost, one may say, as soon as it is born. These fishes shed their eggs little by little, and, as is stated, the males swallow the greater part of them, and some portion of them goes to waste in the water, but such of the eggs as the female deposits on the spawning beds are saved. If all the eggs were preserved, each species would be infinite in number. The great number of these eggs so deposited are not productive, but only those over which the male sheds the milt or sperm, for when the female has laid her eggs, the male follows and sheds its sperm over them, and from all the eggs so besprinkled young fishes proceed, while the rest are left to their fate. The same phenomenon is observed in the case of mollusks also, for in the case of the cuttlefish or sepia, after the female has deposited her eggs, the male besprinkles them. It is highly probable that a similar phenomenon takes place in regard to mollusks in general, though up to the present time the phenomenon has been observed only in the case of the cuttlefish. Fishes deposit their eggs close into shore, the goby close to stones, and, by the way, the spawn of the goby is flat and crumbly. Fish in general so deposit their eggs, for the water close into shore is warm and is better supplied with food than the outer sea, and serves as a protection to the spawn against the voracity of the larger fish. And it is for this reason that in the Euxine most fishes spawn near the mouth of the river Thermodon, because the locality is sheltered, genial, and supplied with fresh water. Oviparous fish as a rule spawn only once a year. The little physis or black goby is an exception, as it spawns twice. The male of the black goby differs from the female as being blacker and having larger scales. Fishes then in general produce their young by copulation, and lay their eggs, but the pipefish, as some call it, when the time of parturition arrives, bursts in two, and the eggs escape out. For the fish has a diaphysis or cloven growth under the belly and abdomen, like the blind snakes, and, after it has spawned by the splitting of this diaphysis, the sides of the split grow together again. Development from the egg takes place similarly with fishes that are oviparous internally and with fishes that are oviparous externally, that is to say, the embryo comes at the upper end of the egg and is enveloped in a membrane, and the eyes, large and spherical, are the first organs visible. From this circumstance it is plain that the assertion is untenable which is made by some writers, to wit, that the young of oviparous fishes are generated like the grubs of worms, for the opposite phenomena are observed in the case of these grubs, in that their lower extremities are the larger at the outset, and that the eyes and the head appear later on. After the egg has been used up, the young fishes are like tadpoles in shape, and at first, without taking any nutriment, they grow by sustenance derived from the juice oozing from the egg. By and by, they are nourished up to full growth by the river waters. When the Euxine is purged, a substance called ficus is carried into the Hellespont, and this substance is of a pale yellow color. Some writers aver that it is the flower of the ficus, from which rouge is made. It comes at the beginning of summer. Oysters and the small fish of these localities feed on this substance, and some of the inhabitants of these maritime districts say that the purple murex derives its peculiar color from it. Marsh fishes and river fishes conceive at the age of 5 months as a general rule, and deposit their spawn towards the close of the year without exception. And with these fishes, like as with the marine fishes, the female does not void all her eggs at one time, nor the male his sperm, but they are at all times more or less provided, the female with eggs, and the male with sperm. Their carp spawns as the seasons come round, 5 or 6 times, and follows in spawning the rising of the greater constellations. The chalcis spawns 3 times, and the other fishes once only in the year. They all spawn in pools left by the overflowing of rivers, and near to reedy places in marshes, as for instance the foxinus or minnow and the perch. The glannids or sheatfish and the perch deposit their spawn in one continuous string, like the frog, So continuous, in fact, is the convoluted spawn of the perch that, by reason of its smoothness, the fishermen in the marshes can unwind it off the reeds like threads off a reel. The larger individuals of the sheatfish spawn in deep waters, some in water of a fathom's depth, the smaller in shallower water, generally close to the roots of the willow or of some other tree, or close to reeds or to moss. At times these fishes intertwine with one another, a big with the little one, and bring into juxtaposition the ducts which some writers designate as navels at the point where they emit the generative products and discharge the egg in the case of the female and the milt in the case of the male. Such eggs as are besprinkled with the milt grow, in a day or thereabouts, whiter and larger, and in a little while afterwards the fish's eyes become visible, for these organs in all fishes, as for that matter in all other animals, are early conspicuous and seem disproportionately big. But such eggs as the milt fails to touch remain, as with marine fishes, useless and infertile. From the fertile eggs, as the little fish grow, a kind of sheath detaches itself. This is a membrane that envelops the egg and the young fish. When the milt has mingled with the eggs, the resulting product becomes very sticky or viscous, and adheres to the roots of trees or wherever it may have been laid. The male keeps on guard at the principal spawning place, and the female after spawning goes away. In the case of the sheatfish the growth from the egg is exceptionally slow, and, in consequence, the male has to keep watch for 40 or 50 days to prevent the spawn being devoured by such little fishes as chance to come by. Next in point of slowness is the generation of the carp. As with fishes in general, so even with these, the spawn thus protected disappears and gets lost rapidly. In the case of some of the smaller fishes, when they are only 3 days old, young fishes are generated. Eggs touched by the male sperm take on increase both the same day and also later. The egg of the sheatfish is as big as a vetch seed, the egg of the carp and of the carp species as big as a millet seed. These fishes then spawn and generate in the way here described. The chalcis, however, spawns in deep water in dense shoals of fish, and the so-called tillen spawns near to beaches in sheltered spots in shoals likewise. The carp, the balaros, and fishes in general push eagerly into the shallows for the purpose of spawning, and very often 13 or 14 males are seen following a single female. When the female deposits her spawn and departs, the males follow on and shed the milt. The greater portion of the spawn gets wasted, because, owing to the fact that the female moves about while spawning, the spawn scatters, or so much of it as is caught in the stream and does not get entangled with some rubbish. For, with the exception of the sheatfish, no fish keeps on guard, unless, by the way, it be the carp, which is said to remain on guard, if it so happen that its spawn lies in a solid mass. All male fishes are supplied with milt, excepting the eel. With the eel, the male is devoid of milt, and the female of spawn. The mullet goes up from the sea to marshes and rivers. The eels, on the contrary, make their way down from the marshes and rivers to the sea. The great majority of fish, then, as has been stated, proceed from eggs. However, there are some fish that proceed from mud and sand, even of those kinds that proceed also from pairing and the egg. This occurs in ponds here and there, and especially in a pond in the neighborhood of Cnidos. This pond, it is said, at one time ran dry about the rising of the Dog Star, and the mud had all dried up. At the first fall of the rains there was a show of water in the pond, and on the first appearance of the water shoals of tiny fish were found in the pond. The fish in question was a kind of mullet, one which does not proceed from normal pairing, about the size of a small sprat, and not one of these fishes was provided with either spawn or milt. There are found also in Asia Minor, in rivers not communicating with the sea, little fishes like whitebait, differing from the small fry found near Cnidos but found under similar circumstances. Some writers actually aver that mullet all grow spontaneously. In this assertion they are mistaken, for the female of the fish is found provided with spawn, and the male with milt. However, there is a species of mullet that grows spontaneously out of mud and sand. From the facts above enumerated it is quite proved that certain fishes come spontaneously into existence, not being derived from eggs or from copulation. Such fishes are neither oviparous nor viviparous, arise all from one of two sources, from mud, or from sand and from decayed matter that rises thence as a scum. For instance, the so-called froth of the small fry comes out of sandy ground. This fry is incapable of growth and of propagating its kind. After living for a while it dies away and another creature takes its place, and so, with short intervals excepted, it may be said to last the whole year through. At all events, it lasts from the autumn rising of Arcturus up to the springtime. As a proof that these fish occasionally come out of the ground we have the fact that in cold weather they are not caught, and that they are caught in warm weather, obviously coming up out of the ground to catch the heat. Also, when the fishermen use dredges and the ground is scraped up fairly often, the fishes appear in larger numbers and of superior quality. All other small fry are inferior in quality owing to rapidity of growth. The fry are found in sheltered and marshy districts, when after a spell of fine weather the ground is getting warmer, as, for instance, in the neighborhood of Athens, at Salamis and near the tomb of Themistocles and at Marathon, for in these districts the froth is found. It appears, then, in such districts and during such weather, and occasionally appears after a heavy fall of rain in the froth that is thrown up by the falling rain, from which circumstance the substance derives its specific name. Foam is occasionally brought in on the surface of the sea in fair weather. And in this, where it was formed on the surface, the so-called froth collects, as grubs swarm in manure, for which reason this fry is often brought in from the open sea. The fish is at its best in quality and quantity in moist warm weather. The ordinary fry is the normal issue of parent fishes, the so-called gudgeon fry of small insignificant gudgeon-like fish that burrow under the ground. From the phaleric fry comes the members, from the members the triches, from the triches the trichias, and from one particular sort of fry, to wit from that found in the harbour of Athens, comes what is called the incrasiculus, or anchovy. There is another fry, derived from the menace and the mullet. The unfertile fry is watery and keeps only a short time, as has been stated, for at last only head and eyes are left. However, the fishermen of late have hit upon a method of transporting it to a distance, as when salted it keeps for a considerable time. Eels are not the issue of pairing, neither are they oviparous, nor was an eel ever found supplied with either moult or spawn, nor are they when cut open found to have within them passages for spawn or for eggs. In point of fact, this entire species of blooded animals proceeds neither from pair nor from the egg. There can be no doubt that the case is so. For in some standing pools, after the water has been drained off and the mud has been dredged away, the eels appear again after a fall of rain. In time of drought they do not appear even in stagnant ponds, for the simple reason that their existence and sustenance is derived from rainwater. There is no doubt, then, that they proceed neither from pairing nor from an egg. Some writers, however, are of opinion that they generate their kind, because in some eels little worms are found, from which they suppose that eels are derived. But this opinion is not founded on fact. Eels are derived from the so-called earth scuts that grow spontaneously in mud and in humid ground. In fact, eels have at times been seen to emerge out of such earthworms, and on other occasions have been rendered visible when the earthworms were laid open by either scraping or cutting. Such earthworms are found both in the sea and in rivers, especially where there is decayed matter, in the sea in places where seaweed abounds, and in rivers and marshes near to the edge, for it is near to the water's edge that sun heat has its chief power and produces putrefaction. So much for the generation of the eel. Fish do not all bring forth their young at the same season nor all in like manner, neither is the period of gestation for all of the same duration. Before pairing the males and females gather together in shoals, at the time for copulation and parturition they pair off. With some fishes the time of gestation is not longer than 30 days, with others it is a lesser period, but with all it extends over a number of days divisible by 7. The longest period of gestation is that of the species which some call a marinus. The sagu conceives during the month of Posidion, or December, and carries its spawn for 30 days, and the species of mullet named by some the chelon, and the mixn, go with spawn at the same period and over the same length of time. All fish suffer greatly during the period of gestation, and are in consequence very apartment to be thrown up on shore at this time. In some cases they are driven frantic with pain and throw themselves on land. At all events they are throughout this time continually in motion until parturition is over, this being especially true of the mullet, and after parturition they are in repose. With many fish the time for parturition terminates on the appearance of grubs within the belly, for small living grubs get generated there and eat up the spawn. With shoal fishes parturition takes place in the spring, and indeed, with most fishes, about the time of the spring equinox, with others it is at different times, in summer with some, and with others about the autumn equinox. The first of shoal fishes to spawn is the atherine, and it spawns close to land. The last is the cephalus, and this is inferred from the fact that the brood of the atherine appears first of all and the brood of the cephalus last. The mullet also spawns early. The sorp spawns usually at the beginning of summer, but occasionally in the autumn. The all-opias, which some call the anthias, spawns in the summer. Next in order of spawning comes the chrysophorus or gilthead, the bass, the mormirus, and in general such fish as are nicknamed runners. Latest in order of a shoal fish come the red mullet and the coracine. These spawn in autumn. The red mullet spawns on mud, and consequently, as the mud continues cold for a long while, spawns late in the year. The coracine carries its spawn for a long time, but, as it lives usually on rocky ground, it goes to a distance and spawns in places abounding in seaweed, at a period later than the red mullet. The manus spawns about the winter solstice. Of the others, such as our pelagic spawn for the most part in summer, which fact is proved by their not being caught by fishermen during this period. Of ordinary fishes the most prolific is the sprat, of cartilaginous fishes, the fishing frog. Specimens, however, of the fishing frog are rare from the facility with which the young are destroyed, as the female lays her spawn all in a lump close into shore. As a rule, cartilaginous fish are less prolific than other fish owing to their being viviparous, and their young by reason of their size have a better chance of escaping destruction. The so-called needlefish, or pipefish, is late in spawning, and the greater portion of them are burst asunder by the eggs before spawning, and the eggs are not so many in number as large in size. The young fish cluster round the parent like so many young spiders, for the fish spawns onto herself, and, if anyone touch the young, they swim away. The atherine spawns by rubbing its belly against the sand. Tunny fish also burst asunder by reason of their fat. They live for 2 years, and the fishermen infer this age from the circumstance that once when there was a failure of the young tunny fish for a year there was a failure of the full-grown tunny the next summer. They are of opinion that the tunny is a fish a year older than the pyramid. The tunny and the mackerel pair about the close of the month of Elaphbolion, and spawn about the commencement of the month of Hecatombion. They deposit their spawn in a sort of bag. The growth of the young tunny is rapid. After the females have spawned in the euxine, there comes from the egg what some call scordly, but what the Byzantines nickname the oxids or growers, from their growing to a considerable size in a few days. These fish go out of the pontas in autumn along with the young tunnies, and enter pontas in the spring as pyramids. Fishes as a rule take on growth with rapidity, but this is peculiarly the case with all species of fish found in the pontas. The growth, for instance, of the amur tunny is quite visible from day to day. To resume, we must bear in mind that the same fish in the same localities have not the same season for pairing, for conception, for parturition, or for favoring weather. The coracine, for instance, in some places spawns about wheat harvest. The statements here given pretend only to give the results of general observation. The conger also spawns, but the fact is not equally obvious in all localities, nor is the spawn plainly visible owing to the fat of the fish, for the spawn is lanky in shape as it is with serpents. However, if it be put on the fire it shows its nature, for the fat evaporates and melts, while the eggs dance about and explode with a crack. Further, if you touch the substances and rub them with your fingers, the fat feels smooth and the egg rough. Some congers are provided with fat but not with any spawn, others are unprovided with fat but have egg spawn as here described. We have, then, treated pretty fully of the animals that fly in the air or swim in the water, and of such of those that walk on dry land as are oviparous, to wit of their pairing, conception, and the like phenomena. It now remains to treat of the same phenomena in connection with viviparous land animals and with man. The statements made in regard to the pairing of the sexes apply partly to the particular kinds of animal and partly to all in general. It is common to all animals to be most excited by the desire of one sex for the other and by the pleasure derived from copulation. The female is most cross-tempered just after parturition, the male during the time of pairing. For instance, stallions at this period bite one another, throw their riders, and chase them. Wild boars, though usually enfeebled at this time as the result of copulation, are now unusually fierce, and fight with one another in an extraordinary way, clothing themselves with defensive armor, or in other words deliberately thickening their hide by rubbing against trees or by coating themselves repeatedly all over with mud and then drying themselves in the sun. They drive one another away from the swine pastures, and fight with such fury that very often both combatants succumb. The case is similar with bulls, rams, and he-goats, for, though at ordinary times they herd together, at breeding time they hold aloof from and quarrel with one another. The male camel also is cross-tempered at bearing time if either a man or a camel comes near him. As for a horse, a camel is ready to fight him at any time. It is the same with wild animals. The bear, the wolf, and the lion are all at this time ferocious towards such as come in their way, but the males of these animals are less given to fight with one another from the fact that they are at no time gregarious. The she-bear is fierce after cubing, and the bitch after pupping. Male elephants get savage about bearing time, and for this reason it is stated that men who have charge of elephants in India never allow the males to have intercourse with the females, on the ground that the males go wild at this time and turn topsy-turvy the dwellings of their keepers, lightly constructed as they are, and commit all kinds of havoc. They also state that abundancy of food has a tendency to tame the males. They further introduce other elephants amongst the wild ones, and punish and break them in by setting on the newcomers to chastise the others. Animals that pair frequently and not at a single specific season, as for instance animals domesticated by man, such as swine and dogs, are found to indulge in such freaks to a lesser degree owing to the frequency of their sexual intercourse. Of female animals the mare is the most sexually wanton, and next in order comes the cow. In fact, the mare is said to go a-horsing, and the term derived from the habits of this one animal serves as a term of abuse applicable to such females of the human species as are unbridled in the way of sexual appetite. This is the common phenomenon as observed in the sow when she is said to go a-boring. The mare is said also about this time to get wind impregnated if not impregnated by the stallion, and for this reason in Crete they never remove the stallion from the mares, for when the mare gets into this condition she runs away from all other horses. The mares under these circumstances fly invariably either northwards or southwards, and never towards either east or west. When this complaint is on them they allow no one to approach, until either they are exhausted with fatigue or have reached the sea. Under either of these circumstances they discharge a certain substance hippomans, the title given to a growth on a newborn foal. This resembles the sovirus, and is in great request amongst women who deal in drugs and potions. About horsing time the mares huddle closer together, are continually switching their tails, their neigh is abnormal in sound, and from the sexual organ there flows a liquid resembling genital sperm, but much thinner than the sperm of the male. It is this substance that some call hippomans, instead of the growth found on the foal. They say it is extremely difficult to get as it oozes out only in small drops at a time. Mares also, when in heat, discharge urine frequently, and frisk with one another. Such are the phenomena connected with the horse. Cows go a-bulling, and so completely are they under the influence of the sexual excitement that the herdsmen have no control over them and cannot catch hold of them in the fields. Mares and kine alike, when in heat, indicate the fact by the upraising of their genital organs, and by continually voiding urine. Further, kine mount the bulls, follow them about, and keep standing beside them. The younger females both with horses and oxen are the first to get in heat, and their sexual appetites are all the keener if the weather warm and their bodily condition be healthy. Mares, when clipped of their coat, have the sexual feeling checked, and assume a downcast drooping appearance. The stallion recognizes by the scent the mares that form his company, even though they have been together only a few days before breeding time. If they get mixed up with other mares, the stallion bites and drives away the interlopers. He feeds apart, accompanied by his own troop of mares. Each stallion has assigned to him about 30 mares or even somewhat more. When a strange stallion approaches, he huddles his mares into a close ring, runs round them, then advances to the encounter of the newcomer. If one of the mares make a movement, he bites her and drives her back. The bull in breeding time begins to graze with the cows, and fights with other bulls, having hitherto grazed with them, which is termed by graziers herd spurning. Often an epirus a bull disappears for 3 months together. In a general way one may state that of male animals either none or few herd with their respective females before breeding time, but they keep separate after reaching maturity, and the two sexes feed apart. Sows, when they are moved by sexual desire, or are, as it is called, a-boring, will attack even human beings. With bitches the same sexual condition is termed getting into heat. The sexual organ rises at this time, and there is a moisture about the parts. Mares drip with a white liquid at this season. Female animals are subject to menstrual discharges, but never in such abundance as is the female of the human species. With ewes and she-goats there are signs of menstruation in breeding time, just before the for submitting to the male. After copulation also the signs are manifest, and then cease for an interval until the period of parturition arrives. The process then supervenes, and it is by this supervention that the shepherd knows that such and such an ewe is about to bring forth. After parturition comes copious menstruation, not at first much tinged with blood, but deeply dyed with it by and by. With the cow, the she-ass, and the mare, the discharge is more copious actually, owing to their greater bulk, but proportionally to the greater bulk it is far less copious. The cow, for instance, when in heat, exhibits a small discharge to the extent of 1/4 of a pint of liquid or a little less, and the time when this discharge takes place is the best time for her to be covered by the bull. Of all quadrupeds the mare is the most easily delivered of its young, exhibits the least amount of discharge after parturition, and emits the least amount of blood, that is to say, of all animals in proportion to size. With kine and mares, menstruation usually manifests itself at intervals of 2, 4, and 6 months, but, unless one be constantly attending to and thoroughly acquainted with such animals, it is difficult to verify the circumstance, and the result is that many people are under the belief that the process never takes place with these animals at all. With mules, menstruation never takes place, but the urine of the female is thicker than the urine of the male. As a general rule, the discharge from the bladder in the case of quadrupeds is thicker than it is in the human species, and this discharge with ewes and she-goats is thicker than with rams and he-goats, but the urine of the jackass is thicker than the urine of the she-ass, and the urine of the bull is more pungent than the urine of the cow. After parturition, the urine of all quadrupeds becomes thicker, especially with such animals as exhibit comparatively slight discharges. At breeding time the milk becomes purulent, but after parturition it becomes wholesome. During pregnancy, ewes and she-goats get fatter and eat more, as is also the case with cows, and, indeed, with the females of all quadrupeds. In general, the sexual appetites of animals are keenest in springtime. The time of pairing, however, is not the same for all, but is adapted so as to ensure the rearing of the young at a convenient season. Domesticated swine carry their young for 4 months, and bring forth a litter of 20 at the utmost, and, by the way, if the litter be exceedingly numerous they cannot rear all the young. As the sow grows old she continues to bear, but grows indifferent to the boar. She conceives after a single copulation, but they have to put the boar to her repeatedly owing to her dropping after intercourse what is called the sow virus. This incident befalls all sows, but some of them discharge the genital sperm as well. During conception any one of the litter that gets injured or dwarfed is called an afterpeak or scut. Such injury may occur at any part of the womb. After littering the mother offers the foremost teat to the firstborn. When the sow is in heat, she must not at once be put to the boar, but only after she lets her lugs drop, for otherwise she is apartment to get into heat again. If she be put to the boar when in full condition of heat, 1 copulation, as has been said, is sufficient. It is as well to supply the boar at the period of copulation with barley, and the sow at the time of parturition with boiled barley. Some swine give fine litters only at the beginning, with others the litters improve as the mothers grow in age and size. It is said that a sow, if she have one of her eyes knocked out, is almost sure to die soon afterwards. Swine for the most part live for 15 years, but some fall little short of the 20. Ewes conceive after 3 or 4 copulations with the ram. If rain falls after intercourse, the ram impregnates the ewe again, and it is the same with the she-goat. The ewe bears usually 2 lambs, sometimes 3 or 4. Both ewe and she-goat carry their young for 5 months, consequently wherever a district is sunny and the animals are used to comfort and well fed, they bear twice in the year. The goat lives for 8 years and the sheep for 10, but in most cases not so long. The bellwether, however, lives to 15 years. In every flock they train one of the rams for bellwether. When he is called on by name by the shepherd, he takes the lead of the flock, and to this duty the creature is trained from its earliest years. Sheep in Ethiopia live for 12 or 13 years, goats for 10 or 11. In the case of the sheep and the goat the 2 sexes have intercourse all their lives long. Twins with sheep and goats may be due to richness of pasturage, or to the fact that either the ram or the he-goat is a twin begetter or that the ewe or the she-goat is a twin bearer. Of these animals some give birth to males and others to females, and the difference in this respect depends on the waters they drink and also on the sires. And if they submit to the male when north winds are blowing, they are apartment to bear males, if when south winds are blowing, females. Such as bear females may get to bear males, due regard being paid to their looking northwards when put to the male. Ewes accustomed to be put to the ram early will refuse him if he attempt to mount them late. Lambs are born white and black according as white or black veins are under the ram's tongue. The lambs are white if the veins are white, and black if the veins are black, and white and black if the veins are white and black, and red if the veins are red. The females that drink salted waters are the first to take the male. The water should be salted before and after parturition, and again in the springtime. With goats the shepherds appoint no bellwether, as the animal is not capable of repose but frisky and apartment to ramble. If at the appointed season the elders of the flock are eager for intercourse, the shepherds say that it bodes well for the flock, if the younger ones, that the flock is going to be bad. Of dogs there are several breeds. Of these the Laconian hound of either sex is fit for breeding purposes when 8 months old. At about the same age some dogs lift the leg when voiding urine. The bitch conceives with 1 lining. This is clearly seen in the case where a dog contrives to line a bitch by stealth, as they impregnate after mounting only once. The Lacanian bitch carries her young the sixth part of a year or 60 days, or more by 1, 2, or 3, or less by 1. The pups are blind for 12 days after birth. After pupping, the bitch gets in heat again in 6 months, but not before. Some bitches carry their young for the fifth part of the year or for 72 days, and their pups are blind for 14 days. Other bitches carry their young for a quarter of a year or for 3 whole months, and the whelps of these are blind for 17 days. The bitch appears go in heat for the same length of time. Menstruation continues for 7 days, and a swelling of a genital organ occurs simultaneously. It is not during this period that the bitch is disposed to submit to the dog, but in the 7 days that follow. The bitch as a rule goes in heat for 14 days, but occasionally for 16. The birth discharge occurs simultaneously with the delivery of the whelps, and the substance of it is thick and mucus. The falling off in bulk on the part of the mother is not so great as might have been inferred from the size of her frame. The bitch is usually supplied with milk 5 days before parturition, some 7 days previously, some 4, and the milk is serviceable immediately after birth. The Lacanian bitch is supplied with milk 30 days after lining. The milk at first is thickish, but gets thinner by degrees. With the bitch the milk is thicker than with a female of any other animal excepting the sow and the hare. When the bitch arrives at full growth an indication is given of her capacity for the male, that is to say, just as occurs in the female of the human species, a swelling takes place in the teats of the breasts, and the breasts take on gristle. This incident, however, it is difficult for any but an expert to detect, as the part that gives the indication is inconsiderable. The preceding statements relate to the female, and not one of them to the male. The male as a rule lifts his leg to voyager when 6 months old, some at a later period, when 8 months old, some before they reach 6 months. In a general way one may put it that they do so when they are out of puppyhood. The bitch squats down when she voids urine. It is a rare exception that she lifts the leg to do so. The bitch bears 12 pups at the most, but usually 5 or 6. Occasionally a bitch will bear 1 only. The bitch of the Lacanian breed generally bears 8. The two sexes have intercourse with each other at all periods of life. A very remarkable phenomenon is observed in the case of the Lacanian hound. In other words, he is found to be more vigorous in commerce with the female after being hard-worked than when allowed to live idle. The dog of the Lacanian breed lives 10 years, and the bitch 12. The bitch of other breeds usually lives for 14 or 15 years, but some live to 20, and for this reason certain critics consider that Homer did well in representing the dog of Ulysses as having died in his 20th year. With the Lacanian hound, owing to the hardships to which the male is put, he is less long-lived than a female. With other breeds the distinction as to longevity is not very apparent, though as a general rule the male is the longer-lived. The dog sheds no teeth except the so-called canines. These a dog of either sex sheds when 4 months old. As they shed these only, many people are in doubt as to the fact, and some people, owing to their shedding but 2 and its being hard to hit upon the time when they do so, fancy that the animal sheds no teeth at all. Others, after observing the shedding of 2, come to the conclusion that the creature sheds the rest in due turn. Men discern the age of a dog by inspection of its teeth. With young dogs the teeth are white and sharp-pointed, with old dogs black and blunted. The bull impregnates the cow at a single mount, and mounts with such vigor as to weigh down the cow. If his effort be unsuccessful, the cow must be allowed an interval of 20 days before being again submitted. Bulls of mature age decline to mount the same cow several times on one day, except, by the way, at considerable intervals. Young bulls by reason of their vigor are enabled to mount the same cow several times in one day, and a good many cows besides. The bull is the least salacious of male animals. The victor among the bulls is the one that mounts the females. When he gets exhausted by his amorous efforts, his beaten antagonist sets on him and very often gets the better of the conflict. The bull and the cow are about a year old when it is possible for them to have commerce with chance of offspring. As a rule, however, they are about 20 months old, but it is universally allowed that they are capable in this respect at the age of 2 years. The cow goes with calf for 9 months, and she calves in the 10th month. Some maintain that they go in calf for 10 months, to the very day. A calf delivered before the times here specified is an abortion and never lives, however little premature its birth may have been, as its hooves are weak and imperfect. The cow as a rule bears but 1 calf, very seldom 2, she submits to the bull and bears as long as she lives. Cows live for about 15 years, and the bulls too, if they have been castrated, but some live for 20 years or even more, if their bodily constitutions be sound. The herdsmen tame the castrated bulls, and give them an office in the herd analogous to the office of the bellwether in a flock, and these bulls live to an exceptionally advanced age, owing to their exemption from hardship and to their browsing on pasture of good quality. The bull is in fullest vigor when 5 years old, which leads the critics to commend Homer for applying to the bull the epithets of 5-year-old, or of 9 seasons, which epithets are alike in meaning. The ox sheds his teeth at the age of 2 years, not altogether but just as the horse sheds his. When the animal suffers from podagra it does not shed the hoof, but is subject to a painful swelling in the feet. The milk of the cow is serviceable after parturition, and before parturition there is no milk at all. The milk that first presents itself becomes as hard as stone when it clots. This result ensues unless it be previously diluted with water. Oxen younger than a year old do not copulate unless under circumstances of an unnatural and portentous kind. Instances have been recorded of copulation in both sexes at the age of 4 months. Kine in general begin to submit to the male about a month of Tharglian or of Syrophorian. Some, however, are capable of conception right on to the autumn. When kine in large numbers receive the bull and conceive, it is looked upon as prognostic of rain and stormy weather. Kine herd together like mares, but in lesser degree. In the case of horses, the stallion and the mare are first fitted for breeding purposes when 2 years old. Instances, however, of such early maturity are rare, and their young are exceptionally small and weak. The ordinary age for sexual maturity is 3 years, and from that age to 20 the two sexes go on improving in the quality of their offspring. The mare carries her foal for 11 months, and casts it in the 12th. It is not a fixed number of days that the stallion takes to impregnate the mare, it may be 1, 2, 3, or more. An ass in covering will impregnate more expeditiously than a stallion. The act of intercourse with horses is not laborious as it is with oxen. In both sexes the horse is the most salacious of animals next after the human species. The breeding faculties of the younger horses may be stimulated beyond their years if they be supplied with good feeding in abundance. The mare as a rule bears only 1 foal, occasionally she has 2, but never more. A mare has been known to cast 2 mules, but such a circumstance was regarded as unnatural and portentous. The horse then is first fitted for breeding purposes at the age of 2½ years, but achieves full sexual maturity when it has ceased to shed teeth, except it be naturally infertile. It must be added, however, that some horses have been known to impregnate the mare while the teeth were in process of shedding. The horse has 40 teeth. It sheds its first set of 4, 2 from the upper jaw and 2 from the lower, when 2½ years old. After a year's interval, it sheds another set of 4 in like manner, and another set of 4 after yet another year's interval. After arriving at the age of 4 years and 6 months it sheds no more. An instance has occurred where a horse shed all his teeth at once, and another instance of a horse shedding all his teeth with his last set of 4, but such instances are very rare. It consequently happens that a horse when 4½ years old is in excellent condition for breeding purposes. The older horses, whether of the male or female, are the more generatively productive. Horses will cover mares from which they have been foaled and mares which they have begotten, and, indeed, a troop of horses is only considered perfect when such promiscuity of intercourse occurs. Scythians use pregnant mares for riding when the embryo has turned rather soon in the womb, and they assert that thereby the mothers have all the easier delivery. Quadrupeds as a rule lie down for parturition, and in consequence the young of them all come out of the womb sideways. The mare, however, when the time for parturition arrives, stands erect and in that posture casts its foal. The horse in general lives for 18 or 20 years, some horses live for 25 or even 30, and if a horse be treated with extreme care, it may last on to the age of 50 years. A horse, however, when it reaches 30 years is regarded as exceptionally old. The mare lives usually for 25 years, though instances have occurred of their attaining the age of 40. The male is less long-lived than the female by reason of the sexual service he is called on to render, and horses that are reared in a private stable live longer than such as are reared in troops. The mare attains her full length and height at 5 years old, the stallion at 6. In another 6 years the animal reaches its full bulk, and goes on improving until it is 20 years old. The female, then, reaches maturity more rapidly than the male, but in the womb the case is reversed, just as is observed in regard to the sexes of the human species, and the same phenomenon is observed in the case of all animals that bear several young. The mare is said to suckle a mule foal for 6 months, but not to allow it approach for any longer on account of the pain it is put to by the hard tugging of the young. An ordinary foal it allows to suck for a longer period. Horse and mule are at their best after the shedding of the teeth. After they have shed them all, It is not easy to distinguish their age, hence they are said to carry their mark before the shedding, but not after. However, even after the shedding their age is pretty well recognized by the aid of the canines, for in the case of horses much ridden these teeth are worn away by attrition caused by the insertion of the bit. In the case of horses not ridden the teeth are large and detached, and in young horses they are sharp and small. The male of the horse will breed at all seasons and during its whole life. The mare can take the horse all its life long, but is not thus ready to pair at all seasons unless it be held in check by a halter or some other compulsion be brought to bear. There is no fixed time at which intercourse of the two sexes cannot take place, and accordingly intercourse may chance to take place at a time that may render difficult the rearing of the future progeny. In a stable in Opus there was a stallion that used to serve mares when 40 years old. His forelegs had to be lifted up for the operation. Mares first take the horse in the springtime. After a mare has foaled she does not get impregnated at once again, but only after a considerable interval. In fact, the foals will be all the better if the interval extend over 4 or 5 years. It is, at all events, absolutely necessary to allow an interval of 1 year, and for that period to let her lie fallow. A mare, then, breeds at intervals, a she-ass breeds on and on without intermission. Of mares some are absolutely sterile, others are capable of conception but incapable of bringing the foal to full term. It is said to be an indication of this condition in a mare, that her foal if dissected is found to have other kidney-shaped substances round about its kidneys, presenting the appearance of having 4 kidneys. After parturition the mare at once swallows the afterbirth, and bites off the growth, called the hippomans, that is found on the forehead of the foal. This growth is somewhat smaller than a dried fig, and in shape is broad and round, and in color black. If any bystander gets possession of it before the mare, and the mare gets a smell of it, she goes wild and frantic at the smell. And it is for this reason that vendors of drugs and simples hold the substance in high request and include it among their stores. If an ass cover a mare after the mare has been covered by a horse, the ass will destroy the previously formed embryo. Horse trainers do not appoint a horse as leader to a troop, as herdsmen appoint a bull as leader to a herd, and for this reason that the horse is not steady but quick-tempered and skittish. The ass of both sexes is capable of breeding, and sheds its first teeth at the age of 2½ years. It sheds its second teeth within 6 months, its third within another 6 months, and the fourth after the like interval. These fourth teeth are termed the nomons or age indicators. A she-ass has been known to conceive when a year old, and the foal to be reared. After intercourse with the male it will discharge the genital sperm unless it be hindered, and for this reason it is usually beaten after such intercourse and chased about. It casts its young in the 12th month. It usually bears but 1 foal, and that is its natural number. Occasionally however it bears twins. The ass if it cover a mare destroys, as has been said, the embryo previously begotten by the horse, but, after the mare has been covered by the ass, the horse supervening will not spoil the embryo. The she-ass has milk in the 10th month of pregnancy. 7 days after casting a foal the she-ass submits to the male, and is almost sure to conceive if put to the male on this particular day. The same result, however, is quite possible later on. The she-ass will refuse to cast her foal with anyone looking on or in the daylight, and just before foaling she has to be led away into a dark place. If the she-ass has had young before the shedding of the index teeth, she will bear all her life through. But if not, then she will neither conceive nor bear for the rest of her days. The ass lives for more than 30 years, and the she-ass lives longer than the male. When there is a cross between a horse and a she-ass or a jackass and a mare, there is much greater chance of a miscarriage than where the commerce is normal. The period for gestation in the case of a cross depends on the male, and is just what it would have been if the male had had commerce with a female of his own kind. In regard to size, looks, and vigor, the foal is more apparent to resemble the mother than the sire. If such hybrid connections be continued without intermittence, the female will soon go sterile, and for this reason trainers always allow of intervals between breeding times. A mare will not take the ass, nor a she-ass the horse, unless the ass or she-ass shall have been suckled by a mare, and for this reason trainers put foals of the she-ass under mares, which foals are technically spoken of as mare-suckled. These asses, thus reared, mount the mares in the open pastures, mastering them by force as the stallions do. A mule is fitted for commerce with the female after the first shedding of its teeth, and at the age of 7 will impregnate effectually, and where connection has taken place with a mare, a hinny has been known to be produced. After the 7th year it has no further intercourse with the female. A female mule has been known to be impregnated, but without the impregnation being followed up by parturition. In Syrophoenicia she-mules submit to the mule and bear young, but the breed, though it resembles the ordinary one, is different and specific. The hinny or stunted mule is foaled by a mare when she has gone sick during gestation, and corresponds to the dwarf in the human species and to the after-pig or scut in swine, and as is the case with dwarfs, the sexual organ of the hinny is abnormally large. The mule lives for a number of years. There are on record cases of mules living to the age of 80, as did one in Athens at the time of the building of the temple. This mule on account of its age was let go free, but continued to assist in dragging burdens, and would go side by side with the other draft beasts and stimulate them to their work, and in consequence a public decree was passed forbidding any baker driving the creature away from his bread tray. The she-mule grows old more slowly than the mule. Some assert that the she-mule menstruates by the act of voiding her urine, and that the mule owes the prematurity of his decay to his habit of smelling at the urine. So much for the modes of generation in connection with these animals. Breeders and trainers can distinguish between young and old quadrupeds. If, when drawn back from the jaw, the skin at once goes back to its place, the animal is young. If it remains long wrinkled up, the animal is old. The camel carries its young for 10 months, and bears but one at a time and never more. The young camel is removed from the mother when a year old. The animal lives for a long period, more than 50 years. It bears in springtime, and gives milk until the time of the next conception. Its flesh and milk are exceptionally palatable. The milk is drunk mixed with water in the proportion of either 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. The elephant of either sex is fitted for breeding before reaching the age of 20. The female carries her young, according to some accounts, for 2.5 years, according to others, for 3 years, and the discrepancy in the assigned periods is due to the fact that there are never human eyewitnesses to the commerce between the sexes. The female settles down on its rear to cast its young, and obviously suffers greatly during the process. The young one, immediately after birth, sucks the mother, not with its trunk but with the mouth, and can walk about and see distinctly the moment it is born. The wild sow submits to the boar at the beginning of winter, and in the springtime retreats for parturition to a lair in some district inaccessible to intrusion, hemmed in with sheer cliffs and chasms and overshadowed by trees. The boar usually remains by the sow for 30 days. The number of the litter and the period gestation is the same as in the case of the domesticated congener. The sound of the grunt also is similar, only that the sow grunts continually, and the boar but seldom. Of the wild boars such as are castrated grow to the largest size and become fiercest, to which circumstance Homer alludes when he says: He reared against him a wild castrated boar, it was not like a food-devouring brute, but like a forest-clad promontory. Wild boars become castrated owing to an itch befalling them in early life in the region of the testicles, and the castration is superinduced by their rubbing themselves against the trunks of trees. The hind, as has been stated, submits to the stag as a rule only under compulsion, as she is unable to endure male often owing to the rigidity of the penis. However, they do occasionally submit to the stag as the ewe submits ram, and when they are in heat the hinds avoid one another. The stag is not constant to one particular hind, but after a while quits one and mates with others. The breeding time is after the rising of Actares, during the months of Boedromion and Maiomacterion. The period of gestation lasts for 8 months. Conception comes on a few days after intercourse, and a number of hinds can be impregnated by a single male. The hind, as a rule, bears but one fawn, although instances have been known of her casting 2. Out of dread of wild beasts she casts her young by the side of the highroad. The young fawn grows with rapidity. Menstruation occurs at no other time with the hind, it takes place only after parturition, and the substance is phlegm-like. The hind leads the fawn to her lair, this is her place of refuge, a cave with a single inlet, inside which she shelters herself against attack. Fabulous stories are told concerning the longevity of the animal, but the stories have never been verified, and the brevity of the period of gestation and the rapidity of growth in the fawn would not lead one to attribute extreme longevity to this creature. In the mountain called Eliphaes or Deer Mountain, which is in Arginusa in Asia Minor, the place, by the way, where Alcibiades was assassinated, all the hinds have the ear split, so that, if they stray to a distance, they can be recognized by this mark, and the embryo actually has the mark while yet in the womb of the mother. The hind has 4 teats like the cow. After the hinds have become pregnant, the males all segregate one by one, and in consequence of the violence of their sexual passions they keep each one to himself, dig a hole in the ground, and bellow from time to time. In all these particulars they resemble the goat, and their foreheads from getting wetted become black, as is also the case with the goat. In this way they pass the time until the rain falls, after which time they turn to pasture. The animal acts in this way owing to its sexual wantonness and also to its obesity, for in summertime it becomes so exceptionally fat as to be unable to run. In fact, at this period they can be overtaken by the hunters that pursue them on foot in the second or third run, and, by the way, in consequence of the heat of the weather and their getting out of breath, they always make for water in their runs. In the rutting season, the flesh of the deer is unsavory and rank, like the flesh of the he-goat. In winter time the deer becomes thin and weak, but towards the approach of the spring he is at his best for running. When on the run the deer keeps pausing from time to time, and waits until his pursuer draws upon him, whereupon he starts off again. This habit appears due to some internal pain. At all events, the gut is so slender and weak that, if you strike the animal ever so softly, it is apartment to break asunder, though the hide of the animal remains sound and uninjured. Bears, as has been previously stated, do not copulate with the male mounting the back of the female, but with the female lying down under the male. The she-bear goes with young for 30 days. She brings forth sometimes 1 cub, sometimes 2 cubs, and at most 5. Of all animals the newly born cub of the she-bear is the smallest in proportion to the size of the mother, that is to say, it is larger than a mouse but smaller than a weasel. It is also smooth and blind, and its legs and the most of its organs are as yet inarticulate. Bearing takes place in the month of the Laphbolion, and parturition about the time for retiring into winter quarters. About this time the bear and the she-bear are at the fattest. After the she-bear has reared her young, she comes out of her winter lair in the 3rd month, when it is already spring. The female porcupine, by the way, hibernates and goes with young the same number of days as the she-bear, and in all respects as to parturition resembles this animal. When a she-bear is with young, it is a very hard task to catch her. It has already been stated that the lion and lioness copulate rearwards, and that these animals are apostheuritic. They do not copulate nor bring forth at all seasons indiscriminately, but once in the year only. The lioness brings forth in the spring, generally 2 cubs at a time, and 6 at the very most, but sometimes only 1. The story about the lioness discharging her womb in the act of parturition is a pure fable, and was merely invented to account for the scarcity of the animal, for the animal is, as is well known, a rare animal, and is not found in many countries. In fact, in the whole of Europe it is only found in the strip between the rivers Achelous and Nessus. The cubs of the lioness when newly born are exceedingly small, and can scarcely walk when 2 months old. The Syrian lion bears cubs 5 times, 5 cubs at the first litter, then 4, then 3, then 2, and lastly 1. After this the lioness ceases to bear for the rest of her days. The lioness has no mane, but this appendage is peculiar to the lion. The lion sheds only the 4 so-called canines, 2 in the upper jaw and 2 in the lower, and it sheds them when it is 6 months old. The hyena in color resembles the wolf, but is more shaggy, and is furnished with a mane running all along the spine. What is recounted concerning its genital organs, to the effect that every hyena is furnished with the organ both of the male and the female, is untrue. The fact is that the sexual organ of the male hyena resembles the same organ in the wolf and in the dog. The part resembling the female genital organ lies underneath the tail, and does to some extent resemble the female organ, but it is unprovided with duct or passage, and the passage for the residuum comes underneath it. The female hyena has the part that resembles the organ of the male, and, as in the case of the male, has it underneath her tail, unprovided with duct or passage, and after it the passage for the residuum, and underneath this the true female genital organ. The female hyena has a womb, like all other female animals of the same kind. It is an exceedingly rare circumstance to meet with a female hyena. At least a hunter said that out of 11 hyenas he had caught, only 1 was a female. Hares copulate in a rearward posture, as has been stated, for the animal is apostheuritic. They breed and bear at all seasons, superfoetate during pregnancy, and bear young every month. They do not give birth to their young ones altogether at one time, but bring them forth at intervals over as many days as the circumstances of each case may require. The female is supplied with milk before parturition, and after bearing submits immediately to the male, and is capable of conception while suckling her young. The milk in consistency resembles sow's milk. The young are born blind, as is the case with the greater part of the fissipeds or toad animals. The fox mounts the vixen in copulation, and the vixen bears young like the she-bear. In fact, her young ones are even more inarticulately formed. Before parturition she retires to sequestered places, so that it is a great rarity for a vixen to be caught while pregnant. After parturition she warms her young and gets them into shape by licking them. she bears 4 at most at a birth. The wolf resembles the dog in regard to the time of conception and parturition, the number of the litter, and the blindness of the newborn young. The sexes couple at one special period, and the female brings forth at the beginning of the summer. There is an account given of the parturition of the she-wolf that borders on the fabulous, to the effect that she confines her lying into within 12 particular days of the year. And they give the reason for this in the form of a myth, viz. that when they transported Leto in so many days from the land of the Hyperboreans to the island of Delos, she assumed the form of a she-wolf to escape the anger of Hera. Whether the account be correct or not has not yet been verified. I give it merely as it is currently told. There is no more of truth in the current statement that the she-wolf bears once and only once in her lifetime. The cat and the ichneumon bear as many young as the dog, and live on the same food. They live about 6 years. The cubs of the panther are born blind like those of the wolf, and the female bears 4 at the most at one birth. The particulars of conception are the same for the thos, or civet, as for the dog. The cubs of the animal are born blind, and the female bears 2, or 3, or 4 at a birth. It is long in the body and low in stature, but notwithstanding the shortness of its legs it is exceptionally fleet of foot, owing to the suppleness of its frame and its capacity for leaping. There is found in Syria a so-called mule. It is not the same as the cross between the horse and ass, but resembles it just as a wild ass resembles the domesticated congener, and derives its name from the resemblance. Like the wild ass, this wild mule is remarkable for its speed. The animals of this species interbreed with one another, and a proof of this statement may be gathered from the fact that a certain number of them were brought into Phrygia in the time of Pharnaces, the father of Pharnabazus, and the animal is there still. The number originally introduced was 9, and there are 3 there at the present day. The phenomena of generation in regard to the mouse are the most astonishing both for the number of the young and for the rapidity of recurrence in the births. On one occasion a she-mouse in a state of pregnancy was shut up by accident in a jar containing millet seed, and after a little while the lid of the jar was removed and upwards of 120 mice were found inside it. The rate of propagation of field mice in country places, and the destruction that they cause, are beyond all telling. In many places their number is so incalculable that but very little of the corn crop is left to the farmer, and so rapid is their mode of proceeding that sometimes a small farmer will one day observe that it is time for reaping, and on the following morning, when he takes his reapers afield, he finds his entire crop devoured. Their disappearance is unaccountable. In a few days not a mouse will there be to be seen. And yet in the time before these few days men fail to keep down their numbers by fumigating and unearthing them, or by regularly hunting them and turning in swine upon them, for pigs, by the way, turn up the mouse holes by rooting with their snouts. Foxes also hunt them, and the wild ferrets in particular destroy them, but they make no way against the prolific qualities of the animal and the rapidity of its breeding. When they are superabundant, nothing succeeds in thinning them down except the rain, but after heavy rains they disappear rapidly. In a certain district of Persia when a female mouse is dissected the female embryos appear to be pregnant. Some people assert, and positively assert, that a female mouse by licking salt can become pregnant without the intervention of the male. Mice in Egypt are covered with bristles like the hedgehog. There is also a different breed of mice that walk on their 2 hind legs. Their front legs are small and their hind legs long. The breed is exceedingly numerous. There are many other breeds of mice than are here referred to. The History of Animals, Book 7. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. As to man's growth, first within his mother's womb and afterward to old age, the course of nature, in so far as man is specially concerned, is after the following manner. And, by the way, the difference of male and female and of their respective organs has been dealt with heretofore. When twice 7 years old, in the most of cases, the male begins to engender seed, and at the same time hair appears upon the pubes. In like manner, so Alcmaeon of Croton remarks, as plants first blossom and then seed. About the same time, the voice begins to alter, getting harsher and more uneven, neither shrill as formerly nor deep as afterward, nor yet of any even tone, but like an instrument whose strings are frayed and out of tune, and it is called, by way of byword, the bleat of the billy goat. Now this breaking of the voice is the more apparent in those who are making trial of their sexual powers, for in those who are prone to lustfulness the voice turns into the voice of a man, but not so in the continent. For if a lad strive diligently to hinder his voice from breaking, as some do of those who devote themselves to music, the voice lasts a long while unbroken and may even persist with little change. And the breasts swell and likewise the private parts, altering in size and shape. And by the way, At this time of life those who try by friction to provoke emission of seed are apartment to experience pain as well as voluptuous sensations. At the same age in the female, the breasts swell and a so-called catamenia commence to flow, and this fluid resembles fresh blood. There is another discharge, a white one, by the way, which occurs in girls even at a very early age, more especially if their diet be largely of a fluid nature, and this malady causes arrest of growth and loss of flesh. In the majority of cases the catamenia are noticed by the time the breasts have grown to the height of 2 fingers' breadth. In girls, too, about this time the voice changes to a deeper note, for while in general the woman's voice is higher than the man's, so also the voices of girls are pitched in a higher key than the elder women's, just as the boys are higher than the men's, and the girls' voices are shriller than the boys', and a maid's flute is tuned sharper than a lad's. Girls of this age have much need of surveillance, for then in particular they feel a natural impulse to make usage of the sexual faculties that are developing in them, so that unless they guard against any further impulse beyond that inevitable own which their bodily development of itself supplies, even in the case of those who abstain altogether from passionate indulgence, they contract habits which are apartment to continue into later life. For girls who give way to wantonness grow more and more wanton, and the same is true of boys, unless they be safeguarded from one temptation and another, for the passages become dilated and set up a local flux or running, and besides this the recollection of pleasure associated with former indulgence creates a longing for its repetition. Some men are congenitally impotent owing to structural defect, and in like manner women also may suffer from congenital incapacity. Both men and women are liable to constitutional change, growing healthier or more sickly, or altering in the way of leanness, stoutness, and vigor. Thus, after puberty some lads who were thin before grow stout and healthy, and the converse also happens, and the same is equally true of girls. For when in boy or girl the body is loaded with superfluous matter, then, when such superfluities are got rid of in the spermatic or catamenial discharge, their bodies improve in health and condition owing to the removal of what had acted as an impediment to health and proper nutrition, but in such as are of opposite habit their bodies become emaciated and out of health, for then the spermatic discharge in the one case and the catamenial flow in the other take place at the cost of natural healthy conditions. Furthermore, in the case of maidens the condition of the breasts is diverse in different individuals, for they are sometimes quite big and sometimes little, and as a general rule their size depends on whether or not the body was burthened in childhood with superfluous material. For when the signs of womanhood are nigh but not come, the more there be of moisture the more will it cause the breasts to swell, even to the bursting point, and the result is that the breasts remain during afterlife of the bulk that they then acquired. And among men, the breasts grow more conspicuous and more like to those of women, both in young men and old, when the individual temperament is moist and sleek and the reverse of sinewy, and all the more among the dark complexioned than the fair. At the outset until the age of 21 the spermatic discharge is devoid of fecundity, afterwards it becomes fertile, but young men and women produce undersized and imperfect progeny, as is the case also with the common run of animals. Young women conceive readily, but, having conceived, their labor in childbed is apartment to be difficult. The frame fails of reaching its full development and ages quickly in men of intemperate lusts and in women who become mothers of many children, for it appears to be the case that growth ceases when the woman has given birth to 3 children. Women of a lascivious disposition grow more sedate and virtuous after they have borne several children. After the age of 21 women are fully ripe for childbearing, but men go on increasing in vigor. When the spermatic fluid is of a thin consistency it is infertile, when granular it is fertile and likely to produce male children, but when thin and unclotted it is apartment to produce female offspring. And it is about this time of life that in men the beard makes its appearance. The onset of the catamenia in women takes place towards the end of the month, and on this account the wiseacres assert that the moon is feminine, because the discharge in women and the waning of the moon happen at one and the same time, and after the wane and the discharge both one and the other grow whole again. In some women the catamenia occur regularly but sparsely every month, and more abundantly every 3rd month, with those in whom the ailment lasts but a little while, 2 days or 3, recovery is easy, but where the duration is longer, the ailment is more troublesome. For women are ailing during these days, and sometimes the discharge is sudden and sometimes gradual, but in all cases alike there is bodily distress until the attack be over. In many cases at the commencement of the attack, when the discharge is about to appear, there occur spasms and rumbling noises within the womb until such time as the discharge manifests itself. Under natural conditions it is after recovery from these symptoms that conception takes place in women, and women in whom the signs do not manifest themselves for the most part remain childless. But the rule is not without exception, for some conceive in spite of the absence of these symptoms, and these are cases in which a secretion accumulates, not in such a way as actually to issue forth, but in amount equal to the residuum left in the case of childbearing women after the normal discharge has taken place. And some conceive while the signs are on but not afterwards, those namely in whom the womb closes up immediately after the discharge. In some cases the menses persist during pregnancy up to the very last, but the result in these cases is that the offspring are poor, and either fail to survive or grow up weakly. In many cases, owing to excessive desire, arising either from youthful impetuosity or from lengthened abstinence, prolapsion of the womb takes place and the catamenia appear repeatedly, thrice in the month, until conception occurs, and then the womb withdraws upwards again to its proper place. As we have remarked above, the discharge is wont to be more abundant in women than in the females of any other animals. In creatures that do not bring forth their young alive nothing of the sort manifests itself, this particular superfluity being converted into bodily substance, and by the way, in such animals the females are sometimes larger than the males, and moreover, the material is used up sometimes for scutes and sometimes for scales, and sometimes for the abundant covering of feathers, whereas in the vivipara possessed of limbs it is turned into hair and into bodily substance, for man alone among them is smooth-skinned, and into urine, for this excretion is in the majority of such animals thick and copious. Only in the case of women is the superfluity turned into a discharge instead of being utilized in these other ways. There is something similar to be remarked of men, for in proportion to his size man emits more seminal fluid than any other animal, for which reason man is the smoothest of animals, especially such men as are of a moist habit and not over-corpulent, and fair men in greater degree than dark. It is likewise with women, for in the stout, great part of the excretion goes to nourish the body. In the act of intercourse, women of a fair complexion discharge a more plentiful secretion than the dark, and furthermore, a watery and pungent diet conduces to this phenomenon. It is a sign of conception in women when the place is dry immediately after intercourse. If the lips of the orifice be smooth, conception is difficult, for the matter slips off, and if they be thick it is also difficult. But if on digital examination the lips feel somewhat rough and adherent, and if they be likewise thin, then the chances are in favor of conception. Accordingly, if conception be desired, we must bring the parts into such a condition as we have just described, but if on the contrary we want to avoid conception then we must bring about a contrary disposition. Wherefore, since if the parts be smooth conception is prevented, some anoint that part of the womb on which the seed falls with oil of cedar, or with ointment of lead or with frankincense, commingled with olive oil. If the seed remain within for 7 days then it is certain that conception has taken place, for it is during that period that what is known as effluxion takes place. In most cases the menstrual discharge recurs for some time after conception has taken place, its duration being mostly 30 days in the case of a female and about 40 days in the case of a male child. After parturition also it is common for the discharge to be withheld for an equal number of days, but not in all cases with equal exactitude. After conception, and when the above-mentioned days are past, the discharge no longer takes its natural course but finds its way to the breasts and turns to milk. The first appearance of milk in the breasts is scant in quantity and so to speak cobwebby or interspersed with little threads. And when conception has taken place, there is apparent to be a sort of feeling in the region of the flanks, which in some cases quickly swell up a little, especially in thin persons, and also in the groin. In the case of male children the first movement usually occurs on the right-hand side of the womb and about the 40th day, but if the child be a female then on the left-hand side and about the 90th day. However, we must by no means assume this to be an accurate statement of fact, for there are many exceptions, in which the movement is manifested on the right-hand side though a female child be coming, and on the left-hand side though the infant be a male. And in short, these and all such like phenomena are usually subject to differences that may be summed up as differences of degree. About this period the embryo begins to resolve into distinct parts, it having hitherto consisted of a flesh-like substance without distinction of parts. What is called effluxion is the destruction of the embryo within the first week, while abortion occurs up to the 40th day, and the greater number of such embryos as perish do so within the space of these 40 days. In the case of a male embryo aborted at the 40th day, if it be placed in cold water it holds together in a sort of membrane, but if it be placed in any other fluid it dissolves and disappears. If the membrane be pulled to bits the embryo is revealed, as big as one of the large kind of ants, and all the limbs are plain to see, including the penis, and the A's also, which as in other animals are of great size. But the female embryo, if it suffer abortion during the first 3 months, is as a rule found to be undifferentiated. If however it reach the 4th month it comes to be subdivided and quickly attains further differentiation. In short, while within the womb, the female infant accomplishes the whole development of its parts more slowly than the male, and more frequently than the man-child takes 10 months to come to perfection. But after birth, the females pass more quickly than the males through youth and maturity and age, and this is especially true of those that bear many children, as indeed I have already said. When the womb has conceived the seed, straightway in the majority of cases it closes up until 7 months are fulfilled, but in the 8th month it opens, and the embryo, if it be fertile, descends in the 8th month. But such embryos as are not fertile but are devoid of breath at 8 months old, their mothers do not bring into the world by parturition at 8 months, neither does the embryo descend within the womb at that period nor does the womb open. And it is a sign that the embryo is not capable of life if it be formed without the above-named circumstances taking place. After conception women are prone to a feeling of heaviness in all parts of their bodies, and for instance they experience a sensation of darkness in front of the eyes and suffer also from headache. These symptoms appear sooner or later, sometimes as early as the 10th day, according as the patient be more or less burthened with superfluous humors. Nausea also and sickness affect the most of women, and especially such as those that we have just now mentioned, after the menstrual discharge has ceased and before it is yet turned in the direction of the breasts. Moreover, some women suffer most at the beginning of their pregnancy and some at a later period when the embryo has had time to grow, and in some women it is a common occurrence to suffer from strangulate towards the end of their time. As a general rule, women who are pregnant of a male child escape comparatively easily and retain a comparatively healthy look, but it is otherwise with those whose infant is a female, for these latter look as a rule paler and suffer more pain, and in many cases they are subject to swellings of the legs and eruptions on the body. Nevertheless the rule is subject to exceptions. Women in pregnancy are a prey to all sorts of longings and to rapid changes of mood, and some folks call this the ivy sickness, and with the mothers of female infants the longings are more acute, and they are less contented when they have got what they desired. In a certain few cases the patient feels unusually well during pregnancy. The worst time of all is just when the child's hair is beginning to grow. In pregnant women their own natural hair is inclined to grow thin and fall out, but on the other hand hair tends to grow on parts of the body where it was not wont to be. As a general rule, a man-child is more prone to movement within its mother's womb than the female child, and it is usually born sooner. And labor in the case of female children is apartment to be protracted and sluggish, while in the case of male children it is acute and by a long way more difficult. Women who have connection with their husbands shortly before childbirth are delivered all the more quickly. Occasionally women seem to be in the pains of labor though labor has not in fact commenced, what seemed like the commencement of labor being really the result of the fetus turning its head. Now all other animals bring the time of pregnancy to an end in a uniform way, in other words, one single term of pregnancy is defined for each of them. But in the case of mankind alone of all animals the times are diverse, the pregnancy may be of 7 months duration, or of 8 months or of 9, and still more commonly of 10 months, while some few women go even into the 11th month. Children that come into the world before 7 months can under no circumstances survive. The 7 months children are the earliest that are capable of life, and most of them are weakly for which reason, by the way, it is customary to swaddle them in wool, and many of them are born with some of the orifices of the body imperforate, for instance the ears or the nostrils. But as they get bigger they become more perfectly developed, and many of them grow up. In Egypt, and in some other places where the women are fruitful and are wont to bear and bring forth many children without difficulty, and where the children when born are capable of living even if they be born subject to deformity, in these places the 8 months children live and are brought up, but in Greece it is only a few of them that survive while most perish. And this being the general experience, when such a child does happen to survive the mother is apartment to think that it was not an 8 months child after all, but that she had conceived at an earlier period without being aware of it. Women suffer most pain about the 4th and the 8th months, and if the fetus perishes in the 4th or in the 8th month the mother also succumbs as a general rule, so that not only do the 8 months children not live, but when they die the mothers are in great danger of their own lives. In like manner children that are apparently born at a later term than 11 months are held to be in doubtful case, inasmuch as with them also the beginning of conception may have escaped the notice of the mother. What I mean to say is that often the womb gets filled with wind, and then when at a later period connection and conception take place, They think that the former circumstance was the beginning of conception from the similarity of the symptoms that they experienced. Such then are the differences between mankind and other animals in regard to the many various modes of completion of the term of pregnancy. Furthermore, some animals produce one and some produce many at a birth, but the human species does sometimes the one and sometimes the other. As a general rule and among most nations the women bear one child a birth, but frequently and in many lands they bear twins, as for instance in Egypt especially. Sometimes women bring forth 3 and even 4 children, and especially in certain parts of the world, as has already been stated. The largest number ever brought forth is 5, and such an occurrence has been witnessed on several occasions. There was once upon a time a certain woman who had 20 children at 4 births, each time she had 5, and most of them grew up. Now among other animals, if a pair of twins happen to be male and female they have as good a chance of surviving as though both had been males or both females, but among mankind very few twins survive if one happen to be a boy and the other a girl. Of all animals the woman and the male are most inclined to receive the commerce of the male during pregnancy, while all other animals when they are pregnant avoid the male, save those in which the phenomenon of superfoetation occurs, such as the hare. Unlike that animal, the mare after once conceiving cannot be rendered pregnant again, but brings forth one foal only, at least as a general rule. In the human species cases of superfoetation are rare, but they do happen now and then. An embryo conceived some considerable time after a previous conception does not come to perfection, but gives rise to pain and causes the destruction of the earlier embryo, and, by the way, a case has been known to occur where owing to this destructive influence no less than 12 embryos conceived by superfoetation have been discharged. But if the second conception take place at a short interval, then the mother bears that which was later conceived, and brings forth the 2 children like actual twins, as happened, according to the legend, in the case of Iphicles and Hercules. The following also is a striking example. A certain woman, having committed adultery, brought forth the one child resembling her husband and the other resembling the adulterous lover. The case has also occurred where a woman, being pregnant of twins, has subsequently conceived a 3rd child, and in course of time she brought forth the twins perfect and at full term, but the 3rd a 5 months child, and this last died there and then. And in another case it happened that the woman was first delivered of a 7 months child, and then of 2 which were of full term, and of these the first died and the other 2 survived. Some also have been known to conceive while about to miscarry, and they have lost the one child and been delivered of the other. If women while going with child cohabit after the 8th month the child is in most cases born covered over with a slimy fluid. Often also the child is found to be replete with food of which the mother had partaken. When women have partaken of salt in overabundance their children are apparent to be born destitute of nails. Milk that is produced earlier than the 7th month is unfit for use, but as soon as the child is fit to live the milk is fit to use. The first of the milk is saltish, as it is likewise with sheep. Most women are sensibly affected by wine during pregnancy, for if they partake of it they grow relaxed and debilitated. The beginning of childbearing in women and of the capacity to procreate in men, and the cessation of these functions in both cases, coincide in the one case with the emission of seed and in the other with the discharge of the catamenia, with this qualification that there is a lack of fertility at the commencement of these symptoms, and again towards their close when the emissions become scanty and weak. The age at which the sexual powers begin has been related already. As for their end, the menstrual discharges ceases in most women about their 40th year, but with those in whom it goes on longer it lasts even to the 50th year, and women of that age have been known to bear children. But beyond that age there is no case on record. Men in most cases continue to be sexually competent until they are 60 years old, and if that limit be overpassed then until 70 years, and men have been actually known to procreate children at 70 years of age. With many men and many women it so happens that they are unable to produce children to one another, while they are able to do so in union with other individuals. The same thing happens with regard to the production of male and female offspring, for sometimes men and women in union with one another produce male children or female, as the case may be, but children of the opposite sex when otherwise mated. And they are apparent to change in this respect with advancing age, for sometimes a husband and wife while they are young produce female children and in later life male children, and in other cases the very contrary occurs. And just the same thing is true in regard to the generative faculty, for some while young are childless, but have children when they grow older, and some have children to begin with, and later on no more. There are certain women who conceive with difficulty, but if they do conceive, bring the child to maturity, while others again conceive readily, but are unable to bring the child to birth. Furthermore, some men and some women produce female offspring and some male, as for instance in the story of Hercules, who among all his 72 children is said to have begotten but one girl. Those women who are unable to conceive, save with the help of medical treatment or some other adventitious circumstance, are as a general rule appointed to bear female children rather than male. It is a common thing with men to be at first sexually competent and afterwards impotent, and then again to revert to their former powers. From deformed parents come deformed children, lame from lame and blind from blind, and, speaking generally, children often inherit anything that is peculiar in their parents and are born with similar marks, such as pimples or scars. Such things have been known to be handed down through 3 generations. For instance, a certain man had a mark on his arm which his son did not possess, but his grandson had it in the same spot though not very distinct. Such cases, however, are few, for the children of cripples are mostly sound, and there is no hard and fast rule regarding them. While children mostly resemble their parents or their ancestors, it sometimes happens that no such resemblance is to be traced. But parents may pass on resemblance after several generations, as in the case of the woman in Elis, who committed adultery with a Negro. In this case it was not the woman's own daughter but the daughter's child that was a blackamoor. As a rule the daughters have a tendency to take after the mother, and the boys after the father, but sometimes it is the other way, the boys taking after the mother and the girls after the father. And they may resemble both parents in particular features. There have been known cases of twins that had no resemblance to one another, but they are alike as a general rule. There was once upon a time a woman who had intercourse with her husband a week after giving birth to a child, and she conceived and bore a second child as like the first as any twin. Some women have a tendency to produce children that take after themselves, and others children that take after the husband, and this latter case is like that of the celebrated mare in Phasaelis, that got the name of the honest wife. In the emission of sperm there is a preliminary discharge of air, and the outflow is manifestly caused by a blast of air, for nothing is cast to a distance save by a pneumatic pressure. After the seed reaches the womb and remains there for a while, a membrane forms around it, for when it happens to escape before it is distinctly formed, it looks like an egg enveloped in its membrane after removal of the eggshell, and the membrane is full of veins. All animals whatsoever, whether they fly or swim or walk upon dry land, whether they bring forth their young alive or in the egg, develop in the same way, save only that some have the navel attached to the womb, namely the viviparous animals, and some have it attached to the egg, and some to both parts alike, as in a certain sort of fishes. And in some cases membranous envelopes surround the egg, and in other cases the chorion surrounds it. And first of all the animal develops within the innermost envelope, and then another membrane appears around the former one, which latter is for the most part attached to the womb, but is in part separated from it and contains fluid. In between is a watery or sanguineous fluid, which the women folk call the forewaters. All animals, or all such as have a navel, grow by the navel. And the navel is attached to the cotyledon in all such as possess cotyledons, and to the womb itself by a vein in all such as have the womb smooth. And as regards their shape within the womb, the 4-footed animals all lie stretched out, and the footless animals lie on their sides, as for instance fishes, but 2-legged animals lie in a bent position, as for instance birds, and human embryos lie bent, with nose between the knees and eyes upon the knees, and the ears free at the sides. All animals alike have the head upwards to begin with, but as they grow and approach the term of egress from the womb they turn downwards, and birth in the natural course of things takes place in all animals head foremost, but in abnormal cases it may take place in a bent position, or feet foremost. The young of quadrupeds when they are near their full time contain excrements, both liquid and in the form of solid lumps, the latter in the lower part of the bowel and the urine in the bladder. In those animals that have cotyledons in the womb the cotyledons grow less as the embryo grows bigger, and at length they disappear altogether. The navel string is a sheath wrapped about blood vessels which have their origin in the womb, from the cotyledons in those animals which possess them and from a blood vessel in those which do not. In the larger animals, such as the embryos of oxen, the vessels are 4 in number, and in smaller animals 2, in the very little ones, such as fowls, 1 vessel only. Of the 4 vessels that run into the embryo, 2 pass through the liver where the so-called gates or portae are, running in the direction of the great vein, and the other 2 run in the direction of the aorta towards the point where it divides and becomes 2 vessels instead of 1. Around each pair of blood vessels are membranes, and surrounding these membranes is the navel string itself, after the manner of a sheath. And as the embryo grows, the veins themselves tend more and more to dwindle in size. and also as the embryo matures it comes down into the hollow of the womb and is observed to move here, and sometimes rolls over in the vicinity of the groin. When women are in labor, their pains determine towards many diverse parts of the body, and in most cases to one or other of the thighs. Those are the quickest to be delivered who experience severe pains in the region of the belly, and parturition is difficult in those who begin by suffering pain in the loins, and speedy when the pain is abdominal. If the child about to be born be a male, the preliminary flood is watery and pale in color, but if a girl it is tinged with blood, though still watery. In some cases of labor these latter phenomena do not occur, either one way or the other. In other animals parturition is unaccompanied by pain, and the dam is plainly seen to suffer but moderate inconvenience. In women, however, the pains are more severe, and this is especially the case in persons of sedentary habits, and in those who are weak-chested and short of breath. Labor is apparent to be especially difficult if during the process the woman while exerting force with her breath fails to hold it in. First of all, when the embryo starts to move and the membranes burst, there issues forth the watery flood, then afterwards comes the embryo, while the womb everts and the afterbirth comes out from within. The cutting of a navel string, which is the nurse's duty, is a matter calling for no little care and skill. For not only in cases of difficult labor must she be able to render assistance with skillful hand, but she must also have her wits about her in all contingencies, and especially in the operation of tying the cord. For if the afterbirth have come away, the navel is ligatured off from the afterbirth with a woolen thread and is then cut above the ligature, and at the place where it has been tied it heals up, and the remaining portion drops off. If the ligature come loose the child dies from loss of blood, but if the afterbirth has not yet come away, but remains after the child itself is extruded, it is cut away within after the ligaturing of the cord. It often happens that the child appears to have been born dead when it is merely weak, and when before the umbilical cord has been ligatured, the blood has run out into the cord and its surroundings. But experienced midwives have been known to squeeze back the blood into the child's body from the cord, and immediately the child that a moment before was bloodless came back to life again. It is the natural rule, as we have mentioned above, for all animals to come into the world head foremost, and children, moreover, have their hands stretched out by their sides. And the child gives a cry and puts its hands up to its mouth as soon as it issues forth. Moreover the child voids excrement sometimes at once, sometimes a little later, but in all cases during the first day, and this excrement is unduly copious in comparison with the size of the child. It is what the midwives call the meconium or poppy juice. In color it resembles blood, extremely dark and pitch-like, but later on it becomes milky, for the child takes at once to the breast. Before birth the child makes no sound, even though in difficult labor it put forth its head while the rest of the body remains within. In cases where flooding takes place rather before its time, it is apparent to be followed by difficult parturition. But if discharge take place after birth in small quantity, and in cases where it only takes place at the beginning and does not continue till the 40th day, then in such cases women make a better recovery and are the sooner ready to conceive again. Until the child is 40 days old it neither laughs nor weeps during waking hours, but of nights it sometimes does both, and for the most part it does not even notice being tickled, but passes most of its time in sleep. As it keeps on growing, it gets more and more wakeful, and moreover it shows signs of dreaming, though it is long afterwards before it remembers what it dreams. In other animals there is no contrasting difference between one bone and another, but all are properly formed, but in children the front part of the head is soft and later ossifying. And by the way, some animals are born with teeth, but children begin to cut their teeth in the 7th month, and the front teeth are the first to come through, sometimes the upper and sometimes the lower ones. And the warmer the nurse's milk so much the quicker are the children's teeth to come. After parturition and the cleansing flood the milk comes in plenty, and in some women it flows not only from the nipples but at divers parts of the breasts, and in some cases even from the armpits. And for some time afterwards there continued to be certain indurated parts of the breast called strangulites, or knots, which occur when it so happens that the moisture is not concocted, or when it finds no outlet but accumulates within. For the whole breast is so spongy that if a woman in drinking happen to swallow a hair, she gets a pain in her breast, which ailment is called trichia, and the pain lasts till the hair either find its own way out or be sucked out with the milk. Women continue to have milk until their next conception, and then the milk stops coming and goes dry, alike in the human species and in the quadrupedal vivipara. So long as there is a flow of milk the menstrual purgations do not take place, at least as a general rule, though the discharge has been known to occur during the period of suckling. For, speaking generally, A determination of moisture does not take place at one and the same time in several directions, as for instance the menstrual purgations tend to be scanty in persons suffering from hemorrhoids. And in some women the like happens owing to their suffering from varices, when the fluids issue from the pelvic region before entering into the womb. And patients who during suppression of the menses happen to vomit blood are no whit the worse. Children are very commonly subject to convulsions, more especially such of them as are more than ordinarily well nourished on rich or unusually plentiful milk from a stout nurse. Wine is bad for infants, in that it tends to excite this malady, and red wine is worse than white, especially when taken undiluted, and most things that tend to induce flatulency are also bad, and constipation too is prejudicial. The majority of deaths in infancy occur before the child is a week old, hence it is customary to name the child at that age, from a belief that it has now a better chance of survival. This malady is worst at the full of the moon, and by the way, it is a dangerous symptom when the spasms begin in the child's back. The History of Animals, Book 8. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. We have now discussed the physical characteristics of animals and their methods of generation. Their habits and their modes of living vary according to their character and their food. In the great majority of animals there are traces of psychical qualities or attitudes, which qualities are more markedly differentiated in the case of human beings. For just as we pointed out resemblances in the physical organs, so, in a number of animals we observe gentleness or fierceness, mildness or cross-temper, courage, or timidity, fear or confidence, high spirit or low cunning, and, with regard to intelligence, something equivalent to sagacity. Some of these qualities in man, as compared with the corresponding qualities in animals, differ only quantitatively, that is to say, a man has more or less of this quality, and an animal has more or less of some other qualities in man are represented by analogous and not identical qualities. For instance, just as in man we find knowledge, wisdom, and sagacity, so in certain animals there exists some other natural potentiality akin to these. The truth of this statement will be the more clearly apprehended if we have regard to the phenomena of childhood, for in children may be observed the traces and seeds of what will one day be settled psychological habits, though psychologically a child hardly differs for the time being from an animal, so that one is quite justified in saying that, as regards man and animals, certain psychical qualities are identical with one another, whilst others resemble, and others are analogous to, each other. Nature proceeds little by little from things lifeless to animal life in such a way that it is impossible to determine the exact line of demarcation, nor on which side thereof an intermediate form should lie. Thus, next after lifeless things in the upward scale comes the plant, and of plants one will differ from another as to its amount of apparent vitality, and, in a word, the whole genus of plants, whilst it is devoid of life as compared with an animal, is endowed with life as compared with other corporeal entities. Indeed, as we just remarked, there is observed in plants a continuous scale of ascent towards the animal. So, in the sea, there are certain objects concerning which one would be at a loss to determine whether they be animal or vegetable. For instance, certain of these objects are fairly rooted, and in several cases perish if detached. Thus the pinna is routed to a particular spot, and the solen, or razor shell, cannot survive withdrawal from its burrow. Indeed, broadly speaking, the entire genus of testaceans have a resemblance to vegetables, if they be contrasted with such animals as are capable of progression. In regard to sensibility, some animals give no indication whatsoever of it, whilst others indicate it but indistinctly. Further, the substance of some of these intermediate creatures is flesh-like, as is the case with the so-called tethia, or ascidians, and the aculfei, or sea anemones, but the sponge is in every respect like a vegetable. And so throughout the entire animal scale there is a graduated differentiation in amount of vitality and in capacity for motion. A similar statement holds good with regard to habits of life. Thus of plants that spring from seed the one function seems to be the reproduction of their own particular species, and the sphere of action with certain animals is similarly limited. The faculty of reproduction, then, is common to all alike. If sensibility be superadded, then their lives will differ from one another in respect to sexual intercourse through the varying amount of pleasure derived therefrom, and also in regard to modes of parturition and ways of rearing their young. Some animals, like plants, simply procreate their own species at definite seasons. Other animals busy themselves also in procuring food for their young, and after they are reared quit them and have no further dealings with them. Other animals are more intelligent and endowed with memory, and they live with their offspring for a longer period and on a more social footing. The life of animals, then, may be divided into two acts: procreation and feeding. for on these two acts all their interests and life concentrate. Their food depends chiefly on the substance of which they are severally constituted, for the source of their growth in all cases will be this substance. And whatsoever is in conformity with nature is pleasant, and all animals pursue pleasure in keeping with their nature. Animals are also differentiated locally, that is to say, some live upon dry land, while others live in the water. And this differentiation may be interpreted in two different ways. Thus, some animals are termed terrestrial as inhaling air, and others aquatic as taking in water, and there are others which do not actually take in these elements, but nevertheless are constitutionally adapted to the cooling influence, so far as is needful to them, of one element or the other, and hence are called terrestrial or aquatic though they neither breathe air nor take in water. Again, other animals are so called from their finding their food and fixing their habitat on land or in water, for many animals, although they inhale air and breathe on land, yet derive their food from the water, and live in water for the greater part of their lives, and these are the only animals to which as living in and on two elements the term amphibious is applicable. There is no animal taking in water that is terrestrial or aerial or that derives its food from the land, whereas of the great number of land animals inhaling air many get their food from the water. Moreover, some are so peculiarly organized that if they be shut off altogether from the water they cannot possibly live, as for instance, the so-called sea turtle, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, the seal, and some of the smaller creatures, such as the freshwater tortoise and the frog. Now all these animals choke or drown if they do not from time to time breathe atmospheric air. They breed and rear their young on dry land, or near the land, but they pass their lives in water. But the dolphin is equipped in the most remarkable way of all animals. The dolphin and other similar aquatic animals, including the other cetaceans which resemble it, that is to say, the whale, and all the other creatures that are furnished with a blowhole. One can hardly allow that such an animal is terrestrial and terrestrial only, or aquatic and aquatic only, if by terrestrial we mean an animal that inhales air, and if by aquatic we mean an animal that takes in water. For the fact is the dolphin performs both these processes. He takes in water and discharges it by his blowhole, and he also inhales air into his lungs, for, by the way, the creature is furnished with this organ and respires thereby, and accordingly, when caught in the nets, he is quickly suffocated for lack of air. He can also live for a considerable while out of the water, but all this while he keeps up a dull moaning sound corresponding to the noise made by air-breathing animals in general. Furthermore, when sleeping, the animal keeps his nose above water, and he does so that he may breathe the air. Now it would be unreasonable to assign one and the same class of animals to both categories, terrestrial and aquatic, seeing that these categories are more or less exclusive of one another. We must accordingly supplement our definition of the term aquatic or marine. For the fact is, some aquatic animals take in water and discharge it again, for the same reason that leads air-breathing animals to inhale air, in other words, with the object of cooling the blood. Others take in water as incidental to their mode of feeding, for as they get their food in the water they cannot but take in water along with their food, and if they take in water they must be provided with some organ for discharging it. Those blooded animals, then, that use water for a purpose analogous to respiration are provided with gills, and such as take in water when catching their prey, with the blowhole. Similar remarks are applicable to mollusks and crustaceans, for again it is by way of procuring food that these creatures take in water. Aquatic in different ways, the differences depending on bodily relation to external temperature and on habit of life, are such animals on the one hand as take in air but live in water, and such on the other hand as take in water and are furnished with gills but go upon dry land and get their living there. At present only one animal of the latter kind is known, the so-called cordless or water newt. This creature is furnished not with lungs but with gills, but for all that it is a quadruped and fitted for walking on dry land. In the case of all these animals their nature appears in some kind of a way to have got warped, just as some male animals get to resemble the female, and some female animals the male. The fact is that animals, if they be subjected to a modification in minute organs, are liable to immense modifications in their general configuration. This phenomenon may be observed in the case of gelded animals. Only a minute organ of the animal is mutilated, and the creature passes from the male to the female form. We may infer, then, that if in the primary conformation of the embryo an infinitesimally minute but absolutely essential organ sustain a change of magnitude one way or the other, the animal will in one case turn to male and in the other to female, and also that, if the said organ be obliterated altogether, the animal will be of neither one sex nor the other. And so by the occurrence of modification in minute organs it comes to pass that one animal is terrestrial and another aquatic, in both senses of these terms. And, again, Some animals are amphibious whilst other animals are not amphibious, owing to the circumstance that in their conformation while in the embryonic condition they got intermixed into them some portion of the matter of which their subsequent food is constituted. For, as was said above, what is in conformity with nature is to every single animal pleasant and agreeable. Animals then have been categorized into terrestrial and aquatic in three ways, according to their assumption of air or of water, the temperament of their bodies, or the character of their food, and the mode of life of an animal corresponds to the category in which it is found. That is to say, in some cases the animal depends for its terrestrial or aquatic nature on temperament and diet combined, as well as upon its method of respiration, and sometimes on temperament and habits alone. Of testaceans, some, that are incapable of motion, subsist on fresh water, for, as the sea water dissolves into its constituents, the fresh water from its greater thinness percolates through the grosser parts. In fact, they live on fresh water just as they were originally engendered from the same. Now that fresh water is contained in the sea and can be strained off from it can be proved in a thoroughly practical way. Take a thin vessel of molded wax, attach a cord to it, and let it down quite empty into the sea. In 24 hours it will be found to contain a quantity of water, and the water will be fresh and drinkable. Sea anemones feed on such small fishes as come in their way. The mouth of this creature is in the middle of its body, and this fact may be clearly observed in the case of the larger varieties. Like the oyster, it has a duct for the outlet of the residuum, and this duct is at the top of the animal. In other words, the sea anemone corresponds to the inner fleshy part of the oyster, and the stone to which the one creature clings corresponds to the shell which encases the other. The limpet detaches itself from the rock and goes about in quest of food. Of shellfish that are mobile, some are carnivorous and live on little fishes, as for instance, the purple murex, and there can be no doubt that the purple murex is carnivorous, as it is caught by a bait of fish. Others are carnivorous, but feed also on marine vegetation. The sea turtles feed on shellfish for, by the way, their mouths are extraordinarily hard. Whatever object it seizes, stone or other, it crunches into bits, but when it leaves the water for dry land it browses on grass. These creatures suffer greatly, and oftentimes die when they lie on the surface of the water exposed to a scorching sun, for, when once they have risen to the surface, they find a difficulty in sinking again. Crustaceans feed in like manner. They are omnivorous, that is to say, they live on stones, slime, seaweed, and excrement, as for instance the rock crab, and are also carnivorous. The crawfish or spiny lobster can get the better of fishes, even of the larger species, though in some of them it occasionally finds more than its match. Thus, this animal is so overmastered and cowed by the octopus that it dies of terror if it become aware of an octopus in the same net with itself. The crawfish can master the conger eel, for owing to the rough spines of the crawfish the eel cannot slip away and elude its hold. The conger eel, however, devours the octopus, for owing to the slipperiness of its antagonist the octopus can make nothing of it. The crawfish feeds on little fish, capturing them beside its hole or dwelling place, for, by the way, it is found out at sea on rough and stony bottoms, and in such places it makes its den. Whatever it catches, it puts into its mouth with its pincer-like claws, like the common crab. Its nature is to walk straight forward when it has nothing to fear, with its feelers hanging sideways. If it be frightened, it makes its escape backwards, darting off to a great distance. These animals fight one another with their claws, just as rams fight with their horns, raising them and striking their opponents. They are often also seen crowded together in herds. So much for the mode of life of the crustacean. Mollusks are all carnivorous, and of mollusks the calamari and the sepia are more than a match for fishes even of the large species. The octopus for the most part gathers shellfish, extracts the flesh, and feeds on that. In fact, fishermen recognize their holes by the number of shells lying about. Some say that the octopus devours its own species, but this statement is incorrect. It is doubtless founded on the fact that the creature is often found with its tentacles removed, which tentacles have really been eaten off by the conger. Fishes, all without exception, feed on spawn in the spawning season, but in other respects the food varies with the varying species. Some fishes are exclusively carnivorous, as the cartilaginous genus, the conger, the chana or siranus, the tunny, the bass, the cynodon or dentex, the amia, the sea perch, and the moraina. The red mullet is carnivorous, but feeds also on seaweed, on shellfish, and on mud. The grey mullet feeds on mud, the dacilus on mud and offal, the scarus or parrotfish and the melanurus on seaweed, the salp on offal and seaweed. The salp feeds also on zostera, and is the only fish that is captured with a gourd. All fishes devour their own species, with the single exception of the cestrus or mullet, and the conger is especially ravenous in this respect. The cephalus and the mullet in general are the only fish that eat no flesh. This may be inferred from the fact that when caught they are never found with flesh in their intestines, and that the bait used to catch them is not flesh but barley cake. Every fish of the mullet kind lives on seaweed and sand. The cephalus, called by some the chelon, keeps near into the shore. The piraeus keeps out at a distance from it, and feeds on a mucous substance exuding from itself, and consequently is always in a starved condition. The cephalus lives in mud, and is in consequence heavy and slimy. It never feeds on any other fish. As it lives in mud, it has every now and then to make a leap upwards out of the mud so as to wash the slime from off its body. There is no creature known to prey upon the spawn of the cephalus, so that the species is exceedingly numerous. When, however, the is full grown it is preyed upon by a number of fishes, and especially by the urcanas or bass. Of all fishes the mullet is the most voracious and insatiable, and in consequence its belly is kept at full stretch. Whenever it is not starving, it may be considered as out of condition. When it is frightened, it hides its head in mud, under the notion that it is hiding its whole body. The cynodon is carnivorous and feeds on mollusks. Very often the cynodon and the chana cast up their stomachs while chasing smaller fishes, for, be it remembered, fishes have their stomachs close to the mouth, and are not furnished with a gullet. Some fishes then, as has been stated, are carnivorous, and carnivorous only, as the dolphin, the cynodon, the gilt-head, the coelacanths, and the mollusks. Other fishes feed habitually on mud or seaweed or sea moss or the so-called stalkweed or growing plants, as for instance, the physis, the goby, and the rockfish, and, by the way, the only meat that the physis will touch is that of prawns. Very often, however, as has been stated, they devour one another, and especially do the larger ones devour the smaller. The proof of their being carnivorous is the fact that they can be caught with flesh for a bait. The mackerel, the tunny, and the bass are for the most part carnivorous, but they do occasionally feed on seaweed. The sargue feeds on the leavings of the triggle or red mullet. The red mullet burrows in the mud. When it sets the mud in motion and quits its haunt, the sargue settles down into the place and feeds on what is left behind, and prevents any smaller fish from settling in the immediate vicinity. Of all fishes the so-called scarus, or parrot, wrasse, is the only one known to chew the cud like a quadruped. As a general rule the larger fishes catch the smaller ones in their mouths whilst swimming straight after them in the ordinary position, but the coelacanths, the dolphin, and all the cetacea must first turn over on their backs, as their mouths are placed down below. This allows a fair chance of escape to the smaller fishes, and, indeed, if it were not so, there would be very few of the little fishes left, for the speed and voracity of the dolphin is something marvelous. Of eels a few here and there feed on mud and on chance morsels of food thrown to them. The greater part of them subsist on fresh water. Eel breeders are particularly careful to have the water kept perfectly clear, by its perpetually flowing onto flat slabs of stone and then flowing off again. Sometimes they coat the eel tanks with plaster. The fact is that the eel will soon choke if the water is not clear, as his gills are peculiarly small. On this account, when fishing for eels, they disturb the water. In the river stream eel fishing takes place at the rising of the Pleiades, because at this period the water is troubled and the mud raised up by contrary winds. Unless the water be in this condition, it is as well to leave the eels alone. When dead the eel, unlike the majority of fishes, neither floats on nor rises to the surface, and this is owing to the smallness of the stomach. A few eels are supplied with fat, but the greater part have no fat whatsoever. When removed from the water they can live for 5 or 6 days, for a longer period if north winds prevail, for a shorter if south winds. If they are removed in summer from the pools to the tanks they will die, but not so if removed in the winter. They are not capable of holding out against any abrupt change, consequently they often die in large numbers when men engaged in transporting them from one place to another dip them into water particularly cold. They will also die of suffocation if they be kept in a scanty supply of water. This same remark will hold good for fishes in general, for they are suffocated if they be long confined in a short supply of water, with the water kept unchanged, just as animals that respire are suffocated if they be shut up with a scanty supply of air. The eel in some cases lives for 7 or 8 years. The river eel feeds on his own species, on grass, or on roots, or on any chance food found in the mud. Their usual feeding time is at night, and during the daytime they retreat into deep water. And so much for the food of fishes. Of birds, such as have crooked talons are carnivorous without exception, and cannot swallow corn or bread food even if it be put into their bills in tidbits, as for instance, the eagle of every variety, the kite, the two species of hawks, to wit, the dove hawk and the sparrow hawk, and, by the way, these two hawks differ greatly in size from one another. And the buzzard. The buzzard is of the same size as the kite, and is visible at all seasons of the year. There is also the fin, or lamagia, and the vulture. The fin is larger than the common eagle and is ashen in color. Of the vulture there are two varieties, one small and whitish, the other comparatively large and rather more ashen-colored than white. Further, of birds that fly by night, some have crooked talons, such as the night raven, the owl, and the eagle owl. The eagle owl resembles the common owl in shape, but it is quite as large as the eagle. Again, there is the ilias, the Aegolian owl, and the little horned owl. Of these birds, the ilias is somewhat larger than the bind or cock, and the Aegolian owl is of about the same size as the ilias, and both these birds hunt the jay. The little horned owl is smaller than the common owl. All these three birds are alike in appearance, and all three are carnivorous. Again, of birds that have not crooked talons some are carnivorous, such as the swallow. Others feed on grubs, such as the chaffinch, the sparrow, the batis, the green linnet, and the titmouse. Of the titmouse there are three varieties. The largest is the finch titmouse, for it is about the size of a finch. The second has a long tail, and from its habitat is called the hill titmouse. The third resembles the other two in appearance, but is less in size than either of them. Then come the becca fico, the black-cap, the bullfinch, the robin, the epilice, the midget bird, and the golden-crested wren. This wren is little larger than a locust, has a crest of bright red gold, and is in every way a beautiful and graceful little bird. Then the anthus, a bird about the size of a finch, and the mountain finch, which resembles a finch and is of much the same size, but its neck is blue, and it is named from its habitat. And lastly the wren and the rook. The above enumerated birds and the like of them feed either wholly or for the most part on grubs, but the following and the like feed on thistles, to wit, the linnet, the thrawpiece, and the goldfinch. All these birds feed on thistles, but never on grubs or any living thing whatever. They live and roost also on the plants from which they derive their food. There are other birds whose favorite food consists of insects found beneath the bark of trees, as for instance, the great and the small pie, which are nicknamed the woodpeckers. These two birds resemble one another in plumage and in note, only that the note of the larger bird is the louder of the two. They both frequent the trunks of trees in quest of food. There is also the green pea, a bird about the size of a turtle dove, green-colored all over, that pecks at the bark of trees with extraordinary vigor, lives generally on the branch of a tree, has a loud note, and is mostly found in the Peloponnese. There is another bird called the grub picker, or tree creeper, about as small as the pendulum titmouse, with speckled plumage of an ashen color, and with a poor note. It is a variety of their woodpecker. There are other birds that live on fruit and herbage, such as the wild pigeon or ring dove, the common pigeon, the rock dove, and the turtle dove. The ring dove and the common pigeon are visible at all seasons, the turtle dove only in the summer, for in winter it lurks in some hole or other and is never seen. The rock dove is chiefly visible in the autumn, and is caught at that season. It is larger than the common pigeon but smaller than the wild one. It is generally caught while drinking. These pigeons bring their young ones with them when they visit this country. All our other birds come to us in the early summer and build their nests here, and the greater part of them rear their young on animal food, with the sole exception of the pigeon and its varieties. The whole genus of birds may be pretty well divided into such as procure their food on dry land, such as frequent rivers and lakes, and such as live on or by the sea. Of water birds such as are web-footed live actually on the water, while such as are split-footed live by the edge of it, and, by the way, water birds that are not carnivorous live on water plants, but most of them live on fish, like the heron and the spoonbill that frequent the banks of lakes and rivers, and the spoonbill, by the way, is less than the common heron, and has a long flat bill. There are furthermore the stork and the seamew, and the seamew, by the way, is ashen-colored. There is also the cernulus, the cinclus, and the white rump. Of these smaller birds the last mentioned is the largest, being about the size of the common thrush. All three may be described as wagtails. Then there is the scaleldress, with plumage ashen-gray, but speckled. Moreover, the family of the halcyons or kingfishers live by the waterside. Of kingfishers there are two varieties, one that sits on reeds and sings. The other, the larger of the two, is without a note. Both these varieties are blue on the back. There is also the trochilus, or sandpiper. The halcyon also, including a variety termed the cerulus, is found near the seaside. The crow also feeds on such animal life as is cast up on the beach, for the bird is omnivorous. There are also the white gull, the cephalus, the ethia, and the charadrius. Of web-footed birds, the larger species live on the banks of rivers and lakes, as the swan, the duck, the coot, the grebe, and the teal bird resembling the duck but less in size, and the water raven or cormorant. This bird is the size of a stork, only that its legs are shorter. It is web-footed and is a good swimmer. Its plumage is black. It roosts on trees, and is the only one of all such birds as these that is found to build its nest in a tree. Further there is the large goose, the little gregarious goose, the vulpancer, the horned grebe, and the penelops. The sea eagle lives in the neighborhood of the sea and seeks its quarry in lagoons. A great number of birds are omnivorous. Birds of prey feed on any animal or bird, other than a bird of prey, that they may catch. These birds never touch one of their own genus, whereas fishes often devour members actually of their own species. Birds, as a rule, are very spare drinkers. In fact, birds of prey never drink at all, excepting a very few, and these drink very rarely, and this last observation is peculiarly applicable to the kestrel. The kite has been seen to drink, but he certainly drinks very seldom. Animals that are coated with tessellates such as the lizard and the other quadrupeds, and the serpents are omnivorous. At all events they are carnivorous and graminivorous, and serpents, by the way, are of all animals the greatest gluttons. Tessellated animals are spare drinkers, as are also all such animals as have a spongy lung, and such a lung, scantily supplied with blood, is found in all oviparous animals. Serpents, by the by, have an insatiate appetite for wine. Consequently, at times men hunt for snakes by pouring wine into saucers and putting them into the interstices of walls, and the creatures are caught when inebriated. Serpents are carnivorous, and whenever they catch an animal they extract all its juices and eject the creature whole. And, by the way, this is done by all other creatures of similar habits, as for instance the spider, only that the spider sucks out the juices of its prey outside, and the serpent does so in its belly. The serpent takes any food presented to him, eats birds and animals, and swallows eggs entire. But after taking his prey he stretches himself until he stands straight out to the very tip, and then he contracts and squeezes himself into little compass, so that the swallowed mass may pass down his outstretched body, and this action on his part is due to the tenuity and length of his gullet. Spiders and snakes can both go without food for a long time, and this remark may be verified by observation of specimens kept alive in the shops of the apothecaries. Of the viparous quadrupeds such as are fierce and jag-toothed are without exception carnivorous, though, by the way, it is stated of the wolf, but of no other animal, that in extremity of hunger it will eat a certain kind of earth. These carnivorous animals never eat grass except when they are sick, just as dogs bring on a vomit by eating grass and thereby purge themselves. The solitary wolf is more apartment to attack man than the wolf that goes with a pack. The animal called glanus by some and hyena by others is as large as a wolf, with a mane like a horse, only that the hair is stiffer and longer and extends over the entire length of the chine. It will lie in wait for a man and chase him, and will inveigle a dog within its reach by making a noise that resembles the retching noise of a man vomiting. It is exceedingly fond of putrefied flesh, and will burrow in a graveyard to gratify this propensity. The bear is omnivorous. It eats fruit, and is enabled by the suppleness of its body to climb a tree. It also eats vegetables, and it will break up a hive to get at the honey. It eats crabs and ants also, and is in a general way carnivorous. It is so powerful that it will attack not only the deer but the wild boar, if it can take it unawares, and also the bull. After coming to close quarters with the bull it falls on its back in front of the animal, and, when the bull proceeds to butt, the bear seizes hold of the bull's horns with its front paws, fastens its teeth into his shoulder, and drags him down to the ground. For a short time together it can walk erect on its hind legs. All the flesh it eats it first allows to become carrion. The lion, like all other savage and jag-toothed animals, is carnivorous. It devours its food greedily and fiercely, and often swallows its prey entire without rending it at all. It will then go fasting for 2 or 3 days together, being rendered capable of this abstinence by its previous surfeit. It is a spare drinker. It discharges the solid residuum in small quantities, about every other day or at irregular intervals, and the substance of it is hard and dry like the excrement of a dog. The wind discharged from off its stomach is pungent, and its urine emits a strong odor, a phenomenon which, in the case of dogs, accounts for their habit of sniffing at trees, for, by the way, the lion, like the dog, lifts its leg to void its urine. It infects the food it eats with a strong smell by breathing on it, and when the animal is cut open an overpowering vapor exhales from its inside. Some wild quadrupeds feed in lakes and rivers. The seal is the only one that gets its living on the sea. To the former class of animals belong the so-called castor, the cetarium, the otter, and the so-called latax, or beaver. The beaver is flatter than the otter and has strong teeth. It often at night time emerges from the water and goes nibbling at the bark of the aspens that fringe the riversides. The otter will bite a man, and it is said that whenever it bites it will never let go until it hears a bone crack. The hair of the beaver is rough, intermediate in appearance between the hair of the seal and the hair of the deer. Jag-toothed animals drink by lapping, as do also some animals with teeth differently formed, as the mouse. Animals whose upper and lower teeth meet evenly drink by suction, as the horse and the ox. The bear neither laps nor sucks, but gulps down his drink. Birds, a rule, drink by suction, but the long-necked birds stop and elevate their heads at intervals. The purple coot is the only one, of the long-necked birds, that swallows water by gulps. Horned animals, domesticated or wild, and all such as are not jag-toothed, are all frugivorous and graminivorous, save under great stress of hunger. The pig is an exception. It cares little for grass or fruit, but of all animals it is the fondest of roots, owing to the fact that its snout is peculiarly adapted for digging them out of the ground. It is also of all animals the most easily pleased in the matter of food. It takes on fat more rapidly in proportion to its size than any other animal. In fact, a pig can be fattened for the market in 60 days. Pig dealers can tell the amount of flesh taken on, by having first weighed the animal while it was being starved. Before the fattening process begins, the creature must be starved for 3 days, and, by the way, animals in general will take on fat if subjected previously to a course of starvation. After the 3 days of starvation, pig breeders feed the animal lavishly. Breeders in Thrace, when fattening pigs, give them a drink on the first day, then they miss 1, and then 2 days, then 3 and 4, until the interval extends over 7 days. The pig's meat used for fattening is composed of barley, millet, figs, acorns, wild pears, and cucumbers. These animals and other animals that have warm bellies are fattened by repose. Pigs also fatten the better by being allowed to wallow in mud. They like to feed in batches of the same age. A pig will give battle even to a wolf. If a pig be weighed when living, you may calculate that after death its flesh will weigh 5/6 of that weight, and the hair, the blood, and the rest will weigh the other 1/6. When suckling their young, swine like all other animals get attenuated. So much for these animals. Cattle feed on corn and grass, and fatten on vegetables that tend to cause flatulency, such as bitter vetch or bruised beans or beanstalks. The older ones also will fatten if they be fed up after an incision has been made into their hide, and air-blown thrinto. Cattle will fatten also on barley in its natural state or on barley finely winnowed, or on sweet food, such as figs, or pulp from the winepress, or on elm leaves. But nothing is so fattening as the heat of the sun and wallowing in warm waters. If the horns of young cattle be smeared with hot wax, you may mold them to any shape you please, and cattle are less subject to disease of the hoof if you smear the horny parts with wax, pitch, or olive oil. Herded cattle suffer more when they are forced to change their pasture ground by frost than when snow is the cause of change. Cattle grow all the more in size when they are kept from sexual commerce over a number of years, and it is with a view to growth in size that in Epirus the so-called Pyrrhic kine are not allowed intercourse with the bull until they are 9 years old, from which circumstance they are nicknamed the unbulled kine. Of these Pyrrhic cattle, by the way, they say that there are only about 400 in the world, that they are the private property of the Epirot royal family, that they cannot thrive out of Epirus, and that people elsewhere have tried to rear them, but without success. Horses, mules, and asses feed on corn and grass, but are fattened chiefly by drink. Just in proportion as beasts of burden drink water, so will they more or less enjoy their food, and a place will give good or bad feeding according as the water is good or bad. Green corn, while ripening, will give a smooth coat, but such corn is injurious if the spikes are too stiff and sharp. The first crop of clover is unwholesome, and so is clover over which ill-scented water runs, for the clover is sure to get the taint of the water. Cattle like clear water for drinking, but the horse in this respect resembles the camel, for the camel likes turbid and thick water, and will never drink from a stream until he has trampled it into a turbid condition. And, by the way, the camel can go without water for as much as 4 days, but after that when he drinks in immense quantities. The elephant at the most can eat 9 Macedonian medimni of fodder at one meal, but so large an amount is unwholesome. As a general rule it can take 6 or 7 medimni of fodder, 5 medimni of wheat, and 5 maris of wine, 6 kotli going to the maris. An elephant has been known to drink right off 14 Macedonian metrati of water, and another metrati later in the day. Camels live for about 30 years, in some exceptional cases they live much longer, and instances have been known of their living to the age of 100. The elephant is said by some to live for about 200 years, by others, for 300. Sheep and goats are graminivorous, but sheep browse assiduously and steadily, whereas goats shift their ground rapidly, and browse only on the tips of the herbage. Sheep are much improved in condition by drinking, and accordingly they give the flocks salt every 5 days in summer, to the extent of 1 medimnus to the 100 sheep, and this is found to render a flock healthier and fatter. In fact, they mix salt with the greater part of their food. A large amount of salt is mixed into their bran, for the reason that they drink more when thirsty, and in autumn they get cucumbers with a sprinkling of salt on them. This admixture of salt in their food tends also to increase the quantity of milk in the ewes. If sheep be kept on the move at midday they will drink more copiously towards evening, and if the ewes be fed with salted food as the lambing season draws near they will get larger udders. Sheep are fattened by twigs of the olive or of the oleaster, by vetch, and bran of every kind, and these articles of food fatten all the more if they be first sprinkled with brine. Sheep will take on flesh all the better if they be first put for 3 days through a process of starving. In autumn, water from the north is more wholesome for sheep than water from the south. Pasture grounds are all the better if they have a westerly aspect. Sheep will lose flesh if they be kept overmuch on the move or be subjected to any hardship. In winter time shepherds can easily distinguish the vigorous sheep from the weakly, from the fact that the vigorous sheep are covered with hoarfrost while the weakly ones are quite free of it, the fact being that the weakly ones feeling oppressed with the burden shake themselves and so get rid of it. The flesh of all quadrupeds deteriorates in marshy pastures, and is the better on high grounds. Sheep that have flat tails can stand the winter better than long-tailed sheep, and short-fleeced sheep than the shaggy-fleeced, and sheep with crisp wool stand the rigor of winter very poorly. Sheep are healthier than goats, but goats are stronger than sheep. The fleeces and the wool of sheep that have been killed by wolves, as also the clothes made from them, are exceptionally infested with lice. Of insects, such as have teeth are omnivorous, such as have a tongue feed on liquids only, extracting with that organ juices from all quarters. And of these latter some may be called omnivorous, inasmuch as they feed on every kind of juice, as for instance, the common fly. Others are bloodsuckers, such as the gadfly and the horsefly. Others again live on the juices of fruits and plants. The bee is the only insect that invariably eschews whatever is rotten. It will touch no article of food unless it have a sweet-tasting juice, and it is particularly fond of drinking water if it be found bubbling up clear from a spring underground. So much for the food of animals of the leading genera. The habits of animals are all connected with either breeding and the rearing of young, or with the procuring a due supply of food, and these habits are modified so as to suit cold and heat and the variations of the seasons. For all animals have an instinctive perception of the changes of temperature, and, just as men seek shelter in houses in winter, or as men of great possessions spend their summer in cool places and their winter in sunny ones, so also all animals that can do so shift their habitat at the various seasons. Some creatures can make provision against change without stirring from their ordinary haunts. Others migrate, quitting ponds and the cold countries after the autumnal equinox to avoid the approaching winter, and after the spring equinox migrating from warm lands to cool lands to avoid the coming heat. In some cases they migrate from places near at hand, in others they may be said to come from the ends of the world, as in the case of the crane, for these birds migrate from the steppes of Scythia to the marshlands south of Egypt where the Nile has its source. And it is here, by the way, that they are said to fight with the pygmies, and the story is not fabulous, but there is in reality a race of dwarfish men, and the horses are little in proportion, and the men live in caves underground. Pelicans also migrate, and fly from the Strymon to the Ister, and breed on the banks of this river. They depart in flocks, and the birds in front wait for those in the rear, owing to the fact that when the flock is passing over the intervening mountain range, the birds in the rear lose sight of their companions in the van. Fishes also in a similar manner shift their habitat now out of the Euxine and now into it. In winter they move from the outer sea in towards land in quest of heat. In summer they shift from shallow waters to the deep sea to escape the heat. Weakly birds in winter and in frosty weather come down to the plains for warmth, and in summer migrate to the hills for coolness. The more weakly an animal is the greater hurry will it be in to migrate on account of extremes of temperature, either hot or cold. Thus the mackerel migrates in advance of the tunnies, and the quail in advance of the cranes. The former migrates in the month of Boedromion, and the latter in the month of Mamacterion. All creatures are fatter in migrating from cold to heat than in migrating from heat to cold, thus the quail is fatter when he emigrates in autumn than when he arrives in spring. The migration from cold countries is contemporaneous with the close of the hot season. Animals are in better trim for breeding purposes in springtime, when they change from hot to cool lands. Of birds, the crane, as has been said, migrates from one end of the world to the other. They fly against the wind. The story told about the stone is untrue, to wit, that the bird, so the story goes, carries in its inside a stone by way of ballast, and that the stone when vomited up is a touchstone for gold. The cushat and the rock dove migrate, and never winter in our country, as is the case also with the turtle dove. The common pigeon, however, stays behind. The quail also migrates, only, by the way, a few quails and turtle doves may stay behind here and there in sunny districts. Cushats and turtle doves flock together, both when they arrive and when the season for migration comes round again. When quails come to land, if it be fair weather or if a north wind is blowing, they will pair off and manage pretty comfortably, but if a southerly wind prevail they are greatly distressed owing to the difficulties in the way of flight, for a southerly wind is wet and violent. For this reason bird catchers are never on the alert for these birds during fine weather, but only during the prevalence of southerly winds, when the bird from the violence of the wind is unable to fly. And, by the way, it is owing to the distress occasioned by the bulkiness of its body that the bird always screams while flying, for the labor is severe. When the quails come from abroad they have no leaders, but when they migrate hence, the glottis flits along with them, as does also the landrail, and the eared owl, and the corncrake. The corncrake calls them in the night, and when the bird catchers hear the croak of the bird in the night time they know that the quails are on the move. The landrail is like a marsh bird, and the glottis has a tongue that can project far out of its beak. The eared owl is like an ordinary owl, only that it has feathers about its ears. By some it is called the night raven. It is a great rogue of a bird, and is a capital mimic. A bird catcher will dance before it and, while the bird is mimicking his gestures, the accomplice comes behind and catches it. The common owl is caught by a similar trick. As a general rule all birds with crooked talons are short-necked, flat-tongued, and disposed to mimicry. The Indian bird, the parrot, which is said to have a man's tongue, answers to this description, and, by the way, after drinking wine, the parrot becomes more saucy than ever. Of birds, the following are migratory: the crane, the swan, the pelican, and the lesser goose. Of fishes, some, as has been observed, migrate from the outer seas in towards shore, and from the shore towards the outer seas, to avoid the extremes of cold and heat. Fish living near to the shore are better eating than deep-sea fish. The fact is they have more abundant and better feeding, for wherever the sun's heat can reach vegetation is more abundant, better in quality, and more delicate, as is seen in any ordinary garden. Further, the black shoreweed grows near to shore, the other shoreweed is like wildweed. Besides, the parts of the sea near to shore are subjected to a more equable temperature, and consequently the flesh of shallow water fishes is firm and consistent, whereas the flesh of deep water fishes is flaccid and watery. The following fishes are found near into the shore: the cynodon, the black bream, the maru, the gilthead, the mullet, the red mullet, the wrasse, the weaver, the callionymus, the goby, and rockfishes of all kinds. The following are deep-sea fishes: the trigon, the cartilaginous fishes, the white conger, the seranus, the erythrinus, and the glaucus. The bryes, the sea scorpion, the black conger, the moraina, and the piper or sea cuckoo are found alike in shallow and deep waters. These fishes, however, vary for various localities. For instance, the goby and all rockfish are fat off the coast of Crete. Again, the tunny is out of season in summer, when it is being preyed on by its own peculiar louse parasite, but after the rising of Arcturus, when the parasite has left it, it comes into season again. A number of fish also are found in sea estuaries, such as the sorp, the gilthead, the red mullet, and, in point of fact, the greater part of the gregarious fishes. The bonito also is found in such waters, as, for instance, off the coast of Peloponnesus, and most species of fishes are found in Lake Bistones. The coaly mackerel as a rule does not enter the Euxine, but passes the summer in the Propontis, where it spawns, and winters in the Aegean. The tunny proper, the palomies, and the bonito penetrate into the Euxine in summer and pass the summer there, as do also the greater part of such fish as swim in shoals with the currents, or congregate in shoals together. And most fish congregate in shoals, and shoal fishes in all cases have leaders. Fish penetrate into the Euxine for two reasons, and firstly for food. for the feeding is more abundant and better in quality owing to the amount of fresh river water that discharges into the sea, and moreover, the large fishes of this inland sea are smaller than the large fishes of the outer sea. In point of fact, there is no large fish in the Euxine excepting the dolphin and the porpoise, and the dolphin is a small variety, but as soon as you get into the outer sea the big fishes are on a big scale. Furthermore, fish penetrate into this sea for the purpose of breeding, for there are recesses that are favorable for spawning, and the fresh and exceptionally sweet water has an invigorating effect upon the spawn. After spawning, when the young fishes have attained some size, the parent fish swim out of the Euxine immediately after the rising of the Pleiades. If winter comes in with a southerly wind, they swim out with more or less of deliberation, but, if a north wind be blowing, they swim out with great rapidity, from the fact that the breeze is favorable to their own course. And, by the way, the young fish are caught about this time in the neighborhood of Byzantium, very small in size, as might have been expected from the shortness of their sojourn in the Euxine. The shoals in general are visible both as they quit and enter the Euxine. The trichae, however, only can be caught during their entry, but are never visible during their exit. In point of fact, when a trichae is caught running outwards in the neighborhood of Byzantium, the fishermen are particularly careful to cleanse their nets, as the circumstance is so singular and exceptional. The way of accounting for this phenomenon is that this fish, and this one only, swims northwards into the Danube, and then at the point of its bifurcation swims down southwards into the Adriatic. And, as a proof that this theory is correct, the very opposite phenomenon presents itself in the Adriatic, that is to say, they are not caught in that sea during their entry, but are caught during their exit. Tunny fish swim into the Euxine keeping the shore on their right, and swim out of it with the shore upon their left. It is stated that they do so as being naturally weak-sighted, and seeing better with the right eye. During the daytime shoal fish continue on their way, but during the night they rest and feed. But if there be moonlight, they continue their journey without resting at all. Some people accustomed to sea life assert that shoal fish at the period of the winter solstice never move at all, but keep perfectly still wherever they may happen to have been overtaken by the solstice, and this lasts until the equinox. The coaly mackerel is caught more frequently on entering than on quitting the Euxine. And in the Propontis the fish is at its best before the spawning season. Shoal fish, as a rule, are caught in greater quantities as they leave the Euxine, and at that season they are in the best condition. At the time of their entrance they are caught in very plump condition close to shore, but those are in comparatively poor condition that are caught farther out to sea. Very often, when the coaly mackerel and the mackerel are met by a south wind in their exit, there are better catches to the southward than in the neighborhood of Byzantium. So much then for the phenomenon of migration of fishes. Now the same phenomenon is observed in fishes as in terrestrial animals in regard to hibernation. In other words, during winter fishes take to concealing themselves in out-of-the-way places, and quit their places of concealment in the warmer season. But, by the way, animals go into concealment by way of refuge against extreme heat, as well as against extreme cold. Sometimes an entire genus will thus seek concealment, in other cases some species will do so and others will not. For instance, the shellfish seek concealment without exception, as is seen in the case of those dwelling in the sea, the purple murex, the cerex, and all such like, but though in the case of the detached species the phenomenon is obvious for they hide themselves, as is seen in the scallop, or they are provided with an operculum on the free surface, as in the case of land snails. In the case of the non-detached the concealment is not so clearly observed. They do not go into hiding at one and the same season, but the snails go in winter, the purple murex and the cerex for about 30 days at the rising of the dog star, and the scallop at about the same period. But for the most part they go into concealment when the weather is either extremely cold or extremely hot. Insects almost all go into hiding, with the exception of such of them as live in human habitations or perish before the completion of the year. They hide in the winter, some of them for several days, others for only the coldest days, as the bee. For the bee also goes into hiding, and the proof that it does so is that during a certain period bees never touch the food set before them, and if a bee creeps out of the hive, it is quite transparent, with nothing whatsoever in its stomach, and the period of its rest and hiding lasts from the setting of the Pleiades until springtime. Animals take their winter sleep or summer sleep by concealing themselves in warm places, or in places where they have been used to lie concealed. Several blooded animals take this sleep, such as the pholodotes or tessellates, namely, the serpent, the lizard, the gecko, and the river crocodile, all of which go into hiding for 4 months in the depth of winter, and during that time eat nothing. Serpents in general burrow underground for this purpose. The viper conceals itself under a stone. A great number of fishes also take this sleep, and notably, the Hipparchus and Coracinus in winter time. 4. Whereas fish in general may be caught at all periods of the year more or less, there is this singularity observed in these fishes, that they are caught within a certain fixed period of the year, and never by any chance out of it. The moraine also hides, and the orpheus or sea perch, and the conger rockfish pair off, male and female, for hiding, just as for breeding, as is observed in the case of the species of wrasse called the thrush and the ozil, and in the perch. The tunny also takes a sleep in winter in deep waters, and gets exceedingly fat after the sleep. The fishing season for the tunny begins at the rising of the Pleiades and lasts, at the longest, down to the setting of Arcturus. During the rest of the year they are hidden enjoying immunity. About the time of hibernation a few tunnies or other hibernating fishes are caught while swimming about, in particularly warm localities and in exceptionally fine weather, or on nights of full moon, for the fishes are induced, by the warmth or the light, to emerge for a while from their lair in quest of food. Most fishes are at their best for the table during the summer or winter sleep. The primus tunny conceals itself in the mud. This may be inferred from the fact that during a particular period the fish is never caught, and that, when it is caught after that period, it is covered with mud and has its fins damaged. In the spring these tunnies get in motion and proceed towards the coast, coupling and breeding, and the females are now caught full of spawn. At this time they are considered as in season, but in autumn and in winter as of inferior quality. At this time also the males are full of milt. When the spawn is small, the fish is hard to catch, but it is easily caught when the spawn gets large, as the fish is then infested by its parasite. Some fish burrow for sleep in the sand and some in mud, just keeping their mouths outside. Most fishes hide, then, during the winter only, but crustaceans, the rockfish, the ray, and the cartilaginous species hide only during extremely severe weather, and this may be inferred from the fact that these fishes are never by any chance caught when the weather is extremely cold. Some fishes, however, hide during the summer, as the glaucus or greyback. This fish hides in summer for about 60 days. The hake also and the gilt-head hide, and we infer that the hake hides over a lengthened period from the fact that it is only caught at long intervals. We are led also to infer that fishes hide in summer from the circumstance that the takes of certain fish are made between the rise and setting of certain constellations, of the dog star in particular, the sea at this period being upturned from the lower depths. This phenomenon may be observed to best advantage in the Bosporus, for the mud is brought up to the surface and the fish are brought up along with it. They say also that very often, when the sea bottom is dredged, more fish will be caught by the second haul than by the first one. Furthermore, after very heavy rains numerous specimens become visible of creatures that at other times are never seen at all or seen only at intervals. A great number of birds also go into hiding. They do not all migrate, as is generally supposed, to warmer countries. Thus, certain birds, as the kite and the swallow, when they are not far off from places of this kind, in which they have their permanent abode, betake themselves thither. Others, that are at a distance from such places, decline the trouble of migration and simply hide themselves where they are. Swallows, for instance, have been often found in holes, quite denuded of their feathers, and the kite on its first emergence from torpidity has been seen to fly from out some such hiding place. And with regard to this phenomenon of periodic torpor there is no distinction observed, whether the talons of a bird be crooked or straight. For instance, the stork, the ozil, the turtle dove, and the lark, all go into hiding. The case of the turtle dove is the most notorious of all, for we would defy anyone to assert that he had anywhere seen a turtle dove in winter time. At the beginning of the hiding time it is exceedingly plump, and during this period it molts, but retains its plumpness. Some cushions hide, others, instead of hiding, migrate at the same time as the swallow. The thrush and the starling hide, and of birds with crooked talons the kite and the owl hide for a few days. Of the viparous quadrupeds the porcupine and the bear retire into concealment. The fact that the bear hides is well established, but there are doubts as to its motive for so doing, whether it be by reason of the cold or from some other cause. About this period the male and the female become so fat as to be hardly capable of motion. The female brings forth her young at this time, and remains in concealment until it is time to bring the cubs out, and she brings them out in spring, about 3 months after the winter solstice. The bear hides for at least 40 days, during 14 of these days it is said not to move at all, but during most of the subsequent days it moves, and from time to time wakes up. A she-bear in pregnancy has either never been caught at all or has been caught very seldom. There can be no doubt but that during this period they eat nothing, for in the first place they never emerge from their hiding place, and further, when they are caught, their belly and intestines are found to be quite empty. It is also said that from no food being taken the gut almost closes up, and that in consequence the animal on first emerging takes to eating arum with a view of opening up and distending the gut. The dormouse actually hides in a tree, and gets very fat at that period, as does also the white mouse of Pontus. Of animals that hide or go torpid, some slough off what is called their old age. This name is applied to the outermost skin, and to the casing that envelops the developing organism. In discussing the case of terrestrial vivipara we stated that the reason for the bears seeking concealment is an open question. We now proceed to treat of the tessellates. The tessellates for the most part go into hiding, and if their skin is soft they slough off their old age, but not if the skin is shell-like, as is the shell of the tortoise for, by the way, the tortoise and the freshwater tortoise belong to the tessellates. Thus, the old age is sloughed off by the gecko, the lizard, and above all, by serpents, and they slough off the skin in springtime when emerging from their torpor, and again in the autumn. Vipers also slough off their skin both in spring and in autumn, and it is not the case, as some aver, that this species of the serpent family is exceptional in not sloughing. When a serpent begins to slough, the skin peels off at first from the eyes, so that anyone ignorant of the phenomenon would suppose the animal were going blind. After that it peels off the head, and so on, until the creature presents to view only a white surface all over. The sloughing goes on for a day and a night, beginning with the head and ending with the tail. During the sloughing of the skin an inner layer comes to the surface, for the creature emerges just as the embryo from its afterbirth. All insects that slough at all slough in the same way, as the sylphy, and the in-piece or midge, and all the coleoptera, as for instance the cantharus beetle. They all slough after the period of development, for just as the afterbirth breaks from off the young of the vivipara so the outer husk breaks off from around the young of the vermipara, in the same way both with the bee and the grasshopper. The cicada the moment after issuing from the husk goes and sits upon an olive tree or a reed. After the breaking up of the husk the creature issues out, leaving a little moisture behind, and after a short interval flies up into the air and sets a chirping. Of marine animals the crawfish and the lobster slough sometimes in the spring, and sometimes in autumn after parturition. Lobsters have been caught occasionally with the parts about the thorax soft, from the shell having peeled off, and the lower parts hard, from the shell having not yet peeled off there, for, by the way, they do not slough in the same manner as the serpent. The crawfish hides for about 5 months. Crabs also slough off their old age. This is generally allowed with regard to the soft-shelled crabs, and it is said to be the case with the testaceous kind, as for instance with the large granny crab. When these animals slough their shell becomes soft all over, and as for the crab, it can scarcely crawl. These animals also do not cast their skins once and for all, but over and over again. So much for the animals that go into hiding or torpidity, for the times at which, and the ways in which, they go, and so much also for the animals that slough off their old age, and for the times at which they undergo the process. Animals do not all thrive at the same seasons, nor do they thrive alike during all extremes of weather. Further, animals of diverse species are in a diverse way healthy or sickly at certain seasons, and, in point of fact, some animals have ailments that are unknown to others. Birds thrive in times of drought, both in their general health and in regard to parturition, and this is especially the case with the cushat. Fishes, however, with a few exceptions, thrive best in rainy weather. On the contrary, rainy seasons are bad for birds, and so by the way is much drinking, and drought is bad for fishes. Birds of prey, as has been already stated, may in a general way be said never to drink at all, though Hesiod appears to have been ignorant of the fact, for in his story about the siege of Ninus he represents the eagle that presided over the auguries as in the act of drinking. All other birds drink, but drink sparingly, as is the case also with all other spongy-lunged oviparous animals. Sickness in birds may be diagnosed from their plumage, which is ruffled when they are sickly instead of lying smooth as when they are well. The majority of fishes, as has been stated, thrive best in rainy seasons. Not only have they food in greater abundance at this time, but in a general way rain is wholesome for them just as it is for vegetation, for, by the way, kitchen vegetables, though artificially watered, derive benefit from rain, and the same remark applies even to reeds that grow in marshes, as they hardly grow at all without rainfall. That rain is good for fishes may be inferred from the fact that most fishes migrate to the Euxine for the summer, for owing to the number of the rivers that discharge into this sea its water is exceptionally fresh, and the rivers bring down a large supply of food. Besides, A great number of fishes, such as the bonito and the mullet, swim up the rivers and thrive in the rivers and marshes. The sea gudgeon also fattens in the rivers, and, as a rule, countries abounding in lagoons furnish unusually excellent fish. While most fishes, then, are benefited by rain, they are chiefly benefited by summer rain, or we may state the case thus, that rain is good for fishes in spring, summer, and autumn, and fine dry weather in winter. As a general rule, what is good for men is good for fishes also. Fishes do not thrive in cold places, and those fishes suffer most in severe winters that have a stone in their head, as the crommies, the bass, the saina, and the bryes, for owing to the stone they get frozen with the cold, and are thrown up on shore. Whilst rain is wholesome for most fishes, it is, on the contrary, unwholesome for the mullet, the cephalus, and the so-called marinus, for rain superinduces blindness in most of these fishes, and all the more rapidly if the rainfall be superabundant. The cephalus is peculiarly subject to this malady in severe winters, their eyes grow white, and when caught they are in poor condition, and eventually the disease kills them. It would appear that this disease is due to extreme cold even more than to an excessive rainfall. For instance, in many places and more especially in shallows off the coast of Norplia, in the Argolid, a number of fishes have been known to be caught out at sea in seasons of severe cold. The gilt head also suffers in winter, the Acanus suffers in summer, and loses condition. The Coracine is exceptional among fishes in deriving benefit from drought, and this is due to the fact that heat and drought are apparent to come together. Particular places suit particular fishes, some are naturally fishes of the shore, and some of the deep sea, and some are at home in one or the other of these regions, and others are common to the two and are at home in both. Some fishes will thrive in one particular spot, and in that spot only. As a general rule, it may be said that places abounding in weeds are wholesome. At all events, fishes caught in such places are exceptionally fat, that is, such fishes inhabit all sorts of localities as well. The fact is that weed-eating fishes find abundance of their special food in such localities, and carnivorous fish find an unusually large number of smaller fish. It matters also whether the wind be from the north or south. The longer fish thrive better when a north wind prevails, and in summer at one and the same spot more long fish will be caught than flat fish with a north wind blowing. The tunny and the swordfish are infested with a parasite about the rising of the dog star, that is to say, about this time both these fishes have a grub beside their fins that is nicknamed the gadfly. It resembles the scorpion in shape, and is about the size of a spider. So acute is the pain it inflicts that the swordfish will often leap as high out of the water as a dolphin. In fact, it sometimes leaps over the bulwarks of a vessel and falls back on the deck. The tunny delights more than any other fish in the heat of the sun. It will burrow for warmth in the sand in shallow waters near to shore, or will, because it is warm, disport itself on the surface of the sea. The fry of little fishes escape by being overlooked, for it is only the larger ones of the small species that fishes of the large species will pursue. The greater part of the spawn and the fry of fishes is destroyed by the heat of the sun, for whatever of them the sun reaches it spoils. Fishes are caught in greatest abundance before sunrise and after sunset, or, speaking generally, just about sunset and sunrise. Fishermen haul up their nets at these times, and speak of the hauls then made as the nick-of-time hauls. The fact is, that at these times fishes are particularly weak-sighted, at night they are at rest, and as the light grows stronger they see comparatively well. We know of no pestilential malady attacking fishes, such as those which attack man, and horses and oxen among the quadrupedal vivipara, and certain species of other genera, domesticated and wild, but fishes do seem to suffer from sickness, and fishermen infer this from the fact that at times fishes in poor condition, and looking as though they were sick, and of altered color, are caught in a large haul of well-conditioned fish of their own species. So much for sea fishes. River fish and lake fish also are exempt from diseases of a pestilential character, but certain species are subject to special and peculiar maladies. For instance, the sheatfish just before the rising of the dog star, owing to its swimming near the surface of the water, is liable to sunstroke, and is paralyzed by a loud peal of thunder. The carp is subject to the same eventualities but in a lesser degree. The sheatfish is destroyed in great quantities in shallow waters by the serpent called the dragon. In the Balarus and Till a worm is engendered about the rising of the dog star, that sickens these fish and causes them to rise towards the surface, where they are killed by the excessive heat. The chalcis is subject to a very violent malady. Lice are engendered underneath their gills in great numbers, and cause destruction among them, but no other species of fish is subject to any such malady. If mullen be introduced into water it will kill fish in its vicinity. It is used extensively for catching fish in rivers and ponds. By the Phoenicians it is made use of also in the sea. There are two other methods employed for catch fish. It is a known fact that in winter fishes emerge from the deep parts of rivers and, by the way, at all seasons fresh water is tolerably cold. A trench accordingly is dug leading into the river, and wattled at the river end with reeds and stones, an aperture being left in the wattling through which the river water flows into the trench. When the frost comes on, the fish can be taken out of the trench in wheels. Another method is adopted in summer and winter alike. They run across a stream, a dam composed of brushwood and stones, leaving a small open space, and in this space they insert a wheel. They then coop the fish in towards this place, and draw them up in the wheel as they swim through the open space. Shellfish, as a rule, are benefited by rainy weather. The purple murex is an exception. If it be placed on a shore near to where a river discharges, it will die within a day after tasting the fresh water. The murex lives for about 50 days after capture. During this period they feed off one another, as there grows on the shell a kind of seaweed or sea moss. If any food is thrown to them during this period, it is said to be done not to keep them alive, but to make them weigh more. To shellfish in general, drought is unwholesome. During dry weather they decrease in size and degenerate in quality, and it is during such weather that the red scallop is found in more than usual abundance. In the Piant Strait the clam was exterminated, partly by the dredging machine used in their capture, and partly by long-continued droughts. Rainy weather is wholesome to the generality of shellfish owing to the fact that the seawater then becomes exceptionally sweet. In the Euxine, owing to the coldness of the climate, shellfish are not found, nor yet in rivers, excepting a few bivalves here and there. Univalves, by the way, are very apartment to freeze to death in extremely cold weather. So much for animals that live in water. To turn to quadrupeds, the pig suffers from 3 diseases, one of which is called branchiose, a disease attended with swellings about the windpipe and the jaws. It may break out in any part of the body. Very often it attacks the foot, and occasionally the ear. The neighboring parts also soon rot, and the decay goes on until it reaches the lungs, when the animal succumbs. The disease develops with great rapidity, and the moment it sets in the animal gives up eating. The swineherds know but one way to cure it, namely, by complete excision, when they detect the first signs of the disease. There are 2 other diseases, which are both alike termed crurus. The one is attended with pain and heaviness in the head, and this is the commoner of the 2, the other with diarrhea. The latter is incurable, the former is treated by applying wine fermentations to the snout and rinsing the nostrils with wine. Even this disease is very hard to cure. It has been known to kill within 3 or 4 days. The animal is chiefly subject to branchiose when it gets extremely fat, and when the heat has brought a good supply of figs. The treatment is to feed on mashed mulberries, to give repeated warm baths, and to lance the underpart of the tongue. Pigs with flabby flesh are subject to measles about the legs, neck, and shoulders, for the pimples develop chiefly in these parts. If the pimples are few in number the flesh is comparatively sweet, but if they be numerous it gets watery and flaccid. The symptoms of measles are obvious, for the pimples show chiefly on the underside of the tongue, and if you pluck the bristles off the chine the skin will appear suffused with blood, and further the animal will be unable to keep its hind feet at rest. Pigs never take this disease while they are mere sucklings. The pimples may be got rid of by feeding on this kind of spelt called typhi, and this spelt, by the way, is very good for ordinary food. The best food for rearing and fattening pigs is chickpeas and figs. But the one thing essential is to vary the food as much as possible, for this animal, like animals in general, likes in a change of diet, and it is said that one kind of food blows the animal out, that another superinduces flesh, and that another puts on fat, and that acorns, though liked by the animal, render the flesh flaccid. Besides, if a sow eats acorns in great quantities, it will miscarry, as is also the case with the ewe, and, indeed, the miscarriage is more certain in the case of the ewe than in the case of the sow. The pig is the only animal known to be subject to measles. Dogs suffer from 3 diseases, rabies, quinsy, and sore feet. Rabies drives the animal mad, and every animal whatever, excepting man, will take the disease if bitten by a dog so afflicted. The disease is fatal to the dog itself, and to any animal it may bite, man excepted. Quinsy also is fatal to dogs, and only a few recover from disease of the feet. The camel, like the dog, is subject to rabies. The elephant, which is reputed to enjoy immunity from all other illnesses, is occasionally subject to flatulency. Cattle in herds are liable to 2 diseases, foot sickness and crurus. In the former their feet suffer from eruptions, but the animal recovers from the disease without even the loss of the hoof. It is found of service to smear the horny parts with warm pitch. In Chroris, the breath comes warm at short intervals. In fact, Chroris in cattle answers to fever in man. The symptoms of the disease are drooping of the ears and disinclination for food. The animal soon succumbs, and when the carcass is opened the lungs are found to be rotten. Horses out at pasture are free from all diseases excepting disease of the feet. From this disease they sometimes lose their hooves, but after losing them they grow them soon again, for as one hoof is decaying it is being replaced by another. Symptoms of the malady are a sinking in and wrinkling of the lip in the middle under the nostrils, and in the case of the male, a twitching of the right testicle. Stall-reared horses are subject to very numerous forms of disease. They are liable to disease called ileus. Under this disease the animal trails its hind legs under its belly so far forward as almost to fall back on its haunches. If it goes without food for several days and turns rabid, it may be of service to draw blood, or to castrate the male. The animal is subject also to tetanus, the veins get rigid, as also the head and neck, and the animal walks with its legs stretched out straight. The horse suffers also from abscesses. Another painful illness afflicts them called the barley surfeit. The softening of the palate and heat of the breath. The animal may recover through the strength of its own constitution, but no formal remedies are of any avail. There is also a disease called nymphia, in which the animal is said to stand still and droop its head on hearing flute music. If during this ailment the horse be mounted, it will run off at a gallop until it is pulled. Even with this rabies in full force, it preserves a dejected spiritless appearance. Some of the symptoms are a throwing back of the ears followed by a projection of them, great languor, and heavy breathing. Heartache also is incurable, of which the symptom is a drawing in of the flanks, and so is displacement of the bladder, which is accompanied by a retention of urine and a drawing up of the hooves and haunches. Neither is there any cure if the animal swallow the great beetle, which is about the size of the spondylornacle beetle. The bite of the shrew mouse is dangerous to horses and other draught animals as well. It is followed by boils. The bite is all the more dangerous if the mouse be pregnant when she bites, for the boils then burst, but do not burst otherwise. The cicina called chilsis by some, and zignis by others either causes death by its bite or, at all events, intense pain. It is like a small lizard, with the color of the blind snake. In point of fact, according to experts, the horse and the sheep have pretty well as many ailments as the human species. The drug known under the name of Sandarase or Relga, is extremely injurious to a horse, and to all draught animals. It is given to the animal as a medicine in a solution of water, the liquid being filtered through a colander. The mare when pregnant apartment to miscarry when disturbed by the odor of an extinguished candle, and a similar accident happens occasionally to women in their pregnancy. So much for the diseases of the horse. The so-called hippomans grows, as has stated, on the foal, and the mare nibbles it off as she licks and cleans the foal. All the curious stories connected with the hippomans are due to old wives and to the vendors of charms. What is called the polymorpho's membrane, is, as all the accounts state, delivered by the mother before the foal appears. A horse will recognize the neighing of any other horse with which it may have fought at any previous period. The horse delights in meadows and marshes, and likes to drink muddy water. In fact, if water be clear, the horse will trample in it to make it turbid, will then drink it, and afterwards will wallow in it. The animal is fond of water in every way, whether for drinking or for bathing purposes, and this explains the peculiar constitution of the hippopotamus or river horse. In regard to water the ox is the opposite of the horse, for if the water be impure or cold, or mixed up with alien matter, it will refuse to drink it. The ass suffers chiefly from one particular disease which they call malaise. It arises first in the head, and a clammy humour runs down the nostrils, thick and red. If it stays in the head the animal may recover, but if it descends into the lungs the animal will die. Of all animals on its kind it is the least capable of enduring extreme cold, which circumstance will account for the fact that the animal is not found on the shores of the Euxine, nor in Sevilla. Elephants suffer from flatulence, and when thus afflicted can void neither solid nor liquid residuum. If the elephant swallow earth mold it suffers from relaxation, but if it go on taking it steadily, it will experience no harm. From time to time it takes to swallowing stones. It suffers also from diarrhea. In this case they administer draughts of lukewarm water or dip its fodder in honey, and either one or the other prescription will prove a costive. When they suffer from insomnia, they will be restored to health if their shoulders be rubbed with salt, olive oil, and warm water. When they have aches in their shoulders they will derive great benefit from the application of roast pork. Some elephants like olive oil, and others do not. If there is a bit of iron in the inside of an elephant, it is said that it will pass out if the animal takes a drink of olive oil. If the animal refuses olive oil, they soak a root in the oil and give it the root to swallow. So much, then, for quadrupeds. Insects, as a general rule, thrive best in the time of year in which they come into being, especially if the season be moist and warm, as in spring. In beehives are found creatures that do great damage to the combs. For instance, the grub that spins a web and ruins the honeycomb. It is called the chloros. It engenders an insect like itself, of a spider shape, and brings disease into the swarm. There is another insect resembling the moth, called by some the pyrrhosts, that flies about a lighted candle. This creature engenders a brood full of a fine down. It is never stung by a bee, and can only be got out of a hive by fumigation. A caterpillar also is engendered in hives, of a species nicknamed the pterido, or borer, with which creature the bee never interferes. Bees suffer most when flowers are covered with mildew, or in seasons of drought. All insects, without exception, die if they be smeared over with oil, and they die all the more rapidly if you smear their head with the oil and lay them out in the sun. Variety in animal life may be produced by variety of locality. Thus in one place an animal will not be found at all, in another it will be small, or short-lived, or will not thrive. Sometimes this sort of difference is observed in closely adjacent districts. Thus, in the territory of milters, in one district cicadas are found while there are none in the district close adjoining, and in Cephalnia there is a river on one side of which the cicada is found and not on the other. In Pordeslin there is a public road one side of which the weasel is found but not on the other. In Boeotia the mole is found in great abundance in the neighborhood of Orchomenus, but there are none in Lebadia though it is in the immediate vicinity, and if a mole be transported from the one district to the other it will refuse to burrow in the soil. The hare cannot live in Ithaca if introduced there, in fact it will be found dead, turned towards the point of the beach where it was landed. The horseman ant is not found in Sicily. The croaking frog has only recently appeared in the neighborhood of Cyrene. In the whole of Libya there is neither wild boar, nor stag, nor wild goat, and in India, according to Ctesias no very good authority, by the way there are no swine, wild or tame, but animals that are devoid of blood and such as go into hiding or go torpid are all of immense size there. In the Euxine there are no small mollusks nor testaceans, except a few here and there, but in the Red Sea all the testaceans are exceedingly large. In Syria the sheep have tails a cubit in breadth, the goats have ears a span and a palm long, and some have ears that flap down to the ground, and the cattle have humps on their shoulders, like the camel. In Lycia goats are shorn for their fleece, just as sheep are in all other countries. In Libya the long-horned ram is born with horns, and not the ram only, as Homer words it, but the ewe as well. In Pontus, on the confines of Scythia, the ram is without horns. In Egypt animals, as a rule, are larger than their congeners in Greece, as the cow and the sheep, but some are less, as the dog, the wolf, the hare, the fox, the raven, and the hawk. Others are of pretty much the same size, as the crow and the goat. The difference, where it exists, is attributed to the food, as being abundant in one case and insufficient in another. For instance for the wolf and the hawk, the provision is scanty for the carnivorous animals, small birds being scarce. Food is scanty also for the hare and for all frugivorous animals, because neither the nuts nor the fruit last long. In many places the climate will account for peculiarities, thus in Illyria, Thrace, and Epirus the ass is small, and in Gaul and in Scythia the ass is not found at all owing to the coldness of the climate of these countries. In Arabia the lizard is more than a cubit in length, and the mouse is much larger than our field mouse, with its hind legs a span long and its front legs the length of the first finger joint. In Libya, according to all accounts, the length of the serpents is something appalling. Sailors spin a yarn to the effect that some crews once put ashore and saw the bones of a number of oxen, and that they were sure that the oxen had been devoured by serpents, for, just as they were putting out to sea, serpents came chasing their galleys at full speed and overturned one galley and set upon the crew. Again, lions are more numerous in Libya, and in that district of Europe that lies between the Achelous and the Nessus. The leopard is more abundant in Asia Minor, and is not found in Europe at all. As a general rule, wild animals are at their wildest in Asia, at their boldest in Europe, and most diverse in form in Libya. In fact, there is an old saying, always something fresh in Libya. It would appear that in that country animals of diverse species meet, on account of the rainless climate, at the watering places, and there pair together, and that such pairs will often breed if they be nearly of the same size and have periods of gestation of the same length. For it is said that they are tamed down in their behavior towards each other by extremity of thirst. And, by the way, unlike animals elsewhere, they require to drink more in wintertime than in summer, for they acquire the habit of not drinking in summer, owing to the circumstance that there is usually no water then, and the mice, if they drink, die. Elsewhere also bastard animals are born to heterogeneous pairs, thus in Syrian the wolf and the bitch will couple and breed, and the Laconian hound is a cross between the fox and the dog. They say that the Indian dog is a cross between the tiger and the bitch, not the first cross, but a cross in the third generation, for they say that the first cross is a savage creature. They take the bitch to a lonely spot and tie her up. If the tiger be in an amorous mood he will pair with her, if not he will eat her up, and this casualty is a frequent occurrence. Locality will differentiate habits also, for instance, rugged highlands will not produce the same results as the soft lowlands. The animals of the highlands look fiercer and bolder, as is seen in the swine of Mount Athos, for a lowland boar is no match even for a mountain so. Again, locality is an important element in regard to the bite of an animal. Thus, in Pharos and other places, the bite of the scorpion is not dangerous. Elsewhere in Caria, for instances where scorpions are venomous as well as plentiful and of large size, the sting is fatal to man or beast, even to the pig, and especially to a black pig, though the pig, by the way, is in general most singularly indifferent to the bite of any other creature. If a pig goes into water after being struck by the scorpion of Caria, it will surely die. There is great variety in the effects produced by the bites of serpents. The asp is found in Libya. The so-called septic drug is made from the body of the animal, and is the only remedy known for the bite of the original. Among the Silphium, also, a snake is found, for the bite or which a certain stone is said to be a cure, a stone that is brought from the grave of an ancient king, which stone is put into water and drunk off. In certain parts of Italy the bite of the gecko is fatal. But the deadliest of all bites of venomous creatures is when one venomous animal has bitten another, as, for instance, a viper's after it has bitten a scorpion. To the great majority of such creatures man's is fatal. There is a very little snake, by some entitled the holy snake, which is dreaded by even the largest serpents. It is about an ell long, and hairy looking. Whenever it bites an animal, the flesh all round the wound will at once mortify. There is in India a small snake which is exceptional in this respect, that for its bite no specific whatever is known. Animals also vary as to their condition of health in connection with their pregnancy. Cetaceans, such as scallops in all the oyster family, and crustaceans, such as the lobster family, are best when with spawn. Even in the case of the cetacean we speak of spawning, or pregnancy, but whereas the crustaceans may be seen coupling and laying their spawn, this is never the case with cetaceans. Mollusks are best in the breeding time, as the calamari, the sepia, and the octopus. Fishes, when they begin to breed, are nearly all good for the table, but after the female has gone long with spawn they are good in some cases, and in others are out of season. The manis, for instance, is good at the breeding time. The female of this fish is round, the male longer and flatter. When the female is beginning to breed the male turns black and mottled, and is quite unfit for the table. At this period he is nicknamed the goat. The wrasse is called the ousel and the thrush, and the smurries have different colors at different seasons, as is the case with the plumage of certain birds, that is to say, they become black in the spring and after the spring get white again. The physis also changes its hue. In general it is white, but in spring it is mottled. It is the only sea fish which is said make a bed for itself, and the female lays her spawn in this bed or nest. The manis, as was observed, changes its color as does the smurries, and in summertime changes back from whitish to black, the change being especially marked about the fins and gills. The coracine, like the manis, is in best condition at breeding time. The mullet, the bass, and scaly fishes in general are in bad condition at this period. A few fish are in much the same condition at all times, whether with spawn or not, as the glaucus. Old fishes also are bad eating. The old tunny is unfit even for pickling, as a great part of its flesh wastes away with age, and the same wasting is observed in all old fishes. The age of a scaly fish may be told by the size and the hardness of its scales. An old tunny has been caught weighing 15 talents, with a span of its tail 2 cubits and a palm broad. River fish and lake fish are best after they have discharged the spawn in the case of the female and the milt in the case of the male, that is, when they have fully recovered from the exhaustion of such discharge. Some are good in the breeding time, as the sapodis, and some bad, as the sheatfish. As a general rule, the male fish is better eating than the female, but the reverse holds good of the sheatfish. The eels that are called females are the best for the table. They look as though they were female, but they really are not so. The History of Animals, Book 9. Translated by Darcy Wentworth Thompson. Of the animals that are comparatively obscure and short-lived, the characters or dispositions are not so obvious to recognition as are those of animals that are longer lived. These latter animals appear to have a natural capacity corresponding to each of the passions, to cunning or simplicity, courage or timidity, to good temper or to bad, and to other similar dispositions of mind. Some also are capable of giving or receiving instruction, of receiving it from one another or from man, those that have the faculty of hearing, for instance, and, not to limit the matter to audible sound, such as can differentiate the suggested meanings of word and gesture. In all genera in which the distinction of male and female is found, nature makes a similar differentiation in the mental characteristics of the two sexes. This differentiation is the most obvious in the case of humankind and in that of the larger animals and the viviparous quadrupeds. In the case of these latter, the female, softer in character, is the sooner tamed, admits more readily of caressing, is more apartment in the way of learning, as, for instance, in the Lacanian breed of dogs the female is cleverer than the male. Of the Molossian breed of dogs, such as are employed in the chase are pretty much the same as those elsewhere, but sheepdogs of this breed are superior to the others in size, and in the courage with which they face the attacks of wild animals. Dogs that are born of a mixed breed between these two kinds are remarkable for courage and endurance of hard labor. In all cases, excepting those of the bear and leopard, the female is less spirited than the male. In regard to the two exceptional cases, the superiority in courage rests with the female. With all other animals the female is softer in disposition than the male, is more mischievous, less simple, more impulsive, and more attentive to the nurture of the young. The male, on the other hand, is more spirited than the female, more savage, more simple and less cunning. The traces of these differentiated characteristics are more or less visible everywhere, but they are especially visible where character is the more developed, and most of all in man. The fact is, the nature of man is the most rounded off and complete, and consequently in man the qualities or capacities above referred to are found in their perfection. Hence woman is more compassionate than man, more easily moved to tears, at the same time is more jealous, more querulous, more apartment to scold and to strike. She is, furthermore, more prone to despondency and less hopeful than the man, more void of shame or self-respect, more false of speech, more deceptive, and of more retentive memory. She is also more wakeful, more shrinking, more difficult to rouse to action, and requires a smaller quantity of nutriment. As was previously stated, the male is more courageous than the female, and more sympathetic in the way of standing by to help. Even in the case of mollusks, when the cuttlefish is struck with a trident the male stands by to help the female, but when the male is struck the female runs away. There is enmity between such animals as dwell in the same localities or subsist on the food. If the means of subsistence run short, creatures of like kind will fight together. Thus it is said that seals which inhabit one and the same district will fight, male with male, and female with female, until one combatant kills the other, or one is driven away by the other, and their young do even in like manner. All creatures are at enmity with the carnivores, and the carnivores with all the rest, for they all subsist on living creatures. Soothsayers take notice of cases where animals keep apart from one another, and cases where they congregate together, calling those that live at war with one another dissociates, and those that dwell in peace with one another associates. One may go so far as to say that if there were no lack or stint of food, then those animals that are now afraid of man or are wild by nature would be tame and familiar with him, and in like manner with one another. This is shown by the way animals are treated in Egypt, owing to the fact that food is constantly supplied to them. The very fiercest creatures live peaceably together. The fact is they are tamed by kindness, and in some places crocodiles are tamed to their priestly keeper from being fed by him. And elsewhere also the same phenomenon is to be observed. The eagle and the snake are enemies, for the eagle lives on snakes, so are the ichneumon and the venom spider, for the ichneumon preys upon the latter. In the case of birds, there is mutual enmity between the poecilus, the crested lark, the woodpecker, and the clurus, for they devour one another's eggs, so also between the crow and the owl, for, owing to the fact that the owl is dim-sighted by day, the crow at midday preys upon the owl's eggs, and the owl at night upon the crow's, each having the whip hand of the other, turn and turn about, night and day. There is enmity also between the owl and the wren, for the latter also devours the owl's eggs. In the daytime all other little birds flutter round the owl, a practice which is popularly termed admiring him, buffet him, and pluck out his feathers. In consequence of this habit, bird catchers use the owl as a decoy for catching little birds of all kinds. The so-called presby's or old man is at war with the weasel and the crow, for they prey on her eggs and her brood, and so the turtle dove with the pyrillus, for they live in the same districts and on the same food, and so with the green woodpecker and the libius, and so with kite and the raven, for, owing to his having the advantage from stronger talons and more rapid flight, the former can steal whatever the latter is holding, so that it is food also that makes enemies of these. In like manner there is war between birds that get their living from the sea, as between the brenthus, the gull, and the harp, and so between the buzzard on one side and the toad and snake on the other, for the buzzard preys upon the eggs of the two others, and so between the turtle dove and the clurus kills the dove, and the crow kills the so-called drummer bird. The agilius, and birds of prey in general, prey upon the calories, and consequently there is war between it and them, and so is there war between the gecko lizard and the spider, for the former preys upon the latter, and so between the woodpecker and the heron, for the former preys upon the eggs and brood of the latter, and so between the aegithus and the ass, owing to the fact that the ass, in passing a furze bush, rubs its sore and itching parts against the prickles, by so doing, and all the more if it preys, it topples the eggs and the brood out of the nest, the young ones tumble out in fright, and the mother bird, to avenge this wrong, flies at the beast and pecks at his sore places. The wolf is at war with the ass, the bull, and the fox, for as being a carnivore, he attacks these other animals, and so for the same reason with the fox and the circus, for the circus, being carnivorous and furnished with crooked talons, attacks and maims the animal. And so the raven is at war with the bull and the ass, for it flies at them, and strikes them, and pecks at their eyes, and so with the eagle and the heron, for the former, having crooked talons, attacks the latter, and the latter usually succumbs to the attack, and so the merlin with the vulture, and the carex with the Ilias owl, the blackbird, and the oriole. Of this latter bird, by the way, the story goes that he was originally born out of a funeral pyre. The cause of warfare is that the carex injures both them and their young. The nuthatch and the wren are at war with the eagle. The nuthatch breaks the eagle's eggs, so the eagle is at war with it on special grounds, though, as a bird of prey, it carries on a general war all round. The horse and the anthus are enemies, and the horse will drive the bird out of the field where he is grazing. The bird feeds on grass, and sees too dimly to foresee an attack. It mimics the whinnying of the horse, flies at him, and tries to frighten him away, but the horse drives the bird away, and whenever he catches it he kills it. This bird lives beside rivers or on marsh ground. It has pretty plumage, and finds it without trouble. The ass is at enmity with the lizard, for the lizard sleeps in his manger, gets into his nostril, and prevents his eating. Of herons there are three kinds, the ash-colored, the white, and the starry heron, or bittern. Of these the first mentioned submit with reluctance to the duties of incubation, or to union of the sexes. In fact, it screams during the union, and it is said drips blood from its eyes. It lays its eggs also in an awkward manner, not unattended with pain. It is at war with certain creatures that do it injury, with the eagle for robbing it, with the fox for worrying it at night, and with the lark for stealing its eggs. The snake is at war with the weasel and the pig, with the weasel when they are both at home, for they live on the same food, with the pig for preying on her kind. The merlin is at war with the fox. It strikes and claws it, and, as it has crooked talons, it kills the animal's young. The raven and the fox are good friends, for the raven is at enmity with the merlin, and so when the merlin assails the fox the raven comes and helps the animal. The vulture and the merlin are mutual enemies, as being both furnished with crooked talons. The vulture fights with the eagle, and so, by the way, does swan, and the swan is often victorious. Moreover, of all birds swans are most prone to the killing of one another. In regard to wild creatures, some sets are at enmity with other sets at all times and under all circumstances, others, as in the case of man and man, at special times and under incidental circumstances. The ass and the acanthus are enemies, for the bird lives on thistles, and the ass browses on thistles when they are young and tender. The anthus, the acanthus, and the aegithus are at enmity with one another. It is said that the blood of the anthus will not intercommingle with the blood of the aegithus. The crow and the heron are friends, as also are the sedge-bird and lark, the ledus and the cilius or green woodpecker. The woodpecker lives on the banks of rivers and beside brakes. The ledus lives on rocks and bills, and is greatly attached to its nesting place. The bifinx, the harp, and the kite are friends, as are the fox and the snake, for both burrow underground, so also are the blackbird and the turtle dove. The lion and the thos or civet are enemies, for both are carnivorous and live on the same food. Elephants fight fiercely with one another, and stab one another with their tusks. Of two combatants the beaten one gets completely cowed, and dreads the sound of his conqueror's voice. These animals differ from one another an extraordinary extent in the way of courage. Indians employ these animals for war purposes. Irrespective of sex, the females, however, are less in size and much inferior in point of spirit. An elephant by pushing with his big tusks can batter down a wall, and will butt with his forehead at a palm until he brings it down, when he stamps on it and lays it in orderly fashion on the ground. Men hunt the elephant in the following way: they mount tame elephants of approved spirit and proceed in quest of wild animals. When they come up with these they bid the tame brutes to beat the wild ones until they tire the latter completely. Hereupon the driver mounts a wild brute and guides him with the application of his metal prong. After this the creature soon becomes tame, and obeys guidance. Now when the driver is on their back they are all tractable, but after he has dismounted, some are tame and others vicious. In the case of these latter, they tie their front legs with ropes to keep them quiet. The animal is hunted whether young or full grown. Thus we see that in the case of the creatures above mentioned their mutual friendship worthy is due to the food they feed on and the life they lead. Of fishes, such as swim in shoals together are friendly to one another, such as do not so swim are enemies. Some fishes swarm during the spawning season, others after they have spawned. To state the matter comprehensively, we may say that the following are shoaling fish: the tunny, the manis, the sea gudgeon, the bogue, the horse mackerel, the coracine, the cynodon or dentex, the red mullet, the sphaerina, the anthias, the eleghinus, the atherine, the sarginus, the garfish, the squid, the rainbow wrasse, the palamid, the mackerel, the coley mackerel. Of these some not only swim in shoals, but go in pairs inside the shoal. The rest without exception swim in pairs, and only swim in shoals at certain periods, that is, as has been said, when they are heavy with spawn or after they have spawned. The bass and the grey mullet are bitter enemies, but they swarm together at certain times. For at times not only do fishes of the same species swarm together, but also those whose feeding grounds are identical or adjacent, if the food supply be abundant. The grey mullet is often found alive with its tail lopped off, and the conger with all that part of its body removed that lies to the rear of the vent. In the case of the mullet the injury is wrought by the bass, in that of the conger eel by the moraina. There is war between the larger and the lesser fishes, for the big fishes prey on the little ones. So much on the subject of marine animals. The characters of animals, as has been observed, differ in respect to timidity, to gentleness, to courage, to tameness, to intelligence, and to stupidity. The sheep is said to be naturally dull and stupid. Of all quadrupeds it is the most foolish. It will saunter away to lonely places with no object in view. Oftentimes in stormy weather it will stray from shelter. If it be overtaken by a snowstorm, it will stand still unless the shepherd sets it in motion. It will stay behind and perish unless the shepherd brings up the rams. It will then follow home. If you catch hold of a goat's beard at the extremity, the beard is of a substance resembling hair. All the companion goats will stand stock still, staring at this particular goat in a kind of dumbfounderment. You will have a warmer bed in amongst the goats than among the sheep, because the goats will be quieter and will creep up towards you, for the goat is more impatient of cold than the sheep. Shepherds train sheep to close in together at a clap of their hands, for if, when a thunderstorm comes on, a ewe stays behind without closing in, the storm will kill it if it be with young. Consequently, if a sudden clap or noise is made, they close in together within the sheepfold by reason of their training. Even bulls, when they are roaming by themselves apart from the herd, are killed by wild animals. Sheep and goats lie crowded together, kin by kin. When the sun turns early towards its setting, the goats are said to lie no longer face to face, but back to back. Cattle at pasture keep together in their accustomed herds, and if one animal strays away the rest will follow. Consequently, if the herdsmen lose one particular animal, they keep close watch on all the rest. When mares with their colts pasture together in the same field, if one dam dies the others will take up the rearing of the colt. In point of fact, the mare appears to be singularly prone by nature to maternal fondness, in proof whereof a barren mare will steal the foal from its dam, will tend it with all the solicitude of a mother, but, as it will be unprovided with mother's milk, its solicitude will prove fatal to its charge. Among wild quadrupeds the hind appears to be preeminently intelligent, for example, in its habit of bringing forth its young on the sides of public roads, where the fear of man forbids the approach of wild animals. Again, after parturition, it first swallows the afterbirth, then goes in quest of the sesame shrub, and after eating of it returns to its young. The mother takes its young betimes to her lair, so leading it to know its place of refuge in time of danger. This lair is a precipitous rock, with only one approach, and there it is said to hold its own against all comers. The male, when it gets fat, which it does in a high degree in autumn, disappears, abandoning its usual resorts, apparently under an idea that its fatness facilitates its capture. They shed their horns in places difficult of access or discovery, whence the proverbial expression of the place where the stag sheds his horns, the fact being that, as having parted with their weapons, they take care not to be seen. The saying is that no man has ever seen the animal's left horn, that the creature keeps it out of sight because it possesses some medicinal property. In their first year stags grow no horns, but only an excrescence indicating where horns will be, this excrescence being short and thick. In their second year they grow their horns for the first time, straight in shape, like pegs for hanging clothes on, and on this account they have an appropriate nickname. In the third year the antlers are bifurcate, in the fourth year they grow trifurcate, and so they go on increasing in complexity until the creature is 6 years old. After this they grow their horns without any specific differentiation, so that you cannot by observation of them tell the animal's age. But the patriarchs of the herd may be told chiefly by two signs. In the first place they have few teeth or none at all, and, in the second place, they have ceased to grow the pointed tips to their antlers. The forward-pointing tips of the growing horns, that is to say the brow antlers, with which the animal meets attack, are technically termed its defenders. With these the patriarchs are unprovided, and their antlers merely grow straight upwards. Stags shed their horns annually, in or about the month of May. After shedding, they conceal themselves, it is said, during the daytime, and, to avoid the flies, hide in thick copses. During this time, until they have grown their horns, they feed at nighttime. The horns at first grow in a kind of skin envelope, and get rough by degrees. When they reach their full size the animal basks in the sun, to mature and dry them. When they need no longer rub them against tree trunks they quit their hiding places, from a sense of security based upon the possession of arms defensive and offensive. An Achaean stag has been caught with a quantity of green ivy grown over its horns, it having grown apparently, as on fresh green wood, when the horns were young and tender. When a stag is stung by a venom spider or similar insect, it gathers crabs and eats them. It is said to be a good thing for man to drink the juice, but the taste is disagreeable. The hinds after parturition at once swallow the afterbirth, and it is impossible to secure it, for the hind catches it before it falls to the ground. Now this substance is supposed to have medicinal properties. When hunted the creatures are caught by singing or pipe playing on the part of the hunters. They are so pleased with the music that they lie down on the grass. If there be two hunters, one before their eyes sings or plays the pipe, the other keeps out of sight and shoots, at a signal given by the confederate. If the animal has its ears cocked, it can hear well and you cannot escape its ken. If its ears are down, you can. When bears are running away from their pursuers they push their cubs in front of them, or take them up and carry them. When they are being overtaken they climb up a tree. When emerging from their winter den, they at once take to eating cookbind, as has been said, and chew sticks of wood as though they were cutting teeth. Many other quadrupeds help themselves in clever ways. Wild goats in Crete are said, when wounded by arrows, to go in search of dittany, which is supposed to have the property of ejecting arrows in the body. Dogs, when they are ill, eat some kind of grass and produce vomiting. The panther, after eating panther's bane, tries to find some human excrement, which is said to heal its pain. This panther's bane kills lions as well. Hunters hang up human excrement in a vessel attached to the boughs of a tree, to keep the animal from straying to any distance. The animal meets its end in leaping up to the branch and trying to get at the medicine. They say that the panther has found out that wild animals are fond of the scent it emits, that, when it goes a-hunting, it hides itself, that the other animals come nearer and nearer, and that by this stratagem it can catch even animals as swift of foot as stags. The Egyptian ichneumon, when it sees the serpent called the asp, does not attack it until it has called in other ichneumons to help. To meet the blows and bites of their enemy the assailants beplaster themselves with mud, by first soaking in the river and then rolling on the ground. When the crocodile yawns, the trochilus flies into his mouth and cleans his teeth. The trochilus gets his food thereby, and the crocodile gets ease and comfort. It makes no attempt to injure its little friend, but, when it wants it to go, it shakes its neck in warning, lest it should accidentally bite the bird. The tortoise, when it has partaken of a snake, eats marjoram. This action has been actually observed. A man saw a tortoise perform this operation over and over again, and every time it plucked up some marjoram go back to partake of its prey, he thereupon pulled the marjoram up by the roots, and the consequence was the tortoise died. The weasel, when it fights with a snake, first eats wild rue, the smell of which is noxious to the snake. The dragon, when it eats fruit, swallows endive juice, it has been seen in the act. Dogs, when they suffer from worms, eat the standing corn. Storks, and all other birds, when they get a wound fighting, are apply marjoram to the place injured. May have seen the locust, when fighting with the snake, get a tight hold of the snake by the neck. The weasel has a clever way of getting the better of birds. It tears their throats open, as wolves do with sheep. Weasels fight desperately with mice catching snakes, as they both prey on the same animal. In regard to the instinct of hedgehogs, it has been observed in many places that, when the wind is shifting from north to south, and from south to north, they shift the outlook of their earth holes, and those that are kept in domestication shift over from one wall to the other. The story goes that a man in Byzantium got into high repute for foretelling a change of weather, all owing to his having noticed this habit of the hedgehog. The polecat or marten is about as large as the smaller breed of Maltese dogs. In the thickness of its fur, in its look, in the white of its belly, and in its love of mischief, it resembles the weasel. It is easily tamed. From its liking for honey, it is a plague to beehives. It preys on birds like the cat. Its genital organ, as has been said, consists of bone. The organ of the male is supposed to be a cure for strangury. Doctors scrape it into powder, and administer it in that form. In a general way, in the lives of animals many resemblances to human life may be observed. Preeminent intelligence will be seen more in small creatures than in large ones, as is exemplified in the case of birds by the nest building of the swallow. In the same way as men do, the bird mixes mud and chaff together. If it runs short of mud, it souses its body in water and rolls about in the dry dust with wet feathers. Furthermore, just as man does, it makes a bed of straw, putting hard material below for a foundation, and adapting all to suit its own size. Both parents cooperate in the rearing of the young. Each of the parents will detect, with practiced eye, the young one that has had a helping, and will take care it is not helped twice over. At first the parents will rid the nest of excrement, but, when the young are grown, they will teach their young to shift their position and let their excrement fall over the side of the nest. Pigeons exhibit other phenomena with a similar likeness to the ways of humankind. In pairing, the same male and the same female keep together, and the union is only broken by the death of one of the two parties. At the time of parturition in the female, the sympathetic attentions of the male are extraordinary. If the female is afraid on account of the impending parturition to enter the nest, the male will beat her and force her to come in. When the young are born, he will take and masticate pieces of suitable food, will open the beaks of the fledglings, and inject these pieces, thus preparing them betimes to take food. When the male bird is about to expel the young ones from the nest, he cohabits with them all. As a general rule, these birds show this conjugal fidelity, but occasionally a female will cohabit with other than her mate. These birds are combative, and quarrel with one another, and enter each other's nests, though this occurs but seldom. At a distance from their nests this quarrelsomeness is less marked, but in the close neighborhood of their nests they will fight desperately. A peculiarity common to the tame pigeon, the ring-dove and the turtle-dove is that they do not lean the head back when they are in the act of drinking, but only when they have fully quenched their thirst. The turtle-dove and the ring-dove both have but one mate, and let no other come nigh. Both sexes cooperate in the process of incubation. It is difficult to distinguish between the sexes except by an examination of their interiors. Ring-doves are long-lived. Cases have been known where such birds were 25 years old, 30 years old, and in some cases 40. As they grow old their claws increase in size, and pigeon fanciers cut the claws. As far as one can see, the birds suffer no other perceptible disfigurement by their increase in age. Turtle doves and pigeons that are blinded by fanciers for use as decoys, live for 8 years. Partridges live for about 15 years. Ring doves and turtle doves always build their nests in the same place year after year. The male, as a general rule, is more long-lived than the female, but in the case of pigeons some assert that the male dies before the female, taking their inference from the statements of persons who keep decoy birds in captivity. Some declare that the male sparrow lives only a year, pointing to the fact that early in spring the male sparrow has no black beard, but has one later on, as though the black-bearded birds of the last year had all died out. They also say that the females are the longer-lived, on the grounds that they are caught in amongst the young birds and that their age is rendered manifest by the hardness about their beaks. Turtle doves in summer live in cold places, and in warm places during the winter. Chaffinches affect warm habitations in summer and cold ones in winter. Birds of a heavy build, such as quails, partridges, and the like, build no nests. Indeed, where they are incapable of flight, it would be of no use if they could do so. After scraping a hole on a level piece of ground, and it is only in such a place that they lay their eggs, they cover it over with thorns and sticks for security against hawks and eagles, and they lay their eggs and hatch them. After the hatching is over, they at once lead the young out from the nest, as they are not able to fly afield for food for them. Quails and partridges, like barn door hens, when they go to rest, gather their brood under their wings. Not to be discovered, as might be the case if they stayed long in one spot, they do not hatch the eggs where they laid them. When a man comes by chance upon a young brood, and tries to catch them, the hen bird rolls in front of the hunter, pretending to be lame. The man every moment thinks he is on the point of catching her, and so she draws him on, until every one of her brood has had time to escape. Hereupon she returns to the nest and calls the young back. The partridge lays not less than 10 eggs, and often lays as many as 16. As has been observed, the bird has mischievous and deceitful habits. In the springtime, a noisy scrimmage takes place, out of which the male birds emerge each with a hen. Owing to the lecherous nature of the bird, and from a dislike to the hen sitting, the males, if they find any eggs, roll them over and over until they break them in pieces. To provide against this, the female goes to a distance and lays the eggs, and often, under the stress of parturition, lays them in any chance spot that offers. If the male be near at hand, then to keep the eggs intact she refrains from visiting them. If she be seen by a man, then, just as with her fledged brood, she entices him off by showing herself close at his feet until she has drawn him to a distance. When the females have run away and taken to sitting, the males in a pack take to screaming and fighting. When thus engaged, they have the nickname of widowers. The bird who is beaten follows his victor, and submits to be covered by him only, and the beaten bird is covered by a second one or by any other, only clandestinely without the victor's knowledge. This is so, not at all times, but at a particular season of the year, and with quails as well as with partridges. A similar proceeding takes place occasionally with barn door cocks, for in temples, where cocks are set apart as dedicate without hens, they all as a matter of course dread any newcomer. Tame partridges dread wild birds, peck at their heads, and treat them with every possible outrage. The leader of the wild birds, with a counter-note of challenge, pushes forward to attack the decoy bird, and after he has been netted, another advances with a similar note. This is what is done if the decoy be a male, but if it be a female that is the decoy and gives the note, and the leader of the wild birds give a counter one, the rest of the males set upon him and chase him away from the female for making advances to her instead of to them. In consequence of this the male often advances without uttering any cry, so that no other may hear him and come and give him battle, and experienced fowlers assert that sometimes the male bird, when he approaches the female, makes her keep silence, to avoid having to give battle to other males who might have heard him. The partridge has not only the note here referred to, but also a thin shrill cry and other notes. Oftentimes the hen bird rises from off her brood when she sees the male showing attentions to the female decoy. She will give the counter note and remain still, so as to be trodden by him and divert him from the decoy. The quail and the partridge are so intent upon sexual union that they often come right in the way of the decoy birds, and not seldom alight upon their heads. So much for the sexual proclivities of the partridge, for the way in which it is hunted, and the general nasty habits of the bird. As has been said, quails and partridges build their nests upon the ground, and so also do some of the birds that are capable of sustained flight. Further, for instance, of such birds, the lark and the woodcock, as well as the quail, do not perch on a branch, but squat upon the ground. The woodpecker does not squat on the ground, but pecks at the bark of trees to drive out from under it maggots and gnats. When they emerge, it licks them up with its tongue, which is large and flat. It can run up and down a tree in any way, even with the head downwards, like the gecko lizard. For secure hold upon a tree, its claws are better adapted than those of the daw. It makes its way by sticking these claws into the bark. One species of woodpecker is smaller than a blackbird, and has small reddish speckles. A second species is larger than the blackbird, and a third is not much smaller than a barn door hen. It builds a nest on trees, as has been said, on olive trees amongst others. It feeds on the maggots and ants that are under the bark. It is so eager in the search for maggots that it is said sometime to hollow a tree out to its downfall. A woodpecker once, in course of domestication, was seen to insert an almond into a hole in a piece of timber, so that it might remain steady under its pecking. At the third peck it split the shell of the fruit, and then ate the kernel. Many indications of high intelligence are given by cranes. They will fly to a great distance and up in the air, to command an extensive view. If they see clouds and signs of bad weather they fly down again and remain still. They, furthermore, have a leader in their flight, and patrols that scream on the confines of the flock so as to be heard by all. When they settle down, the main body go to sleep with their heads under their wing, standing first on one leg and then on the other, while their leader, with his head uncovered, keeps a sharp lookout, and when he sees anything of importance signals it with a cry. Pelicans that live beside rivers swallow the large smooth mussel shells. After cooking them inside the crop that precedes the stomach, they spit them out, so that, now when their shells are open, they may pick the flesh out and eat it. Of wild birds, the nests are fashioned to meet the exigencies of existence and ensure the security of the young. Some of these birds are fond of their young and take great care of them, others are quite the reverse. Some are clever in procuring subsistence, others are not so. Some of these birds build in ravines and clefts, and on cliffs, as, for instance, the so-called chudrius, or stone curlew. This bird is in no way noteworthy for plumage or voice. It makes an appearance at night, but in the daytime keeps out of sight. The hawk also builds in inaccessible places. Although a ravenous bird, it will never eat the heart of any bird it catches. This has been observed in the case of the quail, the thrush, and other birds. They modify betimes their method of hunting, for in summer they do not grab their prey as they do at other seasons. Of the vulture, it is said that no one has ever seen either its young or its nest, on this account and on the ground that all of a sudden great numbers of them will appear without anyone being able to tell from whence they come. Herodotus, the father of Bryson the sophist, says that it belongs to some distant and elevated land. The reason is that the bird has its nest on inaccessible crags, and is found only in a few localities. The female lays 1 egg as a rule, and 2 at the most. Some birds live on mountains or in forests, as the hoopoe and the brenthus. This latter bird finds his food with ease and has a musical voice. The wren lives in breaks and crevices. It is difficult of capture, keeps out of sight, is gentle of disposition, finds its food with ease, and is something of a mechanic. It goes by the nickname of Old Man or King, and the story goes that for this reason the eagle is at war with him. Some birds live on the seashore, as the wagtail. The bird is of a mischievous nature, hard to capture, but when caught capable of complete domestication, it is a cripple, as being weak in its hinder quarters. Web-footed birds without exception live near the sea or rivers or pools, as they naturally resort to places adapted to their structure. Several birds, however, with cloven toes live near pools or marshes, as, for instance, the anthus lives by the side of rivers. The plumage of this bird is pretty, and it finds its food with ease. The cataract lives near the sea. When it makes a dive, it will keep underwater for as long as it would take a man to walk a furlong. It is less than the common hawk. Swans are web-footed, and live near pools and marshes. They find their food with ease, are good-tempered, are fond of their young, and live to a green old age. If the eagle attacks them they will repel the attack and get the better of their assailant, but they are never the first to attack. They are musical, and sing chiefly at the approach of death. At this time they fly out to sea, and men, when sailing past the coast of Libya, have fallen in with many of them out at sea singing in mournful strains, and have actually seen some of them dying. The Simindis is seldom seen, as it lives on mountains. It is black in color, and about the size of the hawk called the dove-killer. It is long and slender in form. The Ionians call the bird by this name. Homer in the Iliad mentions it in the line, "Chalcis its name with those of heavenly birth," but called Simindis by the sons of earth. The hybrid, said by some to be the same as the eagle owl, is never seen by daylight, as it is dim-sighted, but during the night it hunts like the eagle. It will fight the eagle with such desperation that the two combatants are often captured alive by shepherds. It lays 2 eggs, and, like others we have mentioned, it builds on rocks and in caverns. Cranes also fight so desperately among themselves as to be caught when fighting, for they will not leave off. The crane lays 2 eggs. The jay has a great variety of notes. Indeed, might almost say it had a different note for every day in the year. It lays about 9 eggs, builds its nest on trees, out of hair and tags of wool. When acorns are getting scarce, it lays up a store of them in hiding. It is a common story of the stork that the old birds are fed by their grateful progeny. Some tell a similar story of the bee-eater, and declare that the parents are fed by their young not only when growing old, but at an early period, as soon as the young are capable of feeding them, and the parent birds stay inside the nest. The underpart of the bird's wing is pale yellow, the upper part is dark blue, like that of the halcyon. The tips of the wings are about autumn time. It lays 6 or 7 eggs, in overhanging banks where the soil is soft. There it burrows into the ground to a depth of 6 feet. The greenfinch, so called from the color of its belly, is as large as a lark. It lays 4 or 5 eggs, builds its nest out of the plant called comfrey, pulling it up by the roots, and makes an under mattress to lie on of hair and wool. The blackbird and the jay build their nests after the same fashion. The nest of the pendulum tit shows great mechanical skill. It has the appearance of a ball of flax, and the hole for entry is very small. People who live where the bird comes from say that there exists a cinnamon bird which brings the cinnamon from some unknown localities, and builds its nest out of it. It builds on high trees on the slender top branches. They say that the inhabitants attach leaden weights to the tips of their arrows and therewith bring down the nests, and from the intertexture collect the cinnamon sticks. The halcyon is not much larger than the sparrow. Its color is dark blue, green, and light purple. The whole body and wings, and especially parts about the neck, show these colors in a mixed way, without any color being sharply defined. The beak is light green, long and slender. Such, then, is the look of the bird. Its nest is like sea balls, that is the things that by the name of halos ignore sea foam, only the color is not the same. The color of the nest is light red, and the shape is that of a long-necked gourd. The nests are larger than the largest sponge, though they vary in size. They are roofed over, and great part of them is solid and great part hollow. If you use a sharp knife it is not easy to cut the nest through, but if you cut it, and at the same time bruise it with your hand, it will soon crumble to pieces, like the halocircum. The opening is small, just enough for a tiny entrance, so that even if the nest upset the seed does not enter in. The hollow channels are like those in sponges. It is not known for certain of what material the nest is constructed. It is possibly made of the backbones of the garfish, for, by the way, the bird lives on fish. Besides living on the shore, it ascends freshwater streams. It lays generally about 5 eggs, and lays eggs all its life long, beginning to do so at the age of 4 months. The hooper usually constructs its nest out of human excrement. It changes its appearance in summer and in winter, as in fact do the great majority of wild birds. The titmouse is said to lay a very large quantity of eggs. Next to the ostrich the black-headed tit is said by some to lay the largest number of eggs. 17 eggs have been seen. It lays, however, more than 20. It is said always to lay an odd number. Like others we have mentioned, it builds in trees. It feeds on caterpillars. A peculiarity of this bird and of the nightingale is that the outer extremity of the tongue is not sharp-pointed. The Aegithus finds its food with ease, has many young, and walks with a limp. The golden oriole is apartment at learning, is clever at making a living, but is awkward in flight and has an ugly plumage. The reed warbler makes its living as easily as any other bird, sits in summer in a shady spot facing the wind, in winter in a sunny and sheltered place among reeds in a marsh. It is small in size, with a pleasant note. The so-called chatterer has a pleasant note, beautiful plumage, makes a living cleverly, and is graceful in form. It appears to be alien to our country. At all events it is seldom seen at a distance from its own immediate home. The crake is quarrelsome, clever at making a living, but in other ways an unlucky bird. The bird called sitter is quarrelsome, but clever and tidy, makes its living with ease, and for its knowingness is regarded as uncanny. It has a numerous brood, of which it is fond, and lives by pecking the bark of trees. The Aegleus owl flies by night, is seldom seen by day. Like others we have mentioned, it lives on cliffs or in caverns. It feeds on 2 kinds of food. It has a strong hold on life and is full of resource. The tree creeper is a little bird, of fearless disposition. It lives among trees, feeds on caterpillars, makes a living with ease, and has a loud clear note. The acanthus finds its food with difficulty. Its plumage is poor, but its note is musical. Of the herons, the ashen-colored one, as has been said, unites with the female not without pain. It is full of resource, carries its food with it, is eager in the quest of it, and works by day. Its plumage is poor, and its excrement is always wet. Of the other 2 species, for there are 3 in all, the white heron has handsome plumage, unites without harm to itself with the female, builds a nest and lays its eggs neatly in trees. It frequents marshes and lakes and plains and the meadowland. The speckled heron, which is nicknamed the skulker, is said in folklore stories to be of servile origin, and, as its nickname implies, it is the laziest bird of the 3 species. Such are the habits of herons. The bird that is called the poinx has this peculiarity, that it is more prone than any other bird to peck at the eyes of an assailant or its prey. It is at war with the harpy, as the 2 birds live on the same food. There are 2 kinds of ocels. The one is black, and is found everywhere. The other is quite white, about the same size as the other, and with the same pipe. This latter is found on Cyllene in Arcadia, and is found nowhere else. The laus, or blue thrush, is like the black ocel, only a little smaller. It lives on cliffs or on tile roofings. It has not red beak as the black ocel has. Of thrushes there are 3 species. One is the mistle thrush. It feeds only on mistletoe and resin. It is about the size of a jay. A second is the song thrush. It has a sharp pipe, and is about the size of the ousel. There is another species called the ullers. It is the smallest species of the three, and is less variegated in plumage than the others. There is a bird that lives on rocks, called the bluebird from its color. It is comparatively common in Nissiros, and is somewhat less than the ousel and a little bigger than the chaffinch. It has large claws, and climbs on the face of the rocks. It is steel blue all over, its beak is long and slender, its legs are short, like those of the woodpecker. The oriole is yellow all over. It is not visible during winter, but puts in an appearance about the time of the summer solstice, and departs again at the rising of Arcturus. It is the size of the turtle dove. The so-called soft-head, or shrike, always settles on one and the same branch, where it falls a prey to the bird-catcher. Its head is big, and composed of gristle. It is a little smaller than the thrush. Its beak is strong, small, and round. It is ashen-colored all over, is fleet of foot, but slow of wing. The bird-catcher usually catches it by help of the owl. There is also the pardalis. As a rule, it is seen in flocks and not singly. It is ashen-colored all over, and about the size of the birds last described. It is fleet of foot and strong of wing, and its pipe is loud and high-pitched. The calirian, or fieldfare, feeds on the same food as the ousel, is of the same size as the above-mentioned birds, and is trapped usually in the winter. All these birds are found at all times. Further, there are the birds that live as a rule in towns, the raven and the crow. These also are visible at all seasons, never shift their place of abode, and never go into winter quarters. Of daws there are three species. One is the chorf. It is as large as the crow, but has a red beak. There is another, called the wolf, and further there is the little daw, called the railer. There is another kind of daw found in Libya and Phrygia, which is web-footed. Of larks there are two kinds. One lives on the ground and has a crest on its head, the other is gregarious, and not sporadic like the first. It is, however, of the same colored plumage, but is smaller, and has no crest. It is an article of human food. The woodcock is caught with nets in gardens. It is about the size of a barn door hen. It has a long beak, and in plumage is like the Franklin partridge. It runs quickly, and is pretty easily domesticated. The starling is speckled. It is of the same size as the ousel. Of the Egyptian ibis there are two kinds, the white and the black. The white ones are found over Egypt, excepting in Pelusium. The black ones are found in Pelusium, and nowhere else in Egypt. Of the little horned owls there are two kinds, and one is visible at all seasons, and for that reason has the nickname of all the year-round owl. It is not sufficiently palatable to come to table. Another species makes its appearance sometimes in the autumn, is seen for a single day or at the most for 2 days, and is regarded as a table delicacy. It scarcely differs from the first species save only in being fatter. It has no note, but the other species has. With regard to their origin, nothing is known from ocular observation. The only fact known for certain is that they are first seen when a west wind is blowing. The cuckoo, as has been said elsewhere, makes no nest, but deposits its eggs in an alien nest, generally in the nest of the ring dove, or on the ground in the nest of the hippolyte or lark, or on a tree in the nest of the green linnet. It lays only one egg and does not hatch it itself, but the mother bird in whose nest it has deposited it hatches and rears it, and, as they say, this mother bird, when the young cuckoo has grown big, thrusts her own brood out of the nest and lets them perish. Others say that this mother bird kills her own brood and gives them to the alien to devour, despising her own young owing to the beauty of the cuckoo. Personal observers agree in telling most of these stories, but are not in agreement as to the instruction of the young. Some say that the mother cuckoo comes and devours the brood of the rearing mother. Others say that the young cuckoo from its superior size snaps up the food brought before the smaller brood have a chance, and that in consequence the smaller brood die of hunger. Others say that, by its superior strength, it actually kills the other ones whilst it is being reared up with them. The cuckoo shows great sagacity in the disposal of its progeny. The fact is, the mother cuckoo is quite conscious of her own cowardice and of the fact that she could never help her young one in an emergency, and so, for the security of the young one, she makes of him a supposititious child in an alien nest. The truth is, this bird is preeminent among birds in the way of cowardice. It allows itself to be pecked at by little birds, and flies away from their attacks. It has already been stated that the footless bird, which some term the cypselus, resembles the swallow. Indeed, it is not easy to distinguish between the two birds, excepting in the fact that the cypselus has feathers on the shank. These birds rear their young in long cells made of mud, and furnished with a hole just big enough for entry and exit. They build under cover of some roofing under a rock or in a cavern for protection against animals and men. The so-called goatsucker lives on mountains. It is a little larger than the ousel, and less than the cuckoo. It lays 2 eggs, or 3 at the most, and is of a sluggish disposition. It flies up to the she-goat and sucks its milk, from which habit it derives its name. It is said that, after it has sucked the teat of the animal, the teat dries up and the animal goes blind. It is dim-sighted in the daytime, but sees well enough by night. In narrow circumscribed districts where the food would be insufficient for more birds than 2, ravens are only found in isolated pairs. When their young are old enough to fly, the parent couple first eject them from the nest, and by chase them from the neighborhood. The raven lays 4 or 5 eggs. About the time when the mercenaries under Medius were slaughtered at Phasalis, the districts about Athens and the Peloponnese were left destitute of ravens, from which it would appear that these birds have some means of intercommunicating with one another. Of eagles there are several species. One of them, called the white-tailed eagle, is found on lowlands, in groves, and in the neighborhood of cities. Some call it the heron killer. It is bold enough to fly to mountains and the interior of forests. The other eagles seldom visit groves or low-lying land. There is another species called the plangus. It ranks second in point of size and strength. It lives in mountain combes and glens, and by marshy lakes, and goes by the name of duck killer and swart eagle. It is mentioned by Homer in his account of the visit made by Priam to the tent of Achilles. There is another species with black plumage, the smallest but boldest of all the kinds. It dwells on mountains or in forests, and is called the black eagle or the hare killer. It is the only eagle that rears its young and thoroughly takes them out with it. It is swift of flight, is neat and tidy in its habits, too proud for jealousy, fearless, quarrelsome. It is also silent, for it neither whimpers nor screams. There is another species, the Pacnopterus, very large, with white head, very short wings, long tail feathers, in appearance like a vulture. It goes by the name of mountain stork or half-eagle. It lives in groves, has all the bad qualities of the other species, and none of the good ones, for it lets itself be chased and caught by the raven and the other birds. It is clumsy in its movements, has difficulty in procuring its food, preys on dead animals, is always hungry, and at all times whining and screaming. There is another species, called the sea eagle or osprey. This bird has a large thick neck, curved wings, and broad tail feathers. It lives near the sea, grasps its prey with its talons, and often, from inability to carry it, tumbles down into the water. There is another species called the truebred. People say that these are the only truebred birds to be found, that all other birds, eagles, hawks, and the smallest birds are all spoiled by the interbreeding of different species. The truebred eagle is the largest of all eagles. It is larger than the fin, is half as large again as the ordinary eagle, and has yellow plumage. It is seldom seen, as is the case with the so-called Simindus. The time for an eagle to be on the wing in search of prey is from midday to evening. In the morning until the market hour it remains on the nest. In old age the upper beak of the eagle grows gradually longer and more crooked, and the bird dies eventually of starvation. There is a folklore story that the eagle is thus punished because it once was a man and refused entertainment to a stranger. The eagle puts aside its superfluous food for its young, for owing to the difficulty in procuring food day by day, it at times may come back to the nest with nothing. If it catch a man prowling about in the neighborhood of its nest, it will strike him with its wings and scratch him with its talons. The nest is built not on low ground but on an elevated spot, generally on an inaccessible ledge of a cliff. It does, however, build upon a tree. The young are fed until they can fly. Hereupon the parent birds topple them out of the nest, and chase them completely out of the locality. The fact is that a pair of eagles demands an extensive space for its maintenance, and consequently cannot allow other birds to quarter themselves in close neighborhood. They do not hunt in the vicinity of their nest, but go to a great distance to find their prey. When the eagle has captured a beast, it puts it down without attempting to carry it off at once. If on trial it finds the burden too heavy, it will leave it. When it has spied a hare, it does not swoop on it at once, but lets it go on into the open ground. Neither does it descend to the ground at one swoop, but goes gradually down from higher flights to lower and lower. These devices it adopts by way of security against the stratagem of the hunter. It alights on high places by reason of the difficulty it experiences in soaring up from the level ground. It flies high in the air to have the more extensive view. From its high flight it is said to be the only bird that resembles the gods. Birds of prey, as a rule, seldom alight upon rock, as the crookedness of their talons prevents a stable footing on hard stone. The eagle hunts hares, fawns, foxes, and in general all such animals as he can master with ease. It is a long-lived bird, and this fact might be inferred from the length of time during which the same nest is maintained in its place. In Scythia there is found a bird as large as the great bustard. The female lays 2 eggs, but does not hatch them, but hides them in the skin of a hare or fox and leaves them there, and, when it is not in quest of prey, it keeps a watch on them on a high tree. If any man tries to climb the tree, it fights and strikes him with its wing, just as eagles do. The owl and the night raven and all the birds see poorly in the daytime seek their prey in the night, but not all the night through, but at evening and dawn. Their food consists of mice, lizards, chafers and the like little creatures. The so-called fin, or lamagia, is fond of its young, provides its food with ease, fetches food to its nest, and is of a kindly disposition. It rears its own young and those of the eagle as well, for when the eagle ejects its young from the nest, this bird catches them up as they fall and feeds them. For the eagle, by the way, ejects the young birds prematurely, before they are able to feed themselves, or to fly. It appears to do so from jealousy, for it is by nature jealous, and is so ravenous as to grab furiously at its food, and when it does grab at its food, it grabs it in large morsels. It is accordingly jealous of the young birds as they approach maturity, since they are getting good appetites, and so it scratches them with its talons. The young birds fight also with one another, to secure a morsel of food or a comfortable position, whereupon the mother bird beats them and ejects them from the nest. The young ones scream at this treatment, and the fin hearing them catches them as they fall. The fin has a film over its eyes and sees badly, but the sea eagle is very keen-sighted, and before its young are fledged tries to make them stare at the sun, and beats the one that refuses to do so, and twists him back in the sun's direction, and if one of them gets watery eyes in the process, it kills him, and rears the other. It lives near the sea, and feeds, as has been said, on seabirds. When in pursuit of them it catches them one by one, watching the moment when the bird rises to the surface from its dive. When a seabird, emerging from the water, sees the sea eagle, he in terror dives under, intending to rise again elsewhere. The eagle, however, owing to its keenness of vision, keeps flying after him until he either drowns the bird or catches him on the surface. The eagle never attacks these birds when they are in the swarm, for they keep him off by raising a shower of water drops with their wings. The Cephas is caught by means of sea foam. The bird snaps at the foam, and consequently fishermen catch it by sluicing with showers of seawater. These birds grow to be plump and fat, their flesh has a good odor, excepting the hinder quarters, which smell of shoreweed. Of hawks, the strongest is the buzzard, the next in point of courage is the merlin, and the circus ranks third. Other diverse kinds are the asterias, the pigeon hawk, and the tnus. The broad-winged hawk is called the half-buzzard, others go by the name of hobby hawk, or sparrow hawk, or smooth-feathered, or toad-catcher. Birds of this latter species find their food with very little difficulty, and flutter along the ground. Some say that there are 10 species of hawks, all differing from one another. One hawk, they say, will strike and grab the pigeon as it rests on the ground, but never touch it while it is in flight. Another hawk attacks the pigeon when it is perched upon a tree or any elevation, but never touches it when it is on the ground or on the wing. Other hawks attack their prey only when it is on the wing. They say that pigeons can distinguish the various species, so that, when a hawk is an assailant, if it be one that attacks its prey when the prey is on the wing, the pigeon will sit still. If it be one that attacks sitting prey, the pigeon will rise up and fly away. In Thrace, in the district sometimes called that of Cedropolis, men hunt for little birds in the marshes with the aid of hawks. The men with sticks in their hands go beating at the reeds and brushwood to frighten the birds out, and the hawks show themselves overhead and frighten them down. The men then strike them with their sticks and capture them. They give a portion of their booty to the hawks, that is, they throw some of the birds up in the air, and the hawks catch them. In the neighborhood of Lake Maeotis, it is said, wolves act in concert with the fishermen, and if the fishermen decline to share with them, they tear their nets in pieces as they lie drying on the shore of the lake. So much for the habits of birds. In marine creatures, also, one may observe many ingenious devices adapted to the circumstances of their lives. For the accounts commonly given of the so-called fishing frog are quite true, as are also those given of the torpedo. The fishing frog has a set of filaments that project in front of its eyes. They are long and thin like hairs, and are round at the tips. They lie on either side, and are used as baits. Accordingly, when the animal stirs up a place full of sand and mud and conceals itself therein, it raises the filaments, and, when the little fish strike against them, it draws them in underneath into its mouth. The torpedo narcotizes the creatures that it wants to catch, overpowering them by the power of shock that is resident in its body, and feeds upon them. It also hides in the sand and mud, and catches all the creatures that swim in its way and come under its narcotizing influence. This phenomenon has been actually observed in operation. The stingray also conceals itself, but not exactly in the same way. That the creatures get their living by this means is obvious from the fact that, whereas they are peculiarly inactive, they are often caught with mullets in their interior, the swiftest of fishes. Furthermore, the fishing frog is unusually thin when he is caught after losing the tips of his filaments, and the torpedo is known to cause a numbness even in human beings. Again, the hake, the ray, the flatfish, and the angelfish burrow in the sand, and after concealing themselves angle with the filaments on their mouths, that fishermen call their fishing rods, and the little creatures on which they feed swim up to the filaments taking them for bits of seaweed, such as they feed upon. Wherever an anthias fish is seen, there will be no dangerous creatures in the vicinity, and sponge divers will dive in security, and they call these signal fishes holy fish. It is a sort of perpetual coincidence, like the fact that wherever snails are present you may be sure there is neither pig nor partridge in the neighborhood, for both pig and partridge eat up the snails. The sea serpent resembles the conger in color and shape, but is of lesser bulk and more rapid in its movements. If it be caught and thrown away, it will bore a hole with its snout and burrow rapidly in the sand. Its snout, by the way, is sharper than that of ordinary serpents. The so-called sea scolopendra, after swallowing the hook, turns itself inside out until it ejects it, and then it again turns itself outside in. The sea scolopendra, like the land scolopendra, will come to a savory bait. The creature does not bite with its teeth, but stings by contact with its entire body, like the so-called sea nettle. The so-called fox shark, when it finds it has swallowed the hook, tries to get rid of it as the scolopendra does, but not in the same way. In other words, it runs up the fishing line, and bites it off short. It is caught in some districts in deep and rapid waters, with night lines. The bonitos swarm together when they espy a dangerous creature, and the largest of them swim round it, and if it touches one of the shoal they try to repel it. They have strong teeth. Amongst other large fish, a lamia shark, after falling in amongst a shoal, has been seen to be covered with wounds. Of river fish, the male of the sheatfish is remarkably attentive to the young. The female after parturition goes away, the male stays and keeps on guard where the spawn is most abundant, contenting himself with keeping off all other little fishes that might steal the spawn or fry, and this he does for 40 or 50 days, until the young are sufficiently grown to make away from the other fishes for themselves. The fisherman can tell where he is on guard, for, in warding off the little fishes, he makes a rush in the water and gives utterance to a kind of muttering noise. He is so earnest in the performance of his parental duties that the fisherman at times, if the eggs be attached to the roots of water plants deep in the water, drag them into as shallow a place as possible. The male fish will still keep by the young, and, if it so happen, will be caught by the hook when snapping at the little fish that come by. If, however, he be sensible by experience of the danger of the hook, he will still keep by his charge, and with his extremely strong teeth will bite the hook in pieces. All fishes, both those that wander about and those that are stationary, occupy the districts where they were born or very similar places, for their natural food is found there. Carnivorous fish wander most, and all fish are carnivorous with the exception of a few, such as the mullet, the sorp, the red mullet, and the chalcis. The so-called follis gives out a mucous discharge, which envelops the creature in a kind of nest. Of shellfish, and fish that are finless, the scallop moves with greatest force and to the greatest distance, impelled along by some internal energy. The murex or purple fish, and others that resemble it, move hardly at all. Out of the lagoon of Pi all the fishes swim in winter time, except the sea gudgeon. They swim out owing to the cold, for the narrow waters are colder than the outer sea, and on the return of the early summer they all swim back again. In the lagoon no scarus is found, nor thritta, nor any other species of the spiny fish, no spotted dogfish, no spiny dogfish, no sea crawfish, no octopus either of the common or the musky kinds, and certain other fish are also absent, but of fish that are found in the lagoon the white gudgeon is not a marine fish. Of fishes the oviparous are in their prime in the early summer until the spawning time, the viviparous in the autumn, as is also the case with the mullet, the red mullet, and all such fish. In the neighborhood of Lesbos, the fishes of the outer sea, or of the lagoon, bring forth their eggs or young in the lagoon. Sexual union takes place in the autumn, and parturition in the spring. With fishes of the cartilaginous kind, the males and females swarm together in the autumn for the sake of sexual union. In the early summer they come swimming in, and keep apart until after parturition. The two sexes are often taken linked together in sexual union. Of mollusks, the sepia is the most cunning, and is the only species that employs its dark liquid for the sake of concealment as well as from fear. The octopus and calamari make the discharge solely from fear. These creatures never discharge the pigment in its entirety, and after a discharge the pigment accumulates again. The sepia, as has been said, often uses its coloring pigment for concealment. It shows itself in front of the pigment and then retreats back into it. It also hunts with its long tentacles not only little fishes, but oftentimes even mullets. The octopus is a stupid creature, for it will approach a man's hand if it be lowered in the water, but it is neat and thrifty in its habits, that is, it lays up stores in its nest, and, after eating up all that is eatable, it ejects the shells and sheaths of crabs and shellfish, and the skeletons of little fishes. It seeks its prey by so changing its color as to render it like the color of the stones adjacent to it. It does so also when alarmed. By some the sepia is said to perform the same trick, that is, they say it can change its color so as to make it resemble the color of its habitat. The only fish that can do this is the angelfish, that is, it can change its color like the octopus. The octopus as a rule does not live the year out. It has a natural tendency to run off into liquid, for, if beaten and squeezed, it keeps losing substance and at last disappears. The female after parturition is peculiarly subject to this colliquefaction. It becomes stupid. If tossed about by waves, it submits impassively. A man, if he dived, could catch it with the hand. It gets covered over with slime, and makes no effort to catch its wonted prey. The male becomes leathery and clammy. As a proof that they do not live into a second year, there is the fact that, after the birth of the little octopuses in the late summer or beginning of autumn, it is seldom that a large-sized octopus is visible, whereas a little before this time of year the creature is at its largest. After the eggs are laid, they say that both the male and the female grow so old and feeble that they are preyed upon by little fish, and with these dragged from their holes, and that this could not have been done previously. They say also that this is not the case with a small and young octopus, but that the young creature is much stronger than the grown-up one. Neither does the sepia live into a second year. The octopus is the only mollusk that ventures onto dry land. It walks by preference on rough ground. It is firm all over when you squeeze it, excepting in the neck. So much for the mollusca. It is also said that they make a thin rough shell about them like a hard sheath, and that this is made larger and larger as the animal grows larger, and that it comes out of the sheath as though out of a den or dwelling place. The nautilus, or argonaut, is a pool-pore octopus, but one peculiar both in its nature and its habits. It rises up from deep water and swims on the surface. It rises with its shell downturned in order that it may rise the more easily and swim with it empty, but after reaching the surface it shifts the position of the shell. In between its feelers it has a certain amount of web growth, resembling the substance between the toes of web-footed birds, only that with these latter the substance is thick, while with the nautilus it is thin and like a spider's web. It uses this structure, when a breeze is blowing, for a sail, and lets down some of its feelers alongside as rudder oars. If it be frightened it fills its shell with water and sinks. With regard to the mode of generation and the growth of the shell, knowledge from observation is not yet satisfactory. The shell, however, does not appear to be there from the beginning, but to grow in their cases as in that of other shellfish. Neither is it ascertained for certain whether the animal can live when stripped of the shell. Of all insects, one may also say of all living creatures, the most industrious are the ant, the bee, the hornet, the wasp, and in point of fact all creatures akin to these. Of spiders some are more skillful and more resourceful than others. The way in which ants work is open to ordinary observation. How they all march one after the other when they are engaged in putting away and storing up their food, all this may be seen, for they carry on their work even during bright moonlight nights. Of spiders and phalanger there are many species. Of the venomous phalanger there are two, one that resembles the so-called wolf spider, small, speckled, and tapering to a point. It moves with leaps, from which habit it is nicknamed the flea. The other kind is large, black in color, with long front legs. It is heavy in its movements, walks slowly, is not very strong, and never leaps. Of all the other species wherewith poison vendors supply themselves, some give a weak bite, and others never bite at all. There is another kind, comprising the so-called wolf spiders. Of these spiders the small one weaves no web, and the large weaves a rude and poorly built one on the ground or on dry stone walls. It always builds its web over hollow places inside of which it keeps a watch on the end threads, until some creature gets into the web and begins to struggle, when out the spider pounces. The speckled kind makes a little shabby web under trees. There is a third species of this animal, preeminently clever and artistic. It first weaves a thread stretching to all the exterior ends of the future web, then from the center, which it hits upon with great accuracy, it stretches the warp. On the warp it puts what corresponds to the woof, and then weaves the whole together. It sleeps and stores its food away from the center, but it is at the center that it keeps watch for its prey. Then, when any creature touches the web and the center is set in motion, it first ties and wraps the creature round with threads until it renders it helpless, then lifts it and carries it off, and, if it happens to be hungry, sucks out the life juices, for that is the way it feeds. But, if it be not hungry, it first mends any damage done and then hastens again to its quest of prey. If something comes meanwhile into the net, the spider at first makes for the center, and then goes back to its entangled prey as from a fixed starting point. If anyone injures a portion of the web, it recommences weaving at sunrise or at sunset, because it is chiefly at these periods that creatures are caught in the web. It is the female that does the weaving and the hunting, but the male takes a share of the booty captured. Of the skillful spiders, weaving a substantial web, there are two kinds, the larger and the smaller. The one has long legs and keeps watch while swinging downwards from the web. From its large size it cannot easily conceal itself, and so it keeps underneath, so that its prey may not be frightened off, but may strike upon the web's upper surface. The less awkwardly formed one lies in wait on the top, using a little hole for a lurking place. Spiders can spin webs from the time of their birth, not from their interior as a superfluity or excretion, as Democritus avers, but off their body as a kind of tree bark, like the creatures that shoot out with their hair, as for instance the porcupine. The creature can attack animals larger than itself, and enwrap them with its threads. In other words, it will attack a small lizard, run round and draw threads about its mouth until it closes the mouth up, then it comes up and bites it. So much for the spider. Of insects, there is a genus that has no one name that comprehends all the species, though all the species are akin to one another in form. It consists of all the insects that construct a honeycomb, to wit, the bee, and all the insects that resemble it in form. There are 9 varieties, of which 6 are gregarious: the bee, the king bee, the drone bee, the annual wasp, and, furthermore, the anthene, or hornet, and the tenthrido, or ground wasp. 3 are solitary: the smaller siren, of a dun color, the larger siren, black and speckled, and the third, the largest of all, that is called the humble bee. Now ants never go a-hunting, but gather up what is ready to hand. The spider makes nothing, and lays up no store, but simply goes a-hunting for its food, while the bee, for we shall by and by treat of the 9 varieties, does not go a-hunting, but constructs its food out of gathered material and stores it away, for honey is the bee's food. This fact is shown by the beekeeper's attempt to remove the combs, for the bees, when they are fumigated, and are suffering great distress from the process, then devour the honey most ravenously, whereas at other times they are never observed to be so greedy, but apparently are thrifty and disposed to lay by for their future sustenance. They have also another food which is called bee bread. This is scarcer than honey and has a sweet fig-like taste. This they carry as they do the wax on their legs. Very remarkable diversity is observed in their methods of working and their general habits. When the hive has been delivered to them clean and empty, they build their waxen cells, bringing in the juice of all kinds of flowers and the tears or exuding sap of trees, such as willows and elms, and such others as are particularly given to the exudation of gum. With this material they besmear the groundwork, to provide against attacks of other creatures. The beekeepers call this stuff stop wax. They also with the same material narrow by side building the entrances to the hive if they are too wide. They first build cells for themselves, then for the so-called kings and the drones. For themselves they are always building, for the kings only when the brood of young is numerous, and cells for the drones they build if a superabundance of honey should suggest their doing so. They build the royal cells next to their own, and they are of small bulk. The drone cells they build nearby, and these latter are less in bulk than the bees' cells. They begin building the combs downwards from the top of the hive, and go down and down building many combs connected together until they reach the bottom. The cells, both those for the honey and those also for the grubs, are double-doored, for 2 cells are ranged about a single base, one pointing one way and one the other, after the manner of a double, or hourglass-shaped, goblet. The cells that lie at the commencement of the combs and are attached to the hives, to the extent of 2 or 3 concentric circular rows, are small and devoid of honey. The cells that are well filled with honey are most thoroughly luted with wax. At the entry to the hive the aperture of the doorway is smeared with metis. This substance is a deep black, and is a sort of dross or residual byproduct of wax. It has a pungent odor, and is a cure for bruises and suppurating sores. The greasy stuff that comes next is pitch wax. It has a less pungent odor and is less medicinal than the mitis. Some say that the drones construct combs by themselves in the same hive and in the same comb that they share with the bees, but that they make no honey, but subsist, they and their grubs also, on the honey made by the bees. The drones, as a rule, keep inside the hive. When they go out of doors, they soar up in the air in a stream, whirling round and round in a kind of gymnastic exercise. When this is over, they come inside the hive and feed to repletion ravenously. The kings never quit the hive, except in conjunction with the entire swarm, either for food or for any other reason. They say that, if a young swarm go astray, it will turn back upon its route and by the aid of scent seek out its leader. It is said that if he is unable to fly he is carried by the swarm, and that if he dies the swarm perishes, and that, if this swarm outlives the king for a while and constructs combs, no honey is produced and the bees soon die out. Bees scramble up the stalks of flowers and rapidly gather the beeswax with their front legs. The front legs wipe it off onto the middle legs, and these pass it onto the hollow curves of the hind legs. When thus laden, they fly away home, and one may see plainly that their load is a heavy one. On each expedition the bee does not fly from a flower of one kind to a flower of another, but flies from one violet, say, to another violet, and never meddles with another flower until it has got back to the hive. On reaching the hive they throw off their load, and each bee on his return is accompanied by 3 or 4 companions. One cannot well tell what is the substance they gather, nor the exact process of their work. Their mode of gathering wax has been observed on olive trees, as owing to the thickness of the leaves the bees remain stationary for a considerable while. After this work is over, they attend to the grubs. There is nothing to prevent grubs, honey, and drones being all found in one and the same comb. As long as the leader is alive, the drones are said to be produced apart by themselves. If he be no longer living, they are said to be reared by the bees in their own cells, and under these circumstances to become more spirited. For this reason they are called sting drones, not that they really have stings, but that they have the wish without the power, to use such weapons. The cells for the drones are larger than the others. Sometimes the bees construct cells for the drones apart, but usually they put them in amongst their own, and when this is the case the beekeepers cut the drone cells out of the combs. There are several species of bees, as has been said, 2 of kings, the better kind red, the other black and variegated, and twice as big as the working bee. The best working bee is small, round, and speckled. Another kind is long and like an anthene wasp. Another kind is what is called the robber bee, black and flat-bellied. Then there is the drone, the largest of all, but devoid of sting, and lazy. There is a difference between the progeny of bees that inhabit cultivated land and of those from the mountains. The forest bees are more shaggy, smaller, more industrious and more fierce. Working bees make their combs all even, with the superficial covering quite smooth. Each comb is of one kind only, that is, it contains either bees only, or grubs only, or drones only. If it happen, however, that they make in one and the same comb all these kinds of cells, each separate kind will be built in a continuous row right through. The long bees build uneven combs, with the lids of the cells protuberant, like those of the anthene. Grubs and everything else have no fixed places, but are put anywhere. From these bees come inferior kings, a large quantity of drones, and a so-called robber bee. They produce either no honey at all, or honey in very small quantities. Bees brood over the combs and so mature them. If they fail to do so, the combs are said to go bad and to get covered with a sort of spider's web. If they can keep brooding over the part undamaged, the damaged part simply eats itself away. If they cannot so brood, the entire comb perishes. In the damaged combs small worms are engendered, which take on wings and fly away. When the combs keep settling down, the bees restore the level surface, and put props underneath the combs to give themselves free passage room, for if such free passage be lacking they cannot brood, and the cobwebs come on. When the robber bee and the drone appear, not only do they do no work themselves, but they actually damage the work of the other bees. If they are caught in the act, they are killed by the working bees. These bees also kill without mercy most of their kings, and especially kings of the inferior sort, and this they do for fear a multiplicity of kings should lead to a dismemberment of the hive. They kill them especially when a hive is deficient in grubs, and a swarm is not intended to take place. Under these circumstances they destroy the cells of the kings if they have been prepared, on the ground that these kings are always ready to lead out swarms. They destroy also the combs of the drones if a failure in the supply be threatening and the hive runs short of provisions. Under such circumstances they fight desperately with all who try to take their honey, and eject from the hive all the resident drones, and oftentimes the drones are to be seen sitting apart in the hive. The little bees fight vigorously with the long kind, and try to banish them from the hives. If they succeed, the hive will be unusually productive, but if the bigger bees get left mistresses of the field, they pass the time in idleness, and no good at all but die out before the autumn. Whenever the working bees kill an enemy, they try to do so out of doors, and whenever one of their own body dies, they carry the dead bee out of doors also. The so-called robber bees spoil their own combs, and, if they can do so unnoticed, enter and spoil the combs of other bees. If they are caught in the act, they are put to death. It is no easy task for them to escape detection, for there are sentinels on guard at every entry, and, even if they do escape detection on entering, afterwards from a surfeit of food they cannot fly, but go rolling about in front of the hive, so that their chances of escape are small indeed. The kings are never themselves seen outside the hive except with a swarm in flight, during which time all the other bees cluster around them. When the flight of a swarm is imminent, a monotonous and quite peculiar sound made by all the bees is heard for several days, and for 2 or 3 days in advance a few bees are seen flying round the hive. It has never as yet been ascertained, owing to the difficulty of the observation, whether or no the king is among these. When they have swarmed, they fly away and separate off to each of the kings. If a small swarm happens to settle near to a large one, it will shift to join this large one, and if the king whom they have abandoned follows them, they put him to death. So much for the quitting of the hive and the swarm flight. Separate detachments of bees are told off for diverse operations, that is, some carry flower produce, others carry water, others smooth and arrange the combs. A bee carries water when it is rearing grubs. No bee ever settles on the flesh of any creature, or ever eats animal food. They have no fixed date for commencing work, but when their provender is forthcoming and they are in comfortable trim, and by preference in summer, they set to work, and when the weather is fine they work incessantly. The bee, when quite young and in fact only 3 days old, after shedding its chrysalis case, begins to work if it be well fed. When a swarm is settling, some bees detach themselves in search of food and return back to the swarm. In hives that are in good condition, the production of young bees is discontinued only for the 40 days that follow the winter solstice. When the grubs are grown, the bees put food beside them and cover them with a coating of wax, and, as soon as the grub is strong enough, he of his own accord breaks the lid and comes out. Creatures that make their appearance in hives and spoil the combs the working bees clear out, but the other bees from sheer laziness look with indifference on damage done to their produce. When the bee masters take out the combs, they leave enough food behind for winter use, if it be sufficient in quantity. The occupants of the hive will survive. If it be insufficient, then, if the weather be rough, they die on the spot, but if it be fair, they fly away and desert the hive. They feed on honey summer and winter, but they store up another article of food resembling wax in hardness, which by some is called sandarase, or bee bread. Their worst enemies are wasps and the birds named titmice, and furthermore the swallow and the bee-eater. The frogs in the marsh also catch them if they come in their way by the waterside, and for this reason beekeepers chase the frogs from the ponds from which the bees take water. They destroy also wasps' nests, and the nests of swallows, in the neighborhood of the hives, and also the nests of bee-eaters. Bees have fear only of one another. They fight with one another and with wasps. Away from the hive they attack neither their own species nor any other creature, but in the close proximity of the hive they kill whatever they get hold of. Bees that sting die from their inability to extract the sting without at the same time extracting their intestines. True, they often recover, if the person stung takes the trouble to press the sting out, but once it loses its sting the bee must die. They can kill with their stings even large animals. In fact, a horse has been known to have been stung to death by them. The kings are the least disposed to show anger or to inflict a sting. Bees that die are removed from the hive, and in every way the creature is remarkable for its cleanly habits. In point of fact, they often fly away to a distance to avoid their excrement because it is malodorous, and, as has been said, they are annoyed by all bad smells and by the scent of perfumes, so much so that they sting people that use perfumes. They perish from a number of accidental causes, and when their kings become too numerous and try each to carry away a portion of the swarm. The toad also feeds on bees. He comes to the doorway of the hive, puffs himself out as he sits on the watch, and devours the creatures as they come flying out. The bees can in no way retaliate, but the beekeeper makes a point of killing him. As for the class of bee that has been spoken of as inferior or good for nothing, and as constructing its combs so roughly, some beekeepers say that it is the young bees that act so from inexperience, and the bees of the current year are termed young. The young bees do not sting as the others do, and it is for this reason that swarms may be safely carried, as it is of young bees that they are composed. When honey runs short they expel the drones, and the beekeepers supply the bees with figs and sweet-tasting articles of food. The elder bees do the indoor work, and are rough and hairy from staying indoors. The young bees do the outdoor carrying, and are comparatively smooth. They kill the drones also when in their work they are confined for room. The drones, by the way, live in the innermost recess of the hive. On one occasion, when a hive was in a poor condition, some of the occupants assailed a foreign hive, proving victorious in a combat they took to carrying off the honey. When the beekeeper tried to kill them, the other bees came out and tried to beat off the enemy but made no attempt to sting the man. The diseases that chiefly attack prosperous hives are first of all the chloris. This consists in a growth of little worms on the floor, from which, as they develop, a kind of cobweb grows over the entire hive, and the combs decay. Another disease condition is indicated in a lassitude on the part of the bees and in malodorousness of the hive. Bees feed on thyme, and the white thyme is better than the red. In summer the place for the hive should be cool, and in winter warm. They are very apartment to fall sick if the plant they are at work on be mildewed. In a high wind they carry a stone by way of ballast to steady them. If a stream be near at hand, they drink from it and from it only. But before they drink they first deposit their load. If there be no water near at hand, they disgorge their honey as they drink elsewhere, and at once make off to work. There are 2 seasons for making honey, spring and autumn. The spring honey is sweeter, whiter, and in every way better than the autumn honey. Superior honey comes from fresh comb, and from young shoots. The red honey is inferior, and owes its inferiority to the comb in which it is deposited, just as wine is apartment to be spoiled by its cask. Consequently, one should have it looked to and dried. When the thyme is in flower and the comb is full, the honey does not harden. The honey that is golden in hue is excellent. White honey does not come from thyme pure and simple. It is good as a salve for sore eyes and wounds. Poor honey always floats on the surface and should be skimmed off. The fine clear honey rests below. When the floral world is in full bloom, then they make wax. Consequently you must then take the wax out of the hive, for they go to work on new wax at once. The flowers from which they gather honey are as follows: the spindle tree, the mallet clover, king's pear, myrtle, flowering reed, withy, and broom. When they work at thyme, they mix in water before sealing up the comb. As has been already stated, they all either fly to a distance to discharge their excrement or make the discharge into one single comb. The little bees, as has been said, are more industrious than the big ones. Their wings are battered, their color is black, and they have a burnt-up aspect. Gaudy and showy bees, like gaudy and showy women, are good for nothings. Bees seem to take a pleasure in listening to a rattling noise, and consequently men say that they can muster them into a hive by rattling with crockery or stones. It is uncertain, however, whether or no they can hear the noise at all, and also whether their procedure is due to pleasure or alarm. They expel from the hive all idlers and unthrifts. As has been said, they differentiate their work. Some make wax, some make honey, some make bee bread, some shape and mold combs, some bring water to the cells and mingle it with the honey, some engage in out-of-door work. At early dawn they make no noise, until some one particular bee makes a buzzing noise 2 or 3 times and thereby awakes the rest. Hereupon they all fly in a body to work. By and by they return and at first are noisy, then the noise gradually decreases, until at last some one bee flies round about, making a buzzing noise, and apparently calling on the others to go to sleep. Then all of a sudden there is a dead silence. The hive is known to be in good condition if the noise heard within it is loud, and if the bees make a flutter as they go out and in, for at this time they are constructing brood cells. They suffer most from hunger when they recommence work after winter. They become somewhat lazy if the beekeeper, in robbing the hive, leave behind too much honey. Still one should leave cells numerous in proportion to the population, for the bees work in a spiritless way if too few combs are left. They become idle also, as being dispirited, if the hive be too big. A hive yields to the beekeeper 6 or 9 pints of honey. A prosperous hive will yield 12 or 15 pints, exceptionally good hives 18. Sheep and, as has been said, wasps are enemies to the bees. Beekeepers entrap the latter, by putting a flat dish on the ground with pieces of meat on it. When a number of the wasps settle on it, they cover them with a lid and put the dish and its contents on the fire. It is a good thing to have a few drones in a hive, as their presence increases the industry of the workers. Bees can tell the approach of rough weather or of rain, and the proof is that they will not fly away, but even while it is as yet fine they go fluttering about within a restricted space, and the beekeeper knows from this that they are expecting bad weather. When the bees inside the hive hang clustering to one another, it is a sign that the swarm is intending to quit. Consequently, occasion, when a beekeepers, on seeing this, besprinkle the hive with sweet wine. It is advisable to plant about the hive's pear trees, beans, median grass, Syrian grass, yellow pulse, myrtle, poppies, creeping thyme, and almond trees. Some beekeepers sprinkle their bees with flour, and can distinguish them from others when they are at work out of doors. If the spring be late, or if there be drought or blight, then grubs are all the fewer in the hives. So much for the habits of bees. Of wasps, there are two kinds. Of these kinds one is wild and scarce, lives on the mountains, engenders grubs not underground but on oak trees, is larger, longer, and blacker than the other kind, is invariably speckled and furnished with a sting, and is remarkably courageous. The pain from its sting is more severe than that caused by the others, for the instrument that causes the pain is larger, in proportion to its own larger size. These wild live over into a second year, and in winter time, when oaks have been in course of felling, they may be seen coming out and flying away. They lie concealed during the winter, and live in the interior of logs of wood. Some of them are mother wasps and some are workers, as with the tamer kind, but it is by observation of the tame wasps that one may learn the varied characteristics of the mothers and the workers. For in the case of the tame wasps also there are two kinds, one consists of leaders, who are called mothers, and the other of workers. The leaders are far larger and milder tempered than the others. The workers do not live over into a second year, but all die when winter comes on, and this can be proved, for at the commencement of winter the workers become drowsy, and about the time of the winter solstice they are never seen at all. The leaders, the so-called mothers, are seen all through the winter, and live in holes underground, for men when ploughing or digging in winter have often come upon mother wasps, but never upon workers. The mode of reproduction of wasps is as follows. At the approach of summer, when the leaders have found a sheltered spot, they take to molding their combs, and construct the so-called spheckins, common little nests containing 4 cells or thereabouts, and in these are produced working wasps but not mothers. When these are grown up, then they construct other larger combs upon the first, and then again in like manner others, so that by the close of autumn there are numerous large combs in which the leader, the so-called mother, engenders no longer working wasps but mothers. These develop high up in the nest as large grubs, in cells that occur in groups of 4 or rather more, pretty much in the same way as we have seen the grubs of the king bees to be produced in their cells. After the birth of the working grubs in the cells, the leaders do nothing and the workers have to supply them with nourishment, and this is inferred from the fact that the leaders, of the working wasps, no longer fly out at this time, but rest quietly indoors. Whether the leaders of last year after engendering new leaders are killed by the new brood, and whether this occurs invariably or whether they can live for a longer time, has not been ascertained by actual observation, neither can we speak with certainty, as from observation, as to the age attained by the mother wasp or by the wild wasps, or as to any other similar phenomenon. The mother wasp is broad and heavy, fatter and larger than the ordinary wasp, and from its weight not very strong on the wing. These wasps cannot fly far, and for this reason they always rest inside the nest, building and managing its indoor arrangements. The so-called mother wasps are found in most of the nests. It is a matter of doubt whether raw or no they are provided with stings. In all probability, like the king bees, they have stings, but never protrude them for offense. Of the ordinary wasps some are destitute of stings, like the drone bees, and some are provided with them. Those unprovided therewith are smaller and less spirited and never fight, while the others are big and courageous, and these latter, by some, are called males, and the stingless, females. At the approach of winter many of the wasps that have stings appear to lose them, but we have never met an eyewitness of this phenomenon. Wasps are more abundant in times of drought and in wild localities. They live underground, their combs they mold out of chips and earth, each comb from a single origin, like a kind of root. They feed on certain flowers and fruits, but for the most part on animal food. Some of the tame wasps have been observed when sexually united, but it was not determined whether both, or neither, had stings, or whether one had a sting and the other had not. Wild wasps have been seen under similar circumstances, when one was seen to have a sting but the case of the other was left undetermined. The wasp grub does not appear to come into existence by parturition, for at the outset the grub is too big to be the offspring of a wasp. If you take a wasp by the feet and let him buzz with the vibration of his wings, wasps that have no stings will fly toward it, and wasps that have stings will not, from which fact it is inferred by some that one set are males and the other females. In holes in the ground in winter time wasps are found, some with stings, and some without. Some build cells, small and few in number, others build many and large ones. The so-called mothers are caught at the change of season, mostly on elm trees, while gathering a substance sticky and gum-like. A large number of mother wasps are found when in the previous year wasps have been numerous and the weather rainy. They are captured in precipitous places, or in vertical clefts in the ground, and they all appear to be furnished with stings. So much for the habits of wasps. Anthrae do not subsist by culling from flowers as bees do, but for the most part on animal food. For this reason they hover about dung, for they chase the large flies, and after catching them lop off their heads and fly away with the rest of the carcasses. They are furthermore fond of sweet fruits. Such is their food. They have also kings or leaders like bees and wasps, and their leaders are larger in proportion to themselves than are wasp kings to wasps or bee kings to bees. The Anthrena king, like the wasp king, lives indoors. Anthrae build their nests underground, scraping out the soil like ants, for neither Anthrae nor wasps go off in swarms as bees do, but successive layers of young Anthrae keep to the same habitat, and go on enlarging their nest by scraping out more and more of soil. The nest accordingly attains a great size. In fact, from a particularly prosperous nest have been removed 3 and even 4 baskets full of combs. They do not, like bees, store up food, but pass the winter in a torpid condition. The greater part of them die in the winter, but it is uncertain whether that can be said of them all. In the hives of bees several kings are found and they lead off detachments in swarms, but in the Anthrena's nest only one king is found. When individual Anthrae have strayed from their nest, they cluster on a tree and construct combs, as may be often seen above ground, and in this nest they produce a king. When the king is full grown, he leads them away and settles them along with himself in a hive or nest. With regard to their sexual unions, and the method of their reproduction, nothing is known from actual observation. Among bees both the drones and the kings are stingless, and so are certain wasps, as has been said, but Anthrae appear to be all furnished with stings, though, by the way, it would well be worthwhile to carry out investigation as to whether the Anthrena king has a sting or not. Humble bees produce their young under a stone, right on the ground, in a couple of cells or a little more. In these cells is found an attempt at honey, of a poor description. The tenthredon is like the Anthrena, but speckled, and about as broad as a bee. Being epicures as to their food, they fly, one at a time, into kitchens and onto slices of fish and the like dainties. The tenthredon brings forth, like the wasp, underground, and is very prolific. Its nest is much bigger and longer than that of the wasp. So much for the methods of working and the habits of life of the bee, the wasp, and all the other similar insects. As regards the disposition or temper of animals, as has been previously observed, one may detect great differences in respect to courage and timidity, as also, even among wild animals, in regard to tameness and wildness. The lion, while he is eating, is most ferocious, but when he is not hungry and has had a good meal, he is quite gentle. He is totally devoid of suspicion or nervous fear, is fond of romping with animals that have been reared along with him and to whom he is accustomed, and manifests great affection towards them. In the chase, as long as he is in view, he makes no attempt to run and shows no fear. But even if he be compelled by the multitude of the hunters to retreat, he withdraws deliberately, step by step, every now and then turning his head to regard his pursuers. If, however, he reach wooded cover, then he runs at full speed, until he comes to open ground, when he resumes his leisurely retreat. When, in the open, he is forced by the number of the hunters to run while in full view, he does run at the top of his speed, but without leaping and bounding. This running of his is evenly and continuously kept up like the running of a dog, but when he is in pursuit of his prey and is close behind, he makes a sudden pounce upon it. The 2 statements made regarding him are quite true, the one that he is especially afraid of fire, as Homer pictures him in the line and glowing torches, which, though fierce he dreads, and the other, that he keeps a steady eye upon the hunter who hits him, and flings himself upon him. If a hunter hit him, without hurting him, then if with a bound he gets hold of him, he will do him no harm, not even with his claws, but after shaking him and giving him a fright will let him go again. They invade the cattle folds and attack human beings when they are grown old, and so by reason of old age and the diseased condition of their teeth are unable to pursue their wonted prey. They live to a good old age. The lion who was captured when lame, had a number of his teeth broken, which fact was regarded by some as a proof of the longevity of lions, as he could hardly have been reduced to this condition except at an advanced age. There are 2 species of lions, the plump, curly-maned, and the long-bodied, straight-maned. The latter kind is courageous, and the former comparatively timid. Sometimes they run away with their tail between their legs, like a dog. A lion was once seen to be on the point of attacking a boar, but to run away when the boar stiffened his bristles in defense. It is susceptible of hurt from a wound in the flank, but on any other part of its frame will endure any number of blows, and its head is especially hard. Whenever it inflicts a wound, either by its teeth or its claws, there flows from the wounded parts suppurating matter, quite yellow, and not to be stanched by bandage or sponge. The treatment for such a wound is the same as that for the bite of a dog. The thos, or civet, is fond of man's company. It does him no harm and is not much afraid of him, but it is an enemy to the dog and the lion, and consequently is not found in the same habitat with them. The little ones are the best. Some say that there are 2 species of the animal, and some say 3. There are probably not more than 3, but, as is the case with certain of the fishes, birds, and quadrupeds, this animal changes in appearance with the change of season. His color in winter is not the same as it is in summer. In summer the animal is smooth-haired, in winter he is clothed in fur. The bison is found in Paeonia on Mount Messapium, which separates Paeonia from Maeotica, and the Paeonians call it the monopause. It is the size of a bull, but stouter in build, and not long in the body. Its skin, stretched tight on a frame, would give sitting room for 7 people. In general it resembles the ox in appearance, except that it has a mane that reaches down to the point of the shoulder, as that of the horse reaches down to its withers, but the hair in its mane is softer than the hair in the horse's mane, and clings more closely. The color of the hair is brown-yellow, the mane reaches down to the eyes, and is deep and thick. The color of the body is half red, half ashen gray, like that of the so-called chestnut horse, but rougher. It has an undercoat of woolly hair. The animal is not found either very black or very red. It has the bellow of a bull. Its horns are crooked, turned inwards towards each other and useless for purposes of self-defense. They are a span broad, or a little more, and in volume each horn would hold about 3 pints of liquid. The black color of the horn is beautiful and bright. The tuft of hair on the forehead reaches down to the eyes, so that the animal sees objects on either flank better than objects right in front. It has no upper teeth, as is the case also with kine and all other horned animals. Its legs are hairy, it is cloven-footed, and the tail, which resembles that of the ox, seems not big enough for the size of its body. It tosses up dust and scoops out the ground with its hooves, like the bull. Its skin is impervious to blows. Owing to the savor of its flesh it is sought for in the chase. When it is wounded it runs away, and stops only when thoroughly exhausted. It defends itself against an assailant by kicking and projecting its excrement to a distance of 8 yards. This device it can easily adopt over and over again, and the excrement is so pungent that the hair of hunting dogs is burnt off by it. It is only when the animal is disturbed or alarmed that the dung has this property. When the animal is undisturbed it has no blistering effect. So much for the shape and habits of the animal. When the season comes for parturition the mothers give birth to their young in troops upon the mountains. Before dropping their young they scatter their dung in all directions, making a kind of circular rampart around them, for the animal has the faculty of ejecting excrement in most extraordinary quantities. Of all wild animals the most easily tamed and the gentlest is the elephant. It can be taught a number of tricks, the drift and meaning of which it understands, as, for instance, it can taught to kneel in presence of the king. It is very sensitive, and possessed of an intelligence superior to that of other animals. When the male has had sexual union with the female, and the female has conceived, the male has no further intercourse with her. Some say that the elephant lives for 200 years, others, for 120, that the female lives nearly as long as the male, that they reach their prime about the age of 60, and that they are sensitive to inclement weather and frost. The elephant is found by the banks of rivers, but he is not a river animal. He can make his way through water, as long as the tip of his trunk can be above the surface, for he blows with his trunk and breathes through it. The animal is a poor swimmer owing to the heavy weight of his body. The male camel declines intercourse with its mother. If his keeper tries compulsion, he evinces disinclination. On one occasion, when intercourse was being declined by the young male, the keeper covered over the mother and put the young male to her, but, when after the intercourse the wrapping had been removed, though the operation was completed and could not be revoked, still by and by he bit his keeper to death. A story goes that the king of Scythia had a highly bred mare, and that all her foals were splendid, that wishing to mate the best of the young males with the mother, he had him brought to the stall for the purpose, that the young horse declined, that, after the mother's head had been concealed in a wrapper he, in ignorance, had intercourse, and that, when immediately afterwards the wrapper was removed and the head of the mare was rendered visible, the young horse ran away and hurled himself down a precipice. Among the sea fishes many stories are told about the dolphin, indicative of his gentle and kindly nature, and of manifestations of passionate attachment to boys, in and about Tarentum, Caria, and other places. The story goes that, after a dolphin had been caught and wounded off the coast of Caria, a shoal of dolphins came into the harbor and stopped there until the fisherman let his captive go free, whereupon the shoal departed. A shoal of young dolphins is always, by way of protection, followed by a large one. On one occasion a shoal of dolphins, large and small, was seen, and 2 dolphins at a little distance appeared swimming in underneath the little dead dolphin when it was sinking, and supporting it on their backs, trying out of compassion to prevent its being devoured by some predaceous fish. Incredible stories are told regarding the rapidity of movement of this creature. It appears to be the fleetest of all animals, marine and terrestrial, and it can leap over the masts of large vessels. This speed is chiefly manifested when they are pursuing a fish for food. Then, if the fish endeavors to escape, they pursue him in their ravenous hunger down to deep waters, but, when the necessary return swim is getting too long, they hold in their breath, as though calculating the length of it, and then draw themselves together for an effort and shoot up like arrows, trying to make the long ascent rapidly in order to breathe, and in the effort they spring right over the ship's masts if a ship be in the vicinity. This same phenomenon is observed in divers, when they have plunged into deep water, that is, they pull themselves together and rise with a speed proportional to their strength. Dolphins live together in pairs, male and female. It is not known for what reason they run themselves aground on dry land. At all events, it is said that they do so at times, and for no obvious reason. Just as with all animals a change of action follows a change of circumstance, so also a change of character follows a change of action, and often some portions of the physical frame undergo a change, occurs in the case of birds. Hens, for instance, when they have beaten the cock in a fight, will crow like the cock and endeavor to tread him. The crest rises up on their head and the tail feathers on the rump, so that it becomes difficult to recognize that they are hens. In some cases there is a growth of small spurs. On the death of a hen a cock has been seen to undertake the maternal duties, leading the chickens about and providing them with food, and so intent upon these duties as to cease crowing and indulging his sexual propensities. Some cock birds are congenitally so feminine that they will submit patiently to other males who attempt to tread them. Some animals change their form and character, not only at certain ages and at certain seasons, but in consequence of being castrated, and all animals possessed of testicles may be submitted to this operation. Birds have their testicles inside, and oviparous quadrupeds close to the loins, and oviviparous animals that walk some have them inside, and most have them outside, but all have them at the lower end of the belly. Birds are castrated at the rump at the part where the 2 sexes unite in copulation. If you burn this twice or thrice with hot irons, then, if the bird be full grown, his crest grows sallow, he ceases to crow, and forgoes sexual passion, but if you cauterize the bird when young, none of these male attributes propensities will come to him as he grows up. The case is the same with men. If you mutilate them in boyhood, the later growing hair never comes, and a voice never changes but remains high-pitched. If they be mutilated in early manhood, the late growths of hair quit them except the growth on the groin, and that diminishes but does not entirely depart. The congenital growths of hair never fall out, for a eunuch never grows bald. In the case of all castrated or mutilated male quadrupeds the voice changes to the feminine voice. All other quadrupeds when castrated, unless the operation be performed when they are young, invariably die, but in the case of boars, and in their case only, the age at which the operation is performed produces no difference. All animals, if operated on when they are young, become bigger and better looking than their unmutilated fellows. If they be mutilated when full grown, they do not take on any increase of size. If stags be mutilated, when, by reason of their age, they have as yet no horns, they never grow horns at all. If they be mutilated when they have horns, the horns remain unchanged in size, and the animal does not lose them. Calves are mutilated when a year old, otherwise, they turn out uglier and smaller. Steers are mutilated in the following way: they turn the animal over on its back, cut a little off the scrotum at the lower end, and squeeze out the testicles, then push back the roots of them as far as they can, and stop up the incision with hair to give an outlet to suppurating matter. If inflammation ensues, they cauterize the scrotum and put on a plaster. If a full-grown bull be mutilated, he can still to all appearance unite sexually with a cow. The ovaries of sows are excised with the view of quenching in them sexual appetites and of stimulating growth in size and fatness. The sow has first to be kept 2 days without food, and, after being hung up by the hind legs, it is operated on, They cut the lower belly, about the place where the boars have their testicles, for it is there that the ovary grows, adhering to the two divisions, or horns, of the womb. They cut off a little piece and stitch up the incision. Female camels are mutilated when they are wanted for war purposes, and are mutilated to prevent their being got with young. Some of the inhabitants of Upper Asia have as many as 3,000 camels. When they run, in consequence of the length of their stride, much quicker than the horses of Mysia. As a general rule, mutilated animals grow to a greater length than the unmutilated. All animals that ruminate derive profit and pleasure from the process of rumination, as they do from the process of eating. It is the animals that lack the upper teeth that ruminate, such as kine, sheep, and goats. In the case of wild animals no observation has been possible, save in the case of animals that are occasionally domesticated, such as the stag, and it, we know, chews the cud. All animals that ruminate generally do so when lying down on the ground. They carry on the process to the greatest extent in winter, and stall-fed ruminants carry it on for about 7 months in the year. Beasts that go in herds, as they get their food out of doors, ruminate to a lesser degree and over a lesser period. Some, also, of the animals that have teeth in both jaws ruminate, as, for instance, the pontic mice, and the fish which from the habit is by some called the ruminant, as well as other fish. Long-limbed animals have loose feces, and broad-chested animals vomit with comparative facility, and these remarks are, in a general way, applicable to quadrupeds, birds, and men. A considerable number of birds change according to season the color of their plumage and their note, as, for instance, the ousel becomes yellow instead of black, and its note gets salted, for in summer it has a musical note and in winter a discordant chatter. The thrush also changes its color. About the throat it is marked in winter with speckles like a starling, in summer distinctly spotted. However, it never alters its note. The nightingale, when the hills are taking on verdure, sings continually for 15 days and 15 nights, afterwards it sings, but not continuously. As summer advances it has a different song, not so varied as before, nor so deep, nor so intricately modulated, but simple. It also changes its color, and in Italy about this season it goes by a different name. It goes into hiding, and is consequently visible only for a brief period. The erethicus, or redbreast, and the so-called redstart change into one another. The former is a winter bird. The latter a summer one, and the difference between them is practically limited to the coloration of their plumage. In the same way with the becafico and the blackcap, these change into one another. The becafico appears about autumn, and the blackcap as soon as autumn has ended. These birds, also, differ from one another only in color and note. That these birds, two in name, are one in reality is proved by the fact that at the period when the change is in progress each one has been seen with the change as yet incomplete. It is not so very strange that in these cases there is a change in note and in plumage, for even the ringdove ceases to coo in winter, and recommences cooing when spring comes in winter. However, when fine weather has succeeded to very stormy weather, this bird has been known to give its cooing note, to the astonishment of such as were acquainted with its usual winter silence. As a general rule, birds sing most loudly and most diversely in the pairing season. The cuckoo changes its color, and its note is not clearly heard for a short time previous to its departure. It departs about the rising of the dog star, and it reappears from springtime to the rising of the dog star. At the rise of this star the bird called by some men and disappears, and reappears when it is setting, thus keeping clear at one time of extreme cold, and at another time of extreme heat. The hoopoe also changes its color and appearance, as Aeschylus has represented in the following lines: The hoopoe, witness to his own distress, is clad by Zeus in variable dress: now a gay mountain bird, with knightly crest, now in the white hawk's silver plumage dressed. For, timely changing, on the hawk's white wing, he greets the apparition of the spring. Thus twofold form and color are conferred. In youth and age, upon the selfsame bird. The spangled raiment marks his youthful days. The argent his maturity displays. And when the fields are yellow with ripe corn, again his parti-colored plumes are worn. But evermore, in sullen discontent, he seeks the lonely hills, in self-sought banishment. Of birds, some take a dust bath by rolling in dust, some take a water bath, and some take neither the one bath nor the other. Birds that do not fly but keep on the ground take the dust bath, as for instance the hen, the partridge, the francolin, the crested lark, the pheasant, some of the straight-taloned birds, and such as live on the banks of a river, in marshes, or by the sea, take a water bath, Some birds take both the dust bath and the water bath, as for instance the pigeon and the sparrow. Of the crooked-taloned birds the greater part take neither the one bath nor the other. So much for the ways of the above mentioned. But some birds have a peculiar habit of making a noise at their hinder quarters, as, for instance, the turtle dove, and they make a violent movement of their tails at the same time that they produce this peculiar sound. On the Parts of Animals, Book I. Translated by William Ogle. Every systematic science, the humblest and the noblest alike, seems to admit of two distinct kinds of proficiency, one of which may be properly called scientific knowledge of the subject, while the other is a kind of educational acquaintance with it. For an educated man should be able to form a fair offhand judgment as to the goodness or badness of a method used by a professor in his exposition. To be educated is in fact to be able to do this, and even the man of universal education we deem to be such in virtue of his having this ability. It will, however, of course, be understood that we only ascribe universal education to one who in his own individual person is thus critical in all or nearly all branches of knowledge, and not to one who has a like ability merely in some special subject. For it is possible for a man to have this competence in some one branch of knowledge without having it in all. It is plain then that, as in other sciences, so in that which inquires into nature, there must be certain canons, by reference to which a hearer shall be able to criticize the method of a professed exposition, quite independently of the question whether the statements may be true or false. Ought we, for instance, to give an illustration of what I mean, to begin by discussing each separate species man, lion, ox, and the like, taking each kind in hand independently of the rest, or ought we rather to deal first with the attributes which they have in common in virtue of some common element of their nature, and proceed from this as a basis for the consideration of them separately? For genera that are quite distinct yet oftentimes present many identical phenomena, sleep, for instance, respiration, growth, decay, death, and other similar affections and conditions, which may be passed over for the present, as we are not yet prepared to treat of them with clearness and precision. Now it is plain that if we deal with each species independently of the rest, we shall frequently be obliged to repeat the same statements over and over again, for horse and dog and man present, each and all, every one of the phenomena just enumerated. A discussion therefore of the attributes of each such species separately would necessarily involve frequent repetitions as to characters, themselves identical but recurring in animals specifically distinct. Very possibly also there may be other characters which, though they present specific differences, yet come under one and the same category. For instance, flying, swimming, walking, creeping, are plainly specifically distinct, but yet are all forms of animal progression. We must, then, have some clear understanding as to the manner in which our investigation is to be conducted, whether, we are first to deal with the common or generic characters, and afterwards to take into consideration special peculiarities, or whether we are to start straight off with the ultimate species. For as yet no definite rule has been laid down in this matter. So also there is a like uncertainty as to another point now to be mentioned. Ought the writer who deals with the works of nature to follow the plan adopted by the mathematicians in their astronomical demonstrations, and after considering the phenomena presented by animals, and their several parts, proceed subsequently to treat of the causes and the reason why, or ought he to follow some other method? And when these questions are answered, there yet remains another. The causes concerned in the generation of the works of nature are, as we see, more than one. There is the final cause and there is the motor cause. Now we must decide which of these two causes comes first, which second. Plainly, however, that cause is the first which we call the final one. For this is the reason, and the reason forms the starting point, alike in the works of art and in works of nature. For consider how the physician or how the builder sets about his work. He starts by forming for himself a definite picture, in the one case perceptible to mind, in the other to sense, of his end, the physician of health, the builder of a house, and this he holds forward as the reason and explanation of each subsequent step that he takes, and of his acting in this or that way as the case may be. Now in the works of nature the good end and the final cause is still more dominant than in works of art such as these, nor is necessity a factor with the same significance in them all, though almost all writers, while they try to refer their origin to this cause, do so without distinguishing the various senses in which the term necessity is used. For there is absolute necessity, manifested in eternal phenomena, and there is hypothetical necessity, manifested in everything that is generated by nature as in everything that is produced by art, be it a house or what it may. For if a house or other such final object is to be realized, it is necessary that such and such material shall exist, and it is necessary that first this then that shall be produced, and first this and then that set in motion, and so on in continuous succession, until the end and final result is reached, for the sake of which each prior thing is produced and exists. As with these productions of art, so also is it with the productions of nature. The mode of necessity, however, and the mode of ratiocination are different in natural science from what they are in the theoretical sciences, of which we have spoken elsewhere. For in the latter the starting point is that which is, in the former that which is to be. For it is that which is yet to be health, let us say, or a man that, owing to its being of such and such characters, necessitates the pre-existence or previous production of this and that antecedent, and not this or that antecedent which, because it exists or has been generated, makes it necessary that health or a man is in, or shall come into, existence. Nor is it possible to track back the series of necessary antecedents to a starting point, of which you can say that, existing itself from eternity, it has determined their existence as its consequent. These however again, are matters that have been dealt with in another treatise. To it was stated in what cases absolute and hypothetical necessity exist, in what cases also the proposition expressing hypothetical necessity is simply convertible, and what cause it is that determines this convertibility. Another matter which must not be passed over without consideration is, whether the proper subject of our exposition is that with which the ancient writers concerned themselves, namely, what is the process of formation of each animal, or whether it is not rather, what are the characters of a given creature when formed. For there is no small difference between these two views. The best course appears to be that we should follow the method already mentioned, and begin with the phenomena presented by each group of animals, and, when this is done, proceed afterwards to state the causes of those phenomena, and to deal with their evolution. For elsewhere, as for instance in house building, this is the true sequence. The plan of the house, or the house, has this and that form, and because it is this and that form, therefore is its construction carried out in this or that manner. For the process of evolution is for the sake of the thing anally evolved, and not this for the sake of the process. Empedocles, then, was in error when he said that many of the characters presented by animals were merely the results of incidental occurrences during their development, for instance, that the backbone was divided as it is into vertebrae, because it happened to be broken owing to the contorted position of the fetus in the womb. In so saying he overlooked the fact that propagation implies a creative seed endowed with certain formative properties. Secondly, he neglected another fact, namely, that the parent animal pre-exists, not only in idea, but actually in time. For man is generated from man, and thus it is the possession of certain characters by the parent that determines the development of like characters in the child. The same statement holds good also for the operations of art, and even for those which are apparently spontaneous. For the same result as is produced by art may occur spontaneously. Spontaneity, for instance, may bring about the restoration of health. The products of art, however, require the pre-existence of an efficient cause homogeneous with themselves, such as the statuary's art, which must necessarily precede the statue, for this cannot possibly be produced spontaneously. Art indeed consists in the conception of the result to be produced before its realization in the material. As with spontaneity, so with chance, for this also produces the same result as art, and by the same process. The fittest mode, then, of treatment is to say, a man has such and such parts, because the conception of a man includes their presence, and because they are necessary conditions of his existence, or, if we cannot quite say this, which would be best of all, then the next thing to it, namely, that it is either quite impossible for him to exist without them, or, at any rate, that it is better for him that they should be there, and their existence involves the existence of other antecedents. Thus we should say, because man is an animal with such and such characters, therefore is the process of his development necessarily such as it is, and therefore is it accomplished in such and such an order, this part being formed first, that next, and so on in succession, and after a like fashion should we explain the evolution of all other works of nature. Now that with which the ancient writers, who first philosophized about nature, busy themselves, was the material principle and the material cause. They inquired what this is, and what its character, how the universe is generated out of it, and by what motor influence, whether, for instance, by antagonism or friendship, whether by intelligence or spontaneous action, the substratum of matter being assumed to have certain inseparable properties, fire, for instance, to have a hot nature, earth a cold one, the former to be light, the latter heavy. For even the genesis of the universe is thus explained by them. After a like fashion do they deal also with the development of plants and of animals. They say, for instance, that the water contained in the body causes by its currents the formation of the stomach and the other receptacles of food or of excretion, and that the breath by its passage breaks open the outlets of the nostrils, air and water being the materials of which bodies are made, for all represent nature as composed of such or similar substances. But if men and animals and their several parts are natural phenomena, then the natural philosopher must take into consideration not merely the ultimate substances of which they are made, but also flesh, bone, blood, and all other homogeneous parts, not only these, but also the heterogeneous parts, such as face, hand, foot, and must examine how each of these comes to be what it is, and in virtue of what force. For to say what are the ultimate substances out of which an animal is formed, to state, for instance, that it is made of fire or earth, is no more sufficient than would be a similar account in the case of a couch or the like. For we should not be content with saying that the couch was made of bronze or wood or whatever it might be, but should try to describe its design or mode of composition in preference to the material, or, if we did deal with the material, it would at any rate be with the concretion of material and form. For a couch is such and such a form embodied in this or that matter, or such and such a matter with this or that form, so that its shape and structure must be included in our description. For the formal nature is of greater importance than the material nature. Does, then, configuration and color constitute the essence of the various animals and of their several parts? For if so, what Democritus says will be strictly correct. For such appears to have been his notion. At any rate he says that it is evident to everyone what form it is that makes the man, seeing that he is recognizable by his shape and color. And yet a dead body has exactly the same configuration as a living one, but for all that is not a man. So also no hand of bronze or wood or constituted in any but the appropriate way can possibly be a hand in more than name. For like a physician in a painting, or like a flute in a sculpture, in spite of its name it will be unable to do the office which that name implies. Precisely in the same way no part of a dead body, such I mean as its eye or its hand, is really an eye or a hand. To say, then, that shape and color constitute the animal is an inadequate statement, and is much the same as if a wood carver were to insist that the hand he had cut out was really a hand. Yet the physiologists, when they give an account of the development and causes of the animal form, speak very much like such a craftsman. What, however, I would ask, are the forces by which the hand or the body was fashioned into its shape? The wood carver will perhaps say, by the axe or the auger; the physiologist, by air and by earth. Of these two answers the artificer's is the better, but it is nevertheless insufficient. For it is not enough for him to say that by the stroke of his tool this part was formed into a concavity, that into a flat surface, but he must state the reasons why he struck his blow in such a way as to effect this, and what his final object was, namely, that the piece of wood should develop eventually into this or that shape. It is plain, then, that the teaching of the old physiologists is inadequate, and that the true method is to state what the definitive characters are that distinguish the animal as a whole, to explain what it is both in substance and in form, and to deal after the same fashion with its several organs, in fact, to proceed in exactly the same way as we should do, were we giving a complete description of a couch. If now this something that constitutes the form of the living being be the soul, or part of the soul, or something that without the soul cannot exist, as would seem to be the case, seeing at any rate that when the soul departs, what is left is no longer a living animal, and that none of the parts remain what they were before, excepting in mere configuration, like the animals that in the fable are turned into stone. If, I say, this be so, then it will come within the province of the natural philosopher to inform himself concerning the soul, and to treat of it, either in its entirety, or, at any rate, of that part of it which constitutes the essential character of an animal, and it will be his duty to say what this soul or this part of a soul is, and to discuss the attributes that attach to this essential character, especially as nature is spoken of in two senses, and the nature of a thing is either its matter or its essence, nature as essence including both the motor cause and the final cause. Now it is in the latter of these two senses that either the whole soul or some part of it constitutes the nature of an animal, and inasmuch as it is the presence of the soul that enables matter to constitute the animal nature, much more than it is the presence of matter which so enables the soul, the inquirer into nature is bound on every ground to treat of the soul rather than of the matter. For though the wood of which they are made constitutes the couch and the tripod, it only does so because it is capable of receiving such and such a form. What has been said suggests the question, whether it is the whole soul or only some part of it, the consideration of which comes within the province of natural science. Now if it be of the whole soul that this should treat, then there is no place for any other philosophy beside it. For as it belongs in all cases to one and the same science to deal with correlated subjects, one and the same science, for instance, deals with sensation and with the objects of sense, and as therefore the intelligent soul and the objects of intellect, being correlated, must belong to one and the same science, it follows that natural science will have to include the whole universe in its province. But perhaps it is not the whole soul, nor all its parts collectively, that constitutes the source of motion, but there may be one part, identical with that in plants, which is the source of growth, another, namely the sensory part, which is the source of change of quality, while still another, and this not the intellectual part, is the source of locomotion. I say not the intellectual part, for other animals than man have the power of locomotion, but in none but him is their intellect. Thus then it is plain that it is not of the whole soul that we have to treat. For it is not the whole soul that constitutes the animal nature, but only some part or parts of it. Moreover, it is impossible that any abstraction can form a subject of natural science, seeing that everything that nature makes is means to an end. For just as human creations are the products of art, so living objects are manifest in the products of an analogous cause or principle, not external but internal, derived like the hot and the cold from the environing universe. And that the heaven, if it had an origin, was evolved and is maintained by such a cause, there is therefore even more reason to believe, than that mortal animals so originated. For order and definiteness are much more plainly manifest in the celestial bodies than in our own frame, while change and chance are characteristic of the perishable things of earth. Yet there are some who, while they allow that every animal exists and was generated by nature, nevertheless hold that the heaven was constructed to be what it is by chance and spontaneity, the heaven, in which not the faintest sign of haphazard or of disorder is discernible. Again, whenever there is plainly some final end, to which a motion tends, should nothing stand in the way, we always say that such final end is the aim or purpose of the motion, and from this it is evident that there must be a something or other really existing, corresponding to what we call by the name of nature. For a given germ does not give rise to any chance living being, nor spring from any chance one, but each germ springs from a definite parent and gives rise to a definite progeny. And thus it is the germ that is the ruling influence and fabricator of the offspring. For these it is by nature, the offspring being at any rate that which in nature will spring from it. At the same time the offspring is anterior to the germ, for germ and perfected progeny are related as the developmental process and the result. Anterior, however, to both germ and product is the organism from which the germ was derived. For every germ implies two organisms, the parent and the progeny. For germ or seed is both the seed of the organism from which it came, of a horse, for instance, from which it was derived, and the seed of the organism that will eventually arise from it, of the mule, for example, which is developed from the seed of the horse. The same seed then is the seed both of the horse and of the mule, though in different ways as here set forth. Moreover, the seed is potentially that which will spring from it, and the relation of potentiality to actuality we know. There are then two causes, namely, necessity and the final end. For many things are produced, simply as the results of necessity. It may, however, be asked, of what mode of necessity are we speaking when we say this? For it can be of neither of those two modes which are set forth in the philosophical treatises. There is, however, the third mode, in such things at any rate as are generated. For instance, we say that food is necessary, because an animal cannot possibly do without it. This third mode is what may be called hypothetical necessity. Here is another example of it. If a piece of wood is to be split with an axe, the axe must of necessity be hard, and, if hard, must of necessity be made of bronze or iron. Now exactly in the same way the body, which like the axe is an instrument for both the body as a whole and its several parts individually have definite operations for which they are made just in the same way, I say, the body, if it is to do its work, must of necessity be of such and such a character, and made of such and such materials. It is plain then that there are two modes of causation, and that both of these must, so far as possible, be taken into account in explaining the works of nature, or that at any rate an attempt must be made to include them both, and that those who fail in this tell us in reality nothing about nature. The primary cause constitutes the nature of an animal much more than does its matter. There are indeed passages in which even Empedocles hits upon this, and following the guidance of fact, finds himself constrained to speak of the ratio, or logos, as constituting the essence and real nature of things. Such, for instance, is the case when he explains what is a bone. For he does not merely describe its material, and say it is this one element, or those two or three elements, or a compound of all the elements, but states the ratio, or logos, of their combination. As with a bone, so manifestly is it with the flesh and all other similar parts. The reason why our predecessors failed in hitting upon this method of treatment was, that they were not in possession of the notion of essence, nor of any definition of substance. The first who came near it was Democritus, and he was far from adopting it as a necessary method in natural science, but was merely brought to it, spite of himself, by constraint of facts. In the time of Socrates a nearer approach was made to the method. But at this period men gave up inquiring into the works of nature, and philosophers diverted their attention to political science and to the virtues which benefit mankind. Of the method itself the following is an example. In dealing with respiration we must show that it takes place for such or such a final object, and we must also show that this and that part of the process is necessitated by this and that other stage of it. By necessity we shall sometimes mean hypothetical necessity, the necessity, that is, that the requisite antecedents shall be the, if the final end is to be reached, and sometimes absolute necessity. Such necessity is that which connects substances and their inherent properties and characters. For the alternate discharge and re-entrance of heat in the inflow of air are necessary if we are to live. Here we have at once a necessity in the former of the two senses. But the alternation of heat and refrigeration produces of necessity an alternate admission and discharge of the outer air, and this is a necessity of the second kind. In the foregoing we have an example of the method which we must adopt, and also an example of the kind of phenomena, the causes of which we have to investigate. 2. Some writers propose to reach the definitions of the ultimate forms of animal life by bipartite division. But this method is often difficult, and often impracticable. Sometimes the final differentia of the subdivision is sufficient by itself, and the antecedent differentia are mere surplusage. Thus in the series-footed, two-footed, cleft-footed, the last term is all-expressive by itself, and to append the higher terms is only an idle iteration. Again it is not permissible to break up a natural group, birds for instance, by putting its members under different bifurcations, as is done in the published dichotomies, where some birds are ranked with animals of the water, and others placed in a different class. The group birds and the group fishes happen to be named, while other natural groups have no popular names. For instance, the groups that we may call sanguineous and bloodless are not known popularly by any designations. If such natural groups are not to be broken up, the method of dichotomy cannot be employed, for it necessarily involves such breaking up and dislocation. The group of the many-footed, for instance, would, under this method, have to be dismembered, and some of its kinds distributed among land animals, others among water animals. 3. Again, privative terms inevitably form one branch of dichotomous division, as we see in the proposed dichotomies. But privative terms in their character of privatives admit of no subdivision. For there can be no specific forms of a negation, of featherless for instance or of footless, as there are of feathered and of footed. Yet a generic differentia must be subdivisible, for otherwise what is there that makes it generic rather than specific? There are to be found generic, that is specifically subdivisible, differentiae, feathered for instance and footed. For feathers are divisible into barbed and unbarbed, and feet into mani-cleft, and poor-cleft, like those of animals with bifid hoofs, and uncleft or undivided, like those of animals with solid hoofs. Now even with differentiae capable of this specific subdivision it is difficult enough so to make the classification, as that each animal shall be comprehended in some one subdivision and in not more than one, but far more difficult, nay impossible, is it to do this, if we start with a dichotomy into two contradictories. Suppose for instance we start with the two contradictories, feathered and unfeathered, we shall find that the ant, the glowworm, and some other animals fall under both divisions, for each differentia must be presented by some species. There must be some species, therefore, under the privative heading. Now specifically distinct animals cannot present in their essence a common undifferentiated element, but any apparently common element must really be differentiated. Bird and man for instance are both two-footed, but their two-footedness is diverse and differentiated. So any two sanguineous groups must have some difference in their blood, if their blood is part of their essence. From this it follows that a privative term, being insusceptible of differentiation, cannot be a generic differentia, for, if it were, there would be a common undifferentiated element in two different groups. Again, if the species are ultimate indivisible groups, that is, are groups with indivisible differentiae, and if no differentia be common to several groups, the number of differentiae must be equal to the number of species. If a differentia though not divisible could yet be common to several groups, then it is plain that in virtue of that common differentia specifically distinct animals would fall into the same division. It is necessary then, if the differentiae, under which are ranged all the ultimate and indivisible groups, as specific characters, that none of them shall be common, for otherwise, as already said, specifically distinct animals will come into one and the same division. But this would violate one of the requisite conditions, which are as follows. No ultimate group must be included in more than a single division, different groups must not be included in the same division, and every group must be found in some division. It is plain then that we cannot get at the ultimate specific forms of the animal, or any other, kingdom by bifurcate division. If we could, the number of ultimate differentiae would equal the number of ultimate animal forms. For assume an order of beings whose prime differentiae are white and black. Each of these branches will bifurcate, and their branches again, and so on till we reach the ultimate differentiae, whose number will be 4 or some other power of 2, and will also be the number of the ultimate species comprehended in the order. A species is constituted by the combination differentia and matter. For no part of an animal is purely material or purely immaterial, nor can a body, independently of its condition, constitute an animal or any of its parts, as has repeatedly been observed. Further, the differentiae must be elements of the essence, and not merely essential attributes. Thus if figure is the term to be divided, it must not be divided into figures whose angles are equal to 2 right angles, and figures whose angles are together greater than 2 right angles. For it is only an attribute of a triangle and not part of its essence that its angles are equal to 2 right angles. Again, the bifurcations must be opposites, like white and black, straight and bent, and if we characterize one branch by either term, we must characterize the other by its opposite, and not, for example, characterize one branch by a color, the other by a mode of progression, swimming for instance. Furthermore, living beings cannot be divided by the functions common to body and soul, by flying, for instance, and walking, as we see them divided in the dichotomies already referred to. For some groups, ants for instance, fall under both divisions, some ants flying while others do not. Similarly as regards the division into wild and tame, for it also would involve the disruption of a species into different groups. For in almost all species in which some members are tame, there are other members that are wild. Such, for example, is the case with men, horses, oxen, dogs in India, pigs, goats, sheep, groups which, if double, ought to have what they have not, namely, different appellations, and which, if single, prove that wildness and tameness do not amount to specific differences. And whatever single element we take as a basis of division, the same difficulty will occur. The method then that we must adopt is to attempt to recognize the natural groups, following the indications afforded by the instincts of mankind, which led them for instance to form the class of birds and the class of fishes, each of which groups combines a multitude of differentiae, and is not defined by a single one as in dichotomy. The method of dichotomy is either impossible, for it would put a single group under different divisions or contrary groups under the same division, or it only furnishes a single ultimate differentia for each species, which either alone or with its series of antecedents has to constitute the ultimate species. If, again, a new differential character be introduced at any stage into the division, the necessary result is that the continuity of the division becomes merely a unity and continuity of agglomeration, like the unity and continuity of a series of sentences coupled together by conjunctive particles. For instance, suppose we have the bifurcation feathered and featherless, and then divide feathered into wild and tame, or into white and black. Tame and white are not a differentiation of feathered, but are the commencement of an independent bifurcation, and are foreign to the series at the end of which they are introduced. As we said then, we must define at the outset by multiplicity of differentiae. If we do so, privative terms will be available, which are unavailable to the dichotomist. The impossibility of reaching the definition of any of the ultimate forms by dichotomy of the larger group, as some propose, is manifest also from the following considerations. It is impossible that a single differentia, either by itself or with its antecedents, shall express the whole essence of a species. In saying a single differentia by itself I mean such an isolated differentia as cleft-footed. In saying a single differentia with antecedent I mean, to give an instance, man cleft-footed preceded by cleft-footed. The very continuity of a series of successive differentiae in a division is intended to show that it is their combination that expresses the character of the resulting unit, or ultimate group. But one is misled by the usages of language into imagining that it is merely the final term of the series, man cleft-footed for instance, that constitutes the whole differentia, and that the antecedent terms, footed, cleft-footed, are superfluous. Now it is evident that such a series cannot consist of many terms. For if one divides and subdivides, one soon reaches the final differential term, but for all that will not have got to the ultimate division, that is, to the species, no single differentia, I repeat, either by itself or with its antecedents, can possibly express the essence of a species. Suppose, for example, man to be the animal to be defined. The single differentia will be cleft-footed, either by itself or with its antecedents, footed and two-footed. Now if man was nothing more than a cleft-footed animal, this single differentia would duly represent his essence. But seeing that this is not the case, more differentiae than this one will necessarily be required to define him, and these cannot come under one division, for each single branch of a dichotomy ends in a single differentia, and cannot possibly include several differentiae belonging to one and the same animal. It is impossible then to reach any of the ultimate animal forms by dichotomous division. 4. It deserves inquiry why a single name denoting a higher group was not invented by mankind, as an appellation to comprehend the two groups of water animals and winged animals. For even these have certain attributes in common. However, the present nomenclature is just groups that only differ in degree, and in the more or less of an identical element that they possess, are aggregated under a single class. Groups whose attributes are not identical but analogous are separated. For instance, bird differs from bird by gradation, or by excess and defect. Some birds have long feathers, others short ones, but all are feathered. Bird and fish are more remote and only agree in having analogous organs, for what in the bird is feather, in the fish is scale. Such analogies can scarcely, however, serve universally as indications for the formation of groups, for almost all animals present analogies in their corresponding parts. The individuals comprised within a species, such as Socrates and Coriscus, are the real existences, but inasmuch as these individuals possess one common specific form, it will suffice to state the universal attributes of the species, that is, the attributes common to all its individuals, once for all, as otherwise there will be endless reiteration, as has already been pointed out. But as regards the larger groups such as birds which comprehend many species, there may be a question. For on the one hand it may be urged that as the ultimate species represent the real existences, it will be well, if practicable, to examine these ultimate species separately, just as we examine the species man separately, to examine, that is, not the whole class birds collectively, but the ostrich, the crane, and the other indivisible groups or species belonging to the class. On the other hand, however, this course would involve repeated mention of the same attribute, as the same attribute is common to many species, and so far would be somewhat irrational and tedious. Perhaps, then, it will be best to treat generically the universal attributes of the groups that have a common nature and contain closely allied subordinate forms, whether they are groups recognized by a true instinct of mankind, such as birds and fishes, or groups not popularly known by a common appellation, but withal composed of closely allied subordinate groups, and only to deal individually with the attributes of a single species, when such species, man, for instance, and any other such, if such the bee stands apart from others, and does not constitute with them a larger natural group. It is generally similarity in the shape of particular organs, or of the whole body, that has determined the formation of the larger groups. It is in virtue of such a similarity that birds, fishes, cephalopoda, and testacea have been made to form each a separate class. For within the limits of each such class, the parts do not differ in that they have no nearer resemblance than that of analogy such as exists between the bone of man and the spine of fish, but differ merely in respect of such corporeal conditions as largeness, smallness, softness, hardness, smoothness, roughness, and other similar oppositions, or, in one word, in respect of degree. We have now touched upon the canons for criticizing the method of natural science, and have considered what is the most systematic and easy course of investigation. We have also dealt with division, and the mode of conducting it so as best to attain the ends of science, and have shown why dichotomy is either impracticable or inefficacious for its professed purposes. Having laid this foundation, let us pass on to our next topic. 5. Of things constituted by nature, some are ungenerated, imperishable, and eternal, while others are subject to generation and decay. The former are excellent beyond compare and divine, but less accessible to knowledge. The evidence that might throw light on them, and on the problems which we long to solve respecting them, is furnished but scantily by sensation, whereas respecting perishable plants and animals we have abundant information, living as we do in their midst, and ample data may be collected concerning all their various kinds, if only we are willing to take sufficient pains. Both departments, however, have their special charm. The scanty conceptions to which we can attain of celestial things give us, from their excellence, more pleasure than all our knowledge of the world in which we live, just as a half-glimpse of persons that we love is more delightful than a leisurely view of other things, whatever their number and dimensions. On the other hand, incertitude and incompleteness our knowledge of terrestrial things has the advantage. Moreover, their greater nearness and affinity to us balances somewhat the loftier interest of the heavenly things that are the objects of the higher philosophy. Having already treated of the celestial world, as far as our conjectures could reach, we proceed to treat of animals, without omitting, to the best of our ability, any member of the kingdom, however ignoble. For if some have no graces to charm the sense, yet even these, by disclosing to intellectual perception the artistic spirit that designed them, give immense pleasure to all who can trace links of causation, and are inclined to philosophy. Indeed, it would be strange if mimic representations of them were attractive, because they disclose the mimetic skill of the painter or sculptor, and the original realities themselves were not more interesting, to all at any rate who have eyes to discern the reasons that determined their formation. We therefore must not recoil with childish aversion from the examination of the humbler animals. Every realm of nature is marvelous, and as Heraclitus, when the strangers who came to visit him found him warming himself at the furnace in the kitchen and hesitated to go in, reported to have bidden them not to be afraid to enter, as even in that kitchen divinities were present, so we should venture on the study of every kind of animal without distaste, for each and all will reveal to us something natural and something beautiful. Absence of haphazard and conduciveness of everything to an end are to be found in nature's works in the highest degree, and the resultant end of her generations and combinations is a form of the beautiful. If any person thinks the examination of the rest of the animal kingdom an unworthy task, he must hold in like disesteem the study of man. For no one can look at the primordia of the human frame, blood, flesh, bones, vessels, and the like without much repugnance. Moreover, when any one of the parts or structures, be it which it may, is under discussion, it must not be supposed that it is its material composition to which attention is being directed or which is the object of the discussion, but the relation of such part to the total form. Similarly, the true object of architecture is not bricks, mortar, or timber, but the house, and so the principal object of natural philosophy is not the material elements, but their composition, and the totality of the form, independently of which they have no existence. The course of exposition must be first to state the attributes common to whole groups of animals, and then to attempt to give their explanation. Many groups, as already noticed, present common attributes, that is to say, in some cases absolutely identical affections, and absolutely identical organs, feet, feathers, scales, and the like, while in other groups the affections and organs are only so far identical as that they are analogous. For instance, some groups have lungs, others have no lung, but an organ analogous to a lung in its place, some have blood, others have no blood, but a fluid analogous to blood, and with the same office. To treat of the common attributes in connection with each individual group would involve, as already suggested, useless iteration. For many groups have common attributes. So much for this topic. As every instrument and every bodily member subserves some partial end, that is to say, some special action, so the whole body must be destined to minister to some plenary sphere of action. Thus the saw is made for sawing is a function, and not sawing for the saw. Similarly, the body too must somehow or other be made for the soul, and each part of it for some subordinate function, to which it is adapted. We have, then, first to describe the common functions, common, that is, to the whole animal kingdom, or to certain large groups, or to the members of a species. In other words, we have to describe the attributes common to all animals, or to assemblages, like the class of birds, of closely allied groups differentiated by gradation, or to groups like man not differentiated into subordinate groups. In the first case the common attributes may be called analogous, in the second generic, in the third specific. When a function is ancillary to another, a like relation manifestly obtains between the organs which discharge these functions, and similarly, if one function is prior to and the end of another, their respective organs will stand to each other in the same relation. Thirdly, the existence of these parts involves that of other things as their necessary consequence. Instances of what I mean by functions and affections are reproduction, growth, copulation, waking, sleep, locomotion, and other similar vital actions. Instances of what I mean by parts are nose, eye, face, and other so-called members or limbs, and also the more elementary parts of which these are made. So much for the method to be pursued. Let us now try to set forth the causes of all vital phenomena, whether universal or particular, and in so doing let us follow that order of exposition which conforms, as we have indicated, to the order of nature. On the Parts of Animals, Book 2. Translated by William Ogle. The nature and the number of the parts of which animals are severally composed are matters which have already been set forth in detail in the Book of Researches about Animals. We have now to inquire what are the causes that in each case have determined this composition, a subject quite distinct from that dealt with in the Researches. Now there are 3 degrees of composition, and of these the first in order, as all will allow, is composition out of what some call the elements, such as earth, air, water, fire. Perhaps, however, it would be more accurate to say composition out of the elementary forces, nor indeed out of all of these, but out of a limited number of them, as defined in previous treatises. For fluid and solid, hot and cold, form the material of all composite bodies, and all other differences are secondary to these. Such differences, that is, as heaviness or lightness, density or aridity, roughness or smoothness, and any other such properties of matter as there may be. Second degree of composition is that by which the homogeneous parts of animals, such as bone, flesh, and the like, are constituted out of the primary substances. The third and last stage is the composition which forms the heterogeneous parts, such as face, hand, and the rest. Now the order of actual development and the order of logical existence are always the inverse of each other. For that which is posterior in the order of development is antecedent in the order of nature, and that is genetically last which in nature is first. That this is so is manifest by induction, for a house does not exist for the sake of bricks and stones, but these materials for the sake of the house, and the same is the case with the materials of other bodies. Nor is induction required to show this. It is included in our conception of generation. For generation is a process from a something to a something, that which is generated having a cause in which it originates and a cause in which it ends. The originating cause is the primary efficient cause, which is something already endowed with tangible existence, while the final cause is some definite form or similar end, for man generates man, and plant generates plant, in each case out of the underlying material. In order of time, then, the material and the generative process must necessarily be anterior to the being that is generated, but in logical order the definitive character and form of each being precedes the material. This is evident if one only tries to define the process of formation. For the definition of house building includes and presupposes that of the house, but the definition of the house does not include nor presuppose that of house building, and the same is true of all other productions. So that it must necessarily be that the elementary material exists for the sake of the homogeneous parts, seeing that these are genetically posterior to it, just as the heterogeneous parts are posterior genetically to them. For these heterogeneous parts have reached the end and goal, having the third degree of composition, in which degree generation or development often attains its final term. Animals, then, are composed of homogeneous parts, and are also composed of heterogeneous parts. The former, however, exist for the sake of the latter. For the active functions and operations of the body are carried on by these, that is, by the heterogeneous parts, such as the eye, the nostril, the whole face, the fingers, the hand, and the whole arm. But inasmuch as there is a great variety in the functions and the motions not only of aggregate animals but also of the individual organs, it is necessary that the substances out of which these are composed shall present a diversity of properties. For some purposes softness is advantageous, for others hardness. Some parts must be capable of extension, others of flexion. Such properties, then, are distributed separately to the different homogeneous parts, one being soft another hard, one fluid another solid, one viscous another brittle, whereas each of the heterogeneous parts presents a combination of multifarious properties. For the hand, to take an example, requires one property to enable it to effect pressure, and another and different property for simple prehension. For this reason the active or executive parts of the body are compounded out of bones, sinews, flesh, and the like, but not these latter out of the former. So far, then, as has yet been stated, the relations between these two orders of parts are determined by a final cause. We have, however, to inquire whether necessity may not also have a share in the matter, and it must be admitted that these mutual relations could not from the very beginning have possibly been other than they are. For heterogeneous parts can be made up out of homogeneous parts, either from a plurality of them, or from a single one, as is the case with some of the viscera which, varying in configuration, are yet, to speak broadly, formed from a single homogeneous substance, but that homogeneous substances should be formed out of a combination of heterogeneous parts is clearly an impossibility. For these causes, then, some parts of animals are simple and homogeneous, while others are composite and heterogeneous, and dividing the parts into the active or executive and the sensitive, each one of the former is, as before said, heterogeneous, and each one of the latter homogeneous. for it is in homogeneous parts alone that sensation can occur, as the following considerations show. Each sense is confined to a single order of sensibles, and its organ must be such as to admit the action of that kind or order. But it is only that which is endowed with a property in posse that is acted on by that which has a like property in esse, so that the two are the same in kind, and if the latter is single so also is the former. Thus it is that while no physiologists ever dream of saying of the hand or face or other such part that one is earth, another water, another fire, they couple each separate sense organ with a separate element, asserting this one to be air and that other to be fire. Sensation, then, is confined to the simple or homogeneous parts. But, as might reasonably be expected, the organ of touch, though still homogeneous, is yet the least simple of all the sense organs. For touch more than any other sense appears to be correlated to several distinct kinds of objects, and to recognize more than one category of contrasts, heat and cold, for instance, solidity and fluidity, and other similar oppositions. Accordingly, the organ which deals with these varied objects is of all the sense organs the most corporeal, being either the flesh, or the substance which in some animals takes the place of flesh. Now as there cannot possibly be an animal without sensation, it follows as a necessary consequence that every animal must have some homogeneous parts, for these alone are capable of sensation, the heterogeneous parts serving for the active functions. Again, as the sensory faculty, the motor faculty, and the nutritive faculty are all lodged in one and the same part of the body, as was stated in a former treatise, it is necessary that the part which is the primary seat of these principles shall on the one hand, in its character of general sensory recipient, be one of the simple parts, and on the other hand shall, in its motor and active character, be one of the heterogeneous parts. For this reason it is the heart which in sanguineous animals constitutes this central part, and in bloodless animals it is that which takes the place of a heart. For the heart, like the other viscera, is one of the homogeneous parts, for, if cut up, its pieces are homogeneous in substance with each other. But it is at the same time heterogeneous in virtue of its definite configuration. And the same is true of the other so-called viscera, which are indeed formed from the same material as the heart. For all these viscera have a sanguineous character owing to their being situated upon vascular ducts and branches. For just as a stream of water deposits mud, so the various viscera, the heart excepted, are, as it were, deposits from the stream of blood in the vessels. And as to the heart, the very starting point of the vessels, and the actual seat of the force by which the blood is first fabricated, it is but what one would naturally expect, that out of the selfsame nutriment of which it is the recipient its own proper substance shall be formed. Such, then, are the reasons why the viscera are of sanguineous aspect, and why in one point of view they are homogeneous, in another heterogeneous. 2. Of the homogeneous parts of animals, some are soft and fluid, others hard and solid, and of the former some are fluid permanently, others only so long as they are in the living body. Such are blood, serum, lard, suet, marrow, semen, bile, milk when present, flesh, and their various analogues. For the parts enumerated are not to be found in all animals, some animals only having parts analogous to them. Of the hard and solid homogeneous parts bone, fish spine, sinew, blood vessel, are examples. The last of these points to a subdivision that may be made in the class of homogeneous parts. For in some of them the whole and a portion of the whole in one sense are designated by the same term as, for example, is the case with blood vessel and bit of blood vessel, while in another sense they are not, but a portion of a heterogeneous part, such as face, in no sense has the same designation as the whole. The first question to be asked is what are the causes to which these homogeneous parts owe their existence? The causes are various, and this whether the parts be solid or fluid. Thus one set of homogeneous parts represent the material out of which the heterogeneous parts are formed, for each separate organ is constructed of bones, sinews, flesh, and the like, which are either essential elements in its formation, or contribute to the proper discharge of its function. A second set are the nutriment of the first, and are invariably fluid, for all growth occurs at the expense of fluid matter, while a third set are the residue of the second. Such, for instance, are the feces and, in animals that have a bladder, the urine, the former being the dregs of the solid nutriment, the latter of the fluid. Even the individual homogeneous parts present variations, which are intended in each case to render them more serviceable for their purpose. The variations of the blood may be selected to illustrate this. For different bloods differ in their degrees of thinness or thickness, of clearness or turbidity, of coldness or heat, and this whether we compare the bloods from different parts of the same individual or the bloods of different animals. For, in the individual, All the differences just enumerated distinguish the blood of the upper and of the lower halves of the body, and, dealing with classes, one section of animals is sanguineous, while the other has no blood, but only something resembling it in its place. As regards the results of such differences, the thicker and the hotter blood is, the more conducive is it to strength, while in proportion to its thinness and its coldness is its suitability for sensation and intelligence. A like distinction exists also in the fluid which is analogous to blood. This explains how it is that bees and other similar creatures are of a more intelligent nature than many sanguineous animals, and that, of sanguineous animals, those are the most intelligent whose blood is thin and cold. Noblest of all are those whose blood is hot, and at the same time thin and clear. For such are suited alike for the development of courage and of intelligence. Accordingly, the upper parts are superior in these respects to the lower, the male superior to the female, and the right side to the left. As with the blood so also with the other parts, homogeneous and heterogeneous alike. For here also such variations as occur must be held either to be related to the essential constitution and the mode of life of the several animals, or, in other cases, to be merely matters of slightly better or slightly worse. Two animals, for instance, may have eyes, but in one these eyes may be of fluid consistency, while in the other they are hard, and in one there may be eyelids, in the other no such appendages. In such a case, the fluid consistency and the presence of eyelids, which are intended to add to the accuracy of vision, are differences of degree. As to why all animals must of necessity have blood or something of a similar character, and what the nature of blood may be, these are matters which can only be considered when we have first discussed hot and cold. For the natural properties of many substances are referable to these two elementary principles, and it is a matter of frequent dispute what animals or what parts of animals are hot and what cold. For some maintain that water animals are hotter than such as live on land, asserting that their natural heat counterbalances the coldness of their medium, and again, that bloodless animals are hotter than those with blood, and females than males. Parmenides, for instance, and some others declare that women are hotter than men, and that it is the warmth and abundance of their blood which causes their menstrual flow, while Empedocles maintains the opposite opinion. Again, comparing the blood and the bile, some speak of the former as hot and of the latter as cold, while others invert the description. If there be this endless disputing about hot and cold, which of all things that affect our senses are the most distinct, what are we to think as to our other sensory impressions? The explanation of the difficulty appears to be that the term hotter is used in several senses, so that different statements, though in verbal contradiction with each other, may yet all be more or less true. There ought, then, to be some clear understanding as to the sense in which natural substances are to be termed hot or cold, solid or fluid. For it appears manifest that these are properties on which even life and death are largely dependent, and that they are moreover the causes of sleep and waking, of maturity and old age, of health and disease, while no similar influence belongs to roughness and smoothness, to heaviness and lightness, nor, in short, to any other such properties of matter. That this should be so is but in accordance with rational expectation. For hot and cold, solid and fluid, as was stated in a former treatise, are the foundations of the physical elements. Is then the term hot used in one sense or in many? To answer this we must ascertain what special effect is attributed to a hotter substance, and if there be several such, how many these may be. A body then is in one sense said to be hotter than another, if it impart a greater amount of heat to an object in contact with it. In a second sense, that is said to be hotter which causes the keener sensation when touched, and especially if the sensation be attended with pain. This criterion, however, would seem sometime to be a false one, for occasionally it is the idiosyncrasy of the individual that causes the sensation to be painful. Again, of two things, that is the hotter which the more readily melts a fusible substance, or sets on fire an inflammable one. Again, of two masses of one and the same substance, the larger is said to have more heat than the smaller. Again, of two bodies, that is said to be the hotter which takes the longer time in cooling, as also we call that which is rapidly heated hotter than that which is long about it, as though their rapidity implied proximity and this again similarity of nature, while the want of rapidity implied distance and this again dissimilarity of nature. The term hotter is used then in all the various senses that have been mentioned, and perhaps in still more. Now it is impossible for one body to be hotter than another in all these different fashions. Boiling water for instance, though it is more scalding than flame, yet has no power of burning or melting combustible or fusible matter, while flame has. So again this boiling water is hotter than a small fire, and yet gets cold more rapidly and completely. For in fact fire never becomes cold, whereas water invariably does so. Boiling water, again, is hotter to the touch than oil, yet it gets cold and solid more rapidly than this other fluid. Blood, again, is hotter to the touch than either water or oil, and yet coagulates before them. Iron, again, and stones and other similar bodies are longer in getting heated than water, but when once heated burn other substances with a much greater intensity. Another distinction is this. In some of the bodies which are called hot the heat is derived from without, while in others it belongs to the bodies themselves, and it makes a most important difference whether the heat is the former or the latter origin. For to call that one of two bodies the hotter, which is possessed of heat, we may almost say, accidentally and not of its own essence, is very much the same thing as if, finding that some man in a fever was a musician, one were to say that musicians are hotter than healthy men. Of that which is hot per se and that which is hot per accidens, the former is the slower to cool, while not rarely the latter is the hotter to the touch. The former again is the more burning of the two flame, for instance, as compared with boiling water, while the latter, as the boiling water, which is hot per accidens, is the more heating to the touch. From all this it is clear that it is no simple matter to decide which of two bodies is the hotter. For the first may be the hotter in one sense, the second the hotter in another. Indeed, in some of these cases it is impossible to say simply even whether a thing is hot or not. For the actual substratum may not itself be hot, but may be hot when coupled with heat as an attribute, as would be the case if one attached a single name to hot water or hot iron. It is after this manner that blood is hot. In such cases, in those, that is, in which the substratum owes its heat to an external influence, it is plain that cold is not a mere privation, but an actual existence. There is no knowing but that even fire may be another of these cases. For the substratum of fire may be smoke or charcoal, and though the former of these is always hot, smoke being an uprising vapor, yet the latter becomes cold when its flame is extinguished, as also would oil and pine wood under similar circumstances. But even substances that have been burnt nearly all possess some heat, cinders, for example, and ashes, the dejections also of animals, and, among the excretions, bile, because some residue of heat has been left in them after their combustion. It is in another sense that pine wood and fat substances are hot, namely, because they rapidly assume the actuality of fire. Heat appears to cause both coagulation and melting. Now such things as are formed merely of water are solidified by cold, while such as are formed of nothing but earth are solidified by fire. Hot substances again are solidified by cold, and, when they consist chiefly of earth, the process of solidification is rapid, and the resulting substance is insoluble, but, when their main constituent is water, the solid matter is again soluble. What kinds of substances, however, admit of being solidified, and what are the causes of solidification, are questions that have already been dealt with more precisely in another treatise. In conclusion, then, seeing that the terms hot and hotter are used in many different senses, and that no one substance can be hotter than others in all these senses, we must, when we attribute this character to an object, add such further statements as that this substance is hotter per se, though that other is often hotter per accidens, or again, that this substance is potentially hot, that other actually so, or again, that this substance is hotter in the sense of causing a greater feeling of heat when touched, while that other is hotter in the sense of producing flame and burning. The term hot being used in all these various senses, it plainly follows that the term cold will also be used with like ambiguity. So much then as to the signification of the terms hot and cold, hotter and colder. 3. In natural sequence we have next to treat of solid and fluid. These terms are used in various senses. Sometimes, for instance, they denote things that are potentially, at other times things that are actually, solid or fluid. Ice, for example, or any other solidified fluid, is spoken of as being actually and accidentally solid, while potentially and essentially it is fluid. Similarly earth and ashes and the like, when mixed with water, are actually and accidentally fluid, but potentially and essentially are solid. Now separate the constituents in such a mixture and you have on the one hand the watery components to which its fluidity was due, and these are both actually and potentially fluid, and on the other hand the earthy components, and these are in every way solid, and it is to bodies that are solid in this complete manner that the term solid is most properly and absolutely applicable. So also the opposite term fluid is strictly and absolutely applicable to that only which is both potentially and actually fluid. The same remark applies also to hot bodies and to cold. These distinctions, then, being laid down, it is plain that blood is essentially hot in so far as that heat is connoted in its name, just as if boiling water were denoted by a single term, boiling would be connoted in that term. But the substratum of blood, that which it is in substance while it is blood in form, is not hot. Blood then in a certain sense is essentially hot, and in another sense is not so. For heat is included in the definition of blood, just as whiteness is included in the definition of a white man, and so far therefore blood is essentially hot. But so far as blood becomes hot from some external influence, it is not hot essentially. As with hot and cold, so also is it with solid and fluid. We can therefore understand how some substances are hot and fluid so long as they remain in the living body, but become perceptibly cold and coagulate so soon as they are separated from it, while others are hot and consistent while in the body, but when withdrawn under a change to the opposite condition, and become cold and fluid. Of the former blood is an example, of the latter bile, for while blood solidifies when thus separated, yellow bile under the same circumstances becomes more fluid. We must attribute to such substances the possession of opposite properties in a greater or less degree. In what sense, then, the blood is hot and in what sense fluid, and how far it partakes of the opposite properties, has now been fairly explained. Now since everything that grows must take nourishment, and nutriment in all cases consists of fluid and solid substances, and since it is by the force of heat that these are concocted and changed, it follows that all living things, animals and plants alike, must on this account, if on no other, have a natural source of heat. This natural heat, moreover, must belong to many parts, seeing that the organs by which the various elaborations of the food are affected are many in number. For first of all there is the mouth and the parts inside the mouth, on which the first share in the duty clearly devolves, in such animals at least as live on food which requires disintegration. The mouth, however, does not actually concoct the food, but merely facilitates concoction, for the subdivision of the food into small bits facilitates the action of heat upon it. After the mouth come the upper and the lower abdominal cavities, and here it is that concoction is effected by the aid of natural heat. Again, just as there is a channel for the admission of the unconcocted food into the stomach, namely the mouth, and in some animals the so-called esophagus, which is continuous with the mouth and reaches to the stomach, so must there also be other and more numerous channels by which the concocted food or nutriment shall pass out of the stomach and intestines into the body at large, and to which these cavities shall serve as a kind of manger. For plants get their food from the earth by means of their roots, and this food is already elaborated when taken in, which is the reason why plants produce no excrement, the earth and its heat serving them in the stead of a stomach. But animals, with scarcely an exception, and conspicuously all such as are capable of locomotion, are provided with a stomachal sac, which is as it were an internal substitute for the earth. They must therefore have some instrument which shall correspond to the roots of plants, with which they may absorb their food from this sac, so that the proper end of the successive stages of concoction may at last be attained. The mouth then, its duty done, passes over the food to the stomach, and there must necessarily be something to receive it in turn from this. This something is furnished by the blood vessels, which run throughout the whole extent of the mesentery from its lowest part right up to the stomach. A description of these will be found in the treatises on anatomy and natural history. Now as there is a receptacle for the entire matter taken as food, and also a receptacle for its excremental residue, and again a third receptacle, namely the vessels, which serve as such for the blood, it is plain that this blood must be the final nutritive material in such animals as have it, while in bloodless animals the same is the case with the fluid which represents the blood. This explains why the blood diminishes in quantity when no food is taken, and increases when much is consumed, and also why it becomes healthy and unhealthy according as the food is of the one or the other character. These facts, then, and others of a like kind, make it plain that the purpose of the blood in sanguineous animals is to subserve the nutrition of the body. They also explain why no more sensation is produced by touching the blood than by touching one of the excretions or the food, whereas when the flesh is touched sensation is produced. For the blood is not continuous nor united by growth with the flesh, but simply lies loose in its receptacle, that is in the heart and vessels. The manner in which the parts grow at the expense of the blood, and indeed the whole question of nutrition, will find a more suitable place for exposition in the treatise on generation, and in other writings. For our present purpose all that need be said is that the blood exists for the sake of nutrition, that is the nutrition of the parts, and with this much let us therefore content ourselves. 4. What are called fibers are found in the blood of some animals but not of all. There are none, for instance, in the blood of deer and of roes, and for this reason the blood of such animals as these never coagulates. For one part of the blood consists mainly of water and therefore does not coagulate, this process occurring only in the other and earthy constituent, that is to say in the fibers, while the fluid part is evaporating. Some at any rate of the animals with watery blood have a keener intellect than those whose blood is of an earthier nature. This is due not to the coldness of their blood, but rather to its thinness and purity, neither of which qualities belongs to the earthy matter. For the thinner and purer its fluid is, the more easily affected is an animal's sensibility. Thus it is that some bloodless animals, notwithstanding their want of blood, are yet more intelligent than some among the sanguineous kinds. Such for instance, as already said, is the case with the bee and the tribe of ants, and whatever other animals there may be of a like nature. At the same time too great an excess of water makes animals timorous. For fear chills the body, so that in animals whose heart contains so watery a mixture the way is prepared for the operation of this emotion. For water is congealed by cold. This also explains why bloodless animals are, as a general rule, more timorous than such as have blood, so that they remain motionless, when frightened, and discharge their excretions, and in some instances change color. Such animals, on the other hand, as have thick and abundant fibers in their blood are of a more earthy nature, and of a choleric temperament, and liable to bursts of passion. For anger is productive of heat, and solids, when they have been made hot, give off more heat than fluids. The fibers therefore, being earthy and solid, are turned into so many hot embers in the blood, like the embers in a vapor bath, and cause ebullition in the fits of passion. This explains why bulls and boars are so choleric and so passionate. For their blood is exceedingly rich in fibers, and the bull's at any rate coagulates more rapidly than that of any other animal. If these fibers, that is to say if the earthy constituents of which we are speaking, are taken out of the blood, the fluid that remains behind will no longer coagulate, just as the watery residue of mud will not coagulate after removal of the earth. But if the fibers are left the fluid coagulates, as also does mud, under the influence of cold. For when the heat is expelled by the cold, the fluid, as has been already stated, passes off with it by evaporation, and the residue is dried up and solidified, not by heat but by cold. So long, however, as the blood is in the body, it is kept fluid by animal heat. The character of the blood affects both the temperament and the sensory faculties of animals in many ways. This is indeed what might reasonably be expected, seeing that the blood is the material of which the whole body is made. For nutriment supplies the material, and the blood is the ultimate nutriment. It makes then a considerable difference whether the blood be hot or cold, thin or thick, turbid or clear. The watery part of the blood is serum, and it is watery, either owing to its not being yet concocted, or owing to its having become corrupted, so that one part of the serum is the resultant of a necessary process, while another part is material intended to serve for the formation of the blood. 5. The differences between lard and suet correspond to differences of blood. For both are blood concocted into these forms as a result of abundant nutrition, being that surplus blood that is not expended on the fleshy part of the body, and is of an easily concocted and fatty character. This is shown by the unctuous aspect of these substances, for such unctuous aspect in fluids is due to a combination of air and fire. It follows from what has been said that no non-sanguineous animals have either lard or suet, for they have no blood. Among sanguineous animals those whose blood is dense have suet rather than lard. For suet is of an earthy nature, that is to say, it contains but a small proportion of water and is chiefly composed of earth, and this it is that makes it coagulate, just as the fibrous matter of blood coagulates, or broths which contain such fibrous matter. Thus it is that in those horned animals that have no front teeth in the upper jaw the fat consists of suet. For the very fact that they have horns and huckle bones shows that their composition is rich in this earthy element, for all such appurtenances are solid and earthy in character. On the other hand in those hornless animals that have front teeth in both jaws, and whose feet are divided into toes, there is no suet, but in its place lard, and this, not being of an earthy character, neither coagulates nor dries up into a friable mass. Both lard and suet when present in moderate amount are beneficial, for they contribute to health and strength, while they are no hindrance to sensation. But when they are present in great excess, they are injurious and destructive. For were the whole body formed of them it would perish. For an animal is an animal in virtue of its sensory part, that is in virtue of its flesh, or of the substance analogous to flesh. But the blood, as before stated, is not sensitive, as therefore is neither lard nor suet, seeing that they are nothing but concocted blood. Were then the whole body composed of these substances, it would be utterly without sensation. Such animals, again, as are excessively fat age rapidly. For so much of their blood is used in forming fat, that they have but little left, and when there is but little blood the way is already open for decay. For decay may be said to be deficiency of blood, the scantiness of which renders it liable, like all bodies of small bulk, to to be injuriously affected by any chance excess of heat or cold. For the same reason fat animals are less prolific than others. For that part of the blood which should go to form semen and seed is used up in the production of lard and suet, which are nothing but concocted blood, so that in these animals there is either no reproductive excretion at all, or only a scanty amount. 6. So much then of blood and serum, and of lard and suet. Each of these has been described, and the purposes told for which they severally exist. The marrow also is of the nature of blood, and not, as some think, the germinal force of the semen. That this is the case is quite evident in very young animals. For in the embryo the marrow of the bones has a blood-like appearance, which is but natural, seeing that the parts are all constructed out of blood, and that it is on blood that the embryo is nourished. But, as the young animal grows up and ripens into maturity, the marrow changes its color, just as do the external parts and the viscera. For the viscera also in animals, so long as they are young, have each and all a blood-like look, owing to the large amount of this fluid which they contain. The consistency of the marrow agrees with that of the fat. For when the fat consists of lard, then the marrow also is unctuous and lard-like, but when the blood is converted by concoction into suet, and does not assume the form of lard, then the marrow also has a suety character. In those animals, therefore, that have horns and are without upper front teeth, the marrow has the character of suet, while it takes the form of lard in those that have front teeth in both jaws, and that also have the foot divided into toes. What has been said hardly applies to the spinal marrow. For it is necessary that this shall be continuous and extend without break through the whole backbone, inasmuch as this bone consists of separate vertebrae. But were the spinal marrow either of unctuous fat or of suet, it could not hold together in such a continuous mass as it does, but would either be too fluid or too friable. There are some animals that can hardly be said to have any marrow. These are those whose bones are strong and solid, as is the case with the lion. For in this animal the marrow is so utterly insignificant that the bones look as though they had none at all. However, as it is necessary that animals shall have bones or something analogous to them, such as the fish spines of water animals, it is also a matter of necessity that some of these bones shall contain marrow, for the substance contained within the bones is the nutriment out of which these are formed. Now the universal nutriment, as already stated, is blood, and the blood within the bone, owing to the heat which is developed in it from its being thus surrounded, undergoes concoction, and self-concocted blood is suet or lard, so that it is perfectly intelligible how the marrow within the bone comes to have the character of these substances. So also it is easy to understand why, in those animals that have strong and compact bones, some of these should be entirely void of marrow, while the rest contain but little of it, for here the nutriment is spent in forming the bones. Those animals that have fish spines in place of bones have no other marrow than that of the chine. For in the first place they have naturally but a small amount of blood, and secondly the only hollow fish spine is that of the chine. In this then marrow is formed, this being the only spine in which there is space for it, and, moreover, being the only one which owing to its division into parts requires a connecting bond. This too is the reason why the marrow of the chine, as already mentioned, is somewhat different from that of other bones. For, having to act the part of a clasp, it must be of glutinous character, and at the same time sinewy so as to admit of stretching. Such then are the reasons for the existence of marrow, in those animals that have any, and such its nature. It is evidently the surplus of the sanguineous nutriment apportioned to the bones and fish spines, which has undergone concoction owing to its being enclosed within them. 7. From the marrow we pass on in natural sequence to the brain. For there are many who think that the brain itself consists of marrow, and that it forms the commencement of that substance, because they see that the spinal marrow is continuous with it. In reality the two may be said to be utterly opposite to each other in character. For of all the parts of the body there is none so cold as the brain, whereas the marrow is of a hot nature, as is plainly shown by its fat and unctuous character. Indeed this is the very reason why the brain and spinal marrow are continuous with each other. For, wherever the action of any part is in excess, nature so contrives as to set by it another part with an excess of contrary action, so that the excesses of the two may counterbalance each other. Now that the marrow is hot is clearly shown by many indications. The coldness of the brain is also manifest enough. For in the first place it is cold even to the touch, and, secondly, of all the fluid parts of the body it is the driest and the one that has the least blood, for in fact it has no blood at all in its proper substance. This brain is not residual matter, nor yet is it one of the parts which are anatomically continuous with each other, but it has a character peculiar to itself, as might indeed be expected. That it has no continuity with the organs of sense is plain from simple inspection, and is still more clearly shown by the fact that, when it is touched, no sensation is produced, in which respect it resembles the blood of animals and their excrement. The purpose of its presence in animals is no less than the preservation of the whole body. For some writers assert that the soul is fire or some such force. This, however, is but a rough and inaccurate assertion, and it would perhaps be better to say that the soul is incorporate in some substance of a fiery character. The reason for this being so is that of all substances there is none so suitable for ministering to the operations of the soul as that which is possessed of heat. For nutrition and the imparting of motion are offices of the soul, and it is by heat that these are most readily affected. To say then that the soul is fire is much the same thing as to confound the augur or the saw with the carpenter or his craft, simply because the work is wrought by the two in conjunction. So far then this much is plain, that all animals must necessarily have a certain amount of heat. But as all influences require to be counterbalanced, so that they may be reduced to moderation and brought to the mean, for in the mean, and not in either extreme, lies the true and rational position. Nature has contrived the brain as a counterpoise to the region of the heart with its contained heat, and has given it to animals to moderate the latter, combining in it the properties of earth and water. For this reason it is, that every sanguineous animal has a brain, whereas no bloodless creature has such an organ, unless indeed it be, as the poulp, by analogy. For where there is no blood, there in consequence there is but little heat. The brain, then, tempers the heat and seething of the heart. In order, however, that it may not itself be absolutely without heat, but may have a moderate amount, branches run from both blood vessels, that is to say from the great vessel and from what is called the aorta, and end in the membrane which surrounds the brain, while at the same time, in order to prevent any injury from the heat, these encompassing vessels, instead of being few and large, and numerous and small, and their blood scanty and clear, instead of being abundant and thick. We can now understand why defluxions have their origin in the head, and occur whenever the parts about the brain have more than a due proportion of coldness. For when the nutriment steams upwards through the blood vessels, its refuse portion is chilled by the influence of this region, and forms defluxions of phlegm and serum. We must suppose, to compare small things with great, that the like happens here as occurs in the production of showers. For when vapor steams up from the earth and is carried by the heat into the upper regions, so soon as it reaches the cold air that is above the earth, it condenses again into water owing to the refrigeration, and falls back to the earth as rain. These, however, are matters which may be suitably considered in the principles of diseases, so far as natural philosophy has anything to say to them. It is the brain again, nor, in animals that have no brain, the part analogous to it which is the cause of sleep. For either by chilling the blood that streams upwards after food, or by some other similar influences, it produces heaviness in the region in which it lies, which is the reason why drowsy persons hang the head, and causes the heat to escape downwards in company with the blood. It is the accumulation of this in excess in the lower region that produces complete sleep, taking away the power of standing upright from those animals to whom that posture is natural, and from the rest the power of holding up the head. These, however, are matters which have been separately considered in the treatises on sensation and on sleep. That the brain is a compound of earth and water is shown by what occurs when it is boiled. For, when so treated, it turns hard and solid, inasmuch as the water is evaporated by the heat, and leaves the earthy part behind. Just the same occurs when pulse and other fruits are boiled. For these also are hardened by the process, because the water which enters into their composition is driven off and leaves the earth, which is their main constituent, behind. Of all animals, man has the largest brain in proportion to his size, and it is larger in men than in women. This is because the region of the heart and of the lung is hotter and richer in blood in man than in any other animal, and in men than in women. This again explains why man, alone of animals, stands erect. For the heat, overcoming any opposite inclination, makes growth take its own line of direction, which is from the center of the body upwards. It is then as a counterpoise to his excessive heat that in man's brain there is this superabundant fluidity and coldness, and it is again owing to this superabundance that the cranial bone, which some call the bregma, is the last to become solidified, so long does evaporation continue to occur through it under the influence of heat. Man is the only sanguineous animal in which this takes place. Man, again, has more sutures in his skull than any other animal, and the male more than the female. The explanation is again to be found in the greater size of the brain, which demands free ventilation, proportionate to its bulk. For if the brain be either too fluid or too solid, it will not perform its office, but in the one case will freeze the blood, and in the other will not cool it at all, and thus will cause disease, madness, and death. For the cardiac heat and the center of life is most delicate in its sympathies, and is immediately sensitive to the slightest change or affection of the blood on the outer surface of the brain. The fluids which are present in the animal body at the time of birth have now nearly all been considered. Amongst those that appear only at a later period are the residua of the food, which include the deposits of the belly and also those of the bladder. Besides these there is the semen and the milk, one or the other of which makes its appearance in appropriate animals. Of these fluids the excremental residue of the food may be suitably discussed by themselves, when you come to examine and consider the subject of nutrition. Then will be the time to explain in what animals they are found, and what are the reasons for their presence. Similarly all questions concerning the semen and the milk may be dealt with in the treatise on generation, for the former of these fluids is the very starting point of the generative process, and the latter has no other ground of existence than generative purposes. 8. We have now to consider the remaining homogeneous parts, and will begin with flesh, and with the substance that, in animals that have no flesh, takes its place. The reason for so beginning is that flesh forms the very basis of animals, and is the essential constituent of their body. Its right to this precedence can also be demonstrated logically. For an animal is by our definition something that has sensibility and chief of all the primary sensibility, which is that of touch, and it is the flesh, or analogous substance, which is the organ of this sense. And it is the organ, either in the same way as the pupil is the organ of sight, that is it constitutes the primary organ of the sense, or it is the organ in the medium through which the object acts combined, that is it answers to the pupil with the whole transparent medium attached to it. Now in the case of the other senses it was impossible for nature to unite the medium with the sense organ, nor would such a junction have served any purpose, but in the case of touch she was compelled by necessity to do so. For of all the sense organs that of touch is the only one that has corporeal substance, or at any rate it is more corporeal than any other, and its medium must be corporeal like itself. It is obvious also to sense that it is for the sake of the flesh that all the other parts exist. By the other parts I mean the bones, the skin, the sinews, and the blood vessels, and, again, the hair and the various kinds of nails, and anything else that may be of a like character. Thus the bones are a contrivance to give security to the soft parts, to which purpose they are adapted by their hardness, and in animals that have no bones the same office is fulfilled by some analogous substance, as by fish spine in some fishes, and by cartilage in others. Now in some animals this supporting substance is situated within the body, while in some of the bloodless species it is placed on the outside. The latter is the case in all the crustacea, as the carcini, crabs, and the carabi, prickly lobsters. It is the case also in the testacea, as for instance in the several species known by the general name of oysters. For in all these animals the fleshy substance is within, and the earthy matter, which holds the soft parts together and keeps them from injury, is on the outside. For the shell not only enables the soft parts to hold together, but also, as the animal is bloodless and so has but little natural warmth, surrounds it, as a chaufferette does the embers, and keeps in the smouldering heat. Similar to this seems to be the arrangement in another and distinct tribe of animals, namely the tortoises, including the chelone and the several kinds of mice. But in insects and in cephalopods the plan is entirely different, there being moreover a contrast between these two themselves. For in neither of these does there appear to be any bony or earthy part, worthy of notice, distinctly separated from the rest of the body. Thus in the cephalopods the main bulk of the body consists of a soft flesh-like substance, or rather of a substance which is intermediate to flesh and sinew, so as not to be so readily destructible as actual flesh. I call this substance intermediate to flesh and sinew, because it is soft like the former, while it admits or stretching like the latter. Its cleavage, however, is such that it splits not longitudinally, like sinew, but into circular segments, this being the most advantageous condition, so far as strength is concerned. These animals have also a part inside them corresponding to the spinous bones of fishes. For instance, in the cuttlefishes there is what is known as the os serpi, and in the calamaries there is the so-called gladius. In the poulps, on the other hand, there is no such internal part, because the body, or, as it is termed in them, the head, forms but a short sac, whereas it is of considerable length in the other two, and it was this length which led nature to assign to them their hard support, so as to ensure their straightness and inflexibility, just as she has assigned to sanguineous animals their bones or their fish spines, as the case may be. To come now to insects. In these the arrangement is quite different from that of the cephalopods, quite different also from that which obtains in sanguineous animals, as indeed has been already stated. For in an insect there is no distinction into soft and hard parts, but the whole body is hard, the hardness, however, being of such a character as to be more flesh-like than bone, and more earthy and bone-like than flesh. The purpose of this is to make the body of the insect less liable to get broken into pieces. 9. There is a resemblance between the osseous and the vascular systems, for each has a central part in which it begins, and each forms a continuous whole. For no bone in the body exists as a separate thing in itself, but each is either a portion of what may be considered a continuous whole, or at any rate is linked with the rest by contact and by attachments, so that nature may use adjoining bones either as though they were actually continuous and formed a single bone, or, for purposes of flexure, as though they were two and distinct. And similarly no blood vessel has in itself a separate individuality, but they all form parts of one whole. For an isolated bone, if such there were, would in the first place be unable to perform the office for the sake of which bones exist, for, were it discontinuous and separated from the rest by a gap, it would be perfectly unable to produce either flexure or extension, nor only so, but it would actually be injurious, acting like a thorn or an arrow lodged in the flesh. Similarly, if a vessel were isolated, and not continuous with the vascular center, it would be unable to retain the blood within it in a proper state. For it is the warmth derived from this center that hinders the blood from coagulating. Indeed the blood, when withdrawn from its influence, becomes manifestly putrid. Now the center or origin of the blood vessels is the heart, and the center or origin of the bones, in all animals that have bones, is what is called the chine. With this all the other bones of the body are in continuity, for it is the chine that holds together the whole length of an animal and preserves its straightness. But since it is necessary that the body of an animal shall bend during locomotion, this chine, while it is one in virtue of the continuity of its parts, yet its division into vertebrae is made to consist of many segments. It is from this chine that the bones of the limbs, in such animals as have these parts, proceed, and with it they are continuous, being fastened together by the sinews where the limbs admit of flexure, and having their extremities adapted to each other, either by the one being hollowed and the other rounded, or by both being hollowed and including between them a huckle bone, as a connecting bolt, so as to allow of flexure and extension. For without some such arrangement these movements would be utterly impossible, or at any rate would be performed with great difficulty. There are some joints, again, in which the lower end of the one bone and the upper end of the other are alike in shape. In these cases the bones are bound together by sinews, and cartilaginous pieces are interposed in the joint, to serve as a kind of padding, and prevent the two extremities from grating against each other. Round about the bones, and attached to them by thin fibrous bands, grow the fleshy parts, for the sake of which the bones themselves exist. For just as an artist, when he is molding an animal out of clay or other soft substance, takes first some solid body as a basis, and round this molds the clay, so also has nature acted in fashioning the animal body out of flesh. Thus we find all the fleshy parts, with one exception, supported by bones, which serve, when the parts are organs of motion, to facilitate flexure, and, when the parts are motionless, act as a protection. The ribs, for example, which enclose the chest are intended to ensure the safety of the heart and neighboring viscera. The exception of which mention was made is the belly. The walls of this are in all animals devoid of bones, in order that there may be no hindrance to the expansion which necessarily occurs in this part after a meal, nor, in females, any interference with the growth of the fetus, which is lodged here. Now the bones of viviparous animals, of such, that is, as are not merely externally but also internally viviparous, vary but very little from each other in point of strength, which in all of them is considerable. For the vivipara in their bodily proportions are far above other animals, and many of them occasionally grow to an enormous size, as is the case in Libya and in hot and dry countries generally. But the greater the bulk of an animal, the stronger, the bigger, and the harder, are the supports which it requires, and comparing the big animals with each other, this requirement will be most marked in those that live a life of rapine. Thus it is that the bones of males are harder than those of females, and the bones of flesh-eaters, that get their food by fighting, are harder than those of herbivora. Of this the lion is an example, for so hard are its bones, that, when struck, they give off sparks, as though they were stones. It may be mentioned also that the dolphin, inasmuch as it is viviparous, is provided with bones and not with fish spines. In those sanguineous animals, on the other hand, that are oviparous, the bones present successive slight variations of character. Thus in birds there are bones, but these are not so strong as the bones of the vivipara. Then come the oviparous fishes, where there is no bone, but merely fish spine. In the serpents too the bones have the character of fish spine, excepting in the very large species, where the solid foundation of the body requires to be stronger, in order that the animal itself may be strong, the same reason prevailing as in the case of the vivipara. Lastly, in the coelica, as they are called, the fish spines are replaced by cartilage. For it is necessary that the movements of these animals shall be of an undulating character, and this again requires the framework that supports the body to be made of a pliable and not of a brittle substance. Moreover, in these coelica nature has used all the earthy matter on the skin, and she is unable to allot to many different parts one and the same superfluity of material. Even in viviparous animals many of the bones are cartilaginous. This happens in those parts where it is to the advantage of the surrounding flesh that its solid base shall be soft and mucilaginous. Such, for instance, is the case with the ears and nostrils, for in projecting parts, such as these, brittle substances would soon get broken. Cartilage and bone are indeed fundamentally the same thing, the differences between them being merely matters of degree. Thus neither cartilage nor bone, when once cut off, grows again. Now the cartilages of these land animals are without marrow, that is without any distinctly separate marrow. For the marrow, which in bones is distinctly separate, is here mixed up with the whole mass, and gives a soft and mucilaginous consistence to the cartilage. But in the coelica the chine, though it is cartilaginous, yet contains marrow, for here it stands in the stead of a bone. Very nearly resembling the bones to the touch are such parts as nails, hooves, whether solid or cloven, horns, and the beaks of birds, all of which are intended to serve as means of defense. For the organs which are made out of these substances, and which are called by the same names as the substances themselves, the organ hoof, for instance, and the organ horn, are contrivances to ensure the preservation of the animals to which they severally belong. In this class too must be reckoned the teeth, which in some animals have but a single function, namely the mastication of the food, while in others they have an additional office, namely to serve as weapons, as is the case with all animals that have sharp interfitting teeth or that have tusks. All these parts are necessarily of solid and earthy character, for the value of a weapon depends on such properties. Their earthy character explains how it is that all such parts are more developed in four-footed vivipara than in man. For there is always more earth in the composition of these animals than in that of a human body. However, not only all these parts but such others as are nearly connected with them, skin for instance, bladder, membrane, hairs, feathers, and their analogues, and any other similar parts that there may be, will be considered farther on with the heterogeneous parts. There we shall inquire into the causes which produce them, and into the objects of their presence severally in the bodies of animals. For, as with the heterogeneous parts, so with these, it is from a consideration of their functions that alone we can derive any knowledge of them. The reason for dealing with them at all in this part of the treatise, and classifying them with the homogeneous parts, is that under one and the same name are confounded the entire organs and the substances of which they are composed. But of all these substances flesh and bone form the basis. Semen and milk were also passed over when we were considering the homogeneous fluids. For the treatise on generation will afford a more suitable place for their examination, seeing that the former of the two is the very foundation of the thing generated, while the latter is its nourishment. 10. Let us now make, as it were, a fresh beginning, and consider the heterogeneous parts, taking those first which are the first in importance. For in all animals, at least in all the perfect kinds, there are two parts more essential than the rest, namely the part which serves for the ingestion of food, and the part which serves for the discharge of its residue. For without food growth and even existence is impossible. Intervening again between these two parts there is invariably a third, in which is lodged the vital principle. As for plants, though they also are included by us among things that have life, yet are they without any part for the discharge of waste residue. For the food which they absorb from the ground is already concocted, and they give off as its equivalent their seeds and fruits. Plants, again, inasmuch as they are without locomotion, present no great variety in their heterogeneous parts. For, where the functions are but few, few also are the organs required to effect them. The configuration of plants is a matter then for separate consideration. Animals, however, that not only live but feel, present a greater multiformity or parts, and this diversity is greater in some animals than in others, being most varied in those to whose share has fallen not mere life but life of high degree. Now such an animal is man. For of all living beings with which we are acquainted man alone partakes of the divine, or at any rate partakes of it in a fuller measure than the rest. For this reason, then, and also because his external parts and their forms are more familiar to us than those of other animals, we must speak of man first, and this the more fitly, because in him alone do the natural parts hold the natural position, his upper part being turned towards that which is upper in the universe. For, of all animals, man alone stands erect. In man, then, the head is destitute of flesh, this being the necessary consequence of what has already been stated concerning the brain. There are, indeed, some who hold that the life of man would be longer than it is, were his head more abundantly furnished with flesh, and they account for the absence of this substance by saying that it is intended to add to the perfection of sensation. For the brain they assert to be the organ of sensation, and sensation, they say, cannot penetrate to parts that are too thickly covered with flesh. But neither part of this statement is true. On the contrary, were the region of the brain thickly covered with flesh, the very purpose for which animals are provided with a brain would be directly contravened. For the brain would itself be heated to excess and so unable to cool any other part, and, as to the other half of their statement, the brain cannot be the cause of any of the sensations, seeing that it is itself as utterly without feeling as any one of the excretions. These writers see that certain of the senses are located in the head, and are unable to discern the reason for this. They see also that the brain is the most peculiar of all the animal organs, and out of these facts they form an argument, by which they link sensation and brain together. It has, however, already been clearly set forth in the treatise on sensation, that it is the region of the heart that constitutes the sensory center. There also it was stated that two of the senses, namely touch and taste, are manifestly in immediate connection with the heart, and that as regards the other three, namely hearing, sight, and the centrally placed sense of smell, it is the character of their sense organs which causes them to be lodged as a rule in the head. Vision is so placed in all animals. But such is not invariably the case with hearing or with smell. For fishes and the like hear and smell, and yet have no visible organs for these senses in the head, a fact which demonstrates the accuracy of the opinion here maintained. Now that vision, whenever it exists, should be in the neighborhood of the brain is but what one would rationally expect. For the brain is fluid and cold, and vision is of the nature of water, water being of all transparent substances the one most easily confined. Moreover, it cannot but necessarily be that the more precise senses will have their precision rendered still greater if ministered to by parts that have the purest blood. For the motion of the heat of blood destroys sensory activity. For these reasons the organs of the precise senses are lodged in the head. It is not only the fore part of the head that is destitute of flesh, but the hind part also. For, in all animals that have a head, it is this head which more than any other part requires to be held up. But, were the head heavily laden with flesh, this would be impossible, for nothing so burdened can be held upright. This is an additional proof that the absence of flesh from the head has no reference to brain sensation. For there is no brain in the hinder part of the head, and yet this is as much without flesh as is the front. In some animals hearing as well as vision is lodged in the region of the head. Nor is this without a rational explanation. For what is called the empty space is full of air, and the organ of hearing is, as we say, of the nature of air. Now there are channels which lead from the eyes to the blood vessels that surround the brain, and similarly there is a channel which leads back again from each ear and connects it with the hinder part of the head. But no part that is without blood is endowed with sensation, as neither is the blood itself, but only some one of the parts that are formed of blood. The brain in all animals that have one is placed in the front part of the head, because the direction in which sensation acts is in front, and because the heart, from which sensation proceeds, is in the front part of the body, and lastly because the instruments or sensation are the blood-containing parts, and the cavity in the posterior part of the skull is destitute of blood vessels. As to the position of the sense organs, they have been arranged by nature in the following well-ordered manner. The organs of hearing are so placed as to divide the circumference of the head into two equal halves, for they have to hear not only sounds which are directly in line with themselves, but sounds from all quarters. The organs of vision are placed in front, because sight is exercised only in a straight line, and moving as we do in a forward direction it is necessary that we should see before us, in the direction of our motion. Lastly, the organs of smell are placed with good reason between the eyes. For as the body consists of two parts, a right half and a left, so also each organ of sense is double. In the case of touch this is not apparent, the reason being that the primary organ of this sense is not the flesh or analogous part, but lies internally. In the case of taste, which is merely a modification of touch and which is placed in the tongue, the fact is more apparent than in the case of touch, but still not so manifest as in the case of the other senses. However, even in taste it is evident enough, for in some animals the tongue is plainly forked. The double character of the sensations is, however, more conspicuous in the other organs of sense. For there are 2 ears and 2 eyes, and the nostrils, though joined together, are also 2. Were these latter otherwise disposed, and separated from each other as are the ears. Neither they nor the nose in which they are placed would be able to perform their office. For in such animals as have nostrils, olfaction is effected by means of inspiration, and the organ of inspiration is placed in front and in the middle line. This is the reason why nature has brought the two nostrils together and placed them as the central of the three sense organs, setting them side by side on a level with each other, to avail themselves of the inspiratory motion. In other animals than man, the arrangement of these sense organs is also such as is adapted in each case to the special requirements. 11. For instance, in quadrupeds the ears stand out freely from the head and are set to all appearance above the eyes. Not that they are in reality above the eyes, but they seem to be so, because the animal does not stand erect, but has its head hung downwards. This being the usual attitude of the animal when in motion, it is of advantage that its ears shall be high up and movable, for by turning themselves about they can the better take in sounds from every quarter. 12. In birds, on the other hand, there are no ears, but only the auditory passages. This is because their skin is hard and because they have feathers instead of hairs, so that they have not got the proper material for the formation of ears. Exactly the same is the case with such oviparous quadrupeds as are clad with scaly plates, and the same explanation applies to them. There is also one of the viviparous quadrupeds, namely the seal, that has no ears but only the auditory passages. The explanation of this is that the seal, though a quadruped, is a quadruped of stunted formation. 13. Men, and birds, and quadrupeds, viviparous and oviparous alike, have their eyes protected by lids. In the vivipara there are two of these, and both are used by these animals not only in closing the eyes, but also in the act of blinking, whereas the oviparous quadrupeds, and the heavy-bodied birds as well as some others, use only the lower lid to close the eye, while birds blink by means of a membrane that issues from the canthus. The reason for the eyes being thus protected is that nature has made them of fluid consistency, in order to ensure keenness of vision. For had they been covered with hard skin, they would, it is true, have been less liable to get injured by anything falling into them from without, but they would not have been sharp-sighted. It is then to ensure keenness of vision that the skin over the pupil is fine and delicate, while the lids are superadded as a protection from injury. It is as a still further safeguard that all these animals blink, and man most of all. This action, which is not performed from deliberate intention but from a natural instinct, serving to keep objects from falling into the eyes, and being more frequent in man than in the rest of these animals, because of the greater delicacy of his skin. These lids are made of a roll of skin, and it is because they are made of skin and contain no flesh that neither they, nor the similarly constructed prepuce, unite again when once cut. As to the oviparous quadrupeds, and such birds as resemble them in closing the eye with the lower lid, it is the hardness of the skin of their heads which makes them do so. For such birds as have heavy bodies are not made for flight, and so the materials which would otherwise have gone to increase the growth of the feathers are diverted thence, and used to augment the thickness of the skin. Birds therefore of this kind close the eye with the lower lid, whereas pigeons and the like use both upper and lower lids for the purpose. As birds are covered with feathers, so oviparous quadrupeds are covered with scaly plates, and these in all their forms are harder than hairs, so that the skin also to which they belong is harder than the skin of hairy animals. In these animals, then, the skin on the head is hard, and so does not allow the formation of an upper eyelid, whereas lower down the integument is of a flesh-like character, so that the lower lid can be thin and extensible. The act of blinking is performed by the heavy-bodied birds by means of the membrane already mentioned, and not by this lower lid. For in blinking rapid motion is required, and such is the motion of this membrane, whereas that of the lower lid is slow. It is from the canthus that is nearest to the nostrils that the membrane comes. For it is better to have one starting point for nictitation than two, and in these birds this starting point is the junction of eye and nostrils, an anterior starting point being preferable to a lateral one. Oviparous quadrupeds do not blink in like manner as the birds, for, living as they do on the ground, they are free from the necessity of having eyes of fluid consistency and of keen sight, whereas these are essential requisites for birds, inasmuch as they have to use their eyes at long distances. This too explains why birds with talons, that have to search for prey by eye from aloft, and therefore soar to greater heights than other birds, are sharp-sighted, while common fowls and the like, that live on the ground and are not made for flight, have no such keenness of vision. For there is nothing in their mode of life which imperatively requires it. Fishes and insects and the hard-skinned crustacea present certain differences in their eyes, but so far resemble each other as that none of them have eyelids. As for the hard-skinned crustacea, it is utterly out of the question that they should have any, for an eyelid, to be of use, requires the action of the skin to be rapid. These animals then have no eyelids and, in default of this protection, their eyes are hard, just as through the lid were attached to the surface of the eye, and the animal saw through it. Inasmuch, however, as such hardness must necessarily blunt the sharpness of vision, nature has endowed the eyes of insects, and still more those of crustacea, with mobility, just as she has given some quadrupeds movable ears, in order that they may be able to turn to the light and catch its rays, and so see more plainly. Fishes, however, have eyes of a fluid consistency. For animals that move much about have to use their vision at considerable distances. If now they live on land, the air in which they move is transparent enough. But the water in which fishes live is a hindrance to sharp sight, though it has this advantage over the air, that it does not contain so many objects to knock against the eyes. The risk of collision being thus small, nature, who makes nothing in vain, has given no eyelids to fishes, while to counterbalance the opacity of the water she has made their eyes of fluid consistency. 14. All animals that have hairs on the body have lashes on the eyelids, but birds and animals with scale-like plates, being hairless, have none. The Libyan ostrich, indeed, forms an exception, for, though a bird, it is furnished with eyelashes. This exception, however, will be explained hereafter. Of hairy animals, man alone has lashes on both lids. For in quadrupeds there is a greater abundance of hair on the back than on the underside of the body, whereas in man the contrary is the case, and the hair is more abundant on the front surface than on the back. The reason for this is that hair is intended to serve as a protection to its possessor. Now, in quadrupeds, owing to their inclined attitude, the under or anterior surface does not require so much protection as the back, and is therefore left comparatively bald, in spite of its being the nobler of the two sides. But in man, owing to his upright attitude, the anterior and posterior surfaces of the body are on an equality as regards need of protection. Nature therefore has assigned the protective covering to the nobler of the two surfaces, for invariably she brings about the best arrangement of such as are possible. This then is the reason that there is no lower eyelash in any quadruped, though in some a few scattered hairs sprout out under the lower lid. This also is the reason that they never have hair in the axillae, nor on the pubes, as man has. Their hair, then, instead of being collected in these parts, is either thickly set over the whole dorsal surface, as is the case for instance in dogs, or, sometimes, forms a mane, as in horses and the like, or as in the male lion where the mane is still more flowing and ample. So, again, whenever there is a tail of any length, nature decks it with hair, with long hair if the stem of the tail be short, as in horses, with short hair if the stem be long, regard also being had to the condition of the rest of the body. For nature invariably gives to one part what she subtracts from another. Thus when she has covered the general surface of an animal's body with an excess of hair, she leaves a deficiency in the region of the tail. This, for instance, in the case with bears. No animal has so much hair on the head as man. This, in the first place, is the necessary result of the fluid character of his brain, and of the presence of so many sutures in his skull. For wherever there is the most fluid and the most heat, there also must necessarily occur the greatest outgrowth. But, secondly, the thickness of the hair in this part has a final cause, being intended to protect the head, by preserving it from excess of either heat or cold. And as the brain of man is larger and more fluid than that of any other animal, it requires a proportionately greater amount of protection. For the more fluid a substance is, the more readily does it get excessively heated or excessively chilled, while substances of an opposite character are less liable to such injurious affections. These, however, are matters which by their close connection with eyelashes have led us to digress from our real topic, namely the cause to which these lashes owe their existence. We must therefore defer any further remarks we may have to make on these matters till the proper occasion arises and then return to their consideration. 15. Both eyebrows and eyelashes exist for the protection of the eyes, the former that they may shelter them, like the eaves of a house, from any fluids that trickle down from the head, the latter to act like the palisades which are sometimes placed in front of enclosures, and keep out any objects which might otherwise get in. The brows are placed over the junction of two bones, which is the reason that in old age they often become so bushy as to require cutting. The lashes are set at the terminations of small blood vessels, for the vessels come to an end where the skin itself terminates, and, in all places where these endings occur, the exudation of moisture of a corporeal character necessitates the growth of hairs, unless there be some operation of nature which interferes, by diverting the moisture to another purpose. 16. The viparous quadrupeds, as a rule, present no great variety of form in the organ of smell. In those of them, however, whose jaws project forwards and taper to a narrow end, so as to form what is called a snout. The nostrils are placed in this projection, there being no other available plan, while, in the rest, there is a more definite demarcation between nostrils and jaws. But in no animal is this part so peculiar as in the elephant, where it attains an extraordinary and strength. For the elephant uses its nostril as a hand, this being the instrument with which it conveys food, fluid and solid alike, to its mouth. With it, too, it tears up trees, coiling it round their stems. In fact, it applies it generally to the purposes of a hand. For the elephant has the double character of a land animal, and of one that lives in swamps. Seeing then that it has to get its food from the water, and yet must necessarily breathe, inasmuch as it is a land animal and has blood, seeing, also, that its excessive weight prevents it from passing rapidly from water to land, as some other sanguineous vivipara that breathe can do, it becomes necessary that it shall be suited alike for life in the water and for life on dry land. Just then as divers are sometimes provided with instruments for respiration, through which they can draw air from above the water, and thus may remain for a long time under the sea, so also have elephants been furnished by nature with their lengthened nostril, and, whenever they have to traverse the water, they lift this up above the surface and breathe through it. For the elephant's proboscis, as already said, is a nostril. Now it would have been impossible for this nostril to have the form of a proboscis, had it been hard and incapable of bending. For its very length would then have prevented the animal from supplying itself with food, being as great an impediment as the of certain oxen, that are said to be obliged to walk backwards while they are grazing. It is therefore soft and flexible, and, being such, is made, in addition to its own proper functions, to serve the office of the 4 feet, nature in this following her wonted plan of using one and the same part for several purposes. For in polydactylous quadrupeds the 4 feet are intended not merely to support the weight of the body, but to serve as hands. But in elephants, though they must be reckoned polydactylous, as their foot has neither cloven nor solid hoof, the 4 feet, owing to the great size and weight of the body, are reduced to the condition of mere supports, and indeed their slow motion and unfitness for bending make them useless for any other purpose. A nostril, then, is given to the elephant for respiration, as to every other animal that has a lung, and is lengthened out and endowed with its power of coiling because the animal has to remain for considerable periods of time in the water, and is unable to pass thence to dry ground with any rapidity. But as the feet are shorn of their full office, this same part is also, as already said, made by nature to supply their place, and give such help as otherwise would be rendered by them. As to other sanguineous animals, the birds, the serpents, and the oviparous quadrupeds, in all of them there are the nostril holes, placed in front of the mouth, but in none other any distinctly formed nostrils, nothing in fact which can be called nostrils except from a functional point of view. A bird at any rate has nothing which can properly be called a nose, for its so-called beak is a substitute for jaws. The reason for this is to be found in the natural conformation of birds, for they are winged bipeds, and this makes it necessary that their heads and neck shall be of light weight, just as it makes it necessary that their breast shall be narrow. The beak therefore with which they are provided is formed of a bone-like substance, in order that it may serve as a weapon as well as for nutritive purposes, but is made of narrow dimensions to suit the small size of the head. In this beak are placed the olfactory passages. But there are no nostrils, for such could not possibly be placed there. As for those animals that have no respiration, it has already been explained why it is that they are without nostrils, and perceive odors either through gills, or through a blowhole, or, if they are insects, by the hyposoma, and how the power of smelling depends, like their motion, upon the innate spirit of their bodies, which in all of them is implanted by nature and not introduced from without. Under the nostrils are the lips, in such sanguineous animals, that is, as have teeth. For in birds, as already has been said, the purposes of nutrition and defense are fulfilled by a bone-like beak, which forms a compound substitute for teeth and lips. For supposing that one were to cut off a man's lips, unite his upper teeth together, and similarly his under ones, and then were to lengthen out the 2 separate pieces thus formed, narrowing them on either side and making them project forwards, supposing, I say, this to be done, we should at once have a bird-like beak. The use of the lips in all animals except man is to preserve and guard the teeth, and thus it is that the distinctness with which the lips are formed is in direct proportion to the degree of nicety and perfection with which the teeth are fashioned. In man the lips are soft and flesh-like and capable of separating from each other. Their purpose, as in other animals, is to guard the teeth, but they are more especially intended to serve a higher office, contributing in common with other parts to man's faculty of speech. For just as nature has made man's tongue unlike that of other animals, and, in accordance with what I have said is her not uncommon practice, has used it for two distinct operations, namely for the perception of savours and for speech, so also has she acted with regard to the lips, and made them serve both for speech and for the protection of the teeth. For vocal speech consists of combinations of the letters, and most of these would be impossible to pronounce, were the lips not moist, nor the tongue such as it is. For some letters are formed by closures of the lips and others by applications of the tongue. But what are the differences presented by these and what the nature and extent of such differences, are questions to which answers must be sought from those who are versed in metrical science. It was necessary that the two parts which we are discussing should, in conformity with the requirements, be severally adapted to fulfill the office mentioned above, and be of appropriate character. Therefore are they made of flesh, and flesh is softer in man than in any other animal, the reason for this being that of all animals man has the most delicate sense of touch. 17. The tongue is placed under the vaulted roof of the mouth. In land animals it presents but little diversity. But in other animals it is variable, and this with plus r we compare them as a class with such as live on land, or compare their several species with each other. It is in man that the tongue attains its greatest degree of freedom, of softness, and of breadth, the object of this being to render it suitable for its double function. For its softness fits it for the perception of savours, a sense which is more delicate in man than in any other animal, softness being most impressionable by touch, of which sense taste is but a variety. This same softness again, together with its breadth, adapts it for the articulation of letters and for speech. For these qualities, combined with its freedom from attachment, are those which suit it best for advancing and retiring in every direction. That this is so is plain, if we consider the case of those who are tongue-tied in however slight a degree. For their speech is indistinct and lisping, that is to say there are certain letters which they cannot pronounce. In being broad is comprised the possibility of becoming narrow, for in the great the small is included, but not the great in the small. What has been said explains why, among birds, those that are most capable of pronouncing letters are such as have the broadest tongues, and why the viviparous and sanguineous quadrupeds, where the tongue is hard and thick and not free in its motions, have a very limited vocal articulation. Some birds have a considerable variety of notes. These are the smaller kinds. But it is the birds with talons that have the broader tongues. All birds use their tongues to communicate with each other. But some do this in a greater degree than the rest, so that in some cases it even seems as though actual instruction were imparted from one to another by its agency. These, however, are matters which have already been discussed in the researches concerning animals. As to those oviparous and sanguineous animals that live not in the air but on the earth, their tongue in most cases is tied down and hard, and is therefore useless for vocal purposes. In the serpents, however, and in the lizards it is long and forked, so as to be suited for the perception of savours. So long indeed is this part in serpents, that though small while in the mouth it can be protruded to a great distance. In these animals it is forked and has a fine and hair-like extremity, because of their great liking for dainty food. For by this arrangement they derive a twofold pleasure from savours, their gustatory sensation being as it were doubled. Even some bloodless animals have an organ that serves for the perception of savours, and in sanguineous animals such an organ is invariably for even in such of these as would seem to an ordinary observer to have nothing of the kind. Some of the fishes, for example, there is a kind of shabby representative of a tongue, much like what exists in river crocodiles. In most of these cases the apparent absence of the part can be rationally explained on some ground or other. For in the first place the interior of the mouth in animals of this character is invariably spinous. Secondly, in water animals there is but short space of time for the perception of savours, and as the use of this sense is thus of short duration, shortened also is the separate part which subserves it. The reason for their food being so rapidly transmitted to the stomach is that they cannot possibly spend any time in sucking out the juices, for were they to attempt to do so, the water would make its way in during the process. Unless therefore one pulls their mouth very widely open, the projection of this part is quite invisible. The region exposed by thus opening the mouth is spinous, for it is formed by the close apposition of the gills, which are of a spinous character. In crocodiles the immobility of the lower jaw also contributes in some measure to stunt the development of the tongue. For the crocodile's tongue is adherent to the lower jaw. For its upper and lower jaws are, as it were, inverted, it being the upper jaw which in other animals is the immovable one. The tongue, however, on this animal is not attached to the upper jaw, because that would interfere with the ingestion of food, but adheres to the lower jaw, because this is, as it were, the upper one which has changed its place. Moreover, it is the crocodile's lot, though a land animal, to live the life of a fish, and this again necessarily involves an indistinct formation of the part in question. The roof of the mouth resembles flesh, even in many of the fishes, and in some of the river species, as for instance in the fishes known as cyprini, is so very flesh-like and soft as to be taken by careless observers for a tongue. The tongue of fishes, however, though it exists as a separate part, is never formed with such distinctness as this, as has been already explained. Again, as the gustatory sensibility is intended to serve animals in the selection of food, it is not diffused equally over the whole surface of the tongue-like organ, but is placed chiefly in the tip, and for this reason it is the tip which is the only part of the tongue separated in fishes from the rest of the mouth. As all animals are sensible to the pleasure derivable from food, they all feel a desire for it. For the object of desire is the pleasant. The part, however, by which food produces the sensation is not precisely alike in all of them, but while in some it is free from attachments, in others, where it is not required for vocal poses, it is adherent. In some again it is hard, in others soft or flesh-like. Thus even the crustacea, the carabi for instance and the like, and the cephalopods, such as the sepias and the poulps, have some such part inside the mouth. As for the insects, some of them have the part which serves as tongue inside the mouth, as is the case with ants, and as is also the case with many testacea, while in others it is placed externally. In this latter case it resembles a sting, and is hollow and spongy, so as to serve at one and the same time for the tasting and for the sucking up of nutriment. This is plainly to be seen in flies and bees and all such animals, and likewise in some of the testacea. In the pupa, for instance, so strong is this part that it enables them to bore holes through the hard covering of shellfish, of the spiral snails, for example, that are used as bait to catch them. So also the gadflies and cattleflies can pierce through the skin of man, and some of them even through the skins of other animals. Such, then, in these animals is the nature of the tongue, which is thus as it were the counterpart of the elephant's nostril. For as in the elephant the nostril is used as a weapon, so in these animals the tongue serves as a sting. In all other animals the tongue agrees with description already given. On the Parts of Animals, Book 3. Translated by William Ogle. We have next to consider the teeth, and with these the mouth, that is the cavity which they enclose and form. The teeth have one invariable office, namely the reduction of food, but besides this general function they have other special ones, and these differ in different groups. Thus in some animals the teeth serve as weapons, but this with a distinction. For there are offensive weapons and there are defensive weapons, and while in some animals, as the wild carnivora, the teeth answer both purposes, in many others, both wild and domesticated, they serve only for defense. In man the teeth are admirably constructed for their general office, the front ones being sharp, so as to cut the food into bits, and the hinder ones broad and flat, so as to grind it to a pulp, while between these and separating them are the dog teeth, which, in accordance with the rule that the mean partakes of both extremes, share in the characters of those on either side, being broad in one part but sharp in another. Similar distinctions of shape are presented by the teeth of other animals, with the exception of those whose teeth are one and all the sharp kind. In man, however, the number and the character even of these sharp teeth have been mainly determined by the requirements of speech. For the front teeth of man contribute in many ways to the formation of letter sounds. In some animals, however, the teeth, as already said, serve merely for the reduction of food. When, besides this, they serve as offensive and defensive weapons, they may either be formed into tusks, as for instance is the case in swine, or may be sharp-pointed and interlock with those of the opposite jaw, in which case the animal is said to be saw-toothed. The explanation of this latter arrangement is as follows. The strength of such an animal is in its teeth, and these depend for their efficiency on their sharpness. In order, then, to prevent their getting blunted by mutual friction, such of them as serve for weapons fit into each other's interspaces, and are so kept in proper condition. No animal that has sharp interfitting teeth is at the same time furnished with tusks. For nature never makes anything superfluous or in vain. She gives, therefore, tusks to such animals as strike in fighting, and serrated teeth to such as bite. Sows, for instance, have no tusks, and accordingly sows bite instead of striking. A general principle must here be noted, which will be found applicable not only in this instance but in many others that will occur later on. Nature allots each weapon, offensive and defensive alike, to those animals alone that can use it, or, if not to them alone, to them in a more marked degree, and she allots it in its most perfect state to those that can use it best, and this whether it be a sting, or a spur, or horns, or tusks, or what it may of a like kind. Thus as males are stronger and more choleric than females, it is in males that such parts as those just mentioned are found, either exclusively, as in some species, or more fully developed, as in others. For though females are of course provided with such parts as are no less necessary to them than to males, the parts, for instance, which subserve nutrition, they have even these in an inferior degree, and the parts which answer no such necessary purpose they do not possess at all. This explains why stags have horns, while does have none, why the horns of cows are different from those of bulls, and, similarly, the horns of ewes from those of rams. It explains also why the females are often without spurs in species where the males are provided with them, and accounts for similar facts relating to all other such parts. All fishes have teeth of a serrated form, with the single exception of the fish known as the scarus. In many of them there are teeth even on the tongue and on the roof of the mouth. The reason for this is that, living as they do in the water, they cannot but allow this fluid to pass into the mouth with the food. The fluid thus admitted they must necessarily discharge again without delay. For were they not to do so, but to retain it for a time while triturating the food, the water would run into their digestive cavities. Their teeth therefore are all sharp, being adapted only for cutting, and are numerous and set in many parts, that their abundance may serve in lieu of any grinding faculty, to mince the food into small bits. They are also curved, because these are almost the only weapons which fishes possess. In all these offices of the teeth the mouth also takes its part, but besides these functions it is subservient to respiration, in all such animals as breathe and are cooled by external agency. For nature, as already said, uses the parts which are common to all animals for many special purposes, and this of her own accord. Thus the mouth has one universal function in all animals alike, namely its alimentary office, but in some, besides this, the special duty of serving as a weapon is attached to it, in others that of ministering to speech, and again in many, though not in all, the office of respiration. All these functions are thrown by nature upon one single organ, the construction of which he varies so as to suit the variations of office. Therefore it is that in some animals the mouth is contracted, while in others it is of wide dimensions. The contracted form belongs to such animals as use the mouth merely for nutritive, respiratory, and vocal purposes, whereas in such as use it as a means of defense it has a wide gape. This is its invariable form in such animals as are saw-toothed. For seeing that their mode of warfare consists in biting, it is advantageous to them that their mouth shall have a wide opening, for the wider it opens, the greater will be the extent of the bite, and the more numerous will be the teeth called into play. What has just been said applies to fishes as well as to other animals, and thus in such of them as are carnivorous, and made for biting. The mouth has a wide gape, whereas in the rest it is small, being placed at the extremity of a tapering snout. For this form is suited for their purposes, while the other would be useless. In birds the mouth consists of what is called the beak, which in them is a substitute for lips and teeth. This beak presents variations in harmony with the functions and protective purposes which it serves. Thus in those birds that are called crooked-clawed it is invariably hooked, inasmuch as these birds are carnivorous, and eat no kind of vegetable food whatsoever. For this form renders it serviceable to them in obtaining the mastery over their prey, and is better suited for deeds of violence than any other. Moreover, as their weapons of offense consist of this beak and of their claws, these latter also are more crooked in them than in the generality of birds. Similarly in each other kind of bird the beak is suited to the mode of life. Thus, in woodpeckers it is hard and strong, as also in crows and birds of crow-like habit, while in the smaller birds it is delicate, so as to be of use in collecting seeds and picking up minute animals. In such birds, again, as eat herbage, and such as live about marshes those, for example, that swim and have webbed feet the bill is broad, or adapted in some other way to the mode of life. For a broad bill enables a bird to dig into the ground with ease, just as, among quadrupeds, does the broad snout of the pig, an animal which, like the birds in question, lives on roots. Moreover, in these root-eating birds and in some others of like habits of life, the tips of the bill end in hard points, which gives them additional facility in dealing with herbaceous food. The several parts which are set on the head have now, pretty nearly all, been considered. In man, however, the part which lies between the head and the neck is called the face, this name, prosopon, being, it would seem, derived from the function of the part. For as man is the only animal that stands erect, he is also the only one that looks directly in front, proso, and the only one whose voice is emitted in that direction. We have now to treat of horns, for these also, when present, are appendages of the head. They exist in none but viviparous animals, though in some ovipara certain parts are metaphorically spoken of as horns, in virtue of a certain resemblance. To none of such parts, however, does the proper office of a horn belong, for they are never used, as are the horns of vivipara, for purposes which require strength, whether it be in self-protection or in offensive strife. So also no polydactylous animal is furnished with horns. For horns are defensive weapons, and these polydactylous animals possess other means of security. For to some of them nature has given claws, to others teeth suited for combat, and to the rest some other adequate defensive appliance. There are horns, however, in most of the cloven-hoofed animals, and in some of those that have a solid hoof, serving them as an offensive weapon, and in some cases also as a defensive one. There are horns also in all animals that have not been provided by nature with some other means of security, such means, for instance, as speed, which has been given to horses, or great size, as in camels, for excessive bulk, such as has been given to these animals, and in a still greater measure to elephants, is sufficient in itself to protect an animal from being destroyed by others. Other animals again are protected by the possession of tusks, and among these are the swine, though they have a cloven hoof. All animals again, whose horns are but useless appendages, have been provided by nature with some additional means of security. Thus deer are endowed with speed, for the large size and great branching of their horns makes these a source of detriment rather than of profit to their possessors. Similarly endowed are the bubulus and gazelle, for though these animals will stand up against some enemies and defend themselves with their horns, yet they run away from such as are fierce and pugnacious. The banasus again, whose horns curve inwards towards each other, is provided with a means of protection in the discharge of its excrement, and of this it avails itself when frightened. There are some other animals besides the banasus that have a similar mode of defense. In no case, however, does nature ever give more than one adequate means of protection to one and the same animal. Most of the animals that have horns are cloven-hoofed, but the Indian ass, as they call it, is also reported to be horned, though its hoof is solid. Again as the body, so far as regards its organs of motion, consists of two distinct parts, the right and the left, so also and for like reasons the horns of animals are, in the great majority of cases, two in number. Still there are some that have but a single horn. The oryx, for instance, and the so-called Indian ass, in the former of which the hoof is cloven, while in the latter it is solid. In such animals the horn is set in the center of the head, for as the middle belongs equally to both extremes, this arrangement is the one that comes nearest to each side having its own horn. Again, it would appear consistent with reason that the single horn should go with the solid rather than with the cloven hoof. For hoof, whether solid or cloven, is of the same nature as horn, so that the two naturally undergo division simultaneously and in the same animals. Again, since the division of the cloven hoof depends on deficiency of material, it is but rationally consistent, that nature, when she gave an animal an excess of material for the hoofs, which thus became solid, should have taken away something from the upper parts and so made the animal to have but one horn. Rightly too did she act when she chose the head whereon to set the horns, and Aesop's Momus is beside the mark, when he finds fault with the bull for not having its horns upon its shoulders. For from this position, says he, they would have delivered their blow with the greatest force, whereas on the head they occupied the weakest part of the whole body. Momus was but dull-sighted in making this hostile criticism. For had their horns been set on the shoulders, or had they been set on any other part than they are, the encumbrance of their weight would have been increased, not only without any compensating gain whatsoever, but with the disadvantage of impeding many bodily operations. For the point whence the blows could be delivered with the greatest force was not the only matter to be considered, but the point also whence they could be delivered with the widest range. But as the bull has no hands and cannot possibly have its horns on its feet or on its knees, where they would prevent flexion, there remains no other site for them but the head, and this therefore they necessarily occupy. In this position, moreover, they are much less in the way of the movements of the body than they would be elsewhere. Deer are the only animals in which the horns are solid throughout, and are also the only animals that cast them. This casting is not simply advantageous to the deer from the increased lightness which it produces, but, seeing how heavy the horns are, is a matter of actual necessity. In all other animals the horns are hollow for a certain distance, and the end alone is solid, this being the part of use in a blow. At the same time, to prevent even the hollow part from being weak, the horn, though it grows out of the skin, has a solid piece from the bones fitted into its cavity. For this arrangement is not only that which makes the horns of the greatest service in fighting, but that which causes them to be as little of an impediment as possible in the other actions of life. Such then are the reasons for which horns exist, and such the reasons why they are present in some animals, absent from others. Let us now consider the character of the material nature whose necessary results have been made available by rational nature for a final cause. In the first place, then, the larger the bulk of animals, the greater is the proportion of corporeal and earthy matter which they contain. Thus no very small animal is known to have horns, the smallest horned animal that we are acquainted with being the gazelle. But in all our speculations concerning nature, what we have to consider is the general rule, for that is natural which applies either universally or generally. And thus when we say that the largest animals have most earthy matter, we say so because such is the general rule. Now this earthy matter is used in the animal body to form bone. But in the larger animals there is an excess of it, and this excess is turned by nature to useful account, being converted into weapons of defense. Part of it necessarily flows to the upper portion of the body, and this is allotted by her in some cases to the formation of tusks and teeth, in others to the formation of horns. Thus it is that no animal that has horns has also front teeth in both jaws, those in the upper jaw being deficient. For nature by subtracting from the teeth adds to the horns, the nutriment which in most animals goes to the former being here spent on the augmentation of the latter. Does, it is true, have no horns and yet are equally deficient with the males as regards the teeth. The reason, however, for this is that they, as much as the males, are naturally horn-bearing animals, but they have been stripped of their horns, because these would not only be useless to them but actually baneful, whereas the greater strength of the males causes these organs, though equally useless, to be less of an impediment. In other animals, where this material is not secreted from the body in the shape of horns, it is used to increase the size of the teeth, in some cases of all the teeth, in others merely of the tusks, which thus become so long as to resemble horns projecting from their jaws. So much, then, of the parts which appertain to the head. 3. Below the head lies the neck, in such animals as have one. This is the case with those only that of the parts to which a neck is subservient. These parts are the larynx and what is called the esophagus. Of these the former, or larynx, exists for the sake of respiration, being the instrument by which such animals as breathe inhale and discharge the air. Therefore it is that, when there is no lung, there is also no neck. Of this condition the fishes are an example. The other part, or esophagus, is the channel through which food is conveyed to the stomach, so that all animals that are without a neck are also without a distinct esophagus. Such a part is in fact not required of necessity for nutritive purposes, for it has no action whatsoever on the food. Indeed there is nothing to prevent the stomach from being placed directly after the mouth. This, however, is quite impossible in the case of the lung. For there must be some sort of tube common to the two divisions of the lung, by which it being bipartite the breath may be apportioned to their respective bronchi, and thence pass into the air pipes, and such an arrangement will be the best for giving perfection to inspiration and expiration. The organ then concerned in respiration must of necessity be of some length, and this, again, necessitates the being an esophagus to unite mouth and stomach. This esophagus is of a flesh-like character, and yet admits of extension like a sinew. This latter property is given to it, that it may stretch when food is introduced, while the flesh-like character is intended to make it soft and yielding, and to prevent it from being rasped by particles as they pass downwards, and so suffering damage. On the other hand, the windpipe and the so-called larynx are constructed out of a cartilaginous substance. For they have to serve not only for respiration, but also for vocal purposes, and an instrument that is to produce sounds must necessarily be not only smooth but firm. The windpipe lies in front of the esophagus, although this position causes it to be some hindrance to the latter in the act of deglutition. For if a morsel of food, fluid or solid, slips into it by accident, choking and much distress and violent fits of coughing ensue. This must be a matter of astonishment to any of those who assert that it is by the windpipe that an animal imbibes fluid. For the consequences just mentioned occur invariably, whenever a particle of food slips in, and are quite obvious. Indeed on many grounds it is ridiculous to say that this is the channel through which animals imbibe fluid. For there is no passage leading from the lung to the stomach, such as the esophagus which we see leading thither from the mouth. Moreover, when any cause produces sickness and vomiting, it is plain enough when the fluid is discharged. It is manifest also that fluid, when swallowed, does not pass directly into the bladder and collect there, but goes first into the stomach. For, when red wine is taken, the dejections of the stomach are seen to be colored by its dregs, and such discoloration has been even seen on many occasions inside the stomach itself, in cases where there have been wounds opening into that organ. However, it is perhaps silly to be minutely particular in dealing with silly statements such as this. The windpipe then, owing to its position in front of the esophagus, is exposed, as we have said, to annoyance from the food. To obviate this, however, nature has contrived the epiglottis. This part is not found in all sanguineous animals, but only in such of them as have the lung, nor in all of these, but only in such as at the same time have their skin covered with hairs, and not either with scaly plates or with feathers. In such scaly and feathered animals there is no epiglottis, but its office is supplied by the larynx, which closes and opens, just as in the other case the epiglottis falls down and rises up, rising up during the ingress or egress of breath, and falling down during the ingestion of food, so as to prevent any particle from slipping into the windpipe. Should there be the slightest want of accuracy in this movement, or should an inspiration be made during the ingestion of food, choking and coughing ensue, as already has been noticed. So admirably contrived, however, is the movement both of the epiglottis and of the tongue, that, while the food is being ground to a pulp in the mouth, the tongue very rarely gets caught between the teeth, and, while the food is passing over the epiglottis seldom does a particle of it slip into the windpipe. The animals which have been mentioned as having no epiglottis owe this deficiency to the dryness of their flesh and to the hardness of their skin. For an epiglottis made of such materials would not admit of easy motion. It would, indeed, take a longer time to shut down an epiglottis made of the peculiar flesh of these animals, and shaped like that of those with hairy skins, than to bring the edges of the windpipe itself into contact with each other. Thus much then as to the reason why some animals have an epiglottis while others have none, and thus much also as to its use. It is a contrivance of nature to remedy the vicious position of the windpipe in front of the esophagus. That position is the result of necessity. For it is in the front and center of the body that the heart is situated, in which we say is the principle of life and the source of all motion and sensation. For sensation and emotion are exercised in the direction which we term forwards, and it is on this very relation that the distinction of before and behind is founded, but where the heart is, there and surrounding it is the lung. Now inspiration, which occurs for the sake of the lung and for the sake of the principle which has its seat in the heart, is effected through the windpipe. Since then the heart must of necessity lie in the very front place of all, it follows that the larynx also in the windpipe must of necessity lie in front of the esophagus. For they lead to the lung and heart, whereas the esophagus leads to the stomach. And it is a universal law that, as regards above and below, front and back, right and left, the nobler and more honorable part invariably is placed uppermost, in front, and on the right, rather than in the opposite positions, unless some more important object stands in the way. 4. We have now dealt with the neck, the esophagus, and the windpipe, and have next to treat of the viscera. These are peculiar to sanguineous animals, some of which have all of them, others only a part, while no bloodless animals have any at all. Democritus then seems to have been mistaken in the notion he formed of the viscera, if, that is to say, he fancied that the reason why none were discoverable in bloodless animals was that these animals were too small to allow them to be seen. For, in sanguineous animals, both heart and liver are visible enough when the body is only just formed, and while it is still extremely small. For these parts are to be seen in the egg sometimes as early as the 3rd day, being then no bigger than a point, and are visible also in aborted embryos, while still excessively minute. Moreover, as the external organs are not precisely alike in all animals, but each creature is provided with such as are suited to its special mode of life and motion, so is it with the internal parts, these also differing in different animals. Viscera, then, are peculiar to sanguineous animals, and therefore are each and all formed from sanguineous material, as is plainly to be seen in the newborn young of these animals. For in such the viscera are more sanguineous, and of greater bulk in proportion to the body, than at any later period of life, it being in the earliest stage of formation that the nature of the material and its abundance are most conspicuous. There is a heart, then, in all sanguineous animals, and the reason for this has already been given. For that sanguineous animals must necessarily have blood is self-evident. And, as the blood is fluid, it is also a matter of necessity that there shall be a receptacle for it, and it is apparently to meet this requirement that nature has devised the blood vessels. These, again, must necessarily have one primary source. For it is preferable that there shall be one such, when possible, rather than several. This primary source of the vessels is the heart. For the vessels manifestly issue from it and do not go through it. Moreover, being as it is homogeneous, it has the character of a blood vessel. Again its position is that of a primary or dominating part. For nature, when no other more important purpose stands in her way, places the more honorable part in the more honorable position, and the heart lies about the center of the body, but rather in its upper than its lower half, and also more in front than behind. This is most evident in the case of man, but even in other animals there is a tendency in the heart to assume a similar position, in the center of the necessary part of the body, that is to say of the part which terminates in the vent for excrement. For the limbs vary in position in different animals, and are not to be counted with the parts which are necessary for life. For life can be maintained even when they are removed, while it is self-evident that the addition of them to an animal is not destructive of it. There are some who say that the vessels commence in the head. In this they are clearly mistaken. For in the first place, according to their representation, there would be many sources for the vessels, and these scattered, and secondly, these sources would be in a region that is manifestly cold, as is shown by its intolerance of chill, whereas the region of the heart is as manifestly hot. Again, as already said, the vessels continue their course through the other viscera, but no vessel spreads through the heart. From this it is quite evident that the heart is a part of the vessels and their origin, and for this it is well suited by its structure. For its central part consists of a dense and hollow substance, and is moreover full of blood, as through the vessels took thence their origin. It is hollow to serve for the reception of the blood, while its wall is dense, that it may serve to protect the source of heat. For here, and here alone in all the viscera and indeed in all the body, there is blood without blood vessels, the blood elsewhere being always contained within vessels. Nor is this but consistent with reason. For the blood is conveyed into the vessels from the heart, but none passes into the heart from without. For in itself it constitutes the origin and fountain, or primary receptacle, of the blood. It is however, from dissections and from observations on the process of development that the truth of these statements receives its clearest demonstration. For the heart is the first of all the parts to be formed, and no sooner is it formed than it contains blood. Moreover, the motions of pain and pleasure, and generally of all sensation, plainly have their source in the heart, and find in it their ultimate termination. This, indeed, reason would lead us to expect. For the source must, when ever possible, be one, and, of all places, the best suited for a source is the center. For the center is one, and is equally or almost equally within reach of every part. Again, as neither the blood itself, nor yet any part which is bloodless, is endowed with sensation, it is plain that that part which first has blood, and which holds it as it were in the receptacle, must be the primary source of sensation. And that this part is the heart is not only a rational inference, but also evident to the senses. For no sooner is the embryo formed, than its heart is seen in motion as though it were a living creature, and this before any of the other parts, it being, as thus shown, the starting point of their nature in all animals that have blood. A further evidence of the truth of what has been stated is the fact that no sanguineous animal is without a heart. For the primary source of blood must of necessity be present in them all. It is true that sanguineous animals not only have a heart but also invariably have a liver. But no one could ever deem the liver to be the primary organ either of the whole body or of the blood. For the position in which it is placed is far from being that of the primary or dominating part, and, moreover, in the most perfectly finished animals there is another part, the spleen, which as it were counterbalances it. Still further, the liver contains no spacious receptacle in its substance, as does the heart, but its blood is in a vessel as in all the other viscera. The vessel, moreover, extends through it, and no vessel whatsoever originates in it, for it is from the heart that all the vessels take their rise. Since then one or other of these two parts must be the central source, and since it is not the liver which is such, it follows of necessity that it is the heart which is the source of the blood, as also the primary organ in other respects. For the definitive characteristic of an animal is the possession of sensation, and the first sensory part is that which first has blood, that is to say is the heart, which is the source of blood and the first of the parts to contain it. The apex of the heart is pointed and more solid than the rest of the organ. It lies against the breast, and entirely in the anterior part of the body, in order to prevent that region from getting chilled. For in all animals there is comparatively little flesh over the breast, whereas there is a more abundant covering of that substance on the posterior surface, so that the heat has in the back a sufficient amount of protection. In all animals but man the heart is placed in the center of the pectoral region, but in man it inclines a little towards the left, so that it may counterbalance the chilliness of that side. For the left side is colder in man, as compared with the right, than in any other animal. It has been stated in an earlier treatise that even in fishes the heart holds the same position as in other animals, and the reason has been given why it appears not to do so. The apex of the heart, it is true, is in them turned towards the head, but this in fishes is the front aspect, for it is the direction in which their motion occurs. The heart again is abundantly supplied with sinews, as might reasonably be expected. For the motions of the body commence from the heart, and are brought about by traction and relaxation. The heart therefore, which, as already said, as it were a living creature inside its possessor, requires some such subservient and strengthening parts. In no animals does the heart contain a bone, certainly in none of those that we have ourselves inspected, with the exception of the horse and a certain kind of ox. In these exceptional cases the heart, owing to its large bulk, is provided with a bone as a support, just as the bones serve as supports for the body generally. In animals of great size the heart has 3 cavities, in smaller animals it has 2, and in all has at least 1, for, as already stated, there must be some place in the heart to serve as a receptacle for the first blood, which, as has been mentioned more than once, is formed in this organ. But inasmuch as the main blood vessels are 2 in number, namely the so-called great vessel and the aorta, each of which is the origin of other vessels, inasmuch, moreover, as these 2 vessels present differences, hereafter to be discussed, when compared with each other, it is of advantage that they also shall themselves have distinct origins. This advantage will be obtained if each side have its own blood, and the blood of one side be kept separate from that of the other. For this reason the heart, whenever it is possible, has 2 receptacles. And this possibility exists in the case of large animals, for in them the heart, as the body generally, is of large size. Again it is still better that there shall be 3 cavities, so that the middle and odd was one may serve as a center common to both sides. But this requires the heart to be of greater magnitude, so that it is only in the largest hearts that there are 3 cavities. Of these 3 cavities it is the right that has the most abundant and the hottest blood, and this explains why the limbs also on the right side of the body are warmer than those on the left. The left cavity has the least blood of all, and the coldest, while in the middle cavity the blood, as regards quantity and heat, is intermediate to the other 2, being however of purer quality than either. For it behoves the supreme part to be as tranquil as possible, and this tranquility can be ensured by the blood being pure, and of moderate amount and warmth. In the heart of animals there is also a kind of joint-like division, something like the sutures of the skull. This is not, however, attributable to the heart being formed by the union of several parts into a compound whole, but is rather, as already said, the result of a joint-like division. These jointings are most distinct in animals of keen sensibility, and less so in those that are of duller feeling, in swine for instance. Different hearts differ also from each other in their sizes, and in their degrees of firmness, and these differences somehow extend their influence to the temperaments of the animals. For in animals of low sensibility the heart is hard and dense in texture, while it is softer in such as are endowed with keener feeling. So also when the heart is of large size the animal is timorous, while it is more courageous if the organ be smaller and of moderate bulk. For in the former the bodily affection which results from terror already pre-exists, for the bulk of the heart is out of all proportion to the animal's heat, which being small is reduced to insignificance in the large space, and thus the blood is made colder than it would otherwise be. The heart is of large size in the hare, the deer, the mouse, the hyena, the ass, the leopard, the marten, and in pretty nearly all other animals that either are manifestly timorous, or betray their cowardice by their spitefulness. What has been said of the heart as a whole is no less true of its cavities and of the blood vessels, these also if of large size being cold. For just as a fire of equal size gives less heat in a large room than in a small one, so also does the heat in a large cavity or a large blood vessel, that is in a large receptacle, have less effect than in a small one. Moreover, all hot bodies are cooled by motions external to themselves, and the more spacious the cavities and vessels are, the greater the amount of spirit they contain, and the more potent its action. Thus it is that no animal that has large cavities in its heart, or large blood vessels, is ever fat, the vessels being indistinct and the cavities small in all or most fat animals. The heart again is the only one of the viscera, and indeed the only part of the body, that is unable to tolerate any serious affection. This is but what might reasonably be expected. For, if the primary or dominant part be diseased, there is nothing from which the other parts which depend upon it can derive succor. A proof that the heart is thus unable to tolerate any morbid affection is furnished by the fact that in no sacrificial victim has it ever been seen to be affected with those diseases that are observable in the other viscera. For the kidneys are frequently found to be full of stones, and growths, and small abscesses, as also are the liver, the lung, and more than all the spleen. There are also many other morbid conditions which are seen to occur in these parts, those which are least liable to such being the portion of the lung which is close to the windpipe, and the portion of the liver which lies about the junction with the great blood vessel. This again admits of a rational explanation. For it is in these parts that the lung and liver are most closely in communion with the heart. On the other hand, when animals die not by sacrifice but from disease, and from affections such as are mentioned above, they are found on dissection to have morbid affections of the heart. Thus much of the heart, its nature, and the end and cause of its existence in such animals as have it. 5. In due sequence we have next to discuss the blood vessels, that is to say the great vessel and the aorta. For it is into these two that the blood first passes when it quits the heart, and all the other vessels are but offshoots from them. Now that these vessels exist on account of the blood has already been stated. For every fluid requires a receptacle, and in the case of the blood the vessels are that receptacle. Let us now explain why these vessels are two, and why they spring from one single source, and extend throughout the whole body. The reason, then, why these two vessels coalesce into one center, and spring from one source, is that the sensory soul is in all animals actually one, and this oneness of the sensory soul determines a corresponding oneness of the part in which it primarily abides. In sanguineous animals this oneness is not only actual but potential, whereas in some bloodless animals it is only actual. Where, however, the sensory soul is lodged, there also and in the self-same place must necessarily be the source of heat, and, again, where this is there also must be the source of the blood, seeing that it thence derives its warmth and fluidity. Thus, then, in the oneness of the part in which is lodged the prime source of sensation and of heat is involved the oneness of the source in which the blood originates, and this, again, explains why the blood vessels have one common starting point. The vessels, again, are two, because the body of every sanguineous animal that is capable of locomotion is bilateral, for in all such animals there is a distinguishable before and behind, a right and left, and above and below. Now as the front is more honorable and of higher supremacy than the hinder aspect, so also and in like degree is the great vessel superior to the aorta. For the great vessel is placed in front, while the aorta is behind, the former again is plainly visible in all sanguineous animals, while the latter is in some indistinct and in some not discernible at all. Lastly, the reason for the vessels being distributed throughout the entire body is that in them, or in parts analogous to them, is contained the blood, or the fluid which in bloodless animals takes the place of blood, and that the blood or analogous fluid is the material from which the whole body is made. Now as to the manner in which animals are nourished, and as to the source from which they obtain nutriment and as to the way in which they absorb this from the stomach, these are matters which may be more suitably considered and explained in the treatise on generation. But inasmuch as the parts are, as already said, formed out of the blood, it is but rational that the flow of the blood should extend, as it does, throughout the whole of the body. For since each part is formed of blood, each must have blood about and in its substance. To give an illustration of this, the watercourses in gardens are so constructed as to distribute water from one single source or fount into numerous channels, which divide and subdivide so as to convey it to all parts, and, again, in house building stones are thrown down along the whole ground plan of the foundation walls, because the garden plants in the one case grow at the expense of the water, and the foundation walls in the other are built out of the stones. Now just after the same fashion has nature laid down channels for the conveyance of the blood throughout the whole body, because this blood is the material out of which the whole fabric is made. This becomes very evident in bodies that have undergone great emaciation. For in such there is nothing to be seen but the blood vessels, just as when fig leaves or vine leaves or the like have dried up, there is nothing left of them but their vessels. The explanation of this is that the blood, or fluid which takes its place, is potentially body and flesh, or substance analogous to flesh. Now just as in irrigation the largest dikes are permanent, while the smallest are soon filled up with mud and disappear, again to become visible when the deposit of mud ceases, so also do the largest blood vessels remain permanently open, while the smallest are converted actually into flesh, though potentially they are no whit less vessels than before. This too explains why, so long as the flesh of an animal is in its integrity, blood will flow from any part of it whatsoever that is cut, though no vessel, however small, be visible in it. Yet there can be no blood, unless there be a blood vessel. The vessels then are there, but are invisible owing to their being clogged up, just as the dikes for irrigation are invisible until they have been cleared of mud. As the blood vessels advance, they become gradually smaller and smaller, until at last their tubes are too fine to admit the blood. This fluid can therefore no longer find its way through them, though they still give passage to the humor which we call sweat, and especially so when the body is heated, and the mouths of the small vessels are dilated. Instances, indeed, are not unknown of persons who in consequence of a cachectic state have secreted sweat that resembled blood, their body having become loose and flabby, and their blood watery, owing to the heat in the small vessels having been too scanty for its concoction. 4. as was before said, every compound of earth and water and both nutriment and blood as such becomes thicker from concoction. The inability of the heat to affect concoction may be due either to its being absolutely small in amount, or to its being small in proportion to the quantity of food, when this has been taken excess. This excess again may be of two kinds, either quantitative or qualitative, for all substances are not equally amenable to concoction. The widest passages in the body are of all parts the most liable to hemorrhage, so that bleeding occurs not infrequently from the nostrils, the gums, and the fundament, occasionally also from the mouth. Such hemorrhages are of a passive kind, and not violent as others from the windpipe. The great vessel and the aorta, which above lie somewhat apart, lower down exchange positions, and by so doing give compactness to the body. For when they reach the point where the legs diverge, they each split into two, and the great vessel passes from the front to the rear, and the aorta from the rear to the front. By this they contribute to the unity of the whole fabric. For as in plaited work the parts hold more firmly together because of the interweaving, so also by the interchange of position between the blood vessels of the anterior and posterior parts of the body more closely knit together. A similar exchange of position occurs also in the upper part of the body, between the vessels that have issued from the heart. The details however of the mutual relations of the different vessels must be looked for in the treatises on anatomy and the researches concerning animals. So much, then, as concerns the heart and the blood vessels. We must now pass on to the other viscera and apply the same method of inquiry to them. 6. The lung, then, is an organ found in all the animals of a certain class, because they live on land. For there must of necessity be some means or other of tempering the heat of the body, and in sanguineous animals, as they are of an especially hot nature, the cooling agency must be external, whereas in the bloodless kinds the innate spirit is sufficient of itself for the purpose. The external cooling agent must be either air or water. In fishes the agent is water. Fishes therefore never have a lung, but have gills in its place, as was stated in the treatise on respiration. But animals that breathe are cooled by air. These therefore are all provided with a lung. All land animals breathe, and even some water animals, such as the whale, the dolphin, and all the spouting cetacea. For many animals lie halfway between terrestrial and aquatic, some that are terrestrial and that inspire air being nevertheless of such a bodily constitution that they abide for the most time in the water, and some that are aquatic partaking so largely of the land character, that respiration constitutes for them the man condition of life. The organ of respiration is the lung. This derives its motion from the heart, but it is its own large size and spongy texture that affords amplitude of space for entrance of the breath. For when the lung rises up the breath streams in, and is again expelled when the lung collapses. It has been said that the lung exists as a provision to meet the jumping of the heart. But this is out of the question. For man is practically the only animal whose heart presents this phenomenon of jumping, inasmuch as he alone is influenced by hope and anticipation of the future. Moreover, in most animals the lung is separated from the heart by a considerable interval and lies above it, so that it can contribute nothing to mitigate any jumping. The lung differs much in different animals. For in some it is of large size and contains blood, while in others it is smaller and of spongy texture. In the vivipara it is large and rich in blood, because of their natural heat, while in the ovipara it is small and dry but capable of expanding to a vast extent when inflated. Among terrestrial animals, the oviparous quadrupeds, such as lizards, tortoises, and the like, have this kind of lung, and, among inhabitants of the air, the animals known as birds. For in all these the lung is spongy, and like foam. For it is membranous and collapses from a large bulk to a small one, as does foam when it runs together. In this too lies the explanation of the fact that these animals are little liable to thirst and drink but sparingly, and that they are able to remain for a considerable time under water. For, inasmuch as they have but little heat, the very motion of the lung, air-like and void, suffices by itself to cool them for a considerable period. These animals, speaking generally, are also distinguished from others by their smaller bulk. For heat promotes growth, and abundance of blood is a sure indication of heat. Heat, again, tends to make the body erect, and thus it is that man is the most erect of animals, and the vivipara more erect than other quadrupeds. For no viviparous animal, be it apodous or be it possessed of feet, is so given to creep into holes as the ovipara. The lung, then, exists for respiration, and this is its universal office, but in one order of animals it is bloodless and has the structure described above, to suit the special requirements there is, however, no one term to denote all animals that have the lung, no designation, that is, like the term bird, applicable to the whole of a certain class. Yet the possession of a lung is a part of their essence, just as much as the presence of certain characters constitutes the essence of a bird. 7. Of the viscera some appear to be single, as the heart and lung, others to be double, as the kidneys, while of a third kind it is doubtful in which class they should be reckoned. For the liver and the spleen would seem to lie halfway between the single and the double organs. For they may be regarded either as constituting each a single organ, or as a pair of organs resembling each other in character. In reality, however, all the organs are double. The reason for this is that the body itself is double, consisting of two halves, which are however combined together under one supreme center. For there is an upper and a lower half, a front and a rear, a right side and a left. This explains why it is that even the brain and the several organs of sense tend in all animals to consist of two parts, and the same explanation applies to the heart with its cavities. The lung again in ovipara is divided to such an extent that these animals look as though they had actually two lungs. As to the kidneys, no one can overlook their double character. But when he come to the liver and the spleen, anyone might fairly be in doubt. The reason of this is, that, in animals that necessarily have a spleen, this organ is such that it might be taken for a kind of bastard liver, while in those in which a spleen is not in actual necessity but is merely present, as it were, by way of token, in an extremely minute form, the liver plainly consists of two parts, of which the larger tends to lie on the right side and the smaller on the left. Not but what there are some even of the ovipara in which this condition is comparatively indistinctly marked, while, on the other hand, there are some vivipara in which the liver is manifestly divided into two parts. Examples of such division are furnished by the hairs of certain regions, which have the appearance of having two livers, and by the cartilaginous and some other fishes. It is the position of the liver on the right side of the body that is the main cause for the formation of the spleen, the existence of which thus becomes to a certain extent a matter of necessity in all animals, though not a very stringent necessity. The reason, then, why the viscera are bilateral is, as we have said, that there are two sides to the body, a right and a left. For each of these sides aims at similarity with the other, and so likewise do their several viscera, and as the sides, though dual, are knit together into unity, so also do the viscera tend to be bilateral and yet one by unity of constitution. Those viscera which lie below the diaphragm exist one and all on account of the blood vessels, serving as a bond, by which these vessels, while floatant freely, are yet held in connection with the body. For the vessels give off branches which run to the body through the outstretched structures, like so many anchor lines thrown out from a ship. The great vessel sends such branches to the liver and the spleen, and these viscera the liver and spleen on either side with the kidneys behind attach the great vessel to the body with the firmness of nails. The aorta sends similar branches to each kidney, but none to the liver or spleen. These viscera, then, contribute in this manner to the compactness of the animal body. The liver and spleen assist, moreover, in the concoction of the food, for both are of a hot character, owing to the blood which they contain. The kidneys, on the other hand, take part in the separation of the excretion which flows into the bladder. The heart then and the liver are essential constituents of every animal, the liver that it may effect concoction, the heart that it may lodge the central source of heat. For some part or other there must be which, like a hearth, shall hold the kindling fire, and this part must be well protected, seeing that it is, as it were, the citadel of the body. All sanguineous animals, then, need these two parts, and this explains why these two viscera, and these two alone, are invariably found in them all. In such of them, however, as breathe, there is also as invariably a third, namely the lung. The spleen, on the other hand, is not invariably present, and, in those animals that have it, is only present of necessity in the same sense as the excretions of the belly and of the bladder are necessary, in the sense, that is, of being an inevitable concomitant. Therefore it is that in some animals the spleen is but scantily developed as regards size. This, for instance, is the case in such feathered animals as have a hot stomach. Such are the pigeon, the hawk, and the kite. It is the case also in oviparous quadrupeds, where the spleen is excessively minute, and in many of the scaly fishes. These same animals are also without a bladder, because the loose texture of their flesh allows the residual fluid to pass through and to be applied to the formation of feathers and scales. For the spleen attracts the residual humours from the stomach, and owing to its blood-like character is enabled to assist in their concoction. Should, however, this residual fluid be too abundant, or the heat of the spleen be too scanty, the body becomes sickly from over-repletion with nutriment. Often, too, when the spleen is affected by disease, the belly becomes hard owing to the reflux into it of the fluid, just as happens to those who form too much urine, for they also are liable to a similar diversion of the fluids into the belly. but in those animals that have but little superfluous fluid to excrete, such as birds and fishes, the spleen is never large, and in some exists no more than by way of token. So also in the oviparous quadrupeds it is small, compact, and like a kidney. For their lung is spongy, and they drink but little, and such superfluous fluid as they have is applied to the growth of the body and the formation of scaly plates, just as in birds it is applied to the formation of feathers. On the other hand, in such animals as have a bladder, and whose lung contains blood, the spleen is watery, both for the reason already mentioned, and also because the left side of the body is more watery and colder than the right. For each of two contraries has been so placed as to go together with that which is akin to it in another pair of contraries. Thus right and left, hot and cold, are pairs of contraries, and right is conjoined with hot, after the manner described, and left with cold. The kidneys when they are present exist not of actual necessity, but as matters of greater finish and perfection. For by their special character they are suited to serve in the excretion of the fluid which collects in the bladder. In animals therefore where this fluid is very abundantly formed, their presence enables the bladder to perform its proper office with greater perfection. Since then both kidneys and bladder exist in animals for one and the same function, we must next treat of the bladder, though in so doing we disregard the due order of succession in which the parts should be enumerated. For not a word has yet been said of the midriff, which is one of the parts that environ the viscera and therefore has to be considered with them. 8. It is not every animal that has a bladder, those only being apparently intended by nature to have one, whose lung contains blood. To such it was but reasonable that she should give this part. For the superabundance in their lung of its natural constituents causes them to be the thirstiest of animals, and makes them require a more than ordinary quantity not merely of solid but also of liquid nutriment. This increased consumption necessarily entails the production of an increased amount of residue, which thus becomes too abundant to be concocted by the stomach and excreted with its own residual matter. The residual fluid must therefore of necessity have a receptacle of its own, and thus it comes to pass that all animals whose lung contains blood are provided with a bladder. Those animals, on the other hand, that are without a lung of this character, and that either drink but sparingly owing to their lung being of a spongy texture, or never imbibe fluid at all for drinking's sake but only as nutriment, insects for instance and fishes, and that are moreover clad with feathers or scales or scaly plates, all these animals, owing to the small amount of fluid which they imbibe, and owing also to such residue as them may be being converted into feathers and the like, are invariably without a bladder. The tortoises, which are comprised among animals with scaly plates, form the only exception, and this is merely due to the imperfect development of their natural conformation, the explanation of the matter being that in the sea tortoises the lung is flesh-like and contains blood, resembling the lung of the ox, and that in the land tortoises it is of disproportionately large size. Moreover, inasmuch as the covering which invests them is dense and shell-like, so that the moisture cannot exhale through the porous flesh, as it does in birds and in snakes and other animals with scaly plates, such an amount of secretion is formed that some special part is required to receive and hold it. This then is the reason why these animals, alone of their kind, have a bladder, the sea tortoise a large one, the land tortoises an extremely small one. 9. What has been said of the bladder is equally true of the kidneys. For these also are wanting in all animals that are clad with feathers or with scales or with scale-like plates, the sea and land tortoises forming the only exception. In some of the birds, however, there are flattened kidney-like bodies, as though the flesh allotted to the formation of the kidneys, unable to find one single place of sufficient size, had been scattered over several. The amice has neither bladder nor kidneys, for the softness of its shell allows of the ready transpiration of fluid, and for this reason neither of the organs mentioned exists in this animal. All other animals, however, whose lung contains blood are, as before said, provided with kidneys. For nature uses these organs for two separate purposes, namely for the excretion of the residual fluid, and to subserve the blood vessels, a channel leading to them from the great vessel. In the center of the kidney is a cavity of variable size. This is the case in all animals, excepting the seal. The kidneys of this animal are more solid than those of any other, and in form resemble the kidneys of the ox. The human kidneys are of similar shape, being as it were made up of numerous small kidneys, and not presenting one unbroken surface like the kidneys of sheep and other quadrupeds. For this reason, should the kidneys of a man be once attacked by disease, the malady is not easily expelled. For it is as though many kidneys were diseased and not merely one, which naturally enhances the difficulties of a cure. The duct which runs to the kidney from the great vessel does not terminate in the central cavity, but is expended on the substance of the organ, so that there is no blood in the cavity, nor is any coagulum found there after death. A pair of stout ducts, void of blood, run, one from the cavity of each kidney, to the bladder, and other ducts, strong and continuous, lead into the kidneys from the aorta. The purpose of this arrangement is to allow the superfluous fluid to pass from the blood vessel into the kidney, and the resulting renal excretion to collect by the percolation of the fluid through the solid substance of the organ, in its center, where as a general rule there is a cavity. This by the way explains why the kidney is the most ill-savored of all the viscera. From the central cavity the fluid is discharged into the bladder by the ducts that have been mentioned, having already assumed in great degree the character of excremental residue. The bladder is as it were moored to the kidneys, for, as already has been stated, it is attached to them by strong ducts. These then are the purposes for which the kidneys exist, and such the functions of these organs. In all animals that have kidneys, that on the right is placed higher than that on the left. For inasmuch as motion commences from the right, and the organs on this side are in consequence stronger than those on the left, they must all push upwards in advance of their opposite fellows, as may be seen in the fact that men even raise the right eyebrow more than the left, and that the former is more arched than the latter. The right kidney being thus drawn upwards is in all animals brought into contact with the liver, for the liver lies on the right side. Of all the viscera the kidneys are those that have the most fat. This is in the first place the result of necessity, because the kidneys are the parts through which the residual matters percolate. For the blood which is left behind after this excretion, being of pure quality, is of easy concoction, and the final result of thorough blood concoction is lard and suet. For just as a certain amount of fire is left in the ashes of solid substances after combustion, so also does a remnant of the heat that has been developed remain in fluids after concoction, and this is the reason why oily matter is light, and floats on the surface of other fluids. The fat is not formed in the kidneys themselves, the density of their substance forbidding this, but is deposited about their external surface. It consists of lard or of suet, according as the animal's fat is of the former or latter character. The difference between these two kinds of fat has already been set forth in other passages. The formation, then, of fat in the kidneys is the result of necessity, being, as explained, a consequence of the necessary conditions which accompany the possession of such organs. But at the same time the fat has a final cause, namely, to ensure the safety of the kidneys, and to maintain their natural heat. For placed, as these organs are, close to the surface, they require a greater supply of heat than other parts. For while the back is thickly covered with flesh, so as to form a shield for the heart and neighboring viscera, the loins, in accordance with a rule that applies to all bendings, are destitute of flesh, and fat is therefore formed as a substitute for it, so that the kidneys may not be without protection. The kidneys, moreover, by being fat are the better enabled to secrete and concoct their fluid, for fat is hot, and it is heat that affects concoction. Such, then, are the reasons why the kidneys are fat. But in all animals the right kidney is less fat than its fellow. The reason for this is, that the parts on the right side are naturally more solid and more suited for motion than those on the left. But motion is antagonistic to fat, for it tends to melt it. Animals then, as a general rule, derive advantage from their kidneys being fat, and the fat is often very abundant and extends over the whole of these organs. But, should the like occur in the sheep, death ensues. Be its kidneys, however, as fat as they may, they are never so fat but that some part, if not in both at any rate in the right one, is left free. The reason why sheep are the only animals that suffer in this manner, or suffer more than others, is that in animals whose fat is composed of lard this is of fluid consistency, so that there is not the same chance in their case of wind getting shut in and causing mischief. But it is to such an enclosure of wind that rot is due. And thus even in men, though it is beneficial to them to have fat kidneys, yet should these organs become over-fat and diseased, deadly pains ensue. As to those animals whose fat consists of suet, in none is the suet so dense as in the sheep, neither is it nearly so abundant, for of all animals there is none in which the kidneys become so soon gorged with fat as in the sheep. Rot, then, is produced by the moisture and the wind getting shut up in the kidneys, and is a malady that carries off sheep with great rapidity. For the disease forthwith reaches the heart, passing thither by the aorta and the great vessel, the ducts which connect these with the kidneys being of unbroken continuity. 10. We have now dealt with the heart and the lung, as also with the liver, spleen, and kidneys. The latter are separated from the former by the midriff or, as some call it, the phrens. This divides off the heart and lung, and, as already said, is called phrens in sanguineous animals, all of which have a midriff, just as they all have a heart and a liver. For they require a midriff to divide the region of the heart from the region of the stomach, so that the center wherein abides the sensory soul may be undisturbed, and not be overwhelmed, directly food is taken, by its upsteaming vapor and by the abundance of heat then superinduced. For it was to guard against this that nature made a division, constructing the midriff as a kind of partition wall and fence, and so separated the nobler from the less noble parts, in all cases where a separation of upper from lower is possible. For the upper part is the more honorable, and is that for the sake of which the rest exists, while the lower part exists for the sake of the upper and constitutes the necessary element in the body, inasmuch as it is the recipient of the food. That portion of the midriff which is near the ribs is fleshier and stronger than the rest, but the central part has more of a membranous character, for this structure conduces best to its strength and its extensibility. Now that the midriff, which is a kind of outgrowth from the sides of the thorax, acts as a screen to prevent heat mounting up from below, is shown by what happens, should it, owing to its proximity to the stomach, attract thence the hot and residual fluid. For when this occurs there ensues forthwith a marked disturbance of intellect and of sensation. It is indeed because of this that the midriff is called frons, as though it had some share in the process of thinking, frown. In reality, however, it has no part whatsoever itself in the matter, but, lying in close proximity to organs that have, it brings about the manifest changes of intelligence in question by acting upon them. This too explains why its central part is thin. For though this is in some measure the result of necessity, inasmuch as those portions of the fleshy whole which lie nearest to the ribs must necessarily be fleshier than the rest, yet besides this there is a final cause, namely, to give it as small a proportion of humour as possible, for, had it been made of flesh throughout, it would have been more likely to attract and hold a large amount of this. That heating of it affects sensation rapidly and in a notable manner is shown by the phenomena of laughing. For when men are tickled they are quickly set a laughing, because the motion quickly reaches this part, and heating it though but slightly nevertheless manifestly so disturbs the mental action as to occasion movements that are independent of the will. That man alone is affected by tickling is due firstly to the delicacy of his skin, and secondly to his being the only animal that laughs. For to be tickled is to be set in laughter, the laughter being produced such emotion as mentioned of the region of the armpit. It is said also that when men in battle are wounded anywhere near the midriff, they are seen to laugh, owing to the heat produced by the wound. This may possibly be the case. At any rate it is a statement made by much more credible persons than those who tell the story of the human head, how it speaks after it is cut off. For so some assert, and even call in Homer to support them, representing him as alluding to this when he wrote, his head still speaking rolled into the dust, instead of the head of the speaker. So fully was the possibility of such an occurrence accepted in Caria, that one of that country was actually brought to trial under the following circumstances. The priest of Zeus Hoplosmios had been murdered, but as yet it had not been ascertained who was the assassin, when certain persons asserted that they had heard the murdered man's head, which had been severed from the body, repeat several times the words, Cercidas slew man on man. Search was thereupon made and a man of those parts who bore the name of Cercidas hunted out and put upon his trial. But it is impossible that anyone should utter a word when the windpipe is severed and no motion any longer derived from the lung. Moreover, among the barbarians, where heads are chopped off with great rapidity, nothing of the kind has ever yet occurred. Why, again, does not the like occur in the case of other animals than man? For that none of them should laugh, when their midriff is wounded, is but what one would expect, for no animal but man ever laughs. So, too, there is nothing irrational in supposing that the trunk may run forwards to a certain distance after the head has been cut, seeing that bloodless animals at any rate can live, and that for a considerable time, after decapitation, as has been set forth and explained in other passages. The purposes, then, for which the viscera severally exist have now been stated. It is of necessity upon the inner terminations of the vessels that they are developed, for humour, and that of a bloody character, cannot but exude at these points, and it is of this, solidified and coagulated, that the substance of the viscera is formed. Thus they are of a bloody character, and in substance resemble each other while they differ from other parts. 11. The viscera are enclosed each in a membrane, for they require some covering to protect them from injury, and require, moreover, that this covering shall be light. To such a requirement's membrane is well adapted, for it is close in texture so as to form a good protection, destitute of flesh so as neither to attract humour nor retain it, and thin so as to be light and not add to the weight of the body. Of the membranes those are the stoutest and strongest which invest the heart and the brain, as is but consistent with reason. For these are the parts which require most protection, seeing that they are the main governing powers of life, and that it is to governing powers that guard is due. 12. Some animals have all the viscera that have been enumerated, others have only some of them. In what kind of animals this latter is the case, and what is the explanation, has already been stated. Moreover, the selfsame viscera present differences in different possessors. For the heart is not precisely alike in all animals that have one, nor, in fact, is any viscous whatsoever. Thus the liver is in some animals split into several parts, while in others it is comparatively undivided. Such differences in its form present themselves even among those sanguineous animals that are viviparous, but are more marked in fishes and in viviparous quadrupeds, and this whether we compare them with each other or with the vivipara. As for birds, their liver very nearly resembles that of the vivipara, for in them, as in these, it is of a pure and blood-like color. The reason of this is that the body in both these classes of animals admits of the freest exhalation, so that the amount of foul residual matter within is but small. Hence it is that some of the vivipara are without any gallbladder at all. For the liver takes a large share in maintaining the purity of composition and the healthiness of the body. For these are conditions that depend finally and in the main upon the blood, and there is more blood in the liver than in any of the other viscera, the heart only excepted. On the other hand, the liver of viviparous quadrupeds and fishes inclines, as a rule, to a yellow hue, and there are even some of them in which it is entirely of this bad color, in accordance with the bad composition of their bodies generally. Such, for instance, is the case in the toad, the tortoise, and other similar animals. The spleen, again, varies in different animals. For in those that have horns and cloven hoofs, such as the goat, the sheep, and the like, it is of a rounded form, excepting when increased size has caused some part of it to extend its growth longitudinally, as has happened in the case of the ox. On the other hand, it is elongated in all polydactylous animals. Such, for instance, is the case in the pig, in man, and in the dog. While in animals with solid hooves it is of a form intermediate to these two, being broad in one part, narrow in another. Such, for example, is its shape in the horse, the mule, and the ass. 13. The viscera differ from the flesh not only in the turgid aspect of their substance, but also in position, for they lie within the body, whereas the flesh is placed on the outside. The explanation of this is that these parts partake of the character of blood vessels, and that while the former exist for the sake of the vessels, the latter cannot exist without them. 14. Below the midriff lies the stomach, placed at the end of the esophagus when there is one, and in immediate contiguity with the mouth when the esophagus is wanting. Continuous with the stomach is what is called the gut. These parts are present in all animals, for reasons that are self-evident. For it is a matter of necessity that an animal shall receive the incoming food, and necessary also that it shall discharge the same when its goodness is exhausted. This residual matter, again, must not occupy the same place as the yet unconcocted nutriment. For as the ingress of food and the discharge of the residue occur at distinct periods, so also must they necessarily occur in distinct places. Thus there must be one receptacle for the ingoing food and another for the useless residue, and between these, therefore, a part in which the change from one condition to the other may be effected. These, however, are matters which will be more suitably set forth when we come to deal with generation and nutrition. What we have at present to consider are the variations presented by the stomach and its subsidiary parts. For neither in size nor in shape are these parts uniformly alike in all animals. Thus the stomach is single in all such sanguineous and viviparous animals as have teeth in front of both jaws. It is single therefore in all the polydactylous kinds, such as man, dog, lion, and the rest, in all the solid-hoofed animals also, such as horse, mule, ass, and in all those which, like the pig, though their hoof is cloven, yet have front teeth in both jaws. When, however, an animal is of large size, and feeds on substances of so thorny and ligneous a character as to be difficult of concoction, it may, in consequence, have several stomachs, as for instance is the case with the camel. A similar multiplicity of stomachs exists also in the horned animals, the reason being that horn-bearing animals have no front teeth in the upper jaw. The camel also, though it has no horns, is yet without upper front teeth. The explanation of this is that it is more essential for the camel to have a multiple stomach than to have these teeth. Its stomach, then, is constructed like that of animals without upper front teeth, and, its dental arrangements being such as to match its stomach, the teeth in question are wanting. They would indeed be of no service. Its food, moreover, being of a thorny character, and its tongue necessarily made of a fleshy substance, nature uses the earthy matter which is saved from the teeth to give hardness to the palate. The camel ruminates like the horned animals, because its multiple stomach resembles theirs. For all animals that have horns, the sheep for instance, The ox, the goat, the deer, and the like, have several stomachs. For since the mouth, owing to its lack of teeth, only imperfectly performs its office as regards the food, this multiplicity of stomachs is intended to make up for its shortcomings, the several cavities receiving the food one from the other in succession, the first taking the unreduced substances, the second the same when somewhat reduced, the third when reduction is complete, and the fourth when the whole has become a smooth pulp. Such is the reason why there is this multiplicity of parts and cavities in animals with such dentition. The names given to the several cavities are the paunch, the honeycomb bag, the maniples, and the reed. How these parts are related to each other, in position and in shape, must be looked for in the treatises on anatomy and the researches concerning animals. Birds also present variations in the part which acts as a recipient of the food, and the reason for these variations is the same as in the animals just mentioned. For here again it is because the mouth fails to perform its office and fails even more completely, for birds have no teeth at all, nor any instrument whatsoever with which to comminute or grind down their food. It is, I say, because of this, that in some of them what is called the crop precedes the stomach and does the work of the mouth, while in others the esophagus is either wide throughout or a part of it bulges just before it enters the stomach, so as to form a preparatory storehouse for the unreduced food, or the stomach itself has a protuberance in some part, or is strong and fleshy, so as to be able to store up the food for a considerable period and to concoct it, in spite of its not having been ground into a pulp. For nature retrieves the inefficiency of the mouth by increasing the efficiency and heat of the stomach. Other birds there are, such, namely, as have long legs and live in marshes, that have none of these provisions, but merely an elongated esophagus. The explanation of this is to be found in the moist character of their food. For all these birds feed on substances easy of reduction, and their food being moist and not requiring much concoction, their digestive cavities are of a corresponding character. Fishes are provided with teeth, which in almost all of them are of the sharp interfitting kind. For there is but one small section in which it is otherwise. Of these the fish called scarus, parrotfish, is an example. And this is probably the reason why this fish apparently ruminates, though no other fishes do so. For those horned animals that have no front teeth in the upper jaw also ruminate. In fishes the teeth are all sharp, so that these animals can divide their food, though imperfectly. For it is impossible for a fish to linger or spend time in the act of mastication, and therefore they have no teeth that are flat or suitable for grinding, for such teeth would be to no purpose. The esophagus again in some fishes is entirely wanting, and in the rest is but short. In order, however, to facilitate the concoction of the food, some of them, as the cestrus, mullet, have a fleshy stomach resembling that of a bird, while most of them have numerous processes close against the stomach, to serve as a sort of antechamber in which the food may be stored up and undergo putrefaction and concoction. There is contrast between fishes and birds in the position of these processes. For in fishes they are placed close to the stomach, while in birds, if present at all, they are lower down, near the end of the gut. Some of the vivipara also have processes connected with the lower part of the gut which serve the same purpose as that stated above. The whole tribe of fishes is of gluttonous appetite, owing to the arrangements for the reduction of their food being very imperfect, and much of it consequently passing through them without undergoing concoction, and, of all, those are the most gluttonous that have a straight intestine. For as the passage of food in such cases is rapid, and the enjoyment derived from it in consequence but brief, it follows of necessity that the return of appetite is also speedy. It has already been mentioned that in animals with front teeth in both jaws the stomach is of small size. It may be classed pretty nearly always under one or other of two headings, namely as resembling the stomach of the dog, or as resembling the stomach of the pig. In the pig the stomach is larger than in the dog, and presents certain folds of moderate size, the purpose of which is to lengthen out the period of concoction, while the stomach of the dog is of small size, not much larger in caliber than the gut, and smooth on the internal surface. Not much larger, I say, than the gut, for in all animals after the stomach comes the gut. This, like the stomach, presents numerous modifications. For in some animals it is uniform, when uncoiled, and alike throughout, while in others it differs in different portions. Thus in some cases it is wider in the neighborhood of the stomach, and narrower towards the other end, and this explains by the way why dogs have to strain so much in discharging their excrement. But in most animals it is the upper portion that is the narrower and the lower that is of greater width. Of greater length than in other animals, and much convoluted, are the intestines of those that have horns. These intestines, moreover, as also the stomach, are of ample volume, in accordance with the larger size of the body. For animals with horns are, as a rule, animals of no small bulk, because of the thorough elaboration which their food undergoes. The gut, except in those animals where it is straight, invariably widens out as we get farther from the stomach and come to what is called the colon, and to a kind of caecal dilatation. After this it again becomes narrower and convoluted. Then succeeds a straight portion which runs right onto the vent. This vent is known as the anus, and is in some animals surrounded by fat, in others not so. All these parts have been so contrived by nature as to harmonize with the various operations that relate to the food and its residue. For, as the residual food gets farther on and lower down, the space to contain it enlarges, allowing it to remain stationary and undergo conversion. Thus is it in those animals which, owing either to their large size, or to the heat of the parts concerned, require more nutriment, and consume more fodder than the rest. Neither is it without a purpose, that, just as a narrower gut succeeds to the upper stomach, so also does the residual food, when its goodness is thoroughly exhausted, pass from the colon and the ample space of the lower stomach into a narrower channel and into the spiral coil. For so nature can regulate her expenditure and prevent the excremental residue from being discharged all at once. In all such animals, however, as have to be comparatively moderate in their alimentation, the lower stomach presents no wide and roomy spaces, though their gut is not straight, but has a number of convolutions. For amplitude of space causes desire for ample food, and straightness of the intestine causes quick return of appetite. And thus it is that all animals whose food receptacles are either simple or spacious are of gluttonous habits, the latter eating enormously at a meal, the former making meals at short intervals. Again, since the food in the upper stomach, having just been swallowed, must of necessity be quite fresh, while that which has reached the lower stomach must have had its juices exhausted and resemble dung, it follows of necessity that there must also be some intermediate part, in which the change may be effected, and where the food will be neither perfectly fresh nor yet dung. And thus it is that, in all such animals as we are now considering, there is found what is called the jejunum, which is a part of the small gut, that is, which comes next to the stomach. For this jejunum lies between the upper cavity which contains the yet unconcocted food and the lower cavity which holds the residual matter, which by the time it has got here has become worthless. There is a jejunum in all these animals, but it is only plainly discernible in those of large size, and this only when they have abstained from food for a certain time. For then alone can one hit on the exact period when the food lies halfway between the upper and lower cavities, a period which is very short, for the time occupied in the transition of food is but brief. In females this jejunum may occupy any part whatsoever of the upper intestine, but in males it comes just before the cecum and the lower stomach. 15. What is known as rennet is found in all animals that have a multiple stomach, and in the hare among animals whose stomach is single. In the former the rennet neither occupies the large paunch, nor the honeycomb bag, nor the terminal reed, but is found in the cavity which separates this terminal one from the two first, namely in the so-called maniples. It is the thick character of their milk which causes all these animals to have rennet, whereas in animals with a single stomach the milk is thin, and consequently no rennet is formed. It is this difference in thickness which makes the milk of horned animals coagulate, while that of animals without horns does not. Rennet forms in the hare because it feeds on herbage that has juice like that of the fig, for juice of this kind coagulates the milk in the stomach of the sucklings. Why it is in the maniples that rennet is formed in animals with multiple stomachs has been stated in the Problems on the Parts of Animals, Book 4. Translated by William Ogle. The account which has now been given of the viscera, the stomach, and the other several parts holds equally good not only for the oviparous quadrupeds, but also for such apodous animals as the serpents. These two classes of animals are indeed nearly akin, a serpent resembling a lizard which has been lengthened out and deprived of its feet. Fishes, again, resemble these two groups in all their parts, excepting that, while these, being land animals, have a lung, fishes have no lung, but gills in its place. None of these animals, excepting the tortoise, as also no fish, has a urinary bladder. For owing to the bloodlessness of their lung, they drink but sparingly, and such fluid as they have is diverted to the scaly plates, as in birds it is diverted to the feathers, and thus they come to have the same white matter on the surface of their excrement as we see on that of birds. For in animals that have a bladder, its excretion when voided throws down a deposit of earthy brine in the containing vessel. For the sweet and fresh elements, being light, are expended on the flesh. Among the serpents, the same peculiarity attaches to vipers, as among fishes attaches to salicia. For both these and vipers are externally viviparous, but previously produce ova internally. The stomach in all these animals is single, just as it is single in all other animals that have teeth in front of both jaws, and their viscera are excessively small, as always happens when there is no bladder. In serpents these viscera are, moreover, differently shaped from those of other animals. For, a serpent's body being long and narrow, its contents are as it were molded into a similar form, and thus come to be themselves elongated. All animals that have blood possess an omentum, a mesentery, intestines with their appendages, and, moreover, a diaphragm and a heart, and all, excepting fishes, a lung and a windpipe. The relative positions, moreover, of the windpipe and the esophagus are precisely similar in them all, and the reason is the same as has already been given. Almost all sanguineous animals have a gallbladder. In some this is attached to the liver, in others separated from that organ and attached to the intestines, being apparently in the latter case no less than in the former an appendage of the lower stomach. It is in fishes that this is most clearly seen. For all fishes have a gallbladder, and in most of them it is attached to the intestine, being in some, as in the amia, united with this, like a border, along its whole length. It is similarly placed in most serpents. There are therefore no good grounds for the view entertained by some writers, that the gall exists for the sake of some sensory action. For they say that its use is to affect that part of the soul which is lodged in the neighborhood of the liver, vexing this part when it is congealed, and restoring it to cheerfulness when it again flows free. But this cannot be. For in some animals there is absolutely no gallbladder at all. In the horse, for instance, the mule, the ass, the deer, and the roe, and in others, as the camel, there is no distinct bladder, but merely small vessels of a biliary character. Again, there is no such organ in the seal, nor, of purely sea animals, in the dolphin. Even within the limits of the same genus, some animals appear to have and others to be without it. Such, for instance, is the case with mice, such also with man. For in some individuals there is a distinct gallbladder attached to the liver, while in others there is no gallbladder at all. This explains how the existence of this part in the whole genus has been a matter of dispute. For each observer, according as he has found it present or absent in the individual cases he has examined, has supposed it to be present or absent in the whole genus. The same has occurred in the case of sheep and of goats. For these animals usually have a gallbladder, but, while in some localities it is so enormously big as to appear a monstrosity, as is the case in Naxos, in others it is altogether wanting, as is the case in a certain district belonging to the inhabitants of Chalcis in Euboea. Moreover, the gallbladder in fishes is separated, as already mentioned, by a considerable interval from the liver. No less mistaken seems to be the opinion of Anaxagoras and his followers, that the gallbladder is the cause of acute diseases, inasmuch as it becomes overfull, and spurts out its excess onto the lung, the blood vessels, and the ribs. For, almost invariably, those who suffer from these forms of disease are persons who have no gallbladder at all, as would be quite evident were they to be dissected. Moreover, there is no kind of correspondence between the amount of bile which is present in these diseases and the amount which is exuded. The most probable opinion is that, as the bile when it is present in any other part of the body is a mere residuum or a product of decay, so also when it is present in the region of the liver it is equally excremental and has no further use, just as is the case with the dejections of the stomach and intestines. For though even the residue are occasionally used by nature for some useful purpose, yet we must not in all cases expect to find such a final cause, for granted the existence in the body of this or that constituent, with such and such properties, many results must ensue merely as necessary consequences of these properties. All animals, then, whose is healthy in composition and supplied with none but sweet blood, are either entirely without a gallbladder on this organ, or have merely small bile-containing vessels, or are some with and some without such parts. Thus it is that the liver in animals that have no gallbladder is, as a rule, of good color and sweet, and that, when there is a gallbladder, that part of the liver is sweetest which lies immediately underneath it. But, when animals are formed of blood less pure in composition, the bile serves for the excretion of its impure residue. For the very meaning of excrement is that it is the opposite of nutriment, and of bitter that it is the opposite of sweet, and healthy blood is sweet. So that it is evident that the bile, which is bitter, cannot have any use, but must simply be a purifying excretion. It was therefore no bad saying of old writers that the absence of a gallbladder gave long life. In so saying they had in mind deer and animals with solid hoofs. For such have no gallbladder and live long. But besides these there are other animals that have no gallbladder, though those old writers had not noticed the fact, such as the camel and the dolphin, and these also are, as it happens, long-lived. Seeing, indeed, that the liver is not only useful, but a necessary and vital part in all animals that have blood. It is but reasonable that on its character should depend the length or the shortness of life. Nor less reasonable is it that this organ and none other should have such an excretion as the bile. For the heart, unable as it is to stand any violent affection, would be utterly intolerant of the proximity of such a fluid, and, as to the rest of the viscera, none excepting the liver are necessary parts of an animal. It is the liver therefore that alone has this provision. In conclusion, wherever we see bile we must take it to be excremental. For to suppose that it has one character in this part, another in that, would be as great an absurdity as to suppose mucus or the dejections of the stomach to vary in character according to locality and not to be excremental wherever found. So much then of the gall-bladder, and of the reasons why some animals have one, while others have not. We have still to speak of the mesentery and the omentum, for these are associated with the parts already described and contained in the same cavity. The omentum, then, is a membrane containing fat, the fat being suet or lard, according as the fat of the animal generally is of the former or latter description. What kinds of animals are so distinguished has been already set forth in an earlier part of this treatise. This membrane, alike in animals that have a single and in those that have a multiple stomach, grows from the middle of that organ, along a line which is marked on it like a seam. Thus attached, it covers the rest of the stomach and the greater part of the bowels, and this alike in all sanguineous animals, whether they live on land or in water. Now the development of this part into such a form as has been described is the result of necessity. For, whenever solid and fluid are mixed together and heated, the surface invariably becomes membranous and skin-like. But the region in which the omentum lies is full of nutriment of such a mixed character. Moreover, in consequence of the close texture of the membrane, that portion of the sanguineous nutriment will alone filter into it which is of a greasy character, for this portion is composed of the finest particles. And when it has so filtered in, it will be concocted by the heat of the part, and will be converted into suet or lard, and will not acquire a flesh-like or sanguineous constitution. The development, then, of the omentum is simply the result of necessity. But when once formed, it is used by nature for an end, namely, to facilitate and to hasten the concoction of food. For all that is hot aids concoction, and fat is hot, and the omentum is fat. This too explains why it hangs from the middle of the stomach, for the upper part of the stomach has no need of it, being assisted in concoction by the adjacent liver. Thus much as concerns the omentum. 4. The so-called mesentery is also a membrane, and extends continuously from the long stretch of intestine to the great vessel and the aorta. In it are numerous and close-packed vessels, which run from the intestines to the great vessel and to the aorta. The formation of this membrane we shall find to be the result of necessity, as is that of the other, similar, parts. What, however, is the final cause of its existence in sanguineous animals is manifest on reflection. For it is necessary that animals shall get nutriment from without, and, again, that this shall be converted into the ultimate nutriment, which is then distributed as sustenance to the various parts, this ultimate nutriment being, in sanguineous animals, what we call blood, and having, in bloodless animals, no definite name. This being so, there must be channels through which the nutriment shall pass, as it were through roots, from the stomach into the blood vessels. Now the roots of plants are in the ground, for thence their nutriment is derived. But in animals the stomach and intestines represent the ground from which the nutriment is to be taken. The mesentery, then, is an organ to contain the roots, and these roots are the vessels that traverse it. This then is the final cause of its existence. But how it absorbs nutriment, and how that portion of the food which enters into the vessels is distributed by them to the various parts of the body, are questions which will be considered when we come to deal with the generation and nutrition of animals. The constitution of sanguineous animals, so far as the parts as yet mentioned are concerned, and the reasons for such constitution, have now been set forth. In natural sequence we should next go on to the organs of generation, as yet undescribed, on which depend the distinctions of male and female. But, inasmuch as we shall have to deal specially with generation hereafter, it will be more convenient to defer the consideration of these parts to that occasion. 5. Very different from the animals we have as yet considered are the cephalopoda and the crustacea. For these have absolutely no viscera whatsoever, as is indeed the case with all bloodless animals, in which are included two other genera, namely the testacea and the insects. For in none of them does the material out of which viscera are formed exist. None of them, that is, have blood. The cause of this lies in their essential constitution. For the presence of blood in some animals, its absence from others, must be included in the conception which determines their respective essences. Moreover, In the animals we are now considering, none of those final causes will be found to exist which in sanguineous animals determine the presence of viscera. For they have no blood vessels nor urinary bladder, nor do they breathe, the only part that it is necessary for them to have being that which is analogous to a heart. For in all animals there must be some central and commanding part of the body, to lodge the sensory portion of the soul and the source of life. The organs of nutrition are also of necessity present in them all. They differ, however, in character because of differences of the habitats in which they get their subsistence. In the cephalopoda there are 2 teeth, enclosing what is called the mouth, and inside this mouth is a flesh-like substance which represents a tongue and serves for the discrimination of pleasant and unpleasant food. The crustacea have teeth corresponding to those of the cephalopoda, namely their anterior teeth, and also have the fleshy representative of a tongue. This latter part is found, moreover, in all testacea, and serves, as in sanguineous animals, for gustatory sensations. Similarly provided also are the insects. For some of these, such as the bees and the flies, have, as already described, their proboscis protruding from the mouth, while those others that have no such instrument in front have a part which acts as a tongue inside the mouth. Such, for instance, is the case in the ants and the like. As for teeth, some insects have them. The bees and the ants for instance, though in a somewhat modified form, while others that live on fluid nutriment are without them. For in many insects the teeth are not meant to deal with the food, but to serve as weapons. In some testacea, as was said in the first treatise, the organ which is called the tongue is of considerable strength, and in the cochlea, sea snails, there are also 2 teeth, just as in the crustacea. The mouth in the cephalopoda is succeeded by a long gullet. This leads to a crop, like that of a bird, and directly continuous with this is the stomach, from which a gut runs without windings to the vent. The sepias and the poulps resemble each other completely, so far as regards the shape and consistency of these parts. But not so the teuthides, calamaries. Here, as in the other groups there are the 2 stomach-like receptacles, but the first of these cavities has less resemblance to a crop, and in neither is the form, or the consistency, the same as in the other kinds, the whole body indeed being made of a softer kind of flesh. The object of this arrangement of the parts in question is the same in the cephalopoda as in birds, for these also are all unable to masticate their food, and therefore it is that a crop precedes their stomach. For purposes of defense, and to enable them to escape from their foes, the cephalopoda have what is called their ink. This is contained in a membranous pouch, which is attached to the body and provided with a terminal outlet just at the point where what is termed the funnel gives issue to the residue of the stomach. This funnel is placed on the ventral surface of the animal. All cephalopoda are like of this characteristic ink, but chief of all the sepia, where it is more abundant than in the rest. When the animal is disturbed and frightened it uses this ink to make the surrounding water black and turbid, and so, as it were, puts a shield in front of its body. In the calamaries and the poulps the ink bag is placed in the upper part of the body, in close proximity to the mites, whereas in the sepia it is lower down, against the stomach. For the sepia has a more plentiful supply of ink than the rest, inasmuch as it makes more use of it. The reasons for this are, firstly, that it lives near the shore, and, secondly, that it has no other means of protection, whereas the poulp has its long twining feet to use in its defense, and is, moreover, endowed with the power of changing color. This changing of color, like the discharge of ink, occurs as the result of fright. As to the calamary, it lives far out at sea, being the only one of the cephalopoda that does so, and this gives it protection. These then are the reasons why the ink is more abundant in the sepia than in the calamary, and this greater abundance explains the lower position, for it allows the ink to be ejected with ease even from a distance. The ink itself is of an earthy character, in this resembling the white deposit on the surface of a bird's excrement, and the explanation in both cases is the same, namely, the absence of a urinary bladder. For, in default of this, it is the ink that serves for the excretion of the earthiest matter. And this is more especially the case in the sepia, because there is a greater proportion of earth in its composition than in that of the other cephalopoda. The earthy character of its bone is a clear indication of this. For in the poulp there is no bone at all, and in the calamary it is thin and cartilaginous. Why this bone should be present in some cephalopoda, and wanting in others, and how its character varies in those that have it, has now been set forth. These animals, having no blood, are in consequence cold and of a timid character. Now, in some animals, fear causes a disturbance of the bowels, and, in others, a flow of urine from the bladder. Similarly in these it produces a discharge of ink, and, though the ejection of this ink in fright, like that of the urine, is the result of necessity, and, though it is of excremental character, yet it is used by nature for a purpose, namely, the protection and safety of the animal that excretes it. The crustacea also, both the caraboid forms and the crabs, are provided with teeth, namely their two anterior teeth, and between these they also present the tongue-like piece of flesh, as has indeed been already mentioned. Directly after their mouth comes a gullet, which, if we compare relative sizes, is but small in proportion to the body, and then a stomach, which in the carabi and some of the crabs is furnished with a second set of teeth, the anterior teeth being insufficient for adequate mastication. From the stomach a uniform gut runs in a direct line to the excremental vent. The parts described are to be found also in all the various testacea. The degree of distinctness, however, with which they are formed varies in the different kinds, and the larger the size of the animal the more easily distinguishable are all these parts severally. In the sea snails, for example, we find teeth, hard and sharp, as before mentioned, and between them the flesh-like substance, just as in the crustacea and cephalopoda, and again the proboscis, which, as has been stated, is something between a sting and a tongue. Directly after the mouth comes a kind of bird-like crop, then a gullet, succeeded by a stomach, in which is the mecon, as it is styled, and continuous with this mecon is an intestine, starting directly from it. It is this residual substance which appears in all the testacea to form the most palatable morsel. Purpuras and whelks, and all other testacea that have turbinate shells, in structure resemble the sea snail. The genera and species of testacea are very numerous, for there are those with turbinate shells, of which some have just been mentioned, and, besides these, there are bivalves and univalves. Those with turbinate shells may, indeed, after a certain fashion be said to resemble bivalves, for they all from their very birth have an operculum to protect that part of their body which is exposed to view. This is the case with the purpuras, with whelks, with the nerites, and the like. Were it not for this, the part which is undefended by the shell would be very liable to injury by collision with external objects. The univalves also are not without protection, for on their dorsal surface they have a shell, and by the undersurface they attach themselves to the rocks, and so after a manner become bivalved, the rock representing the second valve. Of these the animals known as limpets are an example. The bivalves, scallops and mussels, for instance, are protected by the power they have of closing their valves, and the turbinata by the operculum just mentioned, which transforms them, as it were, from univalves into bivalves. But of all there is none so perfectly protected as the sea urchin. For here there is a globular shell which encloses the body completely, and which is, moreover, set with sharp spines. This peculiarity distinguishes the sea urchin from all other testacea, as has already been mentioned. The structure of the testacea and of the crustacea is exactly the reverse of that of the cephalopoda. For in the latter the fleshy substance is on the outside and the earthy substance within, whereas in the former the soft parts are inside and the hard part without. In the sea urchin, however, there is no fleshy part whatsoever. All the testacea then, those that have not been mentioned as well as those that have, agree as stated in possessing a mouth with a tongue-like body, a stomach, and a vent for excrement, but they differ from each other in the positions and proportions of these parts. The details, however, of these differences must be looked for in the researches concerning animals and the treatises on anatomy. For while there are some points which can be made clear by verbal description, there are others which are more suited for ocular demonstration. Peculiar among the testacea are the sea urchins and the animals known as tethia, ascidians. The sea urchins have 5 teeth, and in the center of these the fleshy body which is common to all the animals we have been discussing. Immediately after this comes a gullet, and then the stomach, divided into a number of separate compartments, which look like so many distinct stomachs, for the cavities are separate and all contain abundant residual matter. They are all, however, connected with one and the same esophagus, and they all end in one and the same excremental vent. There is nothing besides the stomach of a fleshy character, as has already been stated. All that can be seen are the so-called ova, of which there are several, contained each in a separate membrane, and certain black bodies which have no name, and which, beginning at the animal's mouth, are scattered round its body here and there promiscuously. These sea urchins are not all of one species, but there are several different kinds, and in all of them the parts mentioned are to be found. It is not, however, in every kind that the so-called ova are edible. Neither do these attain to any size in any other species than that with which we are all familiar. A similar distinction may be made generally in the case of all testacea. For there is a great difference in the edible qualities of the flesh of different kinds, and in some, moreover, the residual substance known as the mecon is good for food, while in others it is uneatable. This mecon in the turbinated genera is lodged in the spiral part of the shell, while in univalves, such as limpets, it occupies the fundus, and in bivalves is placed near the hinge, the so-called ovum lying on the right, while on the opposite side is the vent. The former is incorrectly termed ovum, for it merely corresponds to what in well-fed sanguineous animals is fat, and thus it is that it makes its appearance in testacea at those seasons of the year when they are in good condition, namely, spring and autumn. For no testacea can abide extremes of temperature, and they are therefore in evil plight in seasons of great cold or heat. This is clearly shown by what occurs in the case of the sea urchins. For though the ova are to be found in these animals even directly they are born, yet they acquire a greater size than usual at the time of full moon, not, as some think, because sea urchins eat more at that season, but because the nights are then warmer, owing to the moonlight. For these creatures are bloodless, and so are unable to stand cold and require warmth. Therefore it is that they are found in better condition in summer than at any other season, and this all over the world excepting in the Piant Tidal Strait. There the sea urchins flourish as well in winter as in summer. But the reason for this is that they have a greater abundance of food in the winter, because the fish desert the strait at that season. The number of the ova is the same in all sea urchins, and is an odd one. For there are 5 ova, just as there are also 5 teeth and 5 stomachs, and the explanation of this is to be found in the fact that the so-called ova are not really ova, but merely, as was said before, the result of the animal's well-fed condition. Oysters also have a so-called ovum, corresponding in character to that of the sea urchins, but existing only on one side of their body. Now inasmuch as the sea urchin is of a spherical form, and not merely a single disc like the oyster, and in virtue of its spherical shape is the same from whatever side it be examined, its ovum must necessarily be of a corresponding symmetry. For the spherical shape has not the asymmetry of the disc-shaped body of the oysters. For in all these animals the head is central, but in the sea urchin the so-called ovum is above, and symmetrical, while in the oyster it is only one side. Now the necessary symmetry would be observed were the ovum to form a continuous ring. But this may not be. For it would be in opposition to what prevails in the whole tribe of Testacea, for in all the ovum is discontinuous, and in all excepting the sea urchins asymmetrical, being placed only on one side of the body. Owing then to this necessary discontinuity of the ovum, which belongs to the sea urchin as a member of the class, and owing to the spherical shape of its body, which is its individual peculiarity, this animal cannot possibly have an even number of ova. For were they an even number, they would have to be arranged exactly opposite to each other, in pairs, so as to keep the necessary symmetry, one ovum of each pair being placed at one end, the other ovum at the other end of a transverse diameter. This again would violate the universal provision in Testacea. For both in the oysters and in the scallops we find the ovum only on one side of the circumference. The number then of the ova must be uneven, 3 for instance, or 5. But if there were only 3 they would be much too far apart, while, if there were more than 5, they would come to form a continuous mass. The former arrangement would be disadvantageous to the animal, the latter an impossibility. There can therefore be neither more nor less than 5. For the same reason the stomach is divided into 5 parts, and there is a corresponding number of teeth. For seeing that the ova represent each of them a kind of body for the animal, their disposition must conform to that of the stomach, seeing that it is from this that they derive the material for their growth. Now if there were only one stomach, either the ova would be too far off from it, or it would be so big as to fill up the whole cavity, and the sea urchin would have great difficulty in moving about and finding due nourishment for its repletion. As then there are 5 intervals between the 5 ova, so are there of necessity 5 divisions of the stomach, one for each interval. So also, and on like grounds, there are 5 teeth. For nature is thus enabled to allot to each stomachal compartment and ovum its separate and similar tooth. These, then, are the reasons why the number of ova in the sea urchin is an odd one, and why that odd number is 5. In some sea urchins the ova are excessively small, in others of considerable size, the explanation being that the latter are of a warmer constitution, and so are able to concoct their food more thoroughly, while in the former concoction is less perfect, so that the stomach is found full of residual matter, while the ova are small and uneatable. Those of a warmer constitution are, moreover, in virtue of their warmth more given to motion, so that they make expeditions in search of food, instead of remaining stationary like the rest. As evidence of this, it will be found that they always have something or other sticking to their spines, as though they moved much about, for they use their spines as feet. The ascidians differ but slightly from plants, and yet have more of an animal nature than the sponges, which are virtually plants and nothing more. For nature passes from lifeless objects to animals in such unbroken sequence, interposing between them beings which live and yet are not animals, that scarcely any difference seems to exist between two neighboring groups owing to their close proximity. A sponge, then, as already said, in these respects completely resembles a plant, that throughout its life it is attached to a rock, and that when separated from this it dies. Slightly different from the sponges are the so-called holotrias and the sea lungs, as also sundry other sea animals that resemble them. For these are free and unattached. Yet they have no feeling, and their life is simply that of a plant separated from the ground. For even among land plants there are some that are independent of the soil, and that spring up and grow, either upon other plants, or even entirely free. Such, for example, is the plant which is found on Parnassus, and which some call the epipterum. This you may hang up on a peg and it will yet live for a considerable time. Sometimes it is a matter of doubt whether a given organism should be classed with plants or with animals. The ascidians, for instance, and the like so far resemble plants as that they never live free and unattached, but, on the other hand, inasmuch as they have a certain flesh-like substance, they must be supposed to possess some degree of sensibility. An ascidian has a body divided by a single septum and with two orifices, one where it takes in the fluid matter that ministers to its nutrition, the other where it discharges the surplus of unused juice, for it has no visible residual substance, such as have the other testacea. This is itself a very strong justification for considering an ascidian, and anything else there may be among animals that resembles it, to be of a vegetable character, for plants also never have any residuum. Across the middle of the body of these ascidians there runs a thin transverse partition, and here it is that we may reasonably suppose the part on which life depends to be situated. The aculfei, or sea nettles, as they are variously called, are not testacea at all, but lie outside the recognized groups. Their constitution, like that of the ascidians, approximates them on one side to plants, on the other to animals. For seeing that some of them can detach themselves and can fasten upon their food, and that they are sensible of objects which come in contact with them, they must be considered to have an animal nature. The like conclusion follows from their using the asperity of their bodies as a protection against their enemies. But, on the other hand, they are closely allied to plants, firstly by the imperfection of their structure, secondly by their being able to attach themselves to the rocks, which they do with great rapidity, and lastly by their having no visible residuum notwithstanding that they possess a mouth. Very similar again to the aculfei are the starfishes. For these also fasten on their prey, and suck out its juices, and thus destroy a vast number of oysters. At the same time they present a certain resemblance to such of the animals we have described as the cephalopoda and crustacea, inasmuch as they are free and unattached. The same may also be said of the testacea. Such, then, is the structure of the parts that minister to nutrition and which every animal must possess. But besides these organs it is quite plain that in every animal there must be some part or other which shall be analogous to what in sanguineous animals is the presiding seat of sensation. Whether an animal has or has not blood, it cannot possibly be without this. In the cephalopoda this part consists of a fluid substance contained in a membrane, through which runs the gullet on its way to the stomach. It is attached to the body rather towards its dorsal surface, and by some is called the mytis. Just such another organ is found also in the crustacea and there too is known by the same name. This part is at once fluid and corporeal and, as before said, is traversed by the gullet. For had the gullet been placed between the mytis and the dorsal surface of the animal, the hardness of the back would have interfered with its due dilatation in the act of deglutition. On the outer surface of the mytis runs the intestine, and in contact with this latter is placed the ink bag, so that it may be removed as far as possible from the mouth and its obnoxious fluid be kept at a distance from the nobler and sovereign part. The position of the mytis shows that it corresponds to the heart of sanguineous animals, for it occupies the self-same place. The same is shown by the sweetness of its fluid, which has the character of concocted matter and resembles blood. In the testacea the presiding seat of sensation is in a corresponding position, but is less easily made out. It should, however, always be looked for in some midway position, namely, in such testacea as are stationary, midway between the part by which food is taken in and the channel through which either the excrement or the spermatic fluid is voided, and, in those species which are capable of locomotion, invariably midway between the right and left sides. In insects this organ, which is the seat of sensation, lies, as was stated in the first treatise, between the head and the cavity which contains the stomach. In most of them it consists of a single part, but in others, For instance, in such as have long bodies and resemble the July, millipedes, it is made up of several parts, so that such insects continue to live after they have been cut in pieces. For the aim of nature is to give to each animal only one such dominant part, and when she is unable to carry out this intention she causes the parts, though potentially many, to work together actually as one. This is much more clearly marked in some insects than in others. The parts concerned in nutrition are not alike in all insects, but show considerable diversity. Thus some have what is called a sting in the mouth, which is a kind of compound instrument that combines in itself the character of a tongue and of lips. In others that have no such instrument in front there is a part inside the mouth that answers the same sensory purposes. Immediately after the mouth comes the intestine, which is never wanting in any insect. This runs in a straight line and without further complication to the vent. Occasionally, however, it has a spiral coil. There are, moreover, some insects in which a stomach succeeds to the mouth, and is itself succeeded by a convoluted intestine, so that the larger and more voracious insects may be enabled to take in a more abundant supply of food. More curious than any are the cicadae. For here the mouth and the tongue are united so as to form a single part, through which, as through a root, the insect sucks out the fluids on which it lives. Insects are always small eaters, not so much because of their diminutive size as because of their cold temperament. For it is heat which requires sustenance, just as it is heat which speedily concocts it. But cold requires no sustenance. In no insects is this so conspicuous as in these cicadae. For they find enough to live on in the moisture which is deposited from the air. So also do the ephemera that are found about the Black Sea. But while these latter only live for a single day, the cicadae subsist on such food for several days, though still not many. We have now done with the internal parts of animals, and must therefore return to the consideration of the external parts which have not yet been described. It will be better to change our order of exposition and begin with the animals we have just been describing, so that proceeding from these, which require less discussion, our account may have more time to spend on the perfect kinds of animals, those namely that have blood. 6. We will begin with insects. These animals, though they present no great multiplicity or parts, are not without diversities when compared with each other. They are all many-footed, the object of this being to compensate their natural slowness and frigidity, and give greater activity to their motions. Accordingly we find that those which, as their millipedes, have long bodies, and are therefore the most liable to refrigeration, have also the greatest number of feet. Again, the body in these animals is insected, the reason for this being that they have not got one vital center but many, and the number of their feet corresponds to that of the insections. Should the feet fall short of this, their deficiency is compensated by the power of flight. Of such flying insects some live a wandering life, and are forced to make long expeditions in search of food. These have a body of light weight, and 4 feathers, 2 on either side, to support it. Such are bees and the insects akin to them. When, however, such insects are of very small bulk, their feathers are reduced to 2, as is the case with flies. Insects with heavy bodies and of stationary habits, though not polypterous in the same way as bees, yet have sheaths to their feathers to maintain their efficiency. Such are the Melolonthae and the like. For their stationary habits expose their feathers to much greater risks than are run by those of insects that are more constantly in flight, and on this account they are provided with this protecting shield. The feather of an insect has neither bulbs nor shaft. For, though it is called a feather, it is no feather at all, but merely a skin-like membrane that, owing to its dryness, necessarily becomes detached from the surface of the body, as the fleshy substance grows cold. These animals then have their bodies insected, not only for the reasons already assigned, but also to enable them to curl round in such a manner as may protect them from injury, for such insects as have long bodies can roll themselves up, which would be impossible were it not for the insections, and those that cannot do this can yet draw their segments up into the insected spaces, and so increase the hardness of their bodies. This can be felt quite plainly by putting the finger on one of the insects, for instance, known as canthari. The touch frightens the insect, and it remains motionless, while its body becomes hard. The division of the body into segments is also a necessary result of there being several supreme organs in place of one, and this again is a part of the essential constitution of insects, and is a character which approximates them to plants. For as plants, though cut into pieces, can still live, so also can insects. There is, however, this difference between the two cases, that the portions of the divided insect live only for a limited time, whereas the portions of the plant live on and attain the perfect form of the whole, so that from one single plant you may obtain 2 or more. Some insects are also provided with another means of protection against their enemies, namely a sting. In some this is in front, connected with the tongue, in others behind at the posterior end. For just as the organ of smell in elephants answers several uses, serving alike as a weapon and for purposes of nutrition, so does also the sting, when placed in connection with the tongue, as in some insects, answer more than one end. For it is the instrument through which they derive their sensations of food, as well as that with which they suck it up and bring it to the mouth. Such of these insects as have no anterior sting are provided with teeth, which serve in some of them for biting the food, and in others for its prehension and conveyance to the mouth. Such are their uses, for instance, in ants and all the various kinds of bees. As for the insects that have a sting behind, this weapon is given them because they are of a fierce disposition. In some of them the sting is lodged inside the body, in bees, for example, and wasps. For these insects are made for flight, and were their sting external and of delicate make it would soon get spoiled, and if, on the other hand, it were of thicker build, as in scorpions, its weight would be an encumbrance. As for scorpions that live on the ground and have a tail, their sting must be set upon this, as otherwise it would be of no use as a weapon. Dipterous insects never have a posterior sting. For the very reason of their being dipterous is that they are small and weak, and therefore acquire no more than 2 feathers to support their light weight, and the same reason which reduces their feathers to 2 causes their sting to be in front, for their strength is not sufficient to allow them to strike efficiently with the hinder part of the body. Polypterous insects, on the other hand, are of greater bulk. Indeed it is this which causes them to have so many feathers, and their greater size makes them stronger in their hinder parts. The sting of such insects is therefore placed behind. Now it is better, when possible, that one and the same instrument shall not be made to serve several dissimilar uses, but that there shall be one organ to serve as a weapon, which can then be very sharp, and a distinct one to serve as a tongue, which can then be of spongy texture and fit to absorb nutriment. Whenever, therefore, nature is able to provide 2 separate instruments for 2 separate uses, without the one hampering the other, she does so, instead of acting like a coppersmith who for cheapness makes a spit and lamp holder in one. It is only when this is impossible that she uses one organ for several functions. The anterior legs are in some cases longer than the others, that they may serve to wipe away any foreign matter that may lodge on the insect's eyes and obstruct its sight, which already is not very distinct owing to the eyes being made of a hard substance. Flies and bees and the like may be constantly seen thus dressing themselves with crossed forelegs. Of the other legs, the hinder are bigger than the middle bear, both to aid in running and also that the insect, when it takes flight, may spring more easily from the ground. This difference is still more marked in such insects as leap, in locusts for instance, and in the various kinds of fleas. For these first bend and then extend the legs, and, by doing so, are necessarily shot up from the ground. It is only their hind legs of locusts, and not the front ones, that resemble the steering oars of a ship. For this requires that the joint shall be deflected inwards, and such is never the case with the anterior limbs. The whole number of legs, including those used in leaping, is 6 in all these insects. 7. In the testacea the body consists of but few parts, the reason being that these animals live a stationary life. For such animals as move much about must of necessity have more numerous parts than such as remain quiet, for their activities are many, and the more diversified the movements the greater the number of organs required to effect them. Some species of testacea are absolutely motionless, and others not quite but nearly so. Nature, however, has provided them with a protection in the hardness of the shell with which she has invested their body. This shell, as already has been said, may have 1 valve, or 2 valves, or be turbinate. In the latter case it may be either spiral, as in whelks, or merely globular, as in sea urchins. When it has 2 valves, these may be gaping, as in scallops and mussels, where the valves are united together on one side only, so as to open and shut on the other, or they may be united together on both sides, as in the solens, rays of fishes. In all cases alike the testacea have, like plants, the head downwards. The reason for this is, that they take in their nourishment from below, just as do plants with their roots. Thus the under parts come in them to be above, and the upper parts to be below. The body is enclosed in a membrane, and through this the animal filters fluid free from salt and absorbs its nutriment. In all there is a head, but none of the parts, excepting this recipient of food, has any distinctive name. 8. All the crustacea can crawl as well as swim, and accordingly they are provided with numerous feet. There are 4 main genera, viz. the carabi, as they are called, the astaci, the carids, and the carcini. In each of these genera, Again, there are numerous species, which differ from each other not only as regards shape, but also very considerably as regards size. For, while in some species the individuals are large, in others they are excessively minute. The carcinoid and caraboid crustacea resemble each other in possessing claws. These claws are not for locomotion, but to serve in place of hands for seizing and holding objects, and they are therefore bent in the opposite direction to the feet, being so twisted as to turn their convexity towards the body, while their feet turn towards their concavity. For in this position the claws are best suited for laying hold of the food and carrying it to the mouth. The distinction between the carabi and the carcini, crabs, consists in the former having a tail while the latter have none. For the carabi swim about and a tail is therefore of use to them, serving for their propulsion like the blade of an oar. But it would be of no use to the crabs, for these animals live habitually close to the shore, and creep into holes and corners. In such of them as live out at sea, the feet are much less adapted for locomotion than in the rest, because they are little given to moving about but depend for protection on their shell-like covering. The mai and the crabs known as heracleotic are examples of this, the legs in the former being very thin, in the latter very short. The very minute crabs that are found among the small fry at the bottom of the net have their hindermost feet flattened out into the semblance of fins or oar blades, so as to help the animal in swimming. The carids are distinguished from the carcinoid species by the presence of a tail, and from the caraboids by the absence of claws. This is explained by their large number of feet, on which has been expended the material for the growth of claws. Their feet again are numerous to suit their mode of progression, which is mainly by swimming. Of the parts on the ventral surface, those near the head are in some of these animals formed like gills, for the admission and discharge of water, while the parts lower down differ in the two sexes. For in the female carabi these are more laminar than in the males, and in the female crabs the flap is furnished with hairier appendages. This gives ampler space for the disposal of the ova, which the females retain in these parts instead of letting them go free, as do fishes and all other oviparous animals. In the carabi and in the crabs the right claw is invariably the larger and the stronger. For it is natural to every animal in active operations to use the parts on its right side in preference to those on its left, and nature, in distributing the organs, invariably assigns each, either exclusively or in a more perfect condition, to such animals as can use it. So it is with tusks, and teeth, and horns, and spurs, and all such defensive and offensive weapons. In the lobsters alone it is a matter of chance which claw is the larger, and this in either sex. Claws they must have, because they belong to a genus in which this is a constant character, but they have them in this indeterminate way, owing to imperfect formation and to their not using them for their natural purpose, but for locomotion. For a detailed account of the several parts of these animals, of their position and their differences, those parts being also included which distinguish the sexes, reference must be made to the treatises on anatomy and to the researches concerning animals. 9. We come now to the cephalopoda. Their internal organs have already been described with those of other animals. Externally there is the trunk of the body, not distinctly defined, and in front of this the head is surrounded by feet, which form a circle about the mouth and teeth, and are set between these and the eyes. Now in all other animals the feet, if there are any, are disposed in one of two ways, either before and behind or along the sides, the latter being the plan in such of them, for instance, as are bloodless and have numerous feet. But in the cephalopoda there is a peculiar arrangement, different from either of these. For their feet are all placed at what may be called the forend. The reason for this is that the hind part of their body has been drawn up close to the forepart, as is also the case in the turbinated testacea. For the testacea, while in some points they resemble the crustacea, in others resemble the cephalopoda. Their earthy matter is on the outside, and their fleshy substance within. So far they are like the crustacea. But the general plan of their body is that of the cephalopoda, and, though this is true in a certain degree of all the testacea, it is more especially true of those turbinated species that have a spiral shell. Of this general plan, common to the two, we will speak presently. But let us first consider the case of quadrupeds and of man, where the arrangement is that of a straight line. Let at the upper end of such a line be supposed to represent the mouth, then be the gullet, and C the stomach, and the intestine to run from this C to the excremental vent where D is inscribed. Such is the plan in sanguineous animals, and round this straight line as an axis are disposed the head and so-called trunk. The remaining parts, such as the anterior and posterior limbs, having been superadded by nature, merely to minister to these and for locomotion. In the crustacea also and in insects there is a tendency to a similar arrangement of the internal parts in a straight line, the distinction between these groups and the sanguineous animals depending on differences of the external organs which minister to locomotion. But the cephalopoda and the turbinated testacea have in common an arrangement which stands in contrast with this. For here the two extremities are brought together by a curve, as if one were to bend the straight line marked T until D came close to such, then, is the disposition of the internal parts, and round these, in the cephalopoda, is placed the sac, in the poulps alone called a head, and, in the testacea, the turbinate shell which corresponds to the sac. There is, in fact, only this difference between them, that the investing substance of the cephalopoda is soft while the shell of the testacea is hard, nature having surrounded their fleshy part with this hard coating as a protection because of their limited power of locomotion. In both classes, owing to this arrangement of the internal organs, the excrement is voided near the mouth, at a point below this orifice in the cephalopoda, and in the turbinata on one side of it. Such, then, is the explanation of the position of the feet in the cephalopoda, and of the contrast they present to other animals in this matter. The arrangement, however, in the sepias and the calamaries is not precisely the same as in the poulps, owing to the former having no other mode of progression than by swimming, while the latter not only swim but crawl. For in the former 6 of the feet are above the teeth and small, the outer one on either side being the biggest, while the remaining 2, which make up the total weight, are below the mouth and are the biggest of all, just as the hind limbs in quadrupeds are stronger than the forelimbs. For it is these that have to support the weight, and to take the main part in locomotion. And the outer 2 of the upper 6 are bigger than the pair which intervene between them and the uppermost of all, because they have to assist the lowermost pair in their office. In the poulps, on the other hand, the 4 central feet are the biggest. Again, though the number of feet is the same in all the cephalopoda, namely 8, their length varies in different kinds, being short in the sepias and the calamaries, but greater in the poulps. For in these latter the trunk of the body is of small bulk, while in the former it is of considerable size, and so in the one case nature has used the materials subtracted from the body to give length to the feet, while in the other she has acted in precisely the opposite way, and has given to the growth of the body what she has first taken from the feet. The poulps, then, owing to the length of their feet, can not only swim but crawl, whereas in the other genera the feet are useless for the latter mode of progression, being small while the bulk of the body is considerable. These short feet would not enable their possessors to cling to the rocks and keep themselves from being torn off by the waves when these run high in times of storm, neither would they serve to lay hold of objects at all remote and bring them in, but, to supply these defects, the animal is furnished with 2 long proboscises, by which it can moor itself and ride at anchor like a ship in rough weather. These same processes serve also to catch prey at a distance and to bring it to the mouth. They are so used by both the sepias and the calamaries. In the poulps the feet are themselves able to perform these offices, and there are consequently no proboscises. Proboscises and twining tentacles, with a acetabula set upon them, act in the same way and have the same structure as those plaited instruments which were used by physicians of old to reduce dislocations of the fingers. Like these they are made by the interlacing of their fibers, and they act by pulling upon pieces of flesh and yielding substances. For the plaited fibers encircle an object in a slackened condition, and when they are put on the stretch they grasp and cling tightly to whatever it may be that is in contact with their inner surface. Since, then, the cephalopoda have no other instruments with which to convey anything to themselves from without, than either twining tentacles, as in some species, or proboscises as in others, they are provided with these to serve as hands for offense and defense and other necessary uses. The acetabula are set in double line in all the cephalopoda excepting in one kind of poulp, where there is but a single row. The length and the slimness which is part of the nature of this kind of poulp explain the exception. For a narrow space cannot possibly admit of more than a single row. This exceptional character, then, belongs to them, not because it is the most advantageous arrangement, but because it is the necessary consequence of their essential specific constitution. In all these animals there is a fin, encircling the sac. In the poulps and the sepias this fin is unbroken and continuous, as is also the case in the larger calamaries known as toothy. But in the smaller kind, called toothides, the fin is not only broader than in the sepias and the poulps, where it is very narrow, but, moreover, does not encircle the entire sac, but only begins in the middle of the side. The use of this fin is to enable the animal to swim, and also to direct its course. It acts, that is, like the rump feathers in birds, or the tail fin in fishes. In none is it so small or so indistinct as in the poulps. For in these the body is of small bulk and can be steered by the feet sufficiently well without other assistance. The insects, the crustacea, the testacea, and the cephalopoda, have now been dealt with in turn, and their parts have been described, whether internal or external. 10. We must now go back to the animals that have blood, and consider such of their parts, already enumerated, as were before passed over. We will take the viviparous animals first, and, we have done with these, will pass on to the oviparous, and treat of them in like manner. The parts that border on the head, and on what is known as the neck and throat, have already been taken into consideration. All animals that have blood have a head, whereas in some bloodless animals, such as crabs, the part which represents a head is not clearly defined. As to the neck, it is present in all the vivipara, but only in some of the ovipara, for while those that have a lung also have a neck, those that do not inhale the outer air have none. The head exists mainly for the sake of the brain. For every animal that has blood must of necessity have a brain, and must, moreover, for reasons already given, have it placed in an opposite region to the heart. But the head has also been chosen by nature as the part in which to set some of the senses, because its blood is mixed in such suitable proportions as to ensure their tranquility and precision, while at the same time it can supply the brain with such warmth as it requires. There is yet a third constituent superadded to the head, namely the part which ministers to the ingestion of food. This has been placed here by nature, because such a situation accords best with the general configuration of the body. For the stomach could not possibly be placed above the heart, seeing that this is the sovereign organ, and if placed below, as in fact it is, then the mouth could not possibly be placed there also. For this would have necessitated a great increase in the length of the body, and the stomach, moreover, would have been removed too far from the source of motion and of concoction. The head, then, exists for the sake of these three parts, while the neck, again, exists for the sake of the windpipe. For it acts as a defense to this and to the esophagus, encircling them and keeping them from injury. In all other animals this neck is flexible and contains several vertebrae, but in wolves and lions it contains only a single bone. For the object of nature was to give these animals an organ which should be serviceable in the way of strength, rather than one that should be useful for any of the other purposes to which necks are subservient. Continuous with the head and neck is the trunk with the anterior limbs. In man the forelegs and forefeet are replaced by arms and by what we call hands. For of all animals man alone stands erect, in accordance with his godlike nature and essence. For it is the function of the godlike to think and to be wise, and no easy task with this under the burden of a heavy body, pressing down from above and obstructing by its weight the motions of the intellect and of the general sense. When, moreover, the weight and corporeal substance become excessive, the body must of necessity incline towards the ground. In such cases therefore nature, in order to give support to the body, has replaced the arms and hands by forefeet, and has thus converted the animal into a quadruped. For, as every animal that walks must of necessity have the two hinder feet, such an animal becomes a quadruped, its body inclining downwards in front from the weight which its soul cannot sustain. For all animals, man alone excepted, are dwarf-like in form. For the dwarf-like is that in which the upper part is large, while that which bears the weight and is used in progression is small. This upper part is what we call the trunk, which reaches from the mouth to the vent. In man it is duly proportionate to the part below, and diminishes much in its comparative size as the man attains to full growth. But in his infancy the contrary obtains, and the upper parts are large, while the lower part is small, so that the infant can only crawl, and is unable to walk, nay, at first cannot even crawl, but remains without motion. For all children are dwarfs in shape, but cease to be so as they become men, from the growth of their lower part, whereas in quadrupeds the reverse occurs, their lower parts being largest in youth, and advance of years bringing increased growth above, that is in the trunk, which extends from the rump to the head. Thus it is that colts are scarcely, if at all, below full-grown horses in height, and that while still young they can touch their heads with the hind legs, though this is no longer possible when they are older. Such, then, is the form of animals that have either a solid or a cloven hoof. But such as are polydactylous and without horns, though they too are of dwarf-like shape, are so in a less degree, and therefore the greater growth of the lower parts as compared with the upper is also small, being proportionate to this smaller deficiency. Dwarf-like again is the race of birds and fishes, and so in fact, as already has been said, is every animal that has blood. This is the reason why no other animal is so intelligent as man. For even among men themselves if we compare children with adults, or such adults as are of dwarf-like shape with such as are not, we find that, whatever other superiority the former may possess, they are at any rate deficient as compared with the latter in intelligence. The explanation, as already stated, is that their psychical principle is corporeal, and much impeded in its motions. Let now a further decrease occur in the elevating heat, and a further increase in the earthy matter, and the animals become smaller in bulk, and their feet more numerous, until at a later stage they become apodous, and extended full length on the ground. Then, by further small successions of change, they come to have their principal organ below, and at last their cephalic part becomes motionless and destitute of sensation. Thus is the animal becomes a plant, that has its upper parts downwards and its lower parts above. For in plants the roots are the equivalents of mouth and head, while the seed has an opposite significance, for it is produced above at the extremities of the twigs. The reasons have now been stated why some animals have many feet, some only 2, and others none, why, also, some living things are plants and others animals, and, lastly, why man alone of all animals stands erect. Standing thus erect, man has no need of legs in front, and in their stead has been endowed by nature with arms and hands. Now it is the opinion of Anaxagoras that the possession of these hands is the cause of man being of all animals the most intelligent. But it is more rational to suppose that his endowment with hands is the consequence rather than the cause of his superior intelligence. For the hands are instruments or organs, and the invariable plan of nature in distributing the organs is to give each to such animal as can make use of it. Nature acting in this matter as any prudent man would do. For it is a better plan to take a person who is already a flute player and give him a flute, than to take one who possesses a flute and teach him the art of flute playing. For nature adds that which is less to that which is greater and more important, and not that which is more valuable and greater to that which is less. Seeing then that such is the better course, and seeing also that of what is possible nature invariably brings about the best, we must conclude that man does not owe his superior intelligence to his hands, but his hands to his superior intelligence. For the most intelligent of animals is the one who would put the most organs to use, and the hand is not to be looked on as one organ but as many, for it is, as it were, an instrument for further instruments. This instrument, therefore, the hand of all instruments the most variously serviceable, has been given by nature to man, the animal of all animals the most capable of acquiring the most varied handicrafts. Much in error, then, are they who say that the construction of man is not only faulty, but inferior to that of all other animals, seeing that he is, as they point out, barefooted, naked, and without weapon of which to avail himself. For other animals have each but one mode of defense, and this they can never change, so that they must perform all the offices of life and even, so to speak, sleep with sandals on, never laying aside whatever serves as a protection to their bodies, nor changing such single weapon as they may chance to possess. But to man numerous modes of defense are open, and these, moreover, he may change at will, as also he may adopt such weapon as he pleases, and at such times as suit him. For the hand is talon, hoof, and horn, at will. So too it is spear, and sword, and whatsoever other weapon or instrument you please, for all these can it be from its power of grasping and holding them all. In harmony with this varied office is the form which nature has contrived for it. For it is split into several divisions, and these are capable of divergence. Such capacity of divergence does not prevent their again converging so as to form a single compact body, whereas had the hand been an undivided mass, divergence would have been impossible. The divisions also may be used singly or two together and in various combinations. The joints, moreover, of the fingers are well constructed for prehension and for pressure. One of these also, and this not long like the rest but short and thick, is placed laterally. For were it not so placed all prehension would be as impossible, as were there no hand at all. For the pressure of this digit is applied from below upwards, while the rest act from above downwards, an arrangement which is essential, if the grasp is to be firm and hold like a tight clamp. As for the shortness of this digit, the object is to increase its strength, so that it may be able, though but one, to counterbalance its more numerous opponents. Moreover, were it long it would be of no use. This is the explanation of its being sometimes called the great digit, in spite of its small size, for without it all the rest would be practically useless. The finger which stands at the other end of the row is small, while the central one of all is long, like a centaur in a ship. This is rightly so, for it is mainly by the central part of the encircling grasp that a tool must be held when put to use. No less skillfully contrived are the nails. For, while in man these serve simply as coverings to protect the tips of the fingers, in other animals they are also used for active purposes, and their form in each case is suited to their office. The arms in man and the forelimbs in quadrupeds bend in contrary directions, this difference having reference to the ingestion of food and to the other offices which belong to these parts. for quadrupeds must of necessity bend their anterior limbs inwards that they may serve in locomotion, for they use them as feet. Not but what even among quadrupeds there is at any rate a tendency for such as are polydactylous to use their forefeet not only for locomotion but as hands. And they are in fact so used, as anyone may see. For these animals seize hold of objects, and also repel assailants with their anterior limbs, whereas quadrupeds with solid hoofs use their hind legs for this latter purpose. For their forelimbs are not analogous to the arms and hands of man. It is this hand-like office of the anterior limbs which explains why in some of the polydactylous quadrupeds, such as wolves, lions, dogs, and leopards, there are actually 5 digits on each forefoot, though there are only 4 on each hind one. For the 5th digit of the foot corresponds to the 5th digit of the hand, and like it is called the big one. It is true that in the smaller polydactylous quadrupeds the hind feet also have each 5 toes. But this is because these animals are creepers, and the increased number of nails serves to give them a tighter grip, and so enables them to creep up steep places with greater facility, or even to run head downwards. In man between the arms, and in other animals between the forelegs, lies what is called the breast. This in man is broad, as one might expect, for as the arms are set laterally on the body, they offer no impediment to such expansion in this part. But in quadrupeds the breast is narrow, owing to the legs having to be extended in a forward direction in progression and locomotion. Owing to this narrowness the mammae of quadrupeds are never placed on the breast. But in the human body there is ample space in this part. Moreover, the heart and neighboring organs require protection, and for these reasons this part is fleshy and the mammae are placed upon it separately, side by side, being themselves of a fleshy substance in the male and therefore of use in the way just stated, while in the female, nature, in accordance with what we say is her frequent practice, makes them minister to an additional function, employing them as a store place of nutriment for the offspring. The human mammae are 2 in number, in accordance with the division of the body into 2 halves, a right and a left. They are somewhat firmer than they would otherwise be, because the ribs in this region are joined together, while they form 2 separate masses, because their presence is in no wise burdensome. In other animals than man, it is impossible for the mammae to be placed on the breast between the forelegs, for they would interfere with locomotion. They are therefore disposed of otherwise, and in a variety of ways. Thus in such animals as produce but few at a birth, whether horned quadrupeds or those with solid hoofs, the mammae are placed in the region of the thighs, and are 2 in number, while in such as produce litters, or such as are polydactylous, the dugs are either numerous and placed laterally on the belly, as in swine and dogs, or are only 2 in number, being set, however, in the center of the abdomen, as is the case in the lion. The explanation of this latter condition is not that the lion produces few at a birth, for sometimes it has more than 2 cubs at a time, but is to be found in the fact that this animal has no plentiful supply of milk. For, being a flesh-eater, it gets food at but rare intervals, and such nourishment as it obtains is all expended on the growth of its body. In the elephant also there are but 2 mammae, which are placed under the axilla of the forelimbs. The mammae are not more than 2, because this animal has only a single young one at a birth, and they are not placed in the region of the thighs, because they never occupy that position in any polydactylous animal such as this. Lastly, they are placed above, close to the axilla, because this is the position of the foremost dugs in all animals whose dugs are numerous, and the dugs so placed give the most milk. Evidence of this is furnished by the sow. For she always presents these foremost dugs to the firstborn of her litter. A single young one is of course a firstborn, and so such animals as only produce a single young one must have these anterior dugs to present to it, that is they must have the dugs which are under the axilla. This, then, is the reason why the elephant has but 2 mammae, and why they are so placed. But, in such animals as have litters of young, the dugs are disposed about the belly, the reason being that more dugs are required by those that will have more young to nourish. Now it is impossible that these dugs should be set transversely in rows of more than 2, 1, that is, for each side of the body, the right and the left. They must therefore be placed lengthways, and the only place where there is sufficient length for this is the region between the front and hind legs. As to the animals that are not polydactylous but produce few at a birth, or have horns, their dugs are placed in the region of the thighs. The horse, the ass, the camel are examples, all of which bear but a single young one at a time, and of which the 2 former have solid hoofs, while in the last the hoof is cloven. As still further examples may be mentioned the deer, the ox, the goat, and all other similar animals. The explanation is that in these animals growth takes place in an upward direction, so that there must be an abundant collection of residual matter and of blood in the lower region, that is to say in the neighborhood of the orifices for efflux, and here therefore nature has placed the mammae. For the place in which the nutriment is set in motion must also be the place whence nutriment can be derived by them. In man there are mammae in the male as well as in the female, but some of the males of other animals are without them. Such, for instance, is the case with horses, some stallions being destitute of these parts, while others that resemble their dams have them. Thus much then concerning the mammae. Next after the breast comes the region of the belly, which is left unenclosed by the ribs for a reason which has already been given, namely that there may be no impediment to the swelling which necessarily occurs in the food as it gets heated, nor to the expansion of the womb in pregnancy. At the extreme end of what is called the trunk are the parts concerned in the evacuation of the solid and also of the fluid residue. In all sanguineous animals with some few exceptions, and in all vivipara without any exception at all, the same part which serves for the evacuation of the fluid residue is also made by nature to serve in sexual congress, and this alike in male and female. For the semen is a kind of fluid and residual matter. The proof of this will be given hereafter, but for the present let it taken for granted. The like holds good of the menstrual fluid in women, and of the part where they emit semen. This also, however, is a matter of which a more accurate account will be given hereafter. For the present let it be simply stated as a fact, that the catamenia of the female like the semen of the male are residual matter. Both of them, moreover, being fluid, it is only natural that the parts which serve for avoidance of the urine should give issue to residues which resemble it in character, of the internal structure of these parts, and of the differences which exist between the parts concerned with semen and the parts concerned with conception. A clear account is given in the book of researches concerning animals and in the treatises on anatomy. Moreover, I shall have to speak of them again when I come to deal with generation. As regards, however, the external shape of these parts, it is plain enough that they are adapted to their operations, as indeed of necessity they must be. There are, however, differences in the male organ corresponding to differences in the body generally. For all animals are not of an equally sinewy nature. This organ, again, is the only one that, independently of any morbid change, admits of augmentation and of diminution of bulk. The former condition is of service in copulation, while the other is required for the advantage of the body at large. For, were the organ constantly in the former condition, it would be an encumbrance. The organ therefore has been formed of such constituents as will admit of either state. For it is partly sinewy, partly cartilaginous, and thus is enabled either to contract or to become extended, and is capable of admitting air. All female quadrupeds avoid their urine backwards, because the position of the parts which this implies is useful to them in the act of copulation. This is the case with only some few males, such as the lynx, the lion, the camel, and the hare. No quadruped with a solid hoof is retromingent. The posterior portion of the body and the parts about the legs are peculiar in man as compared with quadrupeds. Nearly all these latter have a tail, and this whether they are viviparous or oviparous. For, even if the tail be of no great size, yet they have a kind of skirt, as at any rate a small representative of it. But man is tailless. He has, however, buttocks, which exist in none of the quadrupeds. His legs also are fleshy, as too are his thighs and feet, while the legs in all other animals that have any, whether viviparous or not, are fleshless, being made of sinew and bone and spinous substance. For all these differences there is, so to say, one common explanation, and this is that of all animals man alone stands erect. It was to facilitate the maintenance of this position that nature made his upper parts light, taking away some of their corporeal substance, and using it to increase the weight of lithe parts below, so that the buttocks, the thighs, and the calves of the legs were all made fleshy. The character which she thus gave to the buttocks renders them at the same time useful in resting the body. For standing causes no fatigue to quadrupeds, and even the long continuance of this posture produces in them no weariness, for they are supported the whole time by four props, which is much as though they were lying down. But to man it is no task to remain for any length of time on his feet, his body demanding rest in a sitting position. This, then, is the reason why man has buttocks and fleshy legs, and the presence of these fleshy parts explains why he has no tail. For the nutriment which would otherwise go to the tail is used up in the production of these parts, while at the same time the existence of buttocks does away with the necessity of a tail. But in quadrupeds and other animals the reverse obtains. For they are of dwarf-like form, so that all the pressure of their weight and corporeal substance is on their upper part, and is withdrawn from the parts below. On this account they are without buttocks and have hard legs. In order, however, to cover and protect that part which serves for the evacuation of excrement. Nature has given them a tail of some kind or other, subtracting for the purpose some of the nutriment which would otherwise go to the legs. Intermediate in shape between man and quadrupeds is the ape, belonging therefore to neither or to both, and having on this account neither tail nor buttocks, no tail in its character of biped, no buttocks in its character of quadruped. There is great diversity of so-called tails, and this organ like others is sometimes used by nature for purposes, being made to serve not only as a covering and protection to the fundament, but also for other uses and advantages of its possessor. There are differences in the feet of quadrupeds. For in some of these animals there is a solid hoof, and in others a hoof cloven into two, and again in others a foot divided into many parts. The hoof is solid when the body is large and the earthy matter present in great abundance, in which case the earth, instead of forming teeth and horns, is separated in the character of a nail, and being very abundant forms one continuous nail, that is a hoof, in place of several. This consumption of the earthy matter on the hoof explains why these animals, as a rule, have no huckle bones, a second reason being that the presence of such a bone in the joint of the hind leg somewhat impedes its free motion. For extension and flexion can be made more rapidly in parts that have but one angle than in parts that have several. But the presence of a huckle bone, as a connecting bolt, is the introduction as it were of a new limb segment between the two ordinary ones. Such an addition adds to the weight of the foot, but renders the act of progression more secure. Thus it is that in such animals as have a huckle bone, it is only in the posterior and not in the anterior limbs that this bone is found. For the anterior limbs, moving as they do in advance of the others, require to be light and capable of ready flexion, whereas firmness and extensibility are what are wanted in the hind limbs. Moreover, a huckle bone adds weight to the blow of a limb, and so renders it a suitable weapon of defense, and these animals all use their hind legs to protect themselves, kicking out with their heels against anything which annoys them. In the cloven-hoofed quadrupeds the lighter character of the hind legs admits of there being a huckle bone, and the presence of the huckle bone prevents them from having a solid hoof, the bony substance remaining in the joint, and therefore being deficient in the foot. As to the polydactylous quadrupeds, none of them have huckle bones. For if they had they would not be polydactylous, but the divisions of the foot would only extend to that amount of its breadth which was covered by the huckle bone. Thus it is that most of the animals that have huckle bones are cloven-hoofed. Of all animals man has the largest foot in proportion to the size of the body. This is only what might be expected. For seeing that he is the only animal that stands erect, the 2 feet which are intended to bear all the weight of the body must be both long and broad. Equally intelligible is it that the proportion between the size of the fingers and that of the whole hand should be inverted in the case of the toes and feet. For the function of the hands is to take hold of objects and retain them by pressure, so that the fingers require to be long. For it is by its flexed portion that the hand grasps an object. But the function of the feet is to enable us to stand securely, and for this the undivided part of the foot requires to be of larger size than the toes. However, it is better for the extremity to be divided than to be undivided. For in an undivided foot disease of any one part would extend to the whole organ, whereas, if the foot be divided into separate digits, there is not an equal liability to such an occurrence. The digits, again, by being short would be less liable to injury. For these reasons the feet in man are many-toed, while the separate digits are of no great length. The toes, finally, are furnished with nails for the same reason as are the fingers, namely because such projecting parts are weak and therefore require special protection. 11. We have now done with such sanguineous animals as live on land and bring forth their young alive, and, having dealt with all their main kinds, we may pass on to such sanguineous animals as are oviparous. Of these some have 4 feet, while others have none. The latter form a single genus, namely the serpents, and why these are oviparous has been already explained in the dissertation on animal progression. Irrespective of this absence of feet, serpents resemble the oviparous quadrupeds in their conformation. In all these animals there is a head with its component parts, its presence being determined by the same causes as obtain in the case of other sanguineous animals, and in all, with the single exception of the river crocodile, there is a tongue inside the mouth. In this one exception there would seem to be no actual tongue, but merely a space left vacant for it. The reason is that a crocodile is in a way a land animal and a water animal combined. In its character of land animal it has a space for a tongue, but in its character of water animal it is without the tongue itself. For in some fishes, as has already been mentioned, there is no appearance whatsoever of a tongue, unless the mouth be stretched open very widely indeed, while in others it is indistinctly separated from the rest of the mouth. The reason for this is that a tongue would be of but little service to such animals, seeing that they are unable to chew their food or to taste it before swallowing, the pleasurable sensations they derive from it being limited to the act of deglutition. For it is in their passage down the gullet that solid edibles cause enjoyment, while it is by the tongue that the savor of fluids is perceived. Thus it is during deglutition that the oiliness, the heat, and other such qualities of food are recognized, and, in fact, the satisfaction from most solid edibles and dainties is derived almost entirely from the dilatation of the esophagus during deglutition. This sensation, then, belongs even to animals that have no tongue, but while other animals have in addition the sensations of taste, tongueless animals have, we may say, no other satisfaction than it. What has now been said explains why intemperance as regards drinks and savory fluids does not go hand in hand with intemperance as regards eating and solid relishes. In some oviparous quadrupeds, namely in lizards, the tongue is bifid, as also it is in serpents, and its terminal divisions are of hair-like fineness, as has already been described. Seals also have a forked tongue, this it is which accounts for all these animals being so fond of dainty food. The teeth in the four-footed ovipara are of the sharp interfitting kind, like the teeth of fishes. The organs of all the senses are present and resemble those of other animals. Thus there are nostrils for smell, ears for vision, and ears for hearing. The latter organs, however, do not project from the sides of the head, but consist simply of the duct, as also is the case in birds. This is due in both cases to the hardness of the integument, birds having their bodies covered with feathers, and these oviparous quadrupeds with horny plates. These plates are equivalent to scales, but of a harder character. This is manifest in tortoises and river crocodiles, and also in the large serpents. For here the plates become stronger than the bones, being seemingly of the same substance as these. These animals have no upper eyelid, but close the eye with the lower lid. In this they resemble birds, and the reason is the same as was assigned in their case. Among birds there are some that can not only thus close the eye, but can also blink by means of a membrane which comes from its corner. But none of the oviparous quadrupeds blink, for their eyes are harder than those of birds. The reason for this is that keen vision and far-sightedness are of very considerable service to birds, flying as they do in the air, whereas they would be of comparatively small use to the oviparous quadrupeds, seeing that they are all of troglodytic habits. Of the two separate portions which constitute the head, namely the upper part and the lower jaw, the latter in man and in the viviparous quadrupeds moves not only upwards and downwards, but also from side to side, while in fishes, and birds and oviparous quadrupeds, the only movement is up and down. The reason is that this latter movement is the one required in biting and dividing food, while the lateral movements serve to reduce substances to a pulp. To such animals, therefore, as have grinder teeth, this lateral motion is of service, but to those animals that have no grinders it would be quite useless, and they are therefore invariably without it. For nature never makes anything that is superfluous. While in all other animals it is the lower jaw that is movable, in the river crocodile it is exceptionally the upper. This is because the feet in this creature are so excessively small as to be useless for seizing and holding prey, on which account nature has given it a mouth that can serve for these purposes in their stead. For that direction of motion which will give the greater force to a blow will be the more serviceable one in holding or in seizing prey, and a blow from above is always more forcible than one from below. Seeing, then, that both the prehension and the mastication of food are offices of the mouth, and that the former of these two is the more essential in an animal that has neither hands nor suitably formed feet, these crocodiles will derive greater benefit from a motion of the upper jaw downwards than from a motion of the lower jaw upwards. The same considerations explain why crabs also move the upper division of each claw and not the lower. For their claws are substitutes for hands, and so require to be suitable for the prehension of food, and not for its comminution, for such comminution and biting is the office of teeth. In crabs, then, and in such other animals as are able to seize their food in a leisurely manner, inasmuch as their mouth is not called on to perform its office while they are still in the water, the two functions are assigned to different parts: prehension to the hands or feet, biting and comminution of food to the mouth. But in crocodiles the mouth has been so framed by nature as to serve both purposes, the jaws being made to move in the manner just described. Another part present in these animals is a neck, this being the necessary consequence of their having a lung. For the windpipe by which the air is admitted to the lung is of some length. If, however, the definition of a neck be correct, which calls it the portion between the head and the shoulders, a serpent can scarcely be said with the same right as the rest of these animals to have a neck, but only to have something analogous to that part of the body. It is a peculiarity of serpents, as compared with other animals allied to them, that they are able to turn their head backwards without stirring the rest of the body. The reason of this is that a serpent, like an insect, has a body that admits of being curled up, its vertebrae being cartilaginous and easily bent. The faculty in question belongs then to serpents simply as a necessary consequence of this character of their vertebrae, but at the same time it is a final cause, for it enables them to guard against attacks from behind. For their body, owing to its length and the absence of feet, is ill-suited for turning round and protecting the hinder parts, and merely to lift the head, without the power of turning it round, would be of no use whatsoever. The animals with which we are dealing have, moreover, a part which corresponds to the breast, but neither here nor elsewhere in their body have they any mammae, as neither has any bird or fish. This is a consequence of their having no milk, for a mamma is a receptacle for milk and, as it were, a vessel to contain it. This absence of milk is not peculiar to these animals, but is common to all such as are not internally viviparous. For all such produce eggs, and the nutriment which in vivipara has the character of milk is in them engendered in the egg. Of all this, however, a clearer account will be given in the treatise on generation. As to the mode in which the legs bend, a general account, in which all animals are considered, has already been given in the dissertation on progression. These animals also have a tail, larger in some of them, smaller in others, and the reason for this has been stated in general terms in an earlier passage. Of all oviparous animals that live on land there is none so lean as the chameleon, for there is none that has so little blood. The explanation of this is to be found in the psychical temperament of the creature, for it is of a timid nature, as the frequent changes it undergoes in its outward aspect testify. But fear is a refrigeration, and results from deficiency of natural heat and scantiness of blood. We have now done with such sanguineous animals as a quadrupedus and also such as Euripidus, and have stated with sufficient completeness what external parts they possess, and for what reason they have them. 12. The differences of birds compared one with another are differences of magnitude, and of the greater or smaller development of parts. Thus some have been long legs, others short legs, some have a broad tongue, others a narrow tongue, and so on with the other parts. There are few of their parts that differ save in size, taking birds by themselves. But when birds are compared with other animals the parts present differences of form also. For in some animals these are hairy, in others scaly, and in others have scale-like plates, while birds are feathered. Birds, then, are feathered, and this is a character common to them all and peculiar to them. Their feathers, too, are split and distinct in kind from the undivided feathers of insects, for the bird's feather is barbed, these are not, the bird's feather has a shaft, these have none. A second strange peculiarity which distinguishes birds from all other animals is their beak. For as in elephants the nostril serves in place of hands, and as in some insects the tongue serves in place of mouth, so in birds there is a beak, which, being bony, serves in place of teeth and lips. Their organs of sense have already been considered. All birds have a neck extending from the body, and the purpose of this neck is the same as in such other animals as have one. This neck in some birds is long, in others short, its length, as a general rule, being pretty nearly determined by that of the legs. For long-legged birds have a long neck, short-legged birds a short one, to which rule, however, the web-footed birds form an exception. For to a bird perched up on long legs a short neck would be of no use whatsoever in collecting food from the ground, and equally useless would be a long neck, if the legs were short. Such birds, again, as are carnivorous would find length in this part interfere greatly with their habits of life. For a long neck is weak, and it is on their superior strength that carnivorous birds depend for their subsistence. No bird, therefore, that has talons ever has an elongated neck. In web-footed birds, however, and in those other birds belonging to the same class, whose toes though actually separate have flat marginal lobes, the neck is elongated, so as to be suitable for collecting food from the water, while the legs are short, so as to serve in swimming. The beaks of birds, as their feet, vary with their modes of life. For in some the beak is straight, in others crooked, straight, in those who use it merely for eating, crooked, in those that live on raw flesh. For a crooked beak is an advantage in fighting, and these birds must, of course, get their food from the bodies of other animals, and in most cases by violence. In such birds, again, as live in marshes and are herbivorous the beak is broad and flat, this form being best suited for digging and cropping, and for pulling up plants. In some of these marsh birds, however, the beak is elongated, as too is the neck, the reason for this being that the bird gets its food from some depth below the surface. For most birds of this kind, and most of those whose feet are webbed, either in their entirety or each part separately, live by preying on some of the smaller animals that are to be found in water, and use these parts for their capture, the neck acting as a fishing rod, and the beak representing the line and hook. The upper and undersides of the body, that is of what in quadrupeds is called the trunk, present in birds one unbroken surface, and they have no arms or forelegs attached to it, but in their stead wings, which are a distinctive peculiarity of these animals, and, as these wings are substitutes for arms, their terminal segments lie on the back in the place of a shoulder blade. The legs are 2 in number, as in man, not however, as in man, bent outwards, but bent inwards like the legs of a quadruped. The wings are bent like the forelegs of a quadruped, having their convexity turned outwards. That the feet should be 2 in number is a matter of necessity. For a bird is essentially a sanguineous animal, and at the same time essentially a winged animal, and no sanguineous animal has more than 4 points for motion in birds. Then, as in those other sanguineous animals that live and move upon the ground, the limbs attached to the trunk are 4 in number. But, while in all the rest these 4 limbs consist of a pair of arms and a pair of legs, or of 4 legs as in quadrupeds, in birds the arms or forelegs are replaced by a pair of wings, and this is their distinctive character. For it is of the essence of a bird that it shall be able to fly, and it is by the extension of wings that this is made possible. Of all arrangements, then, the only possible, and so the necessary, one is that birds shall have 2 feet, for this with the wings will give them 4 points for motion. The breast in all birds is sharp-edged, and fleshy. The sharp edge is to minister to flight, for broad surfaces move with considerable difficulty, owing to the large quantity of air which they have to displace, while the fleshy character acts as a protection, for the breast, owing to its form, would be weak, were it not amply covered. Below the breast lies the belly, extending, as in quadrupeds and in man, to the vent and to the place where the legs are jointed to the trunk. Such, then, are the parts which lie between the wings and the legs. Birds like all other animals, whether produced viviparously or from eggs, have an umbilicus during their development, but, when the bird has attained to fuller growth, no signs of this remain visible. The cause of this is plainly to be seen during the process of development, for in birds the umbilical cord unites with the intestine, and is not a portion of the vascular system, as is the case in viviparous animals. Some birds, again, are well adapted for flight, their wings being large and strong. Such, for instance, are those that have talons and live on flesh. For their mode of life renders the power of flight a necessity, and it is on this account that their feathers are so abundant and their wings so large. Besides these, however, there are also other genera of birds that can fly well, all those, namely, that depend on speed for security, or that are of migratory habits. On the other hand, some kinds of birds have heavy bodies and are not constructed for flight. These are birds that are frugivorous and live on the ground, or that are able to swim and get their living in watery places. In those that have talons the body, without the wings, is small, for the nutriment is consumed in the production of these wings, and of the weapons and defensive appliances, whereas in birds that are not made for flight the contrary obtains, and the body is bulky and so of heavy weight. In some of these heavy-bodied birds the legs are furnished with what are called spurs, which replace the wings as a means of defense. Spurs and talons never coexist in the same bird. For nature never makes anything superfluous, and if a bird can fly, and has talons, it is no use for spurs, for these are weapons for fighting on the ground, and on this account are an appanage of certain heavy-bodied birds. These latter, again, would find the possession of talons not only useless but actually injurious, for the claws would stick into the ground and interfere with progression. This is the reason why all birds with talons walk so badly, and why they never settle upon rocks. For the character of their claws is ill-suited for either action. All this is the necessary consequence of the process of development. For the earthy matter in the body issuing from it is converted into parts that are useful as weapons. That which flows upwards gives hardness or size to the beak, and, should any flow downwards, it either forms spurs upon the legs or gives size and strength to the claws upon the feet. But it does not at one and the same time produce both these results, one in the legs, the other in the claws, for such a dispersion of this residual matter would destroy all its efficiency. In other birds this earthy residue furnishes the legs with the material for their elongation, or sometimes, in place of this, fills up the interspaces between the toes. Thus it is simply a matter of necessity, that such birds as swim shall either be actually web-footed, or shall have a kind of broad blade-like margin running along the whole length of each distinct toe. The forms, then, of these feet are simply the necessary results of the causes that have been mentioned. yet at the same time they are intended for the animal's advantage. For they are in harmony with the mode of life of these birds, who, living on the water, where their wings are useless, require that their feet shall be such as to serve in swimming. For these feet are so developed as to resemble the oars of a boat, or the fins of a fish, and the destruction of the footweb has the same effect as the destruction of the fins, that is to say, it puts an end to all power of swimming. In some birds the legs are very long, the cause of this being that they inhabit marshes. I say the cause, because nature makes the organs for the function, and not the function for the organs. It is, then, because these birds are not meant for swimming that their feet are without webs, and it is because they live on ground that gives way under the foot that their legs and toes are elongated, and that these latter in most of them have an extra number of joints. Again, though all birds have the same material composition, they are not all made for flight, and in these, therefore, the nutriment that should go to their tail feathers is spent on the legs and used to increase their size. This is the reason why these birds when they fly make use of their legs as a tail, stretching them out behind, and so rendering them serviceable, whereas in any other position they would be simply an impediment. In other birds, where the legs are short, these are held close against the belly during flight. In some cases this is merely to keep the feet out of the way, but in birds that have talons the position has a further purpose, being the one best suited for rapine. Birds that have a long and a thick neck keep it stretched out during flight, but those whose neck though long is slender fly with it coiled up. For in this position it is protected, and less likely to get broken, should the bird fly against any obstacle. In all birds there is an ischium, but so placed and of such length that it would scarcely be taken for an ischium, but rather for a second thigh bone, for it extends as far as to the middle of the belly. The reason for this is that the bird is a biped, and yet is unable to stand erect. For if its ischium extended but a short way from the fundament, and then immediately came the leg, as is the case in man and in quadrupeds, the bird would be unable to stand up at all. For while man stands erect, and while quadrupeds have their heavy bodies propped up in front by the forelegs, birds can neither stand erect owing to their dwarf-like shape, nor have anterior legs to prop them up, these legs being replaced by wings. As a remedy for this nature has given them a long ischium, and brought it to the center of the body, fixing it firmly, and she has placed the legs under this central point, that the weight on either side may be equally balanced, and standing or progression rendered possible. Such then is the reason why a bird, though it is a biped, does not stand erect. Why its legs are destitute of flesh has also already been stated, for the reasons are the same as in the case of quadrupeds. In all birds alike, whether web-footed or not, the number of toes in each foot is 4. For the Libyan ostrich may be disregarded for the present, and its cloven hoof and other discrepancies of structure as compared with a tribe of birds will be considered further on. Of these 4 toes 3 are in front, while the 4th points backward, serving, as a heel, to give steadiness. In the long-legged birds this 4th toe is much shorter than the others, as is the case with the carex, but the number of their toes is not increased. The arrangement of the toes is such as has been described in all birds with the exception of the wryneck. Here only 2 of the toes are in front, the other 2 behind, and the reason for this is that the body of the wryneck is not inclined forward so much as that of other birds. All birds have testicles, but they are inside the body. The reason for this will be given in the treatise on the generation of animals. 13. Thus then are fashioned the parts of birds. But in fishes a still further stunting has occurred in the external parts. For here, for reasons already given, there are neither legs nor hands nor wings, the whole body from head to tail presenting one unbroken surface. This tail differs in different fishes, in some approximating in character to the fins, while in others, namely in some of the flat kinds, it is spinous and elongated, because the material which should have gone to the tail has been diverted thence and used to increase the breadth of the body. Such, for instance, is the case with the torpedoes, the trigons, and whatever other cillature there may be of like nature. In such fishes, then, the tail is spinous and long, while in some others it is short and fleshy, for the same reason which makes it spinous and long in the torpedo. For to be short and fleshy comes to the same thing as to be long and less amply furnished with flesh. What has occurred in the fishing frog is the reverse of what has occurred in the other instances just given. For here the anterior and broad part of the body is not of a fleshy character, and so all the fleshy substance which has been thence diverted has been placed by nature in the tail and hinder portion of the body. In fishes there are no limbs attached to the body. For in accordance with their essential constitution they are swimming animals, and nature never makes anything superfluous or void of use. Now inasmuch as fishes are made swimming they have fins, and as they are not made for walking they are without feet, for feet are attached to the body that they may be of use in progression on land. Moreover, fishes cannot have feet, or any other similar limbs, as well as forefins, for they are essentially sanguineous animals. The cordless, though it has gills, has feet, for it has no fins but merely has its tail flattened out and loose in texture. Fishes, unless, like the batos and the trigon, they are broad and flat, have forefins, 2 on the upper and 2 on the underside of the body, and no fish ever has more than these. For, if it had, it would be a bloodless animal. The upper pair of fins is present in nearly all fishes, but not so the under pair, for these are wanting in some of those fishes that have long thick bodies, such as the eel, the conger, and a certain kind of cestrus that is found in the lake at Siphae. When the body is still more elongated, and resembles that of a serpent rather than that of a fish, as is the case in the small rhina, there are absolutely no fins at all, and locomotion is effected by the flexures of the body, the water being put to the same use by these fishes as is the ground by serpents. For serpents swim in water exactly in the same way as they glide on the ground. The reason for these serpent-like fishes being without fins is the same as that which causes serpents to be without feet, and what this is has been already stated in the dissertations on the progression and the motion of animals. The reason was this. If the points of motion were 4, motion would be effected under difficulties, for either the 2 pairs of fins would be close to each other, in which case motion would scarcely be possible, or they would be at a very considerable distance apart, in which case the long interval between them would be just as great an evil. On the other hand, to have more than 4 such motor points would convert the fishes into bloodless animals. A similar explanation applies to the case of those fishes that have only 2 fins. For here again the body is of great length and like that of a serpent, and its undulations do the office of the 2 missing fins. It is owing to this that such fishes can even crawl on dry ground, and can live there for a considerable time, and do not begin to gasp until they have been for a considerable time out of the water, while others, whose nature is akin to that of land animals, do not even do as much as that. In such fishes as have but 2 fins it is the upper pair, pectorals, that is present, excepting when the flat broad shape of the body prevents this. The fins in such cases are placed at the head, because in this region there is no elongation, which might serve in the absence of fins as a means of locomotion, whereas in the direction of the tail there is a considerable lengthening out in fishes of this conformation. As for the bati and the like, they use the marginal part of their flattened bodies in place of fins for swimming. In the torpedo and the fishing frog the breadth of the anterior part of the body is not so great as to render locomotion by fins impossible, but in consequence of it the upper pair, pectorals, are placed further back and the under pair, ventrals, are placed close to the head, while to compensate for this advancement they are reduced in size so as to be smaller than the upper ones. In the torpedo the 2 upper fins, pectorals, are placed on the tail, and the fish uses the broad expansion of its body to supply their place, each lateral half of its circumference serving the office of a fin. The head, with its several parts, as also the organs of sense, have already come under consideration. There is one peculiarity which distinguishes fishes from all other sanguineous animals, namely, the possession of gills. Why they have these organs has been set forth in the treatise on respiration. These gills are in most fishes covered by opercula, but in the silicia, owing to the skeleton being cartilaginous, there are no such coverings. For an operculum requires fish spine for its formation, and in other fishes the skeleton is made of this substance, whereas in the silicia it is invariably formed of cartilage. Again, while the motions of spinous fishes are rapid, those of the silicia are sluggish, inasmuch as they have neither fish spine nor sinew, but an operculum requires rapidity of motion, seeing that the office of the gills is to minister as it were to expiration. For this reason in silicia the branchial orifices themselves effect their own closure, and thus there is no need for an operculum to ensure its taking place with due rapidity. In some fishes the gills are numerous, in others few in number, in some again they are double, in others single. The last gill in most cases is single. For a detailed account of all this, reference must be made to the treatises on anatomy, and to the book of researches concerning animals. It is the abundance or the deficiency of the cardiac heat which determines the numerical abundance or deficiency of the gills. For, the greater an animal's heat, the more rapid and the more forcible does it require the branchial movement to be, and numerous and double gills act with more force and rapidity than such as are few and single. Thus, too, it is that some fishes that have but few gills, and those of comparatively small efficacy, can live out of water for a considerable time, for in them there is no great demand for refrigeration. Such, for example, are the eel and all other fishes of serpent-like form. Fishes also present diversities as regards the mouth. For in some this is placed in front, at the very extremity of the body, while in others, as the dolphin in the salicia, it is placed on the undersurface, so that these fishes turn on the back in order to take their food. The purpose of nature in this was apparently not merely to provide a means of salvation for other animals, by allowing them opportunity of escape during the time lost in the act of turning for all the fishes with this kind of mouth prey on living animals, but also to prevent these fishes from giving way too much to their gluttonous ravening after food. For had they been able to seize their prey more easily than they do, they would soon have perished from over-repletion. An additional reason is that the projecting extremity of the head in these fishes is round and small, and therefore cannot admit of a wide opening. Again, even when a mouth is not placed on the undersurface, there are differences in the extent to which it can open. For in some cases it can gape widely, while in others it is set at the point of a small tapering snout, the former being the case in carnivorous fishes, such as those with sharp interfitting teeth, whose strength lies in their mouth, while the latter is its form in all such as are not carnivorous. The skin is in some fishes covered with scales. The scale of a fish is a thin and shiny film, and therefore easily becomes detached from the surface of the body. In others it is rough, as for instance in the Rhine, the batos, and the like. Fewest of all are those whose skin is smooth. The salicia have no scales, but a rough skin. This is explained by their cartilaginous skeleton. For the earthy material which has been thence diverted is expended by nature upon the skin. No fish has testicles either externally or internally, as indeed have no apodous animals, among which of course are included the serpents. One and the same orifice serves both for the excrement and for the generative secretions, as is the case also in all other oviparous animals, whether two-footed or four-footed, inasmuch as they have no urinary bladder and form no fluid excretion. Such then are the characters which distinguish fishes from all other animals. But dolphins and whales and all such cetacea are without gills, and, having a lung, are provided with a blowhole, for this serves them to discharge the seawater which has been taken into the mouth. For, feeding as they do in the water, they cannot but let this fluid enter into their mouth, and, having let it in, they must of necessity let it out again. The use of gills, however, as has been explained in the treatise on respiration, is limited to such animals as do not breathe, for no animal can possibly possess gills and at the same time be a respiratory animal. In order, therefore, that these cetacea may discharge the water, they are provided with a blowhole. This is placed in front of the brain, for otherwise it would have cut off the brain from the spine. The reason for these animals having a lung and breathing, is that animals of large size require an excess of heat, to facilitate their motion. A lung, therefore, is placed within their body, and is fully supplied with blood heat. These creatures are after a fashion land and water animals in one. For so far as they are inhalers of air they resemble land animals, while they resemble water animals in having no feet and in deriving their food from the sea. So also seals lie halfway between land and water animals, and bats halfway between animals that live on the ground and animals that fly, and so belong to both kinds or to neither. For seals, if looked on as water animals, are yet found to have feet, and, if looked on as land animals, are yet found to have fins. For their hind feet are exactly like the fins of fishes, and their teeth also are sharp and interfitting as in fishes. Bats again, if regarded as winged animals, have feet, and, if regarded as quadrupeds, are without them. So also they have neither the tail of a quadruped nor the tail of a bird, no quadruped's tail, because they are winged animals, no bird's tail, because they are terrestrial. This absence of tail is the result of necessity. For bats fly by means of a membrane, but no animal, unless it has barbed feathers, has the tail of a bird, for a bird's tail is composed of such feathers. As for a quadruped's tail, it would be an actual impediment, if present among the feathers. 14. Much the same may be said also of the Libyan ostrich. For it is some of the characters of a bird, some of the characters of a quadruped. It differs from a quadruped in being feathered, and from a bird in being unable to soar aloft and in having feathers that resemble hair and are useless for flight. Again, it agrees with quadrupeds in having upper eyelashes, which are the more richly supplied with hairs because the parts about the head and the upper portion of the neck are bare, and it agrees with birds in being feathered in all the parts posterior to these. Further, it resembles a bird in being a biped, and a quadruped in having a cloven hoof, for it has hoofs and not toes. The explanation of these peculiarities is to be found in its bulk, which is that of a quadruped rather than that of a bird. For, speaking generally, a bird must necessarily be of very small size. For a body of heavy bulk can with difficulty be raised into the air. Thus much then as regards the parts of animals. We have discussed them all, and set forth the cause why each exists, and in so doing we have severally considered each group of animals. We must now pass on, and in due sequence must next deal with the question of their generation. On the motion of animals. Translated by A. S. L. Farquharson. Elsewhere we have investigated in detail the movement of animals after their various kinds, the differences between them, and the reasons for their particular characters. For some animals fly, some swim, some walk, others move in various other ways. There remains an investigation of the common ground of any sort of animal movement whatsoever. Now we have already determined, when we were discussing whether eternal motion exists or not, and its definition, if it does exist, that the origin of all other motions is that which moves itself, and that the origin of this is the immovable, and that the prime move must of necessity be immovable. And we must grasp this not only generally in theory, but also by reference to individuals in the world of sense, for with these in view we seek general theories, and with these we believe that general theories ought to harmonize. Now in the world of sense too it is plainly impossible for movement to be initiated if there is nothing at rest, and before all else in our present subject animal life. For if one of the parts of an animal be moved, another must be at rest, and this is the purpose of their joints. Animals use joints like a center, and the whole member, in which the joint is, becomes both one and two, both straight and bent, changing potentially and actually by reason of the joint. And when it is bending and being moved, one of the points in the joint is moved and one is at rest, just as if the points A and D of a diameter were at rest, and B were moved, and DAC were generated. However, in the geometrical illustration, the center is held to be altogether indivisible, for in mathematics motion is a fiction, as the phrase goes, no mathematical entity being really moved, whereas in the case of joints the centers become now one potentially and divided actually, and now one actually and divided potentially. But still the origin of movement, qua origin, always remains at rest when the lower part of a limb is moved, for example, the elbow joint, when the forearm is moved, and the shoulder, when the whole arm, the knee when the tibia is moved, and the hip when the whole leg. Accordingly it is plain that each animal as a whole must have within itself a point at rest, whence will be the origin of that which is moved, and supporting itself upon which it will be moved both as a complete whole and in its members. But the point of rest in the animal is still quite ineffectual unless there be something without which is absolutely at rest and immovable. Now it is worthwhile to pause and consider what has been said, for it involves a speculation which extends beyond animals even to the motion and the march of the universe. For just as there must be something immovable within the animal, if it is to be moved, so even more must there be without it something immovable, by supporting itself upon which that which is moved moves. For were that something always to give way, as it does for mice walking in grain or persons walking in sand, advance would be impossible, and neither would there be any walking unless the ground were to remain still, nor any flying or swimming were not the air and the sea to resist. And this which resists must needs be different from what is moved, the whole of it from the whole of that, and what is thus immovable must be no part of what is moved, otherwise there will be no movement. Evidence of this lies in the problem why it is that a man easily moves a boat from outside, if he push with a pole, putting it against the mast or some other part, but if he tried to do this when in the boat itself he would never move it, no not giant Titius himself nor Boreas blowing from inside the ship, if he really were blowing in the way painters represent him, for they paint him sending the breath out from the boat. For whether one blew gently or so stoutly as to make a very great wind, and whether what were thrown or pushed or winded or something else, it is necessary in the first place to be supported upon one of one's own members which is at rest and so to push, and in the second place for this member, either itself, or that of which it is a part, to remain at rest, fixing itself against something external to itself. Now the man who is himself in the boat, if he pushes, fixing himself against the boat, very naturally does not move the boat, because what he pushes against should properly remain at rest. Now what he is trying to move, and what he is fixing himself against is in his case the same. If, however, he pushes or pulls from outside he does move it, for the ground is no part of the boat. Here we may ask the difficult question whether if something moves the whole heavens this mover must be immovable, and moreover be no part of the heavens, nor in the heavens. For either it is moved itself and moves the heavens, in which case it must touch something immovable in order to create movement, and then this is no part of that which creates movement, or if the mover is from the first immovable it will equally be no part of that which is moved. In this point at least they argue correctly who say that as the sphere is carried round in a circle no single part remains still, for then either the whole would necessarily stand still or its continuity be torn asunder, but they argue less well in supposing that the poles have a certain force, though conceived as having no magnitude, but as merely termini or points. For besides the fact that no such things have any substantial existence, it is impossible for a single movement to be initiated by what is twofold, and yet they make the poles two. From a review of these difficulties we may conclude that there is something so related to the whole of nature, as the earth is to animals and things moved by them. And the mythologists with their fable of Atlas setting his feet upon the earth appear to have based the fable upon intelligent grounds. They make Atlas a kind of diameter whirling the heavens about the poles. Now as the earth remains still this would be reasonable enough, but their theory involves them in a position that the earth is no part of the universe. And further the force of that which initiates movement must be made equal to the force of that which remains at rest. For there is a definite quantity of force or power by dint of which that which remains at rest does so, just as there is a force by dint of which that which initiates movement does so, and as there is a necessary proportion between opposite motions, so there is between absences of motion. Now equal forces are unaffected by one another, but are overcome by a superiority of force. And so in their theory Atlas, or whatever similar power initiates movement from within, must exert no more force than will exactly balance the stability of the earth, otherwise the earth will be moved out of her place in the center of things. For as the pusher pushes so is the pushed pushed, and with equal force. But the prime mover moves that which is to begin with at rest, so that the power it exerts is greater, rather than equal and like to the power which produces absence of motion in that which is moved. And similarly also the power of what is moved and so moves must be greater than the power of that which is moved but does not initiate movement. Therefore the force of the earth in its immobility will have to be as great as the force of the whole heavens, and of that which moves the heavens. But if that is impossible, it follows that the heavens cannot possibly be moved by any force of this kind inside them. There is a further difficulty about the motions of the parts of the heavens which, as akin to what has gone before, may be considered next. For if one could overcome by force of motion the immobility of the earth he would clearly move it away from the center. And it is plain that the power from which this force would originate will not be infinite, for the earth is not infinite and therefore its weight is not. Now there are more senses than one of the word impossible. When we say it is impossible to see a sound, and when we say it is impossible to see the men in the moon, we use two senses of the word. The former is of necessity, the latter, though their nature is to be seen, cannot as a fact be seen by us. Now we suppose that the heavens are of necessity impossible to destroy and to dissolve, whereas the result of the present argument would be to do away with this necessity. For it is natural and possible for a motion to exist greater than the force by dint of which the earth is at rest, or than that by dint of which fire and ether are moved. If then there are superior motions, these will be dissolved in succession by one another, and if there actually are not, but might possibly be, for the earth cannot be infinite because no body can possibly be infinite, there is a possibility of the heavens being dissolved. For what is to prevent this coming to pass, unless it be impossible? And it is not impossible unless the opposite is necessary. This difficulty, however, we will discuss elsewhere. To resume, must there be something immovable and at rest outside of what is moved, and no part of it, or not? And must this necessarily be so also in the case of the universe? Perhaps it would be thought strange were the origin of movement inside. And to those who so conceive it the word of Homer would appear to have been well spoken. Nay, ye would not pull Zeus, highest of all from heaven to the plain, no not even if ye toiled right hard. Come, all ye gods and goddesses. Set hands to the chain, for that which is entirely immovable cannot possibly be moved by anything. And herein lies the solution of the difficulty stated some time back, the possibility or impossibility of dissolving the system of the heavens, in that it depends from an original which is immovable. Now in the animal world there must be not only an immovable without, but also within those things which move in place, and initiate their own movement. For one part of an animal must be moved, and another be at rest, and against this the part which is moved will support itself and be moved. For example, if it move one of its parts, for one part, as it were, supports itself against another part at rest. But about things without life which are moved one might ask the question whether all contain in themselves both that which is at rest and that which initiates movement, and whether they also, for instance fire, earth, or any other inanimate thing, must support themselves against something outside which is at rest. Or is this impossible and must it not be looked for rather in those primary causes by which they are set in motion? For all things without life are moved by something other, and the origin of all things so moved are things which move themselves. And out of these we have spoken about animals, for they must all have in themselves that which is at rest, and without them that against which they are supported, but whether there is some higher and prime mover is not clear, and an origin of that kind involves a different discussion. Animals at any rate which move themselves are all moved supporting themselves on what is outside them, even when they inspire and expire, for there is no essential difference between casting a great and a small weight, and this is what men do when they spit and cough and when they breathe in and breathe out. But is it only in that which moves itself in place that there must be a point at rest, or does this hold also of that which causes its own qualitative changes, and its own growth? Now the question of original generation and decay is different, for if there is, as we hold, a primary movement, this would be the cause of generation and decay, and probably of all the secondary movements too. And as in the universe, so in the animal world this is the primary movement, when the creature attains maturity, and therefore it is the cause of growth, when the creature becomes the cause of its own growth, and the cause too of alteration. But if this is not the primary movement, then the point at rest is not necessary. However, the earliest growth and alteration in the living creature arise through another and by other channels, nor can anything possibly be the cause of its own generation and decay, for the mover must exist before the moved, the begetter before the begotten, and nothing is prior to itself. Now whether the soul is moved or not, and how it is moved if it be moved, has been stated before in our treatise concerning it. And since all inorganic things are moved by some other thing, and the manner of the movement of the first and eternally moved, and how the first mover moves it, has been determined before in our metaphysics, it remains to inquire how the soul moves the body, and what is the origin of movement in a living creature. For, if we accept the movement of the universe, things with life are the causes of the movement of all else, that is of all that are not moved by one another by mutual impact. And so all their motions have a term or limit, inasmuch as the movements of things with life have such. For all living things both move and are moved with some object, so that this is the term of all their movement, the end, that is, in view. Now we see that the living creature is moved by intellect, imagination, purpose, wish, and appetite. And all these are reducible to mind and desire. For both imagination and sensation are on common ground with mind, since all three are faculties of judgment though differing according to distinctions stated elsewhere. Will, however, impulse, and appetite, are all three forms of desire, while purpose belongs both to intellect and to desire. Therefore the object of desire or of intellect first initiates movement, not, that is, every object of intellect, only the end in the domain of conduct. Accordingly among goods that which moves is a practical end, not the good in its whole extent. For it initiates movement only so far as something else is for its sake, or so far as it is the object of that which is for the sake of something else. And we must suppose that a seeming good may take the room of actual good, and so may the pleasant, which is itself a seeming good. From these considerations it is clear that in one regard that which is eternally moved by the eternal mover is moved in the same way as every living creature, in another regard differently, and so while it is moved eternally, the movement of living creatures has a term. Now the eternal beautiful, and the truly and primarily good, which is not at one time good, at another time not good, is too divine and precious to be relative to anything else. The prime mover then moves, itself being unmoved, whereas desire and its faculty are moved and so move. But it is not necessary for the last in the chain of things moved to move something else, wherefore it is plainly reasonable that motion in place should be the last of what happens in the region of things happening, since the living creature is moved and goes forward by reason of desire or purpose, when some alteration has been set going on the occasion of sensation or imagination. But how is it that thought, viz., sense, imagination, and thought proper, is sometimes followed by action, sometimes not, sometimes by movement, sometimes not? What happens seems parallel to the case of thinking and inferring about the immovable objects of science. There the end is the truth seen, for, when one conceives the two premises, one at once conceives and comprehends the conclusion, but here the two premises result in a conclusion which is an action. For example, one conceives that every man ought to walk, one is a man oneself, straightway one walks, or that, in this case, no man should walk, one is a man, straightway one remains at rest. And one so acts in the two cases provided that there is nothing in the one case to compel or in the other to prevent. Again, I ought to create a good, a house is good, straightway I make a house. I need a covering, a coat is a covering, I need a coat. What I need I ought to make, I need a coat, I make a coat. And the conclusion I must make a coat is an action. And the action goes back to the beginning or first step. If there is to be a coat, one must first have B, and if B then A, so one gets A to begin with. Now that the action is the conclusion is clear. But the premises of action are of two kinds, of the good and of the possible. and as in some cases of speculative inquiry we suppress one premise, so here the mind does not stop to consider at all an obvious minor premise. For example, if walking is good for man, one does not dwell upon the minor I am a man. And so what we do without reflection, we do quickly. For when a man actualizes himself in relation to his object either by perceiving, or imagining or conceiving it, what he desires he does at once. For the actualizing of desire is a substitute for inquiry or reflection. I want to drink, says appetite. This is drink, says sense or imagination or mind. Straightway I drink. In this way living creatures are impelled to move and to act, and desire is the last or immediate cause of movement, and desire arises after perception or after imagination and conception. And things that desire to act now create and now act under the influence of appetite or impulse or of desire or wish. The movements of animals may be compared with those of automatic puppets, which are set going on the occasion of a tiny movement. The levers are released, and strike the twisted strings against one another, or with the toy wagon. For the child mounts on it and moves it straight forward, and then again it is moved in a circle owing to its wheels being of unequal diameter. The smaller acts like a center on the same principle as the cylinders. Animals have parts of a similar kind, their organs, the sinewy tendons to wit and the bones. The bones are like the wooden levers in the automaton, and the iron, the tendons are like the strings, for when these are tightened or least movement begins. However, in the automata and the toy wagon there is no change of quality, though if the inner wheels became smaller and greater by turns there would be the same circular movement set up. In an animal the same part has the power of becoming now larger and now smaller, and changing its form, as the parts increase by warmth and again contract by cold and change their quality. This change of quality is caused by imaginations and sensations and by ideas. Sensations are obviously a form of change of quality, and imagination and conception have the same effect as the objects so imagined and conceived, for in a measure the form conceived, be it of hot or cold or pleasant or fearful, is like what the actual objects would be, and so we shudder and are frightened at a mere idea. Now all these affections involve changes of quality, and with those changes some parts of the body enlarge, others grow smaller. And it is not hard to see that a small change occurring at the center makes great and numerous changes at the circumference, just as by shifting the rudder a hair's breadth you get a wide deviation at the prow. And further, when by reason of heat or cold or some kindred affection a change is set up in the region of the heart, even in an imperceptibly small part of the heart, it produces a vast difference in the periphery of the body, blushing, let us say, or turning white, gooseskin and shivers and their opposites. But to return, the object we pursue or avoid in the field of action is, as has been explained, the original of movement, and upon the conception and imagination of this there necessarily follows a change in the temperature of the body. For what is painful we avoid, what is pleasing we pursue. We are, however, unconscious of what happens in the minute parts. Still anything painful or pleasing is generally speaking accompanied by a definite change of temperature in the body. One may see this by considering the affections. Blind courage and panic fears, erotic motions, and the rest of the corporeal affections, pleasant and painful, are all accompanied by a change of temperature, some in a particular member, others in the body generally. So, memories and anticipations, using as it were their reflected images of these pleasures and pains, are now more and now less causes of the same changes of temperature. And so we see the reason of nature's handiwork in the inward parts, and in the centers of movement of the organic members. They change from solid to moist, and from moist to solid, from soft to hard and vice versa. And so when these are affected in this way, and when besides the passive and active of the constitution we have many times described, as often as it comes to pass that one is active and the other passive, and neither of them falls short of the elements of its essence, straightway one acts and the other responds. And on this account thinking that one ought to go and going are virtually simultaneous, unless there be something else to hinder action. The organic parts are suitably prepared by the affections, these again by desire, and desire by imagination. Imagination in its turn depends either upon conception or sense perception. And the simultaneity and speed are due to the natural correspondence of the active and passive. However, that which first moves the animal organism must be situate in a definite original. Now we have said that a joint is the beginning of one part of a limb, the end of another. And so nature employs it sometimes as one, sometimes as two. When movement arises from a joint, one of the extreme points must remain at rest, and the other be moved, for as we explained above the move must support itself against a point at rest. Accordingly, in the case of the elbow joint, the last point of the forearm is moved but does not move anything, while, in the flexion, one point of the elbow, which lies in the whole forearm that is being moved, is moved, but there must also be a point which is unmoved, and this is our meaning when we speak of a point which is in potency 1, but which becomes 2 in actual exercise. Now if the arm were the living animal, somewhere in its elbow joint would be situate the original seat of the moving soul. Since, however, it is possible for a lifeless thing to be so related to the hand as the forearm is to the upper, for example, when a man moves a stick in his hand, it is evident that the soul, the original of movement, could not lie in either of the 2 extreme points, neither, that is, in the last point of the stick which is moved, nor in the original point which causes movement. For the stick too has an end point and an originative point by reference to the hand. Accordingly, this example shows that the moving original which derives from the soul is not in the stick, and if not, then not in the hand, for a precisely similar relation obtains between the hand and the wrist, as between the wrist and the elbow. In this matter it makes no difference whether the part is a continuous part of the body or not, the stick may be looked at as a detached part of the whole. It follows then of necessity that the original cannot lie in any individual origin which is the end of another member, even though there may lie another part outside the one in question. For example, relatively to the end point of the stick the hand is the original, but the original of the hand's movement is in the wrist. And so if the true original is not in the hand, there is still something higher up, neither is the true original in the wrist, for once more if the elbow is at rest the whole part below it can be moved as a continuous whole. Now since the left and the right sides are symmetrical, and these opposites are moved simultaneously, it cannot be that the left is moved by the right remaining stationary, nor vice versa, the original must always be in what lies above both. Therefore, the original seat of the moving soul must be in that which lies in the middle, for of both extremes the middle is the limiting point, and this is similarly related to the movements from above and below, those that is from the head, and to the bones which spring from the spinal column, in creatures that have a spinal column. And this is a reasonable arrangement, for the sensorium is in our opinion in the center too, and so, if the region of the original of movement is altered in structure through sense perception and thus changes, it carries with it the parts that depend upon it, and they too are extended or contracted, and in this way the movement of the creature necessarily follows. And the middle of the body must needs be in potency 1 but in action more than 1, for the limbs are moved simultaneously from the original seat of movement, and when one is at rest the other is moved. For example, in the line back, B is moved, and A is the mover. There must, however, be a point at rest if one is to move, the other to be moved. A, E, then being 1 in potency must be 2 in action, and so be a definite spatial magnitude, not a mathematical point. Again, C may be moved simultaneously with B. Both the originals then in A must move and B, and so there must be something other than them which moves but is not moved. For otherwise, when the movement begins, the extremes, that is the originals, in A would rest upon one another, like 2 men putting themselves back to back and so moving their legs. There must then be some one thing which moves both. This something is the soul, distinct from the spatial magnitude just described and yet located therein. Although from the point of view of the definition of movement a definition which gives the cause desire is the middle term or cause, and desire moves being moved, still in the material animated body there must be some material which itself moves being moved. Now that which is moved, but whose nature is not to initiate movement, is capable of being passive to an external force, while that which initiates movement must needs possess a kind of force and power. Now experience shows us that animals do both possess connatural spirit and derive power from this. How this connatural spirit is maintained in the body is explained in other passages of our works, and this spirit appears to stand to the soul center or original in a relation analogous to that between the point in a joint which moves being moved and the unmoved. Now since the center is for some animals in the heart, in the rest in a part analogous with the heart, we further see the reason for the connatural spirit being situate where it actually is found. The question whether the spirit remains always the same or constantly changes and is renewed, like the cognate question about the rest of the parts of the body, is better postponed. At all events we see that it is well disposed to excite movement and to exert power, and the functions of movement are thrusting and pulling. Accordingly, the organ of movement must be capable of expanding and contracting, and this is precisely the characteristic of spirit. It contracts and expands naturally, and so is able to pull and to thrust from one and the same cause, exhibiting gravity compared with the fiery element, and levity by comparison with the opposites of fire. Now that which is to initiate movement without change of structure must be of the kind described, for the elementary bodies prevail over one another in a compound body by dint of disproportion, the light is overcome and kept down by the heavier, and the heavy kept up by the lighter. We have now explained what the part is which is moved when the soul originates movement in the body, and what is the reason for this. And the animal organism must be conceived after the similitude of a well-governed commonwealth. When order is once established in it, there is no more need of a separate monarch to preside over each several task. The individuals each play their assigned part as it is ordered, and one thing follows another in its accustomed order. So in animals there is the same orderliness, nature taking the place of custom and each part naturally doing his own work as nature has composed them. There is no need then of a soul in each part, but she resides in a kind of central governing place of the body, and the remaining parts live by continuity of natural structure, and play the parts nature would have them play. So much then for the voluntary movements of animal bodies, and the reasons for them. These bodies, however, display in certain members involuntary movements too, but most often non-voluntary movements. By involuntary I mean motions of the heart and of the privy member, for often upon an image arising and without express mandate of the reason these parts are moved. By non-voluntary I mean sleep and waking and respiration, and other similar organic movements. For neither imagination nor desire is properly mistress of any of these. But since the animal body must undergo natural changes of quality, and when the parts are so altered some must increase and other decrease, the body must straightway be moved and change with the changes that nature makes dependent upon one another. Now the causes of the movements are natural changes of temperature, both those coming from outside the body, and those taking place within it. So the involuntary movements which occur in spite of reason in the aforesaid parts occur when a change of quality supervenes. For conception and imagination, as we said above, produce the conditions necessary to affections, since they bring to bear the images or forms which tend to create these states. And the two parts aforesaid display this motion more conspicuously than the rest, because each is in a sense a separate vital organism, the reason being that each contains vital moisture. In the case of the heart the cause is plain, for the heart is the seat of the senses, while an indication that the generative organ too is vital is that there flows from it the seminal potency, itself a kind of organism. Again, it is a reasonable arrangement that the movements arise in the center upon movements in the parts, and in the parts upon movements in the center, and so reach one another. Conceive it to be the center or starting point. The movements then arrive at the center from each letter in the diagram we have drawn, and flow back again from the center which is moved and changes, for the center is potentially multiple. The movement of B goes to B, that of C to C, the movement of both to both, but from B to C the movements flow by dint of going from B to as to a center, and then from A to C as from a center. Moreover, a movement contrary to reason sometimes does and sometimes does not arise in the organs on the occasion of the same thoughts. The reason is that sometimes the matter which is passive to the impressions is there in sufficient quantity and of the right quality and sometimes not. And so we have finished our account of the reasons for the parts of each kind of animal, of the soul, and further of sense perception, of sleep, of memory, and of movement in general. It remains to speak of animal generation. On the Gate of Animals. Translated by A. S. L. Farquharson. We have now to consider the parts which are useful to animals for movement in place, locomotion. First, why each part is such as it is and to what end they possess them, and second, the differences between these parts both in one and the same creature, and again by comparison of the parts of creatures of different species with one another. First then let us lay down how many questions we have to consider. The first is what are the fewest points of motion necessary to animal progression. The second why sanguineous animals have 4 points and not more, but bloodless animals more than 4, and generally why some animals are footless, others bipeds, others quadrupeds, others polypods, and why all have an even number of feet, if they have feet at all, why in fine the points on which progression depends are even in number. Next, why are man and bird bipeds, but fish footless, and why do man and bird, though both bipeds, have an opposite curvature of the legs? For man bends his legs convexly, a bird has his bent concavely. Again, man bends his arms and legs in opposite directions, for he has his arms bent convexly, but his legs concavely. And a viviparous quadruped bends his limbs in opposite directions to a man's, and in opposite directions to one another, for he has his forelegs bent convexly, his hind legs concavely. Again, quadrupeds which are not viviparous but oviparous have a peculiar curvature of the limbs laterally away from the body. Again, why do quadrupeds move their legs crisscross? We have to examine the reasons for all these facts, and others cognate to them. That the facts are such is clear from our natural history. We have now to ask reasons for the facts. At the beginning of the inquiry we must postulate the principles we are accustomed constantly to use for our scientific investigation of nature, that is, we must take for granted principles of this universal character which appear in all nature's work. Of these one is that nature creates nothing without a purpose, but always the best possible in each kind of living creature by reference to its essential constitution. Accordingly, if one way is better than another, that is the way of nature. Next we must take for granted the different species of dimensions which inhere in various things. Of these there are 3 pairs of 2 each, superior and inferior, before and behind, to the right and to the left. Further we must assume that the originals of movements in place are thrusts and pulls. These are the essential place movements. It is only accidentally that what is carried by another is moved. It is not thought to move itself, but to be moved by something else. After these preliminaries, we go on to the next questions in order. Now of animals which change their position, some move with the whole body at once, for example jumping animals, others move one part first and then the other, for example walking and running animals. In both these changes the moving creature always changes its position by pressing against what lies below it. Accordingly, if what is below gives way too quickly for that which is moving upon it to lean against it, or if it affords no resistance at all to what is moving, the latter can of itself effect no movement upon it. For an animal which jumps makes its jump both by leaning against its own upper part and also against what is beneath its feet. For at the joints the parts do in a sense lean upon one another, and in general that which pushes down leans upon what is pushed down. That is why athletes jump further with weights in their hands than without, and runners run faster if they swing their arms. There is in extending the arms a kind of leaning against the hands and wrists. In all cases then that which moves makes its change of position by the use of at least 2 parts of the body. One part so to speak squeezes, the other is squeezed, for the part that is still is squeezed as it has to carry the weight, the part that is lifted strains against that which carries the weight. It follows then that nothing without parts can move itself in this way, for it is not in it the distinction of the part which is passive and that which is active. Again, the boundaries by which living beings are naturally determined are 6 in number, superior and inferior, before and behind, right and left. Of these all living beings have a superior and an inferior part, for superior and inferior is in plants too, not only in animals. And this distinction is one of function, not merely of position relatively to our earth and the sky above our heads. The superior is that from which flows in each kind the distribution of nutriment and the process of growth, the inferior is that to which the process flows and in which it ends. One is a starting point, the other an end, and the starting point is the superior. And yet it might be thought that in the case of plants at least the inferior is rather the appropriate starting point, for in them the superior and inferior are in position other than in animals. Still they are similarly situated from the point of view of function, though not in their position relatively to the universe. The roots are the superior part of a plant, for from them the nutriment is distributed to the growing members, and a plant takes it with its roots as an animal does with its mouth. Things that are not only alive but are animals have both a front and a back, because they all have sense, and front and back are distinguished by reference to sense. The front is the part in which sense is innate, and whence each thing gets its sensations. The opposite parts are the back. All animals which partake not only in sense, but are able of themselves to make a change of place, have a further distinction of left and right besides those already enumerated. Like the former, these are distinctions of function and not of position. The right is that from which change of position naturally begins, the opposite which naturally depends upon this is the left. This distinction, of right and left, is more articulate and detailed in some than in others. For animals which make the aforesaid change of place, by the help of organized parts, I mean feet for example, or wings or similar organs, have the left and right distinguished in greater detail, while those which are not differentiated into such parts, but make the differentiation in the body itself and so progress, like some footless animals, for example snakes and caterpillars after their kind, and besides what men call earthworms, all these have the distinction spoken of, although it is not made so manifest to us. That the beginning of movement is on the right is indicated by the fact that all men carry burdens on the left shoulder. In this way they set free the side which initiates movement and enable the side which bears the weight to be moved. And so men hop easier on the left leg, for the nature of the right is to initiate movement, that of the left to be moved. The burden then must rest on the side which is to be moved, not on that which is going to cause movement, and if it be set on the moving side, which is the original of movement, it will either not be moved at all or with more labor. Another indication that the right is the source of movement is the way we put our feet forward. All men lead off with the left, and after standing still prefer to put the left foot forward, unless something happens to prevent it. The reason is that their movement comes from the leg they step off, not from the one put forward. Again, men guard themselves with their right. And this is the reason why the right is the same in all, for that from which motion begins is the same for all, and has its natural position in the same place, and for this reason the spiral-shaped testations have their shells on the right, for they do not move in the direction of the spire, but all go forward in the direction opposite to the spire. Examples are the murex and the syrinx. As all animals then start movement from the right, and the right moves in the same direction as the whole, it is necessary for all to be alike right-handed. And man has the left limbs detached more than any other animal because he is natural in a higher degree than the other animals. Now the right is naturally both better than the left and separate from it, and so in man the right is more, especially the right, more dexterous that is, than in other animals. The right then being differentiated, it is only reasonable that in man the left should be most movable, and most detached. In man, too, the other starting points are found most naturally and clearly distinct, the superior part that is in the front. Animals which, like men and birds, have the superior part distinguished from the front are two-footed, biped. In them, of the 4 points of motion, 2 are wings in the one, hands and arms in the other. Animals which have the superior and the front parts identically situated are four-footed, many-footed, or footless, quadruped, polyped, limbless. I use the term foot for a member employed for movement in place connected with a point on the ground, for the feet appear to have got their name from the ground under our feet. Some animals, too, have the front and back parts identically situated, for example, cephalopods, mollusks, and spiral-shaped testations, and these we have discussed elsewhere in another connection. Now there is in place a superior, an intermediate, and an inferior. In respect to place, bipeds have their superior part corresponding to the part of the universe, quadrupeds, polypeds, and footless animals to the intermediate part, and plants to the inferior. The reason is that these have no power of locomotion, and the superior part is determined relatively to the nutriment, and their nutriment is from the earth. Quadrupeds, polypeds, and footless animals again have their superior part corresponding to the intermediate, because they are not erect. Bipeds have theirs corresponding to the superior part of the universe because they are erect, and of bipeds, man par excellence, for man is the most natural of bipeds. And it is reasonable for the starting points to be in these parts, for the starting point is honorable, and the superior is more honorable than the inferior, the front than the back, and the right than the left. Or we may reverse the argument and say quite well that these parts are more honorable than their opposites just because the starting points are in them. The above discussion has made it clear that the original of movement is in the parts on the right. Now every continuous whole, one part of which is moved while the other remains at rest must, in order to be able to move as a whole while one part stands still, have in the place where both parts have opposed movements some common part which connects the moving parts with one another. Further, in this common part the original of the motion, and similarly of the absence of motion, of each of the parts must lie. Clearly then, if any of the opposite pairs of parts, right and left, that is, superior and inferior, before and behind, have a movement of their own, each of them has for common original of its movements the juncture of the parts in question. Now before and behind are not distinctions relatively to that which sets up its own motion, because in nature nothing has a movement backwards, nor has a moving animal any division whereby it may make a change of position towards its front or back, but right and left, superior and inferior are so distinguished. Accordingly, all animals which progress by the use of distinct members have these members distinguished not by the differences of before and behind, but only of the remaining two pairs, the prior difference dividing these members into right and left, a difference which must appear as soon as you have division into two, and the other difference appearing of necessity where there is division into four. Since then these two pairs, the superior and inferior and the right and left, are linked to one another by the same common original, by which I mean that which controls their movement, and further, everything which is intended to make a movement in each such part properly must have the original cause of all the said movements arranged in a certain definite position relatively to the distances from it of the originals of the movements of the individual members, and these centers of the individual parts are in pairs arranged coordinately or diagonally, and the common center is the original from which the animal's movements of right and left, and similarly of superior and inferior, start. Each animal must have this original at a point where it is equally or nearly equally related to each of the centers in the four parts described. It is clear then how locomotion belongs to those animals only which make their changes of place by means of 2 or 4 points in their structure, or to such animals par excellence. Moreover, since this property belongs almost peculiarly to sanguineous animals, we see that no sanguineous animal can progress at more points than 4, and that if it is the nature of anything so to progress at 4 points it must of necessity be sanguineous. What we observe in the animal world is in agreement with the above account. For no sanguineous animal, if it be divided into more parts, can live for any appreciable length of time, nor can it enjoy the power of locomotion which it possessed while it was a continuous and undivided whole. But some bloodless animals and polypods can live a long time, if divided, in each of the severed parts, and can move in the same way as before they were dismembered. Examples are what is termed the centipede and other insects that are long in shape, for even the hinder portion of all these goes on progressing in the same direction as before when they are cut in two. The explanation of their living when thus divided is that each of them is constructed like a continuous body of many separate living beings. It is plain, too, from what was said above why they are like this. Animals constructed most naturally are made to move at 2 or 4 points, and even limbless sanguinea are no exception. They too move by dint of 4 points, whereby they achieve progression. They go forward by means of 2 flexions. For in each of their flexions there is a right and a left, both before and behind in their flat surface. In the part towards the head a right and a left front point, and in the part towards the tail the 2 hinder points. They look as if they moved at 2 points only, where they touch before and behind, but that is only because they are narrow in breadth. Even in them the right is the sovereign part, and there is an alternate correspondence behind, exactly as in quadrupeds. The reason of their flexions is their great length, for just as tall men walk with their spines bellied, undulated, forward, and when their right shoulder is leading in a forward direction their left hip rather inclined backwards, so that their middle becomes hollow and bellied, undulated, so we ought to conceive snakes as moving in concave curves, undulations, upon the ground. And this is evidence that they move themselves like the quadrupeds, for they make the concave in its turn convex and the convex concave. When in its turn the left of the forward parts is leading, the concavity is in its turn reversed, for the right becomes the inner. Let the right front point be A, the left B, the right hind C, the left D. Among land animals this is the character of the movement of snakes, and among water animals of eels, and conger eels and also lampreys, in fact of all that have their form snake-like. However, some marine animals of this shape have no fin, lampreys for example, but put the seat to the same use as snakes do both land and water, for snakes swim precisely as they move on the ground. Others have 2 fins only, for example conger eels and a kind of cestrus which breeds in the lake of Siphae. On this account too those that are accustomed to live on land, for example all the eels, move with fewer flexions in a fluid than on land, while the kind of cestrus which has 2 fins, by its flexion in a fluid makes up the remaining points. The reason why snakes are limbless is first that nature makes nothing without purpose, but always regards what is the best possible for each individual, preserving the peculiar essence of each and its intended character, and secondly the principle we laid down above that no sanguineous creature can move itself at more than 4 points. Granting this it is evident that sanguineous animals like snakes, whose length is out of proportion to the rest of their dimensions, cannot possibly have limbs, for they cannot have more than 4, or they would be bloodless, and if they had 2 or 4 they would be practically stationary, so slow and unprofitable would their movement necessarily be. But every limbed animal has necessarily an even number of such limbs. For those which only jump and so move from place to place do not need limbs for this movement at least, but those which not only jump but also need to walk, finding that movement not sufficient for their purposes, evidently either are better able to progress with even limbs or cannot otherwise progress at all. Every animal which has limbs must have an even us, for as this kind of movement is effected by part of the body at a time, and not by the whole at once as in the movement of leaping, some of the limbs must in turn remain at rest, and others be moved, and the animal must act in each of these cases with opposite limbs, shifting the weight from the limbs that are being moved to those at rest. And so nothing can walk on 3 limbs or on 1, in the latter case it has no support at all on which to rest the body's weight, in the former only in respect of 1 pair of opposites, and so it must necessarily fall in endeavoring so to move. Polypods, however, like the centipede, can indeed make progress on an odd number of limbs, as may be seen by the experiment of wounding one of their limbs, for then the mutilation of 1 row of limbs is corrected by the number of limbs which remain on either side. Such mutilated creatures, however, drag the wounded limb after them with the remainder, and do not properly speaking walk. Moreover, it is plain that they, too, would make the change of place better if they had an even number, in fact if none were missing and they had the limbs which correspond to one another. In this way they could equalize their own weight, and not oscillate to one side. if they had corresponding supports instead of one section of the opposite sides being unoccupied by a limb. A walking creature advances from each of its members alternately, for in this way it recovers the same figure that it had at first. The fact that all animals have an even number of feet, and the reasons for the fact have been set forth. What follows will explain that if there were no point at rest, flexion and straightening would be impossible. Flexion is a change from a right line to an arc or an angle, straightening a change from either of these to a right line. Now in all such changes the flexion or the straightening must be relative to one point. Moreover, without flexion there could not be walking or swimming or flying. For since limbed creatures stand and take their weight alternately on one or other of the opposite legs, if one be thrust forward the other of necessity must be bent. For the opposite limbs are naturally of equal length, and the one which is under the weight must be a kind of perpendicular at right angles to the ground. When then one leg is advanced it becomes the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle. Its square then is equal to the square on the other side together with the square on the base. As the legs then are equal, the one at rest must bend either at the knee or, if there were any kneeless animal which walked, at some other articulation. The following experiment exhibits the fact. If a man were to walk parallel to a wall in sunshine, the line described, by the shadow of his head would be not straight but zigzag, becoming lower as he bends, and higher when he stands and lifts himself up. It is, indeed, possible to move oneself even if the leg be not bent, in the way in which children crawl. This was the old though erroneous account of the movement of elephants. But these kinds of movements involve a flexion in the shoulders or in the hips. Nothing at any rate could walk upright continuously and securely without flexions at the knee, but would have to move like men in the wrestling schools who crawl forward through the sand on their knees. For the upper part of the upright creature is long so that its leg has to be correspondingly long, in consequence there must be flexion. For since a stationary position is perpendicular, if that which moves cannot bend it will either fall forward as the right angle becomes acute or will not be able to progress. For if one leg is at right angles to the ground and the other is advanced, the latter will be at once equal and greater. For it will be equal to the stationary leg and also equivalent to the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle. That which goes forward therefore must bend, and while bending one, extend the other leg simultaneously, so as to incline forward and make a stride and still remain above the perpendicular, for the legs form an isosceles triangle, and the head sinks lower when it is perpendicularly above the base on which it stands. Of limbless animals, some progress by undulations, and this happens in two ways: either they undulate on the ground, like snakes, or up and down, like caterpillars, and undulation is a flexion, others by a telescopic action, like what are called earthworms and leeches. These go forward, first one part leading and then drawing the whole of the rest of the body up to this, and so they change from place to place. It is plain too that if the two curves were not greater than the one line which subtends them, undulating animals could not move themselves. When the flexure is extended they would not have moved forward at all if the flexure or arc were equal to the chord subtended. As it is, it reaches further when it is straightened out, and then this part stays still and it draws up what is left behind. In all the changes described that which moves now extends itself in a straight line to progress, and now is hooped, it straightens itself in its leading part, and is hooped in what follows behind. Even jumping animals all make a flexion in the part of the body which is underneath, and after this fashion make their leaps. So too flying and swimming things progress, the one straightening and bending their wings to fly, the other their fins to swim. Of the latter some have 4 fins, others which are rather long, for example eels, have only 2. These swim by substituting a flexion of the rest of their body for their missing pair of fins to complete the movement, as we have said before. Flatfish use 2 fins, and the flat of their body as a substitute for the absent pair of fins. Quite flat fish, like the ray, produce their swimming movement with the actual fins and with the 2 extremes or semicircles of their body, bending and straightening themselves alternately. A difficulty might perhaps be raised about birds. How, it may be said, can they, either when they fly or when they walk, be said to move at 4 points? Now we did not say that all sanguinea move at 4 points, but merely at not more than 4. Moreover, they cannot as a fact fly if their legs be removed, nor walk without their wings. Even a man does not walk without moving his shoulders. Everything indeed, as we have said, makes a change of place by flexion and straightening, for all things progress by pressing upon what being beneath them up to a point gives way as it were gradually. Accordingly, even if there be no flexion in another member, there must be at least in the point whence motion begins, is in feathered, flying, insects at the base of the scale wing, in birds at the base of the wing, in others at the base of the corresponding member, the fins, for instance, in fish. In others, for example snakes, the flexion begins in the joints of the body. In winged creatures the tail serves, like a ship's rudder, to keep the flying thing in its course. The tail then must, like other limbs, be able to bend at the point of attachment. And so flying insects, and birds, Schizoptera, whose tails are ill-adapted for the use in question, for example peacocks, and domestic cocks, and generally birds that hardly fly, cannot steer a straight course. Flying insects have absolutely no tail, and so drift along like a rudderless vessel, and beat against anything they happen upon, and this applies equally to sharded insects, like the scarab beetle and the chafer, and to unsharded, like bees and wasps. Further, birds that are not made for flight have a tail that is of no use, for instance the purple coot and the heron and all waterfowl. These fly stretching out their feet as a substitute for a tail, and use their legs instead of a tail to direct their flight. The flight of insects is slow and frail because the character of their feathery wings is not proportionate to the bulk of their body. This is heavy, their wings small and frail, and so the flight they use is like a cargo boat attempting to make its voyage with oars. Now the frailty both of the actual wings and of the outgrowths upon them contributes in a measure to the flight described. Among birds, the peacock's tail is at one time useless because of its size, at another because it is shed. But birds are in general at the opposite pole to flying insects as regards their feathers, but especially the swiftest flyers among them. These are the birds with curved talons, for swiftness of wing is useful to their mode of life. The rest of their bodily structure is in harmony with their peculiar movement, the small head, the slight neck, the strong and acute breastbone, acute like the prow of a clipper-built vessel, so as to be well girt, and strong by dint of its mass of flesh, in order to be able to push away the air that beats against it, and that easily and without exhaustion. The hindquarters, too, are light and taper again, in order to conform to the movement of the front and not by their breadth to suck the air. So much then for these questions. But why an animal that is to stand erect must necessarily be not only a biped, but must also have the superior parts of the body lighter, and those that lie under these heavier, is plain. Only if situated like this could it possibly carry itself easily. And so man, the only erect animal, has legs longer and stouter relatively to the upper parts of his body than any other animal with legs. What we observe in children also is evidence of this. Children cannot walk erect because they are always dwarf-like, the upper parts of their bodies being longer and stouter than the lower. With advancing years the lower increase disproportionately, until the children get their appropriate size, and then and not till then they succeed in walking erect. Birds are hunchbacked yet stand on two legs because their weight is set back, after the principle of horses fashioned in bronze with their four legs prancing. But their being bipeds and able to stand is above all due to their having the hip bone shaped like a thigh, and so large that it looks as if they had two thighs, one in the leg before the knee joint, the other joining his part to the fundament. Really this is not a thigh but a hip, and if it were not so large the bird could not be a biped. As in a man or a quadruped, the thigh and the rest of the leg would be attached immediately to quite a small hip, consequently the whole body would be tilted forward. As it is, however, the hip is long and extends right along to the middle of the belly, so that the legs are attached at that point and carry as supports the whole frame. It is also evident from these considerations that a bird cannot possibly be erect in the sense in which man is. For as it holds its body now the wings are naturally useful to it, but if it were erect they would be as useless as the wings of cupids we see in pictures. It must have been clear as soon as we spoke that the form of no human nor any similar being permits of wings, not only because it would, though sanguineous, be moved at more than 4 points, but also because to have wings would be useless to it when moving naturally. And nature makes nothing contrary to her own nature. We have stated above that without flexion in the legs or shoulders and hips no sanguineous animal with feet could progress, and that flexion is impossible except some point be at rest, and that men and birds, both bipeds, bend their legs in opposite directions, and further that quadrupeds bend their in opposite directions, and each pair in the opposite way to a man's limbs. For men bend their arms backwards, their legs forwards, quadrupeds their forelegs forwards, their back legs backwards, and in like manner also birds bend theirs. The reason is that nature's workmanship is never purposeless, as we said above, but everything for the best possible in the circumstances. Inasmuch, therefore, as all creatures which naturally have the power of changing position by the use of limbs, must have one leg stationary with the weight of the body on it, and when they move forward the leg which has the leading position must be unencumbered, and the progression continuing the weight must shift and be taken off on this leading leg, It is evidently necessary for the back leg from being bent to become straight again, while the point of movement of the leg thrust forward and its lower part remains still. And so the legs must be jointed. And it is possible for this to take place and at the same time for the animal to go forward, if the leading leg has its articulation forwards, impossible if it be backwards. For, if it be forwards, the stretching out of the leg will be while the body is going forwards, but, if the other way, while it is going backwards. And again, if the flexion were backwards, the placing of the foot would be made by two movements and those contrary to one another, one, that is, backwards and one forwards, for in the bending together of the limb the lower end of the thigh would go backwards, and the shin would move the foot forwards away from the flexion, whereas, with the flexion forwards, the progression described will be performed not with contrary motions, but with one forward motion. Now man, being a biped and making his change of position in the natural way with his two legs, bends them forward for the reasons set forth, but his arms bend backwards reasonably enough. If they bend the opposite way they would be useless for the work of the hands, and for taking food. But quadrupeds which are also viviparous necessarily bend their front legs forwards. For these lead off first when they move, and are also in the forepart of their body. The reason that they bend forward is the same as in the case of man, for in this respect they are like mankind. And so quadrupeds as well as men bend these legs forward in the manner described. Moreover, if the flexion is like this, they are unable to lift their feet high. If they bent them in the opposite way they would only lift them a little way from the ground, because the whole thigh and the joint from which the shin bone springs would lie under the belly as the beast moved forward. If, however, the flexion of the hind legs were forwards, the lifting of these feet would be similar to that of the forefeet, for the hind legs, too, would in this case have only a little room for their lifting inasmuch as both the thigh and the knee joint would fall under the position of the belly, but the flexion being backwards, as in fact it is, nothing comes in the way of their progression with this mode of moving the feet. Moreover, it is necessary or at least better for their legs to bend thus when they are suckling their young, with a view to such ministrations. If the flexion were inwards it would be difficult to keep their young under them and to shelter them. Now there are four modes of flexion if we take the combinations in pairs. Fore and hind may bend either both backwards, as the figures marked A, or in the opposite way both forwards, as in B, or in converse ways and not in the same direction, as in C where the fore bend forwards and the hind bend backwards, or as in D, the opposite way to C, where the convexities are turned towards one another and the concavities outwards. Now no biped or quadruped bends his limbs like the figures A or B, but the quadrupeds like C, and like D only the elephant among quadrupeds and man if you consider his arms as well as his legs. For he bends his arms concavely and his legs convexly. In man, too, the flexions of the limbs are always alternately opposite, for example the elbow bends back, but the wrist of the hand forwards, and again the shoulder forwards. In like fashion, too, in the case of the legs, the hip backwards, the knee forwards, the ankle in the opposite way backwards. And plainly the lower limbs are opposed in this respect to the upper, because the first joints are opposites, the shoulder bending forwards, the hip backwards, wherefore also the ankle bends backwards, and the wrist of the hand forwards. This is the way then the limbs bend, and for the reasons given. But the hind limbs move crisscross with the fore limbs, after the off fore they move the near hind, then the near fore, and then the off hind. The reason is that, A, if they moved the fore legs together and first, the animal would be wrenched, and the progression would be a stumbling forwards with the hind parts as it would dragged after. Again, that would not be walking but jumping, and it is hard to make a continuous change of place, jumping all the time. Here is evidence of what I say, even as it is, all horses that move in this way soon begin to refuse, for example the horses in a religious procession. For these reasons the forelimbs and the hind limbs move in this separate way. Again, B, if they moved both the right legs first the weight would be outside the supporting limbs and they would fall. If then it is necessary to move in one or other of these ways or crisscross fashion, and neither of these two is satisfactory, they must move crisscross, for moving in the way we have said they cannot possibly experience either of these untoward results. And this is why horses and such like animals stand still with their legs put forward crisscross, not with the right or the left put forward together at once. In the same fashion animals with more than four legs make their movements. If you take two consecutive pairs of legs the hind move crisscross with the forelegs, you can see this if you watch them moving slowly. Even crabs move in this way, and they are polypods. They, too, always move crisscross in whichever direction they are making progress. For in direction this animal has a movement all its own, it is the only animal that moves not forwards, but obliquely. Yet since forwards is a distinction relative to the line of vision, nature has made its eyes able to conform to its limbs, for its eyes can move themselves obliquely, and therefore after a fashion crabs are no exception but in this sense move forwards. Birds bend their legs in the same way as quadrupeds, for their natural construction is broadly speaking nearly the same. That is, in birds the wings are a substitute for the forelegs, and so they are bent in the same way as the forelegs of a quadruped, since when they move to progress the natural beginning of changes from the wings, as in quadrupeds from the forelegs. Flight in fact is their appropriate movement. And so if the wings be cut off, a bird can neither stand still nor go forwards. Again, the bird though a biped is not erect, and has the forward parts of the body lighter than the hind, and so it is necessary, or at least preferable for the standing posture, to have the thigh so placed below the body as it actually is, I mean growing towards the back. If then it must have this situation, the flexion of the leg must be backwards, as in the hind legs of quadrupeds. The reasons are the same as those given in the case of the viparous quadrupeds. If now we survey generally birds and winged insects, and animals which swim in a watery medium, all I mean that make their progress in water by dint of organs of movement, it is not difficult to see that it is better to have the attachment of the parts in question oblique to the frame, exactly as in fact we see it to be both in birds and insects. And this same arrangement obtains also among fishes. Among birds the wings are attached obliquely, so are the fins in water animals, and the feather-like wings of insects. In this way they divide the air or water most quickly and with most force, and so affect their movement. For the hinder parts in this way would follow forwards as they are carried along in the yielding medium, fish in the water, birds in the air. Of viviparous quadrupeds all those that live in holes, like crocodiles, lizards, spotted lizards, freshwater tortoises, and turtles, have their legs attached obliquely as their whole body sprawls over the ground, and bend them obliquely. The reason is that this is useful for ease in creeping into holes, and for sitting upon their eggs and guarding them. And as they are splayed outwards they must of necessity tuck in their thighs and put them under them in order to achieve the lifting of the whole body. In view of this they cannot bend them otherwise than outwards. We have already stated the fact that non-sanguineous animals with limbs are polypods and none of them quadrupeds. And the reason why their legs, except the extreme pairs, were necessarily attached obliquely and had their flexions upwards, and the legs themselves were somewhat turned under, bandy shape, and backwards is plain. In all such creatures the intermediate legs both lead and follow. If then they lay under them, they must have had their flexion both forwards and backwards, on account of leading, forwards, and on account of following, backwards. Now since they have to do both, for this reason their limbs are turned under and bent obliquely, except the two extreme pairs. These two are more natural in their movement, the front leading and the back following. Another reason for this kind of flexion is the number of their legs. Arranged in this way they would interfere less with one another in progression and not knock together. But the reason that they are bandy is that all of them or most of them live in holes, the creatures living so cannot possibly be high above the ground. But crabs are in nature the oddest of all polypods. They do not progress forwards except in the sense explained above. They are the only animals which have more than one pair of leading limbs. The explanation of this is the hardness of their limbs, and the fact that they use them not for swimming but for walking. They always keep on the ground. However, the flexion of the limbs of all polypods is oblique, like that of the quadrupeds which live in holes, for example lizards and crocodiles, and most of the oviparous quadrupeds. And the explanation is that some of them in their breeding periods, and some all their life, live in holes. Now the rest have bandy legs because they are soft-skinned, but the crayfish is hard-skinned and its limbs are for swimming and not for walking, and so are not bandy. Crabs, too, have their limbs bent obliquely, but not bandy like oviparous quadrupeds and non-sanguineous polypods, because their limbs have a hard and shell-like skin. Although they don't swim but live in holes, they live in fact on the ground. Moreover, their shape is like a disc, as compared with the crayfish which is elongated, and they haven't a tail like the crayfish. A tail is useful to the crayfish for swimming, but the crab is not a swimming creature. Further, it alone has its side equivalent to a hinder part, because it has many leading feet. The explanation of this is that its flexions are not forward nor its legs turned in under, bandy. We have given above the reason why its legs are not turned in under, that is the hardness and shell-like character of its integument. For these reasons then it must lead off with more than one limb, and move obliquely, because the flexion is oblique, and with more than one limb, because otherwise the limbs that were still would have got in the way of those that were moving. Fishes of the flat kind swim with their heads twisted, as one-eyed men walk. They have their natural shape distorted. Web-footed birds swim with their feet, because they breathe the air and of lungs they are bipeds, but because they have their home in the water they are webbed. By this arrangement their feet serve them instead of fins. They have their legs too, not like the rest of birds in the center of their body, but rather set back. Their legs are short, and being set back are serviceable for swimming. The reason for their having short legs is that nature has added to their feet by subtracting from the length of their limbs. Instead of length she gives stoutness to the legs and breadth to the feet. Broad feet are more useful than long for pushing away the water when they are swimming. There is reason, too, for winged creatures having feet, but fish none. The former have their home in the dry medium, and cannot remain always in mid-air, they must therefore have feet. Fish on the contrary live in the wet medium, and take in water, not air. Fins are useful for swimming, but feet not. And if they had both they would be non-sanguineous. There is a broad similarity between birds and fishes in the organs of locomotion. Birds have their wings on the superior part, similarly fish have two pectoral fins. Again, birds have legs on their underparts and near the wings. Similarly, most fish have two fins on the underparts and near the pectorals. Birds, too, have a tail and fish a tail fin. A difficulty may be suggested as to the movements of mollusks, that is, as to where that movement originates, for they have no distinction of left and right. Now observation shows them moving. We must, I think, treat all this class as mutilated, and as moving in the way in which limbed creatures do when one cuts off their legs, or as analogous with the seal and the bat. Both the latter are quadrupeds but misshapen. Now mollusks do move, but move in a manner contrary to nature. They are not moving things, but are moving if as sedentary creatures they are compared with zoophytes, and sedentary if classed with progressing animals. As to right and left, crabs, too, show the distinction poorly, still they do show it. You can see it in the claw. The right claw is larger and stronger, as through the right and left sides were trying to get distinguished. The structure of animals, both in their other parts, and especially in those which concern progression and any movement in place, is as we have now described. It remains, after determining these questions, to investigate the problems of life and death. On the Generation of Animals, Book I. Translated by Arthur Platt. We have now discussed the other parts of animals, both generally and with reference to the peculiarities of each kind, explaining how each part exists on account of such a cause, and I mean by this the final cause. There are four causes underlying everything. First, the final cause, that for the sake of which a thing exists. Secondly, the formal cause, the definition of its essence, and these two we may regard pretty much as one and the same. Thirdly, the material, and fourthly, the moving principle or efficient cause. We have then already discussed the other three causes, for the definition and the final cause are the same, and the material of animals is their parts of the whole animal, the non-homogeneous parts, of these again the homogeneous, and of these last the so-called elements of all matter. It remains to speak of those parts which contribute to the generation of animals and of which nothing definite has yet been said, and to explain what is the moving or efficient cause. To inquire into this last and to inquire into the generation of each animal is in a way the same thing, and, therefore, my plan has united them together, arranging the discussion of these parts last, and the beginning of the question of generation next to them. Now some animals come into being from the union of male and female, that is all those kinds of animal which possess the two sexes. This is not the case with all of them, though in the sanguinea with few exceptions the creature, when its growth is complete, is either male or female, and though some bloodless animals have sexes so that they generate offspring of the same kind, yet other bloodless animals generate indeed, but not offspring of the same kind. Such are all that come into being not from a union of the sexes, but from decaying earth and excrements. To speak generally, if we take all animals which change their locality, some by swimming, others by flying, others by walking, we find in these the two sexes, not only in the sanguinea but also in some of the bloodless animals, and this applies in the case of the latter sometime to the whole class, as the cephalopoda and crustacea, but in the class of insects only to the majority. Of these, all which are produced by union of animals of the same kind generate also after their kind, but all which are not produced by animals, but from decaying matter, generate indeed, but produce another kind, and the offspring is neither male nor female. Such are some of the insects. This is what might have been expected, for if those animals which are not produced by parents had themselves united and produced others, then their offspring must have been either like or unlike to themselves. If like, then their parents ought to have come into being in the same way. This is only a reasonable postulate to make, for it is plainly the case with other animals. If unlike, and yet able to copulate, then there would have come into being again from them another kind of creature and again another from these, and this would have gone on to infinity. But nature flies from the infinite, for the infinite is unending or imperfect, and nature ever seeks an end. But all those creatures which do not move, as the testacea and animals that live by clinging to something else, inasmuch as their nature resembles that of plants, have no sex any more than plants have, but as applied to them the word is only used in virtue of a similarity and analogy. For there is a slight distinction of this sort, since even in plants we find in the same kind some trees which bear fruit and others which, while bearing none themselves, yet contribute to the ripening of the fruits of those which do, as in the case of the fig tree and caprifig. The same holds good also in plants, some coming into being from seed and others, as it were, by the spontaneous action of nature, arising either from decomposition of the earth or of some parts in other plants, for some are not formed by themselves separately but are produced upon other trees, as the mistletoe. Plants, however, must be investigated separately. Of the generation of animals we must speak as various questions arise in order in the case of each, and we must connect our account with what has been said. For, as we said above, the male and female principles may be put down first and foremost as origins of generation, the former as containing the efficient cause of generation, the latter the material of it. The most conclusive proof of this is drawn from considering how and whence comes the semen, for there is no doubt that it is out of this that those creatures are formed which are produced in the ordinary course of nature. But we must observe carefully the way in which the semen actually comes into being from the male and female. For it is just because the semen is secreted from the two sexes, the secretion taking place in them and from them, that they are first principles of generation. For by a male animal we mean that which generates in another, and by a female that which generates in itself. Wherefore men apply these terms to the macrocosm also, naming Earth Mother as being female, but addressing heaven and the sun and other like entities as fathers, as causing generation. Male and female differ in their essence by each having a separate ability or faculty, and anatomically by certain parts. Essentially the male is that which is able to generate in another, as said above, the female is that which is able to generate in itself and out of which comes into being the offspring previously existing in the parent. And since they are differentiated by an ability or faculty and by their function, and since instruments or organs are needed for all functioning, and since the bodily parts are the instruments or organs to serve the faculties, it follows that certain parts must exist for union of parents and production of offspring. And these must differ from each other, so that consequently the male will differ from the female. For even though we speak of the animal as a whole as male or female, yet really it is not male or female in virtue of the whole of itself, but only in virtue of a certain faculty and a certain part, just as with the part used for sight or locomotion, which part is also plain to sense perception. Now as a matter of fact such parts are in the female the so-called uterus, in the male the testes and the penis, in all the sanguinea, for some of them have testes and others the corresponding passages. There are corresponding differences of male and female in all the bloodless animals also which have this division into opposite sexes. But if in the sanguinea it is the parts concerned in copulation that differ primarily in their forms, we must observe that a small change in a first principle is often attended by changes in other things depending on it. This is plain in the case of castrated animals, for, though only the generative part is disabled, yet pretty well the whole form of the animal changes in consequence so much that it seems to be female or not far short of it, and thus it is clear that an animal is not male or female in virtue of an isolated part or an isolated faculty. Clearly, then, the distinction of sex is a first principle. At any rate, when that which distinguishes male and female suffers change, many other changes accompany it, as would be the case if a first principle is changed. The sanguinea are not all alike as regards testes and uterus. Taking the former first, we find that some of them have not testes at all, as the classes of fish and of serpents, but only two spermatic ducts. Others have testes indeed, but internally by the loin in the region of the kidneys, and from each of these a duct, as in the case of those animals which have no testes at all. These ducts unite also as with those animals. This applies, among animals breathing air and having a lung, to all birds and oviparous quadrupeds. For all these have their testes internal near the loin, and two ducts from these in the same way as serpents, I mean the lizards and tortoises and all the scaly reptiles. But all the vivipara have their testes in front, some of them inside at the end of the abdomen, as the dolphin, not with ducts but with a penis projecting externally from them, others outside, either pendant as in man or towards the fundament as in swine. They have been discriminated more accurately in the inquiries about animals. The uterus is always double, just as the testes are always two in the male. It is situated either near the pudendum, as in women, and all those animals which bring forth alive not only externally but also internally, and all fish that lay eggs externally, or up towards the hyposoma, as in all birds and in viviparous fishes. The uterus is also double in the crustacea and the cephalopoda, for the membranes which include their so-called eggs are of the nature of a uterus. It is particularly hard to distinguish in the case of the poulps, so that it seems to be single, but the reason of this is that the bulk of the body is everywhere similar. It is double also in the larger insects, in the smaller the question is uncertain owing to the small size of the body. Such is the description of the aforesaid parts of animals. With regard to the difference of the spermatic organs in males, if we are to investigate the causes of their existence, we must first grasp the final cause of the testes. Now if nature makes everything either because it is necessary or because it is better so, this part also must be for one of these two reasons. But that it is not necessary for generation is plain, else had it been possessed by all creatures that generate, but as it is neither serpents have testes nor have fish, for they have been seen uniting and with their ducts full of milt. It remains then that it must be because it is somehow better so. Now it is true that the business of most animals is, you may say, nothing else than to produce young, as the business of a plant is to produce seed and fruit. But still as, in the case of nutriment, animals with straight intestines are more violent in their desire for food, so those which have not testes but only ducts, or which have them indeed but internally, are all quicker in accomplishing copulation. But those which are to be more temperate in the one case have not straight intestines, and in the other have their ducts twisted to prevent their desire being too violent and hasty. It is for this that the testes are contrived, for they make the movement of the spermatic secretion steadier, preserving the folding back of the passages in the vivipara, as horses and the like, and in man. For details see the inquiries about animals, for the testes are no part of the ducts but are only attached to them, as women fasten stones to the loom when weaving. If they are removed the ducts are drawn up internally, so that castrated animals are unable to generate. If they were not drawn up they would be able, and before now a bull mounting immediately after castration has caused conception in the cow because the ducts had not yet been drawn up. In birds and oviparous quadrupeds the testes receive the spermatic secretion, so that its expulsion is slower than in fishes. This is clear in the case of birds, for their testes are much enlarged at the time of copulation, and all those which pair at one season of the year have them so small when this is past that they are almost indiscernible, but during the season they are very large. When the testes are internal the act of copulation is quicker than when they are external, for even in the latter case the semen is not emitted before the testes are drawn up. Besides, quadrupeds have the organ of copulation, since it is possible for them to have it, but for birds and the footless animals it is not possible, because the former have their legs under the middle of the abdomen and the latter have no legs at all. Now the penis depends from that region and is situated there. Wherefore also the legs are strained in intercourse, both the penis and the legs being sinewy, so that, since it is not possible for them to have this organ, they must necessarily either have no testes also, or at any rate not have them there, as those animals that have both penis and testes have them in the same situation. Further, with those animals at any rate that have external testes, the semen is collected together before emission. An emission is due to the penis being heated by its movement. It is not ready for emission at immediate contact as in fishes. All the vivipara have their testes in front, internally or externally, except the hedgehog, he alone has them near the loin. This is for the same reason as with birds, because their union must be quick, for the hedgehog does not, like the other quadrupeds, mount upon the back of the female, but they conjugate standing upright because of their spines. So much for the reasons why those animals have testes which have them, and why they are sometimes external and sometimes internal. All those animals which have no testes are deficient in this part, as has been said, not because it is better to be so but simply because of necessity, and secondly because it is necessary that their copulation should be speedy. Such is the nature of fish and serpents. Fish copulate throwing themselves alongside of the females and separating again quickly. For as men and all such creatures must hold their breath before emitting the semen, so fish at such times must cease taking in the sea water, and then they perish easily. Therefore they must not mature semen during copulation, as viviparous land animals do, but they have it all matured together before the time, so as not to be maturing it while in contact but to emit it ready matured. So they have no testes, and the ducts are straight and simple. There is a small part similar to this connected with the testes in the system of quadrupeds, for part of the reflected duct is sanguineous and part is not. The fluid is already semen when it is received by and passes through this latter part, so that once it has arrived there it is soon emitted in these quadrupeds also. Now in fishes the whole passage resembles the last section of the reflected part of a duct in man and similar animals. Serpents copulate twining round one another, and, as said above, have neither testes nor penis. The latter because they have no legs, the former because of their length, but they have ducts-like, for on account of their extreme length the seminal fluid would take too long in its passage and be cooled if it were further delayed by testes. This happens also if the penis is large. Such men are less fertile than when it is smaller, because the semen, if cold, is not generative, and that which is carried too far is cooled. So much for the reason why some animals have testes and others not. Serpents intertwine because of their inaptitude to cast themselves alongside of one another. For they are too long to unite closely with so small a part and have no organs of attachment, so they make use of the suppleness of their bodies, intertwining. Wherefore also they seem to be slower in copulation than fish, not only on account of the length of the ducts but also of this elaborate arrangement in uniting. It is not easy to state the facts about the uterus in female animals, for there are many points of difference. The vivipara are not alike in this part. Women and all the vivipara with feet have the uterus low down by the pudendum, but the cartilaginous viviparous fish have it higher up near the hyposoma. In the vivipara, again, it is low in fish, as in women in the viviparous quadrupeds, high in birds and all viviparous quadrupeds. Yet even these differences are on a principle. To begin with the vivipara, they differ in the manner of laying their eggs, for some produce them imperfect, as fishes whose eggs increase and are finally developed outside of them. The reason is that they produce many young, and this is their function as it is with plants. If then they perfected the egg in themselves they must needs be few in number, but as it is, they have so many that each uterus seems to be an egg, at any rate in the small fishes. For these are the most productive, just as with the other animals and plants whose nature is analogous to theirs, for the increase of size turns with them to seed. But the eggs of birds and the quadrupedal ovipara are perfect when produced. In order that these may be preserved they must have a hard covering, for their envelope is soft so long as they are increasing in size, and the shell is made by heat squeezing out the moisture for the earthy material, consequently the place must be hot in which this is to happen. But the part about the hyposoma is hot, as is shown by that being the part which concocts the food. If then the eggs must be within the uterus, then the uterus must be near the hyposoma in those creatures which produce their eggs in a perfect form. Similarly it must be low down in those which produce them imperfect, for it is profitable that it should be so. And it is more natural for the uterus to be low down than high up, when nature has no other business in hand to hinder it, for its end is low down, and where is the end, there is the function, and the uterus itself is naturally where the function is. We find differences in the vivipara also as compared with one another. Some produce their young alive, not only externally, but also internally, as men, horses, dogs, and all those which have hair, and among aquatic animals, dolphins, whales, and such cetacea. But the cartilaginous fish and the vipers produce their young alive externally, but first produce eggs internally. The egg is perfect, for so only can an animal be generated from an egg, and nothing comes from an imperfect one. It is because they are of a cold nature, not hot as some assert, that they do not lay their eggs externally. At least they certainly produce their eggs in a soft envelope, the reason being that they have but little heat and so their nature does not complete the process of drying the eggshell. Because, then, they are cold they produce soft-shelled eggs, and because the eggs are soft they do not produce them externally, for that would have caused their destruction. The process is for the most part the same as in birds, for the egg descends and the young is hatched from it near the vagina, where the young is produced in those animals which are viviparous from the beginning. Therefore in such animals the uterus is dissimilar to that of both the vivipara and ovipara, because they participate in both classes, for it is at once near the hyposoma and also stretching along downwards in all the cartilaginous fishes. But the facts about this and the other kinds of uterus must be gathered from inspection of the drawings of dissections and from the inquiries. Thus, because they are oviparous, laying perfect eggs, they have the uterus placed high, but, as being viviparous, low, participating in both classes. Animals that are viviparous from the beginning all have it low, nature here having no other business to interfere with her, and their production having no double character. Besides this, it is impossible for animals to be produced alive near the hyposoma, for the fetus must needs be heavy and move, and that region in the mother is vital and would not be able to bear the weight and the movement. Thirdly, parturition would be difficult because of the length of the passage to be traversed, even as it is there is difficulty with women if they draw up the uterus in parturition by yawning or anything of the kind, and even when empty it causes a feeling of suffocation if moved upwards. For if a uterus is to hold a living animal, it must be stronger than in a vipera, and therefore in all the vivipara it is fleshy, whereas when the uterus is near the hyposoma it is membranous. And this is clear also in the case of the animals which produce young by the mixed method, for their eggs are high up and sideways, but the living young are produced in the lower part of the uterus. So much for the reason why differences are found in the uterus of various animals, and generally why it is low in some and high in others near the hyposoma. Why is the uterus always internal, but the testes sometimes internal, sometimes external? The reason for the uterus always being internal is that in this is contained the egg or fetus, which needs guarding, shelter, and maturation by concoction, while the outer surface of the body is easily injured and cold. The testes vary in position because they also need shelter and a covering to preserve them and to mature semen, for it would be impossible for them, if chilled and stiffened, to be drawn up and discharge it. Therefore, whenever the testes are visible, they have a cuticular covering known as the scrotum. If the nature of the skin is opposed to this, being too hard to be adapted for enclosing them or for being soft like a true skin, as with the scaly integument of fish and reptiles, then the testes must needs be internal. Therefore they are so in dolphins and all the cetacea which have them, and in the oviparous quadrupeds among the scaly animals. The skin of birds also is hard so that it will not conform to the size of anything and enclose it neatly. This is another reason with all these animals for their testes being internal besides those previously mentioned as arising necessarily from the details of copulation. For the same reason they are internal in the elephant and hedgehog, for the skin of these, too, is not well suited to keep the protective parts separate. The position of the uterus differs in animals viviparous within themselves and those externally oviparous, and in the latter class again it differs in those which have the uterus low and those which have it near the hyposoma, as in fishes compared with birds and oviparous quadrupeds. And it is different again in those which produce young in both ways, being oviparous internally and viviparous externally. For those which are viviparous both internally and externally have the uterus placed on the abdomen, as men, cattle, dogs, and the like, since it is expedient for the safety and growth of the fetus that no weight should be upon the uterus. The passages also are different through which the solid and liquid excreta pass out in all the vivipara. Wherefore both males and females in this class all have a part whereby the urine is voided, and this serves also for the issue of the semen in males, of the offspring in females. This passage is situated above and in front of the passage of the solid excreta. The passage is the same as that of the solid nutriment in all those animals that have no penis, in all the ovipara, even those of them that have a bladder, as the tortoises. For it is for the sake of generation, not for the evacuation of the urine, that the passages are double, but because the semen is naturally liquid. The liquid excretion also shares the same passage. This is clear from the fact that all animals produce semen, but all do not void liquid excrement. Now the spermatic passages of the male must be fixed and must not wander, and the same applies to the uterus of the female, and this fixing must take place at either the front or the back of the body. To take the uterus first, it is in the front of the body in vivipara because of the fetus, but at the loin and the back in ovipara. All animals which are internally oviparous and externally viviparous are in an intermediate condition because they participate in both classes, being at once oviparous and viviparous. For the upper part of the uterus, where the eggs are produced, is under the hyposoma by the loin and the back, but as it advances is low at the abdomen, for it is in that part that the animal is viviparous. In these also the passage for solid excrement and for copulation is the same, for none of these, as has been said already, has a separate pudendum. The same applies to the passages in the male, whether they have testes or no, as to the uterus of the ovipara. For in all of them, not only in the ovipara, the ducts adhere to the back and the region of the spine. For they must not wander but be settled, and that is the character of the region of the back, which gives continuity and stability. Now in those which have internal testes, the ducts are fixed from the first, and they are fixed in like manner if the testes are external, then they meet together towards the region of the penis. The like applies to the ducts in the dolphins, but they have their testes hidden under the abdominal cavity. We have now discussed the situation of the parts contributing to generation, and the causes thereof. The bloodless animals do not agree either with the sanguinea or with each other in the fashion of the parts contributing to generation. There are four classes still left to deal with, first the crustacea, secondly the cephalopoda, thirdly the insects, and fourthly the testacea. We cannot be certain about all of them, but that most of them copulate is plain. In what manner they unite must be stated later. The crustacea copulate like the retromingent quadrupeds, fitting their tails to one another, the one supine and the other prone. for the flaps attached to the sides of the tail being long prevent them from uniting with the belly against the back. The males have fine spermatic ducts, the females a membranous uterus alongside the intestine, cloven on each side, in which the egg is produced. The cephalopoda entwine together at the mouth, pushing against one another and enfolding their arms. This attitude is necessary, because nature has bent backwards the end of the intestine and brought it round near the mouth, as has been said before in the treatise on the parts of animals. The female has a part corresponding to the uterus, plainly to be seen in each of these animals, for it contains an egg which is at first indivisible to the eye but afterwards splits up into many. Each of these eggs is imperfect when deposited, as with the oviparous fishes. In the cephalopoda, as also in the crustacea, the same passage serves to void the excrement and leads to the part like a uterus, for the male discharges the seminal fluid through this passage. And it is on the lower surface of the body, where the mantle is open and the seawater enters the cavity. Hence the union of the male with the female takes place at this point, for it is necessary, if the male discharges either semen or a part of himself or any other force, that he should unite with her at the uterine passage. But the insertion, in the case of the poops, of the arm of the male into the funnel of the female, by which arm the fishermen say the male copulates with her, is only for the sake of attachment, and it is not an organ useful for generation, for it is outside the passage in the male and indeed outside the body of the male altogether. Sometimes also cephalopoda unite by the male mounting on the back of the female, but whether for generation or some other cause has not yet been observed. Some insects copulate and the offspring are produced from animals of the same name, just as with the sanguinea, such are the locusts, cicadae, spiders, wasps, and ants. Others unite indeed and generate, but the result is not a creature of the same kind, but only a scolex, and these insects do not come into being from animals but from putrefying matter, liquid or solid, such are fleas, flies, and cantharids. Others again are neither produced from animals nor unite with each other, such are gnats, canopes, and many similar kinds. In most of those which unite the female is larger than the male. The males do not appear to have spermatic passages. In most cases the male does not insert any part into the female, but the female from below upwards into the male. This has been observed in many cases, as also that the male mounts the female, the opposite in few cases, but observations are not yet comprehensive enough to enable us to make a distinction of classes. And generally it is the rule with most of the oviparous fish and oviparous quadrupeds that the female is larger than the because this is expedient in view of the increase of bulk in conception by reason of the eggs. In the female the part analogous to the uterus is cleft and extends along the intestine, as with the other animals. In this are produced the results of conception. This is clear in locusts and all other large insects whose nature it is to unite. Most insects are too small to be observed in this respect. Such is the character of the generative organs in animals which were not spoken of before. It remains now to speak of the homogeneous parts concerned, the seminal fluid and milk. We will take the former first, and treat of milk afterwards. Some animals manifestly emit semen, as all the sanguinea, but whether the insects and cephalopoda do so is uncertain. Therefore this is a question to be considered, whether all males do so, or not all, and if not all, why some do and some not, and whether the female also contributes any semen or not, and, if not semen, whether she does not contribute anything else either, or whether she contributes something else which is not semen. We must also inquire what those animals which emit semen contribute by means of it to generation, and generally what is the nature of semen, and of the so-called catamenia in all animals which discharge this liquid. Now it is thought that all animals are generated out of semen, and that the semen comes from the parents. Wherefore it is part of the same inquiry to ask whether both male and female produce it or only one of them, and to ask whether it comes from the whole of the body or not from the whole, for if the latter is true it is reasonable to suppose that it does not come from both parents either. Accordingly, since some say that it comes from the whole of the body, we must investigate this question first. The proofs from which it can be argued that the semen comes from each and every part of the body may be reduced to four. First, the intensity of the pleasure of coition, for the same state of feeling is more pleasant if multiplied, and that which affects all the parts is multiplied as compared with that which affects only one or a few. Secondly, the alleged fact that mutilations are inherited, for they argue that since the parent is deficient in this part the semen does not come from thence, and the result is that the corresponding part is not formed in the offspring. Thirdly, the resemblance is to the parents, for the young are born like them part for part as well as in the whole body. If then the coming of the semen from the whole body is cause of the resemblance of the whole, so the parts would be like because it comes from each of the parts. Fourthly, it would seem to be reasonable to say that as there is some first thing from which the whole arises, so it is also with each of the parts, and therefore if semen or seed is cause of the whole, so each of the parts would have a seed peculiar to itself. And these opinions are plausibly supported by such evidence as that children are born with a likeness to their parents, not in congenital but also in acquired characteristics, for before now, when the parents have had scars, the children have been born with a mark in the form of the scar in the same place, and there was a case at Chalcedon where the father had a brand on his arm and the letter was marked on the child, only confused and not clearly articulated. That is pretty much the evidence on which some believe that the semen comes from all the body. On examining the question, however, the opposite appears more likely, for it is not hard to refute the above arguments and the view involves impossibilities. First, then, the resemblance of children to parents is no proof that the semen comes from the whole body, because the resemblance is found also in voice, nails, hair, and way of moving, from which nothing comes. And men generate before they yet have certain characters, such as a beard or grey hair. Further, children are like their more remote ancestors from whom nothing has come, for the resemblances recur at an interval of many generations, as in the case of the woman in Elis who had intercourse with the Ethiop. Her daughter was not an Ethiop but the son of that daughter was. The same thing applies also to plants, for it is clear that if this theory were true the seed would come from all parts of plants also, but often a plant does not possess one part, and another part may be removed, and a third grows afterwards. Besides, the seed does not come from the pericarp, and yet this also comes into being with the same form as in the parent plant. We may also ask whether the semen comes from each of the homogeneous parts only, such as flesh and bone and sinew, or also from the heterogeneous, such as face and hands. For if from the former only, we object that resemblance exists rather in the heterogeneous parts, such as face and hands and feet, if then it is not because of the semen coming from all parts that children resemble their parents in these, what is there to stop the homogeneous parts also from being like for some other reason than this? If the semen comes from the heterogeneous alone, then it does not come from all parts, but it is more fitting that it should come from the homogeneous parts, for they are prior to the heterogeneous which are composed of them. And as children are born like their parents in face and hands, so they are, necessarily, in flesh and nails. If the semen comes from both, what would be the manner of generation? For the heterogeneous parts are composed of the harmonious, so that to come from the former would be to come from the latter and from their composition. To make this clearer by an illustration, take a written name. If anything came from the whole of it, it would be from each of the syllables, and if from these, from the letters and their composition. So that if really flesh and bones are composed of fire and the like elements, the semen would come rather from the elements than anything else, for how can it come from their composition? Yet without this composition there would be no resemblance. If again something creates this composition later, it would be this that would be the cause of the resemblance, not the coming of the semen from every part of the body. Further, if the parts of the future animal are separated in the semen, how do they live? And if they are connected, they would form a small animal. And what about the generative parts? For that which comes from the male is not similar to what comes from the female. Again, if the semen comes from all parts of both parents alike, the result is two animals, for the offspring will have all the parts of both. Wherefore Empedocles seems to say what agrees pretty well with this view, if we are to adopt it, to a certain extent at any rate, but to be wrong if we think otherwise. What he says agrees with it when he declares that there is a sort of tally in the male and female, and that the whole offspring does not come from either, but sundered is the fashion of limbs, some in man's. For why does not the female generate from herself if the semen comes from all parts alike and she has a receptacle ready in the uterus? But, it seems, either it does not come from all the parts, or if it does it is in the way Empedocles says, not the same parts coming from each parent, which is why they need intercourse with each other. Yet this also is impossible, just as much as it is impossible for the parts when full grown to survive and have life in them when torn apart, as Empedocles accounts for the creation of animals. In the time of his reign of love, says he, many heads sprang up without necks, and later on these isolated parts combined into animals. Now that this is impossible is plain, for neither would the separate parts be able to survive without having any soul or life in them, nor if they were living things, so to say, could several of them combine so as to become one animal again. Yet those who say that semen comes from the whole of the body really have to talk in that way, and as it happened then in the earth during the reign of love, so it happens according to them in the body. Now it is impossible that the parts should be united together when they come into being and should come from different parts of the parent, meeting together in one place. Then how can the upper and lower, right and left, front and back parts have been sundered? All these points are unintelligible. Further, some parts are distinguished by possessing a faculty, others by being in certain states or conditions, the heterogeneous, as tongue and hand, by the faculty of doing something, the homogeneous by hardness and softness and the other similar states. Blood, then, will not be blood, nor flesh flesh, in any and every state. It is clear, then, that that which comes from any part, as blood from blood or flesh from flesh, will not be identical with that part. But if it is something different from which the blood of the offspring comes, the coming of the semen from all the parts will not be the cause of the resemblance, as is held by the supporters of this theory. For if blood is formed from something which is not blood, it is enough that the semen come from one part only, for why should not all the other parts of the offspring as well as blood be formed from one part of the parent? Indeed, this theory seems to be the same as that of Anaxagoras, that none of the homogeneous parts come into being, except that these theorists assume, in the case of the generation of animals, what he assumed of the universe. Then, again, how will these parts that came from all the body of the parent be increased or grow? It is true that Anaxagoras plausibly says that particles of flesh out of the food are added to the flesh. But if we do not say this, while saying that semen comes from all parts of the body, how will the fetus become greater by the addition of something else if that which is added remain unchanged? But if that which is added can change, then why not say that the semen from the very first is of such a kind that blood and flesh can be made out of it, instead of saying that it itself is blood and flesh? Nor is there any other alternative, for surely we cannot say that it is increased later by a process of mixing, as wine when water is poured into it. For in that case each element of the mixture would be itself at first while still unmixed, but the fact rather is that flesh and bone and each of the other parts is such later. And to say that some part of the semen is sinew and bone is quite above us, as the saying is. Besides all this there is a difficulty if the sex is determined in conception, as Empedocles says, it is shed in clean vessels, some wax female, if they fall in with cold. Anyhow, it is plain that both men and women change not only from infertile to fertile, but also from bearing female to bearing male offspring, which looks as if the cause does not lie in the semen coming from all the parent or not, but in the mutual proportion or disproportion of that comes from the woman and the man, or in something of this kind. It is clear, then, if we are to put this down as being so, that the female sex is not determined by the semen coming from any particular part, and consequently neither is the special sexual part so determined, if really the same semen can become either male or female child, which shows that the sexual part does not exist in the semen. Why, then, should we assert this of this part any more than of others? For if semen does not come from this part, the uterus, the same account may be given of the others. Again, some creatures come into being neither from parents of the same kind nor from parents of a different kind, as flies and the various kinds of what are called fleas. From these are produced animals indeed, but not in this case of similar nature but a kind of scolex. It is plain in this case that the young of a different kind are not produced by semen coming from all parts of the parent, for they would then resemble them, if indeed resemblance is a sign of its coming from all parts. Further, even among animals some produce many young from a single coition, and something like this is universal among plants, for it is plain that they bear all the fruit of a whole season from a single movement. And yet how would this be possible if the semen was secreted from all the body? For from a single coition and a single segregation of the semen scattered throughout the body must needs follow only a single secretion. Nor is it possible for it to be separated in the uterus, for this would no longer be a mere separation of semen, but, as it were, a severance from a new plant or animal. Again, the cuttings from a plant bear seed, clearly, therefore, even before they were cut from the parent plant, they bore their fruit from their own mass alone, and the seed did not come from all the plant. But the greatest proof of all is derived from observations we have sufficiently established on insects. For, if not in all, at least in most of these, the female in the act of copulation inserts a part of herself into the male. This, as we said before, is the way they copulate, for the females manifestly insert this from below into the males above, not in all cases, but in most of those observed. Hence it seems clear that, when the males do emit semen, then also the cause of the generation is not its coming from all the body, but something else which must be investigated hereafter. For even if it were true that it comes from all the body, as they say, they ought not to claim that it comes from all parts of it, but only from the creative part, from the workman, so to say, not the material he works in. Instead of that, they talk as if one were to say that the semen comes from the shoes, for, generally speaking, if a son is like his father, the shoes he wears are like his father's shoes. As to the vehemence of pleasure in sexual intercourse, it is not because the semen comes from all the body, but because there is a strong friction, wherefore if this intercourse is often repeated the pleasure is diminished in the persons concerned. Moreover, the pleasure is at the end of the act, but it ought, on the theory, to be in each of the parts, and not at the same time, but sooner in some and later in others. If mutilated young are born of mutilated parents, it is for the same reason as that for which they are like them. And the young of mutilated parents are not always mutilated, just as they are not always like their parents. The cause of this must be inquired into later, for this problem is the same as that. Again, if the female does not produce semen, it is reasonable to suppose it does not come from all the body of the male either. Conversely, if it does not come from all the male, it is not unreasonable to suppose that it does not come from the female, but that the female is cause of the generation in some other way. Into this we must next inquire, since it is plain that the semen is not secreted from all the parts. In this investigation and those which follow from it, the first thing to do is to understand what semen is, for then it will be easier to inquire into its operations and the phenomena connected with it. Now the object of semen is to be of such a nature that from it as their origin come into being those things which are naturally formed, not because there is any agent which makes them from it as simply because this is the semen. Now we speak of one thing coming from another in many senses. It is one thing when we say that night comes from day or a man becomes man from boy, meaning that A follows B. It is another if we say that a statue is made from bronze and a bed from wood, and so on in all the other cases where we say that the thing made is made from a material, meaning that the whole is formed from something pre-existing which is only put into shape. In a third sense a man becomes unmusical from being musical, sick from being well, and generally in this sense contraries arise from contraries. Fourthly, as in the climax of Epicharmus, thus from slander comes railing and from this fighting, and all these are from something in the sense that it is the efficient cause. In this last class sometimes the efficient cause is in the things themselves, as in the last mentioned, for the slander is a part of the whole trouble, and sometimes external, as the art is external to the work of art or the torch to the burning house. Now the offspring comes from the semen, and it is plainly in one of the two following senses that it does so: either the semen is the material from which it is made, or it is the first efficient cause. For assuredly it is not in the sense of A being after B, as the voyage comes from, that is after, the Panathonia, nor yet as contraries come from contraries, for then one of the two contraries ceases to be, and a third substance must exist as an immediate underlying basis from which the new thing comes into being. We must discover then, in which of the two other classes the semen is to be put, whether it is to be regarded as matter, and therefore acted upon by something else, or as a form, and therefore acting upon something else, or as both at once. For perhaps at the same time we shall see clearly also how all the products of semen come into being from contraries, since coming into being from contraries is also a natural process, for some animals do so, that is from male and female, others from only one parent, as is the case with plants and all those animals in which male and female are not separately differentiated. Now that which comes from the generating parent is called the seminal fluid, being that which first has in it a principle of generation. In the case of all animals whose nature it is to unite, semen is that which has in it the principles from both united parents, as the first mixture which rises from the union of a male and female, be it a fetus or an ovum, for these already have in them that which comes from both. Semen, or seed, and grain differ only in the one being earlier and the other later, grain in that it comes from something else, that is the seed, and seed in that something else, the grain, comes from it, for both are really the same thing. We must again take up the question what the primary nature of what is called semen is. Needs must everything which we find in the body either be, 1. One of the natural parts, whether homogeneous or heterogeneous, or, 2. An unnatural part such as a growth, or, 3. A secretion or excretion, or, 4. Waste product, or, 5. Nutriment. By secretion or excretion I mean the residue of the nutriment, by waste product that which is given off from the tissues by an unnatural decomposition. Now that semen cannot be a part of the body is plain, for it is homogeneous, and from the homogeneous nothing is composed, for example from only sinew or only flesh, nor is it separated as are all the other parts. But neither is it contrary to nature or a defect, for it exists in all alike, and the development of the young animal comes from it. Nutriment, again, is obviously introduced from without. It remains, then, that it must be either a waste product or a secretion or excretion. Now the ancients seem to think that it is a waste product, for when they say that it comes from all the body by reason of the heat of the movement of the body in copulation, they imply that it is a kind of waste product. But these are contrary to nature, and from such arises nothing according to nature. So then it must be a secretion or excretion. But, to go further into it, every secretion or excretion is either of useless or useful nutriment. By useless I mean that from which nothing further is contributed to natural growth, but which is particularly mischievous to the body if too much of it is consumed. By useful I mean the opposite. Now it is evident that it cannot be of the former character, for such is most abundant in persons of the worst condition of body through age or sickness. Semen, on the contrary, is least abundant in them, for either they have none at all or it is not fertile, because a useless and morbid secretion is mingled with it. Semen, then, is part of a useful secretion. But the most useful is the last, in that from which finally is formed each of the parts of the body. For secretions are either earlier or later. Of the nutriment in the first stage the secretion is phlegm and the like, for phlegm also is a secretion of the useful nutriment, an indication of this being that if it is mixed with pure nutriment it is nourishing, and that it is used up in cases of illness. The final secretion is the smallest in proportion to the quantity of nutriment. But we must reflect that the daily nutriment by which animals and plants grow is but small, for if a very little be added continually to the same thing the size of it will become excessive. So we must say the opposite of what the ancients said. For whereas they said that semen is that which comes from all the body, we shall say it is that whose nature is to go to all of it, and what they thought a waste product seems rather to be a secretion. For it is more reasonable to suppose that the last extract of the nutriment which goes to all parts resembles that which is left over from it, just as part of a painter's color is often left over resembling that which he has used up. Waste products, on the contrary, are always due to corruption or decay and to a departure from nature. A further proof that it is not a waste product, but rather a secretion, is the fact that the large animals have few young, the small many. For the large must have more waste and less secretion, since the great size of the body causes most of the nutriment to be used up, so that the residue or secretion is small. Again, no place has been set apart by nature for waste products, but they flow wherever they can find an easy passage in the body. But a place has been set apart for all the natural secretions. Thus the lower intestine serves for the excretion of the solid nutriment, the bladder for that of the liquid. For the useful part of the nutriment we have the upper intestine, for the spermatic secretions the uterus and pudenda and breasts, for it is collected and flows together into them. And the resulting phenomena are evidence that semen is what we have said, and these result because such is the nature of the secretion. For the exhaustion consequent on the loss of even a very little of the semen is conspicuous because the body is deprived of the ultimate gain drawn from the nutriment. With some few persons, it is true, during a short time in the flower of their youth the loss of it, if it be excessive in quantity, is an alleviation, just as in the case of the nutriment in its first stage, if too much have been taken, since getting rid of this also makes the body more comfortable, and so it may be also when other secretions come away with it. For in that case it is not only semen that is lost but also other influences come away mingled with it, and these are morbid. Wherefore, with some men at least, that which comes from them proves sometimes incapable of procreation because the seminal element in it is so small. But still in most men and as a general rule the result of intercourse is exhaustion and weakness rather than relief, for the reason given. Moreover, semen does not exist in them either in childhood or in old age or in sickness, in the last case because of weakness, in old age because they do not sufficiently concoct their food, and in childhood because they are growing and so all the nutriment is used up too soon, for in about 5 years, in the case of human beings at any rate, the body seems to gain half the height that is gained in all the rest of life. In many animals and plants we find a difference in this connection not only between kinds as compared with kinds, but also between similar individuals of the same kind as compared with each other, for example man with man or vine with vine. Some have much semen, others little, others again none at all, not through weakness but the contrary, at any rate in some cases. This is because the nutriment is used up to form the body, as with some human beings, who, being in good condition and developing much flesh or getting rather too fat, produce less semen and are less desirous of intercourse. Like this is what happens with those vines which play the goat, that is, luxuriate wantonly through too much nutrition, for he-goats when fat are less inclined to mount the female, for which reason they thin them before breeding from them, and say that the vines play the goat, so calling it from the condition of the goats. And fat people, women as well as men, appear to be less fertile than others from the fact that a secretion when in process of concoction turns to fat with those who are too well nourished. for fat also is a healthy secretion due to good living. In some cases no semen is produced at all, as by the willow and poplar. This condition is due to each of the two causes, weakness and strength. The former prevents concoction of the nutriment. The latter causes it to be all consumed, as said above. In like manner other animals produce much semen through weakness as well as through strength. When a great quantity of a useless secretion is mixed with it, this sometimes results in actual disease when a passage is not found to carry off the impurity, and though some recover of this, others actually die of it. For corrupt humors collect here as in the urine, which also has been known to cause disease. Further, the same passage serves for urine and semen, and whatever animals have both kinds of excrement, that of liquid and that of solid nutriment, discharge the semen by the same passage as the liquid excrement, for it is a secretion of a liquid, since the nutriment of all animals is rather liquid than solid, but those which have no liquid excrement discharge it at the passage of the solid residua. Moreover, waste products are always morbid, but the removal of the secretion is useful. Now the discharge of the semen participates in both characteristics because it takes up some of the non-useful nutriment. But if it were a waste product it would be always harmful. As it is not so. From what has been said, it is clear that semen is a secretion of useful nutriment, and that in its last stage, whether it is produced by all or number. After this we must distinguish of what sort of nutriment it is a secretion, and must discuss the catamenia which occur in certain of the vivipara. For thus we shall make it clear, 1. Whether the female also produces semen like the male and the fetus is a single mixture of two semens, or whether no semen is secreted by the female, and, 2. If not, whether she contributes nothing else either to generation but only provides a receptacle, or whether she does contribute something, and, if so, how and in what manner she does so. We have previously stated that the final nutriment is the blood in the sanguinea and the analogous fluid in the other animals. Since the semen is also a secretion of the nutriment, and that in its final stage, it follows that it will be either, 1. Blood or that which is analogous to blood, or, 2. Something formed from this. But since it is from the blood, when concocted and somehow divided up, that each part of the body is made, and since the semen if properly concocted is quite of a different character from the blood when it is separated from it, but if not properly concocted has been known in some cases to issue in a bloody condition if one forces oneself too often to coition, therefore it is plain that semen will be a secretion of the nutriment when reduced to blood, being that which is finally distributed to the parts of the body. And this is the reason why it has so great power. For the loss of the pure and healthy blood is an exhausting thing. For this reason also it is natural that the offspring should resemble the parents, for that which goes to all the parts of the body resembles that which is left over. So that the semen which is to form the hand or the face or the whole animal is already the hand or face or whole animal undifferentiated, and what each of them is actually such is the semen potentially, either in virtue of its own mass or because it has a certain power in itself. I mention these alternatives here because we have not yet made it clear from the distinctions drawn hitherto whether it is the matter of the semen that is the cause of generation, or whether it is in it some faculty and efficient cause thereof, for the hand also or any other bodily part is not hand or other part in a true sense if it be without soul or some other power, but is only called by the same name as the living hand. On this subject, then, so much may be laid down. But since it is necessary, 1. That the weaker animal also should have a secretion greater in quantity and less concocted, and, 2. That being of such a nature it should be a mass of sanguineous liquid, and, 3. Since that which nature endows with a smaller portion of heat is weaker, and, 4. Since it has already been stated that such is the character of the female, putting all these considerations together we see that the sanguineous matter discharged by the female is also a secretion. And such is the discharge of the so-called catamenia. It is plain, then, that the catamenia are a secretion, and that they are analogous in females to the semen in males. The circumstances connected with them are evidence that this view is correct. For the semen begins to appear in males and to be emitted at the same time of life that the catamenia begin to flow in females, and that they change their voice and their breasts begin to develop. So, too, in the decline of life the generative power fails in the one sex and the catamenia in the other. The following signs also indicate that this discharge in females is a secretion. Generally speaking, women suffer neither from hemorrhoids nor bleeding at the nose nor anything else of the sort except when the catamenia are ceasing, and if anything of the kind occurs the flow is interfered with because the discharge is diverted to it. Further, the blood vessels of women stand out less than those of men, and women are rounder and smoother because the secretion which in men goes to these vessels is drained away with the catamenia. We must suppose, too, that the same cause accounts for the fact that the bulk of the body is smaller in females than in males among the vivipara, since this is the only class in which the catamenia are discharged from the body. And in this class the fact is clearest in women, for the discharge is greater in women than in the other animals. Wherefore her pallor and the absence of prominent blood vessels is most conspicuous, and the deficient development of her body compared with a man's is obvious. Now since this is what corresponds in the female to the semen in the male, and since it is not possible that two such discharges should be found together, it is plain that the female does not contribute semen to the generation of the offspring. For if she had semen she would not have the catamenia, but, as it is, because she has the latter she has not the former. It has been stated then that the catamenia are a secretion as the semen is, and confirmation of this view may be drawn from some of the phenomena of animals. For fat creatures produce less semen than lean ones, as observed before. The reason is that fat also, like semen, is a secretion, is in fact concocted blood, only not concocted in the same way as the semen. Thus, if the secretion is consumed to form fat the semen is naturally deficient. And so among the bloodless animals the cephalopoda and crustacea are in best condition about the time of producing eggs, for, because they are bloodless and no fat is formed in them, that which is analogous in them to fat is at that season drawn off to form the spermatic secretion. And a proof that the female does not emit similar semen to the male, and that the offspring is not formed by a mixture of both, as some say, is that often the female conceives without the sensation of pleasure in intercourse, and if again the pleasure is experienced by her no less than by the male and the two sexes reach their goal together, yet often no conception takes place unless the liquid of the so-called catamenia is present in a right proportion. Hence the female does not produce young if the catamenia are absent altogether, nor often when, they being present, the efflux still continues, but she does so after the purgation. For in the one case she has not the nutriment or material from which the fetus can be framed by the power coming from the male and inherent in the semen, and in the other it is washed away with the catamenia because of their abundance. But when after their occurrence the greater part has been evacuated, the remainder is formed into a fetus. Cases of conception when the catamenia do not occur at all, or of conception during their discharge instead of after it, are due to the fact that in the former instance there is only so much liquid to begin with as remains behind after the discharge in fertile women, and no greater quantity is secreted so as to come away from the body, while in the latter instance the mouth of the uterus closes after the discharge. When, therefore, the quantity already expelled from the body is great but the discharge still continues, only not on such a scale as to wash away the semen, then it is that conception accompanies coition. Nor is it at all strange that the catamenia should still continue after conception, for even after it they recur to some extent, but are scanty and do not last during all the period of gestation. This, however, is a morbid phenomenon, wherefore it is found only in a few cases and then seldom, whereas it is that which happens as a regular thing that is according to nature. It is clear then that the female contributes the material for generation, and that this is in the substance of the catamenia, and that they are a secretion. Some think that the female contributes semen in coition because the pleasure she experiences is sometimes similar to that of the male, and also is attended by a liquid discharge. But this discharge is not seminal, it is merely proper to the part concerned in each case, for there is a discharge from the uterus which occurs in some women but not in others. It is found in those who are fair-skinned and of a feminine type generally, but not in those who are dark and of a masculine appearance. The amount of this discharge, when it occurs, is sometimes on a different scale from the emission of semen and far exceeds it. Moreover, different kinds of food cause a great difference in the quantity of such discharges. For instance, some pungently flavored foods cause them to be conspicuously increased. And as to the pleasure which accompanies coition, it is due to emission not only of semen, but also of a spiritus, the coming together of which precedes the emission. This is plain in the case of boys who are not yet able to emit semen, but are near the proper age, and of men who are impotent, for all these are capable of pleasure barbaration. And those who have been injured in the generative organs sometimes suffer from diarrhea because the secretion, which they are not able to concoct and turn into semen, is diverted into the intestine. Now a boy is like a woman in form, and the woman is as it were an impotent male, for it is through a certain incapacity that the female is female, being incapable of concocting the nutriment in its last stage into semen, and this is either blood or that which is analogous to it in animals which are bloodless owing to the coldness of their nature. As then diarrhea is caused in the bowels by the insufficient concoction of the blood, so are caused in the blood vessels all discharges of blood, including that of the catamenia, for this also is such a discharge, only it is natural whereas the others are morbid. Thus it is clear that it is reasonable to suppose that generation comes from this. For the catamenia are semen not in a pure state but in need of working up, as in the formation of fruits the nutriment is present, when it is not yet sifted thoroughly, but needs working up to purify it. Thus the catamenia cause generation mixture with the semen, as this impure nutriment in plants is nutritious when mixed with pure nutriment. And a sign that the female does not emit semen is the fact that the pleasure of intercourse is caused by touch in the same region of the female as of the male, and yet is it not from thence that this flow proceeds. Further, it is not all females that have it at all, but only the sanguinea, and not all even of these, but only those whose uterus is not near the hyposoma and which do not lay eggs. It is not found in the animals which have no blood but only the analogous fluid, for what is blood in the former is represented by another fluid in the latter. The reason why neither the latter nor those sanguinea mentioned, that is those whose uterus is low and which do not lay eggs, have this effluxion is the dryness of their bodies. This allows but little matter to be secreted, only enough for generation but not enough to be discharged from the body. All animals that are viviparous without producing eggs first, such are man and all quadrupeds which bend their hind legs outwards, for all these are viviparous without producing eggs. All these have the catamenia, unless they are defective in development as the mule, only the efflux is not abundant as in women. Details of the facts in each animal have been given in the inquiries concerning animals. The catamenia are more abundant in women than in the other animals, and men emit the most semen in proportion to their size. The reason is that the composition of their bodies is liquid and hot compared to others, for more matter must be secreted in such a case. Further, man has no such parts in his body as those to which the superfluous matter is diverted in the other animals, for he has no great quantity of hair in proportion to his body, nor outgrowths of bones, horns, and teeth. There is evidence that the semen is in the catamenia, for, as said before, this secretion appears in the male at the same time of life as the catamenia in the female. This indicates that the parts destined to receive each of these secretions are differentiated at the same time in both sexes, and as the neighboring parts in both become swollen the hair of puberty springs forth in both alike. As the parts in question are on the point of differentiating they are distended by the spiritus. This is clearer in males in the testes, but appears also about the breasts. In females it is more marked in the breasts, for it is when they have risen 2 fingers' breadth that the catamenia generally begin. Now, in all living things in which the male and female are not separated the semen, or seed, is a sort of embryo. By embryo I mean the first mixture of male and female. Hence, from one semen comes one bodies, for example, one stalk of wheat from one grain, as one animal from one egg, for twin eggs are really 2 eggs. But in whatever kinds the sexes are distinguished, in these many animals may come from one emission of semen, showing that the semen differs in its nature in plants and animals. A proof of this is that animals which can bear more than one young one at a time do so in consequence of only one coition. Whereby, too, it is plain that the semen does not come from the whole of the body, for neither would the different parts of the semen already be separated as soon as discharged from the same part, nor could they be separated in the uterus if they had one centered it all together. But what does happen is just what one would expect, since what the male contributes to generation is the form and the efficient cause, while the female contributes the material. In fact, as in the coagulation of milk, the milk being the material, the fig juice or rennet is that which contains the curdling principle, so acts the secretion of the male, being divided into parts in the female. Why it is sometimes divided into more or fewer parts, and sometimes not divided at all, will be the subject of another discussion. But because it does not differ in kind at any rate this does not matter, but what does matter is only that each part should correspond to the material, being neither too little to concoct it and fix it into form, nor too much so as to dry it up. It then generates a number of offspring. But from this first formative semen, if it remains one, and is not divided, only one young one comes into being. That, then, the female does not contribute semen to generation, but does contribute something, and that this is the matter of the catamenia, or that which is analogous to it in bloodless animals, is clear from what has been said, and also from a general and abstract survey of the question. For there must needs be that which generates and that from which it generates, even if these be one, still they must be distinct in form and their essence must be different, and in those animals that have these powers separate in 2 sexes the body and nature of the active and the passive sex must also differ. If, then, the male stands for the affective and active, and the female, considered as female, for the passive, it follows that what the female would contribute to the semen of the male would not be semen but material for the semen to work upon. This is just what we find to be the case, for the catamenia have in their nature an affinity to the primitive matter. So much for the discussion of this question. At the same time, the answer to the next question we have to investigate is clear from these considerations. I mean how it is that the male contributes to generation and how it is that the semen from the male is the cause of the offspring. Does it exist in the body of the embryo as a part of it from the first, mingling with the material which comes from the female? Or does the semen communicate nothing to the material body of the embryo but only to the power and movement in it? For this power is that which acts and makes, while that which is made and receives the form is the residue of the secretion in the female. Now the latter alternative appears to be the right one both a priori and in view of the facts. For, if we consider the question on general grounds, we find that, whenever one thing is made from two of which one is active and the other passive, the active agent does not exist in that which is made, and, still more generally, the same applies when one thing moves and another is moved, the moving thing does not exist in that which is moved. But the female, as female, is passive, and the male, as male, is active, and the principle of the movement comes from him. Therefore, if we take the highest genera under which they each fall, the one being active and motive and the other passive and moved, that one thing which is produced comes from them only in the sense in which a bed comes into being from the carpenter and the wood, or in which a ball comes into being from the wax and the form. It is plain then that it is not necessary that anything at all should come away from the male, and if anything does come away it does not follow that this gives rise to the embryo as being in the embryo, but only as that which imparts the motion and as the form, so the medical art cures the patient. This a priori argument is confirmed by the facts. For it is for this reason that some males which unite with the female do not, it appears, insert any part of themselves into the female, but on the contrary the female inserts a part of herself into the male. This occurs in some insects. For the effect produced by the semen in the female, in the case of those animals whose males do insert a part, is produced in the case of these insects by the heat and power in the male animal itself when the female inserts that part of herself which receives the secretion. And therefore such animals remain united a long time, and when they are separated the young are produced quickly. For the union lasts until that which is analogous to the semen has done its work, and when they separate the female produces the embryo quickly, for the young is imperfect inasmuch as all such creatures give birth to scelces. What occurs in birds and oviparous fishes is the greatest proof that neither does the semen come from all parts of the male nor does he emit anything of such a nature as to exist within that which is generated, as part of the material embryo, but that he only makes a living creature by the power which resides in the semen, as we said in the case of those insects whose females insert a part of themselves into the male. For if a hen bird is in process of producing wind eggs and is then trodden by the cock before the egg has begun to whiten and while it is all still yellow, then they become fertile instead of being wind eggs. And if while it is still yellow she be trodden by another cock, the whole brood of chicks turn out like the second cock. Hence some of those who are anxious to rear fine birds act thus, they change the cocks for the first and second treading, not as if they thought that the semen is mingled with the egg or exists in it, or that it comes from all parts of the cock, for if it did it would have come from both cocks, so that the chick would have all its parts doubled. But it is by its force that the semen of the male gives a certain quality to the material and the nutriment in the female, for the second semen added to the first can produce this effect by heat and concoction, as the egg acquires nutriment so long as it is growing. The same conclusion is to be drawn from the generation of oviparous fishes. When the female has laid her eggs, the male sprinkles the milt over them, and those eggs are fertilized which it reaches, but not the others. This shows that the male does not contribute anything to the quantity but only to the quality of the embryo. From what has been said it is plain that the semen does not come from the whole of the body of the male in those animals which emit it, and that the contribution of the female to the generative product is not the same as that of the male, but the male contributes the principle of movement and the female the material. This is why the female does not produce offspring by herself, for she needs a principle, that is something to begin the movement in the embryo and to define the form it is to assume. Yet in some animals, as birds, the nature of the female unassisted can generate to a certain extent, for they do form something, only it is incomplete, I mean the so-called wind eggs. For the same reason the development of the embryo takes place in the female, neither the male himself nor the female emits semen into the male, but the female receives within herself the share contributed by both, because in the female is the material from which is made the resulting product. Not only must the mass of material exist there from which the embryo is formed in the first instance, but further material must constantly be added that it may increase in size. Therefore the birth must take place in the female. For the carpenter must keep in close connection with his timber and the potter with his clay, and generally all workmanship and the ultimate movement imparted to matter must be connected with the material concerned, as, for instance, architecture is in the buildings it makes. From these considerations we may also gather how it is that the male contributes to generation. The male does not emit semen at all in some animals, and where he does this is no part of the resulting embryo. Just so no material part comes from the carpenter to the material, that is the wood in which he works, nor does any part of the carpenter's art exist within what he makes, but the shape and the form are imparted from him to the material by means of the motion he sets up. It is his hands that move his tools that move the material. It is his knowledge of his art, and his soul, in which is the form, that moves his hands or any other part of him with a motion of some definite kind, a motion varying with the varying nature of the object made. In like manner, in the male of those animals which emit semen, nature uses the semen as a tool and as possessing motion in actuality, just as tools are used in the products of any art, for in them lies in a certain sense the motion of the art. Such, then, is the way in which these males contribute to generation. But when the male does not emit semen, but the female inserts some part of herself into the male, this is parallel to a case in which a man should carry the material to the workman. For by reason of weakness in such males nature is not able to do anything by any secondary means, but the movements imparted to the material are scarcely strong enough when nature herself watches over them. Thus here she resembles a modeler in clay rather than a carpenter, for she does not touch the work she is forming by means of tools, but, as it were, with her own hands. In all animals which can move about, the sexes are separated, one individual being male and one female, though both are the same in species, as with man and horse. But in plants these powers are mingled, female not being separated from male. Wherefore they generate out of themselves, and do not emit semen but produce an embryo, what is called the seed. Empedocles puts this well in the line, and thus the tall trees of the opposite, first olives. For as the egg is an embryo, a certain part of it giving rise to the animal and the rest being nutriment, so also from a part of the seed springs the growing plant, and the rest is nutriment for the shoot and the first root. In a certain sense the same thing happens also in those animals which have the sexes separate. For when there is need for them to generate, the sexes are no longer separated any more than in plants, their nature desiring that they shall become one, and this is plain to view when they copulate and are united, that one animal is made out of both. It is the nature of those creatures which do not emit semen to remain united a long time until the male element has formed the embryo, as with those insects which copulate. The others so remain only until the male has discharged from the parts of himself introduced something which will form the embryo in a longer time, as among the sanguinea. For the former remain paired some part of a day, while the semen forms the embryo in several days. And after emitting this they cease their union. And animals seem literally to be like divided plants, as though one should separate and divide them, when they bear seed, into the male and female existing in them. In all this nature acts like an intelligent workman. For to the essence of plants belongs no other function or business than the production of seed, since, then, this is brought about by the union of male and female. Nature has mixed these and set them together in plants, so that the sexes are not divided in them. Plants, however, have been investigated elsewhere. But the function of the animal is not only to generate, which is common to all living things, but they all of them participate also in a kind of knowledge, some more and some less, and some very little indeed. For they have sense perception, and this is a kind of knowledge. If we consider the value of this we find that it is of great importance compared with the class of lifeless objects, but of little compared with the use of the intellect. For against the latter the mere participation in touch and taste seems to be practically nothing. But beside absolute insensibility it seems most excellent, for it would seem a treasure to gain even this kind of knowledge rather than to lie in a state of death and non-existence. Now it is by sense perception that an animal differs from those organisms which have only life. But since, if it is a living animal, it must also live, therefore, when it is necessary for it to accomplish the function of that which has life, it unites and copulates, becoming like a plant, as we said before. Testaceous animals, being intermediate between animals and plants, perform the function of neither class as belonging to both. As plants they have no sexes, and one does not generate in another. As animals they do not bear fruit from themselves like plants, but they are formed and generated from a liquid and earthy concretion. However, we must speak later of the generation of these animals. On the Generation of Animals, Book 2. Translated by Arthur Platt. That the male and the female are the principles of generation has been previously stated, as also what is their power and their essence. But why is it that one thing becomes and is male, another female. It is the business of our discussion as it proceeds to try and point out, 1. That the sexes arise from necessity and the first efficient cause, 2. From what sort of material they are formed. That, 3. They exist because it is better and on account of the final cause, takes us back to a principle still further remote. Now, 1. Some existing things are eternal and divine whilst others admit of both existence and non-existence. But, 2. That which is noble and divine is always, in virtue of its own nature, the cause of the better in such things as admit of being better or worse, and what is not eternal does admit of existence and non-existence, and can partake in the better and the worse. And, 3. Soul is better than body, and living, having soul, is thereby better than the lifeless which has none, and being is better than not being, living than not living. These, then, are the reasons of the generation of animals. For since it is impossible that such a class of things as animals should be of an eternal nature, therefore that which comes into being is eternal in the only way possible. Now it is impossible for it to be eternal as an individual, though of course the real essence of things is in the individual. Were it such it would be eternal, but it is possible for it as a species. This is why there is always a class of men and animals and plants. But since the male and female essences are the first principles of these, they will exist in the existing individuals for the sake of generation. Again, as the first efficient or moving cause, to which belong the definition and the form, is better and more divine in its nature than the material on which it works, it is better that the superior principle should be separated from the inferior. Therefore, wherever it is possible and so far as it is possible, the male is separated from the female. For the first principle of the movement, or efficient cause, whereby that which comes into being is male, is better and more divine than the material whereby it is female. The male, however, comes together and mingles with the female for the work of generation, because this is common to both. A thing lives, then, in virtue of participating in the male and female principles, wherefore even plants have some kind of life, but the class of animals exists in virtue of sense perception. The sexes are divided in nearly all of these that can move about, for the reasons already stated, and some of them, as said before, emit semen in copulation, others not. The reason of this is that the higher animals are more independent in their nature, so that they have greater size, and this cannot exist without vital heat, for the greater body requires more force to move it, and heat is a motive force. Therefore, taking a general view, we may say that sanguinea are of greater size than bloodless animals, and those which move about than those which remain fixed. And these are just the animals which emit semen on account of their heat and size. So much for the cause of the existence of the two sexes. Some animals bring to perfection and produce into the world a creature like themselves, as all those which bring their young into the world alive. Others produce something undeveloped which has not yet acquired its own form. In this latter division the sanguinea lay eggs, the bloodless animals either lay an egg or give birth to a scolex. The difference between egg and scolex is this: an egg is that from a part of which the young comes into being, the rest being nutriment for it, but the whole of a scolex is developed into the whole of the young animal. Of the vivipara, which bring into the world an animal like themselves, some are internally viviparous, as men, horses, cattle, and of marine animals dolphins and the other cetacea. Others first lay eggs within themselves, and only after this are externally viviparous, as the cartilaginous fishes. Among the ovipara some produce the egg in a perfect condition, as birds and oviparous quadrupeds and footless animals, for example lizards and tortoises and most snakes, for the eggs of all these do not increase when once laid. The eggs of others are imperfect, such are those of fishes, crustaceans, and cephalopods, for their eggs increase after being produced. All the vivipara are sanguineous, and the sanguinea are either viviparous or oviparous, except those which are altogether infertile. Among bloodless animals the insects produce a scolex, alike those that are generated by copulation and those that copulate themselves though not so generated. For there are some insects of this sort, which through they come into being by spontaneous generation are yet male and female, from their union something is produced, only it is imperfect. The reason of this has been previously stated. These classes admit of much cross-division. Not all bipeds are viviparous, for birds are oviparous, nor are they all oviparous, for man is viviparous, nor are all quadrupeds oviparous, for horses, cattle, and countless others are viviparous, nor are they all viviparous, for lizards, crocodiles, and many others lay eggs. Nor does the presence or absence of feet make the difference between them, for not only are some footless animals viviparous, as vipers and the cartilaginous fishes, while others are oviparous, as the other fishes and serpents, but also among those which have feet many are oviparous and many viviparous, as the quadrupeds above mentioned. And some which have feet, as man, and some which have not, as the whale and dolphin, are internally viviparous. By this character then it is not possible to divide them, nor is any of the locomotive organs the cause of this difference. But it is those animals which are more perfect in their nature and participate in a purer element which are viviparous, for nothing is internally viviparous unless it receive and breathe out air. But the more perfect are those which are hotter in their nature and have more moisture and are not earthy in their composition. And the measure of natural heat is the lung when it has blood in it, for generally those animals which have a lung are hotter than those which have not, and in the former class again those whose lung is not spongy nor solid nor containing only a little blood, but soft and full of blood. And as the animal is perfect but the egg and the scolex are imperfect, so the perfect is naturally produced from the more perfect. If animals are hotter as shown by their possessing a lung but drier in their nature, or are colder but have more moisture, then they either lay a perfect egg or are viviparous after laying an egg within themselves. For birds and scaly reptiles because of their heat produce a perfect egg, but because of their dryness it is only an egg. The cartilaginous fishes have less heat than these but more moisture, so that they are intermediate, for they are both oviparous and viviparous within themselves, the former because they are cold, the latter because of their moisture, for moisture is vivifying, whereas dryness is furthest removed from what has life. Since they have neither feathers nor scales such as either reptiles or other fishes have, all which are signs rather of a dry and earthy nature, the egg they produce is soft, for the earthy matter does not come to the surface in their eggs any more than in themselves. This is why they lay eggs in themselves, for if the egg were laid externally it would be destroyed, having no protection. Animals that are cold and rather dry than moist also lay eggs, but the egg is imperfect, at the same time, because they are of an earthy nature and the egg they produce is imperfect, therefore it has a hard integument that it may be preserved by the protection of a shell-like covering. Hence fishes, because they are scaly, and crustacea, because they are of an earthy nature, lay eggs with a hard integument. The cephalopods, having themselves bodies of a sticky nature, preserve in the same way the imperfect eggs they lay, for they deposit a quantity of sticky material about the embryo. All insects produce a scolex. Now all the insects are bloodless, wherefore all creatures that produce a scolex from themselves are so. But we cannot say simply that all bloodless animals produce a scolex, for the classes overlap one another. 1. The insects. 2. The animals that produce a scolex. 3. Those that lay their egg imperfect, as the scaly fishes, the crustacea, and the cephalopoda. I say that these form a gradation, for the eggs of these latter resemble a scolex, in that they increase after oviposition, and the scolex of insects again as it develops resembles an egg, how so we shall explain later. We must observe how rightly nature orders generation in regular gradation. The more perfect and hotter animals produce their young perfect in respect of quality, in respect of quantity this is so with no animal, for the young always increase in size after birth, and these generate living animals within themselves from the first. The second class do not generate perfect animals within themselves from the first, for they are only viviparous after first laying eggs, but still they are externally viviparous. The third class do not produce a perfect animal, but an egg, and this egg is perfect. Those whose nature is still colder than these produce an egg, but an imperfect one, which is perfected outside the body, as the class of scaly fishes, the crustacea, and the cephalopods. The fifth and coldest class does not even lay an egg from itself, but so far as the young ever attain to this condition at all, it is outside the body of the parent, as has been said already. For insects produce a scolex first, the scolex after developing becomes egg-like, for the so-called chrysalis or pupa is equivalent to an egg, then from this it is that a perfect animal comes into being, reaching the end of its development in the second change. Some animals then, as said before, do not come into being from semen, but all the sanguinea do so which are generated by copulation, the male emitting semen into the female. When this has entered into her the young are formed and assume their peculiar character, some within the animals themselves when they are viviparous, others in eggs. There is a considerable difficulty in understanding how the plant is formed out of the seed or any animal out of the semen. Everything that comes into being or is made must, 1. Be made out of something, 2. Be made by the agency of something, and 3. Must become something. Now that out of which it is made is the material, this some animals have in its first form within themselves, taking it from the female parent, as all those which are not born alive but produced as a scolex or an egg. Others receive it from the mother for a long time by sucking, as the young of all those which are not only externally but also internally viviparous. Such, then, is the material out of which things come into being, but we now are inquiring not out of what the parts of an animal are made, but by what agency. Either it is something external which makes them, or else something existing in the seminal fluid and the semen, and this must either be soul or a part of soul, or something containing soul. Now it would appear irrational to suppose that any of either the internal organs or the other parts is made by something external, since one thing cannot set up a motion in another without touching it, nor can a thing be affected in any way by another if it does not set up a motion in it. Something then of the sort we require exists in the embryo itself, being either a part of it or separate from it. To suppose that it should be something else separate from it is irrational. For after the animal has been produced, does this something perish or does it remain in it? But nothing of the kind appears to be in it, nothing which is not a part of the whole plant or animal. Yet, on the other hand, it is absurd to say that it perishes after making either all the parts or only some of them. If it makes some of the parts and then perishes, what is to make the rest of them? Suppose this something makes the heart and then perishes, and the heart makes another organ, by the same argument either all the parts must perish or all must remain. Therefore it is preserved and does not perish. Therefore it is a part of the embryo itself which exists in the semen from the beginning, and if indeed there is no part of the soul which does not exist in some part of the body, it would also be a part containing soul in it from the beginning. How, then, does it make the other parts? Either all the parts, as heart, lung, liver, eye, and all the rest, come into being together or in succession, as is said in the verse ascribed to Orpheus, for there he says that an animal comes into being in the same way as the knitting of a net. That the former is not the fact is plain even to the senses, for some of the parts are clearly visible as already existing in the embryo while others are not. That it is not because of their being too small that they are not visible is clear, for the lung is of greater size than the heart, and yet appears later than the heart in the original development. Since, then, one is earlier and another later, does the one make the other, and does the later part exist on account of the part which is next to it, or rather does the one come into being only after the other? I mean, for instance, that it is not the fact that the heart, having come into being first, then makes the liver, and the liver again another organ, but that the liver only comes into being after the heart, and not by the agency of the heart, as a man becomes a man after being a boy, not by his agency. An explanation of this is that, in all the productions of nature or of art, what already exists potentially is brought into being only by what exists actually. Therefore if one organ formed another, the form and the character of the later organ would have to exist in the earlier, for example the form of the liver in the heart. And otherwise also the theory is strange and fictitious. Yet again, if the whole animal or plant is formed from semen or seed, it is impossible that any part of it should exist ready-made in the semen or seed, whether the part be able to make the other parts or no. For it is plain that, if it exists in it from the first, it was made by that which made the semen. But semen must be made first, and that is the function of the generating parent. So, then, it is not possible that any part should exist in it, and therefore it has not within itself that which makes the parts. But neither can this agent be external, and yet it must needs be one or other of the two. We must try, then, to solve this difficulty, for perhaps some one of the statements made cannot be made without qualification, for example the statement that the parts cannot be made by what is external to the semen. For if in a certain sense they cannot, yet in another sense they can. Now it makes no difference whether we say the semen or that from which the semen comes, in so far as the semen has in itself the movement initiated by the other. It is possible, then, that A should move B, and B move C, that, in fact, the case should be the same as with the automatic machines shown as curiosities. For the parts of such machines while at rest have a sort of potentiality of motion in them, and when any external force puts the first of them in motion, immediately the next is moved in actuality. As, then, in these automatic machines the external force moves the parts in a certain sense, not by touching any part at the moment, but by having touched one previously, in like manner also that from which the semen comes, or in other words that which made the semen, sets up the movement in the embryo and makes the parts of it by having first touched something though not continuing to touch it. In a way it is the innate motion that does this, as the act of building builds the house. Plainly, then, while there is something which makes the parts, this does not exist as a definite object, nor does it exist in the semen at the first as a complete part. But how is each part formed? We must answer this by starting in the first instance from the principle that, in all products of nature or art, A thing is made by something actually existing out of that which is potentially such as the finished product. Now the semen is of such a nature, and has in it such a principle of motion, that when the motion is ceasing each of the parts comes into being, and that is a part having life or soul. For there is no such thing as face or flesh without life or soul in it. It is only equivocally that they will be called face or flesh if the life has gone out of them, just as if they had been made of stone or wood. And the homogeneous parts and the organic come into being together. And just as we should not say that an axe or other instrument or organ was made by the fire alone, so neither shall we say that foot or hand were made by heat alone. The same applies also to flesh, for this too has a function. While, then, we may allow that hardness and softness, stickiness and brittleness, and whatever other qualities are found in the parts that have life and soul, may be caused by mere heat and cold, yet, when he come to the principle in virtue of which flesh is flesh and bone is bone, that is no longer so. What makes them is the movement set up by the male parent, who is in actuality what that out of which the offspring is made is in potentiality. This is what we find in the products of art. Heat and cold may make the iron soft and hard, but what makes a sword is the movement of the tools employed, this movement containing the principle of the art. For the art is the starting point and form of the product, only it exists in something else, whereas the movement of nature exists in the product itself, issuing from another nature which has the form in actuality. Has the semen soul, or not? The same argument applies here as in the question concerning the parts. As no part, if it participate not in soul, will be a part except in an equivocal sense, as the eye of a dead man is still called an eye, so no soul will exist in anything except that of which it is soul. It is plain therefore that semen both has soul, and is soul, potentially. But a thing existing potentially may be nearer or further from its realization in actuality, as for example a mathematician when asleep is further from his realization in actuality as engaged in mathematics than when he is awake, and when awake again but not studying mathematics he is further removed than when he is so studying. Accordingly it is not any part that is the cause of the soul's coming into being, but it is the first moving cause from outside. For nothing generates itself, though when it has come into being it thenceforward increases itself. Hence it is that only one part comes into being first and not all of them together. But that must first come into being which has a principle of increase, for this nutritive power exists in all alike, whether animals or plants, and this is the same as the power that enables an animal or plant to generate another like itself, that being the function of them all if naturally perfect. And this is necessary for the reason that whenever a living thing is produced it must grow. It is produced, then, by something else of the same name, as for example man is produced by man, but it is increased by means of itself. There is, then, something which increases it. If this is a single part, this must come into being first. Therefore if the heart is first made in some animals, and what is analogous to the heart in the others which have no heart, it is from this or its analogue that the first principle of movement would arise. We have thus discussed the difficulties previously raised on the question what is the efficient cause of generation in each case, as the first moving and formative power. The next question to be mooted concerns the nature of semen. For whereas when it issues from the animal it is thick and white, yet on cooling it becomes liquid as water, and its color is that of water. This would appear strange, for water is not thickened by heat, yet semen is thick when it issues from within the animal's body which is hot, and becomes liquid on cooling. Again, watery fluids freeze, but semen, if exposed in frosts to the open air, does not freeze but liquefies, as if it was thickened by the opposite of cold. Yet it is unreasonable, again, to suppose that it is thickened by heat. For it is only substances having a predominance of earth in their composition that coagulate and thicken on boiling, for example milk. It ought then to solidify on cooling, but as a matter of fact it does not become solid in any part but the whole of it goes like water. This then is the difficulty. If it is water, water evidently does not thicken through heat, whereas the semen is thick and both it and the body whence it issues are hot. If it is made of earth or a mixture of earth and water, it ought not to liquefy entirely and turn to water. Perhaps, however, we have not discriminated all the possibilities. It is not only the liquids composed of water and earthy matter that thicken, but also those composed of water and air. Foam, for instance, becomes thicker and white, and the smaller and less visible the bubbles in it, the whiter and firmer does the mass appear. The same thing happens also with oil. On mixing with air it thickens, wherefore that which is whitening becomes thicker, the watery part in it being separated off by the heat and turning to air. And if oxide of lead is mixed with water or even with oil, the mass increases greatly and changes from liquid and dark to firm and white. The reason being that air is mixed in with it, which increases the mass and makes the white shine through, as in foam and snow, for snow is foam. And water itself on mingling with oil becomes thick and white, because air is entangled in it by the act of pounding them together, and oil itself has much air in it, for shininess is a property of air, not of earth or water. This too is why it floats on the surface of the water, for the air contained in it as in a vessel bears it up and makes it float, being the cause of its lightness. So too oil is thickened without freezing in cold weather and frosts. It does not freeze because of its heat, for the air is hot and will not freeze, but because the air is forced together and compressed, as, by the cold, the oil becomes thicker. These are the reasons why semen is firm and white when it issues from within the animal. It has a quantity of hot air in it because of the internal heat. Afterwards, when the heat has evaporated and the air has cooled, it turns liquid and dark, for the water, and any small quantity of earthy matter there may be, remain in semen as it dries, as they do in phlegm. Semen, then, is a compound of spirit, pneuma, and water, and the former is hot air, hence semen is liquid in its nature because it is made of water. What Ctesias the comedian has asserted of the semen of elephants is manifestly untrue. He says that it hardens so much in drying that it becomes like amber. But this does not happen, though it is true that one semen must be more earthy than another, and especially so with animals that have much earthy matter in them because of the bulk of their bodies. And it is thick and white because it is mixed with spirit, for it is also an invariable rule that it is white, and Herodotus does not report the truth when he says that the semen of the Ethiopians is black, as if everything must needs be black in those who have a black skin, and that too when he saw their teeth were white. The reason of the whiteness of semen is that it is a foam, and foam is white, especially that which is composed of the smallest parts, small in the sense that each bubble is invisible, which is what happens when water and oil are mixed and shaken together, as said before. Even the ancients seem to have noticed that semen is of the nature of foam, at least it was from this they named the goddess who presides over union. This then is the explanation of the problem proposed, and it is plain too that this is why semen does not freeze, for air will not freeze. The next question to raise and to answer is this. If, in the case of those animals which emit semen into the female, that which enters makes no part of the resulting embryo, whereas the material part of it diverted if, as we have seen, it acts by means of the power residing in it. It is not only necessary to decide whether what is forming in the female receives anything material, or not, from that which has entered her, but also concerning the soul in virtue of which an animal is so called, and this is in virtue of the sensitive part of the soul. Does this exist originally in the semen and in the unfertilized embryo or not, and if it does, whence does it come? For nobody would put down the unfertilized embryo as soulless or in every sense bereft of life, since both the semen and the embryo of an animal have every bit as much life as a plant, and it is productive up to a certain point. That then they possess the nutritive soul is plain. And plain is it from the discussions elsewhere about soul why this soul must be acquired first. As they develop they also acquire the sensitive soul in virtue of which an animal is an animal. For example, an animal does not become at the same time an animal and a man or a horse or any other particular animal. For the end is developed last, and the peculiar character of the species is the end of the generation in each individual. Hence arises a question of the greatest difficulty, which we must strive to solve to the best of our ability and as far as possible. When and how and whence is a share in reason acquired by those animals that participate in this principle? It is plain that the semen in the unfertilized embryo, while still separate from each other, must be assumed to have the nutritive soul potentially, but not actually, except that, like those unfertilized embryos that are separated from the mother, it absorbs nourishment and performs the function of the nutritive soul. For at first all such embryos seem to live the life of the plant. And it is clear that we must be guided by this in speaking of the sensitive and the rational soul. For all three kinds of soul, not only the nutritive, must be possessed potentially before they are possessed in actuality. And it is necessary either, 1, that they should all come into being in the embryo without existing previously outside it, or, 2, that they should all exist previously, or, 3, that some should so exist and others not. Again, it is necessary that they should either, 1, come into being in the material supplied by the female without entering with the semen of the male, or, 2, come from the male and be imparted to the material in the female. If the latter, then either all of them, or none, or some must come into being in the male from outside. Now that it is impossible for them all to preexist is clear from this consideration. Plainly those principles whose activity is bodily cannot exist without a body, for example walking cannot exist without feet. For the same reason also they cannot enter from outside, for neither is it possible for them to enter by themselves, being inseparable from a body, nor yet in a body, for the semen is only a secretion of the nutriment in process of change. It remains, then, for the reason alone so to enter and alone to be divine, for no bodily activity has any connection with the activity of reason. Now it is true that the faculty of all kinds of soul seems to have a connection with a matter different from and more divine than the so-called elements, but as one soul differs from another in honor and dishonor, so differs also the nature of the corresponding matter. All have in their semen that which causes it to be productive, I mean what is called vital heat. This is not fire nor any such force, but it is the spiritus included in the semen in the foam-like, and the natural principle in the spiritus, being analogous to the element of the stars. Hence, whereas fire generates no animal and we do not find any living thing forming in either solids or liquids under the influence of fire, the heat of the sun in that of animals does generate them. Not only is this true of the heat that works through the semen, but whatever other residuum of the animal nature there may be, this also has still a vital principle in it. From such considerations it is clear that the heat in animals neither is fire nor derives its origin from fire. Let us return to the material of the semen, in and with which comes away from the male the spiritus conveying the principle of soul. Of this principle there are two kinds, the one is not connected with matter, and belongs to those animals in which is included something divine, to wit, what is called the reason, while the other is inseparable from matter. This material of the semen dissolves and evaporates because it has a liquid and watery nature. Therefore we ought not to expect it always to come out again from the female or to form any part of the embryo that has taken shape from it. The case resembles that of the fig juice which curdles milk, for this too changes without becoming any part of the curdling masses. It has been settled, then, in what sense the embryo and the semen have soul, and in what sense they have not. They have it potentially but not actually. Now semen is a secretion and is moved with the same movement as that in virtue of which the body increases, this increase being due to subdivision of the nutriment in its last stage. When it has entered the uterus it puts into form the corresponding secretion of the female and moves it with the same movement wherewith it is moved itself. For the female's contribution also is a secretion, and has all the art in it potentially though none of them actually. It has in it potentially even those parts which differentiate the female from the male, for just as the young of mutilated parents are sometimes born mutilated and sometimes not, so also the young born of a female are sometimes female and sometimes male instead. For the female is, as it were, a mutilated male, and the catamenia are semen, only not pure, for there is only one thing they have not in them, the principle of soul. For this reason, whenever a wind egg is produced by any animal, the egg so forming has in it the parts of both sexes potentially, but has not the principle in question, so that it does not develop into a living creature, for this is introduced by the semen of the male. When such a principle has been imparted to the secretion of the female it becomes an embryo. Liquid but corporeal substances become surrounded by some kind of covering on heating, like the solid scum which forms on boiled foods when cooling. All bodies are held together by the glutinous. This quality, as the embryo develops and increases in size, is acquired by the sinewy substance, which holds together the parts of animals, being actual sinew in some and its analogue in others. To the same class belong also skin, blood vessels, membranes, and the like, for these differ in being more or less glutinous and generally in excess and deficiency. In those animals whose nature is comparatively imperfect, when a perfect embryo, which, however, is not yet a perfect animal, has been formed, it is cast out from the mother, for reasons previously stated. An embryo is then complete when it is either male or female, in the case of those animals who possess this distinction, for some, that is all those which are not themselves produced from a male or female parent nor from a union of the two, produce an offspring which is neither male nor female. Of the generation of these we shall speak later. The perfect animals, those internally viviparous, keep the developing embryo within themselves and in close connection until they give birth to a complete animal and bring it to light. A third class is externally viviparous but first internally oviparous. They develop the egg into a perfect condition, and then in some cases the egg is set free as with creatures externally oviparous, and the animal is produced from the egg within the mother's body. In other cases, when the nutriment from the egg is consumed, development is completed by connection with the uterus, and therefore the egg is not set free from the uterus. This character marks the cartilaginous fish, of which we must speak later by themselves. Here we must make our first start from the first class. These are the perfect or viviparous animals, and of these the first is man. Now the secretion of the semen takes place in all of them just as does that of any other residual matter. for each is conveyed to its proper place without any force from the breath or compulsion of any other cause, as some assert, saying that the generative parts attract the semen like cupping glasses, aided by the force of the breath, as if it were possible for either this secretion or the residue of the solid and liquid nutriment to go anywhere else than they do without the exertion of such a force. Their reason is that the discharge of both is attended by holding the breath, but this is a common feature of all cases when it is necessary to move anything, because strength arises through holding the breath. Why, even without this force the secretions or excretions are discharged in sleep if the parts concerned are full of them and are relaxed. One might as well say that it is by the breath that the seeds of plants are always segregated to the places where they are wont to bear fruit. No, the real cause, as has been stated already, is that there are special parts for receiving all the secretions, alike the useless, as the residues of the liquid and solid nutriment, and the blood, which has the so-called blood vessels. To consider now the region of the uterus in the female. The two blood vessels, the great vessel and the aorta, divide higher up, and many fine vessels from them terminate in the uterus. These become overfilled from the nourishment they convey, nor is the female nature able to concoct it, because it is colder than man's, so the blood is excreted through very fine vessels into the uterus, these being unable on account of their narrowness to receive the excessive quantity, and the result is a sort of hemorrhage. The period is not accurately defined in women, but tends to return during the waning of the moon. This we should expect, for the bodies of animals are colder when the environment happens to become so, and the time of change from one month to another is cold because of the absence of the moon. Once also it results that this time is stormier than the middle of the month. When then the residue of the nourishment has changed into blood, the catamenia tend to occur at the above-mentioned period, but when it is not concocted a little matter at a time is always coming away, and this is why whites appear in females while still small, in fact mere children. If both these discharges of the secretions are moderate, the body remains in good health, for they act as a purification of the secretions which are the causes of a morbid state of body. If they do not occur at all or if they are excessive, they are injurious, either causing illness or pulling down the patient. Hence whites, if continuous and excessive, prevent girls from growing. This secretion then is necessarily discharged by females for the reasons given. 4. The female nature being unable to concoct the nourishment thoroughly, there must not only be left a residue of the useless nutriment, but also there must be a residue in the blood vessels, and this filling the channels of the finest vessels must overflow. Then nature, aiming at the best end, uses it up in this place for the sake of generation, that another creature may come into being of the same kind as the former was going to be, for the menstrual blood is already potentially such as the body from which it is discharged. In all females, then, there must necessarily be such a secretion, more indeed in those that have blood, and these most of all in man, but in the others also some matter must be collected in the uterine region. The reason why there is more in those that have blood and most in man has been already given, but why, if all females have such a secretion, have not all males one to correspond? For some of them do not emit semen, but, just as those which do emit it fashion by the movement in the semen the mass forming from the material supplied by the female, so do the animals in question bring the same to pass and exert the same formative power by the movement within themselves in that part from whence the semen is secreted. This is the region about the diaphragm in all those animals which have one, for the heart or its analogue is the first principle of a natural body, while the lower part is a mere addition for the sake of it. Now the reason why it is not all males that have a generative secretion, while all females do, is that the animal is a body with so low a life, the female always provides the material, the male that which fashions it, for this is the power that we say they each possess, and this is what is meant by calling them male and female. Thus while it is necessary for the female to provide a body and a material mass, it is not necessary for the male, because it is not within the work of at or the embryo that the tools or the maker must exist. While the body is from the female, it is the soul that is from the male, for the soul is the reality of a particular body. For this reason if animals of a different kind are crossed, and this is possible when the periods of gestation are equal and conception takes place nearly at the same season and there is no great difference in the of the animals, the first cross has a common resemblance to both parents, as the hybrid between fox and dog, partridge and domestic fowl, but as time goes on and one generation springs from another, the final result resembles the female in form, just as foreign seeds produce plants varying in accordance with the country in which they are sown. For it is the soil that gives to the seeds the material and the body of the plant. And hence the part of the female which receives the semen is not a mere passage, but the uterus has a considerable width, whereas the males that emit semen have only passages for this purpose, and these are bloodless. Each of the secretions becomes such at the moment when it is in its proper place, before that there is nothing of the sort unless with much violence and contrary to nature. We have thus stated the reason for which the generative secretions are formed in animals. But when the semen from the male, in those animals which emit semen, has entered, it puts into form the purest part of the female secretion, for the greater part of the catamenia also is useless and fluid, as is the most fluid part of the male secretion, that is in a single emission, the earlier discharge being in most cases apparent to be infertile rather than the later, having less vital heat through want of concoction, whereas that which is concocted is thick and of a more material nature. If there is no external discharge, either in women or other animals, on account of there not being much useless and superfluous matter in the secretion, then the quantity forming within the female altogether is as much as what is retained within those animals which have an external discharge. This is put into form by the power of the male residing in the semen secreted by him, or, as is clearly seen to happen in some insects, by the part in the female analogous to the uterus being inserted into the male. It has been previously stated that the discharge accompanying sexual pleasure in the female contributes nothing to the embryo. The chief argument for the opposite view is that what are called bad dreams occur by night with women as with men, but this is no proof, for the same thing happens to young men also who do not yet emit semen, and to those who do emit semen but whose semen is infertile. It is impossible to conceive without the emission of the male in union and without the secretion of the corresponding female material, whether it be discharged externally or whether there is only enough within the body. Women conceive, however, without experiencing the pleasure usual in such intercourse, if the part chance to be in heat in the uterus to have descended. But generally speaking the opposite is the case, because the os uteri is not closed when the discharge takes place, which is usually accompanied by pleasure in women as well as men, and when this is so there is a readier way for the semen of the male to be drawn into the uterus. The actual discharge does not take place within the uterus as some think, the os uteri being too narrow, but it is in the region in front of this, where the female discharges the moisture found in some cases, that the male emits the semen. Sometimes it remains in this place, at other times, if the uterus chance to be conveniently placed and hot on account of the purgation of the catamenia, it draws it within itself. A proof of this is that pessaries, though wet when applied, are removed dry. Moreover, in all those animals which have the uterus near the hyposoma, as birds and viviparous fishes, it is impossible that the semen should be so discharged as to enter it, it must be drawn into it. This region, on account of the heat which is in it, attracts the semen. The discharge and collection of the catamenia also excite heat in this part. Hence it acts like cone-shaped vessels which, when they have been washed out with hot water, their mouth being turned downwards, draw water into themselves. And this is the way things are drawn up, but some say that nothing of the kind happens with the organic parts concerned in copulation. Precisely the opposite is the case of those who say the woman emits semen as well as the man, for if she emits it outside the uterus this must then draw it back again into itself if it is to be mixed with the semen of the male. But this is a superfluous proceeding, and nature does nothing superfluous. When the material secreted by the female in the uterus has been fixed by the semen of the male, this acts in the same way as rennet acts upon milk, for rennet is a kind of milk containing vital heat, which brings into one mass and fixes the similar material, and the relation of the semen to the catamenia is the same, milk and the catamenia being of the same nature. When, I say, the more solid part comes together, the liquid is separated off from it, and as the earthy parts solidify membranes form all round it. This is both a necessary result and for a final cause, the former because the surface of a mass must solidify on heating as well as on cooling, the latter because the fetus must not be in a liquid but be separated from it. Some of these are called membranes and others choria, the difference being one of more or less, and they exist in ovipara and vivipara alike. When the embryo is once formed, it acts like the seeds of plants. For seeds also contain the first principle of growth in themselves, and when this, which previously exists in them only potentially, has been differentiated, the shoot and the root are sent off from it, and it is by the root that the plant gets nourishment, for it needs growth. So also in the embryo all the parts exist potentially in a way at the same time, but the first principle is furthest on the road to realization. Therefore the heart is first differentiated in actuality. This is clear not only to the senses, for it is so, but also on theoretical grounds. For whenever the young animal has been separated from both parents it must be able to manage itself, like a son who has set up house away from his father. Hence it must have a first principle from which comes the ordering of the body at a later stage also, for if it is to come in from outside at later period to dwell in it, not only may the question be asked at what time it is to do so, but also we may object that, When each of the parts is separating from the rest, it is necessary that this principle should exist first, from which comes growth and movement to the other parts. Wherefore all who say, as did Democritus, that the external parts of animals are first differentiated and the internal later, are much mistaken. It is as if they were talking of animals of stone or wood. For such as these have no principle of growth at all, but all animals have, and have it within themselves. Therefore it is that the heart appears first distinctly marked off in all the sanguinea, for this is the first principle or origin of both homogeneous and heterogeneous parts, since from the moment that the animal or organism needs nourishment, from that moment does this deserve to be called its principle or origin. For the animal grows, and the nutriment, in its final stage, of an animal is the blood or its analogue, and of this the blood vessels are the receptacle, wherefore the heart is the principle or origin of these also. This is clear from the inquiries and the anatomical drawings. Since the embryo is already potentially an animal but an imperfect one, it must obtain its nourishment from elsewhere. Accordingly it makes use of the uterus and the mother, as a plant does of the earth, to get nourishment, until it is perfected to the point of being now an animal potentially locomotive. So nature has first designed the two blood vessels from the heart, and from these smaller vessels branch off to the uterus. These are what is called the umbilicus, for this is a blood vessel, consisting of one or more vessels in different animals. Round these is a skin-like integument, because the weakness of the vessels needs protection and shelter. The vessels join onto the uterus like the roots of plants, and through them the embryo receives its nourishment. This is why the animal remains in the uterus, not, as Democritus says, that the parts of the embryo may be molded in conformity with those of the mother. This is plain in the ovipara, for they have their parts differentiated in the egg after separation from the matrix. Here a difficulty may be raised. If the blood is the nourishment, and if the heart, which first comes into being, already contains blood, and the nourishment comes from outside, whence did the first nourishment enter? Perhaps it is not true that all of it comes from outside, just as in the seeds of plants there is something of this nature, the substance which at first appears milky, so also in the material of the animal embryo the superfluous matter of which it is formed is its nourishment from the first. The embryo, then, grows by means of the umbilicus in the same way as a plant by its roots, or as animals themselves when separated from the nutriment within the mother, of which we must speak later at the time appropriate for discussing them. But the parts are not differentiated, as some suppose, because like is naturally carried to like. Besides many other difficulties involved in this theory, it results from it that the homogeneous parts ought to come into being each one separate from the rest, as bones and sinews by themselves, and flesh by itself, if one should accept this cause. The real cause why each of them comes into being is that the secretion of the female is potentially such as the animal is naturally, and all the parts are potentially present in it, but none actually. It is also because when the active and the passive come in contact with each other in that way in which the one is active and the other passive, I mean in the right manner, in the right place, and at the right time, straightway the one acts and the other is acted upon. The female, then, provides matter, the male the principle of motion. And as the products of art are made by means of the tools of the artist, or to put it more truly by means of their movement, and this is the activity of the art, and the art is the form of what is made in something else, so is it with the power of the nutritive soul. As later on in the case of mature animals and plants this soul causes growth from the nutriment, using heat and cold as its tools, for in these is the movement of the soul, and each thing comes into being in accordance with a certain formula, so also from the beginning does it form the product of nature. For the material by which this latter grows is the same as that from which it is constituted at first, consequently also the power which acts upon it is identical with that which originally generated it. If then this acting power is the nutritive soul, this is also the generative soul, and this is the nature of every organism, existing in all animals and plants. But the other parts of the soul exist in some animals, not in others. In plants, then, the female is not separated from the male, but in those animals in which it is separated the male needs the female besides. And yet the question may be raised why it is that, if indeed the female possesses the same soul and if it is the secretion of the female which is the material of the embryo, she needs the male besides instead of generating entirely from herself. The reason is that the animal differs from the plant by having sense perception. If the sensitive soul is not present, either actually or potentially, and either with or without qualification, it is impossible for face, hand, flesh, or any other part to exist. It will be no better than a corpse or a part of a corpse. If then, when the sexes are separated, it is the male that has the power of making the sensitive soul, it is impossible for the female to generate an animal from itself alone, for the process in question was seen to involve the male quality. Certainly that there is a good deal in the difficulty stated is plain in the case of the birds that lay wind eggs, showing that the female can generate up to a certain point unaided. But this still involves a difficulty. In what way are we to say that their eggs live? It neither possible that they should live in the same way as fertile eggs, for then they would produce a chick actually alive, nor yet can they be called eggs only in the sense in which an egg of wood or stone is so called, for the fact that these eggs go bad shows that they previously participate in some way in life. It is plain, then, that they have some soul potentially. What sort of soul will this be? It must be the lowest surely, and this is the nutritive, for this exists in all animals and plants alike. Why then does it not perfect the parts and the animal? Because they must have a sensitive soul, for the parts of animals are not like those of a plant. And so the female animal needs the help of the male, for in these animals we are speaking of the male is separate. This is exactly what we find, for the wind eggs become fertile if the male tried the female in a certain space of time. About the cause of these things, however, we shall enter into detail later. If there is any kind of animal which is female and has no male separate from it, it is possible that this may generate a young one from itself without copulation. No instance of this worthy of credit has been observed up to the present at any rate, but one case in the class of fishes makes us hesitate. No male of the so-called erythrinus has ever yet been seen, but females, and specimens full of roe, have been seen. Of this, however, we have as yet no proof worthy of credit. Again, some members of the class of fishes are neither male nor female, as eels and a kind of mullets found in stagnant waters. But whenever the sexes are separate, the female cannot generate perfectly by herself alone, for then the male would exist in vain, and nature makes nothing in vain. Hence in such animals the male always perfects the work of generation, for he imparts the sensitive soul, either by means of the semen or without it. Now the parts of the embryo already exist potentially in the material, and so when once the principle of movement has been imparted to them they develop in a chain one after another, as the wheels are moved one by another in the automatic machines. When some of the natural philosophers say that like is brought to like, this must be understood, not in the sense that the parts are moved as changing place, but that they stay where they are and the movement is a change of quality, such as softness, hardness, color, and the other differences of the homogeneous parts, thus they become in actuality what they previously were in potentiality. And what comes into being first is the first principle, this is the heart in the sanguinea and its analogue in the rest, as has been often said already. This is plain not only to the senses, that it is first to come into being, but also in view of its end, for life fails in the heart last of all, and it happens in all cases that what comes into being last fails first, and the first last, nature running a double course, so to say, and turning back to the point from whence she started. For the process of becoming is from the non-existent to the existent, and that of perishing is back again from the existent to the non-existent. After this, as said already, the internal parts come into being before the external. The greater become visible before the less, even if some of them do not come into being before them. First the parts above the hyposoma are differentiated and are superior in size, the part below is both smaller and less differentiated. This happens in all animals in which exists the distinction of upper and lower, except in the insects. The growth of those that produce a scolex is towards the upper part, for this is smaller in the beginning. The cephalopoda are the only locomotive animals in which the distinction of upper and lower does not exist. What has been said applies to plants also, that the upper portion is earlier in development than the lower, for the roots push out from the seed before the shoots. The agency by which the parts of animals are differentiated is air, not however that of the mother nor yet of the embryo itself, as some of the physicists say. This is manifest in birds, fishes, and insects. For some of these are separated from the mother and produced from an egg, within which the differentiation takes place. Other animals do not breathe at all, but are produced as a scolex or an egg. Those which do breathe and whose parts are differentiated within the mother's uterus yet do not breathe until the lung is perfected, and the lung and the preceding parts are differentiated before they breathe. Moreover, all polydactylous quadrupeds, as dog, lion, wolf, fox, jackal, produce their young blind, and the eyelids do not separate till after birth. Manifestly the same holds also in all the other parts, as the qualitative, so also the quantitative differentia comes into being, pre-existing potentially but being actualized later by the same causes by which the qualitative distinction is produced, and so the eyelids become two instead of one. Of course air must be present, because heat and moisture are present, the former acting and the latter being acted upon. Some of the ancient nature philosophers made an attempt to state which part comes into being after which, but were not sufficiently acquainted with the facts. It is with the parts as with other things, one naturally exists prior to another. But the word prior is used in more senses than one. For there is a difference between the end or final cause and that which exists for the sake of it. The latter is prior in order of development, the former is prior in reality. Again, that which exists for the sake of the end admits of division into two classes: 1. The origin of the movement; 2. That which is used by the end, I mean, for instance, 1. That which can generate; 2. That which serves as an instrument to what is generated. For the one of these, that which makes, must exist first, as the teacher before the learner, and the other later, as the pipes are later than he who learns to play upon them, for it is superfluous that men who do not know how to play should have pipes. Thus there are three things: first, the end, by which we mean that for the sake of which something else exists; secondly, the principle of movement and of generation, existing for the sake of the end, for that which can make and generate, considered simply as such, exists only in relation to what is made and generated; thirdly, the useful, that is to say what the end uses. Accordingly, there must first exist some part in which is the principle of movement. I say a part because this is from the first one part of the end and the most important part too, next after this the whole and the end, thirdly and lastly, the organic parts serving these for certain uses. Hence if there is anything of this sort which must exist in animals, containing the principle and end of all their nature, this must be the first to come into being first, that is, considered as the moving power, but simultaneous with the whole embryo if considered as a part of the end. Therefore all the organic parts whose nature is to bring others into being must always themselves exist before them, for they are for the sake of something else, as the beginning for the sake of the end. All those parts which are for the sake of something else but are not of the nature of beginnings must come into being later. So it is not easy to distinguish which of the parts are prior, those which are for the sake of another or that for the sake of which are the former. For the parts which cause the movement, being prior to the end in order of development, come in to cause confusion, and it is not easy to distinguish these as compared with the organic parts. And yet it is in accordance with this method that we must inquire what comes into being after what, for the end is later than some parts and earlier than others. And for this reason that part which contains the first principle comes into being first, next to this the upper half of the body. This is why the parts about the head, and particularly the eyes, appear largest in the embryo at an early stage, while the parts below the umbilicus, as the legs, are small, for the lower parts are for the sake of the upper, and are neither parts of the end nor able to form it. But they do not say well nor do they assign a necessary cause who say simply that it always happens so, and imagine that this is a first principle in these cases. Thus Democritus of Abdera says that there is no beginning of the infinite, now the cause is a beginning, and the eternal is infinite. In consequence, to ask the cause of anything of this kind is to seek for a beginning of the infinite. Yet according to this argument, which forbids us to seek the cause, there will be no proof of any eternal truth whatever. But we see that there is a proof of many such, whether by eternal we mean what always happens or what exists eternally. It is an eternal truth that the angles of a triangle are always equal to two right angles, or that the diagonal of a square is incommensurable with the side, and nevertheless a cause and a proof can be given for these truths. While, then, it is well said that we must not take on us to seek a beginning, or first principle, of all things, yet this is not well said of all things whatever that always are or always happen, but only of those which really are first principles of the eternal things, for it is by another method, not by proof, that we acquire knowledge of the first principle. Now in that which is immovable and unchanging the first principle is simply the essence of the thing, but when he comes to those things which come into being the principles are more than one, varying in kind and not all of the same kind. One of this number is the principle of movement, and therefore in all the sanguinea the heart is formed first, as was said at the beginning, and in the other animals that which is analogous to the heart. From the heart the blood vessels extend throughout the body as in the anatomical diagrams which are represented on the wall, for the parts lie around these because they are formed out of them. The homogeneous parts are formed by heat and cold, for some are put together and solidified by the one and some by the other. The difference between these has already been discussed elsewhere, and it has been stated what kinds of things are soluble by liquid and fire, and what are not soluble by liquid and cannot be melted by fire. The nutriment then oozes through the blood vessels and the passages in each of the parts, like water in unbaked pottery, and thus is formed the flesh or its analogues, being solidified by cold, which is why it is also dissolved by fire. But all the particles given off which are too earthy, having but little moisture and heat, cool as the moisture evaporates along with the heat, so they become hard and earthy in character, as nails, horns, hooves, and beaks, and therefore they are softened by fire, but none of them is melted by it, while some of them, as eggshells, are soluble in liquids. The sinews and bones are formed by the internal heat as the moisture dries, and hence the bones are insoluble by fire like pottery, for like it they have been as it were baked in an oven by the heat in the process of development. But it is not anything whatever that is made into flesh or bone by the heat, but only something naturally fitted for the purpose, nor is it made in any place or time whatever, but only in a place and time naturally so fitted. For neither will that which exists potentially be made except by that moving agent which possesses the actuality, nor will that which possesses the actuality make anything whatever. The carpenter would not make a box except out of wood, nor will a box be made out of the wood without the carpenter. The heat exists in the seminal secretion, and the movement and activity in it is sufficient in kind and in quantity to correspond to each of the parts. In so far as there is any deficiency or excess, the resulting product is in worse condition or physically defective, in like manner as in the case of external substances which are thickened by boiling that they may be more palatable or for any other purpose. But in the latter case it is we who apply the heat in due measure for the motion required. In the former it is the nature of the male parent that gives it, or with animals spontaneously generated it is the movement and heat imparted by the right season of a year that it is the cause. Cooling, again, is mere deprivation of heat. Nature makes use of both. They have of necessity the power of bringing about different results, but in the development of the embryo we find that the one cools and the other heats for some definite purpose, and so each of the parts is formed. Thus it is in one sense by necessity, in another for a final cause, that they make the flesh soft, the sinews solid and elastic, the bones solid and brittle. The skin, again, is formed by the drying of the flesh, like the scum upon boiled substances. It is so formed not only because it is on the outside, but also because what is glutinous, being unable to evaporate, remains on the surface. While in other animals the glutinous is dry, for which reason the covering of the invertebrates is testaceous or crustaceous, in the vertebrates it is rather of the nature of fat. In all of these which are not of too earthy a nature the fat is collected under the covering of the skin, a fact which points to the skin being formed out of such a glutinous substance, for fat is somewhat glutinous. As we said, all these things must be understood to be formed in one sense of necessity, but in another sense not of necessity but for a final cause. The upper half of the body, then, is first marked out in the order of development. As time goes on the lower also reaches its full size in the sanguinea. All the parts are first marked out in their outlines and acquire later on their color and softness or hardness, exactly as if nature were a painter producing a work of art. For painters, too, first sketch in the animal with lines and only after that put in the colors. Because the source of the sensations is in the heart, therefore this is the part first formed in the whole animal, and because of the heat of this organ the cold forms the brain, where the blood vessels terminate above, corresponding to the heat of the heart. Hence the parts about the head begin to form next in order after the heart, and surpass the other parts in size, for the brain is from the first large and fluid. There is a difficulty about what happens with the eyes of animals. Though from the beginning they appear very large in all creatures, whether they walk or swim or fly, yet they are the last of the parts to be formed completely, for in the intervening time they collapse. The reason is this. The sense organ of the eyes is set upon certain passages, as are the other sense organs. Whereas those of touch and taste are simply the body itself or some part of the body of animals, those of smell and hearing are passages connecting with the external air and full themselves of innate spiritus. These passages end at the small blood vessels about the brain which run thither from the heart. But the eye is the only sense organ that has a bodily constitution peculiar to itself. It is fluid and cold, and does not exist from the first in the place which it occupies later in the same way as the other parts do, for they exist potentially to begin with and actually come into being later. But the eye is the purest part of the liquidity about the brain drained off through the passages which are visible running from them to the membrane round the brain. A proof of this is that, apart from the brain, there is no other part in the head that is cold and fluid except the eye. Of necessity therefore this region is large at first but falls in later. For the same thing happens with the brain. At first it is liquid and large, but in course of evaporation and concoction it becomes more solid and falls in. This applies both to the brain and the eyes. The head is very large at first, on account of the brain, and the eyes appear large because of the liquid in them. They are the last organs to reach completion because the brain is formed with difficulty, for it is at a late period that it gets rid of its coldness and fluidity. This applies to all animals possessing a brain, but especially to man. For this reason the bregma is the last of the bones to be formed. Even after birth this bone is still soft in children. The cause of this being so with men more than with other animals is the fact that their brain is the most fluid and largest. This again is because the heat in man's heart is purest. His intellect shows how well he is tempered, for man is the wisest of animals. And children for a long time have no control over their heads on account of the heaviness of the brain, and the same applies to the parts which it is necessary to move, for it is late that the principle of motion gets control over the upper parts, and last of all over those whose motion is not connected directly with it, as that of the legs is not. Now the eyelid is such a part. But since nature makes nothing superfluous nor in vain, it is clear also that she makes nothing too late or too soon, for if she did the result would be either in vain or superfluous. Hence it is necessary that the eyelids should be separated at the same time as the heart is able to move them. So then the eyes of animals are perfected late because of the amount of concoction required by the brain, and last of all the parts because the motion must be very strong before it can affect parts so far from the first principle of motion and so cold. And it is plain that such is the nature of the eyelids, for if the head is affected by never so little heaviness through sleepiness or drunkenness or anything else of the kind, we cannot raise the eyelids through their own weight is so small. So much for the question how the eyes come into being, and why and for what cause they are the last to be fully developed. Each of the other parts is formed out of the nutriment, those most honorable and participating in the sovereign principle from the nutriment which is first and purest and fully concocted, those which are only necessary for the sake of the former parts from the inferior nutriment and the residues left over from the other. For nature, like a good householder, is not in the habit of throwing away anything from which it is possible to make anything useful. Now in a household the best part of the food that comes in is set apart for the free men, the inferior and the residue of the best for the slaves, and the worst is given to the animals that live with them. Just as the intellect acts thus in the outside world with a view to the growth of the persons concerned, so in the case of the embryo itself does nature form from the purest material the flesh and the body of the other sense organs, and from the residues thereof bones, sinews, hair, and also nails and hoofs and the like. Hence these are last to assume their form, for they have to wait till the time when nature has some residue to spare. The bones, then, are made in the first conformation of the parts from the seminal secretion or residue. As the animal grows the bones grow from the natural nourishment, being the same as that of the sovereign parts, but of this they only take up the superfluous residues. For everywhere the nutriment may be divided into two kinds, the first and the second. The former is nutritious, being that which gives its essence both to the whole and to the parts, the latter is concerned with growth, being that which causes quantitative increase. But these must be distinguished more fully later on. The sinews are formed in the same way as the bones and out of the same materials, the seminal and nutritious residue. Nails, hair, hooves, horns, beaks, the spurs of cocks, and any other similar parts, are on the contrary formed from the nutriment which is taken later and only concerned with growth, in other words that which is derived from the mother, or from the outer world after birth. For this reason the bones on the one hand only grow up to a certain point, for there is a limit of size in all animals, and therefore also of the growth of the bones. If these had been always able to grow, all animals that have bone or its analogue would grow as long as they lived, for these set the limit of size to animals. What is the reason of their not always increasing in size must be stated later. Hair, on the contrary, and growths akin to hair go on growing as long as they exist at all, and increase yet more in diseases and when the body is getting old and wasting, because more residual matter is left over, as owing to old age and disease less is expended on the important parts, though when the residual matter also fails through age the hair fails with it. But the contrary is the case with the bones, for they waste away along with the body and the other parts. Hair actually goes on growing after death, it does not, however, begin growing then. About the teeth a difficulty may be raised. They have actually the same nature as the bones, and are formed out of the bones, but nails, hair, horns, and the like are formed out of the skin, and that is why they change in color along with it, for they become white, black, and all sorts of colors according to that of the skin. But the teeth do nothing of the sort, for they are made out of the bones in all animals that have both bones and teeth. Of all the bones they alone go on growing through life, as is plain with the teeth which grow out of a straight line so as no longer to touch each other. The reason for their growth, as a final cause, is their function, for they would soon be worn down if there were not some means of saving them, even as it is they are altogether worn down in old age in some animals which eat much and have not large as teeth, their growth not being in proportion to their duration. And so nature has contrived well to meet the case in this also, for she causes the failure of the teeth to synchronize with old age and death. If life lasted for 1,000 or 10,000 years, the original teeth must have been very large indeed, and many sets of them must have been produced, for even if they had grown continuously they would still have been worn smooth and become useless for their work. The final cause of their growth has been now stated, but besides this, as a matter of fact, the growth of the teeth is not the same as that of the other bones. The latter all come into being in the first formation of the embryo and none of them later, but the teeth do so later. Therefore it is possible for them to grow again after the first set falls out, for though they touch the bones they are not connate with them. They are formed, however, out of the nutriment distributed to the bones, and so have the same nature, even when the bones have their own number complete. Other animals are born in possession of teeth or their analogue, unless in cases contrary to nature, because when they are set free from the parent they are more perfect than man, but man, also unless in cases contrary to nature, is born without them. The reason will be stated later why some teeth are formed and fall out but others do not fall out. It is because such parts are formed from a residue that man is the most naked in body of all animals and has the smallest nails in proportion to his size. He has the least amount of earthy residue, but that part of the blood which is not concocted is the residue, and the earthy part in the bodies of all animals is the least concocted. We have now stated how each of the parts is formed and what is the cause of their generation. In the viviparous animals, as said before, the embryo gets its growth through the umbilical cord. For since the nutritive power of the soul, as well as the others, is present in animals, it straightway sends off this cord like a route to the uterus. The cord consists of blood vessels in a sheath, more numerous in the larger animals as cattle and the like, one in the smallest, two in those of intermediate size. Through this cord the embryo receives its nourishment in the form of blood, for the uterus is the termination of many blood vessels. All animals with no front teeth in the upper jaw, and all those which have them in both jaws and whose uterus has not one great blood vessel running through it but many close together instead, all these have in the uterus the so-called cotyledons, with which the umbilical cord connects and is closely united, for the vessels which pass through the cord run backwards and forwards between embryo and uterus and split up into smaller vessels all over the uterus. Where they terminate, there are found the cotyledons. Their convexity is turned towards the uterus, the concavity towards the embryo. Between uterus and embryo are the chorion and the membranes. As the embryo grows and approaches perfection, the cotyledons become smaller and finally disappear when it is perfected. For nature sends the sanguineous nutriment for the embryo into this part of the uterus as she sends milk into the breasts, and because the cotyledons are gradually aggregated from many into a few, the body of the cotyledon becomes like an eruption or inflammation. So long as the embryo is comparatively small, being unable to receive much nutriment, they are plain and large, but when it has increased in size they fall in together. But most of the animals which have front teeth in both jaws and no horns have no cotyledons in the uterus, but the umbilical cord runs to meet one blood vessel, which is large and extends throughout the uterus. Of such animals some produce one young at a time, some more than one, but the same description applies to both these classes. This should be studied with the aid of the examples drawn in the anatomy and the inquiries, for the young, if numerous, are attached each to its umbilical cord, and this to the blood vessel of the mother. They are arranged next to one another along the stream of the blood vessels along a canal, and each embryo is enclosed in its membranes and chorion. Those who say that children are nourished in the uterus by sucking some lump of flesh or other are mistaken. If so, the same would have been the case with other animals, but as it is we do not find this, and this can easily be observed by dissection. Secondly, all embryos alike, whether of creatures that fly or swim or walk, are surrounded by fine membranes separating them from the uterus and from the fluids which are formed in it, but neither in these themselves is there anything of the kind, nor is it possible for the embryo to take nourishment by means of any of them. Thirdly, it is plain that all creatures developed in eggs grow when separated from the uterus. Natural intercourse takes place between animals of the same kind. However, those also unite whose nature is near akin and whose form is not very different, if their size is much the same and if the periods of gestation are equal. In other animals such cases are rare, but they occur with dogs and foxes and wolves. The Indian dogs also spring from the union of a dog with some wild dog-like animal. A similar thing has been seen to take place in those birds that are amative, as partridges and hens. Among birds of prey hawks of different form are thought to unite, and the same applies to some other birds. Nothing worth mentioning has been observed in the inhabitants of the sea, but the so-called rhinobates especially is thought to spring from the union of the rhini and batis. And the proverb about Libya, that Libya is always producing something new, is said to have originated from animals of different species uniting with one another in that country, for it is said that because of the want of water all meet at the few places where springs are to be found, and that even different kinds unite in consequence. Of the animals that arise from such union, all except mules are found to copulate again with each other and to be able to produce young of both sexes, but mules alone are sterile, for they do not generate by union with one another or with other animals. The problem why any individual, whether male or female, is sterile is a general one, for some men and women are sterile, and so are other animals in their several kinds, as horses and sheep. But this kind, of mules, is universally so. The causes of sterility in other animals are several. Both men and women are sterile from birth when the parts useful for union are imperfect, so that men never grow a beard but remain like eunuchs, and women do not attain puberty. The same thing may befall others as their years advance, sometimes on account of the body being too well nourished. For men who are in too good condition and women who are too fat, the seminal secretion is taken up into the body, and the former have no semen. The latter no catamenia. At other times by reason of sickness men emit the semen in a cold and liquid state, and the discharges of women are bad and full of morbid secretions. Often, too, in both sexes this state is caused by injuries in the parts and regions contributory to copulation. Some such cases are curable, others incurable, but the subjects especially remain sterile if anything of the sort has happened in the first formation of the parts in the embryo, for then are produced women of a masculine and men of a feminine appearance, and in the former the catamenia do not occur, in the latter the semen is thin and cold. Hence it is with good reason that the semen of men is tested in water to find out if it is infertile, for that which is thin and cold is quickly spread out on the surface, but the fertile sinks to the bottom, for that which is well concocted is hot indeed, but that which is firm and thick is well concocted. They test women by pessaries to see if the smells thereof permeate from below upwards to the breath from the mouth, and by colors smeared upon the eyes to see if they color the saliva. If these results do not follow, it is a sign that the passages of the body, through which the catamenia are secreted, are clogged and closed. For the region about the eyes is, of all the head, that most nearly connected with the generative secretions. A proof of this is that it alone is visibly changed in sexual intercourse, and those who indulge too much in this are seen to have their eyes sunken in. The reason is that the nature of the semen is similar to that of the brain, for the material of it is watery, the heat being acquired later. And the seminal purgations are from the region of the diaphragm, for the first principle of nature is there, so that the movements from the pudenda are communicated to the chest, and the smells from the chest are perceived through the respiration. In men, then, and in other kinds, as said before, such deficiency occurs sporadically, but the whole of the mule kind is sterile. The reason has not been rightly given by Empedocles and Democritus, of whom the former expresses himself obscurely, the latter more intelligibly. For they offer their demonstration in the case of all these animals alike which unite against their affinities. Democritus says that the genital passages of mules are spoiled in the mother's uterus because the animals from the first are not produced from parents of the same kind. But we find that though this is so with other animals, they are none the less able to generate, yet, if this were the reason, all others that unite in this manner ought to be barren. Empedocles assigns as his reason that the mixture of the seeds becomes dense, each of the two seminal fluids out of which it is made being soft, for the hollows in each fit into the densities of the other, and in such cases a hard substance is formed out of soft ones, like bronze mingled with tin. Now he does not give the correct reason in the case of bronze and tin. We have spoken of them in the problems, nor, to take general ground, does he take his principles from the intelligible. How do the hollows and solids fit into one another to make the mixing, for example in the case of wine and water? This saying is quite beyond us, for how we are to understand the hollows of the wine and water is too far beyond our perception. Again, when, as a matter of fact, horse is born of horse, ass of ass, and mule of horse and ass in two ways according as the parents are stallion and she-ass or jackass and mare, why in the last case does there result something so dense that the offspring is sterile, whereas the offspring of male and female horse, male and female ass, is not sterile? And yet the generative fluid of the male and female horse is soft. But both sexes of the horse cross with both sexes of the ass, and the offspring of both crosses are barren, according to Empedocles, because from both is produced something dense, the seeds being soft. If so, the offspring of stallion and mare ought also to be sterile. If one of them alone united with the ass, it might be said that the cause of the mule's being unable to generate was the unlikeness of that one to the generative fluid of the ass, but, as it is, whatever be the character of the generative fluid with which it unites in the ass, such it is also in the animal of its own kind. Then, again, the argument is intended to apply to both male and female mules alike, but the male does generate at 7 years of age. It is said, it is the female alone that is entirely sterile, and even she is so only because she does not complete the development of the embryo, for a female mule has been known to conceive. Perhaps an abstract proof might appear to be more plausible than those already given. I call it abstract because the more general it is the further is it removed from the special principles involved. It runs somewhat as follows. From male and female of the same species there are born in course of nature male and female of the same species as the parents, for example male and female puppies from male and female dog. From parents of different species is born a young one different in species, thus if a dog is different from a lion, the offspring of male dog and lioness or of lion and bitch will be different from both parents. If this is so, then since 1. Mules are produced of both sexes and are not different in species from one another, and 2. A mule is born of horse and ass and these are different in species from mules, it is impossible that anything should be produced from mules. 4. 1. Another kind cannot be, because the product of male and female of the same species is also of the same species, and 2. A mule cannot be, because that is the product of horse and ass which are different in form, and it was laid down that from parents different in form is born a different animal. Now this theory is too general and empty. For all theories not based on the special principles involved are empty, they only appear to be connected with the facts without being so really. As geometrical arguments must start from geometrical principles, so it is with the others, that which is empty may seem to be something, but is really nothing. Now the basis of this particular theory is not true, for many animals of different species are fertile with one another, as was said before. So we must not inquire into questions of natural science in this fashion any more than any other questions, we shall be more likely to find the reason by considering the facts peculiar to the two kinds concerned, horse and ass. In the first place, each of them, if mated with its own kind, bears only one young one. Secondly, the females are not always able to conceive from the male, wherefore breeders put the horse to the mare again at intervals. Indeed, both the mare is deficient in catamenia, discharging less than any other quadruped, and the she-ass does not admit the impregnation, but ejects the semen with her urine, wherefore men follow flogging her after intercourse. Again the ass is an animal of cold nature, and so is not wont to be produced in wintry regions because it cannot bear cold, as in Scythia and the neighboring country and among the Celts beyond Iberia, for this country also is cold. For this cause they do not put the jackasses to the females at the equinox, as they do with horses, but about the summer solstice, in order that the ass foals may be born in a warm season, for the mothers bear at the same season as that in which they are impregnated, the period of gestation in both horse and ass being 1 year. The animal, then, being, as has been said of such a cold nature, its semen also must be cold. A proof of this is that if a horse mount a female already impregnated by an ass he does not destroy the impregnation of the ass, but if the ass be the second to mount her he does destroy that of the horse because of the coldness of his own semen. When, therefore, they unite with each other, the generative elements are preserved by the heat of the one of them, that contributed by the horse being the hotter, for in the ass both the semen of the male and the material contributed by the female are cold, and those of the horse, in both sexes, are hotter. Now when either hot is added to cold or cold to hot so as to mix, the result is that the embryo itself arising from these is preserved and thus these animals are fertile when crossed with one another. But the animal produced by them is no longer fertile but unable to produce perfect offspring. And in general each of these animals naturally tends towards sterility. The ass has all the disadvantages already mentioned, and if it should not begin to generate after the first shedding of teeth, it no longer generates at all, so near is the constitution of the ass to being sterile. The horse is much the same, it tends naturally towards sterility, and to make it entirely so it is only necessary that its generative secretion should become colder. Now this is what happens to it when mixed with the corresponding secretion of the ass. The ass in like manner comes very near generating a sterile animal when mated with its own species. Thus when the difficulty of a cross contrary to nature is added, when two even in the other case when united with their own species they with difficulty produce a single young one, the result of the cross, being still more sterile and contrary to nature, will need nothing further to make it sterile, but will be so of necessity. We find also that the bodies of female mules grow large because the matter which is secreted in other animals to form the catamenia is diverted to growth. But since the period of gestation in such animals is a year, the mule must not only conceive, if she is to be fertile, but must also nourish the embryo till birth, and this is impossible if there are no catamenia. But there are none in the mule. The useless part of the nutriment is discharged with the excretion from the bladder. This is why male mules do not smell to the pudenda of the females, as do the other solid-hoofed ungulates, but only to the evacuation itself, and the rest of the nutriment is used up to increase the size of the body. Hence it is sometimes possible for the female to conceive, as has been known to happen before now, but it is impossible for her to complete the process of nourishing the embryo and bringing it to birth. The male, again, may sometimes generate, both because the male sex is naturally hotter than the female and because it does not contribute any material substance to the mixture. The result in such cases is a gynous, that is to say, a dwarf mule. Vaginae are produced also from the crossing of horse and ass when the embryo is diseased in the uterus. The gynous is in fact like the so-called metachara in swine, for a metacharum also is a pig injured in the uterus. This may happen to any pig. The origin of human dwarfs is similar, for these also have their parts and their whole development injured during gestation, and resemble gynae and metachara. On the Generation of Animals, Book 3. Translated by Arthur Platt. We have now spoken about the sterility of mules, and about those animals which are viviparous both externally and within themselves. The generation of the oviparous sanguinea is to a certain extent similar to that of the animals that walk, and all may be embraced in the same general statement, but in other respects there are differences in them both as compared with each other and with those that walk. All alike are generated from sexual union, the male emitting semen into the female. But among the ovipara, 1. Birds produce a perfect hard-shelled egg, unless it be injured by disease, and the eggs of birds are all two-colored. 2. The cartilaginous fishes, as has been often said already, are oviparous internally but produce the young alive, the egg changing previously from one part of the uterus to another, and their egg is soft-shelled and of one color. One of this class alone does not produce the young from the egg within itself, the so-called frog, the reason of which must be stated later. 3. All other oviparous fishes produce an egg of one color, but this is imperfect, for its growth is completed outside the mother's body by the same causes as those eggs which are perfected within. Concerning the uterus of these classes of animals, what differences there are among them and for what reasons, has been stated previously. For in some of the viviparous creatures it is high up near the hyposoma, in others low down by the pudenda, the former in the cartilaginous fishes, the latter in animals both internally and externally viviparous, such as man and horse, and the rest. In the ovipara it is sometimes low, as in the oviparous fish, and sometimes high, as in birds. Some embryos are formed in birds spontaneously, which are called wind eggs and zephyria by some. These occur in birds which are not given to flight nor rapine but which produce many young, for these birds have much residual matter, whereas in the birds of prey all such secretion is diverted to the wings and wing feathers, while the body is small and dry and hot. The secretion corresponding in hen birds to catamenia, and the semen of the cock, are residues. Since then both the wings and the semen are made from residual matter, nature cannot afford to spend much upon both. And for this same reason the birds of prey are neither given to treading much nor to laying a many eggs, as are the heavy birds and those flying birds whose bodies are bulky, as the pigeon and so forth. For such residual matter is secreted largely in the heavy birds not given to flying, such as fowls, partridges, and so on, wherefore their males tread often and their females produce much material. Of such birds some lay many eggs at a time and some lay often, for instance, the fowl, the partridge, and the Libyan ostrich lay many eggs, while the pigeon family do not lay many but lay often. For these are between the birds of prey and the heavy ones. They are flyers like the former, but have bulky bodies like the latter. Hence, because they are flyers and the residue is diverted that way, they lay few eggs, but they lay often because of their having bulky bodies and their stomachs being hot and very active in concoction, and because moreover they can easily procure their food, whereas the birds of prey do so with difficulty. Small birds also tread often and are very fertile, as are sometimes small plants, for what causes bodily growth in others turn in them to a seminal residuum. Hence the Adriatic fowls lay most eggs, for because of the smallness of their bodies the nutriment is used up in producing young. And other birds are more fertile than game fowl, for their bodies are more fluid and bulkier, whereas those of game fowl are leaner and drier, since a passionate spirit is found rather in such bodies as the latter. Moreover the thinness and weakness of the legs contribute to making the former class of birds naturally inclined to tread and to be fertile, as we find also in the human species, for the nourishment which otherwise goes to the legs is turned in such into a seminal secretion, what nature takes from the one place being added at the other. Birds of prey, on the contrary, have a strong walk and their legs are thick owing to their habits, so that for all these reasons they neither tread nor lay much. The kestrel is the most fertile, for this is nearly the only bird of prey which drinks, and its moisture, both innate and acquired, along with its heat is favorable to generative products. Even this bird does not lay very many eggs, but 4 at the outside. The cuckoo, though not a bird of prey, lays few eggs, because it is of a cold nature, as is shown by the cowardice of the bird, whereas a generative animal should be hot and moist. That it is cowardly is plain, for it is pursued by all the birds and lays eggs in the nests of others. The pigeon family are in the habit of laying 2 for the most part, for they neither lay 1, no bird does except the cuckoo, and even that sometimes lays 2, nor yet many, but they frequently produce 2, or 3 at the most, generally 2, for this number lies between 1 and many. It is plain from the facts that with the birds that lay many eggs the nutriment is diverted to the semen. For most trees, if they bear too much fruit, wither away after the crop when nutriment is not reserved for themselves, and this seems to be what happens to annuals, as leguminous plants, corn, and the like. For they consume all their nutriment to make seed, their kind being prolific. And some fowls after laying too much, so as even to lay 2 eggs in a day, have died after this. For both the birds the plants become exhausted, and this condition is an excess of secretion of residual matter. A similar condition is the cause of the later sterility of the lioness. For at the first birth she produces 5 or 6, then in the next year 4, and again 3 cubs, then the next number down to 1, then none at all, showing that the residue is being used up and the generative secretion is failing along with the advance of years. We have now stated in which birds wind eggs are found, and also what sort of birds lay many eggs or few, and for what reasons. And wind eggs, as said before, come into being because while it is the material for generation that exists in the female of all animals, birds have no discharge of cotomania like viviparous sanguinea, for they occur in all these latter, more in some, less in others, and in some only enough in quantity just to mark the class. The same applies to fish as to birds, and so in them as in birds is found an embryonic formation without impregnation, but it is less obvious because their nature is colder. The secretion corresponding to the cotomania of vivipara is formed in birds at the appropriate season for the discharge of superfluous matter, and, because the region near the hyposoma is hot, it is perfected so far as size is concerned, but in birds and fishes alike it is imperfect for generation without the seminal fluid of the male. The cause of this has been previously given. Wind eggs are not formed in the flying birds, for the same reason as prevents their laying many eggs, for the residual matter in birds of prey is small, and they need the male to give an impulse for the discharge of it. The wind eggs are produced in great numbers than the impregnated but smaller in size for one and the same reason. They are smaller in size because they are imperfect, and because they are smaller in size they are more in number. They are less pleasant for food because they are less concocted, for in all foods the concocted is more agreeable. It has been sufficiently observed, then, that neither birds nor fishes' eggs are perfected for generation without the males. As for embryos being formed in fish also, though in a less degree, without the males, the fact has been observed especially in river fish, for some are seen to have eggs from the first, as has been written in the inquiries concerning them. And generally speaking in the case of birds even the impregnated eggs are not wont for the most part to attain their full growth unless the hen be trodden continually. The reason of this is that just as with women intercourse with men draws down the secretion of the cotomania, for the uterus being heated attracts the moisture and the passages are opened, so this happens also with birds. The residual matter corresponding to the cotomania advances a little at a time, and is not discharged externally, because its amount is small and the uterus is high up by the hyposoma, but trickles together into the uterus itself. For as the embryo of the vivipara grows by means of the umbilical cord, so the egg grows through this matter flowing to it through the uterus. For when once the hens have been trodden, they all continue to have eggs almost without intermission, though very small ones. Hence some are wont to speak of wind eggs as not coming into being independently but as mere relics from a previous impregnation. But this is a false view, for sufficient observations have been made of their arising without impregnation in chickens and goslings. Also the female partridges which are taken out to act as decoys, whether they have ever been impregnated or not, immediately on smelling the male and hearing his call, become filled with eggs in the latter case and lay them in the former. The reason why this happens is the same as in men and quadrupeds, for if their bodies chance to be in rut they emit semen at the mere sight of the female or at a slight touch. And such birds are of a lascivious and fertile nature, so that the impulse they need is but small when they are in this excited condition, and the secreting activity takes place quickly in them, wind eggs forming in the unimpregnated and the eggs in those which have been impregnated growing and reaching perfection swiftly. Among creatures that lay eggs externally, birds produce their egg perfect, fish imperfect, but the eggs of the latter complete their growth outside, as has been said before. The reason is that the fish kind is very fertile. Now it is impossible for many eggs to reach completion within the mother, and therefore they lay them outside. They are quickly discharged, for the uterus of externally oviparous fishes is near the generative passage. While the eggs of birds are two-colored, those of all fish are one-colored. The cause of the double color may be seen from considering the power of each of the two parts, the white and the yolk. For the matter of the egg is secreted from the blood, no bloodless animal lays eggs, and that the blood is the material of the body has been often said already. The one part, then, of the egg is nearer the form of the animal coming into being, that is the hot part. The more earthy part gives the substance of the body and is further removed. Hence in all two-colored eggs the animal receives the first principle of generation from the white, for the vital principle is in that which is hot, but the nutriment from the yolk. Now in animals of a hot nature the part from which the first principle arises is separated off from the part from which comes the nutriment, the one being white and the other yellow, and the white and pure is always more than the yellow and earthy, but in the moister and less hot the yolk is more in quantity and more fluid. This is what we find in lake birds, for they are of a moister nature and are colder than the land birds, so that the so-called less ether yolk in the eggs of such birds is large and less yellow because the white is less separated off from it. But when you come to the ovipara, which are both of a cold nature and also moister, such as the fish kind, we find the white not separated at all because of the small size of the eggs and the quantity of the cold and earthy matter. Therefore all fish eggs are of one color, and white compared with yellow, yellow compared with white. Even the wind eggs of birds have this distinction of color, for they contain that out of which will come each of the two parts, alike that whence arises the principle of life and that whence comes the nutriment, only both these are imperfect and need the influence of the male in addition, for wind eggs become fertile if impregnated by the male within a certain period. The difference in color, however, is not due to any difference of sex, as if the white came from the male, the yolk from the female, both on the contrary come from the female, but the one is cold, the other hot. In all cases then where the hot part is considerable it is separated off, but where it is little it cannot be so, hence the eggs of such animals, as has been said, are of one color. The semen of the male only puts them into form, and therefore at first the egg in birds appears white and small, but as it advances it is all yellow as more of the sanguineous material is continually mixed with it. Finally as the hot part is separated the white takes up a position all round it and equally distributed on all sides, as when a liquid boils, for the white is naturally liquid and contains in itself the vital heat, therefore it is separated off all round, but the yellow and earthy part is inside. And if we enclose many eggs together in a bladder or something of the kind and boil them over a fire so as not to make the movement of the heat quicker than the separation of the white and yolk in the eggs, then the same process takes place in the whole mass of the eggs as in a single egg, all the yellow part coming into the middle and the white surrounding it. We have thus stated why some eggs are of one color and others of two. The principle of the male is separated off in eggs at the point where the egg is attached to the uterus, and the reason why the shape of two-colored eggs is unsymmetrical, and not perfectly round but sharper at one end, is that the part of the white in which is contained this principle must differ from the rest. Therefore the egg is harder at this point than below, for it is necessary to shelter and protect this principle. And this is why the sharp end of the egg comes out of the hen later than the blunt end, for the part attached to the uterus comes out later, and the egg is attached to the point where is the said principle, and the principle is in the sharp end. The same is the case also in the seeds of plants. The principle of the seed is attached sometimes to the twig, sometimes to the husk, sometimes to the pericarp. This is plain in the leguminous plants, for where the two cotyledons of beans and of similar seeds are united, there is the seed attached to the parent plant, and there is the principle of the seed. A difficulty may be raised about the growth of the egg. How is it derived from the uterus? For if animals derive their nutriment through the umbilical cord, through what do eggs derive it? They do not, like ascolegs, acquire their growth by their own means. If there is anything by which they are attached to the uterus, what becomes of this when the egg is perfected? It does not come out with the egg as the cord does with animals, for when its egg is perfected the shell forms all round it. This problem is rightly raised, but it is not observed that the shell is at first only a soft membrane, and that it is only after the egg is perfected that it becomes hard and brittle. This is so nicely adjusted that it is still soft when it comes out, for otherwise it would cause pain in laying, but no sooner has it come out than it is fixed hard by cooling, the moisture quickly evaporating because there is but little of it, and the earthy part remaining. Now at first a certain part of this membrane at the sharp end of eggs resembles an umbilical cord, and projects like a pipe from them while they are still small. It is plainly visible in small aborted eggs, for if the bird be drenched with water or suddenly chilled in any other way and cast out the egg too soon, it appears still sanguineous and with a small tail like an umbilical cord running through it. As the egg becomes larger, this is more twisted round and becomes smaller, and when the egg is perfected, this end is the sharp end. Under this is the inner membrane which separates the white and the yolk from this. When the egg is perfected, the whole of it is set free, and naturally the umbilical cord does not appear, for it is now the extreme end of the egg itself. The egg is discharged in the opposite way from the young of vivipara. The latter are born head first, the part where is the first principle leading, but the egg is discharged as it were feet first. The reason of this being what has been stated, that the egg is attached to the uterus at the point where is the first principle. The young bird is produced out of the egg by the mother's incubating and aiding the concoction, the creature developing out of part of the egg, and receiving growth and completion from the remaining part. For nature not only places the material of the creature in the egg but also the nourishment sufficient for its growth, for since the mother bird cannot perfect her young within herself, she produces the nourishment in the egg along with it. Whereas the nourishment, what is called milk, is produced for the young of vivipara in another part, in the breasts. Nature does this for birds in the egg. The opposite, however, is the case to what people think and what is asserted by Alcmaeon of Crotona. For it is not the white that is the milk, but the yolk, for it is this that is the nourishment of the chick, whereas they think it is the white because of the similarity of color. The chick then, as has been said, comes into being by the incubation of the mother, yet if the temperature of the season is favorable, or if the place in which the eggs happen to lie is warm, the eggs are sufficiently concocted without incubation, both those of birds and those of oviparous quadrupeds. For these all lay their eggs upon the ground, where they are concocted by the heat in the earth. Such oviparous quadrupeds as do visit their eggs and incubate do so rather for the sake of protecting them than of incubation. The eggs of these quadrupeds are formed in the same way as those of birds, for they are hard-shelled and two-colored, and they are formed near the hyposoma as are those of birds, and in all other respects resemble them both internally and externally, so that the inquiry into their causes is the same for all. But whereas the eggs of quadrupeds are hatched out by the mere heat of the weather owing to their strength, those of birds are more exposed to destruction and need the mother bird. Nature seems to wish to implant in animals a special sense of care for their young. In the inferior animals this lasts only to the moment of giving birth to the incompletely developed animal, in others it continues till they are perfect, in all that are more intelligent, during the bringing up of the young also. In those which have the greatest portion in intelligence we find familiarity and love shown also towards the young when perfected, as with men and some quadrupeds. With birds we find it till they have produced and brought up their young, and therefore if the hens do not incubate after laying they get into worse condition, as if deprived of something natural to them. The young is perfected within the egg more quickly in sunshiny weather, the season aiding in the work, for concoction is a kind of heat. For the earth aids in the concoction by its heat, and the brooding hen does the same, for she applies the heat that is within her. And it is in the hot season, as we should expect, that the eggs are more apartment to be spoilt and the so-called area or rotten eggs are produced, for just as wines turn sour in the heats from the sediment rising, for this is the cause of their being spoilt, so is it with the yolk in eggs, for the sediment and yolk are the earthy part in each case, wherefore the wine becomes turbid when the sediment mixes with it, and the like applies to the eggs that are spoiling because of the yolk. It is natural then that such should be the case with the birds that lay many eggs, for it is not easy to give the fitting amount of heat to all, but, while some have too little, others have too much and this makes them turbid, as it were by putrefaction. But this happens none the less with the birds of prey though they lay few eggs, for often one of the two becomes rotten, and the third practically always, for being of a hot nature they make the moisture in the eggs to overboil so to say. For the nature of the white is opposed to that of the yolk congeals in frosts but liquefies on heating, and therefore it liquefies on concoction in the earth or by reason of incubation, and becoming liquid serves as nutriment for the developing chick. If exposed to heat and roasted it does not become hard, because though earthy in nature it is only so in the same way as wax is. Accordingly on heating too much the eggs become watery and rotten, if they be not from a liquid residue. The white on the contrary is not congealed by frost but rather liquefies, the reason of which has been stated before, but on exposure to heat becomes solid. Therefore being concocted in the development of a chick it is thickened. For it is from this that the young is formed, whereas the yolk turns to nutriment, and it is from this that the parts derive their growth as they are formed one after another. This is why the white and the yolk are separated by membranes, as being different in nature. The precise details of the relation of the parts to one another both at the beginning of generation and as the animals are forming, and also the details of the membranes and umbilical cords, must be learnt from what has been written in the inquiries. For the present investigation it is sufficient to understand this much clearly, that, when the heart has been first formed and the great blood vessel has been marked off from it, two umbilical cords run from the vessel, the one to the membrane which encloses the yolk, the other to the membrane resembling a chorion which surrounds the whole embryo. This latter runs round on the inside of the membrane of the shell. Through the one of these the embryo receives the nutriment from the yolk, and the yolk becomes larger, for it becomes more liquid by heating. This is because the nourishment, being of a material character in its first form, must become liquid before it can be absorbed, just as it is with plants, and at first this embryo, whether in an egg or in the mother's uterus, lives the life of a plant, for it receives its first growth and nourishment by being attached to something else. The second umbilical cord runs to the surrounding chorion. For we must understand that, in the case of animals developed in eggs, the chick has the same relation to the yolk as the embryo of the vivipara has to the mother so long as it is within the mother, for since the nourishment of the embryo of the vivipara is not completed within the mother, the embryo takes part of it away from her. So also the relation of the chick to the outermost membrane, the sanguineous one, is like that of the mammalian embryo to the uterus. At the same time the eggshell surrounds both the yolk and the membrane analogous to the uterus, just as if it should be put round both the embryo itself and the whole of the mother, in the vivipara. This is so because the embryo must be in the uterus and attached to the mother. Now in the vivipara the uterus is within the mother, but in the vivipara it is the other way about, as if one should say that the mother was in the uterus, for that which comes from the mother, the nutriment, is the yolk. The reason is that the process of nourishment is not completed within the mother. As the creature grows the umbilicus running the chorion collapses first, because it is here that the young is to come out. What is left of the yolk, and the umbilical cord running to the yolk, collapse later. For the young must have nourishment as soon as it is hatched, it is not nursed by the mother and cannot immediately procure its nourishment for itself, therefore the yolk enters within it along with its umbilicus and the flesh grows round it. This then is the manner in which animals produced from perfect eggs are hatched in all those, whether birds or quadrupeds, which lay the egg with the hard shell. These details are plainer in the larger creatures, in the smaller they are obscure because of the smallness of the masses concerned. The class of fishes is also oviparous. Those among them which have the uterus low down lay an imperfect egg for the reason previously given, but the so-called salac or cartilaginous fishes produce a perfect egg within themselves but are externally viviparous except one which they call the frog. This alone lays a perfect egg externally. The reason is the nature of its body, for its head is many times as large as the rest of the body and is spiny and very rough. This is also why it does not receive its young again within itself nor produce them alive to begin with, for as the size and roughness of the head prevents their entering so it would prevent their exit. And while the egg of the cartilaginous fishes is soft-shelled, for they cannot harden and dry its circumference, being colder than birds, the egg of the frogfish alone is solid and firm to protect it outside, but those of the rest are of a moist and soft nature, for they are sheltered within and by the body of the mother. The young are produced from the egg in the same way both with those externally perfected, the frogfishes, and those internally, and the process in these eggs is partly similar to, partly different from that in birds' eggs. In the first place they have not the second umbilicus which runs to the chorion under the surrounding shell. The reason of this is that they have not the surrounding shell, for it is no use to them since the mother shelters them, and the shell is a protection to the eggs against external injury between laying and hatching out. Secondly, the process in these also begins on the surface of the egg but not where it is attached to the uterus, as in birds, for the chick is developed from the sharp end and that is where the egg was attached. The reason is that the egg of birds is separated from the uterus before it is perfected, but in most though not all cartilaginous fishes the egg is still attached to the uterus when perfect. While the young develops upon the surface the egg is consumed by it just as in birds and the other animals detached from the uterus, and at last the umbilicus of the now perfect fish is left attached to the uterus. The like is the case with all those whose eggs are detached from the uterus, for in some of them the egg is so detached when it is perfect. The question may be asked why the development of birds and cartilaginous fishes differs in this respect. The reason is that in birds the white and yolk are separate, but fish eggs are one-colored, the corresponding matter being completely mixed, so that there is nothing to stop the first principle being at the opposite end, for the egg is of the same nature both at the point of attachment and at the opposite end, and it is easy to draw the nourishment from the uterus by passages running from this principle. This is plain in the eggs which are not detached, for in some of the cartilaginous fish the egg is not detached from the uterus, but is still connected with it as it comes downwards with a view to the production of the young alive. In these the young fish when perfected is still connected by the umbilicus to the uterus when the egg has been consumed. From this it is clear that previously also, while the egg was still round the young, the passages ran to the uterus. This happens as we have said in the smooth hound. In these respects and for the reasons given the development of cartilaginous fishes differs from that of birds, but otherwise it takes place in the same way. For they have the one umbilicus in like manner as that of birds connecting with the yolk, only in these fishes it connects with the whole egg, for it is not divided into white and yolk but all one-colored, and get their nourishment from this, and as it is being consumed the flesh in like manner encroaches upon and grows round it. Such is the process of development in those fish that produce a perfect egg within themselves but are externally viviparous. Most of the other fish are externally oviparous, all laying an imperfect egg except the frogfish. The reason of this exception has been previously stated, and the reason also why the others lay imperfect eggs. In these also the development from the egg runs on the same lines as that of the cartilaginous and internally oviparous fishes, except that the growth is quickened from small beginnings and the outside of the egg is harder. The growth of the egg is like that of a scolex, for those animals which produce a scolex give birth to a small thing at first and this grows by itself and not through any attachment to the parent. The reason is similar to that of the growth of yeast, for yeast also grows great from a small beginning as the more solid part liquefies and the liquid is aerated. This is effected in animals by the nature of the vital heat, in yeasts by the heat of the juice commingled with them. The eggs then grow of necessity through this cause, for they have in them superfluous yeasty matter, but also for the sake of a final cause, for it is impossible for them to attain their whole growth in the uterus because these animals have so many eggs. Therefore are they very small when set free and grow quickly, small because the uterus is narrow for the multitude of the eggs, and growing quickly that the race may not perish, as it would if much of the time required for the whole development were spent in this growth, even as it is most of those laid are destroyed before hatching. Hence the class of fish is prolific, for nature makes up for the destruction by numbers. Some fish actually burst because of the size of the eggs, as the fish called balloon, for its eggs are large instead of numerous, what nature has taken away in number being added in size. So much for the growth of such eggs and its reason. A proof that these fish also are oviparous is the fact that even viviparous fish, such as the cartilaginous, are first internally oviparous, for hence it is plain that the whole class of fishes is oviparous. Where, however, both sexes exist and the eggs are produced in consequence of impregnation, the eggs do not arrive at completion unless the male sprinkle his milk upon them. Some erroneously assert that all fish are female except in the cartilaginous fishes, for they think that the females of fish differ from what are supposed to be males only in the same way as in those plants where the one bears fruit but the other is fruitless, as olive and oleaster, fig and coprofig. They think the like applies to fish except the cartilaginous, for they do not dispute the sexes in these. And yet there is no difference in the males of cartilaginous fishes and those belonging to the oviparous class in respect of the organs for the milt, and it is manifest that semen can be squeezed out of males of both classes at the right season. The female also has a uterus. But if the whole class were females and some of them unproductive, as with mules in the class of bushy-tailed animals, then not only should those which lay eggs have a uterus but also the others, only the uterus of the latter should be different from that of the former. But, as it is, some of them have organs for milt and others have a uterus, and this distinction obtains in all except two, the erythrinus and the charna, some of them having the milt organs, others a uterus. The difficulty which drives some thinkers to this conclusion is easily solved if we look at the facts. They say quite correctly that no animal which copulates produces many young, for of all those that generate from themselves perfect animals or perfect eggs none is prolific on the same scale as the oviparous fishes, for the number of eggs in these is enormous. But they had overlooked the fact that fish eggs differ from those of birds in one circumstance. Birds and all viparous quadrupeds, and any of the cartilaginous fish that are oviparous, produce a perfect egg, and it does not increase outside of them, whereas the eggs of fish are imperfect and do so complete their growth. Moreover, the same thing applies to cephalopods also in crustacea, yet these animals are actually seen copulating, for their union lasts a long time, and it is plain in these cases that the one is male and the other has a uterus. Finally, It would be strange if this distinction did not exist in the whole class, just as male and female in all the vivipara. The cause of the ignorance of those who made this statement is that the differences in the copulation and generation of various animals are of all kinds and not obvious, and so, speculating on a small induction, they think the same must hold good in all cases. So also those who assert that conception in female fishes is caused by their swallowing the semen of the male have not observed certain points when they say this. For the males have their milt and the females their eggs at about the same time of year, and the nearer the female is to laying the more abundant and the more liquid is the milt formed in the male. And just as the increase of the milt in the male and of the roe in the female takes place at the same time, so is it also with their emission, for neither do the females lay all their eggs together, but gradually, nor do the males emit all the milt at once. All these facts are in accordance with reason. For just as the class of birds in some cases has eggs without impregnation, but few and seldom, impregnation being generally required, so we find the same thing, though to a less degree, in fish. But in both classes these spontaneous eggs are infertile unless the male, in those kinds where the male exists, shed his fluid upon them. Now in birds this must take place while the eggs are still within the mother, because they are perfect when discharged, but in fish, because the eggs are imperfect and complete their growth outside the mother in all cases, those outside are preserved by the sprinkling of the milt over them, even if they come into being by impregnation, and here it is that the milt of the males is used up. Therefore it comes down the ducts and diminishes in quantity at the same time as this happens to the eggs of the females, for the males always attend them, shedding their milt upon the eggs as they are laid. Thus then they are male and female, and all them copulate, unless in any kind the distinction of sex does not exist, and without the semen of the male no such animal comes into being. What helps in the deception is also the fact that the union of such fishes is brief, so that it is not observed even by many of the fishermen, for none of them ever watches anything of the sort for the sake of knowledge. Nevertheless their copulation has been seen, for fish, when the tail part does not prevent it, copulate like the dolphins by throwing themselves alongside of one another. But the dolphins take longer to get free again, whereas such fishes do so quickly. Hence, not seeing this, but seeing the swallowing of the milt and the eggs, even the fishermen repeat the same simple tale, so much noised abroad, as Herodotus the storyteller, as if fish were conceived by the mothers swallowing the milt, not considering that this is impossible. For the passage which enters by way of the mouth runs to the intestines, not to the uterus, and what goes into the intestines must be turned into nutriment, for it is concocted. The uterus, however, is plainly full of eggs, and from whence did they enter it? A similar story is told also of the generation of birds. For there are some who say that the raven and the ibis unite at the mouth, and among quadrupeds that the weasel brings forth its young by the mouth, so say Anaxagoras and some of the other physicists, speaking too superficially and without consideration. Concerning the birds, they are deceived by a false reasoning, because the copulation of ravens is seldom seen, but they are often seen uniting with one another with their beaks, as do all the birds of the raven family. This is plain with domesticated jackdaws. Birds of the pigeon kind do the same, but, because they also plainly copulate, therefore they have not the same legend told of them. But the raven family is not amorous, for they are birds that produce few young, though this bird also has been seen copulating before now. It is a strange thing, however, that these theorists do not ask themselves how the semen enters the uterus through the intestine, which always concocts whatever comes into it, as the nutriment, and these birds have a uterus like others, and eggs are found them near the hyposoma. And the weasel has a uterus in like manner to the other quadrupeds. By what passage is the embryo to get from it to the mouth? But this opinion has arisen because the young of the weasel are very small like those of the other fissipeds, of which we shall speak later, and because they often carry the young about in their mouths. Much deceived also are those who make a foolish statement about the trochus and the hyena. Many say that the hyena, and Herodotus the Heracleot says that the trochus, has two pudenda, those of the male and of the female, and that the trochus impregnates itself but the hyena mounts and is mounted in alternate years. This is untrue, for the hyena has been seen to have only one pudendum, there being no lack of opportunity for observation in some districts, but hyenas have under the tail a line like the pudendum of the female. Both male and female have such a mark, but the males are taken more frequently. This casual observation has given rise to this opinion. But enough has been said of this. Touching the generation of fish, the question may be raised, why it is that in the cartilaginous fish neither the females are seen discharging their eggs nor the males their milt, whereas in the non-viviparous fishes this is seen in both sexes. The reason is that the whole cartilaginous class do not produce much semen, and further the females have their uterus near hyposoma. For the males and females of the one class of fish differ from the males and females of the other class in like manner, for the cartilaginous are less productive of semen. But in the oviparous fish, as the females lay their eggs on account of their number, so do the males shed their milt on account of its abundance. For they have more milt than just what is required for copulation, as nature prefers to expend the milt in helping to perfect the eggs, when the female has deposited them, rather than in forming them at first. For as has been said both further back and in our recent discussions, the eggs of birds are perfected internally but those of fish externally. The latter, indeed, resemble in a way those animals which produce scolex, for the product discharged by them is still more imperfect than a fish's egg. It is the male that brings about the perfection of the egg both of birds and of fishes, only in the former internally, as they are perfected internally, and in the latter externally, because the egg is imperfect when deposited, but the result is the same in both cases. In birds the winged eggs become fertile, and those previously impregnated by one kind of cock change their nature to that of the later cock. And if the eggs be behindhand in growth, then, if the same cock treads the hen again after leaving off treading for a time, he causes them to increase quickly, not, however, at any period whatever of their development, but if the treading take place before the egg changes so far that the white begins to separate from the yolk. But in the eggs of fishes no such limit of time has been laid down, but the males shed their milt quickly upon them to preserve them. The reason is that these eggs are not too colored, and hence there is no such limit of time fixed with them as with those of birds. This fact is what we should expect, for by the time that the white and yolk are separated off from one another, the bird's egg already contains the principle that comes from the male parent. For the male contributes to this. Winged eggs, then, participate in generation so far as is possible for them. That they should be perfected into an animal is impossible, for an animal requires sense perception. But the nutritive faculty of the soul is possessed by females as well as males, and indeed by all living things, as has been often said, wherefore the egg itself is perfect only as the embryo of a plant, but imperfect as that of an animal. If, then, there had been no male sex in the class of birds, the egg would have been produced as it is in some fishes, if indeed there is any kind of fish of such a nature as to generate without a male, but it has been said of them before that this has not yet been satisfactorily observed. But as it is both sexes exist in all birds, so that, considered as a plant, the egg is perfect, but in so far as it is not a plant it is not perfect, nor does anything else result from it, for neither has it come into being simply like a real plant nor from copulation like an animal. Eggs, however, produced from copulation but already separated into white and yolk take after the first cock, for they already contain both principles, which is why they do not change again after the second impregnation. The young are produced in the same way also by the cephalopoda, for example sepias and the like, and by the crustacea, for example carabi and their kindred, for these also lay eggs in consequence of copulation, and the male has often been seen uniting with the female. Therefore those who say that all fish are female and lay eggs without copulation are plainly speaking unscientifically from this point of view also. For it is a wonderful thing to suppose that the former animals lay eggs in consequence of copulation and that fish do not. If again they were unaware of this, it is a sign of ignorance. The union of all these creatures lasts a considerable time, as in insects, and naturally so, for they are bloodless and therefore of a cold nature. In the sepias and calamaries or squids the eggs appear to be two, because the uterus is divided and appears double, but that of the poulps appears to be single. The reason is that the shape of the uterus in the poulp is round in form and spherical, the cleavage being obscure when it is filled with eggs. The uterus of the carabi is also bifid. All these animals also lay an imperfect egg for the same reason as fishes. In the carabi and their like the females produce their eggs so as to keep them attached to themselves, which is why the side flaps of the females are larger than those of the males. To protect the eggs, the cephalopoda lay them away from themselves. The males of the cephalopoda sprinkle their milt over the females, as the male fish do over the eggs, and it becomes a sticky and glutinous mass. But in the carabi and their like nothing of the sort has been seen or can be naturally expected, for the egg is under the female and is hard-shelled. Both these eggs and those of the cephalopoda grow after deposition like those of fishes. The sepia while developing is attached to the egg by its front part, for here alone is it possible, because this animal alone has its front and back pointing in the same direction. For the position and attitude of the young while developing you must look at the inquiries. We have now spoken of the generation of other animals, those that walk, fly, and swim. It remains to speak of insects and testacea according to the plan laid down. Let us begin with the insects. It was observed previously that some of these are generated by copulation, others spontaneously, and besides this that they produce a scolex, and why this is so. For pretty much all creatures seem in a certain way to produce a scolex first, since the most imperfect embryo is of such a nature, and in all animals, even the viviparous and those that lay a perfect egg, the first embryo grows in size while still undifferentiated into parts. Now such is the nature of the scolex. After this stage some of the vivipara produce the egg in a perfect condition, others in an imperfect, but it is perfected outside as has been often stated of fish. With animals internally viviparous the embryo becomes egg-like in a certain sense after its original formation, for the liquid is contained in a fine membrane, just as if we should take away the shell of the egg, wherefore they call the abortion of an embryo at that stage an efflux. Those insects which generate at all generate a scolex, and those which come into being spontaneously and not from copulation do so at first from a formation this nature. I say that the former generate a scolex, for we must put down caterpillars also in the product of spiders as a sort of scolex. And yet some even of these and many of the others may be thought to resemble legs because of their round shape. But we must not judge by shapes nor yet by softness and hardness, for what is produced by some is hard, but by the fact that the whole of them is changed into the body of the creature and the animal is not developed from a part of them. All these products that are of the nature of a scolex, after progressing and acquiring their full size, become a sort of egg, for the husk about them hardens and they are motionless during this period. This is plain in the scolex of bees and wasps and in caterpillars. The reason of this is that their nature, because of its imperfection, oviposits as it were before the right time, as if the scolex, while still growing in size, were a soft egg. Similar to this is also what happens with all other insects which come into being without copulation in wool and other such materials and in water. For all of them after the scolex stage become immovable and their integument dries round them, and after this the latter bursts and there comes forth as from an egg an animal perfected in its second metamorphosis, most of those which are not aquatic being winged. Another point is quite natural, which may wondered at by many. Caterpillars at first take nourishment, but after this stage do so no longer. But what is called by some the chrysalis is motionless. The same applies to the scolex of wasps and bees, but after this comes into being the so-called nymph, and have nothing of the kind. For an egg is also of such a nature that when it has reached perfection it grows no more in size, but at first it grows and receives nourishment until it is differentiated and becomes a perfect egg. Sometimes the scolex contains in itself the material from which it is nourished and obtains such an addition to its size, for example in bees and wasps. Sometimes it gets its nourishment from outside itself, as caterpillars and some others. It has thus been stated why such animals go through a double development and for what reason they become immovable again after moving. And some of them come into being by copulation, like birds and vivipara and most fishes, others spontaneously, like some plants. There is much difficulty about the generation of bees. If it is really true that in the case of some fishes there is such a method of generation that they produce eggs without copulation, this may well happen also with bees, to judge from appearances. For they must, 1, either bring the young brood from elsewhere, as some say, and if so the young must either be spontaneously generated or produced by some other animal, or, 2, they must generate them themselves, or, 3, they must bring some and generate others, for this also is maintained by some, who say that they bring the young of the drones only. Again, if they generate them it must be either with or without copulation. If the former, then either, 1, each kind must generate its own kind, or, 2, some one kind must generate the others, or, 3, one kind must unite with another for the purpose. I mean for instance, 1, that bees may be generated from the union of bees, drones from that of drones, and kings from that of kings, or, 2, that all the others may be generated from one, as from what are called kings and leaders, or, 3, from the union of drones and bees, for some say that the former are male, the latter female, while others say that the bees are male and the drones female. But all these views are impossible if we reason first upon the facts peculiar to bees and secondly upon those which apply more generally to other animals also. For if they do not generate the young but bring them from elsewhere, then bees ought to come into being also, if the bees did not carry them off, in the places from which the old bees carry the germs. For why, if new bees come into existence when the germs are transported, should they not do so if the germs are left there? They ought to do so just as much, whether the germs are spontaneously generated in the flowers or whether some animal generates them. And if the germs were of some other animal, then that animal ought to be produced from them instead of bees. Again, that they should collect honey is reasonable, for it is their food, but it is strange that they should collect the young if they are neither their own offspring nor food. With what object should they do so? For all animals that trouble themselves about the young labor for what appears to be their own offspring. But, again, it is also unreasonable to suppose that the bees are female and the drones male, for nature does not give weapons for fighting to any female, and while the drones are stingless all the bees have a sting. Nor is the opposite view reasonable, that the bees are male and the drones female, for no males are in the habit of working for their offspring, but as it is the bees do this. And generally, since the brood of the drones is found coming into being among them even if there is no mature drone present, but that of the bees is not so found without the presence of the kings, which is why some say that the young of the drones alone is brought in from outside, it is plain that they are not produced from copulation, either, 1, of bee with bee or drone with drone or, 2, of bees with drones. That they should import the brood of the drones alone is impossible for the reasons already given, and besides it is unreasonable that a similar state of things should not prevail with all the three kinds if it prevails with one. Then, again, it is also impossible that the bees themselves should be some of them male and some female, for in all kinds of animals the two sexes differ. Besides, they would in that case generate their own kind, but as it is their brood is not found to come into being if the leaders are not among them, as men say. And an argument against both theories, that the young are generated by union of the bees with one another or with the drones, separately or with one another, is this: none of them has ever yet been seen copulating, whereas this would have often happened if the sexes had existed in them. It remains then, if they are generated by copulation at all, that the kings shall unite to generate them. But the drones are found to come into being even if no leaders are present, and it is not possible that the bees should either import their brood or themselves generate them by copulation. It remains then, as appears to be the case in certain fishes, that the bees should generate the drones without copulation, being indeed female in respect of generative power, but containing in themselves both sexes as plants do. Hence also they have the instrument of offense, for we ought not to call that female in which the male sex is not separated. But if this is found to be the case with drones, if they come into being without copulation, then as it is necessary that the same account should be given of the bees and the kings and that they also should be generated without copulation. Now if the brood of the bees had been found to come into being among them without the presence of the kings, it would necessarily follow that the bees also are produced from bees themselves without copulation, but as it is, since those occupied with the tendance of these creatures deny this, it remains that the kings must generate both their own kind and the bees. As bees are a peculiar and extraordinary kind of animal, so also their generation appears to be peculiar. That bees should generate without copulation is a thing which may be paralleled in other animals, but that what they generate should not be of the same kind is peculiar to them, for the erythrinus generates an erythrinus and the charna a charna. The reason is that bees themselves are not generated like flies and similar creatures, but from a kind different indeed but akin to them, for they are produced from the leaders. Hence in a sort of way their generation is analogous. For the leaders resemble the drones in size and the bees in possessing a sting, so the bees are like them in this respect, and the drones are like them in size. For there must needs be some overlapping unless the same kind is always to be produced from each. But this is impossible, for at that rate the whole class would consist of leaders. The bees, then, are assimilated to them their power of generation, the drones in size. If the latter had had a sting also they would have been leaders, but as it is this much of the difficulty has been solved, for the leaders are like both kinds at once, like the bees in possessing a sting, like the drones in size. But the leaders also must be generated from something. Since it is neither from the bees nor from the drones, it must be from their own kind. The grubs of the kings are produced last and are not many in number. Thus what happens is this: the leaders generate their own kind but also another kind, that of the bees again generate another kind, the drones, but do not also generate their own kind, but this has been denied them. And since what is according to nature is always in due order, therefore it is necessary that it should be denied to the drones even to generate another kind than themselves. This is just what we find happening, for though the drones are themselves generated, they generate nothing else, but the process reaches its limit in the third stage. And so beautifully is this arranged by nature that the three kinds always continue in existence and none of them fails, though they do not all generate. Another fact is also natural, that in fine seasons much honey is collected and many drones are produced, but in rainy seasons a large brood of ordinary bees. For the wet causes more residual matter to be formed in the bodies of the leaders, the fine weather in that of the bees, for being smaller in size they need the fine weather more than the kings do. It is right also that the kings, being as it were made with a view to producing young, should remain within, freed from the labor of procuring necessaries, and also that they should be of a considerable size, their bodies being, as it were, constituted with a view to bearing young, and that the drones should be idle as having no weapon to fight for the food and because of the slowness of their bodies. But the bees are intermediate in size between the two other kinds, for this is useful for their work, and they are workers as having to support not only their young but also their fathers. And it agrees with our views that the bees attend upon their kings because they are their offspring, for if nothing of the sort had been the case the facts about their leadership would be unreasonable, and that, while they suffer the kings to do no work as being their parents, they punish the drones as their children, for it is nobler to punish one's children and those who have no work to perform. The fact that the leaders, being few, generate the bees in large numbers seems to be similar to what obtains in the generation of lions, which at first produce 5, afterwards a smaller number each time, at last 1 and thereafter none. So the leaders at first produce a number of workers, afterwards a few of their own kind, thus the brood of the latter is smaller in number than that of the former, but where nature has taken away from them in number she has made it up again in size. Such appears to be the truth about the generation of bees, judging from theory and from what are believed to be the facts about them. The facts, however, have not yet been sufficiently grasped. If ever they are, then credit must be given rather to observation than to theories, and to theories only if what they affirm agrees with the observed facts. A further indication that bees are produced without copulation is the fact that the brood appears small in the cells of the comb, whereas, whenever insects are generated by copulation, the parents remain united for a long time but produce quickly something of the nature of a scolex and of a considerable size. Concerning the generation of animals akin to them, as hornets and wasps, the facts in all cases are similar to a certain extent, but are devoid of the extraordinary features which characterize bees. This we should expect, for they have nothing divine about them as the bees have. For the so-called mothers generate the young and mold the first part of the combs, but they generate by copulation with one another, for their union has often been observed. As for all the differences of each of these kind from one another and from bees, they must be investigated with the aid of the illustrations to the inquiries. Having spoken of the generation of all insects, we must now speak of the testacea. Here also the facts of generation are partly like and partly unlike those in the other classes. And this is what might be expected. For compared with animals they resemble plants, compared with plants they resemble animals, so that in a sense they appear to come into being from semen, but in another sense not so. And in one way they are spontaneously generated but in another from their own kind, or some of them in the latter way, others in the former. Because their nature answers to that of plants, therefore few or no kinds of testacea come into being on land, for example the snails and any others, few as they are, that resemble them, but in the sea and similar waters there are many of all kinds of forms. But the class of plants has but few and one may say practically no representatives in the sea and such places, all such growing on the land. For plants and testacea are analogous, and in proportion as liquid has more quickening power than solid, water than earth, so much does the nature of testacea differ from that of plants, since the object of testacea is to be in such a relation to water as plants are to earth, as if plants were, so to say, land oysters, oysters water plants. For such a reason also the testacea in the water vary more in form than those on the land. For the nature of liquid is more plastic than that of earth and yet not much less material, and this is especially true of the inhabitants of the sea, for fresh water, though sweet and nutritious, is cold and less material. Wherefore animals having no blood and not of a hot nature are not produced in lakes nor in the fresher among brackish waters, but only exceptionally, but it is in estuaries and at the mouths of rivers that they come into being, as testacea and cephalopoda and crustacea, all these being bloodless and of a cold nature. For they seek at the same time the warmth of the sun and food. Now the sea is not only water but much more material than fresh water and hot in its nature, it has a share in all the parts of the universe, water and air and earth, so that it also has a share in all living things which are produced in connection with each of these elements. Plants may be assigned to land, the aquatic animals to water, the land animals to air, but variations of quantity and distance make a great and wonderful difference. The fourth class must not be sought in these regions, though there certainly ought to be some animal corresponding to the element of fire, for this is counted in as the fourth of the elementary bodies. But the form which fire assumes never appears to be peculiar to it, but it always exists in some other of the elements, for that which is ignited appears to be either air or smoke or earth. Such a kind of animal must be sought in the moon, for this appears to participate in the element removed in the third degree from earth. The discussion of these things however belongs to another subject. To return to Testacea, some of them are formed spontaneously, some emit a sort of generative substance from themselves, but these also often come into being from a spontaneous formation. To understand this we must grasp the different methods of generation in plants. Some of these are produced from seed, some from slips, planted out, some by budding off alongside, as the class of onions. In the last way produced mussels, for smaller ones are always growing off alongside the original, but the whelks, the purple fish, and those which are said to spawn emit masses of a liquid slime as if originated by something of a seminal nature. We must not, however, consider that anything of the sort is real semen, but that these creatures participate in the resemblance to plants in the manner stated above. Hence when once one such creature has been produced, then is produced a number of them. For all these creatures are liable to be even spontaneously generated, and so to be formed still more plentifully in proportion if some are already existing. For it is natural that each should have some superfluous residue attached to it from the original, and from this buds off each of the creatures growing alongside of it. Again, since the nutriment and its residue possess a like power, it is likely that the product of those testacea which spawn should resemble the original formation, and so it is natural that a new animal of the same kind should come into being from this also. All those which do not bud off or spawn are spontaneously generated. Now all things formed in this way, whether in earth or water, manifestly come into being in connection with putrefaction and an admixture of rainwater. For as the sweet is separated off into the matter which is forming, the residue of the mixture takes such a form. Nothing comes into being by putrefying, but by concocting, putrefaction, and the thing putrefied is only a residue of that which is concocted. For nothing comes into being out of the whole of anything, any more than in the products of art. If it did, I would have nothing to do, but as it is in the one case art removes the useless material, in the other nature does so. Animals and plants come into being in earth and in liquid because there is water in earth, and air in water, and in all are is vital heat, so that in a sense all things are full of soul. Therefore living things form quickly whenever this air and vital heat are enclosed in anything. When they are so enclosed, the corporeal liquids being heated, there arises as it were a frothy bubble. Whether what is forming is to be more or less honorable in kind depends on the embracing of the psychical principle. This again depends on the medium in which the generation takes place and the material which is included. Now in the sea the earthy matter is present in large quantities, and consequently the testaceous animals are formed from a concretion of this kind, the earthy matter hardening round them and solidifying in the same manner as bones and horns, for these cannot be melted by fire, and the matter, or body, which contains the life being included within it. The class of snails is the only class of such creatures that has been seen uniting, but it has never yet been sufficiently observed whether their generation is the result of the union or not. It may be asked, if we wish to follow the right line of investigation, what it is in such animals the formation of which corresponds to the material principle. For in the females this is a residual secretion of the animal, potentially such as that from which it came, by imparting motion to which the principle derived from the male perfects the animal. But here what must be said to correspond to this, and whence comes or what is the moving principle which corresponds to the male? We must understand that even in animals which generate it is from the incoming nourishment that the heat in the animal makes the residue, the beginning of the conception, by secretion and concoction. The like is the case also in plants, except that in these, and also in some animals, there is no further need of the male principle, because they have it mingled with the female principle within themselves, whereas the residual secretion in most animals does need it. The nourishment again of some is earth and water, of others the more complicated combinations of these, so that what the heat in animals produces from their nutriment, this does the heat of the warm season in the environment put together and combine by concoction out of the seawater on the earth. And the portion of the psychical principle which is either included along with it or separated off in the air makes an embryo and puts motion into it. Now in plants which are spontaneously generated the method of formation is uniform. They arise from a part of something, and while some of it is the starting point of the plant, some is the first nourishment of the young shoots. Other animals are produced in the form of a scolex, not only those bloodless animals which are not generated from parents but even some sanguinea, as a kind of mullet and some other river fishes and also the eel kind. For all of these, though they have but little blood by nature, are nevertheless sanguinea, and have a heart with blood in it as the origin of the parts, and the so-called entrails of earth, in which comes into being the body of the eel, have the nature of a scolex. Hence one might suppose, in connection with the origin of men and quadrupeds, that, if ever they were really earthborn as some say, they came into being in one of two ways, that either it was by the formation of a scolex at first or else it was out of eggs, for either they must have had in themselves the nutriment for growth, and such a conception is a scolex, or they must have got it from elsewhere, and that either from the mother or from part of the conception. If then the former is impossible, I mean that nourishment should flow to them from the earth as it does in animals from the mother, then they must have got it from some part of the conception, and such generation we say is from an egg. It is plain then that, if there really was any such beginning of the generation of all animals, it is reasonable to suppose to have been one of these two, scolex or egg. But it is less reasonable to suppose that it was from eggs, for we do not see such generation occurring with any animal, but we do see the other both in the sanguinea above mentioned and in the bloodless animals. Such are some of the insects and such are the testacea which we are discussing, for they do not develop out of a part of something, as do animals from eggs, and they grow like a scolex. For the scolex grows towards the upper part and the first principle, since in the lower part is the nourishment for the upper. And this resembles the development of animals from eggs, except that these latter consume the whole egg, whereas in the scolex, when the upper part has grown by taking up into itself part of the substance in the lower part is then differentiated out of the rest. The reason is that in later life also the nourishment is absorbed by all animals in the part below the hyposoma. That the scolex grows in this way is plain in the case of bees and the like, for at first the lower part is large in them and the upper is smaller. The details of growth in the testacea are similar. This is plain in the whorls of the turbinata, for always as the animal grows the whorls become larger towards the front and what is called the head of the creature. We have now pretty well described the manner of the development of these and the other spontaneously generated animals. That all the testacea are formed spontaneously is clear from such facts as these. They come into being on the side of boats when the frothy mud putrefies. In many places where previously nothing of the kind existed, the so-called limostrae, a kind of oyster, have come into being when the spot turned muddy through want of water. Thus when a naval armament cast anchor at Rhodes a number of clay vessels were thrown out into the sea, and after some time, when mud had collected round them, oysters used to be found in them. Here is another proof that such animals do not emit any generative substance from themselves. When certain Chians carried some live oysters over from Pyre in Lesbos and placed them in narrow straits of the sea where tides clash, they became no more numerous as time passed, but increased greatly in size. The so-called eggs contribute to generation but are only a condition, like fat in the sanguinea, and therefore the oysters are savory at these periods. A proof that this substance is not really eggs is the fact that such eggs are always found in some testacea, as in pinny, whelks, and purple fish, only they are sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, in others as pectins, mussels, and the so-called limostrae. They are not always present but only in the spring. As the season advances they dwindle and at last disappear altogether, the reason being that the spring is favorable to their being in good condition. In others again, as the Ascidians, nothing of the sort is visible. The details concerning these last, and the places in which they come into being, must be learnt from the inquiry. On the Generation of Animals, Book 4. Translated by Arthur Platt. We have thus spoken of the generation of animals both generally and separately in all the different classes. But, since male and female are distinct in the most perfect of them, and since we say that the sexes are first principles of all living things whether animals or plants, only in some of them the sexes are separated and in others not, therefore we must speak first of the origin of the sexes in the latter. For while the animal is still imperfect in its kind the distinction is already made between male and female. It is disputed, however, whether the embryo is male or female, as the case may be, even before the distinction is plain to our senses, and further whether it is thus differentiated within the mother or even earlier. It is said by some, as by Anaxagoras and other of the physicists, that this antithesis exists from the beginning in the germs or seeds, for the germ, they say, comes from the male while the female only provides the place in which it is to be developed, and the male is from the right, the female from the left testis, and so also that the male embryo is in the right of the uterus, the female in the left. Others, as Empedocles, say that the differentiation takes place in the uterus, for he says that if the uterus is hot or cold what enters it becomes male or female, the cause of the heat or cold being the flow of the catamenia, according as it is colder or hotter, more antique or more recent. Democritus of Abdera also says that the differentiation of sex takes place within the mother, that however it is not because of heat and cold that one embryo becomes female and another male, but that it depends on the question which parent it is whose semen prevails, not the whole of the semen, but that which has come from the part by which male and female differ from one another. This is a better theory, For certainly Empedocles has made a rather light-hearted assumption in thinking that the difference between them is due only to cold and heat, when he saw that there was a great difference in the whole of the sexual parts, the difference in fact between the male pudenda and the uterus. For suppose two animals already molded in embryo, the one having all the parts of the female, the other those of the male, suppose them then to be put into the uterus as into an oven, the former when the oven is hot, the latter when it is cold, then on the view of Empedocles that which has no uterus will be female and that which has will be male. But this is impossible. Thus the theory of Democritus would be the better of the two, at least as far as this goes, for he seeks for the origin of this difference and tries to set it forth. Whether he does so well or not is another question. Again, if heat and cold were the cause of the difference of the parts, this ought to have been stated by those who maintain the view of Empedocles, for to explain the origin of male and female is practically the same thing as to explain this, which is the manifest difference between them. And it is no small matter, starting from temperature as a principle, to collect the cause of the origin of these parts, as if it were a necessary consequence for this part which they call the uterus to be formed in the embryo under the influence of cold but not under that of heat. The same applies also to the parts which serve for intercourse, since these also differ in the way stated previously. Moreover, male and female twins are often found together in the same part of the uterus. This we have observed sufficiently by dissection in all the vivipara, both land animals and fish. Now if Empedocles had not seen this, it was only natural for him to fall into error in assigning this cause of his, but if he had seen it, it is strange that he should still think the heat or cold of the uterus to be the cause, since on his theory both these twins would have become either male or female, but as it is we do not see this to be the fact. Again he says that the parts of the embryo are sundered, some being in the male and some in the female parent, which is why they desire intercourse with one another. If so, it is necessary that the sexual parts like the rest should be separated from one another, already existing as masses of a certain size, and that they should come into being in the embryo on account of uniting with one another, not on account of cooling or heating of the semen. But perhaps it would take too long to discuss thoroughly such a cause as this which is stated by Empedocles, for its whole character seems to be fanciful. If, however, the facts about semen are such as we have actually stated, if it does not come from the whole of the body of the male parent and if the secretion of the male does not give any material at all to the embryo, then we must make a stand against both Empedocles and Democritus and anyone else who argues on the same lines. For then it is not possible that the body of the embryo should exist sundered, part in the female parent and part in the male, as Empedocles says in the words, but the nature of the limbs hath been sundered, part in the man's. Apostrophe, nor yet that a whole embryo is drawn off from each parent and the combination of the two becomes male or female according as one part prevails over another. And, to take a more general view, though it is better to say that the one part makes the embryo female by prevailing through some superiority than to assign nothing but heat as the cause without any reflection, yet, as the form of the pudendum also varies along with the uterus from that of the father, we need an explanation of the fact that both these parts go along with each other. If it is because they are near each other, then each of the other parts also ought to go with them, for one of the prevailing parts is always near another part where the struggle is not yet decided. Thus the offspring would be not only female or male but also like its mother or father respectively in all other details. Besides, it is absurd to suppose that these parts should come into being as something isolated, without the body as a whole having changed along with them. Take first and foremost the blood vessels, round which the whole mass of the flesh lies as round a framework. It is not reasonable that these should become of a certain quality because of the uterus, but rather that the uterus should do so on account of them. For though it is true that each is a receptacle of blood of some kind, still the system of the vessels is prior to the other. The moving principle must needs always be prior to that which it moves, and it is because it is itself of a certain quality that it is the cause of the development. The difference, then, of these parts as compared with each other in the two sexes is only a concomitant result. Not this but something else must be held to be the first principle and the cause of the development of an embryo as male or female. This is so even if no semen is secreted by either male or female, but the embryo is formed in any way you please. The same argument as that with which we meet Empedocles and Democritus will serve against those who say that the male comes from the right and the female from the left. If the male contributes no material to the embryo, there can be nothing in this view. If, as they say, he does contribute something of the sort, we must confront them in the same way as we did the theory of Empedocles, which accounts for the difference between male and female by the heat and cold of the uterus. They make the same mistake as he does, when they account for the difference by their right and left, though they see that the sexes differ actually by the whole of the sexual parts. For what reason then is the body of the uterus to exist in those embryos which come from the left and not in those from the right? For if an embryo have come from the left but has not acquired this part, it will be a female without a uterus, and so too there is nothing to stop another from being a male with a uterus. Besides, as has been said before, a female embryo has been observed in the right part of the uterus, a male in the left, or again both at once in the same part, and this not only once but several times. Some again, persuaded of the truth of a view resembling that of these philosophers, say that if a man copulates with the right or left testis tied up the result is male or female offspring respectively, so at least Leophanes asserted. And some say that the same happens in the case of those who have one or other testis excised, not speaking truth but vaticinating what will happen from probabilities and jumping at the conclusion that it is so before seeing that it proves to be so. Moreover, they know not that these parts of animals contribute nothing to the production of one sex rather than the other. A proof of this is that many animals in which the distinction of sex exists, and which produce both male and female offspring, nevertheless have no testes, as the footless animals, I mean the classes of fish and of serpents. To suppose, then, either that heat and cold are the causes of male and female, or that the different sexes come from the right and left, is not altogether unreasonable in itself, for the right of the body is hotter than the left, and the concocted semen is hotter than the unconcocted. Again, the thickened is concocted, and the more thickened is more fertile. Yet to put it in this way is to seek for the cause from too remote a starting point. We must draw near the immediate causes in so far as it is possible for us. We have, then, previously spoken elsewhere of both the body as a whole and its parts, explaining what each part is and for what reason it exists. But, 1. The male and female are distinguished by a certain capacity and incapacity. For the male is that which can concoct the blood into semen and which can form and secrete and discharge a semen carrying with it the principle of form. By principle I do not mean a material principle out of which comes into being an offspring resembling the parent, but I mean the first moving cause, whether it have power to act as such in the thing itself or in something else. But the female is that which receives semen, indeed, but cannot form it for itself or secrete or discharge it, and, 2, all concoction works by means of heat. Therefore the males of animals must needs be hotter than the females. For it is by reason of cold and incapacity that the female is more abundant in blood in certain parts of her anatomy, and this abundance is an evidence of the exact opposite of what some suppose, thinking that the female is hotter than the male for this reason, that is the discharge of the catamenia. It is true that blood is hot, and that which has more of it is hotter than that which has less. But they assume that this discharge occurs through excess of blood and of heat, as if it could be taken for granted that all blood is equally blood if only it be liquid and sanguineous in color, and as if it might not become less in quantity but purer in quality in those who assimilate nourishment properly. In fact they look upon this residual discharge in the same light as that of the intestines, when they think that a greater amount of it is a sign of a hotter nature, whereas the truth is just the opposite. For consider the production of fruit. The nutriment in its first stage is abundant, but the useful product derived from it is small. Indeed the final result is nothing at all compared to the quantity in the first stage. So is it with the body. The various parts receive and work up the nutriment, from the whole of which the final result is quite small. This is blood in some animals, in some its analogue. Now since, 1, the one sex is able and the other is unable to reduce the residual secretion to a pure form, and, 2, every capacity or power in an organism has a certain corresponding organ, whether the faculty produces the desired results in a lower degree or in a higher degree, and the two sexes correspond in this manner, the terms able and unable being used in more senses than one. Therefore it is necessary that both female and male should have organs. Accordingly the one has the uterus, the other the male organs. Again, nature gives both the faculty and the organ to each individual at the same time, for it is better so. Hence each region comes into being along with the secretions and the faculties, as for example the faculty of sight is not perfected without the eye, nor the eye without the faculty of sight, and so too the intestine and bladder come into being along with the faculty of forming the excreta. And since that from which an organ comes into being and that by which it is increased are the same, that is the nutriment, each of the parts will be made out of such a material and such residual matter as it is able to receive. In the second place, again, it is formed, as we say, in a certain sense, out of its opposite. Thirdly, we must understand besides this that, if it is true that when a thing perishes it becomes the opposite of what it was, it is necessary also that what is not under the sway of that which made it must change into its opposite. After these premises, it will perhaps be now clearer for what reason one embryo becomes female and another male. For when the first principle does not bear sway and cannot concoct the nourishment through lack of heat nor bring it into its proper form, but is defeated in this respect, then must needs the material which it works on change into its opposite. Now the female is opposite to the male, and that in so far as the one is female and the other male. And since it differs in its faculty, its organ also is different, so that the embryo changes into this state. And as one part of first-rate importance changes, the whole system of the animal differs greatly in form along with it. This may be seen in the case of eunuchs, who, though mutilated in one part alone, depart so much from their original appearance and approximate closely to the female form. The reason of this is that some of the parts are principles, and when a principle is moved or affected, needs must many of the parts that go along with it change with it. If then, 1. The male quality or essence is a principle and a cause, and 2. The male is such in virtue of a certain capacity and the female is such in virtue of an incapacity, and 3. The essence or definition of the capacity and of the incapacity is ability or inability to concoct the nourishment in its ultimate stage, this being called blood in the sanguinea and the analogue of blood in the other animals, and 4. The cause of this capacity is in the first principle and in the part which contains the principle of natural heat. Therefore a heart must be formed in the sanguinea, and the resulting animal will be either male or female, and in the other kinds which possess the sexes must be formed that which is analogous to the heart. This, then, is the first principle and cause of male and female, and this is the part of the body in which it resides. But the animal becomes definitely female or male by the time when it possesses also the parts by which the female differs from the male, for it is not in virtue of any part you please that it is male or female, any more than it is able to see or hear by possessing any part you please. To recapitulate, we say that the semen, which is the foundation of the embryo, is the ultimate secretion of the nutriment. By ultimate I mean that which is carried to every part of the body, and this is also the reason why the offspring is like the parent. For it makes no difference whether we say that the semen comes from all the parts or goes to all of them, but the latter is the better. But the semen of the male differs from the corresponding secretion of the female in that it contains a principle within itself of such a kind as to set up movements also in the embryo and to concoct thoroughly the ultimate nourishment, whereas the secretion of the female contains material alone. If, then, the male element prevails, it draws the female element into itself, but if it is prevailed over, it changes into the opposite or is destroyed. But the female is opposite to the male, and is female because of its inability to concoct and of the coldness of the sanguineous nutriment. And nature assigns to each of the secretions the part fitted to receive it. But the semen is a secretion, and this in the hotter animals with blood, that is the males, is moderate in quantity, wherefore the recipient parts of this secretion in males are only passages. But the females, owing to inability to concoct, have a great quantity of blood, for it cannot be worked up into semen. Therefore they must also have a part to receive this, and this part must be unlike the passages of the male and of a considerable size. This is why the uterus is of such a nature, this being the part by which the female differs from the male. We have thus stated for what reason the one becomes female and the other male. Observed facts confirm what we have said. For more females are produced by the young and by those verging on old age than by those in the prime of life. In the former the vital heat is not yet perfect, in the latter it is failing. And those of a moister and more feminine state of body are more wont to beget females, and a liquid semen causes this more than a thicker. Now all these characteristics come of deficiency in natural heat. Again, more males are born if copulation takes place when north than when south winds are blowing. For in the latter case the animals produce more secretion, and too much secretion is harder to concoct, hence the semen of the males is more liquid, and so is the discharge of the catamenia. Also the fact that the catamenia occur in the course of nature rather when the month is waning is due to the same causes. For this time of the month is colder and moister because of the waning and failure of the moon. As the sun makes winter and summer in the year as a whole, so does the moon in the month. This is not due to the turning of the moon, but it grows warmer as the light increases and colder as it wanes. The shepherds also say that it not only makes a difference in the production of males and females if copulation takes place during northern or southerly winds, but even if the animals while copulating look towards the south or north, so small a thing will sometimes turn the scale and cause cold or heat, and these again influence generation. The male and female, then, are distinguished generally, as compared with one another in connection with the production of male and female offspring, for the causes stated. However, they also need a certain correspondence with one another to produce at all, For all things that come into being as products of art or of nature exist in virtue of a certain ratio. Now if the hot preponderates too much it dries up the liquid, if it is very deficient it does not solidify it. For the artistic or natural product we need the due mean between extremes. Otherwise it will be as in cooking, too much fire burns the meat, too little does not cook it, and in either case the process is a failure. So also there is need of due proportion in the mixture of the male and female elements. And for this cause it often happens to many of both sexes that they do not generate with one another, but if divorced and remarried to others do generate, and these oppositions show themselves sometimes in youth, sometimes in advanced age, alike as concerns fertility or infertility, and as concerns generation of male or female offspring. One country also differs from another in these respects, and one water from another, for the same reasons. For the nourishment and the medical condition of the body are of such or such a kind because of the tempering of the surrounding air and of the food entering the body, especially the water, for men consume more of this than of anything else, and this enters as nourishment into all food, even solids. Hence hard waters cause infertility, and cold waters the birth of females. The same causes must be held responsible for the following groups of facts. 1. Some children resemble their parents, while others do not, some being like the father and others like the mother, both in the body as a whole and in each part, male and female offspring resembling father and mother respectively rather than the other way about. 2. They resemble their parents more than remoter ancestors, and resemble those ancestors more than any chance individual. 3. Some, though resembling none of their relations, yet do at any rate resemble a human being, but others are not even like a human being but a monstrosity. For even he who does not resemble his parents is already in a certain sense a monstrosity, for in these cases nature has in a way departed from the type. The first departure indeed is that the offspring should become female instead of male. This, however, is a natural necessity. For the class of animals divided into sexes must be preserved, and as it is possible for the male sometimes not to prevail over the female in the mixture of the two elements, either through youth or age or some other such cause, it is necessary that animals should produce female young. And the monstrosity, though not necessary in regard of a final cause and an end, yet is necessary accidentally. As for the origin of it, we must look at it in this way. If the generative secretion in the catamenia is properly concocted, the movement imparted by the male will make the form of the embryo in the likeness of itself. Whether we say that it is the semen or this movement that makes each of the parts grow, makes no difference, nor again whether we say that it makes them grow or forms them from the beginning, for the formula of the movement is the same in either case. Thus if this movement prevail, it will make the embryo male and not female, like the father and not like the mother. If it prevail not, the embryo is deficient in that faculty in which it has not prevailed. By each faculty I mean this. That which generates is not only male but also a particular male, for example Coriscus or Socrates, and it is not only Coriscus but also a man. In this way some of the characteristics of the father are more near to him, others more remote from him considered simply as a parent and not in reference to his accidental qualities, as for instance if the parent is a scholar or the neighbor of some particular person. Now the peculiar and individual has always more force in generation than the more general and wider characteristics. Coriscus is both a man and an animal, but his manhood is nearer to his individual existence than is his animalhood. In generation both the individual and the class are operative, but the individual is the more so of the two, for this is the only true existence. And the offspring is produced indeed of a certain quality, but also as an individual, and this latter is the true existence. Therefore it is from the forces of all such existences that the efficient movements come which exist in the semen, potentially from remoter ancestors but in a higher degree and more nearly from the individual, and by the individual I mean for example Coriscus or Socrates. Now since everything changes not into anything haphazard but into its opposite, therefore also that which is not prevailed over in generation must change and become the opposite, in respect of that particular force in which the paternal and efficient or moving element has not prevailed. If then it has not prevailed in so far as it is male, the offspring becomes female. If in so far as it is Coriscus or Socrates, the offspring does not resemble the father but a mother. For as father and mother are opposed as general terms, so also the individual father is opposed to the individual mother. The like applies also to the forces that come next in order, for the offspring always changes rather into the likeness of the nearer ancestor than the more remote, both in the paternal and in the maternal line. Some of the movements exist in the semen actually, others potentially, actually, those of the father and the general type, as man and animal, potentially those of the female and the remoter ancestors. Thus the male and efficient principle, if it lose its own nature, changes to its opposites, but the movements which form the embryo change into those nearly connected with them. For instance, if the movement of the male parent be resolved, it changes by a very slight difference into that of his father, and in the next instance into that of his grandfather, and in this way not only in the male but also in the female line the movement of the female parent changes into that of her mother, and, if not into this, then into that of her grandmother, and similarly also with the more remote ancestors. Naturally then it is most likely that the characteristics of male and of the individual further will go together, whether they prevail or are prevailed over. For the difference between them is small so that there is no difficulty in both concurring, for Socrates is an individual man with certain characters. Hence for the most part the male offspring resemble the father, and the female the mother. For in the latter case the loss of both characters takes place at once, and the changes into the two opposites, now is opposed to male, and the individual mother to the individual father. But if the movement coming from the male principle prevails while that coming from the individual Socrates does not, or vice versa, then the result is that male children are produced resembling the mother and female children resembling the father. If again the movements be resolved, if the male character remain but the movement coming from the individual Socrates be resolved into that of the father of Socrates, the result will be a male child resembling its grandfather or some other of its more remote ancestors in the male line on the same principle. If the male principle be prevailed over, the child will be female and resembling most probably its mother, but, if the movement coming from the mother also be resolved, it will resemble its mother's mother or the resemblance will be to some other of its more remote ancestors in the female line on the same principle. The same applies also to the separate parts, for often some of these take after the father, and others after the mother, and yet others after some of the remoter ancestors. For, as has been often said already, some of the movements which form the parts exist in the semen actually and others potentially. We must grasp certain fundamental general principles, not only the just mentioned, that some of the movements exist potentially and others actually, but also two others, that if a character be prevailed over it changes into its opposite, and, if it be resolved, is resolved into the movement next allied to it if less, into that which is near, if more, into that which is further removed. Finally, the movements are so confused together that there is no resemblance to any of the family or kindred, but the only character that remains is that common to the race, that is it is a human being. The reason of this is that this is closely knit up with the individual characteristics. Human being is the general term, while Socrates, the father, and the mother, whoever she may be, are individuals. The reason why the movements are resolved is this. The agent is itself acted upon by that on which it acts, thus that which cuts is blunted by that which is cut by it, that which heats is cooled by that which is heated by it, and in general the moving or efficient cause, except in the case of the first cause of all, does itself receive some motion in return. For example, what pushes is itself in a way pushed again and what crushes is itself crushed again. Sometimes it is altogether more acted upon than is the thing on which it acts, so that what is heating or cooling something else is itself cooled or heated, sometimes having produced no effect, sometimes less than it has itself received. This question has been treated in the special discussion of action and reaction, where it is laid down in what classes of things action and reaction exist. Now that which is acted on escapes and is not mastered by the semen, either through deficiency of power in the concocting and moving agent or because what should be concocted and formed into distinct parts is too cold and in too great quantity. Thus the moving agent, mastering it in one part but not in another, makes the embryo in formation to be multiform, as happens with athletes because they eat so much. For owing to the quantity of their food their nature is not able to master it all, so as to increase and arrange their forms symmetrically, therefore their limbs develop irregularly, sometimes indeed almost so much that no one of them resembles what it was before. Similar to this is also the disease known as satyrism, in which the face appears like that of a satyr owing to a quantity of unconcocted humor or wind being diverted into parts of the face. We have thus discussed the cause of all these phenomena. 1. Female and male offspring are produced. 2. Why some are similar to their parents, female to female and male to male, and others the other way about, females being similar to the father and males to the mother, and in general why some are like their ancestors while others are like none of them, and all this as concerns both the body as a whole and each of the parts separately. Different accounts, however, have been given of these phenomena by some of the nature philosophers, I mean why children are like or unlike their parents. They give two versions of the reason. Some say that the child is more like that parent of the two from whom comes more semen, this applying equally both to the body as a whole and to the separate parts, on the assumption that semen comes from each part of both parents. If an equal part comes from each, then, they say, the child is like neither. But if this is false, if semen does not come off from the whole body of the parents, it is clear that the reason assigned cannot be the cause of likeness and unlikeness. Moreover, they are hard put to it to explain how it is that a female child can be like the father and a male like the mother. For 1. Those who assign the same cause of sex as Empedocles or Democritus say what is on other grounds impossible, and 2. Those who say that it is determined by the greater or smaller amount of semen coming the male or female parent, and that this is why one child is male and another female, cannot show how the female is to resemble the father and the male the mother, for it is impossible that more should come from both at once. Again, for what reason is a child generally like its ancestors, even the more remote? None of the semen has come from them at any rate. But those who account for the similarity in the manner which remains to be discussed, explain this point better, as well as the others. For there are some who say that the semen, though one, is as it were a common mixture, panspermia, of many elements, just as, if one should mix many juices in one liquid and then take some from it, it would be possible to take, not an equal quantity always from each juice, but sometimes more of one and sometimes more of another, sometimes some of one and none at all of another. So they say it is with the generative fluid, which is a mixture of many elements, for the offspring resembles that parent from which it has derived most. Though this theory is obscure and in many ways fictitious, it aims at what is better expressed by saying that what is called panspermia exists potentially, not actually. It cannot exist actually, but it can do so potentially. Also, if we assign only one sort of cause, it is not easy to explain all the phenomena. 1. The distinction of sex. 2. Why the female is often like the father and the male like the mother, and again. 3. The resemblance to remoter ancestors, and further. 4. The reason why the offspring is sometimes unlike any of these but still a human being, but sometimes. 5. Proceeding further on these lines, appears finally to be not even a human being but only some kind of animal, what is called a monstrosity. 4. Following what has been said, it remains to give the reason for such monsters. If the movements imparted by the semen are resolved and the material contributed by the mother is not controlled by them, at last there remains the most general substratum, that is to say the animal. Then people say that the child has the head of a ram or a bull, and so on with other animals, as that a calf has the head of a child or a sheep that of an ox. All these monsters result from the causes stated above, but they are none of the things they are said to be. There is only some similarity, such as may arise even where there is no defect of growth. Hence often jesters compare someone who is not beautiful to a goat breathing fire, or again to a ram butting, and a certain physiognomist reduced all faces to those of 2 or 3 animals, and his arguments often prevailed on people. That, however, it is impossible for such a monstrosity to come into existence, I mean one animal in another, is shown by the great difference in the period of gestation between man, sheep, dog, and ox, it being impossible for each to be developed except in its proper time. This is the description of some of the monsters talked about. Others are such because certain parts of their form are multiplied so that they are born with many feet or many heads. The account of the cause of monstrosities is very close and similar in a way to that of the cause of animals being born defective in any part, for monstrosity is also a kind of deficiency. Democritus said that monstrosities arose because 2 emissions of seminal fluid met together, the one succeeding the other at an interval of time, that the later entering into the uterus reinforced the earlier so that the parts of the embryo grow together and get confused with one another. But in birds, he says, since copulation takes place quickly, both the eggs and their color always cross one another. But if it is the fact, as it manifestly is, that several young are produced from one emission of semen and single act of intercourse, it is better not to desert the short road to go a long way about, for in such cases it is absolutely necessary that this should occur when the semen is not separated but all enters the female at once. If, then, we must attribute the cause to the semen of the male, this will be the way we shall have to state it. But we must rather by all means suppose that the cause lies in the material contributed by the female and in the embryo as it is forming. Hence also such monstrosities appear very rarely in animals producing only one young one, more frequently in those producing many, most of all in birds and among birds in the common fowl. For this bird produces many young, not only because it lays often like the pigeon family, but also because it has many embryos at once and copulates all the year round. Therefore it produces many double eggs, for the embryos grow together because they are near one another, as often happens with many fruits. In such double eggs, when the yolks are separated by the membrane, two separate chickens are produced with nothing abnormal about them. When the yolks are continuous, with no division between them, the chickens produced are monstrous, having one body and head but 4 legs and 4 wings. This is because the upper parts are formed earlier from the white, their nourishment being drawn from the yolk, whereas the lower part comes into being later and its nourishment is one and indivisible. A snake has also been observed with 2 heads for the same reason, this class also being oviparous and producing many young. Monstrosities, however, are rarer among them owing to the shape of the uterus, for by reason of its length the numerous eggs are set in a line. Nothing of the kind occurs with bees and wasps, because their brood is in separate cells. But in the fowl the opposite is the case, whereby it is plain that we must hold the cause of such phenomena to lie in the material. So, too, monstrosities are commoner in other animals if they produce many young. Hence they are less common in man, for he produces for the most part only one young one and that perfect. Even in man monstrosities occur more often in regions where the women give birth to more than one at a time, as in Egypt. And they are commoner in sheep and goats, since they produce more young. Still more does this apply to the physipeds, for such animals produce many young and imperfect, as the dog, the young of these creatures being generally blind. Why this happens and why they produce many young must be stated later, but in them nature has made an advance towards the production of monstrosities in that what they generate, being imperfect, is so far unlike the parent. Now monstrosities also belong to the class of things unlike the parent. Therefore this accident also often invades animals of such a nature. So, too, it is in these that the so-called metachara are most frequent, and the condition of these also is in a way monstrous, since both deficiency and excess are monstrous. For the monstrosity belongs to the class of things contrary to nature, not any and every kind of nature, but nature in her usual operations. Nothing can happen contrary to nature considered as eternal and necessary, but we speak of things being contrary to her in those cases where things generally happen in a certain way but may also happen in another way. In fact, even in the case of monstrosities, whenever things occur contrary indeed to the established order but still always in a certain way and not at random, the result seems to be less of a monstrosity because even that which is contrary to nature is in a certain sense according to nature, whenever, that is, the formal nature has not mastered the material nature. Therefore they do not call such things monstrosities any more than in the other cases where a phenomenon occurs habitually, as in fruits. For instance, there is a vine which some call capnios. If this bear black grapes they do not judge it a monstrosity because it is in the habit of doing this very often. The reason is that it is in its nature intermediate between white and black, thus the change is not a violent one nor, so to say, contrary to nature, at least, is it not to change into another nature. But in animals producing many young not only do the same phenomena occur, but also the numerous embryos hinder one another from becoming perfect and interfere with the generative motions imparted by the semen. A difficulty may be raised concerning, 1. The production of many young and the multiplication of the parts in a single young one, and, 2. The production of few young or only one and the deficiency of the parts. Sometimes animals are born with too many toes, sometimes with one alone, and so on with the other parts, for they may be multiplied or they may be absent. Again, they may have the generative parts doubled, the one being male, the other female. This is known in men and especially in goats. For what are called trigony are such because they have both male and female generative parts. There is a case also of a goat being born with a horn upon its leg. Changes and deficiencies are found also in the internal parts, animals either not possessing some at all, or possessing them in a rudimentary condition, or too numerous or in the wrong place. No animal, indeed, has ever been born without a heart, but they are born without a spleen or with 2 spleens or with 1 kidney. There is no case again of total absence of the liver, but there are cases of its being incomplete. And all these phenomena have been seen in animals perfect and alive. Animals also which naturally have a gallbladder are found without one, others are found to have more than one. Cases are known, too, of the organs changing places, the liver being on the left, the spleen on the right. These phenomena have been observed, as stated above, in animals whose growth is perfected. At the time of birth great confusion of every kind has been found. Those deficiency which only depart a little from nature commonly live, not so those which depart further, when the unnatural condition is in the parts which are sovereign over life. The question then about all these cases is this: are we to suppose that a single cause is responsible for the production of a single young one and for the deficiency of the parts, and another but still a single cause for the production of many young and the multiplication of parts, or not? In the first place, it seems only reasonable to wonder why some animals produce many young, others only one. For it is the largest animals that produce one, for example the elephant, camel, horse, and the other solid-hoofed ungulates. Of these some are larger than all other animals, while the others are of a remarkable size. But the dog, the wolf, and practically all the fissipeds, produce many, even the small members of the class, as the mouse family. The cloven-footed animals again produce few, except the pig, which belongs to those that produce many. This certainly seems surprising, for we should expect the large animals to be able to generate more young and to secrete more semen. But precisely what we wonder at is the reason for not wondering. It is just because of their size that they do not produce many young, for the nutriment is expended in such animals upon increasing the body. But in the smaller animals nature takes away from the size and adds the excess so gained to the seminal secretion. Moreover, more semen must needs be used in generation by the larger animal, and little by the smaller. Therefore many small ones may be produced together, but it is hard for many large ones to be so, and to those intermediate in size nature has assigned the intermediate number. We have formerly given the reason why some animals are large, some smaller, and some between the two, and speaking generally, with regard to the number of young produced, the solid-hoofed produce one, the cloven-footed few, the many-toed many. The reason of this is that, generally speaking, their sizes correspond to this difference. It is not so, however, in all cases, for it is the largeness and smallness of the body that is cause of few or many young being born, not the fact that the kind of animal has one, two, or many toes. A proof of this is that the elephant is the largest of animals and yet is many-toed, and the camel, the next largest, is cloven-footed. And not only in animals that walk but also in those that fly or swim the large ones produce few, the small many, for the same reason. In like manner also it is not the largest plants that bear most fruit. We have explained then why some animals naturally produce many young, some but few, and some only one. In the difficulty now stated we may rather be surprised with reason at those which produce many, since such animals are often seen to conceive from a single copulation. Whether the semen of the male contributes to the material of the embryo by itself becoming a part of it and mixing with the semen of the female, or whether, as we say, it does not act in this way but brings together and fashions the material within the female and the generative secretion as the fig juice does the liquid substance of milk, what is the reason why it does not form a single animal of considerable size? For certainly in the parallel case the fig juice is not separated if it has to curdle a large quantity of milk, but the more the milk and the more the fig juice put into it, so much the greater is the curdled mass. Now it is no use to say that the several regions of the uterus attract the semen and therefore more young than one are formed, because the regions are many and the cotyledons are more than one. For two embryos are often formed in the same region of the uterus, and they may be seen lying in a row in animals that produce many, when the uterus is filled with the embryos. This is plain from the dissections. Rather the truth is this. As animals complete their growth there are certain limits to their size, both upwards and downwards, beyond which they cannot go, but it is in the space between these limits that they exceed or fall short of one another in size, and it is within these limits that one man, or any other animal, is larger or smaller than another. So also the generative material from which each animal is formed is not without a quantitative limit in both directions, nor can it be formed from any quantity you please. Whenever then an animal, for the cause assigned, discharges more of the female secretion than is needed for beginning the existence of a single animal, it is not possible that only one should be formed out of all this, but a number limited by the appropriate size in each case, nor will the semen of the male, or the power residing in the semen, form anything either more or less than what is according to nature. In like manner, if the male emits more semen than is necessary, or more powers in different parts of the semen as it is divided, however much it is it will not make anything greater, on the contrary it will dry up the material of the female and destroy it. So fire also does not continue to make water hotter in proportion as it is itself increased, but there is a fixed limit to the heat of which water is capable. If that is once reached and the fire is then increased, the water no longer gets hotter but rather evaporates and at last disappears and is dried up. Now since it appears that the secretion of the female and that from the male need to stand in some proportionate relation to one another, I mean in animals of which the male emits semen, what happens in those that produce many young is this: from the very first the semen emitted by the male has power, being divided, to form several embryos, and the material contributed by the female is so much that several can be formed out of it. The parallel of curdling milk, which we spoke of before, is no longer in point here, for what is formed by the heat of the semen is not only of a certain quantity but also of a certain quality, whereas with fig juice and rennet quantity alone is concerned. This then is just the reason why in such animals the embryos formed are numerous and do not all unite into one whole. It is because an embryo is not formed out of any quantity you please, but whether there is too much or too little. In either case there will be no result, for there is a limit set alike to the power of the heat which acts on the material and to the material so acted upon. On the same principle many embryos are not formed, though the secretion is much, in the large animals which produce only one young one, for in them also both the material and that which works upon it are of a certain quantity. So then they do not secrete such material in too great quantity for the reason previously stated, and what they do secrete is naturally just enough for one embryo alone to be formed from it. If ever too much is secreted, then twins are born. Hence such cases seem to be more portentous, because they are contrary to the general and customary rule. Man belongs to all three classes, for he produces one only and sometimes many or few, though naturally he almost always produces one. Because of the moisture and heat of his body he may produce many, for semen is naturally fluid and hot, but because of his size he produces fewer one. On account of this it results that in man alone among animals the period of gestation is irregular, whereas the period is fixed in the rest. There are several periods in man, for children are born at 7 months and at 10 months and at the times between, for even those of 8 months do live though less often than the rest. The reason may be gathered from what has just been said, and the question has been discussed in the problems. Let this explanation suffice for these points. The cause why the parts may be multiplied contrary to nature is the same as the cause of the birth of twins. For the reason exists already in the embryo, whenever it aggregates more material at any point of itself than is required by the nature of the part. The result is then that either one of its parts is larger than the others, as a finger or hand or foot or any of the other extremities or limbs, or again if the embryo is cleft there may come into being more than one such part, as eddies do in rivers, as the water in these is carried along with a certain motion. If it dash against anything two systems or eddies come into being out of one, each retaining the same motion. The same thing happens also with the embryos. The abnormal parts generally are attached near those they resemble, but sometimes at a distance because of the movement taking place in the embryo, and especially because of the excess of material returning to the place whence it was taken away while retaining the form of that part whence it arose as a superfluity. In certain cases we find a double set of generative organs, one male and the other female. When such duplication occurs the one is always functional but not the other, because it is always insufficiently supplied with nourishment as being contrary to nature, it is attached like a growth. For such growths also receive nourishment though they are a later development than the body proper and contrary to nature. If the formative power prevails, both are similar. If it is altogether vanquished, both are similar, but if it prevail here and be vanquished there, then the one is female and the other male. For whether we consider the reason why the whole animal is male or female, or why the parts are so, makes no difference. When we meet with deficiency in such parts, for example an extremity or one of the other members, we must assume the same cause as when the embryo is altogether aborted. Abortion of embryos happens frequently. Outgrowths differ from the production of many young in the manner stated before. Monsters differ from these in that most of them are due to embryos growing together. Some however are also of the following kind, when the monstrosity affects greater and more sovereign parts, as for instance some monsters have 2 spleens or more than 2 kidneys. Further, the parts may migrate, the movements which form the embryo being diverted and the material changing its place. We must decide whether the monstrous animal is one or is composed of several grown together by considering the vital principle. Thus, if the heart is a part of such a kind then that which has one heart will be one animal, the multiplied parts being mere outgrowths, but those which have more than one heart will be 2 animals grown together through their embryos having been confused. It also often happens even in many animals that do not seem to be defective and whose growth is now complete, that some of their passages may have grown together or others may have been diverted from the normal course. Thus in some women before now the ossuary has remained closed, so that when the time for the catamenia has arrived pain has attacked them, till either the passage has burst open of its own accord or the physicians have removed the impediment. Some such cases have ended in death if the rupture has been made too violently or if it has been impossible to make it at all. In some boys on the other hand the end of the penis has not coincided with the end of the passage where the urine is voided, but the passage has ended below, so that they crouch sitting to void it, and if the testes are drawn up they appear from a distance to have both male and female generative organs. The passage of the solid food also has been closed before now in sheep and some other animals. There was a cow in parenthesis which passed fine matter, as if it were sifted, through the bladder, and when the anus was cut open it quickly closed up again, nor could they succeed in keeping it open. We have now spoken of the production of few and many young, and of the outgrowth of superfluous parts or of their deficiency, and also of monstrosities. Superfoetation does not occur at all in some animals but does in others. Of the former some are able to bring the later formed embryo to birth, while others can only do so sometimes. The reason why it does not occur in some is that they produce only one young one, for it is not found in solid-hoofed animals and those larger than these, as owing to their size the secretion of the female is all used up for the one embryo. For all these have large bodies, and when an animal is large its fetus is large in proportion. For example, the fetus of the elephant is as big as a calf. But superfoetation occurs in those which produce many young because the production of more than one at a birth is itself a sort of superfoetation, one being added to another. Of these all that are large, as man, bring to birth the later embryo, if the second impregnation takes place soon after the first, for such an event has been observed before now. The reason is that given above, for even in a single act of intercourse the semen discharged is more than enough for one embryo, and this being divided causes more than one child to be born, the one of which is later than the other. But when the embryo has already grown to some size and it so happens that copulation occurs again, superfoetation sometimes takes place, but rarely, since the uterus generally closes in women during the period of gestation. If this ever happens, for this also has occurred, the mother cannot bring the second embryo to perfection, but it is cast out in a state like what are called abortions. For just as, in those animals that bear only one, all the secretion of the female is converted to the first formed embryo because of its size, so it is here also. The only difference is that in the former case this happens at once, in the latter when the fetus has attained to some size, for then they are in the same state as those that bear only one. In like manner, since man naturally would produce many young, and since the size of the uterus and the quantity of the female secretion are both greater than is necessary for one embryo, only not so much so as to bring to birth a second, therefore women and mares are the only animals which admit the male during gestation, the former for the reason stated, and mares both because of the barrenness of their nature and because their uterus is of superfluous size, too large for one but too small to allow a second embryo to be brought to perfection by superfoetation. And the mare is naturally inclined to sexual intercourse because she is in the same case as the barren among women. These latter are barren because they have no monthly discharge, which corresponds to the act of intercourse in males, and mares have exceedingly little. And in all the vivipara the barren females are so inclined, because they resemble the males when the semen has collected in the testes but is not being got rid of. For the discharge of the catamania is in females a sort of emission of semen, they being unconcocted semen as has been said before. Hence it is that those women also who are incontinent in regard to such intercourse cease from their passion for it when they have borne many children, for, the seminal secretion being then drained off, they no longer desire this intercourse. And among birds the hens are less disposed that way than the cocks, because the uterus of the hen bird is up near the hyposoma, but with the cock birds it is the other way, for their testes are drawn up within them, so that, if any kind of such birds has much semen naturally, it is always in need of this intercourse. In females then it encourages copulation to have the uterus slow down, but in males to have the testes drawn up. It has been now stated why superfoetation is not found in some animals at all, why it is found in others which sometimes bring the later embryos to birth and sometimes not, and why some such animals are inclined to sexual intercourse while others are not. Some of those animals in which superfoetation occurs can bring the embryos to birth even if a long time elapses between the two impregnations, if their kind is spermatic, if their body is not of a large size, and if they bear many young. For because they bear many their uterus is spacious, because they are spermatic the generative discharge is copious, and because the body is not large but the discharge is excessive and in greater measure than is required for the nourishment wanted for the embryo, therefore they can not only form animals but also bring them to birth later on. Further, the uterus in such animals does not close up during gestation because there is a quantity of the residual discharge left over. This has happened before now even in women, for in some of them the discharge continues during all the time of pregnancy. In women, however, this is contrary to nature, so that the embryo suffers, but in such animals it is according to nature, for their body is so formed from the beginning, as with hares. For superfoetation occurs in these animals, since they are not large and they bear many young, for they have many toes and the many-toed animals bear many, and they are spermatic. This is shown by their hairiness. For the quantity of their hair is excessive, these animals alone having hair under the feet and within the jaws. Now hairiness is a sign of abundance of residual matter, wherefore among men also the hairy are given to sexual intercourse and have much semen rather than a smooth. In the hair it often happens that some of the embryos are imperfect while others of its young are produced perfect. Some of the vivipara produce their young imperfect, others perfect, the one-hoofed and cloven-footed perfect, most of the many-toed imperfect. The reason of this is that the one-hoofed produce one young one, and the cloven-footed either one or two generally speaking. Now it is easy to bring the few to perfection. All the many-toed animals that bear their young imperfect give birth to many. Hence, though they are able to nourish the embryos while newly formed, their bodies are unable to complete the process when the embryos have grown and acquired some size. So they produce them imperfect, like those animals which generate a scolex, for some of them when born are scarcely brought into form at all, as the fox, bear, and lion, and some of the rest in like manner, and nearly all of them are blind, as not only the animals mentioned but also the dog, wolf, and jackal. The pig alone produces both many and perfect young, and thus here alone we find any overlapping. It produces many as do the many-toed animals, but is cloven-footed or solid-hoofed, for they're certainly a solid-hoofed swine. They bear, then, many young because the nutriment which would otherwise go to increase their size is diverted to the generative secretion, for considered as a solid-hoofed animal the pig is not a large one, and also it is more often cloven-hoofed, striving as it were with the nature of the solid-hoofed animals. For this reason it produces sometimes only one, sometimes two, but generally many, and brings them to perfection before birth because of the good condition of its body, being like a rich soil which has sufficient and abundant nutriment for plants. The young of some birds also are hatched imperfect, that is to say blind. This applies to all small birds which lay many eggs, as crows and rooks, jays, sparrows, swallows, and to all those which lay few eggs without producing abundant nourishment along with the young, as ringed doves, turtle doves, and pigeons. Hence if the eyes of swallows while still young be put out they recover their sight again, for the birds are still developing, not yet developed, when the injury is inflicted, so that the eyes grow and sprout afresh. And in general the production of young before they are perfect is owing to inability to continue nourishing them, and they are born imperfect because they are born too soon. This is plain also with 7 months children, for since they are not perfected it often happens that even the passages, for example of the ears and nostrils, are not yet opened in some of them at birth, but only open later as they are growing, and many such infants survive. In man males are more often born defective than females, but in the other animals this is not the case. The reason is that in man the male is much superior to the female in natural heat, and so the male fetus moves about more than the female, and on account of moving is more liable to injury, for what is young is easily injured since it is weak. For this same reason also the female fetus is not perfected equally with the male in man, but they are so in the other animals, for in them the female is not later in developing than the male. For while within the mother the female takes longer in developing, but after birth everything is perfected more quickly in females than in males, I mean, for instance, puberty, the prime of life, and old age. For females are weaker and colder in nature, and we must look upon the female character as being a sort of natural deficiency. Accordingly while it is within the mother it develops slowly because of its coldness, for development is concoction, and it is heat that concocts, and what is hotter is easily concocted, but after birth it quickly arrives at maturity and old age on account of its weakness, for all inferior things come sooner to their perfection or end, and as this is true of works of art so it is of what is formed by nature. For the reason just given also twins are less likely to survive in man if one be male and one female, but this is not at all so in the other animals, for in man it is contrary to nature that they should run an equal course, as their development does not take place in equal periods, but the male must needs be too late or the female too early. In the other animals, however, it is not contrary to nature. A difference is also found between man and the other animals in respect of gestation, for animals are in better bodily condition most of the time, whereas in most women gestation is attended with discomfort. Their way of life is partly responsible for this, for being sedentary they are full of more residual matter. Among nations where the women live a laborious life gestation is not equally conspicuous and those who are accustomed to work bear children easily both there and elsewhere. For work consumes the residual matter, but those who are sedentary have a great deal of it in them because not only is there no monthly discharge during pregnancy but also they do no work, therefore their travail is painful. But work exercises them so that they can hold their breath, upon which depends the ease or difficulty of childbirth. These circumstances then, as we have said, contribute to cause the difference between women and the other animals in this state, But the most important thing is this: in some animals the discharge corresponding to the catamenia is but small, and in some not visible at all, but in women it is greater than in any other animal, so that when this discharge ceases owing to pregnancy they are troubled, for if they are not pregnant they are afflicted with ailments whenever the catamenia do not occur, and they are more troubled as a rule at the beginning of pregnancy, for the embryo is able indeed to stop the catamenia but is too small at first to consume any quantity of the secretion. Later on it takes up some of it and so alleviates the mother. In the other animals, on the contrary, the residual matter is but small and so corresponds with the growth of the fetus, and as the secretions which hinder nourishment are being consumed by the fetus the mother is in better bodily condition than usual. The same holds good also with aquatic animals and birds. If it ever happens that the body of the mother is no longer in good condition when the fetus is now becoming large, the reason is that its growth needs more nourishment than the residual matter supplies. In some few women it happens that the body is in a better state during pregnancy. These are women in whose body the residual matter is small so that it is all used up along with the nourishment that goes to the fetus. We must also speak of what is known as molar uteri, which occurs rarely in women but still is found sometimes during pregnancy. For they produce what is called a molar. It has happened before now to a woman, after she had had intercourse with her husband and supposed she had conceived, that at first the size of her belly increased and everything else happened accordingly. But yet when the time for birth came on, she neither bore a child nor was her size reduced, but she continued thus for 3 or 4 years until dysentery came on, endangering her life, and she produced a lump of flesh which is called molar. Moreover, this condition may continue till old age and death. Such masses when expelled from the body become so hard that they can hardly be cut through even by iron. Concerning the cause of this phenomenon we have spoken in the problems. The same thing happens to the embryo in the womb as to meats half cooked in roasting, and it is not due to heat, as some say, but rather to the weakness of the maternal heat. For their nature seems to be incapable, and unable to perfect or to put the last touches to the process of generation. Hence it is that the molar remains in them till old age or at any rate for a long time, for in its nature it is neither perfect nor altogether a foreign body. It is want of concoction that is the reason of its hardness, as with half-cooked meat, for this half-dressing of meat is also a sort of want of concoction. A difficulty is raised as to why this does not occur in other animals, unless indeed it does occur and has entirely escaped observation. We must suppose the reason to be that women alone among animals is subject to troubles of the uterus, and alone has a superfluous amount of catamenia and is unable to concoct them. When, then, the embryo has been formed of a liquid hard to concoct, then comes the so-called molar into being, and this happens naturally in women alone or at any rate more than in other animals. Milk is formed in the females of all internally viviparous animals, becoming useful for the time of birth. For nature has made it for the sake of the nourishment of animals after birth, so that it may neither fail at this time at all nor yet be at all superfluous. This is just what we find happening, unless anything chance contrary to nature. In the other animals the period of gestation does not vary, and so the milk is concocted in time to suit this moment, but in man, since there are several times of birth, it must be ready at the first of these. Hence in women the milk is useless before the 7th month and only then becomes useful. That it is only concocted at the last stages is what we should expect to happen also as being due to a necessary cause. For at first such residual matter when secreted is used up for the development of the embryo. Now the nutritious part in all things is the sweetest and the most concocted, and thus when all such elements are removed what remains must become of necessity bitter and ill-flavored. As the embryo is perfecting, the residual matter left over increases in quantity because the part consumed by the embryo is less. It is also sweeter since the easily concocted part is less drawn away from it. For it is no longer expended on molding the embryo but only on slightly increasing its growth, it being now fixed because it has reached perfection, for in a sense there is a perfection even of an embryo. Therefore it comes forth from the mother and changes its mode of development, as now possessing what belongs to it, and no longer takes that which does not belong to it. And it is at this season that the milk becomes useful. The milk collects in the upper part of the body and the breasts because of the original plan of the organism. For the part above the hyposoma is the sovereign part of the animal, while that below is concerned with nourishment and residual matter, in order that all animals which move about may contain within themselves nourishment enough to make them independent when they move from one place to another. From this upper part also is produced the generative secretion for the reason mentioned in the opening of our discussion. But both the secretion of the male and the catamenia of the female are of a sanguineous nature, and the first principle of this blood and of the blood vessels is the heart, and the heart is in this part of the body. Therefore it is here that the change of such a secretion must first become plain. This is why the voice changes in both sexes when they begin to bear seed, for the first principle of the voice resides there, and is itself changed when its moving cause changes. At the same time the parts about the breasts are raised visibly even in males but still more in females, for the region of the breasts becomes empty and spongy in them because so much material is drained away below. This is so not only in women but also in those animals which have the mammy low down. This change in the voice and the parts about the mammy is plain even in other creatures to those who have experience of each kind of animal, but is most remarkable in man. The reason is that in man the production of secretion is greatest in both sexes in proportion to their size as compared with other animals, I mean that of the cytomania in women and the emission of semen in men. When, therefore, the embryo no longer takes up the secretion in question but yet prevents its being discharged from the mother, it is necessary that the residual matter should collect in all those empty parts which are set upon the same passages. And such is the position of the mammy in each kind of animals for both causes, it is so both for the sake of what is best and of necessity. It is here, then, that the nourishment in animals is now formed and becomes thoroughly concocted. As for the cause of concoction, we may take that already given, or we may take the opposite, for it is a reasonable view also that the embryo being larger takes more nourishment, so that less is left over about this time, and the less is concocted more quickly. That milk has the same nature as the secretion from which each animal is formed is plain, and has been stated previously. For the material which nourishes is the same as that from which nature forms the animal in generation. Now this is the sanguineous liquid in the sanguinea, and milk is blood concocted, not corrupted. Empedocles either mistook the fact or made a bad metaphor when he composed the line, on the 10th day of the 8th month the milk comes into being, a white pus, for putrefaction and concoction are opposite things, and pus is a kind of putrefaction but milk is concocted. While women are suckling children the cytomania do not occur according to nature, nor do they conceive. If they do conceive, the milk dries up. This is because the nature of the milk and of the cytomania is the same, and nature cannot be so productive as to supply both at once. If the secretion is diverted in the one direction it must needs cease in the other, unless some violence is done contrary to the general rule. But this is as much as to say that it is contrary to nature, for in all cases where it is not impossible for things to be otherwise than they generally are but where they may so happen, still what is the general rule is what is according to nature. The time also at which the young animal is born has been well arranged. For when the nourishment coming through the umbilical cord is no longer sufficient for the fetus because of its size, then at the same time the milk becomes useful for the nourishment of the newly born animal, and the blood vessels round which the so-called umbilical cord lies as a coat collapse as the nourishment is no longer passing through it. For these reasons it is at that time also that the young animal enters into the world. The natural birth of all animals is head foremost, because the parts above the umbilical cord are larger than those below. The body then, being suspended from the cord as in a balance, inclines towards the heavy end, and the larger parts are the heavier. The period of gestation is, as a matter of fact, determined generally in each animal in proportion to the length of its life. This we should expect, for it is reasonable that the development of the long-lived animals should take a longer time. Yet this is not the cause of it, but the periods only correspond accidentally for the most part, for though the larger and more perfect sanguinea do live a long time, yet the larger are not all longer lived. Man lives a longer time than any animal of which we have any credible experience except the elephant, and yet the humankind is smaller than that of the bushy-tailed animals and many others. The real cause of long life in any animal is its being tempered in a manner resembling the environing air, along with certain other circumstances of its nature, of which we will speak later, but the cause of the time of gestation is the size of the offspring. For it is not easy for large masses to arrive at their perfection in a small time, whether they be animals or, one may say, anything else whatever. That is why horses and animals akin to them, though living a shorter time than man, yet carry their young longer, for the time in the former is a year, but in the latter 10 months at the outside. For the same reason also the time is long in elephants, they carry their young 2 years on account of their excessive size. We find, as we might expect, that in all animals the time of gestation and development and the length of life aims at being measured by naturally complete periods. By a natural period I mean, for example, a day and night, a month, a year, and the greater times measured by these, and also the periods of the moon, that is to say, the full moon and her disappearance and the halves of the times between these, for it is by these that the moon's orbit fits in with that of the sun, the month being a period common to both. The moon is a first principle because of her connection with the sun and her participation in his light, being as it were a second smaller sun, and therefore she contributes to all generation and development. For heat and cold varying within certain limits make things to come into being and after this to perish, and it is the motions of the sun and moon that fix the limit both of the beginning and of the end of these processes. Just as we see the sea and all bodies of water settling and changing according to the movement or rest of the winds, and the air and winds again according to the course of the sun and moon, so also the things which grow out of these or are in these must needs follow suit. For it is reasonable that the periods of the less important should follow those of the more important. For in a sense a wind, too, has a life and birth and death. As for the revolutions of the sun and moon, they may perhaps depend on other principles. It is the aim, then, of nature to measure the coming into being and the end of animals by the measure of these higher periods, but she does not bring this to pass accurately because matter cannot be easily brought under rule and because there are many principles which hinder generation and decay from being according to nature, and often cause things to fall out contrary to nature. We have now spoken of the nourishment of animals within the mother and of their birth into the world, both of each kind separately and of all in common. On the generation of animals, Book V. Translated by Arthur Platt. We must now investigate the qualities by which the parts of animals differ. I mean such qualities of the parts as blueness and blackness in the eyes, height and depth of pitch in the voice, and differences in color whether of the skin or of hair and feathers. Some such qualities are found to characterize the whole of a kind of animals sometimes, while in other kinds they occur at random, as is especially the case in man. Further, in connection with the changes in the time of life, all animals are alike in some points, but are opposed in others as in the case of the voice and the color of the hair, for some do not grow gray visibly in old age, while man is subject to this more than any other animal. And some of these affections appear immediately after birth, while others become plain as age advances or in old age. Now we must no longer suppose that the cause of these and all such phenomena is the same. For whenever things are not the product of nature working upon the animal kingdom as a whole, nor yet characteristic of each separate kind, then none of these things is such as it is or is so developed for any final cause. The eye for instance exists for a final cause, but it is not blue for a final cause unless this condition be characteristic of the kind of animal. In fact in some cases this condition has no connection with the essence of the animal's being. But we must refer the causes to the material and the motive principle or efficient cause, on the view that these things come into being by necessity. For, as was said originally in the outset of our discussion, when we are dealing with definite and ordered products of nature, we must not say that each is of a certain quality because it becomes so, but rather that they become so and so because they are so and so, for the process of becoming or development attends upon being and is for the sake of being, not vice versa. The ancient nature philosophers however took the opposite view. The reason of this is that they did not see that the causes were numerous, but only saw the material and efficient and did not distinguish even these, while they made no inquiry at all into the formal and final causes. Everything then exists for a final cause, and all those things which are included in the definition of each animal, or which either are means to an end or are ends in themselves, come into being both through this cause and the rest. But when he comes to those things which come into being without falling under the heads just mentioned, their course must be sought in the movement or process of coming into being, on the view that the differences which mark them arise in the actual formation of the animal. An eye, for instance, the animal must have of necessity, for the fundamental idea of the animal is of such a kind, but it will have an eye of a particular kind of necessity in another sense, not the sense mentioned just above, because it is its nature to act or be acted on in this or that way. These distinctions being drawn, let us speak of what comes next in order. As soon then as the offspring of all animals are born, especially those born imperfect, they are in the habit of sleeping, because they continue sleeping also within the mother when they first acquire sensation. But there is a difficulty about the earliest period of development, whether the state of wakefulness exists in animals first, or that of sleep. Since they plainly wake up more as they grow older, it is reasonable to suppose that the opposite state, that of sleep, exists in the first stages of development. Moreover, the change from not being to being must pass through the intermediate condition, and sleep seems to be in its nature such a condition, being as it were a boundary between living and not living, and the sleeper being neither altogether non-existent nor yet existent. For life most of all appertains to wakefulness, on account of sensation. But on the other hand, if it is necessary that the animal should have sensation, and if it is then first in animal when it has acquired sensation, we ought to consider the original condition to be not sleep but only something resembling sleep, such a condition as we find also in plants, for indeed at this time animals do actually live the life of the plant. But it is impossible that plants should sleep, for there is no sleep which cannot be broken, and the condition in plants which is analogous to sleep cannot be broken. It is necessary then for the embryo animal to sleep most of the time because the growth takes place in the upper part of the body, which is consequently heavier, and we have stated elsewhere that such is the cause of sleep. But nevertheless they are found to wake even in the womb. This is clear in dissections and in the vipera, and then they immediately fall into a sleep again. This is why after birth also they spend most of their time in sleep. When awake infants do not laugh, but while asleep they both laugh and cry. For animals have sensations even while asleep, not only what are called dreams but also others besides dreams, as those persons who arise while sleeping and do many things without dreaming. For there are some who get up while sleeping and walk about seeing just like those who are awake. These have perception of what is happening, and though they are not awake, yet this perception is not like a dream. So infants presumably have sense perception and live in their sleep owing to previous habit, being as it were without knowledge of the waking state. As time goes on and their growth is transferred to the lower part of the body, they now wake up more and spend most of their time in that condition. Children continue asleep at first more than other animals, for they are born in a more imperfect condition than other animals that are produced in anything like a perfect state, and their growth has taken place more in the upper part of the body. The eyes of all children are bluish immediately after birth, later on they change to the color which is to be theirs permanently. But in the case of other animals this is not visible. The reason of this is that the eyes of other animals are more apparent to have only one color for each kind of animal. For example, cattle are dark-eyed, the eye of all sheep is pale, of others again the whole kind is blue or gray-eyed, and some are yellow, goat-eyed, as the majority of goats themselves, whereas the eyes of men happen to be of many colors, for they are blue or gray or dark in some cases and yellow in others. Hence, as the individuals in other kinds of animals do not differ from one another in the color, so neither do they differ from themselves, for they are not of a nature to have more than one color. Of the other animals the horse has the greatest variety of color in the eye, for some of them are actually heteroglossous. This phenomenon is not to be seen in any of the other animals, but man is sometimes heteroglossous. Why then is it that there is no visible change in the other animals if we compare their condition when newly born with their condition at a more advanced age, but that there is such a change in children? We must consider just this to be a sufficient cause, that the part concerned has only one color in the former but several colors in the latter. And the reason why the eyes of infants are bluish and have no other color is that the parts are weaker in the newly born, and blueness is a sort of weakness. We must also gain a general notion about the difference in eyes, for what reason some are blue, some gray, some yellow, and some dark. To suppose that the blue are fiery, as Empedocles says, while the dark have more water than fire in them, and that this is why the former, the blue, have not keen sight by day, viz. owing to deficiency of water in their composition, and the latter are in like condition by night, viz. owing to deficiency of fire. This is not well said if indeed we are to assume sight to be connected with water, not fire, in all cases. Moreover, it is possible to render another account of the cause of the colors, but if indeed the fact is as was stated before in the treatise on the senses, and still earlier than that in the investigations concerning soul, if this sense organ is composed of water, and if we were right in saying for what reason it is composed of water and not of air or fire, then we must assume the water to be the cause of the colors mentioned. For some eyes have too much liquid to be adapted to the movement, others have too little, others the due amount. Those eyes therefore in which there is much liquid are dark because much liquid is not transparent, those which have little are blue, so we find in the sea that the transparent part of it appears light blue, the less transparent watery, and the unfathomable water as dark or deep blue on account of its depth. When we come to the eyes between these, they differ only in degree. We must suppose the same cause also to be responsible for the fact that blue eyes are not keen-sighted by day nor dark eyes by night. Blue eyes, because there is little liquid in them, are too much moved by the light and by visible objects in respect of their liquidity as well as their transparency, but sight is the movement of this part in so far as it is transparent, not in so far as it is liquid. Dark eyes are less moved because of the quantity of liquid in them, and so they see less well in the dusk, for the nocturnal light is weak. At the same time also liquid is in general hard to move in the night. But if the eye is to see, it must neither not be moved at all that nor yet more than in so far as it is transparent, for the stronger movement drives out the weaker. Hence it is that on changing from strong colors, or on going out of the sun into the dark, men cannot see, for the motion already existing in the eye, being strong, stops that from outside, and in general neither a strong nor a weak sight can see bright things because the liquid is acted upon and moved too much. The same thing is shown also by the morbid affections of each kind of sight. Cataract attacks the blue-eyed more, but what is called nyctalopia the dark-eyed. Now cataract is a sort of dryness of the eyes and therefore it is found more in the aged, for this part also like the rest of the body gets dry towards old age, but is in excess of liquidity and so is found more in the younger, for their brain is more liquid. The sight of the eye which is intermediate between too much and too little liquid is the best, for it has neither too little so as to be disturbed and hinder the movement of the colors, nor too much so as to cause difficulty of movement. Not only the above-mentioned facts are causes of seeing keenly or the reverse, but also the nature of the skin upon what is called the pupil. This ought to be transparent, and it is necessary that the transparent should be thin and white and even, thin that the movement coming from without may pass straight through it, even that it may not cast a shade the liquid behind it by wrinkling, for this also is a reason why old men have not keen sight, the skin of the eye like the rest of the skin wrinkling and becoming thicker in old age, and white because black is not transparent, for that is just what is meant by black, what is not shone through, and that is why lanterns cannot give light if they be made of black skin. It is for these reasons then that the sight is not keen in old age nor in the diseases in question, but it is because of the small amount of liquid that the eyes of children appear blue at first. And the reason why men especially and horses occasionally are heteroglyphous is the same as the reason why man alone grows grey and the horse is the only other animal whose hairs whiten visibly in old age. For greyness is a weakness of the fluid in the brain and an incapacity to concoct properly, and so is blueness of the eyes. Excess of thinness or of thickness produces the same effect, according as this liquidity is too little or too much. Whenever then nature cannot make the eyes correspond exactly, either by concocting or by not concocting the liquid in both, but concocts the one and not the other, then the result is heteroglossia. The cause of some animals being keen-sighted and others not so is not simple but double. For the word keen has pretty much a double sense, and this is the case in like manner with hearing and smelling. In one sense keen sight means the power of seeing at a distance, in another it means the power of distinguishing as accurately as possible the objects seen. These two faculties are not necessarily combined in the same individual. For the same person, if he shades his eyes with his hand or look through a tube, does not distinguish the differences of color either more or less in any way, but he will see further. In fact, men in pits or wells sometimes see the stars. Therefore if any animal's brows project far over the eye, but if the liquid in the pupil is not pure nor suited to the movement coming from external objects and if the skin over the surface is not thin, this animal will not distinguish accurately the differences of the colors but will be able to see from a long distance, just as it can from a short one, better than those in which the liquid and the covering membrane are pure but which have no brows projecting over the eyes. For the cause of seeing keenly in the sense of distinguishing the differences is in the eye itself, as on a clean garment even small stains are visible, so also in a pure sight even small movements are plain and cause sensation. But it is the position of the eyes that is the cause of seeing things far off and of the movements in the transparent medium coming to the eyes from distant objects. A proof of this is that animals with prominent eyes do not see well at a distance, whereas those which have their eyes lying deep in the head can see things at a distance because the movement is not dispersed in space but comes straight to the eye. For it makes no difference whether we say, as some do, that seeing is caused by the sight going forth from the eye on that view. If there is nothing projecting over the eyes, the sight must be scattered and so less of it will fall on the objects of vision and things at a distance will not be seen so well, or whether we say that seeing is due to the movement coming from the objects, for the sight also must see, in a manner resembling the movement. Things at a distance, then, would be seen best if there were, so to say, a continuous tube straight from the sight to its object, for the movement from the object would not then be dissipated, but, if that is impossible, still the further the tube extends the more accurately must distant objects be seen. Let these, then, be given as the causes of the difference in eyes. It is the same also with hearing and smell. To hear and smell accurately mean in one sense to perceive as precisely as possible all the distinctions of the objects of perception, in another sense to hear and smell far off. As with sight, so here the sense organ is the cause of judging well the distinctions, if both that organ itself and the membrane round it be pure. For the passages of all the sense organs, as has been said in the treatise on sensation, run to the heart, or to its analogue in creatures that have no heart. The passage of the hearing, then, since this sense organ is of air, ends at the place where the innate spiritus causes in some animals the pulsation of the heart and in others respiration, wherefore also it is that we are able to understand what is said and repeat what we have heard, for as was the movement which entered through the sense organ, Such again is the movement which is caused by means of the voice, being as it were of one and the same stamp, so that a man can say what he has heard. And we hear less well during a yawn or expiration than during inspiration, because the starting point of the sense organ of hearing is set upon the part concerned with breathing and is shaken and moved as the organ moves the breath, for while setting the breath in motion it has moved itself. The same thing happens in wet weather or a damp atmosphere. And the ears seem to be filled with air because their starting point is near the region of breathing. Accuracy then in judging the differences of sounds and smells depends on the purity of the sense organ and of the membrane lying upon its surface, for then all the movements become clear in such cases, as in the case of sight. Perception and non-perception at a distance also depend on the same things with hearing and smell as with sight. For those animals can perceive at a distance which have channels, so to say, running through the parts concerned and projecting far in front of the sense organs. Therefore all animals whose nostrils are long, as the Lacanian hounds, are keen-scented, for the sense organ being above them. The movements from a distance are not dissipated but go straight to the mark, just as the movements which cause sight do with those who shadow the eyes with the hand. Similar is the case of animals whose ears are long and project far like the eaves of a house, as in some quadrupeds, with the internal spiral passage long. These also catch the movement from afar and pass it on to the sense organ. In respect of sense perception at a distance, man is, one may say, the worst of all animals in proportion to his size, but in respect of judging the differences of quality in the objects he is the best of all. The reason is that the sense organ in man is pure and least earthy and material, and he is by nature the thinnest skinned of all animals for his size. The workmanship of nature is admirable also in the seal, for though of the viparous quadruped it has no ears but only passages for hearing. This is because its life is passed in the water. Now the ear is a part added to the passages to preserve the movement of the air at a distance, therefore an ear is no use to it but would even bring about the contrary result by receiving a mass of water into itself. We have thus spoken of sight, hearing, and smell. As for hair, men differ in this themselves at different ages, and also from all other kinds of animals that have hair. These are almost all which are internally viviparous, for even when a covering of such animals is spiny it must be considered as a kind of hair, as in the land hedgehog and any other such animal among the vivipara. Hairs differ in respect of hardness and softness, length and shortness, straightness and curliness, quantity and scantiness, and in addition to these qualities, in their colors, whiteness and blackness and the intermediate shades. They differ also in some of these respects according to age, as they are young or growing old. This is especially plain in man. The hair gets coarser as time goes on, and some go bald on the front of the head. Children indeed do not go bald, nor do women, but men do so by the time their age is advancing. Human beings also go grey on the head as they grow old, but this is not visible in practically any other animal, though more so in the horse than others. Men go bald on the front of the head, but turn grey first on the temples. No one goes bald first on these or on the back of the head. Some such affections occur in a corresponding manner also in all animals which have not hair but something analogous to it, as the feathers of birds and scales in the class of fish. For what purpose nature has made hair in general for animals has been previously stated in the work dealing with the causes of the parts of animals. It is the business of the present inquiry to show under what circumstances and for what necessary causes each particular kind of hair occurs. The principal cause then of thickness and thinness is the skin, for this is thick in some animals and thin in others, rare in some and dense in others. The different quality of the included moisture is also a helping cause, for in some animals this is greasy and in others watery. For generally speaking the substratum of the skin is of an earthy nature, being on the surface of the body it becomes solid and earthy as the moisture evaporates. Now the hairs or their analogue are not formed out of the flesh but out of the skin moisture evaporating and exhaling in them, and therefore thick hairs arise from a thick skin and thin from thin. If then the skin is rarer and thicker, the hairs are thick because of the quantity of earthy matter and the size of the pores, but if it is denser they are thin because of the narrowness of the pores. Further, if the moisture be watery it dries up quickly and the hairs do not gain in size, but if it be greasy the opposite happens, for the greasy is not easily dried up. Therefore the thicker-skinned animals are as a general rule thicker-haired for the causes mentioned. However, the thickest-skinned are not more so than other thick-skinned ones, as is shown by the class of swine compared to that of oxen and to the elephant and many others. And for the same reason also the hairs of the head in man are thickest, for this part of his skin is thickest and lies over most moisture and besides is very porous. The cause of the hairs being long or short depends on the evaporating moisture not being easily dried. Of this there are two causes, quantity and quality. If the liquid is much, it does not dry up easily, nor if it is greasy. And for this reason the hairs of the head are longest in man, for the brain, being fluid and cold, supplies great abundance of moisture. The hairs become straight or curly on account of the vapor rising in them. If it be smoke-like, it is hot and dry, and so makes the hair curly, for it is twisted as being carried with a double motion, the earthy part tending downwards and the hot upwards. Thus, being easily bent, it is twisted owing to its weakness, and this is what is meant by curliness in hair. It is possible then that this is the cause, but it is also possible that, owing to its having but little moisture and much earthy matter in it, it is dried by the surrounding air and so coiled up together. For what is straight becomes bent, if the moisture in it is evaporated, and runs together as a hair does when burning upon the fire. Curliness will then be a contraction owing to deficiency of moisture caused by the heat of the environment. A sign of this is the fact that curly hair is harder than straight, for the dry is hard. And animals with much moisture are straight-haired, for in these hairs the moisture advances as a stream, not in drops. For this reason the Scythians on the Black Sea and the Thracians are straight-haired, for both they themselves and the environing air are moist, whereas the Ethiopians and men in hot countries are curly-haired, for their brains and the surrounding air are dry. Some, however, of the thick-skinned animals are fine-haired for the cause previously stated, for the finer the pores the finer must the hairs be. Hence the class of sheep have such hairs, for wool is only a multitude of hairs. There are some animals whose hair is soft and yet less fine, as is the case with the class of hairs compared with that of sheep. In such animals the hair is on the surface of the skin, not deeply rooted in it, and so is not long but in much the same state as the scrapings from linen, for these also are not long but are soft and do not admit of weaving. The condition of sheep in cold climates is opposite to that of man. The hair of the Scythians is soft but that of the Sauromatic sheep is hard. The reason of this is the same as it is also all wild animals. The cold hardens and solidifies them by drying them, for as the heat is pressed out the moisture evaporates, and both hair and skin become earthy and hard. In wild animals then the exposure to the cold is the cause of hardness in the hair, in the others the nature of the climate is the cause. A proof of this is also what happens in the sea urchins, which are used as a remedy in stranguries. For these, too, though small themselves, have large and hard spines because the sea in which they live is cold on account of its depth, for they are found in 60 fathoms and even more. The spines are large because the growth of the body is diverted to them, since having little heat in them they do not concoct their nutriment and so have much residual matter, and it is from this that spines, hairs, and such things are formed. They are hard and petrified through the congealing effect of the cold. In the same way also plants are found to be harder, more earthy, and stony, if the region in which they grow looks to the north than if it looks to the south, and those in windy places than those in sheltered, for they are all more chilled and their moisture evaporates. Hardening, then, comes of both heat and cold, for both cause the moisture to evaporate, heat per se and cold per accidens, since the moisture goes out of things along with the heat, there being no moisture without heat. But whereas cold not only hardens but also condenses, heat makes a substance rarer. For the same reason, as animals grow older, the hairs become harder in those which have hairs, and the feathers and scales in the feathered and scaly kinds. For their skins become harder and thicker as they get older, for they are dried up, and old age, as the word denotes, is earthy because the heat fails and the moisture along with it. Men go bald visibly more than any other animal, but still such a state is something general. For among plants also some are evergreens while others are deciduous, and birds which hibernate shed their feathers. Similar to this is the condition of baldness in those human beings to whom it is incident. For leaves are shed by all plants, from one part of the plant at a time, and so are feathers and hairs by those animals that have them. It is when they are all shed together that the condition is described by the terms mentioned, for it is called going bald and the fall of the leaf and molting. The cause of the condition is deficiency of hot moisture. Such moisture being especially the unctuous, and hence unctuous plants are more evergreen. However, we must elsewhere state the cause of this phenomena in plants, for other causes also contribute to it. It is in winter that this happens to plants, for the change from summer to winter is more important to them than the time of life, and to those animals which hibernate, for these, too, are by nature less hot and moist than man. In the latter it is the seasons of life that correspond to summer and winter. Hence no one goes bald before the time of sexual intercourse, and at that time it is in those naturally inclined to such intercourse that baldness appears, for the brain is naturally the coldest part of the body and sexual intercourse makes men cold, being a loss of pure natural heat. Thus we should expect the brain to feel the effect of it first, for a little cause turns the scale where the thing concerned is weak and in poor condition. Thus if we reckon up these points, that the brain itself has but little heat, and further that the skin round it must needs have still less, and again that the hair must have still less than the skin inasmuch as it is furthest removed from the brain, we should reasonably expect baldness to come about this age upon those who have much semen. And it is for the same reason that the front part of the head alone goes bald in man and that he is the only animal to do so. The front part goes bald because the brain is there, and man is the only animal to go bald because his brain is much the largest and the moistest. Women do not go bald because their nature is like that of children, both alike being incapable of producing seminal secretion. Eunuchs do not become bald, because they change into the female condition. And as to the hair that comes later in life, eunuchs either do not grow it at all, or lose it if they happen to have it, with the exception of the pubic hair, for women also grow that though they have not the other, and this mutilation is a change from the male to the female condition. The reason why the hair does not grow again in cases of baldness, although both hibernating animals recover their feathers or hair and trees that have shed their leaves grow leaves again, is this. The seasons of the year are the turning points of their lives, rather than their age, so that when these seasons change they change with them by growing and losing feathers, hairs, or leaves respectively. But the winter and summer, spring and autumn of man are defined by his age, so that, since his ages do not return, neither do the conditions caused by them return, although the cause of the change of condition is similar in man to what it is in the animals and plants in question. We have now spoken pretty much of all the other conditions of hair. But as to their color, it is the nature of the skin that is the cause of this in other animals and also of their being unicolored or varicolored, but in man it is not the cause, except of the hair going grey through disease, not through old age, for in what is called leprosy the hairs become white. On the contrary, if the hairs are white the whiteness does not invade the skin. The reason is that the hairs grow out of skin. If, then, the skin is diseased and white the hair becomes diseased with it, and the disease of hair is grayness. But the grayness of hair which is due to age results from weakness and deficiency of heat. For as the body declines in vigor we tend to cold at every time of life, and especially in old age, this age being cold and dry. We must remember that the nutriment coming to each part of the body is concocted by the heat appropriate to the part. If the heat is inadequate the part loses its sufficiency, and destruction or disease results. We shall speak more in detail of causes in the treatise on growth and nutrition. Whenever, then, the hair in man has naturally little heat and too much moisture enters it, its own proper heat is unable to concoct the moisture and so it is decayed by the heat in the environing air. All decay is caused by heat, not the innate heat but external heat, as has been stated elsewhere. And as there is a decay of water, of earth, and all such material bodies, so there is also of the earthy vapor, for instance what is called mold, for mold is a decay of earthy vapor. Thus also the liquid nutriment in the hair decays because it is not concocted, and what is called grayness results. It is white because mold also, practically alone among decayed things, is white. The reason of this is that it has much air in it, all earthy vapor being equivalent to thick air. For mold is, as it were, the antithesis of hoarfrost. If the ascending vapor be frozen it becomes hoarfrost, if it be decayed, mold. Hence both are on the surface of things, for vapor is superficial. And so the comic poets make a good metaphor in jest when they call grey hairs mold of old age, and for the one is generically the same as grayness, the other specifically, hoarfrost generically, for both are a vapor, mold specifically, for both are a form of decay. A proof that this is so is this: grey hairs have often grown on men in consequence of disease, and later on dark hairs instead of them after restoration to health. The reason is that in sickness the whole body is deficient in natural heat, and so the parts besides, even the very small ones, participate in this weakness, and again, much residual matter is formed in the body and all its parts in illness, wherefore the incapacity in the flesh to concoct the nutriment causes the grey hairs. But when men have recovered health and strength again they change, becoming as it were young again instead of old, in consequence the states change also. Indeed, we may rightly call disease an acquired old age a natural disease. At any rate, some diseases produce the same effects as old age. Men go grey on the temples first, because the back of the head is empty of moisture owing to its containing no brain, and the bregma has a great deal of moisture, a large quantity not being liable to decay. The hair on the temples however has neither so little that it can concoct it nor so much that it cannot decay, for this region of the head being between the two extremes is exempt from both states. The cause of grayness in man has now been stated. The reason why this change does not take place visibly on account of age in other animals is the same as that already given in the case of baldness. Their brain is small and less fluid than in man, so that the heat required for concoction does not altogether fail. Among them it is most clear in horses of all animals that we know, because the bone about the brain is thinner in them than in others in proportion to their size. A sign of this is that a blow to this spot is fatal to them. Wherefore Homer also has said, where the first hairs grow on the skull of horses, and a wound is most fatal. As then the moisture easily flows to these hairs because of the thinness of the bone, whilst the heat fails on account of age, they go grey. The reddish hairs go grey sooner than the black, redness also being a sort of weakness of hair and all weak things aging sooner. It is said, however, that cranes become darker as they grow old. The reason of this would be, if it should prove true, that their feathers are naturally moister than others, and as they grow old the moisture in the feathers is too much to decay easily. Grayness comes about by some sort of decay, and is not, as some think, a withering. 1. A proof of the former statement is the fact that hair protected by hats or other coverings goes grey sooner, for the winds prevent decay and the protection keeps off the winds, and the fact that it is aided by anointing with a mixture of oil and water. 4. Though water cools things, the oil mingled with it prevents the hair from drying quickly, water being easily dried up. 2. That the process is not a withering, that the hair does not whiten as grass does by withering, is shown by the fact that some hairs grow grey from the first, whereas nothing springs up in a withered state. Many hairs also whiten at the tip, for there is least heat in the extremities and thinnest parts. When the hairs of other animals are white, this is caused by nature, not by any affection. The cause of the colors in other animals is the skin. If they are white, the skin is white; if they are dark it is dark; if they are piebald in consequence of a mixture of the hairs, it is found to be white in the one part and dark in the other. But in man the skin is in no way the cause, for even white-skinned men have very dark hair. The reason is that man has the thinnest skin of all animals in proportion to his size, and therefore it has not strength to change the hairs. On the contrary, the skin itself changes its color through its weakness and is darkened by sun and wind, while the hairs do not change along with it at all. But in the other animals the skin, owing to its thickness, has the influence belonging to the soil in which a thing grows, therefore the hairs change according to the skin, but the skin does not change at all in consequence of the winds and the sun. Of animals some are unicolored. I mean by this term those of which the kind as a whole has one color, as all lions are tawny, and this condition exists also in birds, fish, and the other classes of animals alike. Others, though many-colored, are yet whole-colored. I mean those whose body as a whole has the same color, as a bull is white as a whole or dark as a whole. Others are varicolored. This last term is used in both ways. Sometimes the whole kind is varicolored, as leopards and peacocks, and some fish, for example the so-called throti. Sometimes the kind as a whole is not so, but such individuals are found in it, as with cattle and goats and, among birds, pigeons. The same applies also to other kinds of birds. The whole-colored change much more than the uniformly colored, both into the simple color of another individual of the same kind, as dark changing into white and vice versa, and into both colors mingled. This is because it is a natural characteristic of the kind as a whole not to have one color only, the kind being easily moved in both directions so that the colors both change more into one another and are more varied. The opposite holds with the uniformly colored. They do not change except by an affection of the color, and that rarely, but still they do so change, for before now white individuals have been observed among partridges, ravens, sparrows, and bears. This happens when the course of development is perverted, for what is small is easily spoilt and easily moved, and what is developing is small, the beginning of all such things being on a small scale. Change is especially found in those animals of which by nature the individual is whole-colored but the kind many-colored. This is owing to the water which they drink, for hot waters make the hair white, cold makes it dark, an effect found also in plants. The reason is that the hot have more air than water in them, and the air shining through causes whiteness, as also in froth. As, then, skins which are white by reason of some affection differ from those white by nature, so also in the hair the whiteness due to disease or age differs from that due to nature in that the cause is different. The latter are whitened by the natural heat, the former by the external heat. Whiteness is caused in all things by the vaporous air imprisoned in them. Hence also in all animals not uniformly colored all the part under the belly is whiter. For practically all white animals are both hotter and better flavored for the same reason. The concoction of their nutriment makes them well flavored, and heat causes the concoction. The same cause holds for those animals which are uniformly colored. but either dark or white. Heat and cold are the causes of the nature of the skin and hair, each of the parts having its own special heat. The tongue also varies in color in the simply colored as compared with the varicolored animals, and again in the simply colored which differ from one another, as white and dark. The reason is that assigned before, that the skins of the varicolored are varicolored, and the skins of the white-haired and dark-haired are white and dark in each case. Now we must conceive of the tongue as one of the external parts, not taking into account the fact that it is covered by the mouth but looking on it as we do on a hand or foot. Thus, since the skin of the varicolored animals is not uniformly colored, this is the cause of the skin on the tongue being also varicolored. Some birds and some wild quadrupeds change their color according to the seasons of the year. The reason is that, as men change according to their age, so the same thing happens to them according to the season, for this makes a greater difference to them than the change of age. The more omnivorous animals are more varicolored to speak generally, and this is what might be expected. Thus bees are more uniformly colored than hornets and wasps. For if the food is responsible for the change, we should expect varied food to increase the variety in the movements which cause the development, and so in the residual matter of the food, from which come into being hairs and feathers and skins. So much for colors and hairs. As to the voice, it is deep in some animals, high in others again well pitched and in due proportion between both extremes. Again, in some it is loud, in others small, and it differs in smoothness and roughness, flexibility and inflexibility. We must inquire then into the causes of each of these distinctions. We must suppose then that the same cause is responsible for high and deep voices as for the change which they undergo in passing from youth to age. The voice is higher in all other animals when younger, but in cattle that have calves is deeper. We find the same thing also in the male and female sexes. In the other kinds of animals the voice of the female is higher than that of the male, this being especially plain in man, for nature has given this faculty to him in the highest degree because he alone of animals makes use of speech and the voice is the material of speech, but in cattle the opposite obtains, for the voice of cows is deeper than that of bulls. Now the purpose for which animals have a voice, and what is meant by voice and by sound generally, has been stated partly in the treatise on sensation, partly in that on the soul. But since slowness of voice depends on the movement of the air being slow and its highness on its being quick, there is a difficulty in knowing whether it is that which moves or that which is moved that is the cause of the slowness or quickness. For some say that what is much is moved slowly, what is little quickly, and that the quantity of the air is the cause of some animals having a deep and others a high voice. Up to a certain point this is well said, for it seems to be rightly said in a general way that the depth depends on a certain amount of the air put in motion, but not altogether, for if this were true it would not be easy to speak both soft and deep at once, nor again both loud and high. Again, the depth seems to belong to the nobler nature, and in songs the deep note is better than the high-pitched ones, the better lying in superiority, and depth of tone being a sort of superiority. But then depth and height in a voice are different from loudness and softness, and some high-voiced animals are loud-voiced, and in like manner some soft-voiced ones are deep-voiced, and the same applies to the tones lying between these extremes. And by what else can we define these, I mean loudness and softness of voice, except by the large and small amount of the air put in motion? If then height and depth are to be decided in accordance with the distinction postulated, the result will be that the same animals will be deep and loud-voiced, and the same will be high and not loud-voiced, but this is false. The reason of the difficulty is that the words great and small, much and little are used sometimes absolutely, sometimes relatively to one another. Whether an animal has a great, or loud, voice depends on the air which is moved being much absolutely, whether it has a small voice depends on its being little absolutely, but whether they have a deep or high voice depends on their being thus differentiated in relation to one another. For if that which is moved surpass the strength of that which moves it, the air that is sent forth must go slowly, if the opposite, quickly. The strong, then, on account of their strength, sometimes move much air and make the movement slow, sometimes, having complete command over it, make the movement swift. On the same principle the weak either move too much air for their strength and so make the movement slow, or if they make it swift move but little because of their weakness. These, then, are the reasons of these contrarieties, that neither are all young animals high-voiced nor all deep-voiced, nor are all the older, nor yet are the two sexes thus opposed, and again that not only the sick speak in a high voice but also those in good bodily condition, and, further, that as men verge on old age they become higher-voiced, though this age is opposite to that of youth. Most young animals, then, and most females set but little air in motion because of their want of power, and are consequently high-voiced, for a little air is carried along quickly, and in the voice what is quick is high. But in calves and cows, in the one case because of their age, in the other because of their female nature, the part by which they set the air in motion is not strong, at the same time they set a great quantity in motion and so are deep-voiced, for that which is borne along slowly is heavy, and much air is borne along slowly. And these animals set much in movement whereas the others set but little, because the vessel through which the breath is first borne has in them a large opening and necessarily sets much air in motion, whereas in the rest the air is better dispensed. As their age advances this part which moves the air gains more strength in each animal, so that they change into the opposite condition, the high-voiced becoming deeper-voiced than they were, and the deep-voiced higher-voiced, which is why bulls have a higher voice than calves and cows. Now the strength of all animals is in their sinews, and so those in the prime of life are stronger, the young being weaker in the joints and sinews. Moreover, in the young they are not yet tense, and in those now growing old the tension relaxes, wherefore both these ages are weak and powerless for movement. And bulls are particularly sinewy, even their hearts, and therefore that part by which they set the air in motion is in a tense state, like a sinewy string stretched tight. That the heart of bulls is of such a nature is shown by the fact that a bone is actually found in some of them, and bones are naturally connected with sinew. All animals when castrated change to the female character, and utter a voice like that of the females because the sinewy strength in the principle of the voice is relaxed. This relaxation is just as if one should stretch a string and make it taut by hanging some weight onto it, as women do who weave at the loom, for they stretch the warp by attaching to it what are called lii. For in this way are the testes attached to the seminal passages, and these again to the blood vessel which takes its origin in the heart near the organ which sets the voice in motion. Hence as the seminal passages change towards the age at which they are now able to secrete the semen, this part also changes along with them. As this changes, the voice again changes, more indeed in males, but the same thing happens in females too, only not so plainly, the result being what some call bleating when the voice is uneven. After this it settles into the deep or high voice of the succeeding time of life. If the testes are removed, the tension of the passages relaxes, as when the weight is taken off the string or the warp. As this relaxes, the organ which moves the voice is loosened in the same proportion. This, then, is the reason why the voice and the form generally changes to the female character in castrated animals. It is because the principle is relaxed upon which depends the tension of the body, not that, as some suppose, the testes are themselves a ganglion of many principles, but small changes are the causes of great ones, not per se but when it happens that a principle changes with them. For the principles, though small in size, are great in potency. This, indeed, is what is meant by a principle, that it is itself the cause of many things without anything else being higher than it for it to depend upon. The heat or cold also of their habitat contributes to make some animals of such a character as to be deep-voiced, and others high-voiced. For hot breath being thick causes depth, cold breath being thin the opposite. This is clear also in pipe playing, for if the breath of the performer is hotter, that is to say if it is expelled as by a groan, the note is deeper. The cause of roughness and smoothness in the voice, and of all similar inequality, is that the part or organ through which the voice is conveyed is rough or smooth or generally even or uneven. This is plain when there is any moisture about the trachea or when it is roughened by any affection, for then the voice also becomes uneven. Flexibility depends on the softness or hardness of the organ, for what is soft can be regulated and assume any form, while what is hard cannot. Thus the soft organ can utter a loud or a small note, and accordingly a high or a deep one, since it easily regulates the breath, becoming itself easily great or small. But hardness cannot be regulated. Let this be enough on all those points concerning the voice which have not been previously discussed in the treatise on sensation and in that on the soul. With regard to the teeth it has been stated previously that they do not exist for a single purpose nor for the same purpose in all animals, but in some for nutrition only, in others also for fighting and for vocal speech. We must, however, consider it not alien to the discussion of generation and development to inquire into the reason why the front teeth are formed first and the grinders later, and why the latter are not shed but the former are shed and grow again. Democritus has spoken of these questions but not well, for he assigns the cause too generally without investigating the facts in all cases. He says that the early teeth are shed because they are formed in animals too early, for it is when animals are practically in their prime that they grow according to nature, and suckling is the cause he assigns for their being found too early. Yet the pig also suckles but does not shed its teeth, and, further, all the animals with carnivorous dentition suckle, but some of them do not shed any teeth except the canines, for example lions. This mistake, then, was due to his speaking generally without examining what happens in all cases, but this is what we to do, for anyone who makes any general statement must speak of all the particular cases. Now we assume, basing our assumption upon what we see, that nature never fails nor does anything in vain so far as is possible in each case. And it is necessary, if an animal is to obtain food after the time of taking milk is over, that it should have instruments for the treatment of the food. If, then, as Democritus says, this happened about the time of reaching maturity, nature would fail in something possible for her to do. And, besides, the operation of nature would be contrary to nature, for what is done by violence is contrary to nature, and it is by violence that he says the formation of the first teeth is brought about. That this view then is not true is plain from these and other similar considerations. Now these teeth are developed before the flat teeth, in the first place because their function is earlier, for dividing comes before crushing, and the flat teeth are for crushing, the others for dividing, in the second place because the smaller is naturally developed quicker than the larger, even if both start together, and these teeth are smaller in size than the grinders, because the bone of the jaw is flat in that part but narrow towards the mouth. From the greater part, therefore, must flow more nutriment to form the teeth, and from the narrower part less. The act of sucking in itself contributes nothing to the formation of the teeth, but the heat of the milk makes them appear more quickly. A proof of this is that even in suckling animals those young which enjoy hot milk grow their teeth quicker, heat being conducive to growth. They are shed, after they have been formed, partly because it is better so, for what is sharp is soon blunted, so that a fresh relay is needed for the work, whereas the flat teeth cannot be blunted but are only smoothed in time by wearing down, partly from necessity because, while the roots of the grinders are fixed where the jaw is flat and the bone strong, those of the front teeth are in a thin part, so that they are weak and easily moved. They grow again because they are shed while the bone is still growing and the animal is still young enough to grow teeth. A proof of this is that even the flat teeth grow for a long time, the last of them cutting the gum at about 20 years of age. Indeed, in some cases the last teeth have been grown in quite old age. This is because there is much nutriment in the broad part of the bones, whereas the front part being thin soon reaches perfection and no residual matter is found in it, the nutriment being consumed in its own growth. Democritus, however, neglecting the final cause, reduces to necessity all the operations of nature. Now they are necessary, it is true, but yet they are for a final cause and for the sake of what is best in each case. Thus nothing prevents the teeth from being formed and being shed in this way, but it is not on account of these causes but on account of the end, or final cause. These are causes only in the sense of being the moving and efficient instruments and the material. So it is reasonable that nature should perform most of her operations using breath as an instrument, for as some instruments serve many uses in the arts, for example the hammer and anvil in the smith's art, so does breath in the living things formed by nature. But to say that necessity is the only cause is much as if we should think that the water has been drawn off from a dropsical patient on account of the lancet, not on account of health, for the sake of which the lancet made the incision. We have thus spoken of the teeth, saying why some are shed and grow again, and others not, and generally for what cause they are formed. And we have spoken of the other affections of the parts which are found to occur not for any final end but of necessity and on account of the motive or efficient cause.